I and a black snake are twin brothers born together. It awakened the ability of infinite devouring evolution, while I am a talentless waste. Seeing this, my father quickly sent me to the factory to screw bolts, earning a monthly salary of 3,000 to feed the growth of the snake brother. I thought the snake brother would choose to devour me to complete its evolution, but it wasn't until the day when the spiritual energy revived that I discovered that the snake brother's skill attributes could actually feed back to me. At this moment, I look at the snake brother on my arm, lost in thought. Currently I have two kinds of feelings. One is the human body sensation, and the other is the sensation of snakes entwined on my arm. It turns out that it is my awakened D-level talent, the black snake avatar, which can grow together with the main body. This talent looks good, but it's just appearance, because this afternoon I have already let the little black snake eat half a plate of shrimp. It is completely useless, even ate too much and vomited some out. My goodness, where is the system? Help me out. Ding, the demon god system is binding. Have you received the demon god's gift? Seeing this, I couldn't help but be stunned, asking the system, what is in this gift? Demon god level evolution route, talent upgraded to demon god level. Do you want to use the demon god's gift? Wait, because this is after all a residential building. It wouldn't be good if something big happened. In the blink of an eye, I had already arrived in an alley. Seeing no one around, then I spoke, use the demon god's gift. Demon god level talent has been granted. Your clone evolution route has been granted. Just as I used the cheat, the sky suddenly became windy. A deep dragon roar sounded, and the Alliance headquarters suddenly began to shake. In the center of each high-rise building, a golden list as tall as 100 meters began to tremble. The list of the top 10 strongest talents actually started to tremble. Someone awakened an SSS level talent. At this moment, countless people stared at the talent list, unwilling to miss any detail. The originally shining SSS level, Arctic Disciple, actually directly moved to second place, and the one replacing the first place was called the Demon God level Infinite Dragon Ancestor. What? Demon God level? What does Demon God level mean? What level is this? Find. You must find this genius for me. The old man clenched his fists tightly, with strands of bloodshot in his eyes, his expression full of shock. At this moment, not only in China, but even the whole world was stunned by Yao Ye's Demon God level talent, and I was standing calmly in the alley at this moment, checking the talent that had been updated. Name, Yao Yi. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor, Demon God level. Realm, none. Physique, 12. Spirit, 15. Skills, none. Avatar, Black Snake. Strength, Weak Snake. Evolution direction, Black Gold Python. Red Flame Python. Fierce Poison Python. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor, Demon God level. Skills, none. Infinite Dragon Ancestor, under human form, can make the avatar become an imprint form to enhance oneself, increasing strength by 10 times. Under avatar form, can endlessly devour and evolve to enhance oneself, while also enhancing the main body. Seeing this situation, I revealed a look of surprise. It turns out that on the basis of the growth of the clone and the main body together, the ability to conquer with increased strength and evolve through unlimited devouring has been added. Moreover, he can now make the black snake clone become a mark on his body. In an instant, the small black snake entwined around his arm turned into a black snake pattern on his arm. I felt that after the small black snake turned into a tattoo, my spirit relaxed a lot, as if it had been liberated. And at the moment when the black snake clone merged with himself, its attribute points directly increased by 10 times. Physique, 120. Spirit, 150. Not bad. Next is to upgrade the clone. Yao Yi made up his mind and, after arriving at a vegetable market, directly purchased half a pig's trotter. After all, although the avatar was small, it now had the ability to devour endlessly. Finding a secluded spot, I took out a knife and cut the pig's trotter into strips. Then I summoned the little black snake, controlling its mouth to devour the pig's trotter piece by piece. The fresh and tender feeling lingered in my heart. At the same time, he discovered that once the pig's trotter entered the little black snake's body, it directly turned into pure energy spreading out. At the same time, the body of the little black snake was expanding extremely rapidly. 10 centimeters, 12 centimeters, 15 centimeters, 20 centimeters, half a meter. After only eating less than half of the pork, the little black snake's size directly broke through 1 meter. At the same time, Yanai glanced at his panel and strength has increased by 48 points and spirit by 45 points. Holy shit, should we boost so fast? Without realizing it, Yao Knight's own body had even gotten stronger. A stream of warmth surged through his body, and muscles appeared in that originally skinny body, and it was much taller. Eat. Of course, as his spiritual power increased, the little black snake's body was also expanding extremely rapidly, and at this moment, Yao Knight manipulated the two bodies and no longer felt uncomfortable. Even the black snake's pupils were full of spirituality. At first, the little black snake only ate strips of meat in a gradual manner, but now it actually tore into it, and large chunks of pork entered its body, turning into pure energy to nourish itself. Soon, half a fan of pork went down, and a prompt sounded in Yao Knight's ears. Frowny face black snake has reached the evolution standard. Please choose the type of evolution from black gold python defense, red flame python fire attack, and venomous python poison attack. Hesitating for a little while, Yao Knight opened his mouth. Well, a fierce python. In the next second, the black snake that reached a length of close to 2 meters burrowed into his arm and transformed into a huge tattoo that was hideous with a spirit in it. Holy crap! Who invented this feature? It's so cool, isn't it? Yao Knight looked at the beautiful tattoos on his arms a little shocked. The evolving doppelganger sometimes turned into a black python, sometimes turned into a green poisonous python. Looks not too handsome. This evolution shouldn't take long. So let's buy a weapon and hunt some low-level exotics first. Yao Knight thought about it. Generally awakened people go outside the city to hunt and kill foreign beasts, and subsequently take the corpses of the foreign beasts in exchange for payment, and there will be merchants selling weapons at the exit of the gates, and they're a bit cheaper. With that thought in mind, he headed towards the city gates location. Also, just as he was about to arrive at the gates of the city, the cheap father called. Yao Knight hesitated for a moment or chose to connect, in case the person had something important to do. If there was a fire in the house and he needed to save it or something like that. However, the result was still unsurprising as Yao Changdong's furious voice came out. Kid, get your ass back here. You must be responsible for your brother's tuition. He is the hope of our Yao family. And let me tell you, now another demon god level talent called Infinite Dragon Ancestor has appeared in our country. The #1 ranked talent in the world. That guy is definitely going to Union College this year, and probably in the same class as your brother. If your brother met someone, then we wouldn't have to worry for the rest of our lives. Do you understand? While the roar on the phone continued, an odd look appeared on Yao Knight's face. No. This first seems to be me. Chapter 3 Evolution Madness. 3 boars are enough to evolve. Strongly holding back the strange feeling in his heart, Yao Knight directly hung up the phone. There's a talent list at Alliance headquarters, and he's aware of it. However, his own demon god level talent took first place, and this matter was a slight shock to him. From now on, my talent should never be shown to others unless I wait until I am strong. Yao Knight made up his mind, then walked towards the city gates, ready to hunt some foreign beasts, and in the process, because of the evolution of the black snake's doppelganger, his physique was surprisingly enhancing by leaps and bounds. Even just walking a little bit, the body becomes taller and fitter, only relative to other awakened people. He is still too short. Soon, Yao Knight arrived at the entrance of the city, and a large group of awakened people could be seen in the crowds. Turn 1. Third order offensive B-rank talent looking for a teammate. No assassin type gifted people. No assassin types. Turn 1. Second stage auxiliary C-rank talent looking for a teammate. One who can protect me. Fourth turn. 8th rank. A rank. Strong offensive talent. Accompany the hunt for 3 hours. Ask for 50,000 alliance coins, and all the alien beasts will be yours. With this shout, everyone looked at the tall middle-aged man in unison. In this place, there were all awakened people with at most 2 turns. How did a 4th turn appear? Oh, so that's where the chaperone comes in. $40,000 is a bit expensive. Yao Knight glanced at that 4th turn powerhouse. The awakened are divided into 9 stages at the most basic level. They were the first to the 9th revolutions, each of which had 9 more minor steps. This 4th turn powerhouse in front of him could be said to have been strong beyond words. According to common sense, he was already able to break bread with some of the 5th turn foreign beasts, but coming here to do business was really rare. However, Yao Knight didn't think too much about it, but instead walked straight towards the old man at the city gates who was carrying a weapon basket behind his back. Ask for a long knife of the lowest rank, he said to the old man who was working on the steel. The old man didn't mean to look down on Yao Knight. Instead, he took out a long, sharp knife, which did not have any decoration on it, but the more it looked sharper. $3,000 No bargaining. This price. Listening to Yao Knight, mouth corner straight twitching. His deposit are less than 4,000 alliance coins. 3,000 simply want him to life. Here, the transaction was completed, and Yao Knight looked at the long sword with a fairly satisfied expression. Not good, kid. Go. Suddenly, this old man selling weapons sounded flustered. Immediately afterward, he left at a fast pace after shouting 3 times in a row to go quickly. And it was only at this moment that Yao Knight noticed the 4 people walking behind him and that the atmosphere was a bit off. A woman and 3 men, and all of them were first-turn high-level powerhouses. One of the big men opened his mouth savagely, and then lifted the back of Yao Knight's collar. Count yourself unlucky. You're it this time. Yao Knight was a bit confused. He thought about escaping, but now that his attributes weren't too high and he hadn't even entered the 1st rank yet. It's better not to resist when facing these 4. and at this moment, he then realized that he was being held hostage by these 4 people towards a portal not far away. At the same time he heard the cause in the horrified tones of the people around him. These 4 guys were called the Demon Hunting Squad. And it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were infamous. Just because the portal takes 20% off the price if 5 people teleport. So they would have to get 5 people together and go to the more dangerous zones for Fey hunting. As for the death of that 5th person, they didn't care at all about it. I'm so convinced. Yao Knight was simply powerless to spit. I should have paid more attention to the information from the city gates, but according to the rank of these 4 people, they should not go to 2 dangerous places. Is everyone here? The guards guarding the portal glanced breathlessly at the Demon Hunter Squad, and Yao Knight, who looked like a weakling. All together. Proper 5 people, isn't it? The big man opened his mouth cheerfully, not realizing that the 4 of them had already been completely blacklisted by Yao Knight. Soon, 5 people came to stand in the portal, and after paying their fees, they walked into the portal one after another. And Yao Knight was certainly no exception. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he stumbled 2 steps on the soles of his feet before taking in his surroundings. In front of them were vast expanses of abandoned buildings, countless tall buildings towering over them, but with green vines growing on them. The originally wide road was now full of giant trees, and there was even an astonishingly imposing animal roar resounding not far away. Yao Knight couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis in his heart. He could feel the eyes of at least 3 fey beasts peering at him from all around. Ha 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 ha. This kid is also too pulled. A portal is fainting like this. Ha ha. The burly man in armor laughed and looked at Yao Knight with slight disdain. Alright, let him fend for himself. Don't forget the goal of our trip, the short-haired woman chided, and then took the 3 strong men towards the east and left straight away. That speed was not normal. Ignorance is the highest form of contempt. Yao Knight sort of remembered the 4 of them, and as they left, Yao Knight felt that those 3 prying eyes became more and more reckless. TSK. Looking at the map, he realized that he was now at least 70 kilometers from the city. If we were to go back now, the foreign beasts we encountered along the way would definitely be able to tear ourselves to shreds. But the good news is that Blacksnake's side of the evolution is complete. Your doppelganger has completed its evolution, and its current race is Manticore Python. Panel issued for you. Name, Yao Knight. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level. Realm, Non-Entry Level. Physical Fitness, 78. Spirit, 83. Skill, Poison, Split, Boa Constrictor. Strength, Anaconda. Evolutionary Direction, Water and Fire Python. Wind and Thunder Python. An Earth Python to be selected. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level. Skill, Poison, Body of Fierce Poison. The stronger you are, the more toxic you are. Attacks in human form will poison the opponent. In split form, he has fangs. Surprisingly, the attributes have risen again, and I've also gained a new skill. Yao Knight's eyes instantly lit up, and he realized why his talent was at the Demon God level. This is every time one evolves, one gains a skill that is fiercer than even a talent, and human bodies can be used. No wonder it took over the top spot on the charts. Come out, Blackie! Yao Knight flung his arm, followed by a turquoise python close to 4 meters in length appearing out of thin air. Good lord! This body was thicker than his thighs. The scales on its body glowed with an eerie cold light, and the head was a sharp triangle that looked super poisonous at first glance. At this moment, the aura of this alter ego of his own could be said to be incomparably strong, although he couldn't even reach the first turn. The sinister aura that came with toxicity made the 3 gazes that were peering instantly disappear. The 3 peepers who had all been poised to strike instantly withdrew their gazes and fled towards the distance in the twinkling of an eye. However, at this moment, Yao Knight would not let them go. After them, half a fan of pork can evolve once. Won't eating these 3 evolve it again? It was also while Yao Knight was chasing after the foreign beasts that an old and a young figure arrived at the city gates of Phaeton City. Yao Guang, you're an A-ranked talent, so I'll take you to feel the cruelty of the wilderness first to prepare you for the college entrance exam in 15 days. The old man said in a flat tone. He was more than satisfied with Yao Guang, an A-class genius. Thank you, teacher. I will definitely go to Union University and be your student. Yao Guang said with a firm gaze now that he understands the shadow cast by his former high-achieving, good-looking brother. Never again will it envelop itself. I can't believe it, brother. While you're still angry with your family, I've been on a wilderness hunt with a teacher from Alliance University. He thought darkly in his mind. Chapter 4 Choice of Evolutionary Direction. Wind and Thunder Divine Speed. Meanwhile, deep within the 100 Beasts' desolate city, Yao Knight's eyes blossomed with a bloodthirsty light. At this moment, his physique came to 78 points, and his spirit came to 83 points, and he was already infinitely close to the first turn, and the realm of these 3 foreign beasts was definitely not high. Otherwise they wouldn't have escaped. Boom! As he took a step, the land under his feet instantly crumbled. The Python doppelganger, on the other hand, was even swifter, and even that speeding body appeared as a phantom. After only a minute had passed, Yao Knight saw the 3 figures that were fleeing, fiery red fur, and a fat body, a red-haired pig, He instantly determined the type of this foreign beast, and immediately afterward, Yanai clutched a stone in his hand and smashed it at one of them. He certainly didn't expect the stone to cause damage to the red-haired pig, but wanted to test his skill. Fierce poison, pop. The stone hit the red-haired pig's fat ass, instantly causing him to cry out in pain, and immediately afterward, that smashed location unexpectedly swelled up immediately. The fiery red ass instantly turned green, even green to the point of oozing. Son, child. The red-haired pig squealed miserably for a while, and within 10 seconds, it directly fell to the ground and convulsed, foaming at the mouth. The remaining two were directly stunned at the sight of their companion's misery, so they fled even more vigorously. At this moment, Yao Knight moved with a thought, and the python detachment immediately stepped forward to devour the dead red-haired pig, while he himself chased straight after it. Die! Yao Knight leaped high and came directly to the top of the two red-haired pigs' heads, then slashed down with the long knife in his hand. Poof, hiss! The sharp long knife slashed down the neck of a red-haired pig, but it unexpectedly got stuck in the bone gap. Click, click, click. The red-haired pig was directly squealed by the pain, and even its eyes turned blood red. Sorry, I'll pull it out. Yao Knight muttered twice, then violently drew his longsword. Shoo! Crap! Spiking blood. A large amount of blood splashed like a fountain, directly pouring all over Yao Knight. At the same time, a large amount of green color surfaced from the red-haired pig's slashed wound, and within 3 seconds, it began to convulse. Phew! Yao Knight shrunk his neck. He just wanted to see what level of strength he had. But the fierce poison skill was just too fierce. According to the current situation, even if you don't have direct contact with the enemy, but just use a weapon, then that weapon is still poisonous. That's a bit of a fierce skill. Why don't we get a couple of guns to play with? He pondered in his mind. It was also at this moment that a tyrannical hissing sound rang out. Roar! The last red-haired pig surprisingly didn't run away, but instead glared at Yao Knight with those sinister eyes as two long red gases erupted from its nostrils. Wait, the breath in his nostrils is red. So he's a first-turn Fey now. Yao Knight instantly recalled the introduction of the red-haired pig in the textbook. He also saw that this one was the fattest before he left it to deal with last, but he didn't expect the deaths of the first two to enrage him. One turn, huh? Let me try. Only to see his entire body flashing away as a residual shadow, and in the next second, the sharp long knife slashed directly onto the pig's head. Pop! Chug! What a hard pig's head! Yao Knight's palms tingled slightly, and he immediately stepped backward. Bang! Before he could back off, the red-haired pig's huge head toppled over. Bang bang bang! Yao Knight retreated a few steps back one after another, but suddenly felt a surprisingly constant surge of energy in his body. Split is digesting, but there's no need to wait for the diversion to come. His entire body suddenly tensed up and suddenly fell flat on the ground just as the red-haired pig was about to charge. Slippery shovel! Yao Knight's body was tense to the extreme. This kind of difficult movement might not have been possible before, but with his current physique boosted by at least 40 points or more, he was naturally able to accomplish it. The body was close to the ground, but the long knife in his hand was raised some and plunged directly into the soft belly of the red-haired pig. Put, pulleys, hearts, livers, intestines and the like fell down without any money, directly drowning Yao Knight. At the same time the red-haired pig's body collapsed with a loud bang. Only one breath left. Chug! What a stink! He crawled out of the pile of intestines, breathing heavily. Phew! It wasn't long before the diversion flew in. At this time, the python doppelganger had once again grown 2 meters, becoming a 6-meter python. This would definitely be hunted as a giant beast if it reached the city. Yao Knight took a breath and controlled his doppelganger to devour the red-haired pig corpse. Meanwhile, he himself came to the corpse on the other end, thoughts flashing in his eyes. If you are going to sell a Fey to a merchant, carrying toxicity is not an option. The price will be greatly reduced, and you won't even be able to sell it. So he opened his palm with a thought. In an instant, the green color on the red-hair pig's body began to disappear, while a green aura conducted into his palm. At the same time, as these green breaths entered his body, Yao Knight suddenly felt that his spirit seemed to relax a bit, and his physical strength was slowly recovering. Ha! There's even this kind of benefit. He was delighted in his heart. The skill, Fierce Poison, was considered to be a hidden use that he had developed. It was also at this moment that the python doppelganger also devoured the second red-haired pig. Reaching a length of about 7 meters, Yao Knight felt it in his heart and calmly said, "It's not far from evolution. It should eat the last one and start evolving." With a thought, the python doppelganger began to tear into the last and largest red-haired pig. He waited in silence, meditating on the sensations that were being channeled from the altar side. Large chunks of flesh and blood were torn into the mouth, and a sensation of freshness to the extreme came from the fragrant. "It smells so good." Even his own body couldn't help but gulp. Not long after, the huge-sized red-haired pig was devoured. and even its bones were bitten and swallowed. As expected, a prompt came from the system's side. Frowny face poison python has reached the evolution standard. Please choose the type of evolution from water and fire python. Attribute adaptation. Wind and thunder python attribute adaptation. And foothill python drilling characteristics. Is it time to choose again? Yao Knight rubbed his palms together and spoke. Chapter 5 Wind and Thunder Python. Fierce poison usage. Choose the Wind and Thunder Python. You have confirmed the direction of evolution. Do you want to start evolving now? Confirmed. In an instant, the python doppelganger transformed into a stream of light and entered his body, becoming a python totem existing above his left arm. Only this time, the totem was much larger, directly occupying the entire left arm, and it looked quite imposing. This would definitely get you treated like a socialite if you went to the bathhouse for a rubdown. But the current Yao Knight is much more bullish than the so-called socialite. He could feel that he would be able to reach the first turn realm after this evolution, or even directly cross over the first turn beginner stage. However, there wasn't much excitement inside at the moment. Just dark thoughts. The first evolution only required half a fan of ordinary pork, while the second evolution surprisingly required 3 fei. And what about the third time? Wouldn't that be more? But after thinking about it, it didn't matter. His own strength was increasing at an extremely fast rate, and the types of foreign beasts he was able to hunt were also increasing, and at this moment, Yao Knight didn't go hunting the foreign beasts in a hurry, but instead began to plan for the time ahead. Due to a bad family situation on his side, he awakened about a year later than the other students. He was awakened with his brother Yao Guang, and his classmates should now also be close to the first turn of the order. Even some with good talent and good family situations were about to approach the third turn. The college entrance exam will be in half a month, so we must improve our strength as soon as possible and achieve a better ranking to enter the university, so as to obtain more resources. Essence flashed in Yao Knight's eyes. Universities in this world can be different than in the last one. They say they're going to college, but it's actually an internship for awakened ones to hunt fei. Some people even become strong enough to fight behemoths right after 4 years of college. That's why it's important to have 4 years of college to provide resources and battle hardening. Thinking this way, Yao Knight opened the map to determine his location. The place where he was currently located was called the 100 Beasts Deserted City, and the strength of the foreign beasts here was low, at most not exceeding the second turn, and after he completes his second evolution, he'll be enough to clean up all the alien beasts here. You should know that he still had one important skill that he hadn't used yet, and that was the ability to increase his strength tenfold after fusing with his doppelganger, and that was the most terrifying part of his demon god level talent. Thinking like this, the split side was also about to finish evolving. The tattoo that originally covered his left arm kept changing, starting to transform from a turquoise color to a blue with clouds in it, and the whole tattoo keeps spreading on the body, even spreading from the arm area and reflecting directly on top of the chest. Not long after, a crisp sound rang out. Frowny face, you have completed your evolution. Issuing you a new panel. Name, Yao Knight. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor. Demon God level. Realm, first turn. Second stage, body mass, 219, spirit, 218, skills, fierce poison. Wind and thunder speed, split, wind and thunder python, strength, python dash, evolutionary direction, moonlight python. Solar python, soul python to be selected. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor. Demon God level, skills, fierce poison. Wind and thunder speed. Did the attributes come straight to 200 points? Let me see this wind and thunder divine speed. Yao Knight's eyes glowed as he clicked on the introduction of wind thunder divine speed. Frowny face, wind and thunder divine velocity. Human form bursts can increase speed by 50%, increase burst speed by 60%, in split form, half the speed? Gee, am I the kind of guy who runs away? I'll just chase and kill, alright. The attribute rating, on the other hand, is Anaconda Dash, which means that the rating can still be raised to Anaconda plus. A satisfied look appeared in Yao Knight's eyes. He certainly didn't expect every evolution to bring extremely heaven-defying skills, like, what with the ice spike and all? That's just not going to happen with this thought. He flung his arm, and the tattoos on his body suddenly detached to reveal the mighty python doppelganger. At this moment, the length of the python doppelganger had already reached 10 meters and was as thick as a water bucket, making it look formidable. The scale armor on his body seemed to be a bit raised, but it was much harder, and there was a stream of light and clouds floating indecent from time to time, looking quite magical. Ugh. What is this? Yao Knight's eyes suddenly froze. Then he came to the doppelganger and touched the 2 bumps on top of his head with his hands. On the large, triangular head of the doppelganger, 2 small bumps appeared from either side of it. What is this? A dragon's horn? Thinking flashed in Yao Knight's eyes. It would be best if the doppelganger could evolve into a dragon in the future. Not only would it be able to fly in the sky, but it would also become strong to the extreme. At this moment, he recalled the 5-clawed golden dragon that appeared on the news, and his eyes couldn't help but yearn for it. A giant beast of that level, even an 8th turn powerhouse would have to carefully weigh whether or not it was an opponent when they came. At this moment, Yao Knight seemed to be seeing a bright path opening up in front of him, so he took the long knife in his hand and suddenly stabbed behind him. Dogs? Enjoying the voyeurism? Proof hiss. The long knife was pulled out after being stained with blood. And then with a thud, the peeping guy fell straight to the ground. Yao Knight turned his head to look at it. It was a black ape that did not enter the rank. At the moment those eyes were full of resentment looking at himself. It looked quite intelligent. Swallow. The python detachment came to the side of the black ape without any emotion, biting the huge head and began to swallow it down. Gollum gollum. This feeling of devouring a primate alien beast was a bit strange. Yao Knight gave up feeling it and turned to look at his surroundings. At this time, a beast roar came from time to time from the originally silent dense forest, and he was able to sense at least 5 or 6 breaths around him, all of which appeared to be apes and monkeys. It was only that the current him was strong, and these unorthodox apes were no threat to speak of in his eyes. Kid, what's the origin of that foreign beast by your side? Tell me the way you tamed him and maybe I can get you out of here alive. An indifferent male voice suddenly rang out andantly to see a tall figure slowly walk out of a dense forest not far away. The moment she saw him, Yao Knight's pupils contracted slightly. First turn high level? A hint of viciousness suddenly showed in Yao Knight's eyes, only to see him take off the wristwatch on his wrist and then throw it towards the man. There's a way to tame the beasts in here, so don't bother me. Fierce poison is activated. Chapter 6 Yaodwang, I feel a shadow hanging over me. Humph. Count on you to know what you're doing. The tall man let out a soft laugh, and then immediately reached out his palm to grab the wristwatch that Yao Knight had thrown over. At the moment, he was thinking that Yao Knight should be wearing a spatial bracelet, that there should be some kind of property or something stored inside, and the kid in front of him handed it all over to himself out of fear of being killed. Only the moment he caught this wristwatch, the tall man's face changed. With his experience, he immediately realized that this was just a cheap, ordinary wristwatch that had nothing to do with space bracelets. However, in the next moment, his entire body suddenly froze, and then he dropped his wristwatch as if he had seen a ghost. What have you done? The tall man looked at his palm, which had turned completely green, and his entire body was dumbfounded. Feeling the sharp pain coming from his hand, he immediately drew out the long sword behind him, and then directly chopped off his palm with a single stroke. Proof hiss. A large amount of blood gushed out. The broken palm became more and more morose and eerie green after it fell to the ground, and the blood that flowed out was surprisingly green as well. You little brute are really insidious. I'm going to crush you to death today. The tall man was clumped with anger, yet at this moment, he surprisingly didn't see where Yao Knight's was. Where did it go? He was puzzled in his mind, and only when he looked up did he realize that Yao Knight had climbed directly into the tree, dozens of meters above the ground. What's to see? The view is better up there. I just climbed, Yao Knight said in a flat tone, not caring about his ape-like image after all. The man in front of him was in a realm many small orders higher than his own. If he fought hard, he was afraid that he would be injured, which was not in line with his principle of playing without injury. Here, however, before the tall man could finish his words, his entire body suddenly trembled, and to his horror, he found that the poison did not pass away with the broken palm, but instead boiled up in his body, and the blood coming out of the wound was a turquoise color. I'll kill you. Angry. He was really angry. However, at this moment, the tall man's footsteps were weak, and even the palm of his hand holding the knife couldn't stop trembling. But he still had a sinister look in his eyes, pointing his finger at Yao Knight's high in the air. Air cannon. Bang! A transparent ripple bloomed from his fingertips and rushed towards Yao Knight. However, due to the fact that he was extremely poisoned, this move didn't have much effect, and it even gradually dissipated just as it reached mid-air. Woo! Flop! The tall man collapsed completely to the ground, losing his breath, and at this moment, Yao Knight also craned his neck and leapt down from the canopy of a tree that was dozens of meters high. He didn't approach the man's body directly. However, instead, he waited for a moment and had the python doppelganger grab a black ape, which he directly tossed onto the man's corpse with one hand. Bang! As expected, a loud bang rang out. The black ape that fell on the man's corpse was directly blown into bloody foam, dead beyond repair. Hesitating for a little while, Yao Knight once again had the python doppelganger grab a black ape and throw it on the man's corpse, only this time the black ape didn't die, but ran away in terror. After confirming that it was safe, Yao Knight quickly came to the man's body and began to scavenge his belongings. A second-rank longsword, as well as a spatial bracelet. The longsword was hung at his waist, and by the way, the longsword from before was casually thrown on the ground. The second-order weapons are considered good. After all, weapons are also the same as the awakened person's level. There are 1 to 9 levels. Second order is already considered a small extreme. Immediately afterward he began to study the man's space bracelet. Yao Knight's consciousness surged as he directly drilled into the spatial bracelet and began to check it out, yet with that one glance, his entire body perked up. The space inside this space bracelet was surprisingly 200 meters in size. The price of such a huge storage space amounted to at least 1 million alliance coins or more. It's a great deal of money. As for some of the rest of the items in the space, all of them were thrown out by him. They were all men's sundries and nothing of value. 200 meters of space is definitely enough for me. So there's a way to store the carcasses of the alien beasts I hunted. Excitement surged in Yao Knight's eyes as he directly wore this bracelet onto his wrist. Comfortable. But things like hunting your own kind should be done less often in the future, Yao Knight muttered. But while he said so on the surface, inwardly he associated it with those 4 people from the demon hunting squad. The next time we meet will be the time of your death. But next we have to hunt some tougher foreign beasts first. Before leaving, he absorbed all the toxins from the man's body so as not to leave a trail. Soon after, Yao Knight's body moved towards the eastern direction, only his walk was a bit different from the rest, as his entire body sat on top of the python doppelganger, allowing the python doppelganger to carry him. It felt really good. Even though it was sitting by itself, it had the feeling of riding a giant dragon. As for why he chose to go east, it was because those 4 people from the demon hunting squad were also heading east. Yao Knight has never been a good talker. With strength he naturally wants to retaliate. Otherwise what is strength used for? Only just had not gone up 2 miles yet. He encountered an imposing blood bull. A blood bull of the middle stage of the first turn would gush out a large amount of blood if killed. And the smell of blood had an extremely strong ability to spread. Yao Knight intended to let this guy go. After all, the smell of blood would attract a large number of foreign beasts if it was too strong. Only he spared the blood bull. But the blood bull seemed unwilling to spare him. Moo! A cry that sounded as if it was very naive was heard. And then the majestic body of the blood bull charged straight over. Fuck you! Yao Knight randomly picked up a stone and knocked it on the blood bull's brain, poisoning him, and then sped away on his python doppelganger. It's not that he doesn't want to eat it, but once a blood cow dies there's a bloody odor floating around that will attract a large number of foreign beasts. He didn't want to be surrounded by numerous foreign beasts. At the same time, at the location where the tall man died before, an old and a young figure came to look at the place. Yao Guang. See? This is what makes the wilderness so dangerous. Yao Guang looked at the corpses on the ground and his neck shrank. Fear showing in his eyes. The older man beside him was a faculty member at Union University. Since he was an A-ranked talent, he made an exception and brought himself out early to practice. Yao Guang wasn't too scared when he encountered foreign beasts along the way, but a feeling of panic arose within him after seeing the man's body. How did he die? It's reasonable to say that if there's only the injury of a broken palm it's not even close to death. The old man looked over the man's body, alarm welling up in his eyes. It may have been killed by an awakened person, and the opponent's strength is at least 3 turns or more, the same level as me. And this bizarre killing technique. This person is definitely a formidable enemy. Yao Guang took a few steps back as he listened to the old man's words. He always felt that he was being enveloped by a huge shadow. Chapter 7 closing in on the demon hunting squad. First turn, 3rd order base monkey, die. First turn, 2nd order pink earthworm, die. After dodging the blood bull's pursuit, Yao Knight went all the way forward, killing at least no less than 5 foreign beasts along the way. And all of them were at the first turn rank, only that he didn't rush to let his doppelganger devour it, but instead, he put it into his spatial bracelet, intending to gather a certain number of them to reach the evolution standard in one gulp. Although each devouring would increase one's attributes, they weren't a lot, and it wasn't as painful as a big boost in one breath. Thinking like this, Yao Knight once again encountered 3 foreign beasts. Only this time, his face was grave. First turn 6th rank wind cloud leopard, and still 3 of them. There are clouds on all 4 soles of the feet, and every movement brings up wind and waves. Especially when running, it can be said that it is not too much of a stretch to say that the wind is whistling. These 3 guys are not only in a high realm, but they are also fast. Yao Knight was silent for a little while, then his entire body suddenly stormed up. Boom! The ground under his feet directly exploded, and the man and the snake scurried out at extreme speed. At the same time, the 3 wind cloud leopards immediately reacted and approached with extreme speed. So fast, Yao Knight was shocked. In just a few seconds these 3 leopards had forced themselves directly behind him. Die! He directly threw out 3 stones with the intention of poisoning them, but he didn't expect that wind cloud leopard's reaction was also extremely fast, and he easily dodged it. Fast! Too fast! Yao Knight's heart flinched as his wind and thunder divine speed came into play immediately afterward. Swish! In just less than a second his entire body scurried out 100 meters away. But unexpectedly Yao Knight stopped where he was and crouched down. And the python doppelganger also stopped to wait for the main body's action. Of course the 3 wind cloud panthers didn't know what he was doing. They only knew that their prey was close by. However, as they approached Yao Knight's entire body suddenly leapt high into the air, followed by a large handful of yellow soil flying. Swish! A large amount of earth and dust flew up, directly drowning the 3 wind cloud leopards. In the next second Yao Knight once again used wind thunder divine speed to scurry out. The distance between the two was once again. The difference was that this time the speed of the three-headed wind cloud leopard was significantly slower. Wisps of green surfaced on the surface of their bodies, and although there was a great wind surrounding their bodies to continuously detoxify them, it was simply no match for the speed at which the toxins were spreading. Gradually, the speed of the three-headed storm cloud leopard grew slower and slower. Even if Yao Knight did not use the wind and thunder divine speed, and only relied on his original speed, he could easily pull them off. No way, three little old men. Still need to practice, nah. He came to the three leopards and looked at them, who were panting heavily for their lives. Yao Knight waited silently until the three leopards had completely broken off before he began to approach. The most valuable part of the storm cloud leopard is the fur and claws. A full leopard skin costs at least 50,000 alliance dollars, and blood and flesh. Not to mention, a pound of blood and flesh from a turn 1 Fey beast is worth more than 300 alliance coins. There was a large audience for the blood and flesh of exotic beasts simply because of their efficacy in enlivening chi and blood. However, due to the characteristics of his own split devouring, it was impossible for Yao Knight to go and exchange his blood and flesh for money. He could only devour it himself. It was a good thing that there was also the item of materials on the Fey, which was equally valuable. For example, the 4 claws of the wind cloud leopard in front of us are each worth 20,000 alliance coins, because it's considered a minor extreme amongst the turn 1 materials, and it carries the wind and cloud trait. Using this claw and other materials together, then one could refine treasures with the characteristics of wind and clouds. The reason why a treasure is called a treasure is because he has a role similar to that of an awakened person's talent, which varies according to the characteristics of the minimum value of such a treasure is over 2 million alliance coins. The highest reaches over $10 billion, and the role is quite counterintuitive. Thinking of this, Yao Knight directly skinned the 3 wind cloud leopards and then cut off their claws one by one. The alien beast corpses were placed on the left side of the space of his bracelet, and the materials and pelts to be sold were placed on the right side. Just as he was about to continue walking towards the east, a feeling of uneasiness suddenly surged in his heart. Only a bird of prey swept by high in the sky, and a hissing sound with a muffled voice appeared in the forest in the distance. No! This is a precursor to the appearance of a beast tide. Resolve flashed in Yao Knight's eyes. Then he directly threw out all the alien beast corpses in his bracelet. Quickly eat. Boost a wave of strength first. The python doppelganger began to devour it at a rapid pace. A fey carcass had just entered the abdomen, and it looked like the python had risen in size, but it was fully digested in less than 10 seconds. Yao Knight enjoyed the pleasure of devouring while observing the surroundings. Soon, the python doppelganger finished eating all the foreign beasts within 10 minutes. This moment, his body swelled once again by a circle, reaching a body length of 15 meters. While his width reached the same as a water tank, only the 2 bumps on the top of his head remained small, even as the body grew larger, causing the 2 bumps to become smaller. It seems that the dragon horn on top of the head only grows due to evolution, Yao Knight said as he clenched his fist. This moment, he felt it, and his realm seemed to have risen again. Name, Yao Knight. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor, Demon God Level. Realm, First Turn. Third Stage, Physical, 321, Spirit, 350, Skills, Fierce Poison. Wind and Thunder Speed. Have you reached the 3rd rank yet? Still too slow. Yao Knight estimated that if he merged with his doppelganger, then all of his attributes would be doubled to around 3,000. But he wasn't sure if the 3,000 attributes would be comparable to an awakened person of the 3rd turn, and estimated that it would be less than the level of the 3rd turner. Realizing that he had known something about the awakened of this world as well, the difference between the awakened in turns 1 to 5 isn't that big, but turn 6 is the watershed moment. That exactly how high this watershed is, he is not sure. It was also at this moment that more and more birds flew out of the high sky, and there were even pterodactyls with a wingspan of over 15 meters spreading their wings. This is a 2nd turn iron winged dragon. What kind of existence can make even him flee? Yao Knight was vigilant in his heart and directly sat on the python detachment and went at breakneck speed. A doppelganger using wind and thunder divine speed is 10% faster than using it on their own. He planned to wait for the doppelganger to run out of stamina before taking it into his body and subsequently rushing on his own, which would save him a lot of trouble. Unconsciously, Yao Knight was getting closer and closer to the valley where the demon hunting squad was located, but he himself didn't know it yet that he was even thinking of hunting a few rare foreign beasts when the beast tide came. Chapter 8, Brothers Meet. Trembling Yao Guang. This beast tide is going to be more ferocious than I imagined. I'm afraid that there will be 3rd-ranked foreign beasts appearing. Yao Knight stood at the top of a small mountain peak and looked out. Not far away from the dense forest began to emerge a large number of beasts. Which rare beasts are even more a lot? Some beasts are even full of materials. That can be real money. There was a flash of hesitation in his eyes, but a decision was made immediately afterward. At present, he is considered to be completely detached from his family and needs a large amount of financial resources, and his own body also needs to cultivate, and he can't just rely on the detachment's devouring. Thinking of this, Yao Knight's body moved and came to a shadowy valley under the mountain. preparing to enter the valley to hide when the beast tide fully erupted. This valley was called the Valley of the Fallen, and there seemed to be high-level foreign beasts within it, but the level wouldn't be too high, so it wasn't considered dangerous. Moreover, the terrain within the valley was complicated, and the wave of beasts wouldn't be able to cause much damage even if they rushed over. After determining the way back, Yao Knight walked forward for some distance. At this moment, he directly took the python detachment into his body, forming a huge python tattoo as he silently waited for the beast tide to come. It wasn't long before the sound of the beast's roar came closer and closer. The Yao Knight at the moment with the split body merged attributes to more than 3,000 points, so there is not much fear in his heart. Instead, he killed towards the dozens of alien beasts that were fighting the head of the beast tide, White Jade Ape. Surprisingly, it's this kind of heavenly priced exotic beast. Looking at the ape with a body covered in white jade that was playing the lead role, Yao Knight's eyes blossomed with an astonishing light. Then he directly picked up the stone on the ground and knocked on the white jade ape's head, intending to let this ape die of poisoning and not let his valuable body be injured. As for himself, he wandered in the middle of these beasts with great speed, drawing back after each swing of his sword, silently waiting for the poison to break out. Human combat, above all else, is a harmless fight. Yao Knight was extremely agreeable to this statement, and resolutely eliminated things that would get him hurt. With his body attributes that had expanded by 10 times, he wandered through the group of alien beasts and hunted them down, pulling back directly after every attack. Let the beasts hiss while he moved on to the next target. As he kept swinging his sword, nearly half of the Fey beasts suffered from his poisonous attack. All of them were poisoned except for a few extremely fast ones that were not injured. Seeing that the Fey were pretty much poisoned, the Yao Knight directly reversed his direction and turned around to start collecting those alien beasts that had been poisoned and gashed. Swish, 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 one by one, the foreign beasts were put into his spatial bracelet, but in his eyes these weren't exotics, they were red tickets. Seeing that the collection was almost complete, doubts welled up in Yao Knight's heart. What about that white jade ape? That guy is worth $500,000. Anxious in his heart, he hurriedly searched. Surprisingly, after scanning his eyes, he found that the white jade apes were still bouncing around at the very front, without any signs of poisoning. By the way, this guy is made up of alabaster all over his body. I'm afraid he has an extremely strong immunity to toxicity. He could care less about other foreign beasts, but this ape he was determined to get. However, right at this moment, two figures suddenly appeared not far from the fallen valley. At the same time, an old man also directly rushed towards the white jade ape with the intention of capturing it. Only at this moment, Yao Knight unexpectedly did not look at the old man who captured the white jade apes, but his eyes were fixed on the cowering figure in the distance. Yao Guang? What's he doing here? Yao Knight was puzzled in his heart, and at this moment, he realized that Yao Guang should have recognized him as well, and his eyes were also filled with surprise. Only Yao Knight didn't pay too much attention to this younger brother of his. Instead, he rushed towards the white jade ape in a single movement of his body, and shouted under his breath, "Fuck off! I found this monkey first!" A violent shout startled that old man backed up, and then his eyes stared at Yao Knight's. "You count!" The old man had just opened his mouth with 2 words, but he froze after seeing that bracelet on Yao Knight's left wrist. Only his pupils contracted violently. Then he suddenly retreated to the side and stopped speaking, even giving up his pursuit of the white jade ape. Yao Knight frowned. He just rebuked to raise his aura, but he really scared this old guy? Of course he wouldn't think too much about it. Instead he rushed over and lifted the back of the out white jade ape's neck, followed by a hand slash to knock off the ape's spine. After waiting for his breath to break, he threw it directly into the space bracelet. A set of movements flowed smoothly, and even this old man had a slight sideways glance as scorn welled up in his eyes. Earlier, after seeing the body of the man who had died in a bizarre manner, the old man had quite some speculations in his mind. Generally speaking, after an awakened person arrives in the wilderness to hunt a foreign beast and accidentally dies, usually the body is finished being partaken of, leaving only a space bracelet and weapons and clothing. But a great deal of the clutter in the spatial bracelet of the guy he'd met earlier had been thrown out, and the spatial bracelet had disappeared. Even as the weapon had been removed, the old man even felt that the long sword in Yao Knight's hand was also that of the man who died before. He was just thinking about it when he suddenly realized that Yao Knight had actually closed in on the students he was leading. No good. The old man was flustered and thought that Yao Knight was going to kill his student, but the absurd thing was that these two were standing still, even communicating, maybe even recognizing each other. "What are you doing here?" Yao Knight stood tall and looked indifferently at this own brother. His strength had risen to the 3rd stage of the first turn, and his figure was all much taller, a whole head taller than Yao Guang's, and the body has become taller and taller. At this moment, his younger brother Yao Guang, however, had numb eyes and a trembling body. The massive figure of his brother was like a shadow, obscuring the sunlight from his face. The strong odor of blood from his brother made him extremely uncomfortable. Even Yao Guang was a little out of breath and just wanted to leave his brother to take a big breath of fresh air, but he couldn't do that for the life of him. Damn! Is this my brother? How can he be so strong? Never. This is impossible. How could this trash become so strong in just one day? How is this possible? Yao Guang's heart roared madly, but his body couldn't stop trembling. Ha! When you come into the wild you have to know the code of the hunter. You look like you're cowering. I wonder what your parents will think when they see you. Yao Knight looked at Yao Guang with a lowered eyebrow, the corner of his mouth pulling out a light smile, then his whole person lightly left and continued to run into the next wave of beast tide. After all, he needed a lot of money right now, and it would be better if 2 more white jade apes appeared. As for his stupid brother, although the boy is a bit disgusting, but how to say that he also has the same last name as his own? But he didn't need his own protection. Wasn't there a teacher here with him? Seeing Yao Knight leave, that old man flew to Yao Guang's side with a ghostly look on his face. Ko! You know this man? Chapter 9, Fallen Valley. Trapped Demon Hunting Squad. Yao Guang's tone was still a little trembling, and his eyes became a little fearful after seeing that tall figure in the distance. He's my brother. When these words came out, the old man's pupils shrunk violently. Then he said incredulously, he's your brother. Didn't you awaken on the same day? And I heard you say that your brother is only a D-grade talent. How did he grow so fast? The old man only felt that he had heard a great joke in general, thinking that Yao Guang was deceiving himself, but at this moment, he carefully recalled. Just now Yao Knight's appearance is indeed extremely similar to Yao Guang. Is he really your brother? The old man asked once more. Uncertainly, but he understood that the question was pointless. Judging both men based on their looks was enough to see that they were brothers. Looking at the A-ranked gifted but obscenely petty genius in front of him, the looking again at the figure in the distance that was killing 7 in 7 out of the group of foreign beasts, the old man only felt that his outlook on life had suffered a shock. There's absolutely no way your brother is a D-ranked talent. He's all A-ranked at least. The person testing the talent definitely got it wrong. And this kind of accident has happened before. Forget it, let's go first. And definitely don't tell anyone else about what happened today. Understand? Hearing the old man's warning voice, Yao Guang lowered his head and agreed. And then the two of them's figures disappeared here, heading towards the direction of the city at breakneck speed. Only before leaving, Yao Guang's eyes are still dead set on the direction of his brother's killing. Long refused to move. Why? He muttered something under his breath, but no one could answer the question. Besides, on Yao Knight's side. At this moment, he could be said to be like a fish in water in the group of foreign beasts. He even discovered a counterintuitive way to use the fierce poison skill. Anything I use as a weapon comes with poison. So what if the earth is used as a weapon by me? Endless killing intent blossomed in Yao Knight's eyes as he scurried directly into the group of foreign beasts and pressed his hands into the ground. Swish! In an instant, visible to the naked eye, where his hands touched, the entire earth began to appear green. The turquoise color spread from his side, and on top of all that green, the grass withered and some insects were not spared. As for those beasts, although there is no problem for the time being, but after only 5 or 6 seconds, their claws began to swell up and glow an eerie green. Puff! Flop! Puff! One after another, the foreign beasts collapsed in place, all of them foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Damn! What is this called? The demon god level? Why not just call it the concept level? A rude exclamation burst out of Yao Knight's mouth, and then he began to collect the corpses of the foreign beasts between movements of his body. Magic hidden ratwoman, land hippo, megalodon, pink wolf. One after another rare exotic beasts as well as ordinary exotic beasts were loaded into his spatial bracelet. At this moment, Yao Knight surprisingly realized that the spatial bracelet seemed to be a bit inadequate. The bodies of the alien beasts now filled nearly a small portion of the space. I'm rich. I've made a fortune this time. Endless excitement surged in Yao Knight's eyes. The treasure materials from these foreign beasts alone were enough to make him a huge profit, even buying a house in the safest part of the city. And that's not all. Together with bits and pieces of fur and such, this was enough for an ordinary man to live the rest of his life in style. Yao Knight conservatively estimated that the current value of these things should be around 4 million alliance coins. This was 4 million alliance coins, even more than what he had earned in his last life. You should know that Yao Knight was a mercenary in his last life. You basically only get paid around 200,000 to 500,000 per mission. And after a few missions you mail it in, so you cross over. But I didn't realize that I had just crossed over not even a few days ago, and I made a huge $4 million straight away. Thinking back to the bright path ahead, the corner of Yao Knight's mouth hooked into a smile. Only soon did his smile stiffen slightly, only to see the place where he had just used the fierce poison. The turquoise toxin was all over a 30-meter radius, but only a 30-meter radius. Looks like my skill isn't concept level either. That's right. Wouldn't it poison everyone if the whole planet was poisoned? Yao Knight smiled and looked back after collecting all the fake corpses. At this moment the beast tide in the distant forest became more and more ferocious. Gradually began to appear the second turn of the beast, and even in the depths of the third turn of the breath is still mixed. After merging with my doppelganger, I can slay second turn foreign beasts, but if you turn 3 or more, it's a bit unsafe. The higher the opponent's rank, then the less useful fierce poison will be. There are still 10 days left before the college entrance exam. We can't take any more chances. Let's enter the outskirts of the Fallen Valley and take a look first. Thinking of this, Yao Knight raised his steps and entered the Fallen Valley. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the Valley of the Fallen, the 4 figures were shrouded under a golden hood and were letting out ghostly screams. Wang Tingting, it's all your fault. If you didn't have to be greedy for this stone wolf, would we be stuck here? The armored man shouted as his heart tore out of his chest. Outside the golden hood they were in, a huge stone giant wolf was frantically pounding on the golden hood. Every offense leaves a few deep cracks. Each of these 3 men and 1 woman had an ugly face, using all the chi and blood in their bodies to maintain the golden cover from being breached. But it was only a matter of time before it was broken. Enough! If we didn't have the treasures my dad gave us, could we have lasted this long? The main thing now is for you 3 to maintain the golden cover. It took me recharging the officially bestowed laser sword to defeat him. Wang Tingting seemed to shout calmly, but the panicked expression on her face had long betrayed her. Screw you Wang Tingting. The official laser sword needs sunlight to recharge. It would have to be a full 8 hours in the fucking sun. You couldn't last 8 hours even if you drained the 3 of us. The armored big man's eyes looked like he was about to cry out. But in the end, it was a man in white robes beside him who slowly opened his mouth. I think let's revoke the hood now. We might as well fight this stone wolf to the death. There might be a hope of survival. What are you talking about? This hood should never be removed. The stone wolf is a second turn 9th rank. Who among us can do it? Wait. There seems to be someone coming from outside the valley. The armored man's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared dead on at the person on the mouth of the valley in the distance. Joy welling up in his eyes. One of you go get that guy and save us. One person can fight dozens of small stone wolves alone. He looks a bit fierce. The armored big man muttered. Knowing that the 4 of them had all joined forces together when they entered before they could manage to enter, and that figure on the outskirts of the valley didn't seem to have used his full strength yet, it was even very easy for him. At this moment, Yao Knight, who was located at the periphery of the valley, kept clearing the small stone wolves that scurried out one by one beside him. At the same time the gaze unobtrusively swept over the deepest part of the valley. These 4 people are actually trapped inside the valley, so it's not like they've come all this way. Chapter 10, sorry, I'm not a soft-hearted person. The stone wolf was different than the average fey beast. The percentage of flesh and blood in his body wasn't as high, so the effect of the fierce poison wasn't as strong. At the moment, Yao Knight was fighting entirely with the power of his body. However, for him whose attributes have been increased by 10 times, these foreign beasts in front of him are simply not enough to serve as opponents. Die. Ordinary small stone wolves weren't worth much. Only the eyes of high-ranking level stone wolves would coalesce into rubies. And that kind of stone wolves were the most valuable. 1 ruby is worth over $600. 000 at the very least, while 2 are worth over $1.30 million. Yao Knight looked at the huge stone wolf figure in the deepest part of the valley and instantly understood why the 4 people from the demon hunting squad had come here. How can you be more greedy than me when you dare to be greedy for a stone wolf of the second turn high rank even if your strength is not good? Yao Knight sneered as he killed his way towards the depths of the valley, not caring about the many small stone wolves pouncing around him, and the 4 people who stayed in the golden cover at the moment saw Yao Knight rushing towards their side, their eyes filled with excitement. Wang Tingting was even about to cry out, while the armored big man was directly crying out. After all, men are also very fragile. Woohoo! Our demon hunting squad is saved. Wonderful! Which high-ranking person is this? The large, armored man simply fell to his knees and cried aloud. He had long been thinking that the 4 of them were usually evil, and that being bitten to death by a foreign beast had been the best possible outcome, but I didn't expect to be able to survive today in a desperate situation. It's really a lucky batch. The other 3 eyes are also full of excitement. That desire for life has never been so strong. It's coming. He's coming. He's literally our savior. The big man in armor shouted. However, after seeing the visitor's appearance, the words in his mouth suddenly stopped and he looked at the visitor with a face full of stagnation. This person, have I seen? How is this possible? It's only been a day. Fuck. Of course I've seen it. It's the one we threw in for good measure. The white-robed man directly sat paralyzed on the ground and covered his face. He had originally discouraged people from pulling in others to fill up their numbers as a way to save alliance coins. But these 3 people didn't listen to his advice, so he had to reluctantly join in. Well now, this kid is lucky if he doesn't get them killed. And right now, Yao Knight has come within 10 meters of this golden cover. The huge stone wolf then turned those 2 eyes made of ruby to stare at him dead. Roar! With a tyrannical hiss, the stone wolf's huge body pounced on Yao Knight with the force of 10,000 pounds. Everyone held their breath at this point, staring dead on as the 2 exchanged blows. Clack clack clack. Yao Knight's figure rose up in the air like a flying swallow, the long sword in his hand danced, and in just a single glance, he gouged out the 2 ruby eyes of the stone wolf. grabbed them directly in his hand, and stuffed them into his spatial bracelet. Yet that's not all. The moment the stone wolf lost his vision, Yao Knight directly stabbed his long sword into his throat, and the clicking sound was endless. The rare thing was that a trace of blood actually flowed out of the wound. So it seemed that this stone wolf wasn't entirely stone long.at this moment. Yao Knight's weapon had already touched the stone wolf's internal organs, but he didn't activate fierce poison. Instead, he glanced at the 4 people inside the shield, and then a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A little elbow shock for you next. At this moment, to the shocked eyes of the crowd, the Yao Knight's entire body leapt up, and after adjusting his elbow strike position in the air, he ruthlessly smashed on top of Stone Wolf's neck with a thunderous momentum. Boom! Shattered. Half of Stone Wolf's head was directly crushed by the elbow, dead beyond death. The moment the smoke cleared, the 4 people inside the shield were dumbstruck. The armored man even had unconscious tears flowing from his eyes and muttered under his breath, elbow. Elbow strike? Due to the intense inner shock, the shield around them dissipated on its own. And only at this moment did the 4 people react. Their eyes looked at Yao Knight in panic. Thank you, senior, for rescuing me. The white-robed man reacted first and directly rushed at Yao Knight's, cupping his fists and saying that his eyes were filled with gratitude. It was only after hearing his words that the remaining 3 reacted and hurriedly ran over to clasp their fists to express their gratitude. However, in the face of their words of thanks, Yao Knight shook his head and said with a flash of sarcasm in his eyes, nice thanks, but you're thanking too soon. Pop! A stone suddenly hit the white-robed man's forehead, causing his entire body to freeze. Elder, what are you? The white-robed man's heart was full of doubts. He naturally saw that this man was the awakened one they used to fill up the number yesterday, but the fact that the other party's strength had grown so quickly had long ago caused him to abandon those ideas of elders being honored and instead turn to calling the other party senior. This respectful look at the moment was naturally also his disguise, in order to appease the other party. So as not to give himself an elbow, the imagined elbow strike didn't come though, but a small, harmless stone. The white-robed man had just thought so, however. The next second his entire body boomed with a big change in color. Shock flashed in his eyes, and then he collapsed straight down. Put! Only his entire face turned green, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. The remaining 3 people's souls were scared out of their wits at the sight. They had thought that Yao Knight might not let them go, but they hadn't expected it to be in such a ruthless way. Kid, you think you're a genius for reaching 1 turn in 1 day? Old me will fight you today. The other big man in sportswear roared in anger and raised the big sword in his hand to slam it towards him. However, he simply raised his greatsword, and his entire body reversed direction, running away at an extremely fast speed. The armored Hulk and Wangtingting people were dumbfounded. This dog teammate sold out too quickly, however. With another flick of Yao Knight's finger, another stone was flicked out of him, hitting the back of the sportswear hunk's head, and shortly after that the guy fell right back down as well, completely out of breath. This kind of means, like that of an immortal god. Deeply shocked, the armored man and Wangtingting, both of their bodies were shaking like sieves at the moment, and they even directly knelt down. Little brother, will you let my sister go today? I'll let you do anything, okay? I beg you, brother. I'll do anything as long as I spare my sister. Wangtingting's body trembled as she cried while removing her jacket, revealing that amazing body. She's got more than just an amazing body. She's a super duper ray. In the face of this kind of big killer, even the 2 worlds of Yao Knight is also shocked by the sky. Seeing that Wangtingting had a hope of survival, the armored big man was dumbfounded. He didn't have a big thunder. How should he escape? Little brother, there are several rare props in my spatial bracelet you can take. These are all worth more than $1 million. In the face of these 2 begging for forgiveness, a vicious color flashed in Yao Knight's eyes when these few people forced themselves to teleport with them. Had they ever thought about what would happen to them today? Thinking of this, Yao Knight's expression grew calmer and calmer. But the killing intent within his heart rose higher and higher. I can get you out. The exit is right there. Just go ahead. When these words came out, these 2 were like hearing heavenly music, only feeling unbelievable. Even Wangtingting had already pinched the 2 reddish blades behind her back. Yet after hearing these words, it was an inner relief to hurriedly put on her clothes and run to the mouth of the Valley of the Fallen. But unfortunately these 2 had just reached the halfway point of their journey when they were shocked to discover that a beast tide had already occurred outside the valley. And there were even quite a few third-ranked foreign beasts. Once they stepped out of the valley, then they would face an endless tide of beasts until they were torn to pieces. They wanted to retreat back into the valley, yet Yao Knight's voice cut them off. What? Don't want to go out? Didn't you want to go out just now? Chapter 11. The air is poisoned. How does your honor respond? No, brother. I'm kidding. Yao Knight's icy cold voice came from behind him, which caused the only 2 people left in the demon hunting squad to tremble physically. Not knowing what to do, outside the valley were the black pressurized swarms of foreign beasts, while inside the valley was this freakish murderous demon whose strength had skyrocketed in a single day. How does that make them choose? Little brother, just let us in. I'm begging you. Wang Tingting fell to her knees and wailed, yet she was unable to catch any hint of pity in Yao Ye's eyes. Humph. Boring guy. Die. Pop. A stone gently struck above Wang Tingting's forehead, while immediately after that her entire body collapsed, her face turning green at the same time that armored big man didn't escape the sanction, and was similarly struck in the chest by one of Yao Knight's stones, and died immediately after dealing with the demon hunting squad. Yao Knight calmly glanced at the mouth of the fallen valley due to the unspecified breath in the valley of the fallen. So the higher-ranked foreign beasts didn't rush in, and the only ones that entered its interior were some first-ranked as well as unorthodox foreign beasts. In that case, in an instant, the totem on his body moved violently, and the python doppelganger appeared out of thin air immediately after that. Yao Knight threw all the foreign beasts in his spatial ring onto the ground, but before letting his doppelganger devour it, he needed to cut off some precious pelts as well as materials from the alien beasts. In this way, he was as tireless as a butcher cutting the beast carcasses, cutting off all the skins and furs of some antelope like horns or hooves, and putting them back into the spatial bracelet. As for the raw meat, it was thrown in front of the doppelganger to control the devouring. This time, he had hunted a full 23 fey beasts, and a significant portion of them possessed a first-turn high-level cultivation, so he believed that this time, he would be able to increase his strength by a large margin. However, if you want to rapidly increase your strength, just watching your doppelganger devour it like this won't do. So it was that Yao Knight picked up the longsword in his hand and slowly crossed his steps towards the entrance of the valley. The moment, due to the fact that the bilocation is devouring and digesting at all times, endless energy surged out of his body to nourish himself, and he only felt that there was a flood of power that he had nowhere to vent. Today, I'm going to make a grand slam. According to the history books, the most important thing that human beings are concerned about after possessing hot weapons is to play the field without injury, because this kind of fielding is the most cost-effective, and Yao Knight deeply believes in this, and plays it to the extreme, only to see his figure constantly jumping through the group of foreign beasts and grabbing a handful of yellow soil in each of his hands when walking through a herd of wild beasts and out letting the yellow earth fly in the air, causing all the beasts to be poisoned. Comparatively speaking, fierce poison is simply a conceptual skill. Any object that I see as a weapon is poisonous, and at this moment, a bold idea has once again arisen within Yao Yi. Grabbing a handful of yellow soil in your hand looks quite laborious, and you may even stain your own clothes. It looks dashing as hell, but it's a mess. But, what if I use the air as a weapon too? Don't you breathe? Essence light exploded in Yao Knight's eyes. The air is fluid. It's not like the ground. Once the airborne toxins begin to flow, then it produces widespread poisoning of the surrounding space. But the very instant the thought arose within him, that the heavens and earth were suddenly quiet, followed by the rapid coalescence of clouds high up in the sky, and then there was a lightning bolt that came crashing down. In this instant, the entire 100 beasts desolate city fell silent, and immediately after that there was thunder striking high in the sky, and the direction in which this thunder descended was clearly where he was. Holy shit, what the fuck? Yao Knight's heart was startled. Could it be that what he had just thought had angered the heavens? Then this god is too damn petty. At this moment, he used his superior speed and was flying to the side after using his wind and thunder divine speed, and the beasts around them are in trouble. Thunder as thick as a water cylinder directly struck down, even wrapped in countless small thunderbolts, directly blasting all of the several hundred foreign beasts at the entrance of the valley to death. And that wasn't all. The thunder high in the sky surged once again, surprisingly slashing towards Yao Knight's direction again. Can't I stop using air as a weapon? Yao Knight shouted with some weakness. After all, his behavior was indeed stuck in a bug. If the fierce poison can really spread in the air, then one only needs to improve one's strength, and other skills are not needed at all. At the moment, he dodges at speed. Finally, after 10 minutes had passed, the clouds gradually dissipated, and the thunder stopped its onslaught on Yao Knight's. Meanwhile, the Alliance headquarters shook once again. The old man who was inside the council chamber looked out of the floor-to-ceiling window at the dark clouds in the distance, and surprise welled up in his eyes. This is heaven's wrath. But how can the might be so strong? It's as if the heavens were moved to anger. Back then, this child Xingfeng also triggered heaven's wrath when he awakened his SSS grade talent, but it was nowhere near as fierce as this time. But, how is heaven's wrath's location in 100 Beasts Desolate City this time? What kind of person would awaken a gift there? This time Yao Knights caused less of a stir. That's because there weren't many people who understood the reason for heaven's wrath either. But it shook those in the know at Alliance HQ all the same. But it is these same know-it-alls who are even more puzzled in their minds. Damn, isn't it all heaven's wrath already? Why is the list unchanged? It stands to reason that if it causes heaven's wrath, it must be an SSS ranked talent coming out. The inchman in the suit stood on the floor of the League's headquarters, staring dead at the list, yet the golden list remained unchanged. The Devil God level Infinite Dragon Ancestor occupies the first place. SSS rated Extreme Cold Believers takes second. SSS Class Winesword Fairy occupies the third. The SSS ranked God Chopper occupies the fourth. The rest of the list remains unchanged. At this time strong doubts occupied the hearts of these people at the Alliance headquarters. But on the contrary, they had no clue and had no way to investigate, and at the same time, has long been thunder-chased exhausted Yao Knight lying on the ground breathing heavily? Two fears. This heavenly thunder hates to strike me to death. Grandma. It seems that in the future one should never move to use air as a weapon. This god he's jealous of me. Cursing, Yao Knight stood up and looked at the 4 corpses of that demon hunting squad within the fallen valley. It was fortunate that these 4 people were not cleaved, or else it would have been a waste if the spatial bracelets were cleaved originally. I was still thinking of licking the bag after all the alien beasts roaming in the Valley of the Fallen were resolved, but looking at the current situation it's better to lick it earlier. Yao Knight made an instant decision and then started licking the bag. Inside the armored man's bracelet was a mess of precious materials. Those other 2 had some pull. Not a lot of materials. And even their weapons had some pull down to less than second turn level. But it's Tina Wang's bracelet that's the main event. It was full of girls' clothes, as well as some small toys for adults. And these small toys directly dried up Yao Yi. Still, he was golden shit and found an extremely marvelous gadget. A small sculpture of a golden dragon covered in cracks. And what made him feel marvelous was that he had the idea of eating the sculpture. Even this thought gradually evolved into longing, and his python doppelganger crawled over involuntarily, seemingly driven by instinct. Chapter 12, A New Evolutionary Direction. I want the foreigners to die. Interesting, it looks like swallowing this sculpture will produce some benefits for me if I do. Yao Knight's eyes were delighted. Then he controlled his doppelganger to directly swallow this golden dragon sculpture into his stomach, strangely enough. However, perhaps because of the material the sculpture wasn't too well digested, even causing the python's split body to curl up into a ball and fight to start digesting it. At the same time, along with the sculpture and the body being digested, a stream of pure energy surged into the limbs and bones. It seems that it will take time to digest this sculpture, so why don't we clean up those alien beast corpses first? A hint of greed flashed in Yao Knight's eyes before he flew over to the group of charred and blackened alien beast corpses that had been bombarded by thunder and began collecting them. Previously, due to the thunder descending from high in the sky, resulting in the foreign beasts outside the fallen valley all not daring to enter the valley after the thunder had passed. After all, the phase fear of thunder was engraved in their bones, and at this moment, there were at the very least hundreds of corpses of alien beasts lying at the entrance of the valley, although many parts were scorched black by the blast and might not be able to be sold at a good price. It could be used to allow the doppelganger to devour it as a way to enhance its strength. At the moment he was collecting, yet shortly afterward he noticed a hint of something wrong, a feeling of being spied on. Looking up, he saw 3 figures standing proudly on a shrub not far away while looking greedily at his side. These 3 were uniformly dressed in white robes, but surprisingly they were blonde foreigners, so they must be organized. Kid, leave here and put down those alien beast corpses. Maybe we can let you beg for a way out. The one who opened his mouth was a middle-aged man with a full head of blonde hair, and at the moment, he was looking at the hundreds of alien beast corpses with greed in his eyes. Hundreds of alien beast corpses were thousands of kilograms of alien beast blood and flesh. And this value could be said to be extremely astonishing, enough to make them go out and kill people. Oh, what's the point of talking nonsense with him? Wouldn't it be better to just let him die here? One of the blue-eyed youths with a shady face full of pimples opened his mouth with the same undisguised color of greed. Be careful. Don't forget that this guy possesses a poison attribute talent. We must take care of it as soon as possible to avoid being poisoned. That only white-robed girl spoke faintly. It seemed that her talent was related to healing. Ha, Yankees huh? I want the foreigner dead. Yao Knight sneered as he touched the ground with both hands, causing the toxin to soak into the earth while standing in place and waiting silently. These 3 people hadn't even reached the highest of 3 revolutions, and they even wanted to do something like robbing here? At the moment he moved his steps and pulled back a distance, making the poisoned ground whiter and whiter, while standing right where he was silently watching the 3 men. Seeing such a scene, these 3 people thought that Yao Knight was scared silly, so they directly came up in the air and looked at him condescendingly. Kid, counting on your sense. I can leave you alive today. The white-robed middle-aged man's eyes were filled with arrogance, only to see him wave his hand, directly ordering the other 2 to go and collect the corpses of the foreign beasts. However, just as he swung his arm, he suddenly realized that a fiery pain was coming from the palms of his feet. No! Yelling, that white-robed girl immediately reacted, then immediately came in front of the middle-aged man to use her talent. Immediately afterward a green light surrounded the middle-aged man, fighting against Yao Knight's toxin, but it was a pity that her talent level was not high enough to do anything at all to remove Yao Knight's fierce poison in the face of it, and she couldn't even moderate it. The young girl instantly cried out, her eyes reddening as she stared at Yao Knight. Chomp, what kind of expression is that? Make it look like I'm bullying you guys. Yao Knight was speechless, Obviously the other party moved first. Now it made it seem like he had become a murderer with nothing to lose. You might as well save him as save the one behind you. He's dying. He warned kindly. The young girl shuddered and turned her head to find that the youth who was her peer had fallen straight to the ground and convulsed after touching a fey carcass. It's even worse than the situation of the middle-aged man over here. She cried out. Then took 3 steps to the youth and began to save him, and at the moment that middle-aged man was dumbfounded that he has long known that there is a bit of catnip between these two young people, but has never uncovered it, and did not expect to be at this critical moment. Damn! After an unwilling roar, the middle-aged man collapsed directly. Naturally that same youth was not fully saved by the young girl, and followed in the footsteps of the middle-aged man into death. The young girl tearfully accused Yao Knight as if she was accusing a criminal who killed like a demon. No! What's your composition? Jime? That's totally fucking backwards. Yao Knight muttered without a good breath, then violently threw a stone that directly pierced through the young girl's forehead. Poof hiss. At this moment the 3 people died directly, and the entire valley fell silent once again, with only the presence of a beast's cry from the outside world. Meanwhile, Yao Knight's side suddenly received a surprise alert. Your doppelganger devours special treasures and the evolution option increases by 1. Direction of evolution: Moonlight Python, Tai Sun Python, Soul Python, Golden Armor Python. There's an extra Golden Armor Python. But that sounds like a defense class. Yao Knight's eyes flickered in thought. After devouring that golden dragon statue was able to feel that it was closer to the next evolution, but it's only closer, because he could sense that his doppelganger still needed to devour at least a large number of fey beasts in order to evolve, but tons of fey this isn't? At this moment, as his thoughts turned over, the python detachment flew to the mouth of the valley, and began to devour the charred and blackened corpses that had been struck by lightning. As for himself, he began to search the space bracelets on these 3 white-robed men to see if there were any precious items. A second-rank longsword with so few materials? Only a few hooves from a blazing horse. Ha! This is the saber tooth of a saber-toothed rat. Put it away first. Yao Knight sighed in admiration under his breath. He didn't expect that these few people actually brought 50,000 Alliance coins out with them. It was really an unexpected pleasure. Yao Knight's face suddenly shook, simply because he found a feather-like item. This thing has a strong wind attribute aura on it, like a treasure but not like a treasure. Surprise flashed in Yao Knight's eyes. Before that golden dragon figurine because it was too badly damaged, that's why he directly let the split devour it. But this feather in front of him is different. It's intact, similar to a treasure. That meant it wasn't a full-bodied treasure, but a half-finished product. Just as he was hesitating, a prompt appeared in his head. Frowny face, your doppelganger has reached the evolution standard. Please choose to evolve. Chapter 13, Divine Choice. Target Augur. Your doppelganger has reached the evolution standard. Please choose to evolve. Moonlight Python, slightly increased speed. Gained Moonblade skill, Moonblade. Both forms can activate the Moonlight Blade, which increases in power during the night and decreases in power during the day. Terra Python, strength increased slightly. Fire Body skill acquired. Fire Body, attacks in human form can be made with a flame attribute die in doppelganger form. You can make your whole body burst into flames. Soul Python, can become a soul form itself. Golden Armor Python, gain the skill Golden Armor and slightly change the evolutionary path. Golden Armor, use in human form to cause golden scales to appear on the body, greatly increasing defense. Split form defense strength increased significantly. TSK. 4 choices at once. What a dilemma. Yao Knight rubbed his chin with both hands as hesitation flashed in his eyes. In his opinion, Moonlight Python and Tai Sun Python were both offensive types, and Soul Python seemed a bit of a weakling, and couldn't do much in soul form. Could it? It's still got to be this new gold armor that you've got yourself. The defense is substantially increased, very much in line with its own principle of damage-free fielding. This way even if you miss in melee, then you can offset the damage with the defensive power of the golden armor, and he said it seems to change the evolutionary direction a bit, which sounds good. Evolve into a golden armored python. Yao Knight gave a command, followed by the python doppelganger transforming into a totem and appearing on top of his back. This time the whole totem looks more and more amazing. The pale blue python totem would emit a hint of golden light from time to time, looking divinely compelling. Phew! With the fusion with his doppelganger, Yao Knight's attributes increased drastically, but there wasn't much excitement in his eyes. You know, when you first started evolving, you only ate half a pig, the second evolution ate 3 fey, the third evolution had fucking eaten hundreds of alien beasts, and they were all turn 1 high level. What about next time? Yao Knight's own scalp went a little numb. I'm afraid that the next time this python doppelganger will have to eat thousands of foreign beasts, so I guess I'll have to hunt every day. But what would happen if you ate a turn 4 and turn 5 fey once? Will it dramatically increase the rate of evolution? Forget it. When the doppelganger is strong, he'll be released into the wild and let him hunt on his own. Yao Knight made a decision in his mind. His current mental power could completely manipulate the Python doppelganger as he wished after exceeding 100 points. Even the thousands of miles difference in distance between one's own body and one's doppelganger did not hinder the doppelganger's actions. It's just that it's not possible at the moment to make the bilocation fully flexible enough to cope with everything that's going on, but it should be fine after this evolution. At that time, he only needed to casually divide half of his consciousness to make the Python doppelganger's intelligence far exceed that of an ordinary human being, and he could completely manage to hunt freely in the wild. But it's a little bad if the doppelganger is in danger in the wild, and the only thing that can make up for that is the portal option. Unfortunately, the lowest value portal required 50 million alliance coins to construct, and that was only the price of constructing a single portal. 2 interconnecting portals would cost 100 million at the very least. Thinking about such an expensive price, Yao Knight simply didn't think about it and instead found his way back to the city and prepared to return to the city. He then left the Fallen Valley at an extremely fast speed and rushed off after finding the directions on the map. But just half an hour after Yao Knight left, a tall white-robed figure appeared over the Fallen Valley. The man was also blonde, around 40 years old, and also a foreigner. This is where Tom and Jerry and Miles Scent disappeared. Suddenly, the man looked down with a lowered brow at the 3 white-robed corpses in the Valley of the Fallen below, anger welling up in his eyes. Damned Dragon Country people, we've all formed an alliance, and now we're killing students from our beautiful country. The man hissed furiously high in the air, his aura at the peak of the 4th turn spreading out, causing a crowd of foreign beasts in a 10-mile radius below the Fallen Valley to flee in panic. He clenched his fists, his eyes so red that he didn't even realize that his fingernails were deeply embedded in his palms. Don't let me catch who you really are, or I'll send you to Satan. However, on the other side, Yao Knight had no knowledge of the fact that he had angered a 4th turn powerhouse. He even had the leisure to look at the huge tattoo on his back to see how much longer it would take to finish evolving, but this 3rd evolution was taking a little too long, and now half an hour had passed and it wasn't even finished yet. But happily, at his own pace, he had already crossed the 30-kilometer mark and had 40 kilometers to go before he came to the city. And as he sped along this way, the surrounding alien beasts began to become lower in rank, gradually appearing some unorthodox alien beasts. Great! When we get back to the city, we'll sell these materials first. They're worth almost 10 million at the very least. I'll be considered a party of wealth by then. Yao Knight's heart perked up and he couldn't help but think of the clubhouse tender model, but this current body of his own is less than 18 years old. I'm afraid that if I divulge my Yuanyang too early, it will hinder my future development. So I can only hold back. Just as he was inwardly thinking, a miserable cry for help suddenly came from a short distance away. Help! Help! You bunch of dead monkeys! My dad won't let you guys go. My dad is a 5th turn powerhouse. The young girl's voice was miserable but warning, yet she was confronted with a leering laugh. Hearing these lewd roars, Yao Knight just couldn't tense up. This exotic beast is called the succubus monkey, and it likes to do exactly what his name suggests. If you can't meet a normal female, then you'll take a goat or a goat-like exotic animal for that sort of thing. The reputation of this foreign beast was extremely notorious. Like the kobolds in the wizarding world, despite the woman's miserable screams, Yao Knight did not intend to make a move. Instead, he was about to leave with the attitude that it was not a matter of concern. Yet this unintentional glance made him freeze. This woman he actually knew, and she was also one of the classmates that the predecessor had chased in school. Ning Pan Pan, a schoolteacher with good character and a powerful family. In his previous life, he had always had a bear's heart for her, but he had never had the opportunity or the guts to make his feelings known. Only Ning Pan Pan knew that the original owner was interested in herself, but as a girl she was also too embarrassed to take the initiative. So the two of them were at a standstill until graduation. This should be the original owner's white moon. Yao Knight muttered. He could care less if it was another woman, but if it was Ning Pan Pan, how could he let the lecherous goat monkey defile it? At this moment, the lecherous goat monkey over there began to frantically tear Ning Pan Pan's clothes, revealing a large area of snow white. It's better to save it. If you don't, the original owner is going to be pissed off. Chapter 14: Evolution into a golden armored python. I saw my brother. He's gotten so strong. A bunch of beasts, even if they mess with their own kind, they still mess with us humans. I wouldn't say anything about screwing a human, but you're fucking the original owner's white moon, Yao Knight said angrily, and immediately afterward, the entire person stormed out. 2 punches smashed over 2 succubus monkeys, and then dropped the last one hard to the ground by the neck. Boom! Only one of these 3 monkeys was at the 1st turn middle rank, and the remaining 2 were even players who did not enter the rank. It naturally wasn't very laborious to deal with them. And Yao Knight didn't even use fierce poison. Ho 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 ho. The 3 monkeys rose trembling, their eyes revealing the horror of Theon of the monkeys even had a broken human language coming out of his mouth. Reversed to the nest in wait. Nests are the pets of the great Sakura. After saying this sentence, the 3 monkeys left in a mess, while Ning Pan Pan, who was saved at this moment, trembled and hastily thanked him. Thanks. She was talking, But when she looked up and saw Yao Knight's face, her whole body froze and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. "You're Yao Knight. How is this possible?" Ning Pan Pan's heart is extremely shocked. She knows that due to Yao Knight's family reasons these students have to be awakened more than a year later. How could he be stronger than himself now? Could it be that he had obtained some kind of miraculous encounter? First turn 8th rank. Her little cherry mouth involuntarily opened wide, and even took 2 steps back, her little face full of astonishment. Of course, Yao Knight's current realm was naturally the 8th stage of the first turn. That's because at this time, the doppelganger was still in the middle of evolving, and his rank was increasing along with it. And the 8th rank of the first turn wasn't even the limit yet. "There's no need to thank you if you're a classmate." A light of indifference flashed in Yao Knight's eyes, and he didn't say anything more, but left straight away. This woman was the kind of woman the predecessor liked, but not the kind he liked. Yao Knight's herself still favored the type with plump breasts and fat ass. At this moment, Ning Pan Pan wanted to say something, but was slow to open her mouth, realizing that many of their classmates had been awakened for more than a year, but some had already stepped into society. Even if there are a few, cultivation talent is strong, but only to reach the first turn of the middle stage. There are a few, family has the power of not to mention. However, relatively speaking, Yao Knight's awakening time definitely did not exceed half a month, but only half a month to become a turn 1 high-level powerhouse. This horrible cultivation speed let Ning Pan Pan simply cannot imagine. How did he do that? Is it hard to believe that he has awakened an S-rank talent? Ning Pan Pan's heart was filled with doubts, but no one could answer them for her, and at the same time, Yao Knight stopped after walking some distance, walking to a secluded location to hide as the evolution is complete. With just a wave of his palm, the tattoos on his body coalesced and became a giant python of nearly 18 meters. But what was different this time was the python doppelganger, whose scales had turned golden. A veritable golden armored python. Even more pleasing was the fact that the 2 bumps on the top of his head were becoming more and more pronounced and had the appearance of breaking through the ground. Not bad. I'm afraid that a few more evolutions will allow the dragon horn to fully appear, and then it will be an auger dragon, Yao Knight said with an excited gleam in his eyes. At the same time, he glanced at his panel and an even more pleasant surprise appeared. Name, Yao Knight, talent, infinite dragon ancestor, demon god level, realm, first turn. 9th stage, body mass, 952, spirit, 888, skills, fierce poison, wind and thunder speed, golden armor, split, wind and thunder python, strength, python ++, evolutionary direction, flare python, golden blade python, fallen light python to be selected, talent, infinite dragon ancestor, demon god level, skills, fierce poison, wind and thunder speed, golden armor, use in human form causes golden scales to appear on the body. Increasing defense significantly, a split form defense greatly increased. The 3 new evolutionary directions seem good, but if I once again choose to devour some treasures, there might be a new direction of evolution, Yao Knight muttered, then stretched out his palm with a thought. A dense layer of light golden scales appeared on his arm, which looked extremely flexible. Ka-ching! He held the knife in his right hand and slashed at his arm, realizing that the blade could not break through the layer of scales and could not even leave a mark. Even a 2nd rank weapon can't break my defense. And now once I fuse with my doppelganger, all my attributes still skyrocket by 10 times. That's almost 10,000 attribute points. 10,000 attributes. I do not know how many turns of the powerful can match. The matter remains to be examined. Yao Knight's eyes were filled with ambition. Having the conditions to be able to climb to the top, then naturally you have to climb to the top. In a world where strength reigns supreme, either others swayed his fate or he swayed others, and he preferred the latter. When I reach the 9th transformation realm, I can also make my strength tenfold. I wonder if I can match the 5-clawed golden dragon that way. Yao Knight thought freely in his mind for a moment, then once again took the totem into his body and rushed in the direction of the city. There are still countless materials in the space bracelet waiting for him to sell, together with the materials and spatial bracelets obtained from the beheading of other awakened this time. The value was already in the tens of millions, and he was a multi-millionaire. Thinking about this, he became even more excited about the matter of selling materials, and his figure gradually approached the city. Meanwhile, Terra Nova City. Within the Tumbler Gardens neighborhood, Yao Guang returned home in silence. The whole man sat in his chair, even trembling a little now and then, with fear and doubt in his eyes. He's been sent back by the old man from Alliance University, however. The tall figure of his brother and the indifferent tone of his voice had been in his mind all this way. Even the smell of that blood hadn't dissipated, had surrounded himself and cast a great shadow over him. Brother, how did he do that? It's impossible. Yao Guang trembled and mumbled, even somewhat afraid to call his brother by his name. Instead, he can't help but use honorifics and just call his brother. At this moment, Yao Chandong in the room seemed to have noticed Yao Guang's abnormality, so he hurriedly walked over and asked, "You brat, were you scared by a foreign beast when you went out to practice?" Don't be discouraged, Xiao Guang. You're an A-grade talent, the backbone of our family. Yao Changdong consoled in a heartfelt manner, his eyes filled with doting love for Yao Guang. Hearing his father's words, Yao Guang raised his head to look at him, his eyes filled with fear. Dad, I saw my brother. He's gotten so strong. Chapter 15. Yes. Just today. What are you saying? How can he get stronger? That guy is just a D-rank talent. Ko. Yao Changdong's face was filled with a look of suspicion, while there was also some disgust and disdain in his eyes. Even as he opened his mouth again, you're looking at it wrong, aren't you, Ko? After all, there are a lot of lookalikes, and your brother is only a D-rank talent. How strong can he be? Listening to his father's words, Yao Guang could clearly feel the kind of disdain as well as mockery towards his brother in his father's words. He suddenly felt that he couldn't let his father go on like this, or else it was definitely going to be a disaster. Dad, I wasn't wrong. My brother has become extremely tough, and even my teachers don't dare to compete with him. And he hunted a lot of foreign beasts this time. His strength is too strong. As Yao Guang spoke, his entire body slumped in his chair once again, despair showing in his eyes. While growing up with parents who were biased in their favor, but his older brother excelled in school and was so handsome that he was not only popular with the girls but also with the teachers, which made him very jealous and angry inside. Although he did not say it explicitly, he was very disgusted with his brother Yao Knight being welcomed by so many people, and in front of him he was like a clown who favored his parents' coddling. Originally, I thought I had awakened an A-rank talent from then on. He stepped his brother hard under his feet, but to his despair this A-level talent did not seem to change him much, and even his brother became more and more powerful. Are you telling the truth? Did he really hunt a lot of foreign beasts, and is a match for your teacher? Although Yao Changdong wore a skeptical look, he believed 8% of it at this moment, while a greedy glint appeared in his eyes. He's just an orphan I adopted, and it's time to return the favor after raising him all these years. Tell me how many foreign beasts he has hunted. And if there are 10? Looking at his father's greedy look, Yao Guang felt a little bad, though he himself rather loathed his brother. He was not intellectually deficient. Dad, just don't hit on your brother. He's strong now and stupid. Yao Changdong suddenly slapped the table and spoke smartly. Your brother was able to hunt the Fae with a D-rank talent and to rival your teacher. That means he definitely got a great chance. Oh boy. He's this strong for a D-rank talent. If you had gotten his chance, wouldn't it be easy for you to enter the Alliance University and become a powerful party with your A-grade talent? Don't you think so, Ko? Yao Changdong said solemnly, his eyes filled with greed as well as doting on this young son. Moreover, at this moment, Yao Guang couldn't help but have some greed appear in his heart after hearing what his father had said about the opportunity. Yes, his brother had become so strong. Wouldn't he be even stronger if he could get his brother's opportunity? However, just as this idea appeared, Yao Guang directly dismissed it. This so-called chance may or may not be there. It's not good to anger your brother. Associating that tall figure, Yao Guang shrunk his neck and prepared to stop his father, but at this time it is a little late. Yao Changdong has picked up the phone to call the past. However, it shows that it has been pulled by the other side of the black. This little bastard actually pulled the plug on me. I'll personally go find him. Definitely get the chance back for you. Yao Changdong went out the door directly and angrily, but this time Yao Guang didn't stop him. After all, the whole city was so big. How could father find it? Forget it. I have to raise my strength as soon as possible as well. I'm already a genius with A-rank talent. I mustn't lag behind my brother. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yao Knight has arrived at the largest trade center within Phaeton City. There's something about this so-called trade center that sounds tacky, but in reality, it was a super mansion that was 100 meters high, and within it, not only did it acquire foreign beast materials, but it also had treasures for sale. Yao Knight rushed over after finding the floor he needed to go to, ready to make a hard profit today. Hello, sir. Do you need to sell Fae materials? The spectacled youth looked at Yao Knight and asked. Aha, okay, may I ask how many materials you are selling? If the quantity is under 3, we can trade now, the spectacled youth said calmly. He had seen many youngsters like Yao Knight after hunting 1 or 2 exotic beast materials in the wild and then coming to sell them. What the company is most annoyed with this kind of customers, can bring too little benefit, and also much things. Hearing the spectacled youth's question, Yao Knight paused and glanced at the materials within the spatial bracelet. Well, there's about 500 of them, Yao Knight said indifferently. The amount of Fae materials that he had hunted by himself, plus the materials he had scavenged from those professionals, amounted to just over 500. Okay, 500? The young man with glasses suddenly froze in the middle of his sentence. He originally wanted to question Yao Knight if he was making fun of himself, but after feeling that powerful bloody breath on the other party, immediately realized that Yao Knight is not lying to himself. Okay, then please take a seat in the VIP room first. I'll call our manager. Yao Knight nodded and then went to a gorgeously decorated room to wait in silence. Not long after, A middle-aged man with white hair walked in and spoke after greeting Yao Knight. I heard from our store clerk that you have over 500 materials for sale, is that correct? Can you take them out and look at them? Yao Knight didn't talk nonsense, but pressed the spatial bracelet, and in an instant the piles of materials directly overflowed. Boom boom boom. Miscellaneous materials piled up into a small mountain of the rich smell of blood directly took over, and the entire room was as if it had come to the battlefield of foreign beasts, and at this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes froze as he took 2 steps back. Somewhat disoriented by the smell of blood, the spectacled youth behind him was even worse. Even falling on his butt on the ground, his eyes filled with shock. This, it even smells like blood. It's something that was just hunted not long ago. The middle-aged man lost his voice and then immediately walked forward to check. The claws of the wind-cloud leopard, the saber teeth of the saber-toothed rat, and the fangs of the ghostly forest snake. All just hunted. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly picked up his cell phone and snapped a picture. Then sent a message to another person with excitement in his eyes. A new lamb has appeared. Take back all the money after the deal. I'll send you a picture. The middle-aged man had just sent the message. Yet Yao Knight took out 5 or 6 spatial bracelets and placed them in his hands. Do you acquire this stuff? There's no room for more. Looking at these bracelets with bloodstains, the middle-aged man's expression froze, then silently withdrew that message. Ha! This bracelet can be acquired. Of course, but at half the price, after all. You see, this is supposed to be something for dead people, right? Yao Knight nodded when he heard this and also felt it was reasonable. So he opened his mouth. Well, it's dead stuff. Just killed today. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's mouth twitched violently twice, thinking, you'd rather cover it up a bit. Chapter 16, Instant Riches. Angry Yao Changdong. Okay, Mr. Yao. In that case then, let us professionals evaluate the price of these materials. Please wait a moment for a glass of water. The middle-aged man snapped and retreated. His eyes filled with horror. He was originally thinking of going dark, but cancelled that plan after seeing those space bracelets. Doesn't even look like she's 18 years old. And she's so mean? After a couple of low estimates, the middle-aged man called in a few tasters to start assessing the price of Yao Knight's materials. After some evaluation, the final price for these materials was set at $11.30 million, but although the price of these space bracelets in Yao Knight's hand was halved, each one was worth 500,000, which combined became more than $13 million. Immediately after that, he took out the corpses of 2 alabaster apes and the rubies produced by the stone wolves. Since these 2 precious exotic beasts were of extremely good quality, the final price was set at $15.66 million. Mr. Yao, the money has been transferred to you. Check and receive it. By the way, this is our trade center's gold card. Please keep it, and next time you have materials, you must look for us first. Aha! Yao Knight faintly replied back and then left the trade center carrying a huge sum of over $15 million. With the huge sum of money already in hand, Yao Yi changed out of his previously washed white clothes and into a set of sportswear worth more than 2,000 yuan. He then went to a Ford store where he was going to shop for a supercar. After all, it's not very good to release a python doppelganger as a mount in the city. It's still more appropriate to run a car. 15 million seems like a lot, but it's really just that Yao Knight didn't plan to spend big, but instead looked at a Porsche 911 worth more than $3 million, swipes, car pickups, and adoring looks from 2 beautiful saleswomen, and a request to add a tweet. All agreed to. Everything in one fell swoop. Yes, the rowdy black Porsche 911 alone has attracted the attention of many passers-by. TSK. Yao Knight couldn't help but sigh. It's not a $3 million decal that's standing up, rather. This body has been bent over for 18 years. Boom! The car started and the engine roared like a tiger. This huge voice made the eyes of 2 bare-legged girls on the side of the road immediately drifted over, wanting to add a wee, yet only a mouthful of tailpipe, although Yao Knight is under the age of 18. But the issue of driver's license, do not have to worry at all. As soon as you become awakened, you won't be stopped at all by the rule of a driver's license. Black beasts prancing down the city roads. The young teenager sat on top of the valuable beast, his heart filled with arrogance. The minions on the side of the road also cast envious glances, but they also know that the scene in their minds is just a minion's fantasy. But suddenly, a taller minion on the side of the road rushed straight over, his eyes fixed on the familiar face inside the car. Yao Chandong doesn't know what to think. He was surprisingly extremely angry in his heart at the moment, especially after seeing Yao Knight driving a high-value sports car. Little beast, why don't you answer my calls? Where did you get the money? You don't care about your brother's tuition. Yao Changdong roared angrily, and even jumped to his feet in a hurry. However, Yao Knight had long since driven away in his sports car. The moment he is discussed like a joke by onlookers passers-by. Shit, what kind of chance did this kid get? He's got a sports card. I'm not even mixed up with an old man's music yet. Yao Changdong was so angry that he stomped his feet. At this moment in his eyes was endless anger. He then immediately went to a convenience store and pulled out a few coins before starting to call Yao Knight's. However, the moment he picked up the phone, he surprisingly realized that he didn't know Yao Knight's phone number. Having no choice, he opened the address book on his cell phone and began pressing down one number at a time. Yao Knight, who was speeding down the road, didn't hear Yao Changdong's roar because the engine was a bit loud. At this moment, but found an unfamiliar number called, "Hello? Bastard. Get your ass back to the house. Bring that sports car back too. Shouldn't the first thing you do when you're rich be to honor your parents? What did the teachers at school teach you? Are you an animal? Don't you know how to be grateful?" Yao Changdong's angry growl rang out. However, Yao Knight's face turned completely cold. Originally, he didn't have much love for this father. Now that comment kind of made him realize once and for all how hateful this stepfather really was. Enough of this talk of occupying a large part of righteousness when you haven't spent even tens of thousands of dollars on me in the last 10 years. Yao Knight said in a calm tone, not being angered in the slightest. Even the corners of his mouth showed a smile, feeling that this father was really ridiculous. Just like a clown. TMD. What are you talking about here? I brought you up for nothing. If you don't come back, don't ever come back. But you have to put $1 million on my card every month. Understand? This is what I paid to raise you as an adult. Pooh. Yao Knight, who heard this, really couldn't help but laugh out loud. Please, comrade Yao Chandong, you haven't spent even 100,000 bucks on me. Even the clothes I've worn over the years have been outgrown from my brother. So how can you be so kind as to ask for $1 million a month? I'll tell you what. I'll put 100,000 on your card as a way of repaying you for all these years of kindness, but since then we've gone our separate ways. If you keep pestering me, I don't mind scrapping your own son. Boom. Yao Changdong, who was originally going to continue ranting, suddenly froze. When he heard the words that abolished his own son, his whole body calmed down. Indeed, if this kid is determined to abolish his brother, then no one can really stop it. Moreover, Xiao Guang is his own hope. The hope of Yao family's rise. Yao Changdong, he absolutely did not allow this to happen. You calm down. Yao Changdong stuttered and opened his mouth, then said with some trepidation, 100,000 won't work, it's too little. Why don't you call a little more? 300,000? That way your brother's tuition will be 100,000 is 100,000 when I say so. Cut the crap. Yao Knight chortled and directly hung up the phone. At this moment, Yao Changdong put down the phone in his hand with a lost soul. It was a long time before he raised his fist and pounded angrily on the wall in front of him. Shit. An adopted person is an adopted person. You're fucking driving $1 million luxury car and you're giving me 100,000 bucks. What a TND of a retrograde son. The little beast waits. When my family, Guang, grows up, I will absolutely take your little life. Despite what he said, he didn't dare to call again after remembering Yao Ye's warning. After all, Guang was his own hope. In case his own son was really wasted by him, then there was really no place to cry. Chapter 17, Bugs again casually dismissing Yao Chandong. Yao Knight drove his car to a store selling potions near the city gates. Currently, the most commonly used cultivation materials for the awakened are the flesh and blood of foreign beasts, as well as potions made from various medicinal herbs. At this moment, he entered the store and began to pick it out. Potion of mental strength restoration, 2,300 alliance coins. Strength restoration potion, 4,000 alliance coins. These two were just the most common potions, while the most prominent position on the counter was the high-priced special effects potions. High-ranking mental strength restoration potion, 30,000 alliance coins. High-grade strength restoration potion, 40,000 alliance coins. Thundercloud potion, 80,000 league dollars. Elixir of essence, 90,000 alliance coins. Expensive. Too expensive. The price of either elixir was upwards of 20,000, which caused Yao Knight's face to be grave. The 12 million or so left in his own hands didn't seem to be very durable, but men, the most important thing is to invest in yourself. So Yao Knight opened his mouth of 40 Thundercloud pills, 40 Essence Transformation pills, and 50 of each of the high-grade potions to come. When these words came out, the counter clerk looked directly confused. I didn't expect this youth to look just like that, but his handout was so generous. He was definitely the son of a certain family. Yes sir. Just a moment please. I'll get the goods for you right away, and these things of yours. The total price is around $9 million. But you have a huge amount, so I'll just charge you 8 million. Hearing this price shook. Yao Knight still felt a little expensive, so after hesitating again and again, he directly began to bargain. After a long time, he finally took all the items for 7 million, and his own remaining funds were currently down to more than 5 million. There's enough of that to last through the entrance exams. Yao Knight's gaze flickered as he prepared to find a hotel to stay in before saying whether or not he wanted to leave the city tomorrow, finding a luxury hotel that cost nearly $2 000 per night. Yao Knight sat in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and swiped his cell phone, since it hadn't been turned on for a long time. There were more than 30 missed calls on the cell phone, half of which were from Yao Changdong. There were also a few calls from his classmate, Ning Pan Pan. What could she be up to? Is she in danger in the wilderness again and needs my help? Yao Knight paused, then clicked on the group of classmates that had exploded with news. Lu Min, have you heard? Wang Tong, the class president, has reached the high level of the second turn. He'll definitely be at the top of the list in this college entrance exam. Lily Ho, really? Worthy of being class president Wang. This is fucking strength. Li Ming, yes. I've long been optimistic about class president Wang Tong, who has the stature of a high-level awakened person. Wang Tong, ha ha ha. The college entrance exam is nothing but a walk in the park for me. Let's all cheer together. Class president is being modest. Surely he's guaranteed a place at Union College? Class president Wang is invincible. I'll definitely become a high-level awakened person in the future. And I'm counting on you to help me in the future. Looking at one of the bragging words on his cell phone, Wang Tang's face was overflowing with an excited glow. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of Yao Knight, who was previously known as the third best student in school and was also extremely handsome. Thinking about this Yao Knight, Wang Tang's heart was a bit irritated. I tried so hard to please Ning Pan Pan, but that Ning Pan Pan and Yao Knights are not getting along. This made him extremely annoyed, and he even wanted to violently beat up Yao Knight a few times, but now, he doesn't have this mind, but focuses on the college entrance exam. Oh, how that punk didn't even think he'd awakened a D-rank talent. What's the point of studying well? Now I'm afraid to talk in the group. Wang Tang's heart was full of complacency as he clicked on the list of group members and realized that Yao Knight hadn't even retired from the group yet. What surprised him even more was that the goddess Ning Pan Pan did not withdraw from the group, which gives room for maneuvering. Wang Tang, the college entrance exam is coming up soon. I wonder what happened to that good student who awakened a D-grade talent. He wouldn't have given up on going to college long ago, would he? When this statement came out, the group was quiet for a moment, but right after that, someone stood out to support Wang Tang's stinking feet. Ha ha ha. I guess that Yao Knight gave up on the path of the awakened a long time ago and went to work part-time instead. So what do I care? Immediately after that, there were more and more people in the group who were holding Wang Tang's stinky feet. Some of them even clamored for Wang Tang to treat everyone to a nice meal and a reunion. Seeing these words, Yao Knight didn't have much interest and didn't even bother to make a rebuttal. It's better to talk to these sand sculpture students than to improve yourself first. At this moment, he flung his arm, and the huge tattoo on his back suddenly changed into a giant python and appeared in the hotel room. The 18-meter-long body coiled like a dragon is extremely shocking. The elixir is just like that if I eat it myself. I don't know what effect it will have if I give it to my doppelganger. Yao Knight moved his finger and immediately a thundercloud Dan appeared in his hand and directly threw it into his doppelganger's mouth. Gulp! The elixir was too small, and the snake's mouth was too big, so it didn't even need to be chewed before it entered the intestines, but unexpectedly, the split produced just a tiny bit of energy after digesting the elixir, and then fell silent. What the hell? This elixir can be worth $80,000. Yao Knight man was a bit confused. Did it mean that this elixir could only be eaten by humans to have an effect? There was some disbelief in him, and then he immediately took out an elixir and stuffed it into his mouth. Boom! In just an instant, strong medicinal power erupted from the body and rushed straight to the heavenly spirit. Yao Knight's entire skin turned crimson, digesting this medicinal power with all his might and running it through the meridians in his body. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the blood in his body flowed like a river rushing, and even his aura gradually became stronger. A long time, the crimson color on his skin finally subsided, and Yao Knight gasped. Looking at the box of pills in his hand with palpitations, the elixir he bought proved to be true, and it possessed great benefits and increases for human awakened beings. But it turned out that such benefits had no effect on the doppelganger. Then in that case, my bilocation will only be able to evolve by devouring blood and flesh, Yao Knight said with a flickering gaze. In fact, it had occurred to him a long time ago that he should have released his doppelganger into the wilderness and let him hunt alone. Such a method was actually very good, but he was afraid that his doppelganger would be in danger and would not be able to return in time. With this thought, he directed his palm towards his body, and the doppelganger instantly returned to form the tattoo. But in this instant, a golden light suddenly erupted in his eyes, as if he had thought of a way to get stuck in a bug. Just see him letting the python doppelganger go to 10 meters away, and immediately after that, his own consciousness moved, so the python doppelganger directly disappeared from its place and became a tattoo that appeared on his body. Wait, is there a limit to how far this bilocation can return to the main body or not? If I let my doppelganger go thousands of miles away but return to me in an instant, wouldn't that be invincible? An amazing light erupted in Yao Knight's eyes, and he even wanted to try it now. Chapter 18, Split Alone. Hunting in the wilderness. Once the doppelganger is able to instantly return to me from thousands of miles away to become tattooed. It's going to be fun. Yao Knight's eyes flickered. Then he immediately went downstairs and drove his Porsche 911 straight to the city gates. Soon, he parked directly at the city gates, while he himself went straight into the wilderness in the darkness. The dark night of the wilderness was extremely dangerous, and generally speaking awakened people would never spend the night in the wilderness, especially for novices. However, at this moment, Yao Knight couldn't care about this, but instead, he found a hidden location and directly released the Python doppelganger, and after placing the Python doppelganger, his main body quickly retreated back into the city. At the moment the difference in distance between him and the Python doppelganger is about 10,000 meters or so. Collect! Yao Knight opened his mouth in a low voice, and immediately after that, the tattoo of the Python's doppelganger appeared directly behind him, surprisingly 10,000 meters apart, as well as directly and instantly returning to his body. It really can be like this. The light in Yao Knight's eyes exploded while he made his preparations and once again returned to the wilderness, releasing the Python doppelganger, knowing that the current Python doppelganger was actually a bit tougher than even his main body when it came to strength. Even ordinary second-turn foreign beasts were no match, so he didn't have much to worry about inside. Thinking of this, he directly split into two streams of consciousness, one manipulating the doppelganger and began to hunt in the darkness of the night. The other stream of consciousness was in the body and went straight back to the hotel to cozy up and sleep. The main body sleeps and the doppelganger works part-time. Because he was really a bit tired after the past 2 days, he fell into a deep sleep on the hotel bed. However, it was a different story on the bilocation side. At this moment, the Python detachment is hidden behind a pile of rocks, spying on the 3 leopards ahead. There really are quite a lot of foreign beasts in the dark night. I wonder how many I can hunt tonight, he inwardly muttered to himself while immediately touching the ground with his fangs. The land in a 30-meter radius instantly changed to green. Die. The Python doppelganger used skills that were even 3 times more powerful than the main body. This would be the matching of Monty Python's body to his skill talent. Thoughts flashed within Yao Knight, then twisted his huge body and climbed forward, devouring these 3 leopards into his body one by one. At this moment, his body was already not much thinner than a water tank. Swallowing a leopard was easy, and as the leopard enters the abdomen completely, it gradually changes into pure energy to nourish itself. Without the slightest hesitation, he once again opened his mouth and began to devour, directly swallowing all 3 leopards into his stomach. This sensation of eating blood from the roots caused a hint of bloodlust and insanity to arise within Yao Knight, but it was pressed down by him. At this time he silently felt it. He is far from the next evolution, at least to swallow the last 2,000 such leopards. 2,000 heads. Yao Knight's snake mouth twitched. He made up his mind that he still needed to hunt down some high-level alien beasts. How many little caramels like this had to be eaten before he could? Thinking this way, Yao Knight swung his body and wandered towards the interior of the wilderness. A beastly roar rang out from the darkened wilderness of the there are still fewer exotic beasts that can appear in the daytime, and with even more ferocious predators coming online in the darkness. It's the hunt and blood that dominates the wilderness throughout the darkness. Yao Knight's eyes flickered as greed and caution flashed in his eyes as he looked at the huge figure 100 meters away. Storm monkeys that reach a height of 10 meters. You know what the concept of being 10 meters tall is? That's as tall as a 3-story building. Moreover, this tyrannical monkey was extremely robust, and the muscle lines on its body could be said to be like that of a fitness expert. At the same time, he was holding a second-ranked foreign beast in his hands that he kept tearing at. Definitely the overlord within this 10-mile radius. This monkey is, at the beginning of the 3rd turn. Yao Knight inwardly hesitated for a moment, and still wasn't prepared to hunt this guy. If he really fought with this monkey, maybe he would have been torn in half by the other party before his fierce poison even kicked in. The main body is not here at the moment either, so it's better to err on the side of caution yourself. Thinking of this, Yao Knight reversed his direction and left in another direction. However, just at this time, he suddenly felt his body stiffen, as if his tail had been grabbed by some contraption. Roar! A furious hissing sound rang out, only to see that the violent monkey actually firmly grasped his tail, and was about to open his mouth to bite. Fuck you! Yao Knight's snake body muscles tightened. Then his tail directly as a whip fiercely lashed at the tyrant monkey's face, making a crisp ringing sound. Immediately after that, his entire body directly fled out. Whoosh! Yao Knight's figure was extremely fast, scurrying out more than 50 meters in almost 2 to 3 seconds, far away from the storm monkey. Roar! This monkey was truly enraged. He covered the reddened cheeks on his face and cried out in pain. Moreover, a series of sonic booms emanated from his mouth as he chased after Yao Knight's between his steps. Noticing the behavior of the monkey behind him, Yao Knight was secretly surprised in his heart. There's a lot of gold in that tail blade. I'm afraid an ordinary wall would have to be smashed to pieces. But I didn't expect this monkey to have such thick skin. Damn it, dumbass monkey. You wait for me. Yao Knight cursed angrily. He didn't want to go straight back to his main body side, and because once they went back, they lost their chance to hunt tonight, so they had to flee. But he was quite lucky, and after fleeing for 5 or 6 minutes he completely lost the exploding monkey. The main reason was that the monkey was too lazy to chase after him without running 2 steps. So he let himself successfully escape from the monkey's claws. Yao Knight breathed a sigh of relief and glanced back in the direction of the monkey, his mind set on making him pay. But before that, let the hunt begin. Now he went to a secluded pool of water and waited in silence for these alien beasts. The most important thing in the wild is naturally fresh water resources. During the nighttime there would be quite a number of foreign beasts all coming to the edge of the waterhole to drink. So hunting here was the best choice. Yao Knight concealed his figure and silently waited for his prey to appear, and after only 10 minutes of time had passed, a colorful horned horse appeared. Moonlight horned horses. Turn 2. Yao Knight smacked the snake's mouth. How to give yourself a big one as soon as you come. First a one-turn appetizer is also okay. Whatever. With my strength second turn is just as good. Only to see that huge snake body shoot out directly, and then crazily wrapped around the horned horse's limbs above it, immediately wrapped around his neck, followed by a mouthful of fangs. The horned horse struggled frantically, its huge body scurrying around the edge of the waterhole, raising a large amount of dust. Yao Knight could clearly feel the huge force coming from this footed horse, causing his teeth to loosen a bit, but he still didn't stop. After a fierce struggle, the horned horse collapsed from poisoning. Yao Knight gasped and loosened his body, then began to tear the horned horse with his teeth, swallowing it in one gulp. This guy's body was a bit big, and if his main body wasn't there, he could only devour it himself by tearing down the flesh and blood. However, the merry feeding lasted only 5 or 6 minutes before it was disturbed by an unwelcome visitor at the edge of the waterhole. Roar! With a threatening hiss, only 5 or 6 crimson lions were seen staring at the dead horned horse in death while threatening Yao Knight. Yo! Surprisingly, all of them are first-turn red-maned lions? Yao Knight sneered. If these lions were all second turn, it would be fine, but he really didn't place any importance on first turn. Chapter 19. The python body of him naturally knew that the principle of playing the field without injury could not be carried out, but it was still necessary to implement it a little bit if it could be implemented. Yao Knight light plopped down onto the ground and touched the ground with his 2 fangs, and immediately after that, the ground in a 30-meter radius instantly changed to green, and the group of red-maned lions were also above this ground. The 2 lead lions were still roaring, but after only 3 seconds they couldn't roar anymore, only to see their entire bodies freeze, and then they directly fell down on all fours. Puff! Flop! A few lions were simply unable to resist the fierce poison, and in just a few breaths they were all wiped out. I'm going to start. Yao Knight licked the corners of his mouth, no longer suppressing that bloodthirsty feeling of madness in his heart, but instead crawled over and tore into the blood and flesh in one big gulp. Meanwhile, he officially kicked off his hunt at the waterhole. With all this flesh and blood in front of him, there's only enough to last him half an hour, and with more beasts coming tonight, now was his time to hunt. Split side of the bitter hunt. Yao Yi himself slept from late at night until 12 a.m. Waking up from his hotel bed, Yao Knight didn't dream much, but instead reflected on his doppelganger's hunt last night. Last night the doppelganger was mainly at the edge of the waterhole where he did a lot of devouring beasts numbering upwards of 50. Among them, there were 7 or 8 second-turn foreign beasts, and the only thing that was dangerous last night was that third-turn early-stage storm monkey. Foolish monkey, I'm here to clean you up today. A murderous color flashed in Yao Knight's eyes, but he didn't make a move. After hesitating for a moment, the doppelganger side was still hunting, and the snakes didn't seem to have much reliance on sleep, and were even refreshed as the night went on, and I'm afraid we'll have to go through a lot of trouble and search for a while. If we're going to go out and hunt that storm monkey today, it would be better to quickly use the elixir to raise the insta-cultivation a bit. Thinking of this, Yao Knight paused, then took out 2 pills from his spatial bracelet. He had taken one of the Thundercloud Dan yesterday, but it was too hasty, so it didn't fully work. Thundercloud Dan, this thing is mainly to enhance the power of the awakened person and has a certain thunder attribute. It will allow the user to obtain a certain increase in power when using thunder attribute treasures. However, he didn't need that attribute himself, but needed to boost his strength and wield his chi and blood. Thinking of this, Yao Knight swallowed the Thundercloud Dan in one gulp, then slowly began to refine it. Immediately after a period of time had passed, he once again picked up the Essence Transformation Pill. Thoughts flashing in his eyes, the main function of this elixir is to transform the body essence within a male awakened professional into a medicinal power that nourishes the body. It was very suitable for virgins, especially since Yao Knight's body had never even watched some of the movies. So it was very suitable for the Essence Transformation Pill. Swallow it in one gulp. Time passes slowly, and before you know it, it's 5 p.m. After swallowing 3 Essence Transformation Pills one after another, Yao Knight felt that there wasn't much essence left in his body, so he slowly opened his eyes. This elixir is surprisingly extremely compatible with my body, and has even hardened my rank to the peak of the first turn, but the devouring of the split last night played a role, otherwise it wouldn't have been so quick. Yao Knight muttered, then stood up and prepared to go find something to eat. The moment, with his financial resources, it's natural for him to be too lazy to go to a fly tavern. Instead, he entered a restaurant called Flying Immortal House. Preparing to make up for his body that was empty due to cultivation, called the waiter. Yao Knight directly ordered all of the signature meat dishes. And even dishes made from the blood and flesh of exotic beasts were also directly served up. Now he was so hungry he could eat a cow. Due to the use of the 3 essence transforming pills, his body was very empty inside at this time. So he swallowed it in a big gulp directly after serving the food. However, after noticing that his appearance was alive like a python, Yao Knight tightened up a bit, but he still looked like a python. Damn! Why am I looking more and more like an anaconda myself? Yao Knight spat helplessly in his heart. But he still couldn't resist the temptation of the food and took a big bite, and just at this moment a large group of people suddenly walked in outside the door of the Flying Fairy restaurant and were heckling and looking extremely immodest. My brother Wang is just atmospheric, surprisingly. He invited us to dine at the Flying Fairy Tower. Worthy of being the son of the 9th richest man in Phaeton City. That is, brother Wang is really young and talented. Ha ha, a voice of boasting rang out. Yao Knight casually glanced at surprisingly found that it was his previous classmates, but he didn't make much of a ripple inside. Instead continuing to bury his head in dry rice, but according to the cliché of brainless cool texts, Wang Tang's crowd still found Yao Knight who was drying his rice. Even one of the lapdogs made an extremely classic remark. Yo yo yo, isn't this the former top student of our class? Why did you come here to eat? Did you get rich? Che, he can still get rich, just look at the way he eats. I know he's a bully, can he afford it? The many dog legs began to coax, while Wang Tang as the leading figure naturally calmly walked over and opened his mouth. Be quiet. He's a D-level talent, so what's wrong with eating well? But then again, do you really have the money to pay for it? Wang Tang suddenly turned his head sideways and laughed. This statement instantly drew laughter from the crowd, and the entire restaurant was filled with laughter. Boring. Yao Knight wiped his mouth and stood up. He was done with his meal, and as far as the group's bullshit and their boring bad taste, he didn't want to pay any attention to it. What did you say? The wind was too loud just now. I didn't hear you clearly. Dare you say it again? Wang Tang's aura suddenly became stern as he looked down at Yao Knight. He's long wanted to find a chance to teach Yao Knight a lesson. It's a pity that he never had the chance when he was in school. And nowadays, this guy has only awakened his D-rank talent. He himself, on the other hand, was AB rank, and even had quite a powerful family, so he had every capital to teach him a lesson. Hearing his words, Yao Knight frowned. He just said the word boredom. How come this Wang Tang got on top of it? However, he was still not in the mood to bother with this guy, but said calmly, I was wrong, brother Wang Tang. You are too powerful. I admit defeat. Yao Knight didn't even look at the crowd when he said this and directly stepped away. Wang Tang's whole body was stunned, but he couldn't say a word for a long time. If Yao Knight had just admitted defeat so easily, he really couldn't do anything to him, but this was never the result he wanted. Yao Knights, you still think you're that genius from school? Now that the talents are all fully awakened, you're just a D-grade talent loser. And let me tell you, I'm going to get the woman you like too. Wang Tang shouted rapidly. In the face of his provocation, Yao Knight didn't even turn his head and just casually said, oh, well, good luck with that. Chapter 20. What's abuse got to do with me? S-class talent Heavenly Flame sub. Wish me what? Wang Tangren was a bit confused. According to the past, Yao Knight should be so angry that he jumped to his feet. Why did he look indifferent now? Yao Knights, just a loser. Wang Tang roared angrily, and the remaining few juniors chimed in. Filthy words coming out of their mouths. However, Yao Knight left as if he didn't hear it and left on his own. In the wild, he might have killed these noisy ants in passing, but this was the city, and it wasn't quite convenient to strike out on his own. And of course, mainly this kind of verbal abuse didn't really do much for him. As the saying goes, what's the point of insulting me? Curse if you want. If you are angry because of the anger of others, you are doomed to be shallow-minded, and what great things can be accomplished by a shallow-minded person. Yao Knight walked on, the cynicism behind him getting farther and farther away. It wasn't until he got to his Porsche 911 and opened the door that the curses came to a screeching halt and the whole world went silent. He was seen in a dashing figure, and after a roar from the engine he rode away, and at this moment, the crowd at the entrance of the restaurant reacted, and one of them looked at Wang Tang with some uncertainty and said, Brother Wang, that kid seems to be driving a Porsche, isn't it? Is he really rich? Hearing the sudden silence of the crowd, a sudden surge of anger surged in Wang Tang's heart. Don't be silly. How can he afford a Porsche? It's definitely a rental. Yes, it's a rental. The group of juniors around Wang Tang chimed in, seemingly laying claim to their side's victory, but I don't know why. This time, obviously he finished winning this Yao Knight, and also insulted him, but on the contrary, there is no pleasure inside. Plus, Yao Knight sighed, looking at the time. It's now after 5 p.m. The Python doppelganger side had already devoured about 50 or so alien beasts, but there was still some distance to go before the next evolution. But it was worth mentioning that one's realm seemed to have loosened up. It doesn't seem to take long for the peak of the first turn to reach the second turn. Thinking this way, Yaonite returned to the hotel and tapped on his panel. Name, Yaonite, talent, infinite dragon ancestor demon god class, realm, first turn peak, body mass, 1233, spirit, 1311, skills, fierce poison, wind and thunder speed, golden armor, split. He could feel that he was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the second turn. Only that this hair's breadth would take a certain amount of time if he only relied on his own cultivation. Moreover, if he only relied on the python detachment to devour it, I'm afraid that he would only be able to directly break through to the second turn with his next evolution. Let's break through the second turn tonight. There are only 12 days left before the college entrance exam. We must hurry. Yaonite made up his mind, then directly took out 2 Thundercloud Dan and swallowed them into his mouth. Sat down on the bed and began to refine them. The Awaken's cultivation is actually a process of polishing the body, making the blood in the body more pure. And the physical quality of the body is comprehensively improved to break open the 9 shackles. And after the physical quality is improved, it will also make the power of the supernormal ability stronger and stronger. This is the path of the awakened person to become stronger. Yaonite was working very hard, and the python split side wasn't idle either, still guarding the waterhole. The hunt began all night. But, not coincidentally, the wilderness is less than peaceful tonight. The violent monkey actually began to scurry around and grabbed the alien beast and bit it. His strength at the beginning of the third turn allowed him to rampage through the wilderness, and he had already reigned supreme within an entire territory of low-level alien beasts. With no one at all being able to rule him, the python doppelganger had no choice but to avoid him for a bit and hunt the beasts elsewhere. This monkey is really greatly obstructing my path of evolution. Tomorrow I must merge with my main body to kill this bastard. Let's just check out the next wilderness for tonight. Yaonite made a decision, after which he swayed his body and crawled towards another wilderness plain and started hunting the mutated pink rabbits on this plain. It says it's a hunt, but it's really a buffet. Yaonite's huge snake head clenched viciously towards the rabbit hole, and it took out a pink rabbit and swallowed it into its stomach. He devoured pink rabbits as he walked, and he had already crossed a distance of more than 20 kilometers by the time 2 hours went by. Only the deeper he went, the more he could feel a throbbing coming from within. Yaonite himself naturally realized this abnormality, and then followed his inner direction to climb towards the west. Within a short time, he arrived on the mouth of a valley. At this moment, memories surfaced in his mind that this valley was once called the Peach Blossom Valley. It's just a shame that it was later invaded by foreign beasts and no one could ever come here again. But what's different at the moment is that the peach blossoms are in full bloom in the Peach Blossom Valley, with pink petals flying all over the sky, while in the very center of the valley is a huge deep pool. In the very center of the deep pool, only a small island of less than 10 square meters exists. And a huge peach tree bloomed on top of this island, and the tree was full of huge peaches. What is it? Yaonite's inside suddenly vibrated. According to reason, he shouldn't be interested in fruits and other foods, but when looking at those giant peaches, you can't help but gulp inwardly. Nope, swallowing these peaches will benefit me greatly. Greed radiated from Yaonite's narrow snake eyes, but he didn't act. Instead, staring cautiously around, the Peach Blossom Valley was a pink color and looked calm and serene, but there were dozens of breaths hidden in the dark. After sensing the presence of these auras, Yaonite's pupils contracted fiercely. To his eyes, there wasn't even a single second pass present in these scents. All of them were third turns, and absolutely all of them were the best of the third turn, and there were 3 or 4 of the even more mysterious and powerful fourth turn. Crap, why didn't I realize just now that there were actually so many strong people? Yaonite only felt like sweat was coming out of his snake face, so his body slowly retreated backwards, hiding behind a mound. And meanwhile, in the deepest part of Peach Blossom Valley, an old and a young figure were sitting on the grass and had built a small table, surprisingly burning tea. The peaches will be ripe in 14 hours. I wonder how sure you are this time, but let me tell you in advance, Master, I will not make a move. Your arrogant virtue is long overdue to be suppressed by your peers. The old man took a sip of tea and gloated. However, Tianhuozi was full of calmness and even said with some disdain, Master, there are only 2 fourth turnings in this valley that I need to pay attention to. The rest are all mole crickets. As for your comment about being suppressed by my peers, who can suppress me with an S-rank talent? As I see it, only that person with the infinite dragon ancestor, demon god level talent is worthy of being my opponent in this class. The rest of them are all just dirt. Tianhuozi paused, then spoke again. Although that person only awakened 2 days ago, but with that kind of terrifying talent, he might have even reached the first turn high rank. Just as the two of them were talking, a ground-shaking rumble suddenly came from outside the valley. Suddenly, he saw a giant tyrannical monkey more than 10 meters tall rushing in, and that huge nose kept shrugging as if searching for some kind of scent. Only after seeing the peach tree in the very center of the island, his entire body trembled, and a color of unparalleled longing welled up in his eyes. Chapter 21, Tigers and Frogs. Tough heavenly flame sun roar. The storm monkey roared and as if in heat lunged right into the lake ready to pick peaches to eat. Ha ha ha. Tianer ah, look at this storm monkey. Although it's at the beginning stage of the third turn, its body strength is actually comparable to a high stage of the third turn. The An has the potential to be a giant beast. Such a foreign beast is actually in the ranks of geniuses. The old man's faint words came out however. Tian Huazi didn't say a single word, and only saw him lightly soar a few steps to the top of the center island, snapping his mouth open. He stormed, "Get out!" This one-word roll was so imposing that it even shook the peach blossoms in the entire valley, like the roar of an abyssal beast. And at this moment, the storm monkeys, who were struggling to swim, were directly stunned, and even the lake water underneath them surfaced with a smear of foul-smelling black color. He actually got the shit scared out of him. Ow! The tyrant monkey immediately sensed that the human in front of him was not to be messed with, so he hastily reversed his direction and rolled away from Peach Blossom Valley, and at this moment, Tian Huozi faintly turned around and his gaze forced its way to the hidden human awakened ones in the valley as well as the alien beasts. At this moment, the rest of the strongest people at the third turn stage were all frightened, and after a moment of trembling they hurriedly left the Peach Blossom Valley. The selfsame strong aura and the unparalleled domineering aura of Heavenly Flame Z caused their hearts to tremble. Couldn't even muster a thought of resistance. At this moment, Heavenly Flame Sun let out a cold smile. Genius. Merely the threshold to see me. Hearing such an arrogant sentence, the old man shook his head and smiled helplessly and bitterly, and could only sigh that it was good to be young. Of course, that roar just now wasn't enough to scare off Yao Knight. At this moment, his pair of snake eyes stared at the Heavenly Flame Z in the valley, and a trace of scorn also surged slightly in his eyes. Isn't this the first genius of Seven Nights City? Looks like he came here for those peaches. Yao Knight's snake mouth couldn't help but emerge with a cold smile. At the same time the main body that was in the hotel similarly opened its eyes. Heavenly Flamingo. Muttering this name under his breath, Yao Mo stood up from the bed and looked at his left hand. After several hours of cultivation, the realm had reached the second turn, and his own current attributes have seen a surge. Body mass, 1833, spirit, 1913, nearly 1,833 body mass, which is close to 20,000 if you multiply it 10 times. TSK. Yao Knight staggered. That Heavenly Flame sub-realm should be less than the fourth turn, but his true strength was stronger than the fourth turn. I wonder if my 20,000 attributes are his match? However, according to the official division of the Awakened's rank, the difference is actually not too big. Below the fifth turn Yao Knight inside more or less still have some certainty. I'm afraid I'll get hurt if I really try to steal the peach. Yao Knight himself very much adhered to the principle of playing without injury, but he didn't mind taking a tiny bit of risk if the benefits were huge. Those peaches that the doppelganger saw were just too tantalizing, and I'm afraid that just swallowing one of them would greatly increase the evolutionary progress. Evolution meant increased strength, so of course Yao Knight wanted to increase his strength. Right now, I have 3 skills of Fierce Poison, Wind and Thunder, Divine Speed, Golden Armor, but Fierce Poison should never be used on Tian Huazi. Once this S-class genius dies, it will bring me endless trouble. Yao Knight pondered for a moment, then took out a neat feather from his spatial bracelet. He had already figured out the function of this half-finished treasure, and there was only one function, which was to accelerate. Yao Knight walked downstairs to the hotel and tucked the feather into his pocket, then silently ran it. Swish! In just a second's time, he scurried straight out 30 meters, and if you don't use the feathers and just use your own speed, then it's only about 25 meters. Feathers can give themselves a certain increase in speed. However, if it was paired with Wind and Thunder Divine Speed, then this increase would be raised a bit more. Dry up. Aren't you just a Heavenly Flame child? I still can't handle you with my demon god level talent? Collect. A ruthless color surged in Yao Knight's eyes, followed by a wave of his arm, and the python totem instantly appeared behind him. As his attributes increased by 10 times, an even more intense ambition welled up in his eyes. Soon enough, Yao Knight drove his Porsche to the city gates and then straight into the wilderness. It's only just dawning at this point, but some of the predators of the wilderness have faded away, leaving only a few beasts of a gentler disposition in existence, and Yao Knight recognized the direction and then raced towards Peach Blossom Valley. The thought of a few large peach blossoms on that peach tree made a flicker of intent well up inside him. Nowadays, even though his power is strong after merging with his doppelganger, dealing with a third-order alien beast shouldn't be a problem, but his intuition told him that those peaches could be worth much more than a third-order alien beast. Thinking like this, Yao Knight's figure is getting closer and closer to the Peach Blossom Valley. Just haven't gone much closer yet. Already heard the sound of vibration coming out of the valley. Boom boom boom. Strong riotous noises came out from the valley, and he immediately realized that someone had already started looting. Yao Knight was inwardly anxious, then immediately came to the mouth of the valley to check, only to see that in the middle of that deep pool, the Heavenly Flame Sun was covered in raging firelight, fighting with the 2 foreign beasts to the point where the battle was extremely intense. This Yao Knight's pupils contracted slightly as he watched these three fight. The two foreign beasts were a Cuban lizard with a 30-meter-long body and a black-toothed python the thickness of a large tree. These two foreign beasts did not hide the fourth turn aura on their bodies. And what was even more jaw-dropping was the Tianhuozi, who got braver and braver as the battle went on. His aura was only at the 8th stage of the third turn, but he had managed to beat the two foreign beasts without any power. I only saw the fire light surging from his body, and after every sweep of heavenly fire, he would scorch some on the two foreign beasts. Ha 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 ha. Fourth turn foreign beast strength is nothing more than that. You two guys also have some intelligence. You should be able to understand my words. Why don't you just leave now? Or else I'm afraid that the two of you won't be enough for me to kill once I actually strike. In the face of Tianhuozi's words, the two foreign beasts roared repeatedly and naturally. These two foreign beasts were somewhat intelligent, so they were even more reluctant to let go of the peach in front of them the next moment. However, they paid the price for their greed. Swish, only to see the Skyfire Sun suddenly palm a move. A fan type of treasure was suddenly taken out by him, and then held in his hand. Seeing that Fan Yao Knight's pupils slightly contracted, this fan is a complete treasure, and looking at its grade is not low. One could only see Tianhuozi's left hand condense a huge fireball with a diameter of 5 meters. While the fan in his right hand snapped, this fireball instantly burst open and it transformed into hundreds of tiny fireballs and smashed over towards the two foreign beasts, just like a meteorite falling from the sky. Boom boom boom. Each fireball directly smashed through the leather armor of the two alien beasts, instantly causing them to wail. In less than 3 seconds, the python was directly dead, and the giant lizard was also directly smashed unconscious. I see. This fan can increase his supernatural ability. No wonder he is so wild. Of course, Yao Knight's attention wasn't all on Tianhuozi. I only saw him move his body at this moment, instantly rushing into the deep pool. His feet knotted repeatedly on the surface of the lake, directly grabbing the body of that giant python among them and dragging it back to the shore. The next second, his hand up the knife down directly. This python cut into dozens of parts into a meat section. Dinner! The python doppelganger was summoned, and without a second thought, it directly swallowed the pieces of meat one by one into its stomach. And this sequence of behaviors Yao Yi was accomplished in a mere 10 seconds, which could be said to be so fast that people could not react. At this moment, even the heavenly flame sun was slightly stunned and looked at him with some surprise. Who are you? Tianhuozi questioned with a frown. Chapter 22. If your master wasn't here, I'd beat you up. Tianhuozi frowned widely. This young man in front of him is only an awakened who has just reached the second turn in his eyes, but it was skewed with a feeling that he couldn't see through. Ha ha ha. Funny. Good disciple. You're in for a fight today. That old man not far away suddenly opened his mouth and looked at Yao Knight with great interest. With his experience as well as his vision, he naturally saw what was so extraordinary about Yao Knight's. However, he certainly didn't expect Yao Knight to be able to defeat his disciple. He only hoped that he could just wear down his disciple's sharpness, and at this moment, when Tianhuozi heard his own master actually say such words, his expression immediately became much more somber. This python is my prey. Can I take it that you are challenging me? Tianhuozi's eyes were ice cold as he looked at Yao Knight. At this moment, Yao Knight's python doppelganger kept devouring the black python's corpse and actually became stronger and stronger. The Fey material can be obtained by those who can. What do you mean by robbing you? Yao Knight laughed, and instantly merged with the python doppelganger that had already eaten its fill of the entire person's aura, climbed a large amount again, and then violently stormed towards the peach tree in the center of the water pool. Boom boom boom. His speed was so fast that he even burst to splash on the water. In just a few seconds he had arrived on top of the island and reached out to pick the peach. And at this moment, the heavenly flame sun was completely enraged by his behavior, only to see his body covered in flames as he directly rushed over. Swish! But unexpectedly, Yao Knight has easily avoided the attack of Tianhuozi, and has even taken a peach into his hand and put it into his spatial bracelet. Don't you dare! Tianhuozi instantly became furious and opened his palm to release 7 or 8 fireballs to kill. His speed and strength are among the top among awakened at the same stage. However, he simply couldn't imagine that his offense would be unable to hit the tiny second-turn awakened person in front of him. Damn! How could it be so fast? Celestial Flame Sun was extremely annoyed in his heart, and finally couldn't stand the mocking gaze of his master from the sidelines, and began to use the fan treasure. Seeing that this guy was about to use his treasures without speaking of martial virtues, Yao Knight's neck shrunk and directly turned on the wind and thunder divine speed, plus the feather treasures. At this moment, his nearly 20,000 physical speed coupled with the 2 types of increases caused his speed to exceed his original speed by more than 5 or 6 times. Fast to the extreme, the figure flung itself back and forth across the island, incorporating a peach into the spatial bracelet. The half of the peaches had been taken in just a few breaths, which made Tianhuozi's heart drip blood. But damn if his own offense couldn't get anything going. Even hits were a luxury. Seeing that their own chi is about to be exhausted, but Yao Knight is like a cunning rabbit. Every behavior can dodge the attack. At this moment, Tianhuozi now has a feeling of drawing his sword and looking around his heart. Tianhuozi only felt his 3 views being shocked. He would have thought it was a good fight, but he didn't expect it to turn into this. Good disciple, today you know that there is a world beyond man, right? He was one major realm plus several minor realms lower than you, but you couldn't hurt him in the slightest. So yeah, this guy. Yet before the old man could finish his sentence, only to see Tianhuozi arrive over the island with a gloomy face. At this moment, he even activated a flying type of magic treasure, allowing himself to hover over the island. As I said, no matter how talented and magnificent the other person is, that's just the threshold for meeting me. And now it's time to end this boring farce. Heavenly Wrath Divine Flame. With a loud and clear roar, one could only see the flames of Heavenly Flame Sun's body skyrocket, and underneath his feet a giant fire dragon of nearly 100 meters had actually coalesced. This move, how are you going to counter it? Tianhuozi roared. Between his waving of his hand, this massive fire dragon pushed straight down, spanning dozens of meters in a split second, about to hit Yao Knight's. At this moment, thoughts flashed within that old man in the distance, suppressing the idea of wanting to help this strange child in his heart and instead continuing to watch. Boom boom boom. The massive fire dragon instantly hit the center island, directly exploding into a small mushroom cloud enveloping all directions. The range of the flame explosion was a full 200 meters. It can be said that even the fastest speed cannot escape in an instant. Tianhuozi let out a large breath while letting out a painful sound. So what if you're fast? You're still going to die in my hands? At this moment, he only felt a spring in his step, and his heart ached to the core of his being, yet the old man's voice pulled his thoughts back. Tianer, it's not over yet. People don't necessarily lose. As my eyes looked around, I saw the smoke gradually clearing from the surface of the deep Lake Annan while the center island had long since been bombarded with scorched blackness. Amazingly, there was a figure emitting a faint golden light standing here, even calmly looking at himself. Do you think you're handsome? A gnashing voice rang out, only to see the figure emitting golden light suddenly jump from the ground to the sky in a single bound. It was followed by a vicious slap on Tianhuozi's face. Pow! After the slap, Yao Knight fell from a high altitude. There was no way. One couldn't fake this. After all, one didn't have any flying type treasures, however. At this moment, Tianhuozi was dumbfounded by this slap. And even the person was a bit dumbfounded. That move just now, Heaven's Fury Divine Flame, was his own best technique. How could the other party just block it so easily? And it looks unscathed. While his mind was shaken, Yao Knight landed on the ground and hurriedly took out his spatial bracelet to change into a set of clothes that just now. This guy burned his clothes all over with one move. And if it wasn't for the existence of the golden armor skill, I'm afraid that even the hairs on his body would have been burned. Stupid bastard. If it weren't for your master being here, I'd have smacked you high and low. Yao Knight cursed as he prepared to leave Peach Blossom Valley. Wait. Tianhuozi suddenly spoke, his eyes deadpan. Wait for what? Want to get beaten? Yao Knight said without a trace of anger. I'm not convinced. I'm going to fight you to the death. Tianhuozi gritted his teeth and said, he never wanted to let the other party pick the peach, or even leave like that after smacking himself. However, just as the two of them confronted each other, Yao Knight's eyes suddenly changed and he immediately opened his mouth. Get out of the way. In the next instant, a long, sharp blade suddenly pierced through Tianhuozi's chest. Chapter 23, Evolution of Peach Blossom Python. It's just poisoning. High in the sky, Tianhuozi's chest was penetrated by a long blade. Dripping drops of blood, he twisted his head around with difficulty, only to realize it was a foreign face. Heaven's Pride, right? Sorry, I specialize in killing Heaven's Pride. Only to see this foreigner smirk and draw his long sword away, his wings sprouting from his back, about to leave Peach Blossom Valley. Little foreigner thief, how dare you? The old man roared angrily. And in the next instant, this originally inconspicuous little old man suddenly erupted with a shocking aura. The space around him was distorting, and the land underneath his feet crumbled inch by inch, and the next second his entire body shot out like a cannonball. The pupils of that white-robed foreigner contracted and swung his wings to leave, but he didn't expect the old man to be too fast and had no choice but to fight hard. At this moment, Yao Knight's gaze paused as he chose to save this Heavenly Flame Sun first. Of course, with Yao Knight's character, he wouldn't save people for nothing. He naturally had a purpose, only to see his entire body move at speed across the lake, directly catching the Heavenly Flame Sun who had fallen from the sky, and the two of them landed on top of the scorched island. At the same time, the two people high in the air were thoroughly engaged in battle. This white-robed foreigner's realm is not low, even beyond the 5th turn to reach above the 6th turn, and that old man seemed to be at the 6th revolution's realm as well, so the two of them could be said to be on par with each other. Boom boom boom. As the two exchanged blows, even the sound of the battle shook the entire small valley, and at the same time the old man's gaze flickered and rushing at the two of them. He struck a golden light that instantly surrounded the two of them, forming a protective shield that doing this in an instant. The old man once again exerted all his hand and beat this foreigner back. Yao Knight's jaw dropped as he watched the battle between these two high in the air. The wind from the fists that the old man blasted out with each strike had actually directly chipped away at the Peach Blossom Valley's mountain. In just less than 30 seconds, the entire Peach Blossom Valley's hills were all leveled and reduced to a plain. Is this a sixth turn powerhouse? He directly leveled the mountain with a wave of his hand. And he definitely still has a crushing tactic that he hasn't used yet. Yao Knight couldn't help but have a dry mouth. I'm afraid that this kind of battle power could be comparable to that of a giant beast, right? At this time, the two powerhouses fought more and more courageously, and gradually fought their way out of Peach Blossom Valley. The white-robed foreigner fled while the old man kept pursuing, beating the foreigner and spitting out blood. I want the foreigners dead. Hearing this roar, the corner of Yao Knight's mouth twitched with a sense of déjà vu. However, just as these two left, the Peach Blossom Valley instantly calmed down. But Yao Knight detected a hint of difference. No, there's someone else in the valley. Yao Knight's eyes instantly became stern. Now the Skyfire Sun has been unconscious. But fortunately just now that old man bestowed the two a protective shield. For the time being no one should be able to attack. Boom! Just as his mind fell, how could he have known that a fierce explosion suddenly came from the shield, only to see a white-robed foreigner appear here, and with his hands with gloves blasting the shield hard. Shit! These foreigners still have a backhand. Yao Knight was a bit anxious in his heart. At the moment, Tianhuozi was in a semi-conscious state, and this foreigner outside the shield actually had a 5-turn cultivation level, and it was still mid-ranked. Ha. I love hunting the geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom the most. This foreigner smiled with murderous intent in his eyes as he looked at the two men inside the protective shield, especially on his own side was eyeing them. Boom boom boom. The shield was trembling from this foreigner's beating, and I'm afraid that it will be completely shattered in a short while. Yao Knight's brows furrowed tightly. I'm afraid that I'm far from being an opponent at the middle stage of the 5th turn, and I see that the other party has come prepared for this. It's not too soon to sharpen your sword in battle. The shield should last for a while. Yao Knight made up his mind, and then immediately released his python doppelganger, and right after that, he directly pulled out a large amount of peaches. Eat it! He controlled the python doppelganger to open its mouth and devour the peaches one by one. And as expected, the results were not what he expected. Each peach contained an extremely majestic energy. Even each peach could stand up to dozens of first-turn foreign beasts. Eat! The light of the shield was dimming at a rapid rate, while the devouring on Yao Knight's side was also proceeding at an extremely fast pace. In an instant the python doppelganger had devoured dozens of peaches and was still going on, devouring special items to gain a new direction of evolution. Peach Blossom Python, Divine Peach Blossom. Human form has a surge in charisma and will be favored by any female. Enhanced kidneys in split form, super attractive to female pythons. What the hell? Yao Knight roared, not realizing that eating a peach had even inspired a new direction of evolution. But the good thing was that the attribute side was also surging by leaps and bounds, breaking through 2000 in the blink of an eye, and even going up. Swish swish swish. His native strength was also increasing by leaps and bounds, only now it seemed a little late. Ka! The shield crumbled open from the blow, and one of the yokai's fists reached in, ripping through the rest of the shield as it did. Yao Knight's pupils contracted, and immediately afterward, he directly recalled the python doppelganger. Attributes before merging: Physique, 2866, Spirit, 2699, Attributes after merging: Physique, 28660, Spirit, 26990. These nearly 30,000 attribute points couldn't give Yao Knight a sense of security, because he could still feel the unrivaled threat from the gloved foreigner in front of him. Without any nonsense, Yao Knight directly raised the longsword in his hand and stabbed at the foreigner. But unfortunately the foreigner in front of him was fearless of this sword threat, and even grabbed a handful of instantly crushed the longsword. Kid, a second turn dares to strike at a 5th turn. You're something. The foreigner laughed, and then directly broke all the remaining shields, and grabbed Yao Knight's collar and slammed it on the ground. Bang! This vicious blow directly caused Yao Knight to become dizzy and even sprayed blood out of his nostrils. The power of the 5th turn is too strong. At this moment, even if all his strength is enhanced 10 times, it seems that he is not an opponent. However, all this is just scratching the surface. After this blow, the foreigner suddenly let go of his hand and looked at his palm with strange eyes. What's going on here? This foreigner felt a surprising tingling sensation coming from his hands inside the gloves, so he hastily removed them. The moment he saw his hands, his entire heart lifted up. His hands had turned all green and were spreading towards his body. What did you do? His eyes are full of anger, dead staring at Yao Knight. His eyes are full of unbelief. Cough cough cough. Yao Knight coughs and spews out blood as he slowly stands up with his hands supporting his body. Ahem. Fuss. It's just poisoning. Chapter 24 Slaughtering a fifth-turn powerhouse Yao Knight. I'm going to hang out with you, poison. Hearing this, the foreigner's eyes widened in anger, and he used his entire body's chi and blood to deaden the toxins in his hands, and at this moment, Yao Yi finally realized the extraordinary nature of a fifth-turn powerhouse, only to see that the green color on his hand unexpectedly faded slowly and was concentrated on a small thumb, and the very tip of that little thumb transformed from green to black, oozing drop after drop of poisonous blood. Such a scene watched as Yao Knight's pupils contracted. This was the first time he had encountered an enemy who was able to resolve his fierce poison. Oh, you're thinking pretty. Yao Knight struggled to stand up and suddenly grabbed a large handful of yellow soil from the ground and threw it at this foreigner while stabbing wildly with his long sword in his hand. Swish! How could the foreigner who was healing himself not expect Yao Knight to actually dare to resist? He could dodge the sword, but the yellow soil that filled the surrounding area was simply impossible to dodge. At the moment this foreigner has a guess in his mind, but this makes his heart more terrified. Just seeing this wisp of yellow earth spreading and dispersing on his body, just for a moment, it caused a green light to rise up all over his body. What have you done? The foreigner instantly felt the pain coming from his body, so he roared madly and directly gave up on healing his wounds, and choked Yao Knight's neck with a vicious slam. Boom! The blow sank the entire island by 10 centimeters. A large pit directly appeared even where Yao Knight's body was, and the surrounding land instantly collapsed. However, unexpectedly, Yao Knight's body glowed with a faint golden light, and he quieted down after merely spewing out a mouthful of blood. You. At the moment the foreigner's breath was growing fainter and fainter. He didn't have any antidote-type magic treasures, and at this time, he could only watch as his body was all transformed into green this time. It is a toxin that spreads all over his body, not just his hands. Even if his chi and blood are strong, he can't get rid of all of it, but he still struggled on, and surprisingly lived to hold out under the fierce poison for a quarter of an hour. But, once the 15 minutes had passed, the yokel fell straight down, lifeless, and it was only then that Yao Knight opened his eyes and struggled to climb up from the deep pit. This foreigner's strength was just a little too strong, and he even carried his own poison attack alive for a quarter of an hour. You should know that even a foreign beast of the same level as yourself can only carry on for 10 seconds or so before dying. However, this foreigner was hardened enough to hold out for such a long time, enough to see the strength of a fifth-turn powerhouse. If this foreigner was a bit more vicious in nature and had to rush over and attack himself all the time, he might even die before him. Phew! Yao Knight gasped, only to feel immense pain all over his body. His ribs should have been broken 2 or 3 times. However, he still struggled to walk over to the corpse of this fifth-turn powerhouse and open his hands to suck the toxins from his body, absorbing the toxins from the prey that he had poisoned. He was able to regain his strength himself. Yao Knight thought this in his mind and began to suck in the toxins. Only a ray of green light was seen floating up from this foreigner's corpse and surging into his palm, and soon, Yao Knight's complexion improved, and even his injuries were gradually healing. I see, the stronger the poison target is, then the more stamina I can recover when I retrieve the toxin, Yao Knight muttered, and after a minute-long sucking up of he finally breathed a sigh of relief as his physical strength had been restored and his injuries were healing extremely fast. Well, next up is the bag-licking session. Yao Knight rubbed his fingers, then directly removed this foreigner's spatial bracelet, and by the way, the boxing gloves on both of his hands were removed as well. As his consciousness surged into the spatial bracelet, Yao Knight's gaze instantly lit up. Directly in the midst of this foreigner's spatial bracelet, there were some bottles and jars containing elixirs that also in the very center of the bracelet space is a turquoise stone. This is the fifth-turn material azurite. Yao Knight's pupils contracted fiercely. This kind of 5-turn material was extremely rare, and the value of each one reached over $10 million at the very least. But strangely enough he also found a pamphlet beside this piece of lapis lazuli. However, Yao Knight didn't take a closer look and instead sent everything into his spatial bracelet. After his consciousness returned, Yao Knight picked up the gloves of the foreigner from earlier and realized that the gloves were also a treasure. He tried to put the gloves on his own hand, then hammered them hard towards the ground. Bang! In an instant, the ground crumbled away beneath his feet and Yao Knight was not very satisfied in his heart. The gloves could only increase his power by 20%, then by that reasoning, this 5-turn foreigner will also be enhanced by the gloves by 20%. No wonder he was able to break the shield bestowed by a 6th-turn powerhouse. So it's like this. Yao Knight secretly thought inwardly, and at the same time, he put away this boxing glove, preparing to keep it for himself. After all, it was also a treasure. As for the last body of this foreigner, naturally, it should be cut up and thrown into the river, not leaving a handle for the foreigner forces in the city to know. Thinking of this, Yao Knight began to make his move, picking up his long sword and began to start cutting the corpse of this 5th-turn powerhouse. At this very moment, there was a sudden appeared in his ears. Yao Knight twisted his head around and realized that this guy, Tian Huazi, had actually woken up and was looking at himself with a dumbfounded look in his eyes, while in the next second his entire body violently scurried backward, his eyes extremely terrified. What? You are doing? This is the corpse of a fifth-turn powerhouse. Tianhuazi's pupils widened as a look of extreme shock surged in his eyes and he violently retreated, and immediately after that, his body lurched, suddenly remembering something, and then he said in shock, "Did you kill him? What's wrong?" "No," Yao Knight replied indifferently, and at this moment, the eyes of the heavenly flame son who heard these words were filled with shock, and he couldn't even speak for a long time. "You killed a fifth-turn powerhouse." Tianhuazi took 2 steps backward, and his entire body sat down disheveledly. At this point he also remembered that the two of you were covered by the shield just as a foreigner with gloves rushed forward, and at that point you were about to pass out. But, how did he do it? Decapitating a fifth turn with the strength of a second turn, Tianhuazi muttered, his eyes dull as he looked at Yao Knight. Originally, he thought that by virtue of his cultivation of 3 turns of the high level of strength to fight the 4 turns of the strongest person is already a heavenly pride in the heavenly pride, but this guy in front of me just with the second turn of the early stage cultivation directly killed the 5th turn of the strong man. Looking at Yao Knight over there, who was handling the corpse, Tianhuazi froze out of his mind. Unable to speak for a long time, it wasn't until more than 10 minutes had passed and Yao Knight had finished disposing of the corpse that Tianhuazi struggled to speak. "You, me." Yao Knight frowned. This heavenly flame son couldn't make sense out of his muttering mouth. So he said impatiently, "What do you mean you and me? What's going on? I want to hang out with you." Tianhuazi blurted out with a red face. Chapter 25, 4th Evolution. Divine Choice. "Hang out with me? What do you mean?" Yao Knight frowned at him with some dislike in her eyes. However, at this moment, Tianhuazi's face was red but his eyes were filled with determination. "Let me follow you. I'm willing to do so even as a junior brother," he said aloud. His face filled with shame. However, what was unexpected were Yao Knight's next words. "Good. Since you want to be my little brother, then you should make some offerings first. I heard that your family is not very rich. Do you have $100 million? Call me first." When these words came out, Tianhuazi was petrified on the spot, but he immediately regrouped and opened his mouth. $100 million I'm not qualified to use yet. I can only give you 20 million. That's all I'm entitled to. You? Tianhuazi's eyes looked at him expectantly, his eyes filled with the desire to become stronger. 20 million would be fine. I'll allow you to follow. Yao Knight directly took out his cell phone and exchanged contact information with Tianhuazi. In the meantime, he sent his bank card over, telling Skyflame Z to call in the money once he returned to the city. Yao Knight naturally understood Heavenly Flame Son's mentality. After all, an extremely colorful genius like this would always have some unrealistic fantasies about more powerful geniuses at the same stage, even wanting to get close before surpassing them. Yao Knight didn't care and even gave him this opportunity. "I'll leave if there's nothing else. You can go back yourself. The foreigners shouldn't come back." After saying that, Yao Knight put on the pair of foreigner's gloves and left Peach Blossom Valley straight away, and at this moment, Tianhuazi stared dead on at those individual pieces of foreigners' corpses floating on the surface of the water, and endless fire welled up in his eyes. Is this the genius of geniuses? He's a monster. On the other side, Yao Knight was still carrying injuries on his body, and after finding a secluded cave, he dug in, then silently looked at the state of his injuries. The sternum was slightly shattered, but several ribs had begun to heal after the toxins had been retrieved. All in all, not a big problem. And at this moment, he remembered the new evolution direction that appeared after swallowing those immortal peaches. So he clicked on his panel to look at the evolution direction. Evolutionary direction: Flare Python, Golden Blade Python, Fallen Light Python, Peach Blossom Python to be selected. Have 4 directions of evolution emerged. Yao Knight's gaze flickered. Then he lifted his merged state and released the Python doppelganger. The Python split currently reaches a length of 20 meters. The plutonic kind of distance to the next evolution is no longer far away. There should be an amount of 500 more first-turn alien beasts before they can evolve. And I still have dozens of unused fairy peaches here. Yao Knight's heart center calculated that these immortal peaches should be enough to support the next evolution by about the same amount. In that case, start devouring, and complete the 4th evolution in this cave. Yao Knight controlled his doppelganger to devour the immortal peach while he himself silently operated after swallowing an essence transformation pill. With the operation of the essence transformation pill, the injuries in his body healed rapidly. On the other hand, the Python split side kept devouring the immortal peaches, turning them into a stream of pure energy that kept nourishing itself. Percento was gradually being swallowed up by the however, the scent still permeated the cave and even drifted out, attracting the gazes of many foreign beasts. It was just that after noticing those 2 terrifying auras in the cave, no foreign beast dared to enter and disturb them. Meanwhile, with the last immortal peach going down, Yao Knight's side didn't receive a hint of being able to evolve. Nope, not even close. Thoughts flashed in his eyes. and he could clearly feel that the split body was just a sliver away from starting to evolve, but this hint also needs to devour at least 1/3 turn foreign beast before it can. Ugh. What bad luck. Just as the words fell, a hissing sound suddenly came from above the cave entrance, followed by booming footsteps. Boom boom boom. All that could be seen was a huge figure, 10 meters tall, blocking out all the light from the cave entrance. This was clearly the violent monkey, attracted by the scent of the immortal peaches. Yao Knight was a bit dazed, realizing what it meant to give a pillow to a sleepy person. In that case, I'll be polite. With a move of his palm, he instantly finished merging with the python doppelganger. And naturally, he would not underestimate the third turn foreign beast in the face of it, but rather, it was full strength once he struck out. Only Yao Knight's hands with those yellow gloves then soared up and ruthlessly slammed his fist on the tyrannical monkey's head. Bang! Storm Monkey was dazed by the punch and fell straight to the ground wailing, and Yao Knight didn't have any intention to stay. So let's settle the old and new grudges at this point, only to see his entire body pounce on him. Both fists kept swinging and pounding on the Storm Monkey's head. The wailing of the exploding monkeys gradually stopped as the loud blows resounded. The various beasts that were still waiting in anticipation outside the cave stopped hissing and hurriedly left after noticing the death of the tyrannical monkey. Phew! Yao Knight took a breath, disengaged his split state, and used his python split to devour the exploding monkey corpse. Killing this violent monkey made him feel better in his heart the last time he manipulated his doppelganger. It was this idiot who grabbed his tail and almost ripped it off, and now it was revenge. Crunch! For the python's doppelganger, flesh and blood are far more delicious than peaches. Each devouring at the moment soothed his spirit, and although the attribute boost he was able to bring was not much, the comfort was real. Not long after, a system alert sounded. Frowny face, your wind sound has reached the evolution standard. Please choose your next evolution direction. Flare Python, flare. A blinding light is emitted, instantly blinding the enemy, and can be used in both forms. Gold Blade Python, Gold Blade, in human form. You can coalesce the golden twin blades for melee combat. In split form, it can make the scales of the whole body become golden blades. Fallen Light Python, Fallen Light, in human form. You can perform the Fallen Light spell, which erases all light within a 30-meter radius. In split form, it can blend in with the environment of the surrounding light. Peach Blossom Python, Divine Peach Blossom, human form, has a surge in charisma and will be favored by any female. Enhanced kidneys in split form, super attractive to female pythons. Looking at the 4 options, Yao Knight fell into a slight tangle. The Peach Python was definitely not considered, and that Golden Python was also not considered. Right, after all, there was no need to rely on the body to coalesce if it was a weapon. That leaves the 2 light attribute pythons next. The first to flare is to deprive the enemy of light, causing them to enter a state of blindness. This offense, while good, doesn't work so well against an opponent who kills by thermal imaging, similar to some cold-blooded animals. The second type of fallen light obliterates the light of its surroundings, plunging the space around it into total darkness. As well as giving the python doppelganger chameleon-like abilities. Gee, which one should I pick? Chapter 26, Talent Exposed. Horrified Skyfire Clan Chief. Naturally, I have to choose the Fallen Light Python. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of such a good skill? You have chosen the direction of evolution. Start evolving. In the next instant, the python doppelganger once again returned to form a huge python totem behind himself. Looking mighty, his Yao Knight's favorite part was when he was evolving. That feeling of himself constantly getting stronger fascinated him. Then at this moment his eyes flashed as he opened the map. The current location is still the 100 Beasts deserted city. It was important to realize that this blue star could be more than simply 100 times bigger than one's last life, but 10,000 times bigger. But unfortunately most of the territory was occupied by the Fae, with humans occupying less than 20% of the territory. Places like the 100 Beasts desolate city could only be considered the domain of the Fae beasts, not counting as a human city. At this moment, he once again felt his own injuries. The broken ribs had completely healed, but he still needed to recuperate for a while. Yao Knight simply sat down and began to plan his future actions. It's getting closer and closer to the entrance exams, which are now only 10 days away. If I can reach the level of 4 turns within these 10 days, then the ranking of the college entrance examination. There was a pause. The top 3 of the college entrance exams were all qualified to receive guidance from their seniors. And even worse, they were even able to obtain an exclusive Taoist protector arranged by the Dragon Kingdom. The so-called Tao protector is to act as a bodyguard in the role of a genius before he is fully grown up, and to solve doubts in cultivation in the meantime. However, Yao Knight felt that with his growth rate, I'm afraid that the Tao protector would be a bit redundant. Planning it this way, the speed of his own evolution was getting faster and faster, and it wouldn't be long before he could fully evolve into a fallen light python. And in the meantime, inside the Heavenly Flame family's council chamber, several family elders were talking with gloomy expressions. I suspect that those foreigners are already plotting a revolt. To dare to assassinate the young clan leader of my clan is really bold. I want the foreigner to die. That's right. I also want the foreigners to die. Why don't we kill those white-skinned swine by entering that Shanghai Martial Arts Center right now? The two Heavenly Flame clan elders in the council chamber were so violent in temper that they opened their mouths to kill. And they couldn't even hide their breath anymore. Enough! The Heavenly Flame clan elder who was in the main seat suddenly tapped the table while speaking calmly, just leave the affairs of the foreigners to the state to manage. We only need to guard our own acreage. And kill whoever dares to come and offend. No matter what his status is. Not to mention the fact that it's not a couple hundred years ago. The alliances have been formed. And you can't make a big deal out of slaughtering foreigners. With the patriarch's few words, the several family elders beside him gradually calmed down and silently waited for the patriarch's opinion. That's right, Tianer. Tell the family elders what you saw and heard yesterday. We need to see the authenticity of this information. As soon as the patriarch's words came out, the Heavenly Flame son, who was located at the end of the line, stood out while speaking with calm eyes, reporting back to all the family elders. I met that person who was indeed a one-in-a-million genius. He killed a fifth turn with his second turn cultivation. I've already resolved to follow him. Boom! The moment Tianhuazi said this, the family elders simply couldn't sit still. There was even one who directly slapped the table angrily and stood up, pointing at Tianhuazi and cursing a rubbish. We've already appointed you as the young clan chief, and you dare to follow someone else, and isn't this degrading the name of my Heavenly Fire clan? Are you still a member of our clan? How spineless. That's right. How can our Skyfire clan's young patriarch follow an outsider? Besides, it's still a nameless junior. I don't agree with it either. The crowd of family elders pointed at Tianhuazi's nose and cursed him, saying that he was not competitive and had disgraced the family. However, Tianhuazi remained stubbornly standing in place, without the slightest intention to admit his mistake. Alright, be fucking quiet. Keep your mouths clean. We're in a meeting, not a fight, the patriarch roared, directly calming the crowd. Then calmly said to Tianhuazi, you said that person killed a mid-fifth turn with a second turn cultivation. Is this true? Back to the clan leader. 1,000 times true. How could I possibly lie? Tianhuazi looked firm, without the slightest hint that he was lying, but this made the family elders hesitate. Could it be that these words were true? Knowing that the gap between the 6th and 5th revolutions was so great that it was impossible to kill someone across the ranks, under 5 turns although similar, but across 3 large realms to kill people. It is really incredible. There was silence in the council chamber for a long time. And finally it was the patriarch who took out a huge laptop from under the table after his eyes flickered. Tianer, with your current memory and mental power, it's enough to sift through tens of thousands of awakened people to find that person. Moreover, the wilderness you went to yesterday is within the boundaries of Kaguya City. So look within this class of awakened ones in Kaguya City and see if that person you mentioned is among them. The patriarch made a snap decision and took out the computer given by the state and handed it over to Skyfire.at. This moment, Tianhua hesitated for a moment and felt that what the patriarch said was also right. So he came to the computer and began to look through the photos of one awakened person. As he flipped through the pages, all the family elders in the council chamber no longer uttered a sound, but quietly looked at him with a little anticipation in their hearts, and after an hour-long search, Skyfire's pupils snapped together and he spoke in a loud voice, I found him. That's him. So his name is Yao Knight. Tianhuazi shouted excitedly. And in an instant all the family elders as well as the patriarchs gathered around and looked at the picture Tianhuazi was pointing at. Only after looking at it for a few seconds, the faces of the crowd went cold. Underneath the large handsome face was a line of introduction. Yao Knight's student photo, name, Yao Knight, sex, male, awakening talent, D rank black snake split? No? Are you kidding us? Young patriarch? This guy is just a D rank. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Yes. A D-ranked talent given 10 years is afraid that he won't even reach the first turning realm, not to mention killing a 5th rotation powerhouse with a 2nd rotation realm. Skyfire, you kids are making fun of the grandpas, aren't you? Isn't it? That's right. This kid was cute and adorable when he was a kid and peed on his grandpa's neck. How did he grow up and learn to lie? In the face of the accusations of the various family elders, Tianoa's complexion suddenly solidified, as if he had remembered something. No, Black Snake Split is definitely his talent. I remember he had a 20-meter-long golden python by his side at the time, and that aura was like that of a giant beast. That's him, Tianhuazi muttered. While at this moment the patriarch heard his words but the whole person stayed. If what you say is true, then his talent has definitely awakened for the second time. And when did he have his second awakening? And what was the awakening? What exactly is his gift? Just 5 days for him to reach the second turn. One must know that even an A-rank talented genius would need at least more than a year to reach the second turn. S rank and above are quicker, but definitely not less than 6 months. And reaching the second turn in 5 days. This is simply a miracle. The patriarch's gaze froze as he muttered to himself, while a terrifying answer gradually surfaced in his mind. Demon god level, infinite dragon ancestor. he cried out madly in his mind. Chapter 27, and you do your best to follow him. Behemoth descends. The moment this answer surfaced in his heart, the entire heart of the heavenly flame patriarch trembled. A professional's talent level represents future accomplishments. Generally speaking, as long as one is C rank or above, it's possible to reach the 5th turn with one's own talent and hard work day and night, but it will take a very long time and the awakened person will need to work extremely hard. A rank, on the other hand, requires a not so long period of time to reach the 5th turn. And as for the 6th turn, it all depends on one's own enlightenment and effort. As for S rank and above, that would surely be able to go beyond the 5th turn and reach the 6th turn, or even further. So if this child that Heavenly Flame Child was talking about was truly a demon god level talent, then this person would be a nailed on 7th or even 8th or even 9th turn powerhouse in the future. As for the other realms above the 9 revolutions though, the Heavenly Flame Patriarch did not understand them when he thought that the young man who saved his young master actually possessed a demon god level talent. His mouth was dry at that moment. Those words just now weren't said in front of the crowd looking at the family elders who were still bickering. The Heavenly Flame Patriarch straightened his expression and opened his mouth. All of you, step back, and take care of the affairs in the family first. I have something important to say to the young patriarch. When these words came out, several family elders looked stunned but didn't say anything more and quickly left the council chamber, leaving only the two of them, Tianhua Z and Tianhua Patriarch. Are you sure that the person you saw is this picture on the computer himself? I hope you're not mistaken. The patriarch spoke cautiously, 1,000 times over. I would never lie, Tianhua Z said with firm eyes, and at this moment the patriarch took a breath and after a few moments of inner thought spoke. Who? Did you know that the current number 1 of the 10 strongest talents appeared 4 days ago? As soon as these words came out, the pupils of the Heavenly Flame Sun slightly contracted before he opened his mouth. Of course I know. The infinite dragon ancestor just appeared 4 days ago. Do you mean? At this moment, the patriarch wasn't speaking, while Tianhua Z suddenly sat on his butt on the stool, his eyes filled with shock. His talent awakened for the second time, and he transformed from a black snake detachment to a demon god level infinite dragon ancestor 4 days ago. And with his demon god level talent, he became a second turn powerhouse in just 4 days. Tianhua Z swallowed his saliva fiercely, and seemed to understand why that man was able to kill a 5th turn with his second turn cultivation. Only at the moment he was even a little misty-eyed, just sitting on the stool, thinking back carefully. Well kid, there's no point in messing yourself up just because someone's tough. I left you here, naturally, because there is something I want to tell you. The Heavenly Flame Patriarch spoke calmly. He had slowed down and had a plan in mind. Go ahead, matriarch, I'll do my best to accomplish it. Well, I'm relieved to see you're so on board. My opinion is that you do your best to follow him from now on. As for his request for money, just say that you supported it yourself and give him an upward adjustment from the previous 20 million to 40 million. And the life-preserving magic treasure I gave you before, that thing you also put away. When necessary, you can help him a hand, so that people also remember your name and kindness. And the fact that this can only be known to the two of us, his talent must never be revealed, or it will lead to a mad hunt for people from other countries. That would be too much of a loss for our dragon kingdom. The patriarch's flat words came out slowly and Tianhua Z nodded, very much agreeing with this approach. If one were to strike up a good relationship with this demon god level talent right now, then if Yao Knight was able to reach a high ranked position in the future, it would be of great benefit to the Heavenly Flame clan in the future. This is the way to invest. And in the meantime, as the hour approached the afternoon, Yao Knight in the cave exhaled deeply and ended his cultivation. During this period he swallowed 2 essence transformation pills and 1 thunder cloud pill, slightly increasing his strength, but the real big head hadn't appeared yet. The totem tattoo on his back stabilized more and more at this moment, and after 10 seconds had passed, this evolution was complete. Congratulations on completing your evolution. Please check your panel. Name, Yao Knight. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level. Realm, Peak 2. Body Mass, 3,566. Spirit, 3,688. Skills, Poison, Wind and Thunder. Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Split, Fallen Light Python. Strength, Spirit Python Dash, Direction of Evolution, Inferno Python, Underworld Python, Flying Cloud Python. To be selected, Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level. Skills, Poison, Wind and Thunder. Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Corrupted Light. In human form, you can cast Corrupted Light, which erases all light within a 30-meter radius. In bilocation form, it can blend in with the environment of the surrounding light. Phew. Reached the peak of the second turn? Feeling the majestic power of chi and blood coming from his body, the corner of Yao Knight's mouth hooked into a smile. At this moment, he released the python detachment with a move of his palm. However, the moment the python doppelganger appeared, his entire body froze. It was only at this point that the python reached a body length of about 25 meters. The golden light that emanated from his body at times The blue light that he even sometimes transforms into the green light that he had during the fierce python stage. And his color is constantly changing. Interesting. With a thought, Yao Knight's python doppelganger used the skill, Fallen Light. In the next second, the color of the python detachment instantly stabilized and it was surprisingly consistent with the colors in the surrounding caves. It directly blended in with the entire cave. And it was impossible to tell that there was a 20+ meter long python here. TSK. This is a good skill. It's really a heavenly skill if you use it for sneak attack. After a pause, Yao Knight once again raised his arm and cast Fallen Light in human form. In an instant a black vacuum appeared where his palm had crossed. No light could penetrate in this location and it was pitch black and impossible to see through, but what's interesting is that Yao Knight himself can see through the entire blackness through his mind and gain insight into the scene within it. I see, it's a skill that cheats by the color of the light, blinds the vision of others, but I myself can have a clear view of what's inside it, and it can encompass a maximum range of 30 meters. However, Yao Knight clearly understood that this skill was definitely not that simple, but had a counterintuitive effect. But you can't develop it yourself for a while. You know it's erasing color and light. So if a science student is allowed to have this skill, they can surely play with it. But Yao Knight is a man of culture, and his main study is language. So he couldn't think of any more counterintuitive uses for the moment, and just as Yao Knight was thinking about it, a high-pitched roar suddenly came from high in the air outside, directly piercing through the entire cave. It almost made his ears shake. Roar. At the same time, the alarm on his cell phone went off. Attention, attention. You are currently in a behemoth-infested zone. Please take cover. Attention, attention. You are currently in a behemoth-infested zone. Please take cover. Attention, attention. You are currently in a behemoth-infested zone. Please take cover. Chapter 28. The five-clawed golden dragon appears. Ancestral dragon, don't leave me behind. Behemoth. Yao Knight's heart was shaken. How did he need a giant beast just after evolving? The ear-piercing beeps on his cell phone kept ringing, and Yao Knight hurriedly turned it off, and at this moment, he felt more and more that the entire cave was trembling. And he was afraid that the 100 Beasts' desolate city had suffered a huge earthquake because of the giant beasts outside. Damn it! Just how many revolutions is a giant beast that can make the entire desolate city tremble? Yao Knight's heart cannot help but rise a trace of absurdity. You should know that the old man we met before was at the 6th turn of cultivation, but could only chip away at the mountain, but you simply can't do earthquakes over such a large area of thousands of kilometers. Is it possible that it's 7 turns or higher? Yao Knight's eyes narrowed. So he tried to maintain his balance in the cave and slowly walked out of the cave. This time, the sky was approaching darkness, and the wilderness was full of the terrified hissing of the beasts, as if they had encountered a higher power. However, at this moment, Yao Knight looked around, but found that there is a lot of bright light around. There is no meaning of the darkness of the night to descend. By all rights the whole sky should be darkening by now, he muttered, while the next moment his whole body was petrified in place. Unbelievably, he looked at the gigantic object high in the sky that was thousands of meters long and emitted a golden light. Every single one of those scales was glowing with a dazzling golden light. The body is as thick as a mountain, and the body length of nearly 1,000 meters covers the entire sky. Disperses unparalleled golden light illuminates the entire beast wasteland city, just like a small sun. Five-clawed golden dragon. He immediately recognized the beast, while his body slowly faded toward the cave. This beast has appeared before, and it's appeared in the skies above Mordor. It also seems to be immune to physical attacks. According to the newscast, this level of behemoth was simply not something one could mess with right now, and one had to hide if they could. Only others, though they had taken refuge in caves, had to suffer from the vertigo caused by the earthquake. So Yao Knight could only endure in silence. But during this process of enduring, he seemed to hear the murmuring of the five-clawed golden dragon high in the air. Zulan, Zulan, do not abandon me. Zulan, Zulan, take me away. I know. You are here. Zulan. This murmur was heard loud and clear by Yao Knight. The tone was full of desolation and loneliness, and there was a sense of resignation at being abandoned. It sounded like a little abandoned baby, pitiful and helpless. At the sound, Yao Knight couldn't help but restrain himself from wanting to walk out of the cave. Nope. What the hell is going on with this sound? It can actually affect my thoughts. The level of panic in Yao Knight's heart increased even more while he took out his cell phone and began to check the official information on the five-clawed golden dragon. Five-clawed golden dragon, hazard level, extinction level, special ability, ignores physical attacks, other abilities not yet known, current realm, conservatively estimated to be between 8 and 9 revolutions, with the possibility of more than 9 revolutions not ruled out, camp, ambiguous attitude towards humans, but never hurt anyone, details, body length of about 3 kilometers. There have been 2 records of appearance. The first appeared 17 years ago over the East China Sea for 1 hour, and the second appeared on the 16th of this month in the Dragon Kingdom over the Magic City for 10 minutes, but did not hurt anyone. Between the 8th and 9th revolutions, How terrifying is this? Yao Knight took a deep breath. I'm afraid that this giant beast can spit itself to death with a mouthful of spit right now. It's better to cower in this cave first. Above the wilderness of the 100 Beasts' desolate city, the 5-clawed golden dragon still danced in the sky, causing the ground to tremble. It was like a golden monarch looking around his domain. Countless foreign beasts on the wilderness were startled into fleeing everywhere, and even some of the weak ones were directly scared out of their bitter guts, spewing green blood out of their mouths and collapsing in place. Only half an hour had passed, and the 5-clawed golden dragon was still dancing high in the air without the slightest intention of leaving, seemingly searching for something. Damn! How long is he going to be here? Yao Knight muttered. Thinking that this old dragon was too unorthodox, he had just finished evolving himself and was ready to make a big splash when he was stopped in his tracks. Thus, Yao Knight could only wait down silently, sitting inside the cave and constantly swallowing pills to cultivate. However, he saw that the 5-clawed golden dragon didn't seem to have any intention of eating other exotic beasts, so he went up to the entrance of the cave to see if any exotic beasts could be delivered to his door. Thinking like this, Yao Knight completely plopped down and sat at the entrance of the cave to silently cultivate. Yet just as soon as he ran the chi and blood in his body, he noticed a difference. At the moment he was in a position where he could just be illuminated by the light from the 5-clawed golden dragon's body. The once he operated his chi and blood in the radiance, he was able to greatly increase his cultivation progress. In the part of the body that was illuminated by the light of the 5-clawed golden dragon, the blood within it immediately boiled, accelerating its speed through the entire body. Even the number of heartbeats of his entire body increased quite a bit. What's going on? This 5-clawed golden dragon's light seems to have increased my cultivation. Yao Knight didn't think too much about it, but immediately swallowed 2 Thundercloud Dan to run his entire body, and began to frantically run his body's chi and blood. Originally, it took about 10 seconds for the chi and blood in the body to travel all over the body for a week, but now after the light of the 5-clawed golden dragon shone through, this speed was accelerated to 3 seconds. Blood runs a week in 3 seconds, a speed that can scare the hell out of people. To know even the top 6 turns of the strong blood running the body for a week also need 5 seconds of time. But now Yao Knight's blood is flowing at a surprisingly fast rate of 3 seconds. That meant that his cultivation speed had reached an extremely fast level at this moment. And it turned out to be true. After only half a minute had passed, Yao Knight could vaguely sense that bottleneck at the 3rd turn stage. And because the blood in the body runs so fast, hints of black sludge began to well up on his skin. And these impurities were all expelled from his body. A trace of a fishy odor appeared on his body, but he didn't care about it at all. Instead, using all his strength with the intention of breaking through. Boom! 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 Yao Knight's heartbeat sounded like thunder as it beat frantically within his body. At the same time, his heartbeat surprisingly gradually began to match the frequency of the earthquake outside. Even after 10 minutes had passed, his heart rate and the earthquake rate had completely merged on the same level. He has fully adapted to the rhythm of the earthquake. It seemed as if the whole person was one with the earth, like a child of the earth. Bang! 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 Ding! Due to your special cultivation method, a new direction of evolution has appeared. Earth Python, skill, Earth Dragon, in human form, can cause earthquakes to occur within a 50-meter radius, with the number of earthquakes proportional to its strength. Can blend into the ground in split form. Combination skill, can awaken the Earth Dragon stance. Earth Dragon stance, when you enter the earth, you can manipulate the earth as an Earth Dragon. Chapter 29, Legendary Fey Beast, Blood-Clothed Beast. That seems like a pretty good option. But let's wait until I reach the evolutionary standard. Yao Knight pondered inwardly for a moment, then focused on the breakthrough. The bottlenecks of the great realms were like layers of shackles, and what one has to do is to let the chi and blood in the body break through this shackle and destroy it. Then one has also reached the next realm. Originally, it might have taken 3 or 4 days if this process was to be completed, but now after the light of the 5-clawed golden dragon shone through, it shortened the process infinitely. Click, click, click. Within the void of Yao Knight's body. A sound of iron locks shattering rang out, and immediately after that, the power of chi and blood emanating from his body rushed through this layer of shackles, instantly reaching the 3rd turn. At this moment, every pore of his body was spitting out bright red breath, like cast iron that had just been fished out of a smelting pool. At the same time his heart beat stronger and his physical fitness climbed a notch. Looking around his body, Yao Knight's expression didn't change too much. The realms below the 5th turn are all similar, and even if they break through, they're just a step further. Silently, he glanced at his attributes. Frowny face. Body mass, 4,666, spirit, 3,988, physique is currently breaking through 4,000, and mental strength is almost there. It will be 40,000 attributes if the power of merging is activated. Only Yao Knight himself could feel it clearly. Even if one encounters that foreigner with gloves again after the merge, then one's chances of winning may increase a bit, but definitely not more than 50%. If you converted it that way, the attributes of a 5th turn powerhouse would be around 80,000 to 90,000. However, this was only the middle level of the 5th turn, and it was feared that the high level of the 5th turn as well as the peak of the 5th turn would be around or above 100,000. Of course, everyone's strength is not fixed, in which there are also environmental, mood and psychological changes. All in all, with his current strength, he should have a fighting chance when he encounters the early stage of the 5th turn. Of course, if fierce poison was utilized, the odds of winning would definitely be much higher. However, it cannot be ruled out that some professionals have the ability to be immune to toxins or exempt from toxins. Well, next is the time to catch the sea. Oh no, catch the dirt. Yao Knight's gaze glowed as he looked at the corpses of the foreign beasts on the wasteland that were scared to sudden death by the 5-clawed golden dragon. And the corners of his mouth widened into a smile. The 5-clawed golden dragon had long since left 2 minutes ago, and now this plain was full of corpses of terrified alien beasts, except for some 2nd turn high-ranking or 3rd turn Fae that weren't affected. The rest all became corpses, lying quietly on top of the wasteland. Rush! Now is the time to rush the sea. Yao Knight roared, his doppelganger drilled straight out, and both figures pounced on the wasteland at the same time. The python doppelganger didn't have the ability to collect, and after encountering the corpse of a foreign beast, it would just swallow it in one gulp to increase its evolutionary progress. On the other hand, this side of the main body was much more convenient, and after encountering the corpse of a foreign beast, it would directly use its spatial bracelet to load into it. 2-footed sheep, black crows, terrapins, white-horned cows, golden jade worms, corpse after corpse of alien beasts was loaded into his bracelet. The Yao Knight is specializing in picking expensive loads like somewhat desert worms, and ruddy hogs and the like. Don't even look at them. The python's split side was even bloodier. It didn't matter what kind of beast it was. As long as it entered the stomach it immediately had to be turned into energy, and then it proceeded to swallow the next one. The distance between the main body and the doppelganger is no more than 50 meters, becoming a straight line bursting forward. After only 10 minutes, the two had traveled more than 2,000 meters, and the python doppelganger ate more than 20 alien beasts in this 2,000-meter path. As for the body is even more horrifying. 200 square meters of space bracelet. A large part of the body is piled up. Put all cannot put. Yao Knight planned to just pile up the bracelets and go to town to buy one with more space. And it was at that moment that he gradually approached the corpse of a huge fire ox. Suddenly, a red-maned lion with a ferocious face suddenly scurried out and took a bite of the fire ox to leave. A 2nd turn middle rank and you dare to rob me? Displeasure flashed in Yao Knight's eyes, and then his figure flashed out and bang, the gloved right hand punched the red-maned lion in the head, sending it flying 20 meters away. Gollum gollum. This lion rolled twice, then fell to the ground with blood spurting from its mouth. Completely dead, Yao Knight loaded the fire ox next to him into his spatial bracelet and then walked towards the red-maned lion, and it was at that moment that his heart suddenly grew wary and he hurriedly dodged. Boom! A red figure filled with a fishy aura swept past him, and then directly pounced on the red-maned lion's body. Zip! 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 A chilling sucking sound rang out, and after only 3 seconds had passed, the huge red figure suddenly floated up and the body of the red-maned lion below became a dried-up skin and bones straight away. The peak 4th turn realm. What is this? Yao Knight was amazed in his heart. This guy looked like a huge red blanket, but this bizarre hunting method made people shudder. He had no memory of this blanket-like fellow, and it seemed that there was no official labeling of this exotic beast. Hoo. That red blanket turned around and the tiny black eyeballs seemed to have realized that Yao Knight's was not to be messed with after glancing at him. So they turned their direction and flew away at great speed. What the hell? Since he didn't understand what kind of abilities the other party possessed, Yao Knight didn't make a rash move, and as it happens at the moment another alert came through on the cell phone that 3 news items were found to have been sent officially. 1. The foreigners of the Shanghai Martial Arts Center are not interested in our young talents, and are now on the lookout for them all over the city. 2. Legendary beast. The beast in blood is on the loose, and those who kill it are officially allowed to obtain a blood jacket. Click to expand beast in blood details. 3. The venue of this northern joint examination is tentatively located in the northern part of the Beast Wasteland City. Article 1 and Article 3. Yao Knight just scanned them. Then he clicked on Article 2 with a grave expression, Bloodcloth Beast. This beast is known as a legendary level beast. This beast will change into a blood clothes after death. The awakened person will get some unbelievable power after wearing the blood clothes, but the ability is not fixed. In addition, the blood-clothed beasts would parasitize other alien beasts, causing the parasitized alien beasts to gain the same unimaginable power. And their threat was extremely great. Most importantly, the blood-code beast has an extremely brutal character, so those awakened below the 3rd turn should not approach. Chomp! What the hell did I miss? Yao Knight was so anxious that she was about to stomp her feet. After all this, the beast just now was a blood-clothed beast, and it was still in an unparasitized state. with a bit of a brutal personality at best. I could have taken him down myself, but it's just a shame that he was so bluffed by that ferocious look that he thought he had some special tricks up his sleeve. I wonder what this unbelievable ability is. How about going after it? Yao Knight thought in his heart that it would be excellent if he got this blood clothes before the college entrance exam, but the idea had just risen when he half snuffed it out. The bloodcoat beast was extremely fast, and I'm afraid that it had escaped more than 10 kilometers in just a few minutes. At his own speed, even if he could catch up, he wouldn't be able to keep up without losing him. Forget it. I'll continue the pursuit in the direction the blood-clothed beast fled, and take him down if I'm lucky enough to catch up. Yao Knight made his plans and prepared to hunt down the foreign beasts in his path while pursuing the blood-clothed beast. Chapter 30, 3 days countdown to the high school exam. Triceratops parasitized by bloodcoat beast. Thinking this way, Yao Knight began to embark on his journey towards the west. Currently, one's realm was the first stage of the third turn, and one's physical strength was already very strong comparatively speaking, so one could be considered a superhuman. However, facing this world full of foreign beasts was a bit overwhelming, but it's good to know you're on the right track. Yao Knight rode the python doppelganger underneath him and kept rushing. As he went deeper and deeper towards the west, there were fewer and fewer alien beast corpses, and he gradually needed to do the hunting on his own, but he wasn't in a hurry, because there were a large number of alien beast corpses stored in the spatial bracelet. Every time he traveled a distance, Yao Knight would let his doppelganger swallow a foreign beast, and the attribute points were slowly growing. It was also when he was leisurely rushing along that his cheap father, Yao Changdong, unexpectedly called. Seeing the name of this caller, Yao Knight instantly remembered that he had promised $100,000 and hadn't called him yet. Connections. Kid, make a $100,000 call and you wheedled and made me wait for days to call. But I don't need it now, I tell you. Ha ha ha. Your brother Yao Guang has gained the recognition of the Alliance University's teachers, giving him a full tuition waiver and an annual scholarship of $500,000 alone. And let me tell you, your brother is now a first-turn powerhouse. Didn't you say you wanted to waste him last time? Come on. Don't you dare. Come on. Aren't you crazy? Come and waste your brother. Do you dare? Do you have the guts? You are a villain. Yao Changdong held the phone and kept roaring angrily, but right at this moment, Yao Guang on the other end of the phone seemed to have realized that something was wrong, so he hurriedly ran over and grabbed the phone. Bastard! What are you doing grabbing my cell phone? Your brother is too wild. I say go out and thwart him. This little beast is too wild. However, Yao Guang still didn't let Yao Changdong take back the phone, but picked up the cell phone with confused eyes and said, "Oh brother, Dad, he has always been this temper. You must not take it personally." Yao Guang gulped and said, "I've been promoted to the first turn." That's right, but last time, his brother was able to match his own third-turn teacher, so where did he get the guts to taunt his brother? If I provoke my brother to take a swing at Dad, then the family will really be finished. But strangely enough, Yao Knight on the other end of the phone didn't say a single word, and it was only after a half-loud silence that he slowly opened his mouth. Honestly, one can't hold a grudge against one's own family. In fact, I have some feelings for you guys. Yao Knight held his cell phone with his eyes looking high into the sky, then let out a long sigh. In his last life as a mercenary, he had never experienced much family warmth in the first place, thought I could fill that void after living again, but didn't expect to face a family like this. If nothing else, maybe I'll pull you all together, but your attitudes disappoint me. Understand? Boom! Yao Knight's plain words struck above Yao Guang's heart like a heavy hammer. Yao Guang struggled to say something, but realized he had nothing to say. Brother! Enough! From now on, you are no longer my brother, and I am no longer your brother. Do. The phone was hung up. Yao Guang lost his soul listening to the sound of hanging up the phone, half speechless, only to feel that a certain important item of their own has been taken away. Brat, pull yourself together. How strong can he be? Your brother? Now you're guaranteed a place at Alliance University, so stick your chest out for me when you see him in the future. Yao Changdong hissed loudly, but the next second Yao Guang suddenly exploded. Enough! I used to be immature in my mind, always thinking that my brother could surpass me in every area. I was very jealous of him and even hated him. But I was just immature then. Now I've realized. It was you and Mom who drove him away alive. Yao Guang hissed loudly, followed by crashing through the door of the room and striding away. In fact, Yao Guang understood that his brother's departure had its own share of credit. He just didn't say so, and at this moment, Yao Changdong stared blankly at the direction in which his cute little son had left, and his whole body froze. Ever since he was a child, Yao Guang, this child has never disobeyed him, never dared to yell at himself. What the hell is going on today? Yao Changdong was very confused, but unfortunately with his knowledge he was not able to break the situation and visualize the cause and effect. But he understands only one thing: his youngest son has made his mark and is about to make his mark. 6 days later, in the middle of the endless wilderness, the green color began to dwindle, and sandy soil began to appear on the earth. Yao Knight had already traveled more than 200 kilometers. Even the surroundings had changed, and the air had dried up a bit. He had already hunted quite a few fey beasts in these 6 days. Although the quality wasn't great, the number was around 200 or so. Some of the precious materials that had been accumulated were also piled up in the spatial bracelet, waiting to be sold. And after all these days of hunting, his face had visified a little. And however, one's own attributes had also improved by a hair. And although there was still a long distance to go before the 4th turn, it wasn't too far away. Realm, 3rd turn. 2nd stage, Physique, 4,888, Spirit, 4,566, Skills, Poison, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light. The doppelganger was able to smell the blood-clad beast. It shouldn't be far, but there are still 3 days to go before the entrance exam. So let's hope we can obtain the bloodcloth before then. Yao Knight estimated that it would take more than 3 hours for him to get to the Northern Examination Center of 100 Beasts Desolate City. As long as it leaves on the same day, then it will arrive on the same day. With that in mind, the python doppelganger had already sensed the scent trail of the blood-clothed beast and headed in a certain direction at breakneck speed. Yao Knight's eyes were filled with anticipation as he sat on the python's detached body and looked forward to it. However, after only going less than 200 meters, he stopped directly while hiding himself. Not far away, on top of a patch of sandy soil, was a huge stone platform more than 500 meters in circumference, and around this stone platform, more than 10 white-clothed foreigners gathered here, and gabbled something in their mouths. The legendary beast is here, but I don't want to die if you go first. Your strength is the strongest. If you don't go, who will? Yao Knight could understand some of these people's words, which probably meant, the beast is here. Which one of you will go first? Then the name-calling started in response to who was up first. But just as these foreigners were arguing, the whole stone platform suddenly began to tremble. A huge hissing sound rang out, followed by a huge beast like a mountain rushing out from within the stone platform. What the? Holy shit! The size of this giant beast was too big. Yao Knight thought that he was a 6th Revolution's giant beast instead of a fey beast. The huge body covered in scales was more than 3 meters thick on one leg, and the length of the body even reached about 50 meters, and he looked even more amazing. A triceratops. Without saying a word, this triceratops directly began to hunt down these white-robed foreigners, making the ground tremble with every next step. Such a thick and heavy body made Yao Knight secretly frightened. With such a huge size, I'm afraid that this triceratops is on the verge of the behemoth stage, right? And by all accounts, the triceratops-shaped fey are actually more powerful than the other fey. Of this triceratops fey beast should be stronger than an ordinary 5th turn fey beast, but it couldn't compare to a giant beast. Nope. What's that behind him? Yao Knight suddenly saw the presence of a huge red blanket at the neck of this triceratops. Wasn't that the blood-clothed beast? Bad. Approaching the strength of a giant beast and gaining the special ability given by the blood-clad beast. Such strength. Yao Knight muttered under his breath, then retreated to 100 meters away. Let this group of foreigners go first. If this group of foreigners can't do anything about it, then I'll think of something myself. Chapter 31 Encountering an Ambush. The 7-turned foreigner appears. Yao Knight slowly retreated behind the crowd of foreigners and silently watched, and at this moment the triceratops was completely mad. His eyes were red as he bumped into people as he saw them. These foreigners are not a match for him at all. And one of them directly sprayed blood from his mouth after being hit and died. This kind of horrible strength makes Yao Knight's heart tremble. TSK. He couldn't help but smack his lips. These 10 foreigners could all be at the 5th turn of strength, but surprisingly, they could do nothing against this triceratops, and had even begun to flee en route. Just when Yao Knight intends to retreat for a period of time first, Susu Tuyi Wen, but suddenly found the wrong. At this moment, his pupils shrunk violently, as he realized that the direction in which the remaining foreigners had fled had coincidentally surrounded him. Not good. In this instant, Yao Knight immediately realized that he had been tricked. Realizing this, his entire body suddenly scurried out with the intention of leaving the place. Yet now it's too late, only to see the speed of the 7 or 8 foreigners increased violently. After drawing their weapons, they surrounded towards Yao Knight's, and the leader even laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, possessor of a demon god level talent. I didn't expect to catch you so easily. Ha ha ha. The man laughed loudly, followed by a violent change in his aura. Boom! His aura suddenly rose, stepping directly into the 6th turn from the peak of the 5th turn. Yet that wasn't all. 6 turns in 1 step, 6 turns in 3 steps, 6 turns in 7 steps, 6 turns in 8 steps. 7 turns. In just a few seconds' time, his aura instantly finished rising, settling at the 2nd stage of the 7th turn. At the same time, an extremely strong pressure ruthlessly pressed down on Yao Knight's head. Put. The tremendous pressure from above his head directly caused Yao Knight to fall to the ground, unable to even struggle to get up for a short period of time. Shit, there's no need for that, is there? In order to kill me, you even sent out a 7th turn powerhouse? Yao Knight was feeling a bit ridiculous inside. He himself, a third turn, had to face the pursuit of a seventh turn. It's the equivalent of when you've just opened a kiosk at the village gate and then the richest man in the country suddenly wants to put you out of business. And this is the seventh turn of the strong. Even ordinary giant beasts are not a match. And even the other party has killed many giant beasts. Oh, you're the only demon god level talent awakened, but to not be born in my great Sakura. That is the biggest mistake you have ever made. Only to see him suddenly flick his fingers. A large golden net appeared out of thin air, directly covering that triceratops. The remaining foreigners, on the other hand, surrounded one after another, looking at Yao Knights with sinister eyes. By the way, introduce yourself. The person who killed you is Aishima Tubo from Sakura country. Remember my name. Aishima Tubo suddenly opened her palm, and a huge golden katana blasted into her hand. The length was close to 100 meters. A veritable 100-meter sword. It's a blessing for you to die on my famous technique, the Batusai chop. Immediately after that, the long sword in Aishima Tubo's hand slashed down with a loud bang. Before even approaching it, one could detect the sharpness of its aura, and even the entire ground began to be split in half. It's over. Yao Knight's heart shouted frantically. A skill that can't be used at all. Just the other party's aura left himself defenseless, unable to even move. This was simply a dead end. What do I do? Yao Knight had despaired in his heart. He did possess a demon god level talent, but he hadn't finished developing it yet. If he allowed himself to reach the 6th turn stage, he would be able to directly cause this little Sakura to die beyond repair. But now that he was only at the 3rd turn of cultivation, how on earth should he resist? What to do? I'll fight you. Yao Knight was completely insane under the crisis of life and death, and even his eyes gushed out endless blood. However, just when that golden huge katana was about to strike him, and Yao Knight was about to struggle upholding the risk of his meridians breaking by inches, a fiery red figure suddenly appeared. Huge flames enveloped the 4 directions, and both heaven and earth began to burn because of its appearance. A figure surrounded by celestial fire appeared directly above Yao Knight. His clothes fluttered and his head full of white hair danced wildly, and in the next second, he only saw his thin palm actually catch the golden katana with ease. At the same time, a domineering voice rang out, "My Dragon Kingdom's descendants are for you, a little Sakura. To kill?" Boom! Violent celestial flames tumbled up from his body as if it was going to devour the sky, instantly enveloping the Aishima tubes high in the air. "Ooh, Heavenly Fire Lord, we have formed an alliance and you dare to kill me. Why don't you dare?" With a furious roar, the Heavenly Flame Lord's entire body soared up like a wild dragon, and ruthlessly slammed his fist into the face of Aishima Kwanzi, the directly hitting half of his face until it was bent. He flew out backwards with a spray of blood from his mouth. However, Aishima Tubes didn't choose to fight hard, but instead fled down the road toward the distance. Ha! The Heavenly Flame Lord smiled faintly and didn't rush to chase after him, but instead turned his head to look at Yao Knight and said, "Aha! Your name is Yao Knight, right? I've heard that my family, Tianhua Z, and you are friends. Forget it. We'll talk slowly after I kill this little cherry blossom," the Heavenly Fire Lord said in surprise, but his eyes that kept turning showed that he was lying. After saying that, Heavenly Flame Shangren chased straight after the direction that Aishima Pipe escaped from. At this moment, Yao Knight clearly detected something wrong in the Heavenly Flame Superior's words, but instead of pursuing the matter too far, he took a breath and set his sights on the 6 foreigners around him. At the same time, the gazes of these few foreigners were dead set on him, ready to strike at any time. "Grandma, I can't handle the 7 turns, but I can't handle you guys," Yao Knight roared, yet for all his roaring, he employed the most insidious and vicious form of offense. After all, this was a real 6/5 turn. A little carelessness and he would be defeated. He was seen suddenly hammering the ground with both hands, then digging out a large handful of yellow sand and leaping up. What is this Dragon Nation doing? Is it hard not to be scared mad just now? I think he's been stunned for a long time, so grabbing him and killing him will be considered a mission accomplished. A few foreigners discussed with each other and felt that now was the best time to kill this genius, so they chased straight towards Yao Knight. However, right at this moment, Yao Knight suddenly pinched and exploded the yellow sand block in his hand. Bang! A large amount of lust spread around with the wind and swept over all the Yankees. At this point the foreigner in charge wanted to say something, however. The next moment, he realized that severe pain was coming from all parts of his body, especially the places that had just come into contact with the wind and sand. No! He poisoned the wind and sand. On the other side, Tianhuazi came at breakneck speed after the direction the Patriarch's grandfather had flown off in ever since he knew that Yao Knight's talent was at the demon god level. Grandfather Patriarch had been wasting his time searching for Yao Knight through satellite maps. He said he was taking himself to find a way to deepen his relationship with Yao Knight. Tianhuazi had always been puzzled as to what way the Patriarch's grandfather was going to deepen the relationship between them, but Grandpa Patriarch kept repeating a phrase, "It's called saving people from themselves." Besides, he saved you last time. Wouldn't it be a double whammy if we saved him again? And he's definitely going to remember us. You know? Tianhuozi was puzzled in the face of the patriarch's grandfather's words. One must know that the Yao Knight in his eyes had the strength to kill even those who faced a fifth-turn powerhouse. So what danger could he encounter? But it wasn't until he saw the hordes of strong foreigners in the wilderness that he realized the foreigners have also learned some news about Yao Knights, and will definitely try to suppress the Dragon Kingdom geniuses? With anxiety and concern, Tianhuozi finally arrived at the battlefield. But the scene in front of him made him somewhat afraid to approach. Yao Knight unexpectedly faced 6 fifth-turn foreigners alone. This strong lineup has him in a fleeing mood. Tianhuozi hesitated to help, yet the scene that appeared next threw him for a loop. Chapter 32, 1 against 6. The blood-clothed beast that grants wishes only to see that in the moment Yao Knight shot. The 6 foreigners uniformly feel pain in the body, and then madly scratch the body. He poisoned us. What to do? One of the men screamed in horror, feeling nothing but excruciating pain all over his body. The strong and unmatched toxicity of the fierce poison erupted on several people. But all 6 of them were all 5th revolution powerhouses, and Yao Knight only has a 3rd-turn cultivation level. So the effect brought about by the fierce poison is actually not very large, and it will take at least a quarter of an hour for it to fully kick in. But a quarter of an hour is enough. Yao Knight's mouth grinned a cruel smile, and the next second, from the center of his body suddenly erupted an endless blackness, instantly enveloping a 30-meter radius, enveloping all the foreigners within it. In that instant, the 30-meter area was devoid of any trace of light and became a huge black orb. At the same time, this sudden descent into blackness caused these 6 fifth-turn powerhouses to panic, intent on finding a way out. Yet now it's too late. Yao Knight's eyes clearly distinguished the 6 figures in the dark night. At the same time, he put on those gloves and killed directly into the group of foreigners. At the same time, Tianhuozi, who was standing in the distance, directly froze. He couldn't for the life of him figure out what this huge black ball occupying a 30-meter square was. Is this the means of a demon god-level talent? This, Tianhuozi muttered. And after approaching some distance he could hear the screams within the black ball. Only how come this scream? Apart from the foreigners' voices, there was also Yao Lao's cries of pain? Heavenly Firechild was puzzled in his mind. And, as he thought, the Yao Knight within the black orb did not decapitate the foreigners in a thunderous manner, but rather was in a scorching state of engagement with these 6 people. At this time, the 6 foreigners inside the orb lost their sight and were poisoned with limited combat power. But it still gave Yao Knights a headache, because these few people had already sensed that their lives were in danger. And at this moment they had gone completely crazy. Though they struck indiscriminately in this dark environment of less than 30 meters, and several times they hit Yao Knights, causing him to spray blood. It certainly wasn't that the foreigners were reckless, but rather that these foreigners were all 5th-turners, and relatively defensible against attacks that were also 5th-turners. But Yao Knight was different. He only had a 3rd-turn cultivation. Although his attributes had increased tenfold, he was still insufficient to face a 5th-turn attack. Who? Yao Knight spat out a mouthful of blood and gasped for air. The 5 foreigners in the darkness of the night were mixed up because they could not tell friend from foe, but at the moment there was already a man protruding from the darkness. As light appeared in front of his eyes, this foreigner immediately recognized the direction around him, and then looked viciously at Yao Knights. Dragon Nation, I want you dead. It had to be said that the speed of a 5th-turn powerhouse was just a bit too fast. Even Yao Knight was hit in the chest by this man's punch before he could dodge. Wah! The light golden scales on his body had long been cracked, and at this moment he presented an unsupportable state, and the scales on his body began to break. The attack of a powerhouse of the 5th turn was simply too powerful to be resisted with his current defense. Ha! Yao Knight had already received 5 or 6 heavy blows in the dark space. At this moment, the bones in his body were broken, and all of his internal organs were broken. So it could be said that this was the heaviest injury he had ever suffered. But all the same, the foreigner on the other side had wailed, his face covered in green lines. Although he tried his best to suppress it, he was no longer able to control the spread of the toxin, and even the corners of his mouth were already foaming. Ha! Got poisoned by me? Then don't want to live. Had a good time beating me just now, didn't you? Yao Knight roared angrily, then came directly in front of this foaming at the mouth foreigner and stabbed both fingers into his eye sockets. Ah! After a scream, the foreigner died outright, and at the same time, the voices inside the black orb gradually subsided. Was no sound at all. Complete silence. Yao Knight struggled to stand up, then probed his eyes into the black sphere, and suddenly realized that those few remaining foreigners all fell to the ground, already dead. At this moment he finally let out a sigh of relief and directly revoked fallen light, allowing the black ball to slowly disperse. No longer able to support his broken body, Yao Knight smoothly laid down on the ground to slowly heal his wounds while he turned his gaze to Tianhuozi next to him and frowned. Bring me their bodies. At these words Tianhuozi's neck shrank as he hurriedly rushed over. Soon 5 or 6 corpses were put in front of Yao Knight. So he opened his palm and inhaled all the toxins from these people into himself. Gradually, strands of energy expanded in his body, allowing his injuries to heal extremely quickly. Yao Knight's breathing also gradually smoothed out and normalized. Are you okay? Tianhuazi stood aside with some fear, looking at the blood-covered Yao Knight and said, "What do you think?" Yao Knight blankly glanced at him and said without a trace of anger, "That heavenly flame lord just now is your grandfather, isn't he?" "Thanks to you guys this time," Yao Knight said calmly, and at this moment, he could sort of understand why the heavenly fire lord had saved himself. Wasn't that just to let the heavenly flame sons draw closer to themselves and help them out in the future when they were strong? However, last time, he had already saved the life of Tianhuazi, so this time, it would be considered a two-way street. However, considering that the other party might have come specifically to save himself, Yao Knight was also very grateful in his heart. "Give me the largest space bracelet, plus get all the rest of the guy's stuff." "Oh, okay," Tianhuazi hurriedly agreed, and then looked through all of these people's spatial bracelets, sending one of the largest 500 square meter bracelets to Yao Knight. At the same time pouring out everything the others had. Yao Knight casually glanced at these Yankee things and directly put a brain into the 500 square meter bracelet, and at this moment, he had recovered from his injuries. Pretty much. So shifted his gaze to the Triceratops that was still enveloped in the golden net. This golden net was Aishima Tatsuko's means. It should be a treasure that not only bound the Triceratops, but also the blood-clothed beast as well. "You're up next. I can't bring myself to eat a human, so I'll have a Triceratops." Yao Knight slowly stood up, then picked up a stone and knocked it directly on the Triceratops' brain. Pop! The place where it was knocked immediately glowed green. The Triceratops had been poisoned. And the next step was to wait in silence, but I'm afraid we'll need to wait for a while if we want to poison a fifth-turn foreign beast. After all, the physique of fey beasts was much stronger than that of humans, and a quarter of an hour would definitely not be enough to take it down. So then, he and Tianhuazi casually chatted for a couple of sentences, and learned that the other party was also similarly going to take the entrance exam. After waiting in silence for more than half an hour, the Triceratops finally lost its breath. Amazingly, the blood-clad beast parasitizing the back of the Triceratops was holding on. He seemed to possess some poison resistance. "It's that legendary Fey," Tianhuazi said in surprise as he finally noticed the red blanket. "What? You know him?" Yao Knight asked indifferently. "Of course I know, big brother. It is said that this legendary beast will become a kind of blood clothes after death, which will give humans unimaginable abilities when worn on their bodies to restore health to the disabled in both legs and sight to the blind. And I've heard that some special blood clothes can grant people's wishes." Chapter 33, Scarlet Cloak. Great Thunder Blood God's son. Hearing Tianhuazi's words, Yao Knight couldn't help but blink. "Can a blood garment grant a person's wish? I'm afraid it's not that simple. After all, this was just a foreign beast. He could believe it when he said it had some special abilities, but granting wishes was a bit of a stretch." Before Yao Knight could say anything, the Heavenly Flame Superior appeared in the sky and quickly arrived in front of the two of them. "Greetings, Senior. Thank you, Senior, for your help today." Yao Knight cupped his fists and said, "Well, there's no need to be polite. You're Tianer's friend anyway. By the way, I remember you're going to take this Northern Joint exam too, right? I hope I can take care of my Tianer a bit more in the examination hall," the Heavenly Flame Superior said with a smile on his face, directly opening the door to the mountain. The more he looked at Yao Knight's, the more he liked it. To be able to kill a fifth-turn powerhouse at a young age. This kind of strength was no longer something that could be compared to the word genius, but rather a demon and a monster. "Of course, you saved my life. There's nothing wrong with helping him out," Yao Knight said calmly, not the slightest bit surprised by the Heavenly Flame Lord's request. Listening to the conversation between his own grandfather and Yao Knight, Skyfire shrunk his neck, deeply realizing what it meant to be a true demon. He was already talented enough on his own, but now Grandpa wants Yao Knight to take himself for a bit, which is really, junior friend Yao Knight should still be continuing to deal with this Triceratops. "Then the two of us will leave without interrupting. By the way, the college entrance exam is in less than 3 days. So don't be late because you're in a hurry." The Heavenly Flame Lord smiled faintly, then brought up the Heavenly Flame Sun and flew away from here, leaving behind only Yao Knight and the corpses all over the ground as well as the Triceratops. And after seeing the two leave, Yao Knight directly came to the Triceratops, found that the blood-clothed beast has also been poisoned to death. After a pause, Yao Knight began to get his hands on dismantling the huge golden net that surrounded this corpse. This golden net was obviously a treasure. Yao Knight didn't want to miss it. So he found some of the joints on the warp mesh where they intersected, and began to dismantle them with his hands as hard as he could to get them to come off. It should be said or not, this Aishima pipe is worthy of being a 7th-turn powerhouse. Just a casual gold net was a 5-turn grade treasure, enough for Yao Knight to disassemble it for an afternoon before completely removing it. "Damn, a trap net has 5 turns. It's simply trenchant." Yao Knight cursed twice, and after an hour of practicing, He finally coalesced this beast trapping net in his hands and could use it as he wished. The trapping net turns into a small golden ball when it is retracted and a large golden net when it is opened. However, depending on the realm of the user, then the power would be different. Yao Knight estimated that his current self could only capture prey up to 4 turns, and 5 turns would be a bit of a stretch. Putting away the trapping net, Yao Knight took out his long knife and started cutting this giant triceratops. First cut the blood-clad beast from the neck of the triceratops, fearfully to see the blood-clad beast fall to the ground and become a bloody cloth that looked flat. Yao Knight's eyes flashed with thoughts. He still had some scruples as well as a skeptical attitude in his heart towards the blood-clothed beast, so he didn't rush to use it. Instead, he first let his doppelganger devour the triceratops. The size of the triceratops was so huge that he could only cut down huge chunks of meat while letting his doppelganger devour them. He was close to 50 meters in size, and the triceratops was like a 6-story building that the doppelganger would need to eat for a long time to digest. Pieces of flesh and blood entered his body, and Yao Knight's own injuries were rapidly recovering. At the same time he could perceive that the progress of evolution was advancing wildly. Nope, even a 5th turn Fae can't possibly provide such a huge amount of evolutionary progress. This triceratops beast shouldn't be some hidden bloodline, right? Surprise flashed in Yao Knight's eyes. He knew before that this triceratops beast's strength was already close to that of a giant beast and should be at the peak of the 5th turn, but he didn't expect that this guy would be able to provide such a huge amount of evolutionary progress. At this moment, he could feel that if the doppelganger devoured all of this flesh and blood, he might be able to reach the next evolutionary standard, which was the 5th evolution. There's something wrong with this triceratops. It can't be some ancient Fae species, right? Yao Knight associated this triceratops with the fact that it had rushed out from underneath the stone platform, and his heart couldn't help but make some guesses. And at this moment, as if to confirm his suspicions, the system's voice in his head rang out. Ding! Devour the ancient mutant triceratops and gain a new evolutionary direction. Triceratops, anaconda, brute force, triple your strength in a short period of time. Same for both forms. It's really an ancient Fae. But this skill is a bit pulled off. Yao Knight frowned. This evolutionary direction of the triangle python was simply more crotch-pulling than any of his own choices in his first or second evolution. What the hell? This is too weak. Yao Knight shook his head, not bothering with this option, and instead had his doppelganger speed up his devouring speed. If there is a progress bar for one's own evolution, then that bar is now at 50%. As long as you eat the rest of the triceratops corpse, then the evolution progress can reach 80%. But that's still a while away from evolution, but with some effort, evolving once in 3 days shouldn't be a problem. Thinking this way, Yao Knight picked up the piece of bloody cloth that the blood-clothed beast next to him had coalesced and placed it in his hands to check it out. I've heard that when a blood-clothed beast dies it becomes a blood-cloth, and when draped over the body it can change into the shape of a dress, as well as giving the awakened person special abilities. After a pause, Yao Knight directly draped this piece of bloody clothing over his body. However, the moment he draped this bloody garment over his body, the entire stone platform under his feet suddenly began to vibrate. Trial conditions are met. Start the trial. A magnificent voice suddenly rang out and the entire stone platform instantly sank in an incredible way. Its speed had already surpassed the speed of sound. Just for a moment it made Yao Knight unable to distinguish the surrounding landscape, leaving only darkness in his eyes. What the hell? After a brief moment of panic, Yao Knight stood up straight. At this moment, the bilocation side also realized that there was a problem with the main body, only to see that the original stone platform suddenly sank countless meters, leaving a giant black hole 500 meters in circumference in its place. The doppelganger hesitated for a moment and did not choose to go down, but continued to devour triceratops corpses to rapidly increase its strength. At this moment, Yao Knight felt it, and after confirming that he could recall his doppelganger back at any time, he began to survey the surrounding dark space. When it just fell down, the place was dark and out of reach, but gradually there were some blood-red flames lighting up all around. Yao Knight didn't dare to act rashly, so he could only stay where he was and keep observing the surroundings. Ta-da-da-da-da. A sound like high heels touching the ground rang out and a tall woman suddenly appeared not far in front of Theonly. A few scattered pieces of red fabric covered the important parts of her body, and her snow-white body was so dazzling in the dark night. Yao Knight gulped and looked a bit dumbfounded. The woman ignored his dumbfounded expression, but instead looked with some surprise at the bloody clothes that were draped behind Yao Knight's. Oh, what a cute and dainty little man. Actually draping my token Fae over his back? Forget it. Welcome to my proving ground. My name is Blood Godson. The woman giggled, the peaks on her body shrugging as she laughed. Like big white rabbits, Yao Knight directly looked dumbfounded. He has not seen such a magnificent scene. Oh, don't get that look on your face. Little brother, come and try to break through the levels. After you break through 10 levels you can inherit my godhead. Oh, the woman's silver bell-like laughter rang out, but her words made Yao Knight's expression condense. God? This woman doesn't quite look the part. Yao Knight secretly muttered to himself in his heart. Chapter 34 Welcoming the Young Blood God. Break into what? Yao Knight couldn't help but take 2 steps back while golden armor emerged on his body. Yo, 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 yo. Breaking through is breaking through law. If you break through 10 levels, I'll give you the godhead and you'll be the next blood godchild. Listening to the words of the exposed woman in front of him, various speculations surfaced in Yao Knight's mind. There are other parts of this world that are different from the earth that once was. A world where there was a civilization break and where gods were said to have appeared. Could it be that this woman in front of me is God? But it doesn't quite look like it. What kind of god dresses like that? Yao Knight muttered in his heart, but it was at this moment that the space around them completely lit up. Only the bottom of his feet was still that huge stone platform with a 500-meter circumference, but the surroundings are filled with huge blood-red statues up to 100 meters high, like guards of an unchanging deity. You're the first to utilize my token Fei to get here, so I'll give you help accordingly. So you're going to start breaking in now? The woman blinked those seductive eyes, but Yao Yi was uncomfortable in his heart. Can I not break in? I see it's raining today and my clothes are still hanging out to be confiscated. Yao Knight said in a fervent manner. However, these words had just appeared when the originally bold and seductive woman's body suddenly twisted and erupted in endless blood, filling the entire space. At the same time, her body expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, she changed from a big thunder beauty to a huge blood demon. That feeling of oppression that was even stronger than Ishima Tubo's struck, while faint words came out in oh, I'll be very angry if you don't break in, and then you'll die. Cam, I'll break in. I've been wanting to break in for a long time. Yao Knight slapped his thigh and laughed awkwardly with these words. The originally gigantic blood demon instantly changed into an exposed beauty and calmly said, given that you're the first trespasser to come here in years, I'm giving you a chance to survive. I'm sending you 1 immunity from death. And in the meantime you can choose to pause the break-in for now, and come back later when you're sure. With these words, Yao Yi instantly breathed a sigh of relief and felt that this woman wasn't so difficult to deal with. Okay, let's start your show next. I'll be watching you. After the woman finished speaking, her figure instantly disappeared immediately afterward. On the other side of the stone platform, a blood-red door suddenly opened and a figure walked out from it. Yao Knight looked at this figure. Seems to be very similar to the woman just now. Only too young. Only 1 turn of cultivation? Is it hard for me to defeat the blood god of my youth? Yao Knight's eyes narrowed as he directly blasted out a punch without a second thought. The powerful fist wind struck the forehead of the first turning blood god, yet it didn't cause her to burst into flames, merely taking 3 steps back. Interesting. Being able to withstand the wind of my fist in 1 turn, worthy of being a blood god. Yao Knight laughed, then directly sped out and severed the head of the first turn blood god with a single slash. The first level is complete. Move on to the second level. The blood god's son's prompt rang out from high above, and immediately after the corpse of the first turning blood god disappeared, the door in the distance opened once again. This time it was still the blood god, but it was a second turn, and she looked a little less mature in her appearance. The second turning blood god didn't say a word, but instead ran directly, and its speed was so fast that even Yao Knight was slightly side-eyed. To possess such speed at the second turn realm, is this the strength of the blood god when he was young? Although his heart was in awe, Yao Knight did not show any mercy, only to see him put on his gloves. A chokehold on the neck stalk of the second turning blood god followed by a direct pinch. Bang! The second turn of the blood god dies. At this moment, the body of the second turn blood god unexpectedly burst into pieces altogether. It turned into a wave of blood that surged into Yao Knight's body in a swift manner. Even Yao Knight hadn't even had time to block it yet, before this bloody aura had already invaded his body, but he was surprised to find that this blood chi seemed to enhance his own strength. And this blood energy boosts one's evolutionary progress. The original evolution progress was only 80%, but after absorbing this blood chi, it became 82%. The current him wouldn't dare to underestimate this 2%. If converted into a first-turn foreign beast, I'm afraid that he would have to eat dozens of them to get 2%. Feeling the benefits from killing the blood god, Yao Knight licked the corners of his mouth and said, "Go on, show me how strong you were when you were young." In the dark, high sky, the blood godchild smiled seductively. "As you wish, delicate little one." The blood-colored gate opened once again. Only this time the aura of the 3-turn blood god that appeared was very different, only to see that this 3rd-turn blood god's face no longer has any childishness, and even a blood-red water droplet mark appeared on his forehead. A murderous aura was exposed, and even Yao Knight detected the trickiness of his opponent. The 3rd-turn blood god didn't say a word, yet 2 bloody breaths suddenly sprang out from behind her, coalescing into tentacles before attacking crazily. So fast. Yao Knight was all a bit shocked as he hastily dodged out of the way and then pulled away from the distance. That kind of offensive speed just now was no better than a normal fifth turn. Yao Knight's eyes narrowed as he started to get serious. Only a ray of golden light emanated from his body, golden scales covering his entire body. Then he drew out a third-rank longsword and charged straight ahead. Sa. The two frantically engaged in battle until they came together. And the power of the third transformation blood god was also immense, almost completely suppressing itself. How is it possible? Is this the strength of a young blood god? Surprisingly, it's comparable to even an open one like me? Yao Knight was amazed in his heart. In just less than 10 seconds of sparring, he already had two colors hanging from his body. Enough! It's time to end it. Fierce poison. Yao Knight instantly pulled away. While at this moment, the body of the third turning blood god trembled as green toxicity began to erupt all over his body. Put! The third turn blood god died and became a bloody breath drilling into Yao Knight's body, and at this moment, his evolutionary progress increased to 89%. Only 11% left for the next evolution. Interesting little one. But how will you cope against me of the fourth turn? Perhaps you can choose to use that chance of not dying and wait to come back to the barrier later when you're stronger. The blood goddess Sun's faint voice came out, offering her suggestion. Had she been a million years ago, she probably wouldn't have said something like that, but she has been in this underground for too long. It is not easy to meet a living person, but even some cannot give up each other. But who knew that Yao Yi laughed and surprisingly rejected her good intentions? There's no need. You and I can also deal with the fourth turning realm. Collect. In an instant, the python doppelganger that was far away from the surface returned to his back and became a giant python tattoo. At the same time, Yao Knight's strength climbed tenfold. After eating up the Fey Triceratops, his strength had long since seen a rise. Realm, third turn. Fourth stage, physique, 5,888, spirit, 5666, after the merge frowny face body mass, 58,880, spirit, 56,660, chapter 35, facing the fourth turn blood god. Evolution direction 6 choices. Come on, let me see how strong the so-called fourth turning deity is. Battle intent surged in Yao Knight's eyes. Immediately after that the entire group sped off, all of them throwing loose after digging down a large handful of stones, with fierce poison attached. Bang bang bang. What surprised him was that the fourth turning blood god even casually danced the blood-colored tentacles behind him to knock all of these stones out of the air. None of them touched her. Such quick reflexes? Some scorn surged in Yao Knight's eyes. And immediately afterward, he opened all the skills on his body. Wind and thunder divine speed, golden armor, fallen light. In an instant, his speed increased to an unbelievable level in a matter of moments, and his body radiated golden light, soaring like golden lightning, and in the place surrounded by Yao Knights, endless blackness suddenly enveloped a 30-meter radius, becoming a black space. Only the fourth turning blood god seemed to have seen through this move, and she unexpectedly circled around outside the black sphere at an extremely fast speed, constantly using her tentacles to stab. Brush it off. Yao Knight, who was originally inside the black sphere and was ready to stand guard, had a twitch in his face. If the fourth turning blood god didn't come in, then there was really nothing he could do about it. If you don't come to me, then I will come to you. Yao Knight let out a wild roar and directly charged out from within the black ball, directly touching it hard. Boom! At this moment, the two directly collided together, causing the entire underground to tremble slightly. In just a few seconds the two exchanged no less than dozens of blows. Put! After a crunching sound, the two retreated hundreds of meters at the same time. Yao Knight's body was cut open with a wound in multiple locations, and bright red blood flowed down. The fourth turning blood god was even worse, with several of the tentacles on his back all chopped off, and even a deep wound at the location of his neck stalk. Heh, by common sense, I might not be able to win against you, but I don't want to lose, Yao Knight said with a loud gasp, while at this moment, green color began to emerge from the body of the fourth turning blood god. The fourth turned blood god tried to chase after her, but Yao Knight used his super high speed as well as his wind and thunder divine speed to fling her to death and hang onto her. The result is that the two are unable to engage each other. Finally, after an hour-long entanglement, the fourth turning blood god finally collapsed. Immediately after that, his body turned into a channel of blood chi that rushed into Yao Knight's, and at this moment its level of evolution increased by leaps and bounds, directly coming from 89% to 100% in an instant. You have absorbed the blood of the blood god and gained a new direction of evolution, the blood sacred python. Blood sacred python, blood sacred. A drinking blood in human form restores a great deal of strength. Devouring blood in split form has the same effect. You have met the evolution criteria. Do you choose the direction of evolution? No, Yao Knight replied calmly in his mind, then looked at the blood godchild high in the sky and said, let's call it a day for this breakthrough. I'm not sure I can defeat you at the fifth turn. He spoke extremely fast, afraid to speak late, and at that moment, the blood godchild high in the sky seemed to fall into a brief daze. but soon soared down from the heights. As she flew down vertically, landing from Yao Knight's head. That wonderful sight directly stunned Yao Knight. You're a surprise. Little brother, you should know that a 4-turn me can even kill a 5-turn powerhouse. And you were able to reverse fall a 4-turn me with your 3-turn cultivation, TSK. The blood godchild smacked her red lips and looked at Yao Knight with an extremely aggressive gaze. Asa man. And still 2 lives. Yao Knight naturally can read the meaning in the eyes of women. No grandma. I know I'm strong and virile, but don't you dare joke with me about ethics like that, huh? Yao Knight said with a slight caution. But who knew that the blood godchild would directly laugh upon hearing this? Ha 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 ha, you kid is really funny. I am not many times older than your grandmother. How can I covet the beauty of a little guy like you? Forget it. I'll send you away now. I hope you can get strong enough to come back and break in next time. People's godhead only belongs to you. The blood god's son sent a flying kiss. While immediately afterward a large area of stone platforms madly pushed upwards, the scenery around them quickly changed and plunged into darkness. A few dozen seconds later, a great deal of light appeared before the eyes of Yao Knight. Found himself on the ground again, and the stone platform under his feet seemed to be exactly the same as before, without the slightest change. This is the blood god's trial ground. Let's mark this location first and come back in the future. Yao Knight silently marked the location of the map, and then looked in the direction of his current evolution, evolutionary direction, Inferno Python, Underworld Python, Flying Cloud Python, Earth Python, Triangular Python, Blood Sacred Python to be selected. The first 3 directions of evolution are automatically given by the system. And the last 3 are evolutionary directions that one has acquired through acquired devouring as well as enlightenment of nature. Thoughts flashed through his mind as Yao Knight began to check out the skills that these evolutionary directions could bring. Frowny face. Purgatory Python special characteristics skill, Purgatory Territory, in human form. You can unfold a field with a range of 50 meters, in which flames will burn to produce continuous damage. In split form, flying inferno flames all over his body. Underworld Python, special characteristics skill, Underworld Body, gain psionic status in human form and can see certain magical creatures around him. In split form, you can turn your entire body into a ghostly state, making it impossible to select a target. Flying Cloud Python, physical expansion skill, Flying Cloud, in both forms, you can fly through the clouds, and the speed varies according to your strength. Yao Knight looked at these 3 options given by the system and felt that they were just average. It's also the first option that complements your own fallen light skills. The remaining 2 are actually less important, as are the skills of the Flying Cloud Python. For example, the knowing that all professionals could fly after reaching the 6th turn. There was no such need to pick the Flying Cloud Python. There was a slight internal nitpick. So Yao Knight moved his gaze to the 3 directions of evolution he had acquired later in life. Earth Python attribute expansion skill, Earth Dragon, in human form, can cause earthquakes to occur within a 50-meter radius, with the number of earthquakes proportional to its strength, can blend into the ground in split form. Combination skill, can awaken the Earth Dragon stance. Earth Dragon stance, after entering the earth, coalesce the earth into an earth dragon and manipulate it. Anaconda physique increased technique, brute force, strength is tripled for a short period of time. Both forms have the same effect. Blood Sacred Python characteristic stacking skill, Blood Sacred, Blood Saint, drinking blood in human form restores a large amount of stamina. Devouring blood in split form has the same effect. The Triangle Python isn't enough to look at all, and the Blood Saint effect is just average. Then the all-time MVP is Earth God Python. Yao Knight muttered. After all, he was also speaking according to the facts. Earth God Python in his human form can cause earthquakes to occur around him. And this range is also capable of enveloping the range of his own fallen light. The 2 together would make for an extremely clever dilemma kill. It didn't matter that the doppelganger was able to blend into the underground. This was just icing on the cake. The main thing, and the one most favored by Yao Knight, was the Earth Dragon stance. This skill is the only one with the word dragon in all of his current evolutionary directions. I'm sure his role is also extremely powerful. Chapter 36 Grandpa Ancestral Dragon. Dragon's child is afraid. I choose to evolve into an Earth God Python. Now, evolution begins. The system's beep came, and Yao Knight glanced behind himself with intent. The original golden python began to change color. The gold color of the body faded a bit, more yellow appeared, and there seemed to be a storm of sand brewing in the tattoos on the back. This evolution is definitely going to take longer than a day. It's already the 5th evolution, and the entrance exams are about to start. So let's just go back and sell the materials we got, Yao Knight muttered. Of course he hadn't forgotten about this blood-colored clothing he was wearing. The fur of the blood-coat beast transformed into a denim jacket right after he draped it over his body. It was only blood red and looked a bit oozy. By the way, isn't it said that the blood clothes of blood-clothed beasts can bestow special abilities? How come this one of mine doesn't react at all? Yao Knight had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that he didn't have it because he participated in the blood god's son's trial? Just as he was about to curse the blood godchild twice, the entire bloody suit suddenly had a change, while in the next second Yao Knight suddenly rose up in the air. Boom! His entire body floated in mid-air while still maintaining it, without the slightest tendency to fall. Flying? Well, that's something. Yao Knight breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that he didn't choose the flying cloud python before, or else he would have suffered a great loss. Phew, after so many days of hunting in the wild, it's time to enjoy myself. Let's go back to the city first. Slightly rusty, Yao Knight maneuvered Bloodcloth's flight ability and sped in the direction of Kaguya City. It was slow at first, but gradually got faster and was able to reach about 15 meters per second. And while that was flying, he picked up his cell phone and casually checked it twice, confirming that the flow of time has not changed after entering the trial of the Blood God's son. There are now 2 days left for the entrance exam. 2 days is enough time to complete the 5th evolution. Let's sell the equipment and stuff first. Not long after, Yao Knight returned to the city. The first order of business was to open up the Porsche that had been collecting dust under the walls for many days so as not to eat it here. The second thing was to run to the trade center and dump all the materials. The person who received him this time was the same middle-aged man from last time, but with a much more respectful attitude, even slightly fearful. Mr. Yao, may I ask what you are planning to sell this time? Is it a large quantity? If it's a lot, you can pour it out now and we'll price it for you. Without saying a word, Yao Knight directly poured out all the alien beast corpses inside that 500 square meter spatial bracelet frantically. These fake corpses were only at the level of 1 to 2 turns. Not much of a boost for him right now, so he planned to sell them. There's something else that's material for those Yankee awakenings. Yao Knight didn't find any records about these materials on the internet, so he took them out to let the people in Commerce City identify them. Claptrap. Valuable corpses and materials were dumped out by him like garbage, directly filling up half of the room. The massive scent of blood nearly made the 2 squires around them spit out their breakfast. Holy shit! The middle-aged man was completely dumbfounded. He thought that there might be a lot of materials and foreign beast corpses from Yao Knight's, but he didn't expect there to be more to this extent. He was only seen frozen in place for a moment, then hurriedly asked someone to call for a professional appraiser. Mr. Yao, please wait. I'll let the most professional appraiser in our trade city appraise for you. Mr. Yao, please have a cup of tea. Our waitress who pours the tea here is also very pretty. Why don't you guys add your contact information? Mr. Yao, why don't you and I get in touch? If you have materials for sale, I'll specially drive to pick you up, or directly find you over to trade. All of these are fine. The middle-aged man had just been in a daze, but now he was jumping with excitement. A big client like Yao Knight's was simply a once-in-a-century occurrence. He must seize the opportunity to tie Yao Knight dead to his trading chain. Yao Knight naturally didn't say much, but instead confirmed the trading relationship with the middle-aged man, and immediately afterward, a few appraisers came and started to appraise him. Soon, one material after another was appraised by these people. After 2 hours had passed, the middle-aged man finally said a shocking number. Mr. Yao, we have appraised all of your fake corpses and fake materials, as well as those unclaimed materials. We're willing to give you $110,000 for it. There are also several other valuable materials which we must explain to you clearly because we are an honest business and will never deduct the value of your materials. The middle-aged man said with a face full of sincerity, then took out 2 items and placed them in front of Yao Knight and started to introduce them. Mr. Yao, this green stone is called azurite, and this other white bone is called a holy eagle bone. Both of these materials are auxiliary materials for an awakened person to advance from the 5th turn to the 6th turn, so they're extremely valuable. I believe that with your strength you will definitely need these 2 materials in the future, so it's up to you whether or not to sell them. Hearing his words, Yao Knight nodded and without moving, placed these 2 items into his bracelet. I'll leave these 2 items for now, convert the rest into alliance coins and credit them to my card. We'll see you next time. Yao Knight nodded, then walked out of the commerce center. Right now he has 150 million on his card, 40 million all from Skyflame Z. I wonder what that guy means. Yao Knight didn't think any more about it, but entered the luxurious hotel to prepare for a rest and relaxation. The more than 10 long days of wilderness hunting had exhausted his body and mind. So let's take advantage of the fact that the college entrance exams hadn't started yet to restore a wave of energy fiercely. Yao Knight washed the dirt on his body, directly lay into the big bed, wrapped up the quilt and began to faint. He fell asleep quickly, drifting off into a deep sleep in just 3 seconds. The sky is slowly getting darker and the city is getting quieter. A light rain fell outside the window at some point, and the sound it made as it hit the window made it even more sleepy. And at this time Yao Knight has entered a deep sleep, but he had a very strange dream. In a dream, he had a vague sense of his own presence, and he was standing in the middle of a darkness, but soon, a young voice rang out. A little one, barefooted, ran to himself, snapping, and with his tender hands grasped his pant legs and shook them. Oh, Grandpa Ancestral Dragon, don't you want dragons, child? Oh, there's not a clan member left here, and the dragons are scared. This little boy had cried his eyes red. And his little face was red, and but the strange thing was that he had 2 golden dragon horns growing from the top of his head. Though this looks extremely cute and adorable crying, even a super big straight man like Yao Knight felt a trace of pity in his heart. Wanting to open his palm and touch the top of this little boy's head instead, he realized he couldn't move at all. Like a statue. Oh, Grandpa Ancestor Dragon. Aren't you coming back? Those guys in the dark are here again. The dragon is scared. Oh. Chapter 37, Ning Pan Pan's tongue fights with a group of scholars. And the college entrance exam begins. Guys in the dark? Yao Knight has some doubts in his heart. But he can't open his mouth, can't ask, and can't even move. The little boy in front of him was so cute looking. And the 2 dragon horns on his head were just like a cosplay. Yao Knight couldn't even resist the urge to touch him. But unfortunately he couldn't move, and at this time that little boy seems to be aware of. Only to see him suddenly open his eyes wide to look at Yao Knight dead. Grandpa Zolan? Grandpa Zolan? Are you looking at me? The little boy stopped crying and his big eyes flickered as he looked at himself curiously, and it was at this moment that Yao Knight violently opened his eyes. Holy shit! What dream was so real? He looked around with doubt in his mind. The hotel was still a hotel, even the sun had risen high outside the window and it was already coming to the next morning. I can't believe I slept for more than 10 hours and had this weird dream. Looks like I'm really too tired this time. Yao Knight muttered a couple sentences, then got up and started washing up. He didn't keep the dream to himself, but called for the hotel's waiter and began to enjoy it after bringing a hearty breakfast, while eating his meal and swiping his phone. Yao Knight meanwhile noticed a message from his classmate group. Wang Tung, classmates, tomorrow is the college entrance exam. We must take care of each other when we meet. Sun Han, yes. We are all classmates. If we take care of each other, our grades should be better. We should stick together. The number of people replying below is getting bigger and bigger. A lot more than the last time the classmates group chatted. It seems that some students with poor grades or talent are trying to get good grades this way. Lu Feng, okay. Everyone stop arguing. In that case, why don't we just form a group in our class? But a group has to have a leader. So let class leader Wang Tang be the leader and we'll all start hunting together in the wilderness. Lu Feng's suggestion set off a wave. And numerous students felt that Wang Tang had a good family background and good talent. So there was nothing wrong with making him the leader, and at this time, Wang Tang saw that the crowd had almost finished discussing. So he vocalized in the group, Wang Tang, if you want to join the group, please click a +1 so that I can record it. +1 inch +1. After 10 minutes had passed, almost all of the students had clicked +1. However, as Wang Tang swept his gaze, he realized that 2 people had actually ignored his message and did not utter a single word. One was Yao Knight and the other was Ning Pan Pan. Wang Tang at Yao Knight. At Ning Pan Pan, are you 2 planning to fight alone? Or do you not see us as a group? The entire group chat went silent at this statement. But it wasn't long before new news emerged. Ning Pan Pan, I don't care. There's not much point in having a group in a wilderness hunt. Or even being targeted by a herd of foreign beasts. Bang! Ning Pan Pan, you bitch. How dare you speak to me like that? And dare to question my decision? Wang Tang slapped the table angrily and stared dead at the message on his cell phone. His eyes filled with anger. His dad was the 9th richest man in Phaeton City. When had he ever suffered the ridicule of a woman? Anger building in his heart, he picked up his cell phone and immediately began to fight back. Wang Tang, ha! Since you think it's better to hunt alone, we won't persuade you to do it yourself. Ha! By the way, you can team up with that stupid bird with D-rank talent in our class. I think you two are a good match. Yao Knight is not even in the mood to eat breakfast. How can everything be dragged onto himself? Only at this time, he glanced at his cell phone once again and realized that Ning Pan Pan had actually started a strong counterattack. The Penguin group has been thoroughly cursing Ning Pan Pan's tongue fights with a group of scholars, not losing any ground. At the same time he noticed a strange news item being pushed out on his cell phone. Frowny face, the 5-clawed golden dragon appeared in Hokkaido and spoke an untranslatable language. And now experts in various fields have begun to investigate the meaning of the dragon's roar. Oh, this behemoth is really strange. Yao Knight chewed the steak in his mouth without thinking too much more about it, and soon, he drove his Porsche 911 once again to the store at the edge of the city and started searching for the elixir he wanted. Azure Pill, 1500, 000 Alliance Coins. Suitable for 4th to 5th turn awakened players. Red Fire Elixir 160, 000 Alliance Coins is suitable for 4th to 5th turn awakeners. Blood Transformation Pill, 2, 800, 000 Alliance Coins, suitable for turn 4 to turn 5 awakened person. Looking at these several types of pills, Yao Knight was a bit headstrong. The higher the level of the awakened person, then the more expensive the price of the elixir that needs to be taken will be. He no longer dared to imagine how expensive pills he would need to take after reaching the 6th turn. Boss, I want 20 red flame pills and 20 blood transformation pills, Yao Knight said in a somewhat meaty voice. The previous Thundercloud Dan was already completely useless to him. And even if it was useful, it could only boost it by a tiny bit, which was similar to nothing. The essence transformation pill, on the other hand, was able to continue to be used, but too much of this stuff was not good for the body. Okay, let's make the total price 70 million for you, to give you a little cheaper. After all, you've already been here once last time. After receiving these pills, Yanite returned to the hotel with a gloomy face. The feeling of spending money was getting to him. Damn, I'm going to eat it back, swallowing an elixir and subsequently digesting it with all my might. It should be said not to say, the effect of this $1 million elixir was indeed good, and Yanite could feel his strength slowly rising. As he practiced, and time slowly passed, in the blink of an eye it was 7 a.m. the next morning, and today, it's also the day of the entrance exam. Keeping in mind that the human population is now small, the number of natural students has declined. The entire northern part of the Dragon Kingdom only had around 30,000 people taking the college entrance exam this year, a number that was similar compared to previous years, and this time, the examination site was chosen in the northern examination site of the 100 Beasts Desolate City, which covered an area of up to 50,000 square kilometers. It's almost the size of 2 or 3 cities. And today, the northern part of the 100 Beasts Wasteland City had gathered a large number of awakened people early in the morning, with countless teachers and students. It's interesting to note that among these people, teachers and officials are in one area, the students were in another section, but it was divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. It was like a mini society. Students of average talent and average means are on the far left, students from middle-class families are located in the middle of students with good families and good talent were on the far right, such as those like Wang Tang, and in the deepest part, there was a group of S-class geniuses. What's even funnier is that the exams haven't even started yet. These S-class geniuses had then begun to form a ring to fight over who was the strongest this year. Chapter 38 Genius is just the threshold for meeting me. Yanite knew nothing about the situation on the other side of the college entrance exam venue. He had only just gotten up and had breakfast at the moment. After a night of cultivation, his realm came to the third turn 8th stage, and as for why he had risen so quickly, it was because the evolution had been completed. Open my panel, Yanite said indifferently. Name, Yanite, talent, infinite dragon ancestor, demon god level, realm, third turn, 8th step, body mass, 7,886, spirit, 7,686, skills, fierce poison, wind and thunder speed, golden armor, fallen light, earth dragon, split, earth god python, strength, spirit python +++, evolutionary direction, auspicious python, fallen poison python. Holy Python to be selected, talent, infinite dragon ancestor demon god level, skills, fierce poison, wind and thunder speed, golden armor, fallen light, earth dragon. Seeing this panel attribute, Yanite was very satisfied in his heart. According to this progress, one would be able to reach tens of thousands of attributes by the time one turned 4. Only the next 6th evolution. I'm afraid that I'll have to devour a huge amount of alien beasts to reach the evolution goal. Thinking about that huge amount of flesh and blood, Yanite himself shrank his neck. Feeling a little hard to handle, however, he didn't get much discouraged, but instead reached out and summoned the Python doppelganger out. Boom! The sound of a giant object hitting the ground rang out. The what left Yanite dumbfounded was that his own Python doppelganger had actually directly transformed into a huge thing over 30 meters long. That body is probably about as wide as a door. Holy shit! Why did it suddenly get so big? Yanite's entire body was shocked. If it wasn't for the fact that the floors of this hotel were reinforced, I'm afraid that the Python doppelganger's appearance would have collapsed the entire floor. Oh my god, I'm too strong now. He looked at his head, and the 2 bumps were becoming more and more obvious, and had even sprouted half an inch, already taking the shape of dragon horns. Ugh, great, getting closer to transforming into a dragon. Yanite's eyes were filled with surprise, and at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Sir, I just heard what appeared to be a collision in your room. Does it matter? Nothing. Yanite hurriedly agreed and then retrieved the Python detachment. Phew! Catching his breath, he looked at the time. It was now 8 a.m. and the entrance exams would open at 9:30 a.m. Perfectly in time. Only now Yanite actually didn't have that much expectation for the college entrance exam. His current self was so strong that it was scary, and going to the entrance exam was simply a downgrade. But for the sake of Union University's resources, it was a reluctant participant. Thinking this way, Yanite descended the stairs and drove to the northern examination center of 100 Beasts Desolate City. Unlike the leisure on his side, the genius camp on this side of the northern examination center could be said to have completely exploded. 7 or 8 S-class geniuses formed a ring and began to challenge the ringmaster, and it could be said that the fight was incredibly intense, even more exciting than the college entrance exam itself. This kind of proper fighting is allowed before exams. After all, that's how the world's culture is nowadays. And it's very supportive of student martial arts fighting, and the most notable one at the moment was this ringmaster. Heavenly Firechild. Possesses the unique S-rank talent of the Skyfire family, Skyfire. Moreover, his strength was mind-boggling, and any S-class genius was simply no match for him. Bang! Only to see Tianhuazi casually blast an S-class genius out of the ring, saying faintly under his breath, "There are strong and weak S-rank talents, and genius is just the threshold for meeting me, just don't struggle. You can't take this position of number one." At this moment, he could be said to be in a glorious state, and even many of the teachers on the side were looking at him with admiration in their eyes. However, only Tianhuazi himself understood that man's presence was like a giant god pressing across one's heart. Insurmountable. Phoebe, now he's lost some of his confidence in surpassing that man. And not far from the ring, Wang Tang had gathered here with a group of students and was still discussing non-stop. "Brother Wang, why don't you try your hand in the ring, too? Maybe you can beat those S-class geniuses up there, and you'll definitely be a hit on Douyin by then." Lu Feng pushed his glasses goadingly. "Forget it, those guys are monsters. How could I possibly be their match? So don't you guys say that." Wang Tang politely refused Lu Feng's suggestion, but immediately after the next little brother began to encourage. "Give it a try. Brother Wang. What if it works? Just beat one of them and you're completely famous. Your dad will be absolutely thrilled then, and will definitely give you tons of money to spend." The crowd kept egging him on, and surprisingly, Wang Tang began to feel a slight wavering inwardly, and at the same time, a delicate figure walked over not far away while scoffing. "Just you dare to go against those geniuses? I'm guessing a fart from someone could send you flying, and you're still trying to bump into them?" The person who spoke was none other than Ning Pan Pan. At the moment she was looking at Wang Tang with disdain, as if she was looking at a loser, and as soon as these words came out, Wang Tang's face immediately changed, and he pointed at Ning Pan Pan with a sinister expression. "Ning Pan Pan, you bitch. I think you're fit to team up with that D-rank talent Yao Knight. You two will be at the bottom of this college entrance exam. You won't even get a vocational school by then." Wang Tang Zhang said loudly with a red face. Only at this moment, Ning Pan Pan's face was also a bit cold. You should know that some days ago Yao Knight had saved himself at the hands of the foreigners, and was considered his savior. Moreover, at that time, Yao Knight had displayed a very powerful strength, much stronger than the average second-turn awakened person. Thinking of this, Ning Pan Pan said angrily, "Come on you. Still in the mood to talk about others? You don't even dare to get in the ring yourself. What are you barking at here? Who says I wouldn't dare? You just don't dare. Coward. So what if you're rich? You're as chicken as a red-haired pig. Disgusting. Vomit. Say that again." Wang Tang was completely enraged. Even his eyes were filled with blood, and he wanted to crush Ning Pan Pan's head on the spot. At this moment he clenched his fists viciously. "I'm getting in this ring today. Jesus couldn't stop it if he came. I say so." After saying that, Wang Tang walked directly onto the ring. Boom! But before he could stand firmly in the ring, a firelight suddenly smashed into him, directly smashing Wang Tang down. Put! His entire body planted on the ground, black smoke spewing from his mouth. All the students were quiet at this moment, and Ning Pan Pan even laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, are you being funny? I'm Lu Sao, just haven't even put up a fight yet, and I've actually been knocked down by the aftermath of someone else's fight. Ha ha ha." Ning Pan Pan laughed with a cackle, and was somewhat unable to control her emotions. However, just as Wang Tang was embarrassed, Tianhuazi suddenly appeared in front of him and extended his palm to him. "Sorry classmate. I didn't hurt you by mistake just now, did I?" Wang Tang was indeed angry and hurt, but in the face of this strong strength and handsome face of the genius ringmaster, simply cannot give birth to anger. Chapter 39. Wait, what did you call him? No thanks. Wang Tang was immediately pulled up by Tianhuazi and was flattered as he looked at the genius in front of him. "It's good that you're okay, just be careful to stay away so you don't get hurt by mistake." Tianhuazi smiled gently while nodding at Wang Tang, and then returned to the ring once again, and at the same time, Wang Tang's heart was filled with excitement. He just had a close encounter with such a superb person, and the other party even asked if he was hurt. Oh my god. At this moment, he only felt that his life was at its peak, especially since he turned his head and when he realized that a group of classmates and that bitch Ning Pan Pan were looking at him, his heart became even more comfortable. At this moment, Wang Tang only felt that his life had reached its peak. So with a six-fold step, he walked to the group of classmates, and although his entire body was blasted and scorched, his expression remained arrogant. "Kawa brother Wang, that super genius actually helped you up. I'll go along. Tomorrow I guess you'll be able to catch fire on Douyin. That's Tianhuazi, the toughest genius in Seven Leaf City next door. Brother Wang is invincible. I guess I've known Tianhuazi for a long time. It's too awesome." Simply listening to the crowd of students bragging, the smile on Wang Tang's face could no longer be concealed. "Ha ha ha, in fact, I've long been in private communication with this Sky lad. We've been talking about talent and Faye. Only no one knows about it. I've actually known him for a long time." Wang Tang simply made up a lie and directly opened his mouth in a big way, this time directly causing a group of students to let out a gasp of surprise and exclaim that they had followed the right person. Ha ha ha, don't worry everyone. When the time comes, I'll say hello to Tianhuozi, and everyone will definitely get a score on this year's college entrance exam. When these words came out, it once again triggered the crowd. The worship of all the students continued, touting Wang Tang's heart full of joy, and at that moment, he twisted his head to look at Ning Panpan. Ning Panpan's face was a bit not so good. She never thought that Wang Tang had a connection with this kind of super genius, which made her feel a bit uneasy inside. How about it, Mr. Ning? Want to join our team? If you join as well, maybe I'll introduce you to Tianhuozio. Wang Tang said with a cold smile, his words filled with a sense of charity, and at this moment, Ning Panpan turned her head disdainfully and faintly said, if Heavenly Flame Sun is really your friend, then he's not far from falling. After saying that, this strong girl directly left the crowd, not wanting to get entangled with Wang Tang anymore. At this moment, Wang Tang's mocking voice was still coming from behind her, but Ning Panpan was no longer in the mood to argue with him. However, the moment she had just turned her head, a familiar figure appeared in the crowd and walked toward the interior of the crowd. Yao Knights? Ning Panpan's eyes instantly lit up, staring at Yao Knight's tall figure, but what made her strange was that she felt that this Yao Knight guy had grown a bit taller and stronger, but he was still a tall and thin type compared to others. Only before he had the chance to say hello, Wang Tang over there also saw Yao Knight, who was walking towards him. Seeing Yao Knight, Wang Tang was so angry that his teeth itched, probably because he didn't reply to his messages in the group. Wang Tang thought he was scorned by the other party. Ugh, what are you doing here? Do high school exams mean anything to you? Wang Tang suddenly stopped in front of him, his eyes staring at Yao Knight with an unkind look. Something wrong with you? Yao Knight said indifferently. I chow. What can I do if I'm not okay? What can I do if I don't have anything? What are you so mad about? A D-grade talent still comes to take the entrance exam. Aren't you ridiculous? In the face of Wang Tang's provocative words, Yao Knight's expression remained flat and even wanted to laugh. Squad leader Wang, I don't remember messing with you, right? Is it because I didn't reply to your messages in the group that you're in a hurry? A man's heart can't be so small. Yao Knight said with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Tang was jolted and only felt that he was being seen through, so he became even more irritated. What are you talking about? I'm looking for you in the group. That's because I want you to join our team. We can get better grades together hand in hand. I'm doing this for the sake of the whole class. You know you're a D-grade talent, and by letting you join the team I'm giving you a chance to be able to go to college. Do you understand that? Wang Tang growled angrily. On the other hand, Yao Knight in front of him stood straight and didn't even look at him squarely, and at that moment the students behind them looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a while. Wang Tang is now completely crazy, just like a demon. Crazy insults. And Yao Knight was like a calm elder, looking at the clown in front of him with a lowered eyebrow, and it was at this moment that Tianhuozi, who was in the ring, suddenly had his eyes glazed over. Spotting Yao Knight from the crowd, joy flashed in Tianhuozi's eyes. For some reason, he now felt at ease when he saw Yao Knight, only to see him suddenly leap down from the ring, shaking off all the S-rank geniuses behind him, and quickly walking towards Yao Knight's side. As he arrived, the crowd around him moved out of the way, and Wang Tang's side also sensed that something was wrong, so he hurriedly turned back to look at the Skyflame Z, who was about to walk towards him. Holy shit, Tianhuozi came to our class president. Holy shit, following the class president is really right. Such a big shot is personally looking for him. The little brothers on both sides were bragging, but Wang Tang's heart was a little uneasy. This was because he knew that he was not friends with Tianhuozi at all, and that he had even just met him, perhaps not even an acquaintance. What's he doing here? Wang Tang's heart was filled with questions, and it was at this moment that Tianhuozi got closer and closer to himself, but immediately afterward, he crossed over and stood in front of Yao Knight's big brother. Skyfire's son bent his head and said, with this greeting from him, the crowd completely exploded. Well, we can team up this time. I'll take you, Yao Knight said indifferently, and even this sentence was taken for granted by him. Boom! This moment was even more astonishing than that greeting from Heavenly Flame Sun, and it simply left the crowd at the scene dumbfounded. Who is Tianhuozi? The best of the S-class talent, the first genius of the Seven-Night City next door, the young patriarch of the Skyfire family, but just such a strong man called this teenager in front of him as his elder brother. This teenager even said something like I'll take you. Although he's handsome, he can't say such crazy things. Not as handsome as the readers. Who the hell is he? At this moment, the crowd was completely quiet, and the air was a few points heavier. The students who were previously kissing Wang Tang's ass froze one by one. After looking at each other, they didn't even dare to say anything after realizing something was wrong, and even backed away in unison. And Wang Tang was even more stupid. He just stood in front of the two of them foolishly, not knowing what to say. The last second he was still angrily cursing Yao Knight, but now his entire body was frozen in place, standing like a stupid parrot. Why? Why would a character like Heavenly Flame Sun call him Big Brother? What gives him the right? Wang Tung heart crazy roar, his face pale, standing in front of the two people do not even dare to move. And Ning Pan Pan, who hadn't gone far yet, obviously noticed the situation over here. At this moment, her face was full of shock, and she opened her small cherry mouth to look at Yao Knight's tall body for a moment and lost her mind. When Yao Knight saved her last time, she thought that Yao Knight would be strong, but she didn't expect it to be this strong. The one in a million genius, Heavenly Flame Sun, actually called him Big Brother? How did he do it? However, just as the crowd was shocked, 7 youths walked down from the other side of the ring. These 7 people had high auras, with realms ranging between the 2nd and 3rd revolutions, and the 7 of them are the 7 S-class gifted people in this college entrance exam. Only to see a youth at the head of the group holding an ice blade in his hand as he walked slowly. Brother Forenza, you've got it wrong. What did you call him? Displeasure flashed in the youth's eyes, and knowing that Tian Huozi was the strongest person in the northern examination hall now that they called an unheard of little man Big Brother. Wouldn't this be a slap in their face? However, Tian Huozi didn't refute anything, but turned around and fatally said, "It's not your turn to have a problem with me calling him Big Brother. You don't have the qualifications yet. Get lost." The words that were so domineering that they came from the extreme directly caused the expressions of these 7 geniuses to stiffen, as they indeed did not have the confidence to fight against Heavenly Flame Son. At this point they wanted to have a seizure, but they were somewhat afraid to. At the same time, Tian Huozi's gaze was cold as he looked at Wang Teng beside him. "And you, who enjoy scolding my big brother?" Chapter 40 The Trembling Brother. Tian Huozi's icy cold words came out, and those sharp eyes stared at Wang Teng as if he was a beast that chose to devour people. Wang Teng's entire body trembled, but didn't even dare to move for fear of making the other party angry. At this moment, he can be said to be nervous to the extreme. The whole person frozen in place, forehead a large number of cold sweat flowed down. No matter how much he thought about it, he would never have imagined that Yao Yi would be Tian Huozi's elder brother, and the two of them seemed to be on good terms. And at this time, facing the aggressive Tian Huozi, Wang Tang was unable to open his mouth, and even forgot what to say. Attention all students. The college entrance exams will begin soon. Please speed up your teams and start distributing combat bracelets immediately. There was a beep in the radio, and at this moment Wang Peng finally breathed a sigh of relief as the attention of the 2 men in front of him was diverted, and he hurriedly took 2 steps back, shivering and hiding in the back. "Don't pay any attention to that guy. Let's collect our combat bracelets and get into the exam room early," Yao Knight said indifferently. And then he and Tian Huozi both walked in pairs to the place where they received their combat bracelets, the so-called combat bracelet, which is actually considered a student protection device that forms a shield to protect the student in case of danger. The IT is also a scorekeeper. Based on previous years, the first turn of the Fei provided about 1 point, the second turn provided about 10 points, the third turn provided about 90 points, and the fourth turn was a guaranteed 500 points. Generally speaking, if a student killed a 4th turn foreign beast and gained 500 points after that, then they had stabilized their score and would surely be able to advance to the next level. But generally speaking, no student had yet been able to kill a 4-turn alien beast in the gauntlet, not to mention the even tougher 5th Revolution's exotic beasts. Perhaps the 5th Revolution's exotic beasts wouldn't even exist in the examination hall, unlike the many nervous scholars. Yao Knight and Tian Huozi could be said to have no mental pressure. Tian Huozi had been able to defeat 2 4th Revolution Fey beasts in Peach Blossom Valley before with the power of a 3rd Revolution higher stage. Yao Knight didn't even need to mention that after this evolution, his strength had increased drastically, that unless an ancient Fey beast like that Triceratops-like beast appeared, he didn't look at ordinary 5th-turn Fey beasts in the eye. After receiving his combat bracelet, Yao Knight quietly waited for the helicopter escorting the candidates to appear. At the start of the exam, candidates will need to take a helicopter into the wilderness for the exam. At this moment, Tian Huozi stood beside him and asked with a smile, "Big brother, how many points are you going to get this time? I remember the last high school student got over 2,000 points. 2,000 points? Yao Knight paused. 2,000 points is only 4 4-turn alien beasts, and they are all beginner. Actually, the two of us don't team up. You're good enough to get 2,000 points on your own, right? But don't worry, since your grandfather entrusted you to me, I'm definitely sending you an amazing score," Yao Knight said calmly, without the slightest element of lying in his eyes, even full of candor. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of Heavenly Flame Sun were filled with excitement. He had personally seen his big brother solo battle 6 5th rotation powerhouses, and that kind of terrifying strength left him in awe. If Big Brother can help him kill a 5th-turn foreign beast this time, wouldn't he that? Thinking about it, Tian Huozi's entire body became excited. Maybe he can use the high school entrance exam as an opportunity to make a name for himself. And just at that moment, there was a clamor coming from the examination room not far away. What's wrong with being late? If you're late, you won't be allowed to take the test? On what grounds? My son is an A-grade talent. You all damn well get out of the way. If my son can't take the college entrance exam, can you be responsible for it? Get out of my way. All of you. Only to see a middle-aged man leading a 17-year-old teenager barbarically rushing into the middle of the examination room. Needless to say, this was none other than Yao Chandong and Yao Guang. At this moment, Yao Guang only felt heartbroken and ashamed as he listened to his father's angry roar. They father and son just ate a small dumpling on the way, not realizing that they were almost late, and with his father yelling in front of so many people, it just made him feel disgraced. At this moment, Yao Chandong rushed into the middle of the examination room with his ability to mess around, and when some of the surrounding teachers heard that Yao Guang was an A-ranked talent, they didn't give him much of a hard time and handed him the combat bracelet. Good son. Make sure you go for it this time. Make sure you get good grades and go to elite college. At that time, you must make your beast of a brother's life worse than death, so that he can feel what it means to be a genius brother terror. Yao Chandong said excitedly, not caring about Yao Guang, who had an ugly expression and with such rude language as he used. A number of people around him heard it, and at this moment, Yao Knight was filled with an odd look on his face. Why does this Yao Chandong keep thinking about his own failure? Even if he's adopted, there should be some affection between father and son, right? This uncle is really ridiculous, actually encouraging the younger brother to beat up the older brother. Can't figure it out. Tian Huozi flirted. Yao Knight didn't say much when he heard this. He admitted that Yao Chandong, this old dang brain, did have a bit of a problem, and at this moment, Yao Guang, who was in the process of organizing his attire, looked around with his eyes, but in the next instant, he saw Yao Knight, who was standing with Tian Huozi. At this moment his pupils contracted hard, but didn't say anything more for fear that his dad next to him would see it too. However, Yao Guang's heart had long since turned over in shocking waves, and his heart trembled immensely. Damn it! That's the Heavenly Flame sub. How does brother stay with him? Are they going to team up? But why do they know each other? That's a Heavenly Flame son. Yao Guang hissed madly in his heart, but on the surface, he didn't move. A son of a great family like Tian Huozi is in a position to awaken a year or two earlier than ordinary people. Ever since Tian Huozi awakened the S-class Heavenly Flame, the teenage girls in several nearby cities are exceptionally worshipful of this genius, and Yao Guang even idolizes him. But now the idol in his eyes was standing with his wasteful brother in the past, which made his heart extremely difficult and strange. But hard as it was, he had clearly realized at this moment that he was afraid that he would not be able to surpass his brother in this college entrance examination. With a super genius like Tian Huozi teaming up with his brother, how could he surpass himself? Chapter 41. Heavenly Flame Sun opens with 690 points. A packet win. Yao Guang is preoccupied at the moment, but Yao Chandong continues to cheer him on from the back. Xiao Guan, you are the best. Absolutely must get a good result. You are the hope of our Yao family. Come on, Ko. Make sure you hit your brother hard in the face. Listening to his father's hissing behind him, Yao Guang's face was a bit ugly, and he couldn't even stand it any longer. But the good thing was that after only a few minutes had passed, the entrance exam was declared to have begun. One could only see one airplane after another appear, carrying one candidate after another to the interior of the 100 Beasts desolate city. The gauntlet takes a mechanic similar to that found in some sort of Jedi game, and the time limit is 3 days. When the plane first took off, it was in a low danger zone, with only low-level xenomorphs. However, the probability of encountering a high-level alien beast increased the further the plane went inside, and it was also more dangerous. At the moment, the plane has only just taken off less than 10 minutes ago, and already some candidates have chosen to jump out of the plane. These are candidates who are less gifted, or who have little confidence in themselves. The taking the entrance exam is also just heavy on them, and at this moment, Yao Knight and Tian Huozi were sitting side by side, not a single expression on their faces. Big brother, what position are we jumping from? Tian Huozi asked curiously. We'll jump whenever the plane is ready to return. Tian Huozi froze as Yao Knight's words directly shocked him into a cold sweat. If the airplane of this high school was preparing to return, it would mean that the two of them had come to a place where at least a fifth-turn foreign beast existed. Isn't that danger a little too great? Look at you with your lack of talent. Do you want to be the second best in the college entrance exam? Yao Knight said with a smile. That's definitely wanted. But why second? Tian Huozi was puzzled. Because I'm number one. The words that the two of them were conversing with caused the many candidates on the airplane to not look too good. But considering Tian Huozi's identity, they didn't dare to say anything more, and as time slowly passes and one candidate after another lands to the north of the 100 Beasts desert city, the candidates on the airplane become more and more sparse. Don't you jump yet, big brother? This is already the territory of the fourth turn Fei. Tian Huozi said with gloomy eyes. What's the hurry? Keep waiting. We'll get off when he's about to return. Yao Knight said blandly, his eyes as calm as if he was eating. Okay, Okay, Heavenly Flame Sun was actually a bit scared at this moment, although he had defeated two fourth-turning Fey Beasts in Peach Blossom Valley last time. Those two fourth-turning Fey Beasts were both at the second and third stages of fourth turning, once encountered 4 turns of the high level or peak of the foreign beast. Even he has to weigh. Finally, after another quarter of an hour, the plane began to slowly turn back, and at this moment, Yao Knight finally stood up and knocked on the driver's door. Master, open the machine door. We're going down. Ha! The pilot was directly startled. Even the whole airplane shook a little. He turned his head to look at the two men with a horrified face and said, "Why haven't you guys gone down yet? You can't go down here. This is the territory of the fifth turn Fey. The drivers are stupid." Every year when he flew to this place for the entrance exam, all the candidates had long since left. Now what's with these two students? Open the door, master. We're going down. Don't delay our exam, Yao Knight said, holding his forehead. No, you must have fallen asleep and forgotten to get off the plane. I must not put you in danger or I'm responsible too. The driver yelled. Yao Knight was a bit helpless, so he had to pull Tianhuozi over and point at him. See him, no master. The young patriarch of the Heavenly Flame family. With him around, can we be in danger? Ha! Tianhuozi's entire body was tense, so he had to stand there dumbfounded, and at this moment, when the driver saw Tianhuozi, the expression on his face instantly relaxed a bit, but there was still a bit of doubt and said, "Do you guys really want to go down here? If you're in danger, be sure to turn on your combat bracelets." "Don't worry, master. Open the door." At this moment, the pilot chose to open the door of the aircraft after a moment's hesitation. And after all, a genius like Tianhuozi was here. An ordinary person like himself couldn't worry about someone else. A teenage genius, right? Okay, thank you, master. See you again. Yao Knight and Tianhuozi both jumped straight down after carrying a parachute, landing on the ground only after nearly 10 seconds of iron. Meanwhile, the examiner side of the college entrance exam was staring at the scoreboard in front of him with a dead frown. His face somewhat ugly. 1. Lu Yufeng, 23 points. 2. He Chuanxiu, 22 points. 3. Fang Qihai, 19 points. 4. Yao Guang, 12 points. The examiner's face was a little hard to read, as he didn't see a single name he wanted to see. Something's not right. Why doesn't that kid Skyfire Sun have a single point? It's hard to believe that he gave up the exam. At the same time, equally surprised were Wang Tang's crowd. Had this so-called Heavenly Flame Sun and that Yao Knight, two people couldn't have been eaten by the 5th Revolution's Fey Beast. Right? I can't believe I didn't even score a point. I'm at 2 now. Wang Tang's eyes were filled with self-satisfaction. The exam had just started and in half an hour it had already gained 2 points. And at this rate, 500 points were already in the bag. On the contrary, what about Yao Knight? His score was still 0. At the same time, the duo of Yao Knight and Heavenly Flame Sun descended to the ground only just as soon as they landed. They realized that there were at least 2 fourth-turn alien beasts within a 1-kilometer radius. This is already the depths of the 100 Beasts deserted city. Even if a 5th-turn foreign beast appears, it is reasonable. Big brother, there's a group of 2nd-turn cheaters over there cheating flowers with at least 30+ points. Otherwise, let's go kill them, Heavenly Flame Z said with his eyes shining brightly. Ha, look at you, out of your mind. Did I bring you here so you could kill and cheat flowers? Come with me. Yao Knight laughed and cursed. Then his entire body soared up and directly rushed towards the location where that 1 4th-turn foreign beast aura was located. Big brother, wait for me. Tianhuozi hurriedly followed. He didn't want to be encountered by a 5th-turn Fey Beast here, and at this moment, as the two of them drew closer and closer to the 4th-turn beast, Tianhuozi suddenly realized that it was a 4th-turn high-level biling lizard. Big brother, be careful. This is a 4th-turn high-level biling lizard. This guy's tongue is very fast and has a strong poison, Tianhuozi hastily reminded. Fearing that Yao Knight was not aware of the special characteristics of this foreign beast the next moment, however, he realized that his prompting was somewhat redundant. Yao Knight's entire body soared up after a burst of assisted running. A pitch-black lance was then held in his hand, and he stabbed fiercely towards the Bai-Ling lizard that had not yet reacted. Bang! The black lance directly pierced through the chest of the Bai-Ling lizard and nailed it to the ground, instantly letting out a miserable hiss. At this moment, this lizard screamed miserably and danced its tongue frantically, but it couldn't hit because of the lack of distance. Gradually a burst of green appeared where this lizard had been pierced, and then the whole body went limp. This is the state of being violently poisoned. Go up there and kill him, and if you can roast him halfway through, all the better, Yao Knight said indifferently. Hearing these words, Tianhuozi's eyes lit up, but he also didn't talk nonsense. But after condensing his own Heavenly Flame abnormal energy, he ruthlessly smashed into the Bai-Ling lizard. It was also at that moment that the scoreboard began to change again. Frowny face. First place, Heavenly Flame Sun, 640 points. Second place, Lu Yufeng, 59 points. Third place, He Chuanxiu, 44. Fourth place, Fang Qihai, 35 points. Fifth place, Yao Guang, 27 points. Chapter 42. You can have as many points as you want, packaged winnings old boy. The score list suddenly changed, and Skyfire Sun's score violently changed from 0 points directly to 690 points. At this moment the examiner's eyes froze and his mouth opened in incredulity. This. Did this child kill a fourth turn foreign beast? How is this possible? Meanwhile, the Heavenly Flame clan chief beside the examiner stroked his beard and laughed. Calm down. My Tian'er doesn't look at those low-level foreign beasts. What's wrong with killing a fourth turn? Tianhua Patriarch is full of joy at this moment. He originally thought that with the strength of his grandson to be able to reach the standard of 2,000 points of last year's college entrance examination is good, but I didn't expect that I had just started the exam in less than 2 hours' time and directly killed a 4-turn alien beast and became the first in the score. But a thoughtful look flashed across his gaze at the moment. And it's also possible that this is the reason why he entrusted himself to that little guy with the demon god level talent. But he would have preferred to have been hunted by Tian Huizi himself. Meanwhile, Wang Tang's side was teaming up with several 10 students to hunt down a second-turn tyrannical bear. Lu Feng, Wang Gang, you two go up and stall him. After I coagulate this fireball I will be able to kill this dead bear. Lu Feng and Wang Gang both had bitter faces. This hard work was done by the two of them, and the points were all gotten away by Wang Tang. At this time, a lot of resistance arose in the hearts of the two of them, but considering that there were too many people here it was not good to refute Wang Tang's face, so they could only endure it. After a fierce battle, the score of another second-turn beast fell into Wang Tang's side. At this moment his face was full of smiles, and he opened the scoreboard again, but he can't stop laughing. The first place is surprisingly Skyfire Sun, 690 points. Wang Tung people are stupid. How long has it been? Just 2 hours. This genius is 690 points. And he was definitely teamed up with Yao Knight. If Tian Huizi was 690 points, then according to that attitude of his calling Yao Knight his big brother, Yao Knight's score would definitely not be low either. Damn! Wang Tang searched hard for that name on the scoreboard and finally saw it at the end, Yao Knight's, 0 points. When he saw the word 0 points, he inwardly breathed a huge sigh of relief, and even thought that Yao Knight might have been slapped to death by the foreign beasts. He didn't care how many points Tian Huizi scored. If Yao Knight scored high, then he was a bit uncomfortable. At the moment, unlike the sad faces of the others, the Yao Changdong could be said to be beaming, gleefully looking at the scoreboard on the big screen. Ha, my light is fantastic. 27 points now. 5th place. Ha. Those S-rank geniuses aren't that good. They're not as good as my family Guang's A-rank talent. That's great Mitsuko. Your daddy's pride. Yao Changdong shouted excitedly, attracting the attention of many people, but a large part of these people are quite envious of him. After all, his own son is the 5th place. How to say how to have face, right? Plus, Yao Knight sighed that he moved his nose at the moment, smelling the odor of burnt incense from the bearing lizard. Not bad Firechild. Roasted on the outside. I'm drooling. Yao Knight marveled. He then opened his palm and the python split appeared. At this time, the python's split body was 30 meters long, and its width was wider than a door, and it was quite a bit more massive than any ordinary alien beast, and it was really majestic. At this moment, even the Heavenly Flame Sun gave Yao Knight's doppelganger a slight sideways glance, a look of surprise in his eyes. The last time he saw Yao Knight's split, he remembered that it was less than 20 meters, and now it has become 30 meters in just a few days. And looking at the aura of this giant python, even he felt a hint of threat. The feeling in his heart told Tian Huizi that he was afraid that he was not a match for this doppelganger of Yao Knight. And at this time, Yao Knight came to the body of the biling lizard, took out a long knife and began to split it, and threw the roasted to half-cooked flesh piece by piece into the mouth of the doppelganger. In a short while, all of the bearing lizards, which were up to 10 meters in length, became energy to nourish himself. A feeling of comfort passed through Yao Knight's heart. Then his eyes looked around. At a location 2 kilometers away, there was a 4th-turn high-level foreign beast. Come up here, kill the other one and we'll take a look into the depths again to find out if there are any 5th-turn foreign beasts present. Yao Knight sat directly on top of the python doppelganger's head, and then called Tian Huizi over to sit behind him as well. At this time the Skyfire Sun was full of odd colors, his own buttocks sitting under his big brother. This feeling is really some wonderful and odd. Big brother, do we still need to continue killing the 4th-turning Fey beasts? Of course. Just now, a single high-ranked Fey beast rewarded you with 690 points, and killing another one would be more than 1,000. Aside from the 6 turns beast, I can satisfy you with as many points as you want as payment for your grandfather saving me at that time. Yao Knight said with a tone full of candor. His strength has now grown a great deal again, and his current attributes are Frowny Face Realm, 3rd turn, 8th step, body mass, 8,266, spirit, 7,999, according to Yao Knight's estimation. Even though his realm was at the 8th stage of the 3rd turning, his attribute strength was already approaching the early stage of the 5th turning, that is to say that even if one does not merge with the doppelganger, then one's normal strength is still close to the peak of the 4th turn. And once the merged attributes skyrocketed, coupled with a variety of perverted skills, killing a 5th turn foreign beast was not a problem. Big brother, you're so nice. Hey. You're a man, don't say such things, haha, or I'll kick you down. Yao Knight warned, and at this moment, as the python doppelganger continued to move forward, Yao Knight gradually recognized the class of the beast in front of him. It's a 4-turn high-level black chicken. After a pause, Yao Knight directly let his doppelganger dive into the ground and he himself sped away, once again picking up a long black spear and nailing it straight. Pop. Unfortunately, the shot was surprisingly dodged. However, just a moment after Blacky Chicken had just dodged, the underground python doppelganger took a bite out of his feet. Cluck da. Blacky Chicken let out a scream as both of his claws were bitten off and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Go up and kill him. I told you to follow me to win the pack. Yao Knight patted Tianhuazi's shoulder and said, Chapter 43, Killing the 5th Turning Fey Beast. 2,000 points for first place. Tianhuazi nodded, then took out a long knife and sped to Blacky Chicken, slashing towards his neck. Ka! The slash surprisingly didn't cut through the chicken's neck, but stuck in the bone, causing Tianhuazi's face to flush. Ahem! Again! Proof hiss. The next slash directly severed the head of the Black Z chicken, followed by Tianhuazi's score pulling up again. We'll leave when I've eaten this chicken, Yao Knight said indifferently, and then his python doppelganger began to tear into the corpse of Blacky's chicken, and it was at this moment that the rest of the students and teachers realized why geniuses are geniuses. First place, Heavenly Flame Sun, 1,350 points. Second place, Lu Yufeng, 67 points. Third place, He Chuanqiu, 59. Number 4, Fang Qiai, 48 points. Fifth place, Yao Guang, 31 points. The first Tianhuazi, with an extremely incredible overwhelming advantage, directly overshadowed all the candidates. It's reasonable to think that scores like the second and third place scores in the 60s and 50s, achieved within an hour of just starting the exam, are pretty impressive. However, when compared to Heavenly Flame Sun, it was somewhat dwarfed due to Tianhuazi's amazing performance before. At this moment, his score came to more than 1,000 points, and the crowd was just shocked. After all, people's genius status was placed there. At this moment, Yao Guang had just killed a red-haired pig and was currently sitting on the ground panting heavily. Tianhuazi actually has over 1,000 points already, but why is brother still 0 points? His eyes were filled with doubt, and at the same time, he carried a bit of snickering. If my brother had always scored 0, then he might have died in the mouth of the Fae. Yao Guang thought like this, and actually began to be glad inside. What he didn't know was that in the depths of the northern part of 100 Beasts' desolate city, Yao Knight and Heavenly Flame Z rode his python doppelganger as they sped away. Big brother. Otherwise, let's go here. There are already 7 or 8 4-turn foreign beasts in the vicinity. If we go further inside, Tianhuazi said in a somewhat worried tone. He naturally believed in his big brother's strength, but that didn't mean he believed in his own, the current him, unless he uses the treasures or the alien ability full open to kill the 4 turns of the middle level of the foreign beast. 4 turns of the high level he is completely unsure of. Just as he was thinking this, Yao Knight suddenly stopped and stared ahead with a burning gaze. Only a huge black figure was seen wandering and stopping between the trees, and although its physique was no different from that of a normal tiger, its might was extremely astonishing. Big brother, this is the spectral leopard, and it's a 5th turn middle stage. Crap, Yao Knight cursed indifferently. Then with a move of his palm, he merged with his doppelganger, only to see his entire body suddenly crouch down, grabbing a large handful of dirt before approaching at speed. Boom! The yellow soil in his hands splashed out, and it all turned a turquoise color as it flew in midair, splashing onto the nearby grass and vegetation, as well as the body of the spectral panther. At this moment, the underworld leopard was instantly frightened and turned its head to flee, but Yao Knight's left foot stomped the ground with such force that the 50-meter radius trembled. In human form, it's possible to cause an earthquake within a 50-meter radius, and at this moment, he was surprised to find that the level of this kind of earthquake could be controlled by himself, so he increased his efforts to directly make the level of the earthquake increase to 8. Boom boom boom. The zone within a 50-meter radius shook crazily, and it was impossible to even stand, while the spectral panther also completely lost control of its body and lurched around on the ground. Roar! 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 He hissed angrily, but still couldn't control his body to move effectively, and at this moment, Yao Knight had already levitated into midair by virtue of the power of his bloody clothes and threw a stone to hit the body of the spectral leopard, causing it to be continuously poisoned. And at this moment, Tianhuazi had looked dumbfounded. This type of hunting was really rare. It was even a bit of a rascal. After only 10 minutes had passed, the spectral leopard was completely poisoned. The Fey beast of the 5th turn middle stage died just like that, without the slightest accident occurring. So small in size, but a 5th turn. I wonder how much energy is contained within his body. Yao Knight's heart was slightly delighted. Then he maneuvered his python doppelganger to take the entire leopard in his mouth and began to swallow it whole. Goo goo goo. And just then the leaderboard points changed instantly. First place, Yao Knights, 2,100 points. Second place, Heavenly Flamingo, 1,400 points. Third place, Lu Yufeng, 64 points. Fourth place, He Chuanqiu, 55. Fifth place, Fang Qiai, 39 points. What's going on? Who is this Yao Knight? How did he suddenly score 2,000 points? The examiner sat up with a tongue sound. Looking incredulously at the scoreboard with a shocked expression, he was now profoundly skeptical that something was wrong with the scorer. But after double-checking, no malfunctions appeared. Come on people. Look at this student's profile. Could he be a hidden talent? Soon, 3 or 4 teachers walked in, picked up their computers and began to look up the name Yao Knights. However, after half a day of checking, a puzzling result was obtained. Examiner. This student named Yao Knight only has a D grade talent, and it was just awakened half a month ago. Class D? The examiner's face was a bit ugly. If D grade talent could get this score, then wouldn't everyone want D grade talent? What exactly did this child do? Did it kill 4 fourth-turn foreign beasts or a fifth-turn one? The examiner murmured in his mind. But he understood that either way was extremely terrifying. And at the same time, the various types of people who had gathered to watch the entrance exams were also exclaiming out in shock. Discussing the name Yao Knights non-stop, the many people who visited the college entrance examination. Their eyes were full of horror. It was only an hour just after a student reached 2,000 points, which is the score of the last college entrance examination top student. Who the hell is this Yao Knight? How did he do it? It's only been an hour since the exam started. Yeah, this guy is definitely a genius child of some big family being hidden amongst the students of this college entrance exam. This family seems to be trying to make a splash. I don't know who said this, but the crowd was instantly thrown into an uproar. Everyone is discussing that this Yao Knight is definitely an unearthly genius from one of the big families. At the moment the square was full of people, and since the entrance exams had just started, people were still bringing some laughter with them. Andally, the only difference is where Yao Changdong is. He sat stiffly on the bench, looking at those rankings on the big screen, his whole body frozen in place. Why? Could it really be him? But why is that? His fists were clenched, and he was leaning on his chair with a death grip, and his eyes were bloodshot, and he couldn't believe that the eldest son, who had been beaten and left out in the cold by himself as a child, could get such high marks. If you can get such a high score, why don't you help your brother out? Yao Changdong's eyes filled with pain as he watched his favorite young son squeeze out of the top 5. Chapter 44 Thoughts on 6 turns. Unprecedented score. Why? Why did he get such a high score? Am I really wrong? No way. I can't be wrong. He's not my real son. So what does getting higher marks have to do with me? I want my own son to succeed. I want my own son to get into union. Yao Changdong suddenly sat up and hissed as his entire body collapsed. But he acted so erratically that he attracted the attention of numerous passers-by, but he remained immersed in his own world, shouting from the top of his lungs, "Cheer up, Ko. Be sure to cheer up and surpass your brother to become a student at the Alliance University. Get a high scholarship and take your mom and dad to the top of life. You are my child and you are my pride." Some of the parents next to him looked at him and stepped back, some fear welling up in their eyes. This man is more or less mentally ill. Back off everyone. Besides, on Yao Knight's side, a fifth-turn alien beast boosted his evolutionary progress to 20% after going down. At the same time, he heard a familiar prompt. Frowny face. You devoured the spectral leopard that contains the spectral bloodline, gaining a small amount of spectral bloodline, and can choose to evolve into the spectral python. Psi python. Psi speed increased dramatically. What a crap evolutionary direction. Yao Knight skimmed his lips. At this moment he somewhat understood the principle of the system giving evolutionary direction. As long as it devoured some special items or creatures with special bloodlines, then it would give itself a new direction of evolution in accordance with that characteristic. Then if that's the case, one can totally go and devour some rare items as a way to get the evolutionary direction one wants. Currently, what Yao Knight wanted the most was naturally a power increase, but power fey are generally rare, and the likes of the Triceratops from before won't do. The evolution direction given by Devour Triceratops is Triangular Python, which is not very strong as its power can only be increased by 3 times. What Yao Knight wanted was the kind of evolutionary direction that could increase by 5-6 times, or even higher. But to get to that point, then I'm afraid that the object that needs to be devoured will have to be above the 6th turn, and it must also be a bloodline rare giant beast. 6 turns? Yao Knight muttered that he wasn't sure about the gap between the 6th and 5th revolutions, but from past experience, this gap was like the chi refining and foundation building within immortal cultivation novels. A 6th turn was able to fight countless 5th turn solo. That's how strong it was. Moreover, the 6th turning powerhouses that appear in the Dragon Kingdom on the bright side generally don't participate in any interviews that and rarely appear on TV unless they're that kind of public figure. Strong people above the 6th turn have always been mysterious and arrogant. Just like the deep sea or giant trees in the sky. They've only occasionally struck out to engage the behemoths. It seemed to have no half interest in any awakened below the 5th turn. Unless it was that kind of teenage heavenly child with extremely amazing talent. From what I know, awakened people above turn 6 don't seem to care about anything below turn 5 at all. Yao Knight secretly whispered, but still didn't think too much about it. Instead, he struck out together with the heavenly flame sun and began to hunt down the 7 or 8 4th revolutions alien beasts in the vicinity. There are 2 fey beasts that are at the beginning and middle stages of the 4th turn. These 2 will be given to you, and I'll take the rest for now, Yao Knight said indifferently. Then his figure pounced on the other 4 foreign beasts. Tianhuazi, on the other hand, shrunk his neck and began to rush towards those 2 low-grade, 4th rotation foreign beasts, this time without his big brother's hand. It was all the more important for him to bring out his full strength so as not to become a foot-dragging existence. His mind Yao Knight naturally paid no attention to it, instead focusing on dealing with the foreign beasts, only to see Yao Knight's entire figure riot. His body prostrate on the ground at the moment, having gotten close to a basilisk turtle. His fingers gently touched its shell, and then instead of tangling with it, he ran towards the next foreign beast. The no-injury fielding technique is once again evident. Though this was Yao Knight's favorite way of hunting, only his figure was seen moving rapidly through the dense forest, moving away immediately after merely touching the foreign beasts without engaging in a fight with them. He was like an assassin who, after plunging his poison knife into his prey, retreated far away and silently waited for the prey to be poisoned. This type of injury-free fielding was extremely soothing to him. At this moment, he looked around. The current position the 2 of them were in was already considered a deeper position in the 100 Beasts deserted city, and there would be hordes of 5th revolutions alien beasts if they went further inside. As long as I swallow 5 or 6 more 5 turns, I'll be able to evolve. Thinking about being able to evolve again, Yao Knight felt a lot more relaxed. Those foreign beasts that were poisoned earlier fell one by one, so he began to split into a giant python split to go ahead and devour them. The python doppelganger was in charge of devouring while he moved closer in the direction of Heavenly Flame Sun to see if this guy was finished or not. However, just coming to the place where Tianhuazi fought, his entire body was a little hard to tense up, only to see that at this moment, Tianhuazi was quite a bit gray, and the clothes on his body were all torn, only to see a nimble-bodied underworld spirit cat keep attacking beside Tianhuazi. That sharp claw coupled with the amazing speed. No wonder Tianhuazi will be in this embarrassing state. Damn! Tianhuazi was a bit annoyed by this spirit cat's harassment, only to see him make a move with his left hand and take out that fan-like treasure once again, followed by a forceful flash. Boom! In an instant, the fire started in all directions and burned away, scorching all the trees within a 20-meter radius. At the same time, the ethereal spirit cat was also scorched a bit, but it was not seriously hurt. Meow meow meow. The spirit cat cried out and pounced towards Tianhuazi. And at this moment, the heavenly flame sun was extremely hesitant. He still had a move of the heavenly rage divine flame that he hadn't used yet, but once you use this move, then you will fall into a period of weakness. Just as he was hesitating, Yao Knight silently appeared in front of him, then slapped the spectral spirit cat's head hard. Bang! The slap came suddenly and directly ended the life of the underworld spirit cat. Big brother! Seeing Yao Knight appear, the shame on Tianhuazi's face became more and more intense, and his entire face was like a reddened apple. I should have said no. Big brother is big brother. If you let yourself deal with this underworld spirit cat with all your might, even if you can kill the other party, you will still have to fall into a weak time. Well, let's see how far we've both gotten in our scores now, Yao Knight said indifferently. Aha! Good. Tianhuazi activated his combat bracelet, and then a scored version appeared in front of the duo frowny face. First place, Yao Knights, 4,666 points. Second place, Heavenly Flamingo, 2,122 points. Third place, Liu Yufeng, 159 points. Fourth place, Hichuanqiu, 98. Number 5, Fang Qihai, 76 points. Chapter 45, Breaking 10, 000 points. You cheated brother. 4,600 points? Still a little low. Yao Knight frowned, then summoned the python doppelganger to sit up again and greeted Tianhuazi to come up as well. Also, still going in there? The Heavenly Flame Z people were dumbfounded. If they went further into the interior of the 100 Beasts desolate city, they would definitely encounter hordes of 5th Revolution's exotic beasts. Once they provoked a group of 5-turn alien beasts, then was there really a way for the 2 of them to be able to escape? Just as he was hesitating, Yao Knight pulled him up with one hand. Don't dawdle. Your grandfather has explained to me to get you a high score, so don't wimp out. Yao Knight laughed and cursed. Then the python doppelganger began to sprint towards the interior of the 100 Beasts desolate city. At this moment, the speed of the python's doppelganger had reached an extremely fast point, just like a tram that was launched at full power to wind up. Ha 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 ha. Skyfire son, how is the speed of this doppelganger of mine? Yao Knight asked with a big smile as his black hair flew in the wind with reckless abandon, and Tianhuazi curled up behind him like a little brother and weakly said, very, very soon, but it's better to go slow. Ha ha ha, I'm a fully automated tram. I can't slow down a bit, Yao Knight said with a big smile. He was in an extremely good mood at the moment as a bright road had been spread out in front of him. After 10 minutes had passed, the python doppelganger finally stopped and the two of them came to a higher zone and looked downward. At this time the two of them were located on top of a small hill, and the hillside below kept emanating a tawdry odor upward. 50 meters below the valley. 3 giant foxes up to 20 meters in length sleep soundly in the valley, and every now and then a stinky fart or two pops out. Big brother, do we really want to kill these bright moon foxes? There are at least 3 of them at the 5th turn, and there are 2 that are high ranked, Tianhuazi said with a nervous face. The scene of being violently beaten by that underworld cat before was still fresh in his mind, and at this moment too was a bit timid. Scared of what? It's at night that the bright moon foxes are at their most fearsome. During the day they are lazier and have very little alertness. Now is the best time to strike, Yao Knight said calmly, then took out a large 10-liter kettle. I won't share the scores of these 3 foxes with you for now. I'll boost yours once I get it up to 10,000 points. Aha, well, all yours big brother. Yao Knight nodded. Then relying on his blood clothes, he sped over the valley and held the water bottle in his hand with his hand. Immediately after that, the entire kettle began to emit a turquoise color, and the water in it directly became an emerald green like the leaves of a plant branch. In the next second, Yao Knight opened the kettle, poured out all the water, and directly tapped it into drops of rainwater that landed down from above the valley. Green rain rained down high in the sky, and as it touched the bright moon foxes, these foxes were surprisingly unaware of it. Theon even stuck out its tongue and licked it. Yao Knight gazed at them indifferently, without any hint of pity in his eyes, and after just 10 seconds of time had passed, one of the foxes realized something was wrong and then hissed. But it was of no use. These foxes didn't notice Yao Knight, who was located high in the air. They just kept scratching their bodies. Their looks getting more and more painful. This hunt may be unorthodox and even a little sinister, but that's what works best. And that's the true meaning of a harmless human feeling. It's like a hunter having a shotgun. So why fight with an axe? Same thing. The few bright moon foxes in the valley at the moment struggled more and more violently. The sound of rumbling impacts spread in all directions, and they rubbed their bodies painfully against the stone walls, but they could not relieve the pain caused by the fierce poison. Perhaps Yao Knight's realm was slightly lower. These bright moon foxes actually lasted for a whole hour before gradually collapsing. Phew, it's finally time to eat, Yao Knight sighed. And then the python detachment charged straight down and began to tear apart the bodies of these bright moon foxes. Meanwhile, the 3 bright moon foxes bring in notable points. 1 head of 5-turn mid-order and 2 heads of 5-turn high-order. A total of 7,200 points, plus Yao Knight's previous 4,600. That's 11,866 points. Tens of thousands of points. This kind of super high-level high school score might have been achieved by someone before, but the candidates who could achieve such a point were at least at the 4th turning realm. Taking advantage of this free time while the python doppelganger was devouring, Yao Knight opened the scorekeeping panel. Frowny face. First place, Yao Yao, 11,866 points. Second place, Heavenly Flame, 2,122 points. Third place, Lu Yufeng, 162 points. Number 4, He Chuanshou, 112. Fifth place, Yao Guang, 100 points. He's not the only one looking at the scoreboard at this point. The many parents outside the exam room were also staring at the panel with horror in their eyes. What kind of person is Yao Knight? How is this possible to achieve 10,000 points? How is this possible? Could it be that he's hunting a 5th turn foreign beast? A middle-aged man held his head and said, beating him to death. He wouldn't believe that he would see such a perverted genius today. Yeah, never even heard of this guy. This is definitely the scion of some hidden family that came to the high school fish fry. No, you guys, look, this 1st and 5th place are both surnamed Yao, and their names seem to be quite similar. One female parent noticed something fishy and rushed to say, alas, indeed one is called Yao Knight and one is called Yao Guang. It can't be brothers, but this name. At this moment, the voices of the many parents in the square discussing reached Yao Changdong's ears, and he's got his eyes glued to the scoreboard, fingers scratching the skin without caring. Yao Changdong, the whole person fell into a long silence. One is called Yao Knight and the other is called Yao Guang. He was the one who came up with both of those names. One is night and the other is light. These 2 words are what he, Yao Changdong, thinks in his mind. The light should be high above the rest. But how did this Yao Knight, who represented darkness, get a high score of 10,000 points, directly crushing the light? Why? He opened his mouth to murmur, but no one was destined to answer his question, and on the other side, Yao Guang dragged his injured right arm and relied on the back of a rock. He just took a huge risk going up against a bunch of steel-backed hogs. It took a lot of hard work, even after being bitten on the arm, to kill the boars. This herd of boars gave me over 30 points and now I'm definitely in the top 5. Although Yao Guang was injured, he still said with excitement in his eyes, yet when he opened the scoreboard he fell silent and was ashen. Brother. Why? Turning off the points panel, his entire body looked up to the sky and fell into deep skepticism. Shouldn't my brother have a D-rated talent that does nothing? But why now? Even if he'd gotten stronger, that wouldn't have been possible with such a high score. The knuckles on his fingers were white from his squeezing, but it was dead hard to figure out what that was due to. Cheating. You must have cheated, brother. You're finished. Even if you become stronger. So what? You cheated. Cheating is something that can be turned over to the Union Police Superintendent, and your scores can't be considered real. Yao Guang shouted with eyes full of madness. More and more certain of the conjecture in his heart. Chapter 46:6 turns behemoth. The horns of the black goat. Unlike the shock of the others, Yao Nightside was calmly feeling the devouring of his doppelganger and watching his attributes improve. Fox's meat wasn't very tasty, but the attribute boost it brought was real. After more than 10 minutes of devouring, Yao Night sensed that the progress of the doppelganger should have increased to about 60%. This meant that one only needed to devour around 3 turn 5 alien beasts in order to start evolving. Let's see the properties first. Name, Yao Knight. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level. Realm, Peak of 3rd Turn. Physical, 9999. Spirit, 9999. Skills, Fierce Poison. Wind and Thunder Speed. Golden Armor. Fallen Light. Earth Dragon, Split. How come this attribute stops moving when it reaches 9999? Does it mean it has to be raised to 4 turns to continue upwards? Yao Knight said, rubbing his chin. After thinking about it for a while, he still felt that he should continue to devour it as a way to break the 10,000 point attribute shackle. Brother Firechild, let's keep looking. The next Fey beasts are all yours, Yao Knight said indifferently, and then he led the Tianhuazi, who was full of excitement, to start the hunting path. Meanwhile, on the examiner's side of the entrance exam, this examiner just sat quietly in his chair, eyeing the scores on the scoreboard. I can't believe I reached 10,000 points. The examiner had been continuously shocked for 10 minutes now, and only now did he slow down and start thinking about who Yao Knights really was. It was important to realize that the 10,000 points had been achieved by someone before, and that person had the SSS rank talent Extreme Cold Believer, but at that time, that person had already reached the 4th turn before he achieved a high score of 10,000 points. And what about Yao Knight in front of me? He awakened 15 days ago. It's impossible for him to reach the 4th turn in 15 days. But suddenly, the examiner's expression froze, and a horrible thought popped into his head. To be able to achieve such a horrible result, if you look at the comprehensive aspects, his talent is absolutely, don't think about it, his talent is the demon god level. The heavenly flame lord appeared behind him and patted his shoulder, saying, there was a warning implication in his eyes that made the examiner's heart tremble. He's from our Skyfire clan, and he's the young patriarch's best friend. I don't suppose you're going to publicize anything about his talent, are you? Heavenly Flame Shangren's slightly threatening words came out. This caused the examiner to instantly panic in a hurry, so he hastened to agree. Yes, I definitely won't talk nonsense. The examiner panicked. Although he was the examiner of the college entrance exam, the Skyfire family had a certain amount of say in the entire alliance, and he naturally had to respect the other party's wishes. But at that moment the examiner thought for a moment, then turned his head and said, oh my lord, now that his score of 10,000 points has appeared, as for his talent, surely he won't be able to hide it for long. You don't have to care about this, even if it will be exposed sooner or later. It will be after he returns to my Heavenly Flame clan, Heavenly Flame Lord said in a calm tone. At this point, he had long investigated Yao Knight. Now Yao Knight, that the so-called father, in fact, is not at all his biological father. Yao Knight is simply those two couples adopted to even some time ago. Yao Knight directly ran away from home, and even this was investigated by the Heavenly Flame Superior, and his idea was to bring Yao Knight back to the Skyfire clan immediately after the college entrance exam, so as not to be targeted by some people with good intentions. Of course, he, Heavenly Fire Lord, actually has some selfishness as he was thinking this. The examiner suddenly changed his expression and turned his head. Nope. There are 2 6-turn fluctuations appearing in the depths of Desolate City. Well, but it's over 150 kilometers away from the test center, so it should be fine. The examiner's face suddenly tightened, but then eased up with relief. Wait, what did you just say? There are 2 6th revolutions auras in the depths of the Desolate City? The Heavenly Flame Lord asked with some uncertainty. A bad feeling arose within him at the moment. That kid Yao Knight got 10,000 points for absolutely hunting a 5th turn alien beast, and a 5th rotation beast could only appear in the depths of the Desolate City. And didn't that mean that there was a high possibility that he would encounter a 6th rotation beast? When you think about it like this, Yao Knight is definitely with his own young patriarch. Tianhua Z. Wouldn't that put these two kids in extreme danger? The Heavenly Flame Lord frowned, but decided to go over and take a look for himself, trying not to disturb the teenagers who were taking the entrance exams, just watching them from afar, and stepping in if there was any danger. And as expected of the Heavenly Flame Lord, the two Yao Knights were indeed in a dangerous situation, but relatively safe. He and Tianhua Z were huddling under a boulder, and the Python doppelganger had long since been put away by him as it was too big a target. Big brother, let's just run. These two behemoths are fighting more and more fiercely. If they accidentally injure us, that won't be the end of it, Tianhua Z said with a pale face. Not far from their hiding position, 200-meter tall beasts crashed into each other. One is a giant goat covered in black fluff, standing over 140 meters tall and exuding a dark aura, known as the Black Goat. The other was a moonlight reindeer that radiated with blood aura. Both of his antlers were silver-white in color, and his height reached over 150 meters. Boom boom boom. These two gigantic beasts fought madly together, and every collision would cause the heavens and earth to tremble for a minute. A large number of surrounding beasts fled for their lives. Some weak first and second turn foreign beasts even directly collapsed to the ground, being fainted from raw fear. Big brother, I think we'd better run. If they fight red-handed later, won't we be finished? Tianhua Z said with exhortation once again. However, Yao Knight just waved his hand. Wait a little longer. His purpose was obvious, and that was to take a taste of the flesh and blood of these two giant beasts. This was the first time Yao Knight had truly seen a sixth revolution's giant beast. It was only at this moment, under close observation, that he realized the terror of the sixth revolution's Fey beast. This huge size and the kind of chi and blood power that could be detected from a long distance away was simply not something that could be compared to a fifth turn. If a turn 5 beast was a slingshot, then a turn 6 behemoth was a mortar. At this moment, Yao Knight did not have the slightest intention of trying to use fierce poison. He could clearly perceive that even if one uses a fierce poison, it will definitely be digested by the detoxification system in the body of these giant beasts. And at this moment, the Black Goat and the Moonlight Reindeer collided more and more fiercely. Black ram's horns and silver-white antlers crashed together, and the sound of that collision together was like the sound of 10 Grand Am cars crashing into each other. Boom! 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 The earth shakes. The heavens and the earth are crumbling. Now that the situation is getting more and more critical, even Yao Knight has a hint of retreat in his mind. But just as he was hesitating in his mind, a massive black shadow came crashing down. Boom! The ground around Yao Knight was all directly smashed out, a huge crater more than 10 meters deep, and at the moment he fixed his eyes on it, that big pit turned out to be half of a black goat's horn. Chapter 47, 7th Evolution. Devouring the Black Goat Horns. The dragon child appeared. At this moment, Yao Knight's breathing stopped in an instant. Everything around him slowed down in his eyes. Only the huge horns were so conspicuous. Bang bang bang. His heart couldn't stop beating, the blood pressure in his body soaring. The horns of the black goat continuously emitted a trace of dark power. A black cloud of mist draped around the horns. Even from a long distance away, Yao Knight could detect the dark aura as well as the rich power of chi and blood. Gulp! An involuntary gulp. Yao Knight gazed slowly, looked toward the two giant beasts. These two big guys are still in the middle of the fight, and the fight is getting more and more intense. Is that luck? Swish! Yao Knight muttered, and in the next second, his entire body pounced over, while the python doppelganger also instantly appeared behind him, taking a bite out of the black goat's broken horn. Gulp! This half horn was directly swallowed by the python doppelganger. Although the black goat was 140 meters tall, this broken horn wasn't too big, so it was swallowed directly by the python doppelganger. The moment he devoured the horns, Yao Knight once again took the python doppelganger back into his own body. Then with a single movement of his body, he came to Tianhua Z's side and grabbed him by the collar. Go! Unbidden. He took Skylad's arm and he then soared up with the power of his bloody clothes and rushed out hundreds of meters in an instant, ready to get away from these two giant beasts. The harvest this time gave Yao Knight a somewhat unreal feeling, and even at this time, his heart was filled with excitement. Must get out of here quickly. Once the black goat learns that I have swallowed his broken horn, he will absolutely crush me to death. Yao Knight muttered to himself in his mind, then increased his flying speed and went extremely fast, rushing out more than 10 kilometers in just 10 minutes time. And it was at this moment that he perceived that endless energy began to well up in his body. The python doppelganger had already begun to digest it. Yao Knight's heart was filled with joy. At this moment, they had already moved away from the location where the two giant beasts were fighting and were about to enter a relatively safe area. But at that moment, his head suddenly shook, followed by pain all over his body. A trace of energy surging through his body traveled rampantly through his veins, almost bursting his body. There was even a large amount of energy rushing from his veins to his brain, causing his mind to almost burst, and he fainted instantly. Damn! A broken horn actually has so much energy. These were the last words Yao Knight spoke before he lost consciousness. However, Before he lost consciousness, he still mindfully controlled his body to fly sharply downward, so as not to injure Tianhuozi and himself after falling from a high altitude. Boom! The two crashed to the ground in a sort of gliding fashion, kicking up a lot of dust. Cough cough cough. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Tianhuozi hurriedly climbed up and looked around for Yao Knight. After all, he also belonged to the S-class geniuses and wouldn't be injured by such a simple fall. Big brother. Tianhuozi came to Yao Knight's body and hurriedly helped him up. While at this moment he had already fainted, and the body turned crimson, touching Yao Knight's nostrils. He was still alive. Holy shit, why is it so hot? The lads are dumbfounded. The current Yao Knight's body was hot like a branding iron, and the clothes he was wearing had even been scorched. He had watched the scene of Big Brother devouring the broken horn earlier. As a son of a great family, Tianhuozi certainly understood how huge the body of a six-turn foreign beast contained, so his mind immediately made up its mind. We must cool down Big Brother, otherwise such a huge amount of energy will definitely burn him. With a decision in his mind, Tianhuozi took out his map and began to look at it, finding that the nearest lake to him was located 5 kilometers away. Sun and Moon Pool? This is it. He immediately carried Yao Knight that the heat from his body directly pained him and bared his teeth. But Tianhuozi endured it and ran as fast as he could towards the Sun Moon Pool. After only 3 minutes had passed, he had arrived at the edge of the Sun Moon Lake. Looking at a stone pillar in the center of the Sun and Moon Pools, thoughts flashed within Tianhuozi. He only saw that he took out a piece of rope from within his backpack and passed it through Yao Knight's armpit, and then hung it on this stone pillar, soaking half of his body into the Sun Moon Pool. Yao Knight's body all soaked into the lake water, leaving only his head on the surface. Having gotten things to this point, Tianhuozi breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was somewhat glad that there were no unique beasts in the lake, or else he would have his hands full again. At the same time, he also realized that his back was scorched with a large number of blisters, enough to see just how hot Yao Knight's body was. Take a break. Tianhuozi sat down on a rock and rested up, and at the same time, he had some regrets in his heart. He originally thought that with his big brother's knowledge he should understand that the energy contained within the body of the six turns behemoth was extremely huge. Even a small bite of meat cooked and eaten into the stomach could cause an ordinary person to explode and die. Big brother was fierce, and took out the best parts of the black goat's body straight away. That was the horn of a black goat. Although it was only a broken horn, the energy it contained was enough to hold up tens of thousands of ordinary people. Also at the moment when Tianhuozi was pondering, a not-so-friendly hissing sound came out from the surrounding dense forest. Meow. Hearing this sound, his pupils contracted fiercely, and as expected, the three-headed spectral cat drilled out. However, the target of these three-headed spectral cats didn't seem to be themselves, but Yao Knight, who had fainted in the center of the lake. Damn! 1 peak 4th turn. Too early 4th turn. There was a fine cold sweat running down Tianhuozi's forehead. He had just been brutally beaten by a 4th turn high-level underworld cat before, and now he didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in his heart. Damn! Now is the time when Big Brother needs me. Must not back down. Divine Fire Fan. Only to see him take out the fan in his hand, followed by 3 fireballs spewing out of his mouth and using the fan. Boom boom boom. The original 3 inconspicuous fireballs instantly grew larger and smashed into the 3 spectral cats, while the behavior of the Skyfire Sun completely angered these 3 hunters. In an instant they were engaged in battle together. All of a sudden the lake was ablaze with fire and light. The ghostly shadows flickered constantly. On Yao Knight's side, his consciousness was once again in the middle of a dream, only this time he didn't dream of the sweet little boy alone, but of himself in the midst of a great hall of and the palace kept walking up to some strange creatures that offered treasure. The Heavenly Beast Continent presents a pair of heavenly jades. Eerie Plains presents a pair of black goat horns. Venerable Takamori offers a divine scale. One by one, the treasures were served up and the 2 sides of the great hall are filled with a strong breath of characters, although their images are different. But that kind of strong man's breath is extremely obvious. At this moment, Yao Knight would like to say something, but then he realized that this body was not under his control, and he could only watch it all as a bystander. Grandpa, the little boy from my last dream has reappeared, but this time he had grown a bit taller in appearance and had gone from naive to teenage handsome. Grandpa, Dragon's son wants that divine scale, the teenager said a little playfully, and a little shyly, and this body he was in spoke up, sounding like a pale old man. Why? The Tongtian Jade enables you to be recognized by the heavenly Tao. The horns of the Black Goat clan give you access to a portion of the darkness, but why are you interested in divine scales? No, Grandpa. The teenager tossed his head like a rattle, then spoke fervently. Tongtian Jade is only chosen by girls. I don't want it. And the Black Goat's horns would only cause the wrath of their clan once they were brought near the Eerie Plains. That group would absolutely go crazy after me. I'm too young to stand them chasing me. But this divine scale is different. Its characteristic should be defense, and it seems to me that his aura can complement mine, so just using it might make him immune to attacks on the physical plane from now on, the teenager said with a smile. While this body he was in touched the teenager's head, and then brought the piece of divine scale and gave it to the teenager. And immediately after that the whole picture suddenly blurred and Yao Knight surprisingly found that these image memories in his mind just now actually began to disappear one by one. So he had to memorize some key information. Tong Tian Jade. Venerable Top Sun. Horns of the Black Goat. Dragon. The dream is over. Yao Knight slowly opened his eyes while a prompt sounded. Frowny face. You devour the horns of a black goat and gain a new direction of evolution. Evil Python. Evil Python. Skill, Evil 9 kills, Evil Ghost 9 kills exclusive to human form plus unique skill plus certain hit, sends out the claws of an Evil Ghost 9 times at the target, doubling the power of each send. Sounds good to me. Yao Knight nodded thoughtfully, realizing that his evolution progress was already full and he could choose the direction of his next evolution. However, he didn't rush to choose a direction of evolution, but instead turned his gaze towards Skyfire Sun, who was in the middle of a bitter battle, not far away. Tian Huozi, his body revealing exhaustion, was more than entangled with a peak fourth turn underworld cat. His feet were two other dead spectral cats, all charred and dead beyond repair. The remaining one of the four-turn peak spectral cats seemed to have long been enraged, and had already inflicted no less than dozens of injuries on Tian Huozi's body, constantly shedding blood. Yao Knight frowned, then his body moved with a bang and blew up this peak fourth turn underworld cat. With his current power, even if he didn't use 10 times his attributes, he could easily kill a peak 4 battle fey beast in seconds. Big brother? Tian Huozi said as he looked at him with eyes full of surprise. Rest here for a while, I have things to do. Yao Knight supported the shaky Skyfire Z, and the two of them arrived at the island in the center of the lake to rest down. The first thing to do when he came here was to let Tian Huozi ease his injuries while he himself was about to start evolving. Please choose your next evolutionary direction. Evolutionary direction, Auspicious Python, Fallen Poison Python, Holy Python, Underworld Python, Evil Python to be selected. Chapter 48 Earth Dragon Stance. Unleashed. This time there were 5 evolutionary directions. The first 3 were given by the system, and the last 2 were obtained from devouring themselves. After a pause, Yao Knight unfolded the introduction of the skills for these evolutionary directions. Auspicious Anaconda's Special Enhancements Skill, Auspiciousness, dual forms common, gains a certain luck bonus, and luck is enhanced. Fallen Poison Python Characteristic Enhancement Skill, Poison Field, Poison Domain Unique Skill, expand a 100-meter radius poison field. Step into the field and you will be poisoned, losing 10% of your body's blood every minute. Divine Fall Holy Python Power Increase plus Special Skill, Divine Fall, Divine Spirit Fall. All attributes of the activated skill in human form are increased by 4 times. Split Form can instantly appear 300 meters above the target's head when the skill is activated, and then fall down to deal a large amount of damage. Split Form gains a hegemony effect while casting the spell, but hegemony cannot be controlled, cannot be harmed, cannot be selected. These are the 3 options given by the system. Yao Knight looked at the 3 rows of words and sighed a little in his heart. This time the system really gave himself fine chaff. All 3 of these evolutionary directions were pretty good, especially the last one, which came with a split exclusive skill. To be honest, Yao Knight did have his heart moved. Then look at the last 2 evolutionary directions that you acquire on your own. Frowny face. Underworld Python Speed Increase Skill, Underworld Speed, Spectral Speed, common to both forms, speed increased by 5 times. Evil Python's Advanced Characterization Skill, Evil Python's 9 kills, Evil Ghost 9 kills exclusive to human form plus unique skill plus certain hit, sends out the Evil Ghost's claws at the target 9 times, doubling the power of each send. These 2 evolutionary direction of high and low. Even the skills of the Evil Trick Python than the first 3 given by the system have been even better. Looking at the 5 options, Yao Knight fell into deep thought. The only thing that could boost his power was the Divine Fall Sacred Python, and it also gave an exclusive skill to the Doppelganger, but compared to the skills given by the Evil Creepy Python, it's a bit underwhelming. Currently, his own attributes were 10,000 points, and even if he didn't turn on the 10x increase, but instead simply used the Evil Ghost's claws, then 9 times doubled down, then it is 90,000 points. Then if you open 10 times increase, Yao Knight's eyes flickered continuously, having already determined the idea in his mind, evolving into an Evil Python. Open evolution. In an instant, the python split into a totem reflected on his back, and this time the range is much larger, directly tattooed a full back, and the pattern side there is an evil ghost silhouette floating. The next step is the waiting process. Yao Knight estimated that the completion of this evolution would be after the college entrance exams. At the very least 2 days would be necessary, and just as he was about to get up and leave with Tian Huozi, his entire body froze. In the distance, tens of thousands of meters away, a burst of black gas fluttered and danced. A huge figure seems to be rushing towards his side. When it was too late, in just 2 or 3 breaths of time, that figure directly crossed a distance of tens of thousands of meters and appeared in front of the two with a bang. Darkness shrouded the four directions. The black goat's deep eyes stared at the duo, and a large amount of black gas erupted from the unknown hole. Yao Knight didn't dare to act rashly, and only patted Skyflame Z, who was still closing his eyes to heal his wounds. What is it, big brother? The young man sat up with a tongue sound, and then retreated backward with fear in his eyes. Big brother, you ate his horn. He's coming for revenge. Crap. Yao Knight cursed without a good breath and directly led Tianhuazi backward in a frantic retreat. The black goat looked at the two escaping little bugs, and a trace of disdain even appeared in that huge pupil, lifting its hoof to press against the two. However, right at this moment, the earth suddenly began to shake, followed by a 100-meter-long earth dragon rushing out with a bang. Earth Dragon's stance is activated. Chapter 49, Lin Ku. The Divine Workers workshop. The earth crumbled and countless rocks and earth splattered in all directions. A yellow earth dragon that was 100 meters long soared out and ruthlessly slammed into the black goat's chin. Boom! At this moment, the black goat took this blow solidly, and his entire body stumbled for a moment, then looked angrily at the earth dragon in front of him. Blah! The sheep's cry rang out, shocking the four directions like the whispers of an ancient god. Yao Knight didn't even look back to see, but instead, he brought Skyflame Z and sped all the way as the two of them frantically fled towards the exterior of the 100 Beasts' desolate city. He could now manipulate the Earth Dragon with distraction, but by his estimation, this Earth Dragon can at most carry the Black Goat. 5 attacks will collapse on its own, unable to resist for a long time. And the results were unsurprising, only to see the Black Mountain Goat extend a huge hoof and ruthlessly step on the Earth Dragon, directly shattering his body apart. At the same time, the Black Goat, the twisted body, a black tentacle, continues to grow, sucked in the body of the Earth Dragon. Crazy strangulation tight. Bang! The Black Goat directly shattered the Earth Dragon with just 2 strikes. His strength far exceeded Yao Knight's estimation. Blah! A roar like the whispering of a stock god rang out, and Yao Knight's cold sweat broke out frantically as he surged forward so as not to be caught by this bizarre fellow. At this moment, the distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and a threat of death enveloped Yao Knight's heart. But just then, a fiery red figure appeared. The Heavenly Flame Supervisor came, and seeing these two little guys, he realized that his decision was right on the money. All of the two of them had indeed gone into the depths of the 100 Beasts' desolate city to hunt. However, Heavenly Flame Lord's face was a little unsightly as he realized that the creatures chasing these two little guys were not other giant beasts, but black mountain goats. It is important to know that the black goat, this giant beast, is extremely special, because their bloodline is different from most of the beasts, and the characteristics are extremely horrible. Forget it, Tianer. You and Yao Knight go first. Grandpa will stop him. After saying this sentence, Heavenly Flame Lord directly pounced on the black goat. At the same time, Tianhuazi and Yao Knight's side didn't dare to delay, but instead left this place as fast as they could. Boom boom boom. The duo had just left within a few minutes of each other, when Heavenly Flame Shangren and Black Mountain Goat were completely engaged in battle. However, the two of them could only drag their feet if they stayed now, so they accelerated away. The black goat was only at the 6th turn, while the Heavenly Flame Lord was at the 7th turn. So there shouldn't be any problems. Yao Knight was slightly upset in his heart when he first started to flee, because this is already the 2nd time that he has let the Heavenly Flame Lord rescue himself. He had originally thought of condensing another Earth Dragon to help out a little. However, at this moment, he raised his head and suddenly realized that there were 2 silhouettes in the sky heading towards the Black Goat's position at great speed. Horan was 2 high-level awakened people. The 2 high turn number awakened have gone for support. There shouldn't be any problems on your grandfather's side. Now let's continue hunting, Yao Knight said with a thoughtfulness in his eyes. Well, actually, my grandfather should be able to handle it alone. There's no need for the two of them to go. Tianhuazi replied in a slightly arrogant manner, and at the moment the duo finally rested and caught their breath. The day had passed with this trip and toss, and now that the sky was darkening, it was clear that it was no longer suitable for hunting, but for resting. Why don't we find a place to sleep? It's been a long day of running and I'm really tired. Tianhuazi leaned on his waist and said with some fatigue. Yao Knight naturally agreed, and then the two of them found a huge pine tree and started to rest after building some licorice on the branches above. The night light was quiet, but Yao Knight's didn't have a trace of sleepiness, because the doppelganger was evolving within his body. A trace of energy was constantly impacting his body and mind, and his physical qualities were rapidly becoming stronger, so he didn't feel much sleepiness. After a pause, Yao Yi took out his cell phone and prepared to check the latest news, but this time there was no bombardment of QQ messages on the phone, and the entire group of students were directly in the middle of a silence. Not even a single person to speak. Only Ning Pan Pan was there to frantically eyed Wang Tang. Yao Knight casually swept a glance. The cursing was really a bit dirty. He didn't want to see it. Opening up the latest hot news, Yao Knight suddenly realized that the college entrance exam over in the south had been completed and 3 outstanding candidates had been decided. No. One is Lin Ku, 19. 366 points. Yao Knight was instantly stunned. Almost 20,000 points. Does that mean he's a 3's ranked awakened person at the 4th turn stage? Yao Knight opened Lin Ke's biography between the flickers of his eyes, but what came into his eyes made him a bit surprised. Rinko, 18 years old, B-grade talent. Artistry. The student has a very high achievement in treasure attainment, and according to professionals, the student's treasure refining attainment is close to the Grandmaster level, and has even reached the Grandmaster level. Although the body is weak, the student has developed powerful treasures, even with a combined strength of 5 turns or higher. Seeing this biography, Yao Knight's gaze flickered. He had never thought that someone could get first place in the Southern High School with a treasure. The technique of refining treasures is divided into several levels, namely, Introductory, Apprentice, Master, Grandmaster, and Supreme Grandmaster. The threshold for a patriarch was to refine a treasure at the 5th turn level, while a Supreme Grand Patriarch needed to refine a treasure at the 6th turn or higher. Treasures of 6 revolutions or more would no longer be called treasures, but treasure artifacts. This guy reckons he has a special talent for treasure refining himself, and he's obviously very much in tune with his personal will. With that B-grade talent, that's why you refine several 5-turn treasures to get first place in the entrance exam, right? Tisk, TSK, TSK. Yao Knight opened his talent detail profile. Frowny face. Divine worker can split into 3 consciousnesses at the same time. The stronger the strength, the stronger the consciousness, so, one person can do the work of 3. Yao Knight memorized this person called Lin Ke, and then looked at the scores of the others, but they were only a few thousand points, which wasn't very high. Getting such a high score with a treasure, that means that some of the effects of the treasure are also comparable to the talent of a human being. Guess I'll have to get to know this guy when I get into Alliance University, Yao Knight said with a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. The night was silent. The next day the two men got up early and began to hunt. 5 turns of the beast hunted 2. 4 turns is more. Time was passing by minute, and the end of the college entrance examination was fast approaching, while the scores of the 2 people gradually came to an extremely outrageous point. Originally, Tianhuozi was thinking that after Big Brother devoured that ram's horn, he wouldn't make an effort to hunt afterward, but the truth was that Yao Knight had actually hunted frantically as if he was high on drugs, and had even raised his score to an extremely terrifying level. Indeed, Yao Knight's original idea was to just rest for 2 days, but when he saw that Lin Ke obtaining nearly 20,000 Southern exam score, he became a bit unsettled and resolved to surpass this guy. Chapter 50-60,000 points. The first person in the college entrance exam, Yao Knight killed madly. Time flew by, and the duo had already hunted and killed quite a few foreign beasts in just 1 day, and their scores had accumulated to a terrifying degree, but they didn't even look at it, choosing instead to continue hunting. Big brother, we definitely have enough points. Do we need to continue killing? Tianhuozi said tiredly. Now even his score had come directly to 10,000 points. Going to the Federal University was already a nail in the coffin. Yao Knight's side was even more terrifying at 30,000 points. While others were still struggling to get their scores in the thousands, the 2 of them had long since become 2 shining stars far beyond anyone's expectations. All of today's time will be spent hunting, and on the last day the 2 of us don't need to take the test. We can just turn in our papers early, Yao Knight said indifferently, then once again pounced on a group of moonlight sheep and began to madly slaughter them. 4th turn foreign beasts were not even his opponent now. They couldn't even break their defense. Yao Knight just hunted with all his might, and occasionally when he was free, he could still give Tianhuozi 2 foreign beasts to boost his score. Time flew by, and came the evening of the 2nd day of high school. Yao Knight and Tianhuozi finally stopped hunting and instead prepared to return. Currently, the 2 of them had reached an extremely terrifying score, and they didn't have to worry about being surpassed at all. First place, Yao Knights, 666 points. Second place, Heavenly Flame Sun, 666 points. Third place, Lu Yufeng, 433 points. Fourth place, He Chuanxiu, 255 points. Fifth place, Yao Guang, 953 points, with a score as high as 60,000. Even if a 5th turn powerhouse came now, it would be impossible to surpass it. At this time, no matter which candidate, as long as they are in the examination room, then they will feel a pressure from the God of Heaven pressing on their head, seemingly to make their life never come out. To others this feeling was still relatively small, but Yao Guang felt it extremely real. He was lying on a haystack, not daring to look at the score panel, because he understands that his brother's score is afraid to come to an extremely terrifying level. Seeing his brother have such a bright performance made it harder and harder for him. The one who had the same hard time was naturally Yao Chandong, but the funny thing is that he stopped looking at the scores on the big screen and pulled out his own cell phone to check them, covering up the screen in the first place position and instead concentrating on looking at the bottom 4. Meanwhile Yao Knight and Tianhuozi gradually came to the edge of the Northern Examination Center. reaching the location of the exit of the examination center. "Hello, we're both turning in early." Tianhuazi stepped forward and said to the staff member was a pretty sister, she said with some hesitation after looking at the two children. "Are you sure you want to turn in your papers early? You won't have a chance to retake the test if you're early. So think it over." The pretty sister's eyes were filled with worry. There were not a few students who turned in their papers early like this, and most of them chose to turn in their papers early because of their own injuries or because they couldn't endure life in the wilderness. Such students will generally not score well, and are even likely to miss valuable opportunities to improve their scores by turning in their papers early. That's why she had to advise the two children not to delay their future life chances because of it. "No sis, we'll just turn in our papers early. We've gotten enough marks to get back early," Yao Knight said with a smile on his face. He was in an extremely good mood at the moment. "Aha, well, then I still wish you guys success in your future endeavors in life. And don't let your failure to get into college stop you from." The young lady's voice suddenly stopped, then looked incredulously at the numbers on the screen. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 1,000,000, 22,000 points. "Your Skyfire son." The young sister opened her mouth, incredulously looking at the teenager in front of her with a sizzling aura. Her eyes filled with admiration. This shocked expression of his caused Sky Ladman to scratch his head in embarrassment, then pointed at Yao Knight and said, "At 20,000 points is nothing. My big brother is the fierce one." So in the eyes of the young lady's shocked eyes, Yao Knight's score also lit up. 66,666 points. "My mom." The young lady stammered as her fingers trembled and she withdrew her combat bracelet. "The exit is right there. Help yourselves to it." Yao Knight smiled, then led Tianhuazi out of the examination hall barrier, but just as they walked out, they were told that all students had to wait until all 3 days had passed before they could leave the entire Northern Examination Center. So the duo had to take up residence in an external examination hall first. Waiting for the last day to pass, the two ate and drank well in the external exam room and slowly waited until it was time for the last day to end. It's day 3 of the high school exams. 5 o'clock in the evening. At the moment it can be said that the sun is shining. One after another candidates out of the examination room. Yao Knight naturally observed and watched this wonderful sight once a year, but as he watched, he realized that something was wrong. "What's that in the distance? Why is there black gas rising?" Yao Knight muttered twice, but when he looked once more, he realized that the huge black goat was charging over this way. Boom boom boom. The black goat let out a tyrannical hiss, and those black pupils, although separated by a distance of tens of thousands of meters, stared precisely at Yao Knight's, and were filled with murderous intent, rising as if they were substantial. "What's going on? Is it really coming at me?" There seemed to be a flash of light in Yao Knight's mind, but he couldn't think of what it was, so he had to find a chance to retreat backward, and in that instant, the entire exam room began to go haywire. The appearance of the black goat was like a bolt from the blue that made everyone panic, but fortunately, a few high-turnover awakened people appeared to stabilize the situation temporarily, and began to meet the black goat. Yao Knight inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. If there weren't these people blocking, then the black goat was enough for him to perish. It was also at the moment of his inner relaxation that the clouds in the sky gradually began to change. The original endless blue sky emerges a large number of black clouds, and in the black clouds electricity flashes and thunder. A wisp of golden light emerges in the clouds, constantly shuttling flashes. At the same time, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded. "Attention, attention! You are currently in a behemoth-infested zone. Please take cover. Attention, attention! You are currently in a behemoth-infested zone. Please take cover. Attention, attention! You are currently in a behemoth-infested zone. Please take cover." The alarms of the Dragon Kingdom don't go off just because of a turn 6 behemoth or a turn 7 behemoth, rather. It was because an extremely destructive 8-turn in order giant beast had appeared here. Yao Knight looked up as a golden light flashed, that gigantic body thousands of meters long, flickering in and out of the clouds. "You again?" Yao Knight said in surprise. Chapter 51, Augur Dragon's Choice. Heavenly Flame Family's daughter offering the 5-clawed golden dragon soared high in the sky, its huge body churning through the clouds. As conspicuous as a golden beast, the countless students in the examination room below had long since panicked, rushing out of the examination room one after another. The various security personnel stared at the giant figure high in the sky with grave expressions. Many people recognized this giant beast. The 5-clawed golden dragon had already appeared 3 times, and it had even been less than a month since the last time it appeared. "Everyone evacuate quickly, and the rest of you will join me in entering the wilderness to rescue the students who have yet to leave the examination center," the chief examiner exclaimed, then rushed into the middle of the examination room with 10 examiners and disappeared. And there was only one thing that made Yao Knight glad at this moment, that was the black goat in the distance that seemed to have sensed the threat posed by the 5-clawed golden dragon and only dared to watch from afar, not daring to rush over. Phew! Yao Knight gasped softly. For him, the 5-clawed golden dragon had been seen for the second time. And the last time he had seen the five-clawed golden dragon himself unharmed, this exceedingly powerful beast didn't seem to want to intentionally hunt humans. As if it was searching for something. So for himself, the five-clawed golden dragon was not very threatening. On the contrary, the appearance of the five-clawed golden dragon seemed to be protecting itself as if it was protecting itself, causing that black goat to only dare to watch and not dare to directly charge over and go crazy. This made Yao Knight's heart feel much more at ease, and then gradually retreated backward. Big brother, my grandfather is waiting for us in the back. Let's go back to our Heavenly Flame clan first. Tianhua Zi rushed over to find Yao Knight, and then the two of them rushed out of the entire examination room together to meet up with Tianhua Zi's grandfather. As for the matter of the examination room, it is left to the professionals, and it is idle for them to stay here. Inside the Skyfire family, Yao Knight lay down to rest in one of the guest rooms. He has come to the Heavenly Flame family for 2 days. Unexpectedly was treated like a VIP, and the people of this family are very respectful of him. The people of the Heavenly Flame family send me some food when they're not doing anything, and last night they even sent 2 maidservants. So pleasing to me. What else could it be because of? Yao Knight muttered. He already understood that the matter of his demon god level talent might have been known by the Heavenly Flame clan. That's why he rescued himself twice and received into the family to become their honored guest. But the other party had already rescued him twice. So even if he had certain petty thoughts, they were completely forgivable. After all, Yao Knight was not a completely cold and heartless person. At the same time, a crisp sound rang in his ears. Frowny face. This evolution is complete. Please choose your next evolutionary direction. Wind Jiao, Fire Jiao, Thunder Jiao, Water Jiao, and Black Jiao are all attribute adapted. Augur evolution opens. Gain Yuan power after completing this evolution, and step into the 6th turning class. Note that the 6th turning class requires 3 types of heaven and earth spiritual treasures, which form the attributes of your Yuan power. Oh, you're actually going to choose your evolutionary direction early this time? Yao Knight looked at this line of small words and a contemplative look appeared in his eyes. This time the system gave a bit more information. What he meant was that as long as one evolved into a Jiaolong, then one could obtain a special kind of energy called Yuan Li. Similarly, after evolving into an augur, one could directly step into the 6th revolutions level. Yao Knight already understood something in his heart. The system means that the strongest people above the 6th turn have Yuan power. That's why the gap between them and those below the 5th turn is so big. As for the so-called evolution direction is that after evolving into a certain kind of augur will be more and more adapted to a certain attribute. If it evolved into a thunder jiao, then in the future, it would be particularly sensitive to the lightning attribute and would be able to obtain an increase in the lightning attribute, and the same goes for the others. In that case, I'll go with thunder jiao. Yao Knight said decisively. You have chosen your evolutionary direction as thunder augur. Please check your panel. Name, Yao Knight. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level. Realm, 4 turns and 6 steps. Body mass, 13,666. Spirit, 12,666. Skills, Poison, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Evil 9 Killers exclusive to human form. Split, Earth God Python, Strength, Divine Python++, Direction of Evolution, Thunder Scale, Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level. Skills, Fierce Poison, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon. Latest skills. Frowny face. Evil Ghost 9 kills exclusive to human form plus unique skill plus certain hit, sends out the Evil Ghost's claw 9 times at the target, doubling the power of each send. The attribute boost is a bit low, but the Evil Trick 9 kills skill isn't bad. Yao Knight muttered a couple sentences to himself before closing the panel, and just then, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is little friend Yao there? Our Heavenly Flame Clan's dinner party is about to open. You're our honored guest, so let's go together. The Heavenly Fire Lord outside the door said with a smile. After a pause, Yao Knight still opened the door and greeted him. Then the two of them walked companionably all the way to the halls of the Heavenly Flame Clan. The moment the two of them entered the hall, the various Heavenly Flame family house elders in the hall stood up and clasped their fists. Some of these family elders were proud of their achievements, some were relying on their age and leaning on their elders, and some were even in a high realm, so they were very unimpressed with ordinary geniuses, but they could be different for Yao Knights. 60,000 super high scores. They've heard all about it.to have set such a brilliant record at less than 18 years of age was worthy of them. The elders, to stand up and greet them. Ha ha ha. It's truly an honor for us to have someone come to our Heavenly Flame Clan. Little friend Yao Knight. Yes, it's not bad to be young. It feels like all of us old guys are years younger. A few of the family elders spoke to each other, blowing Yao Knights up to the sky. However, Yao Knight smiled and nodded, clasping his fists one by one. A false name. Just a false name, huh? What false name? I see that young friend Yao Knight is a genius amongst 10,000. I'm willing to introduce my daughter to you. Come over here, Tinger. With a wave of a family boss's hand, a slender, fluttering young girl walked over in style. looking at Yao Knights with autumn waves in her eyes. You, hello? The young girl's voice was as low as a mosquito fly, and even just saying a word her face was already completely red. Not at all comfortable with the current scene, this instantly embarrassed Yao Knight as well, causing this genius of his to freeze on the spot as well, not knowing what to say. Meanwhile, the distant heavenly flame son watched the two snicker, even as his stomach cramped with laughter. At this moment, the heavenly flame superior glared fiercely at that family elder and opened his mouth. Okay, let's eat first, they're still underage, and you're just introducing them here. What's there to introduce? You're the only one with a daughter? Once these words came out, that family elder scratched his head in embarrassment and hurriedly took his seat, and immediately afterward the banquet began, but I don't know who arranged it. That young girl was even arranged to be next to Yao Knight. It seems to be intentional to put the two of them together as a pair. This banquet was really a bit awkward for Yao Knight, but he really doesn't have much to go on right now. The 60,000 points in the college entrance exam is already known to many, and there are just a few foreigners who have their eyes on him now. There are more people who want to take his life, and with his current strength, he couldn't deal with a powerhouse above the sixth turn on his own, so he could only temporarily reside in the Heavenly Flame family. As for these psychological stifling or be able to endure some, and this is not stifling, beauty to the door. This is. Yao Knight comforted himself in this way, intentionally chewing on some of the meal made of ferocious beast meat as he silently waited for the banquet to end. Only in the middle of it, this young girl beside me left halfway through, and hasn't come back since, but he didn't care, and was happy to be at home instead. After 5 hours of singing and dancing, the party was finally over. Yao Knight also returned to his guest room to rest down. However, as soon as he opened the door, he froze on the spot, his entire being petrified. He had wondered before why the young girl had left halfway through the program. It turned out that he was naked and waiting for himself in his room. Chapter 52 Message 3. Laplace's reminder. What do you do? Yao Knight was able to hold back a sentence for a long time. After all, he hadn't seen a woman's body for a long time, and was really a bit confused at the moment. The young girl in the room was wearing a sheer layer of sarong. Her tender body was completely visible. She covered it up as best she could with her small hands. Her cheeks flushed. The family elders said, for me and you. The young girl's words grew fainter and fainter, to the point where they could not even be heard at the end. I'll give you 10 minutes to get dressed and get out of my house. And I'll tell you one thing, we're both minors. It's against the law. We must firmly support the policies of the Dragon Kingdom and maintain the dignity of the law. We are the people of the Dragon Kingdom, not little Cherry Blossom or the foreigners who are hunting. As a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, your family's old man has no realization. Don't you have any realization yourself? These words shook the young girl's heart and made her entire body tremble, so she hurriedly closed the door and hurriedly dressed. For some reason, when the young girl heard these words, she only felt that there seemed to be a bloodline in her body, which was about to awaken. Even the whole spirit of the person was uplifted, as if a red presence in the high heavens called to her. Yao Knight lit a cigarette and waited quietly outside the door. Not long ago the young girl dressed and opened the door of the room. At this moment, the blush on his face has long faded, but is full of calm and uplifting colors. Thanks for the heads up. Your words just now made me realize deeply that I'm a Dragon Nation man and shouldn't be doing such illegal and disorderly things. We should honor our revolutionary forefathers and respect the fruits of their labor with our whole heart and soul. You can't break the law or do anything that is detrimental to human decency. Thanks for the reminder. I understand. The young girl said something righteous, then straightened her back and left with a stride. At the same time, Yao Knight puffed out a mouthful of smoke rings. Chomp, she's truly awakened. Go back to bed. Lying on the bed, the tip of his nose could still smell the scent of a young girl's body, which couldn't help but make Yao Knight a little stumped. After all, this body is also a young man. It is normal to flinch when encountering this kind of thing, and he can still insist on holding back. Only if he endured it like this there was no sleep. So Yao Knight picked up his cell phone to check the latest hot news. At this moment, opened the phone, found that although the results of the college entrance examination has not yet been announced, but he achieved 60,000 points. This thing has been on the popular list of the major platforms. The Northern Combined Exam surprised a roadie genius by crushing number 2, Skyfire Sun, to become number 1. Anan set an all-time high score of 666, quite possibly the most magical talent possessor to emerge this year. Yao Knight did a double take. As expected, not only did people guess that they had a demon god level talent, but they also hung onto the hit list. It's an easy thing to guess, but isn't it a little too that why to put it up so blatantly? Yao Knight was really a bit speechless. It was fortunate that he had returned to the Heavenly Flame clan ahead of time, otherwise, if he was out there alone, the stares and chases he suffered would definitely be few and far between. With speechlessness in his heart, he tapped on the message screen and found that someone had sent him a few messages. It was an unfamiliar call, but the content of the message silenced him somewhat. Yao Changdong, child, Dad is really wrong. Dad should not scold you before. Should not let you work for your brother. Dad this time truly understand their own mistakes. You quickly come home. Dad will give you a table dinner. Your mother is also at home waiting for you. Don't be angry. We'll always be a family. You kids come back soon. Bull. Yao Knight gave a thumbs up. Then check the next message. Wang Tung, brother. No. 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 You're my real father. I beg you. I was really wrong before. I'll ask my dad to call you for money, okay? I really didn't know your strength before. I was really rude. Big brother. Yao Knight remained indifferent to these two messages and instead looked up the third message that gave him a sideways glance. It was a message from a stranger. And the phone number seemed to have been logged off and was in an unknown state. But this message had a great impact on Yao Knight's frowny face. Unknown, greetings. Honored mercenary, first of all, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Laplace. This message to you is to tell you two main things. First, please don't completely trust the guys from the past, such as the giant thing that glows with gold or the black sheep that reeks of evil. They're all animals and don't deserve anyone's trust. Secondly, the greed of mankind is beyond your imagination. Before the desperation comes, I would like you to go to the place of inheritance of a certain deity once. Of course, I'm not sure how she feels about you. Maybe I'll make a move if she has to kill you. Cold sweat ran down Yao Knight's forehead, even as chills ran down his spine. Mercenaries. He kept repeating those three words under his breath, only feeling a sense of being seen through. Mercenary was his last life's profession. But why did this so-called Laplace know? And it's obvious that the giant thing he's talking about emanating from his body is the five-clawed golden dragon. And it's even more obvious that the other black goat is this guy has been watching himself. But how did he observe himself? From what position? From what direction? And how did he manage to stay out of sight? The man's words were like a long, sharp knife, looming in the darkness. Thief, he was not careful. He would stab himself through the chest and die. However, Yao Knight has a kind of intuition that this piece of information is only good and not bad for himself. Just like the crash and trough before the great fortune comes, his so-called divine spirit land should be the place where the blood god inheritance is located. Does he mean for me to go there again? At the mention of that exposed woman of the blood god, Yao Knight's heart flashed with thoughts. The blood god inheritance might have been a bit dangerous for him who had turned 3 at that time, but now that he had gained 2 new strong skills and his attributes had come to more than 10,000 points, he might be able to directly penetrate the 5th turn blood god. Once he swallowed the blood chi of a 4th turn blood god and the blood chi of a 5th turn blood god, then his evolutionary progress would increase by a large margin. Now the evolution progress is 0%. In this dangerous world, one must become stronger every now and then as a way to protect oneself. Anyway, there's still some time before the recruitment for the Union University. So why don't we just go there once but the itinerary must be tight and no one must know about it. Yao Knight said as he rubbed his chin. Chapter 53. Yo-Yo Night disappeared. The night light is silent. On such a dark night, most people had long since gone to sleep, and the bright moon hung high in the sky above, giving silent feedback of its light. In the darkness of the night, the heavenly flame clan was very quiet, and everything fell into silence. Yao Knight, on the other hand, walked out from within the gate, his gaze looking into the distance. If you move during the day, you'll be subjected to a lot of stares. Darkness is the best opportunity, after all. This was the city, and with human habits in the dark, of course they were sleeping. Without saying anything more, Yao Knight only brought a spatial bracelet with him and then traveled lightly, and without driving, he directly ran towards the city gates. Surprisingly, the entrance to the city was only guarded by a few scattered soldiers, and no one cared about the figure that suddenly left the city, coming to the wilderness. Yao Knight still did not relax his vigilance, but ran at breakneck speed. He found the location where the blood god's inheritance was located and hurried there. The gusty winds of the wilderness whistled in his ears, and Yao Knight's gaze was fixed on the pavement under his feet as well as the situation around him. The darkness of the wilderness had its fair share of predators, and he did his best not to spook them. Hoo. The wind whistled, and in just over 10 minutes Yao Knight ran out more than 30 kilometers. But there should still be more than 50 kilometers away from the blood god's inheritance place. He estimated it would take another 20 minutes or so to get there, but that time was acceptable. Thinking like this, his speed became faster and faster, but suddenly Yao Knight felt a tremor coming from the ground. The vibration felt like an earthquake, but it was very rhythmic, and seemed to be the sound of some kind of giant beast galloping. Nope. What the hell? As he ran, he turned back to look behind him, unable to see much, as it was too dark at the moment. And however, Yao Knight still noticed that it seemed like a certain clump. The black color in the location was a bit deeper than the others. Black goats. Definitely right. If it was any other giant beast, it would be more or less able to see some outlines, but the location where this black goat was located was half as dark as any other location. It was definitely that guy. This beast isn't finished, is he? Only swallowed half of his horns and now he keeps chasing me. Even a man of clay has a bit of fire in him. Yao Knight was really a bit moved with anger. since passing that half-horn, the black mountain goat had already hunted him down twice, and this time was already the third time. This dog really held a grudge. However, considering that he was afraid that his current strength wasn't very strong, Yao Knight accelerated his speed and approached the blood god's inheritance land at breakneck speed, but suddenly, a golden light flashed in his mind and he seemed to remember something. No, why do I remember someone saying that the creepy pack was particularly vindictive? And what passes for? As the thoughts flashed through his mind, he slowed down a bit and at this moment, the black goat is getting closer and closer. The sound like a sheep's cry spreads in all directions, and countless foreign beasts avoid retreating. Not good. It's going to catch up. Yao Knight was shocked in his heart. Based on his estimation, he was afraid that in another 2 to 3 minutes the black goat would be able to directly catch up with him. Black beast, do you really think I'm a good bully? Suddenly, endless killing intent erupted in Yao Knight's eyes as his palm pressed down on the earth, instantly awakening the earth dragon, and immediately after, he infused the fierce poison into the earth dragon's body through contact. After such manipulation, the earth dragon is no longer an earth dragon, but a poison dragon. At this moment, Yao Knight stood indifferently next to the earth dragon, silently brewing the evil guile 9 kills. In a minute, the black goat's figure had loomed large, its massive body taking up all of it. In 30 seconds, the black goat has completely approached the two less than 700 meters apart. In 10 seconds, although the black goat had not yet completely approached, Yao Knight had already opened his right hand and shouted lowly from his mouth, "Kill!" An instant later a sound of evil ghosts roaring resounded from his right hand, followed directly by a huge-bodied stern ghost rushing out from his palm, heading straight for the black mountain goat. Wicked tricky 9 killers. The first kill only made the black goat's fur slightly pierced, not even blocked, but immediately after that the second kill, the third kill, the fourth kill, and the fifth kill came roaring in. The fur on this one black goat's chest was pierced, and even the skin began to break, flowing out black blood. Blah! The black goat roared as he raised his hooves high and was about to step in, but in the next second, Yao Knight directly summoned the earth dragon to instantly block the hooves. Although the earth dragon's body was also damaged quite a bit, it managed to block the blow and a large amount of green toxicity spread to the black goat's hooves, and immediately after that, the stern ghost summoned by Yao Knight went completely insane. The 6th kill, the 7th kill, the 8th kill, and the 9th kill. In an instant the black goat was attacked at the chest burst open. A large black mouth appeared, flowing out blood. Bah! The black goat was completely enraged. They had never imagined that this kind of small person could cause harm to them, which made his gaze filled with rage, howling endlessly. Yet even more alarming, he realized that his hooves were emanating a sensation of pain as a green color spread across his black body. Go! Yao Knight commanded the earth dragon to pounce directly while he himself turned his head and ran. At this time, he surprisingly didn't have much fear in his heart, but was filled with a sense of excitement. Evil creepy 9 kills could break through the black goat's defense. It even does a certain amount of damage and makes the guy scream in pain. But it's reasonable to expect such damage to be normal. One's current attribute of 13,000 is 130,000 after boosting it 10 times. The evil ghost 9 kills, on the other hand, can increase this damage by 9 times. Then he himself had struck this blow with over 1.2 million body mass, so it was normal to say that he could do damage, and now Yao Knight had a certain understanding of the realm of the 6 turns. Millions of levels of the system can only cause damage to the 6th turn, and cannot produce fatal wounds that threaten the opponent's life. If you wanted to kill a true 6th turn, I'm afraid you'd need around 5 million to 10 million physiques, and if one is up against a human 6th rotation powerhouse, then one would probably find it difficult to cause damage. Humans are generally much more intelligent than behemoths, and various ways of coping as well as magic treasures and the like are endless, unlike the behemoths which are so simple to be trapped. Looking back at this moment, the earth dragon and the black goat kept tangling together. Since the earth dragon's body was full of toxins, the black goat could only try his best to dodge it, so as not to let that toxin burn itself. Although the fierce poison wouldn't kill him directly, the pain was intense and made the black goat extremely uncomfortable. Bah! 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 The black goat roared angrily, its 4 hooves scurrying about, and its black body constantly had tentacles flapping about, seemingly trying to slap away the toxins on its body. But as he struggled, he suddenly realized that Yao Knight seemed to be looking at him in the distance. In an instant, anthropomorphic malevolence unexpectedly appeared in those black pupils, followed by Yao Knight instantly feeling that something was wrong. Boom! An unknown energy suddenly came out from the body of the black goat across thousands of meters and pressed on his body. At this moment Yao Knight only felt as if a mountain peak was pressing down on his shoulders. No good. What is this? Yuan power. Yao Knight had only this one guess in mind. This kind of horizontal pressure seemed to be the same kind of move as the one used by Aishima Tenko of the Little Cherry Blossom Country before, Except that Aishima Tanko's mighty pressure that time was mixed with some Yuan power, and the Black Goat's suppression this time used all Yuan power. So it was even more ferocious and extreme. But at this moment his whole body was pinned to the ground, unable to move. Then the Black Goat even found the right time to step up its big hooves and charge madly. And all of a sudden the ground shook. In just less than 3 seconds, the Black Goat rushed over, and then was about to stomp down. Bang! Those hooves directly covered Yao Knight's body, sinking the ground by more than 10 meters. Yao Knight, die. Joking. Deduct 1 for resurrecting the protagonist. The Black Goat's face was filled with ferocity as he moved his hooves out of the way. But in the next instant his entire eyes widened with incredulity. Yao Knight disappeared. Chapter 54 Counterattack. Blood God Inheritance. The 6 turns behemoth had brought countless life and death crises to mankind. His threat is so great that even the use of nuclear weapons would make annihilation possible. And ordinary thermal weapons would have no effect at all in his presence, such a terrifying behemoth. Even a human 6th revolution's powerhouse would not be willing to easily be an enemy unless forced to do so. Yet right here in the middle of this wilderness in the 100 Beasts Wilderness City, the Black Goat, which could be called the king of the 6 turns giant beasts, however, froze in place, staring dead at the place where his hooves had just stepped on and landed. He already possesses considerable intelligence, even intelligence not inferior to that of the average child, but even so, he couldn't comprehend the scene that was happening in front of him. That mole that should have died at his feet had disappeared, and it disappeared without a trace. Not even a hint of it. The Black Goat froze for a moment, that huge tilted head looking around, the detecting every possible scent, then staring the target into the distance. In the meantime, I in the dark underground. Yao Knight's entire body was sitting on a rock in amazement at the scene in front of him. This was the inheritance place of the Blood God, and the presence of a large number of stone statues around it revealed a majestic aura. Meanwhile, not far away, a woman in revealing clothes slowly walked over, laughing softly under her breath. Do you know why I saved you, little brother? That's not even for your willingness to seek me out. Otherwise that creepy pack guy could have your ass. Thank you. In fact, that's what I came to see you about this time, said with gratitude in his eyes. But who knew that this Blood God skimmed his mouth and hooked his orchid finger and said in an extremely strange tone, thanks, I'm just here for you. What are you pretending? You little guy even came here specifically to find me. You're here to find my legacy, right? These words caused Yao Knight to be awkwardly in place. Not knowing what to say, when he didn't say anything, the Blood God gently walked over to him and patted him. Don't get that look on your face, you little guy. Like I'm bullying you. Alright, count me as helping you for nothing this time. After all, you're also my first legacy. So are you going to try to break into the barrier today? You made it to level 4 last time. That's not bad. Next up is levels 5 and 6. Let's see if you're sure. Listening to the Blood God's words, Yao Knight gasped and said, give me a break. I'm still reeling from being chased by that guy a while back. And word to the wise, are your 5th and 6th turn forms strong? I can say up front that I won't break into your 6th turn. I can only break into the 5th turn, which is level 5. Yao Knight said vigilantly. The Blood God's 5th turn can't be compared to the 5th turn of an ordinary awakened. I'm afraid that all of them possessed some 6th transformation postures. And the Blood God's 6th transformation form was even more so. That was simply something that the current him couldn't match. That's right, Blood God. What's the reward for defeating your 5-turn form? You can tell me about it. Reward? I haven't thought about it yet, the Blood God said with some drollery. Ha! Hearing this, Yao Knight didn't tense up. His eyes are about to break through the barrier. Give me a prize, haven't even thought about it yet. So he paused and said, or how about a reward for giving you to me as a bodyguard after I break through the 5th level? Yao Knight tried. Bah! How dare you ask me to be your bodyguard when you've only made it past level 5? How about I give you a token so you can teleport here at any time? It can be used a total of 3 times. The Blood God gave him a blank look and said without a trace of anger, while Yao Knight, who heard this, flickered his gaze and asked, doesn't your token limit teleportation distance? Are there any requirements for use? Humph. There's no limit to the distance of teleportation, and it ignores any obstruction. As long as you hold the token in your hand with your mind, you can teleport to the inheritance land. But if you teleport here, you have to make a breakthrough, or else there will be serious consequences. Of course, you'll have to break through level 5 first. I'll see if you're still at turn 4. Can you beat me at turn 5? Got it. Yao Knight nodded. This token he was bound to get. It seemed that the Laplace who sent the message hadn't lied to himself, but had told the truth. That guy really wanted him to get the token. Only for this Laplace he was inwardly but not much favorable, even very wary, and to be able to see through his last life. Then Laplace's power level must at the very least exceed the highest level in this world, right? What's on your mind, kid? Start breaking in. Level 5 is already open. Oh holy shit. I didn't say anything about breaking in. So what did I bring you here for if not to break in? A vacation? The two men grumbled at each other and the next moment the surrounding scenery changed. The blood-colored door on the stone platform in the distance opened. and right after that the 5th-turn blood god walked out. The 5th-turn blood god was still relatively young, in the mold of a young girl, but the chest of the big thunder has been the first size. Then the blood god clothes are not exposed. There is a kind of primitive beauty. Che, don't look away, the blood god muttered in the distance, somewhat displeased. Got it. Let's see how strong you are at the 5th turn. Yao Knight was standing by, but who knew that he just set up his stance. The blood god in the distance disappeared with a bang, appearing directly behind him in the next instant. Holy shit, making a sneak attack. In the heat of the moment Yao Knight could only hurriedly get down, narrowly dodging the blade swung by the blood god at the same time. A 30-meter perimeter was shrouded in darkness. The earth began to tremble and the ground turned green. This was a combo move that belonged uniquely to Yao Knights. Chapter 55 Evolution progress increased by 20%, requesting Li Yunlong's support. At this moment, a glimmer passed through the eyes of the 5-turn blood god, which originally belonged to the puppet of Theus if she possessed some spiritual intelligence. She quickly dodged away from Yao Knight's domain unfolding, and then stared at him with a curious gaze. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome man before? Yao Knight smiled, then turned on the earth dragon. In an instant the earth trembled in a 50-meter radius. Yao Knight himself floated into midair with the flying ability of his blood clothes. The 5-turn blood god on the ground, on the other hand, was a bit worse for wear. The strong earth trembled as if it were a magnitude 8 earthquake, and under such an amplitude, the blood god had no effective flight, and the means could only be forced to withstand the violent shaking. Something like earthquakes were unfamiliar to many people. Even the 5-turn blood god was no exception. Boom boom boom. The earth wailed and the whole ground trembled, and a trace of anxiety surged in the eyes of the 5-turn blood god at this moment. With his millions of years of experience in battles, there was simply no such thing as an earthquake occurring on the way to battle. Even if an earthquake had occurred, it would have been when he fought against a powerhouse of the same stage after his 6th turning that would have caused such a situation to occur. And at this moment, Yao Knight smiled and stretched out a finger. Boom! The earth cracked open, only to see a massive earth dragon rushing out, pressing down horizontally on the blood god in an extremely majestic manner. It descended above his head with a loud bang and burst into pieces. Boom! In an instant, the 5-turn blood god did not have any effective defensive power to block this strike and died instantly. Yao Knight flew down lightly, then stood on the ground and silently allowed the blood chi of the 5-turn blood god to enter itself. Underneath the ruins of that earth dragon, a wisp of blood drifted into his body, while Sheikh could feel his own chi and blood boiling, a pure energy nourishing himself. A few moments later, his evolutionary progress reached 20%. There's still 80% left to evolve into an augur. Going to keep challenging me at 6 turns, little one? The blood god descended from a high altitude and then looked at him with interest. This inheritor in front of her was really out of her expectations. With a mere 4 turns of cultivation she had bucked the 5 turns. She just didn't know what it would be like against her 6th turn self. Wait a minute first. I didn't say I was going to challenge you at 6 turns. Can you hand out the rewards first? Yao Knight coughed and said. He hadn't forgotten the blood god's promise. Hearing this, the blood god blankly glanced at him, then somewhat reluctantly threw over a blood red token. Take this token. There are 3 chances of teleportation without distance limitations and without any interference from other people. But if you use it, then you will have to make the 6th breakthrough, or I will erase you even if we have a good relationship, the blood god said with a seeming smile, but it caused Yao Knight's heart to sink a little. Okay, I get it. Can I ask if you can detect what's going on above the altar? I wonder if that black goat is chasing me, Yao Knight tentatively asked. If the black goat perceived his breath and waited for him in the same place, then it would really be a bit bad. Only the blood god's words caused his brows to tremble slightly. Of course, he's guarding the altar above the once you go out you will face his pursuit. You may be forced to use my blood god order. It seems that your luck is not very good, ah boy. Sure enough, Yao Knight's heart sank. It would be pretty bad if that damn thing, the black goat, kept guarding it and guarding himself. How would he get into Alliance University that way? I actually think you're quite nice, and I actually don't really want to leave, and I feel like it would be nice to talk to you for a while, Yao Knight cheekily said. He really has no reason to be stranded here at the moment, but if he goes out he has to face the pursuit, so he can only please the blood god. And naturally, the blood god saw his small mind and said rather unconcernedly, I know you don't want to go out, but of course you can stay here, and there weren't any hard and fast rules when I was alive anyway. What would you like to talk about though? I really haven't talked to anyone in a long time either. Surprisingly, the blood god was very good at talking and even offered to chat with Yao Knight. Yao Knight was slightly embarrassed inwardly, but suddenly remembered something and opened his mouth. You're a god from the ancient times, aren't you? Have you ever heard of the man Laplace? Yao Knight asked with a wisp of doubt in his eyes. The reason he had come here was naturally because he had listened to the words of the man called Laplace on the message. Laplace told him there was opportunity here, and Yao Knight could clearly sense that there were indeed opportunities here. which was why he had come here, and at the moment there was something he wanted to know about Laplace's identity. Laplace? Thoughts flashed in the blood god's eyes. Then he sat down on a rock and contemplated. After a long time, her large, flickering eyes blinked before she said, "Have you heard of the four beasts of physics?" Without waiting for Yao Knight to reply, the blood god spoke on his own. They are Schrodinger's cat, Zeno's tortoise, Maxwell's demon, and Laplace's demon. The Laplace you speak of, I wonder if it has anything to do with the Laplace demon. As far as I know, the Laplace demon used to exist in some myths, and this guy is in principle the most unbelievable and mysterious and unpredictable existence among the four divine beasts. The Laplace demon knows the laws of operation of all particles in the universe. He knows everything that is about to happen, and he knows that everything is predestined, but it's just a myth. Listening to the blood god's words, Yao Knight fell into a rare silence. In his last life on Earth, he had heard of the Laplace demon. It was a physics thing, and he didn't think it had anything to do with him, and he also thought that the fact that this person who was now messaging him was just using the alias Laplace didn't mean anything. So Yao Knight wasn't going to think about it and instead turned his head to talk about something else. However, just at this moment, the blood god suddenly stood up with an ouch and spoke. "I know what you mean about Laplace. Back in the ancient times, when I was a fragile little girl, and Laplace was like a distant myth to me that had been around for a long time, but I've heard his legends, and everyone who hears Laplace's words will be changed for the future." I got it. Yao Knight didn't say much. The matter of Laplace's identity was still debatable, so he didn't need to think about it for the time being, and he was now looking at a message on his cell phone. Not knowing what to say, frowny face. Alliance University. Dear Yao Knights, your excellent results in the college entrance examination have gained the attention of our university. We hope that you can join our Alliance University, and together we can create a brilliant future and complete your studies. If you agree, please call this phone number, 1511XXXX. Yao Knight froze slightly when he saw this message, not expecting the Alliance University to move so quickly. At this moment he remembered his high score of 60,000 points in the college entrance examination, and then he made up his mind internally, dialed the phone. The opposite side of the phone to answer the phone is a girl, while Yao Knight calmly said, "Hello, I'm Yao Knight. Right now I'm being chased by the black goat of the 100 Beasts deserted city. I hope you guys can help me out a little bit. I'm willing to join the Alliance University if I can." At these words, the girl on the other side of the room immediately began to contact someone from Alliance University, while another call came in shortly afterward. "Hello Yao. I'm Li Yunlong, the director of the admissions office of Alliance University. What's your current location? Send me a location. I'll be right over to pick you up. The district is just a black goat." "I, Li Yunlong, don't believe it." "Aha, thank you very much." Yao Knight immediately sent the positioning over. The opposite side of this called Li Yunlong, director of the admissions office. From the sound of the words up to listen to is more reliable, that kind of. Once you listen to the more powerful. And as the message was sent, Li Yunlong, who was far away from the Alliance University, took off from a high altitude and rushed towards the 100 Beasts deserted city outside of Phaeton City. He clearly knew that Yao Yu was the winner of the highest score in this year's college entrance exam, and that this high score was the highest score ever achieved by Blue Star. He naturally wouldn't allow such a genius to be hunted down by a giant beast from the outside world without having grown to a certain level. This was not something he was willing to see. He would never allow a genius to fall halfway through. And at this moment, Yao Knight silently observed the movements on Li Yunlong's side. If his calculations weren't wrong, with Li Yunlong's speed, he could reach here in half an hour. However, he needed to be careful not to expose the blood god inheritance land to the public, and he only wanted to enjoy this inheritance land exclusively. "We must go out at the right time. Otherwise, when Li Yunlong sees that I am coming out from the underground, then he will definitely be suspicious. Thus he will be able to find out what's going on. In case the existence of the blood god's land is discovered, I'll have a lot of competitors by then." Chapter 56, Escape from the Freshman Ring. Time flowed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 28 minutes or so had passed. Yao Knight silently pinpointed the gap in time, while immediately following that, he immediately said to the blood god, "Get me out of here quickly." "Thanks." The blood god nodded, while immediately after that the entire stone platform suddenly began to boil upwards. After only 10 seconds of time shaking, he appeared above the northern wilderness, and just as soon as he appeared he saw the black goat that was as big as a mountain moon. Blah! The bleating of the sheep told like the death knell of the end. Yao Knight would not even head away quickly, followed by the earth dragon under the earth appeared to bombard the black goat with bites on top of his ankles and wrists, slowing down his movement. At the same time the earth dragon's body glowed with a turquoise color, constantly conducting fierce poison to the black goat. However, this time it was a little different. The black goat had actually developed a hint of resistance to the shaking fierce poison. The intense toxicity was unable to produce a single bit of pain and suffering to the black goat, seemingly ignoring the fierce poison. But fortunately, with the earth dragon stalling, the black goat was sort of temporarily held back. So Yao Knight frantically sped towards Kagaya Chen's direction, because he understood that Li Yunlong would appear from that direction. Right now, he was using run, as the blood clothes had a slower flying speed, and it was relatively faster if he ran on his own. Every step on top of the earth would cause the land to crumble, enough to see how fast Yao Knight's speed was. However, at this time, the black goat had already broken free from the earth dragon and once again took a heavy step, and in almost a mere 10 seconds, he arrived in front of Yao Knight's, ready to stomp down. Pop. However, right at this moment, a majestic figure suddenly appeared beside Yao Knight, raising his hand to block the blow and turned back. Son, go ahead and report to Alliance University. I'll take it from here. This was a middle-aged man with slightly gray temples. His face was thin, his eyes were round, and he looked unruffled. Thanks. Yao Knight nodded in reply, then thoughtfully looked to the rear, immediately following a sudden strike. Evil trick 9 kills. In an instant, a massive evil spirit appeared from his palm and directly pounced on the black goat. The evil spirit didn't have a full physical form, but an illusory appearance, and he pounced directly on the black goat's neck and began to launch his 9 attacks. And at this moment, seeing that he actually dared to make a move, Li Yunlong gave him a thumbs up. Good boy. Not a small amount of guts. It has the demeanor of when I was young. Yao Knight's vindictive character made Li Yunlong very appreciative, and even generated a few good feelings towards this junior out of thin air. Yao Knight nodded, and then he directly flew away, unwilling to get involved in the duel of the 6th turn powerhouse. And just after he left, Li Yunlong and Black Goat were thoroughly engaged in battle. This battle almost shook the 100 Beasts' desolate city. Li Yunlong, who was at the high rank of 6th Revolutions, was up against Black Goat, who was also at the high rank of 6th Revolutions. The aftershocks of the battle between the two caused the rest of the foreign beasts in the 100 Beasts' desolate city to be scared out of their wits. I don't know how long the battle lasted, until after half a month had passed, when this strong fluctuation gradually disappeared. And since this battle, Li Yunlong had been in seclusion for more than half a month before he reappeared on the Alliance University's campus. Only after he reappeared, he actually took out a black goat's horn. Half a month later, Yao Knight rode the high-speed train to the front of the Alliance University's campus. This half-month he could be said to have not eaten a single bite of fine chaff or a single bite of the blood and flesh of a foreign beast. The battle between Li Yunlong and the Black Goat in the 100 Beasts Wasteland City directly caused Kagaya-chen to sound the alarm and forbid anyone to go out. He naturally ran out of ways to hunt fey beasts and could only buy some fey beast meat in the city to devour. As for going to the rest of the wilderness, that would require too many procedures to go through again. Moreover, several cities have been affected recently, and all of them have seen the appearance of giant beasts of 6 to 7 turns. Even the southern part of the Dragon Kingdom had seen an 8-turn Gulzan behemoth, and the entire country was not at peace. The country now needed to recruit a large number of talents as well as highly gifted individuals, and Yao Knight naturally responded to the call by arriving in front of the Alliance University. Only just arriving in front of Alliance University, he was a little confused, only to see a giant ring of over 200 meters set up at the entrance of this so-called university, and the two people dueling in the ring. One was 5 big and 3 thick, and the other was clearly the Heavenly Flame Sun. Chapter 57, The Freshman King. Line up for the challenge. Only to see that these two people were engaged in a constant battle. Although Tianhua Z possessed an S-class Heavenly Flame talent, the Flame One could be somewhat insufficient against this burly man on the opposite side. This burly man covered in grayish-brown stones seemed to be immune to flame-type skills, and was even able to penetrate through the layers of blazing flames. Blasting his fists at Tianhua Z, brush. After just 10 seconds or so, Sky Flame Z was a bit out of it again. His flame ability was quite unfavorable against this kind of awakened person, and was even suppressed, and the result was as expected. Just 7 or 8 seconds later, Tianhua Z was directly blasted out. Ha ha ha, the second place winner of the Northern Joint Entrance Examination isn't so good either, and he even scored 20,000 points? Shouldn't be that first place handout for you. Ha ha ha, yeah, for that to be second place, you and that first place guy couldn't have encountered a 6-turn beast that was about to die and sneak attack someone else. That's why you got such high scores. To be honest, Heavenly Flame Sun didn't expect to lose so quickly, although the other side of the foreign energy is more restrained. But their side of the child physical ability is indeed inferior to the other side, and the other side of the realm than their own higher than about 3 orders. The power attribute is even worse, so it will be so fast to lose. At this moment, in the face of the many mocking voices, he just felt his cheeks redden and wanted to stand up and leave this place. However, just at this moment when he looked up, he realized that his elder brother had appeared. Yao Knight calmly stood in front of him and stretched out his right hand. Why didn't you call me when you came to school? Look, you're being bullied, aren't you? Big brother's calm words came, and with guilt in his eyes, Tianhua Z stood up and said, Big brother, my grandfather asked me to come over early to practice a bit, said there is a freshman ring, that's why I didn't call you. Well, then go watch from the sidelines and I'll get you back. Yao Knight said calmly, and then under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he walked up to the ring step by step. Who is this guy? He's so crazy that he actually wants to get back. He's not one of our students, is he? It must be, he must be some kind of friend or something with Skyflame-chan, but Big Brother Zhang Maniac is an S-ranked gifted violent stone man. How could he possibly beat that? I think this guy is just at the same level as Skyflame Z. I guess he's here to make a fool of himself. So everyone just watch. In the face of the crowd's provocative words shaking in Heavenly Flame Z, both of them didn't say anything more, but calmly watched the battle. Finally, after a few seconds had passed, a girl suddenly stood out and pointed at Yao Knight and spoke in a loud voice. He's Yao Knight, the first place winner of the Northern Joint Exam, the one who got 60,000 points. Boom! The moment these words came out, it immediately set off a shocking wave in the student group. Everyone looked at Yao Knight with horror in their eyes. Although everyone said before that 60,000 points could be cheated, but such a high score was enough to show that Yao Knight was by no means an oil lamp. At this moment even the voices of the crowd murmuring were lowered a bit for fear of upsetting him. At the same time, the ring on the Zhang Crazy is the neck shrinking 60,000 points of the score. He can be heard before such a high score is by no means an ordinary student can play out. Even this score had exceeded the highest score since the previous session, so he naturally had to go all out and treat it with all his heart. Let it rip. Let's see if those 60,000 points of yours are the real deal. Boom! At this moment before even finishing his words, the swaying figure had already arrived in a muddy manner, only to see that he had directly descended from the sky with a weakly strike. It smashed on top of Zhang Maniac's chest. Boom! Zhang Crazy whole person was blown out, flew out of the ring chest, shattered, sprayed, a large mouth of blood directly fell to the ground, unable to stand up. At this moment, the entire room fell silent, and the only sound present was the sound of breathing. Killing Zhang Maniac in a single move? How is this kind of strength possible? This can't be possible. Zhang Maniac is a double S-rank talent with incomparable physical strength. How could he be blown away in a single punch? Am I dreaming? The crowd murmured. Only Sheikh calmly stood on the stage and waited until the crowd quieted down before looking down at the crowd and saying, anyone else who wants to challenge can come up and try. The room fell silent at these words. To be able to blast away Zhang Maniac with one punch, then Sheikh's basic strength must be at least above the fourth turn. Just ask the freshmen present where there was an artist who could reach this level. And at this moment, Tianhuazi also stood up and laughed out after looking at Zhang Maniac, who had collapsed in the distance, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. So much for your Southern Union examination. You are all a bunch of dirt rockers. Can you beat me and still beat my big brother? Isn't your first place a guy named Lin Ko? That guy who plays with treasures, call him out. Ha ha. Tianhuazi completely drifted away, unconcerned about angering the many new students. Yet he didn't care. And because Big Brother is here, Big Brother is Big Brother, the fifth turn was not even the slightest bit of pressure for him. Unless a particularly heaven-defying character appeared among the new students, there's no need for Lin Ko to make a move. I can defeat him. In an instant, a thin figure said flatly, and then he walked up to the ring between his steps. It's Shadow Evil, the one whose double D grade talent guaranteed him a place at Alliance University. He didn't take the entrance exam. I don't know who said it, but the field instantly set off waves of shock. Can be guaranteed admission to the Alliance University of all are not people in the Phoenix compared to. They only threw the college entrance examination into the Alliance University to be stronger than a grade. From the people's double S level talent can be seen. Yao Knight was also looking at this shadowless evil at this moment, with a slight side eye. This person could actually give him a dangerous feeling, like a sharp blade with a hidden edge, always ready to be sheathed. And at this moment, after seeing this sighted Wu Xie, Tianlang's face changed slightly and he said in a loud voice, Big Brother, be careful. He's a double S-rank talent shadow believer. He can sneak attack through shadows. Big Brother, be careful. Hearing Tianhuazi's words, Yao Knight nodded. This type of offense he had never heard of, being able to attack through shadows. Such an offense could be said to be extremely tricky, and an ordinary awakened person would be afraid that it would be difficult to defend against it. Ha. I don't know how he got those 60,000 points. But Shadowless Evil is guaranteed a place at Alliance University. This Yao Knight is finished. Yeah, Shadowless is a. However, the crowd hadn't even finished their words yet, only to catch Shadowless Evil's body suddenly flying high up and landing on the ground with a poof. His tall body just collapsed to the ground, alive or dead without even making a move. Just like that. Ha, what's going on? What happened all of a sudden? The crowd's hearts were filled with questions, yet Yao Knight remained calm. Don't go on stage and make a fool of yourselves if your strength isn't good. Why you guys bragging so much? You thought he was some kind of genius. Yao Knight's calm words came out, and the arena suddenly fell into silence. Even Shadow Evil, who was guaranteed a double S-ranked talent from Alliance University, had lost. Who else in this class of freshmen could match him? It was also when the crowd had questions in their minds that a long-haired teenager wearing glasses slowly made his way through the crowd and came under the ring. My name is Lin Ku. I want to challenge you. Oh, Yao Knight's gaze looked towards this long-haired teenager, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. In that case, come on, let me see how strong your treasure is. Chapter 58, The Divine Worker Opens Things. My name is Link, and I found you on the advice of Laplace. Yao Knight faced this person, and inwardly, he was also slightly side-eyed. Be able to score over 20,000 points just with the treasure. That kind of strength was worth making him take seriously. However, this Lin Ku's realm seems to be a little low, but this does not prevent him from being vigilant, and at this moment, there were no more mocking voices in the arena. As everyone watched this duel with wide eyes, Lin Ku didn't choose how flamboyant his entrance to the stage was like the others. He just calmly walked to the ring with his palms open. Batu Machine. Wings of the Phoenix Bird. Vidra Magic Armor. Wings of Redemption. Sky Vest. Moonlight Treasure Seal. Boots of the Gale. Shadow Ring. A series of flat voices came out, and Lin Ku's entire person changed drastically. His skinny physique, which was originally at the third turn of cultivation, had several suits of armor applied to it in an instant, and 7 or 8 meters wide feathered wings grew out from his back, even as his entire body levitated slightly. Though the armor on top of his head sprouted 2 extremely long horns, and a terrifying pressure like that of a devil emanated from him. At this moment, Yao Knight was a bit dumbfounded. This was because at this moment, the information revealed by the other party was actually the peak of the 5th turn. No, even higher than the peak of the 5th turn. I'm afraid it's a false 6th turn. What the hell? You play with mechs? Yao Knight hadn't even slowed down from the shock when the other party's body, which was like that of a demon god, directly pounced over. Boom! Red Devil Sword. Within an instant, a long sword appeared in Lin Ku's hand and slashed directly towards Yao Knight, but it was dodged and chopped above the ring. That is, with just this one strike, the entire ring was unexpectedly split in half. There was cold sweat running down Yao Knight's forehead. Can you still play like that? The opponent's true cultivation level is only 3 revolutions, but after applying these miscellaneous treasures, it unexpectedly allowed him to go straight to the peak of the 5th turn, and even extremely close to the 6th turn. Take that blow just now. A sword splits the ring by almost 200 meters. Moreover, this ring was exclusive to Alliance University, a ring dedicated to fighting, and would not be easily damaged. But it was split over 200 meters by that sword just now. This kind of power can't be achieved by the peak of the 5th turn, right? Shit. I still can't mess with you. A treasure player. Yao Knight couldn't help but rise with a sense of victory, only to see his entire attributes suddenly skyrocket before taking out a long sword and charging over. Click, click, click. The two of them instantly exchanged blows together. Yao Knight's long knife only hit each other 3 times and then became broken and full of openings, but all the same he planted the fierce poison on the other's treasure. Your weapons won't work. A gentleman needs to utilize his weapon. Humans alone won't possess much destructive power on their own. Oh. Who said I was going to attack with a weapon? Yao Knight said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Ku had some doubts in his heart, but the next moment he suddenly froze. He fiercely sensed that his treasure was tainted with a virulent poison that was crazily invading itself. Oh, to play with poison. Angel feathers. In an instant the black feathers behind his demon god armor changed to white, and at the same time a sense of purification surged out from his body. Feign just an instant. The evolutionary fluctuations emanating from those white feathers expelled all the fierce poison from his body. At this moment, Yao Knight finally narrowed his eyes. Sensing the difficulty of his opponent, being able to directly exempt his fierce poison skill through a piece of treasure can be too threatening for him to square up. However, in the next instant, Lin Ku flew over once again, fearfully to see him throw out 6 black thunder beads from the palm of his hand, sending out 6 thunderbolts from the edges in an instant, directly blocking Yao Knight's entire path of retreat. Boom boom boom. Thunder exploded, countless smoke and dust scattered in all directions. Only after the smoke and dust dispersed, shaking body exudes a faint golden light. A trace of fine golden scales floated on the surface of his body while he looked at Lin Ku with cold eyes. You are indeed an extremely difficult opponent. Fighting you is truly a disgusting thing to do. Yao Knight. After saying this sentence, his entire figure suddenly burst up, only to see him use his foot to step on the ground with force. The entire ring then began to shake. A magnitude 8 earthquake. The moment this seismic wave appeared, Lin Ku's figure began to shake non-stop. He couldn't adjust to the rhythm of this earthquake either. Yet he was about to fly up when his eyes suddenly went black. Fallen light. In an instant, a 30-meter radius was shrouded in darkness, and you couldn't see a thing. Owl eyes. Lin Ku shouted, followed by the armor on his head instantly transforming from an evil dragon helmet to an owl helmet, and in an instant he could see any movement around him. This way Yao Knight, who was still planning to sneak attack, could only stop for a moment and launch Earth Dragon's stance in passing. At the same time the earth trembled more and more fiercely, and with a bang only a huge Earth Dragon was seen drilling out directly from under the ring, swallowing Lin Ko with a mouthful. Boom! Icy coldness surged in Yao Knight's eyes. With such a set of moves, he didn't believe that his opponent would be able to sustain it, but just to be on the safe side, he stretched out his right hand and sipped low under his breath. Evil trick 9 kills. The huge figure of the stern ghost blasted out from his right hand to kill, toward the figure in the darkness emanating a golden light. At this moment, the winning game seemed to be set. Such a strong double combined attack. Lin Ko, how should he block it? However, just when everyone thought the dust had settled and Lin Ko had been seriously injured, the most dramatic scene appeared. Lin Ko stretched out his right hand then shouted, "Holy light mecha! Merge!" Boom! In an instant all the treasures on his body disintegrated, and any armor ceased to exist, and hundreds of light shadows instantly appeared around his body. In just a blink of an eye, his figure had grown 100 times larger, becoming a giant mechanical giant that stood 100 meters tall. Holy shit! What is this? Run! How did the behemoth appear here? This is Alliance University. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Yao Knight was slightly stunned, somewhat unable to believe the scene in front of them. He got a mech? At this moment, Yao Knight's previous attacks were all cancelled out, and even the Earth Dragon was pinched to death by this mech as it pinched its neck stalk. The strength of this mecha beast on the other side was clearly a 6th turn. A genuine 6th turn. TSK. Yao Knight staggered and had to sigh. There were truly countless heroes in this world, and each and every one of them could not be underestimated, but just as he was about to exit the ring to end this fight, a thick mechanical sound came from that other mech. I concede. Chapter 59. I'm going to give you my gift. The moment he uttered those 3 words, the room went silent. In everyone's eyes. Hadn't he just summoned a 6th turn mechanical beast? Now was the best time to counterattack? How can you admit defeat? No one could understand this Lin Ko's thoughts, yet Yao Yi nodded slightly. Good. After his words of agreement came out, Lin Ko disengaged his mecha form. All of the precious light entered his spatial bracelet, and it could be seen that the number of treasures that made up this mech was in the hundreds. At the same time, under everyone's gaze, Link slowly walked over to Yao Knight, even coming to a distance extremely close to him. Logically speaking, this distance was too close. Yao Yi had the heart to back off, but for some reason, he always felt that this Lin Ko had something to say. That moment the other gently poked his head over and spoke in his ear. I'm taking Laplace's advice. Let's talk on the rooftop of the school tonight. After saying that, the other party calmly walked out of the ring and disappeared. Yao Knight's pupils contracted slightly, generating great interest. For some reason, he had a feeling of triumph in his heart when he heard the word Laplace. Since the other person wants to talk, it's good to talk. Thinking this way, Yao Knight walked out of the ring and entered the Alliance University's campus with Tian Huazi. The duo had gained a lot of stairs along the way, with almost all of the freshmen looking at them, the first and second place winners of the Northern Joint Entrance Exam. But the eyes of others were idle as the two of them found their dormitories after first enrolling. Each and every one of the students of the Union University had preferential treatment, and they lived not in ordinary student dormitories, but in houses similar to those in the neighborhood's residential buildings. Students can choose to live in one house for 3 people, or one house for 2 people, or one person for better grades, and there are food trucks outside the neighborhood that pass by every morning at 7 a.m. on the dot, and they even deliver food to your door. What's even harder for Yao Knights to believe is that the school even gives nannies to high-achieving students, and naturally, he was given preferential treatment in his situation. Unlike the residential buildings that ordinary students lived in, Yao Knight was surprisingly given a set of 2-story duplexes. It also comes with 3 maids, all around 25 years old. As for why the Union University has created this situation, it is because this world has completely followed the principle of the strongest, and the strong can have everything. If you're an average student, then they would have to live in an ordinary residential building and wouldn't even have a nanny. But if it was someone like Yao Knights who entered the university by getting the first place in the college entrance exams, then it's a retest of the villa, plus multiple maid treats. At this moment, Yao Knight waved his hand for all the maids to retire and stayed alone in the room, silently tapping on the panel. The feeling that this Lin Ko brought to him today was really a bit shocking. That he was able to press himself into a disadvantage by virtue of his treasures. The other party directly opened hundreds of treasures fused together to form a 6-turn battle power. This kind of terrifying means was simply mind-boggling. In order to come up with a response as soon as possible, Yao Knight tapped on the panel and began to check it out. Frowny face. Name: Yao Knight. Talent: Infinite Dragon Ancestor, Demon God Level. Realm: 4 turns and 6 steps. Body mass: 14,666. Spirit: 13,888. Skills: Poison, Wind and Thunder. Speed: Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon. Evil 9 killers exclusive to human form, split, evil python, strength, divine python ++, direction of evolution, thunderscale, talent, infinite dragon ancestor demon god level, skills, fierce poison, wind and thunder speed, golden armor, fallen light, earth dragon, infinite dragon ancestor, in human form. You can make a doppelganger become an imprinted form to augment yourself, increasing your strength tenfold. In bilocation form, it can infinitely devour and strengthen itself, and at the same time, strengthen the main body of fierce poison. The stronger you are, the more toxic you are. Attacks in human form will poison the opponent. In split form, he has fangs, wind and thunder divine velocity. Human form bursts can increase speed by 50%, increase burst speed by 60% in split form. Golden armor, use in human form causes golden scales to appear on the body, increasing defense significantly. A split form defense greatly increased. Corrupted light, in human form, you can cast corrupted light, which erases all light within a 30-meter radius. In bilocation form, it can blend in with the environment of the surrounding light. Earth dragon, in human form, can cause earthquakes to occur within a 50-meter radius, with the number of earthquakes proportional to its strength. Can blend into the ground. In split form, combination skill, can awaken the earth dragon stance. Earth dragon stance, upon touching the earth, coalesce the earth into an earth dragon and manipulate it. Evil ghost 9 kills exclusive to human form plus unique skill plus certain hit, sends out the evil ghost's claws 9 times at the target, doubling the power of each send. At the moment these can be said to be all one has, but all these things combined can't even beat that guy. Never mind, let's go over there and get to know him tonight and see what he wants to say. Yao Knight muttered to himself for thinking this way. The sky grew darker. Union University's campus abounds with all kinds of students practicing dance on the playground, as well as couples strolling around the playground in a youthful and energetic manner. Yao Knight, on the other hand, looked at the roof of the teaching building with his eyes, then entered the building and walked up step by step. 5 minutes passed and he came to the rooftop. However, a scene that very much took him by surprise appeared, only to see that Guy Lin Ko had actually set up a table on the balcony and brought along 2 recliners. On the table was a roast duck, half a pound of elbows, all cut up, and a dozen beers. Come over here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Haven't you had dinner yet? I prepared some meat, Lin Ka said with a smile. Yao Knight shook his head breathlessly, but still sat over and drank and ate meat with the other party, until the two of them had eaten for a while. Lin Ka suddenly raised his head and said, I was strong during the day, wasn't I? Did that make cause you great stress? Isn't it great that I can manipulate hundreds of treasures at once? Ha ha ha. Once Lin Ka said this, Yao Knight was truly speechless. What? Call me up to the rooftop just to talk about it? No, of course not. Lin Ka suddenly stood up, his eyes blooming with eye-catching light, and said, I'm going to give you my gift. Chapter 60, I had to do it for my mother. What? Yao Knight froze a little, looking incredulously at Lin Ka in front of him. I'm going to give you my gift, and at the same time I'm going to tell you something. Lin Ka drank a glass of beer, then said with a reminiscent look in his eyes, 7 years ago, I lost my mother to an acute heart attack. I was so grief-stricken that I even had thoughts of taking the easy way out at one point, which I did. I took a leap off the bridge, but someone in the water caught me. The man told me that I could resurrect my mother by completing the task he gave me, but only if I gave the gift to the Divine One after I awakened it in the future. I was curious, could something like talent even be given away? But the man gave me the means. Speaking of that guy, he was so strange looking, with 2 sharp horns on his forehead and at the same time a red face, like a devil, that I took it as if I was making a deal with the devil. By the way, he said his name was Laplace. After saying this, Lin Ko unexpectedly fell silent and calmly looked at Yao Knight. Don't you want to say anything? Like it's shocking Yao or something? You're embarrassing me like that. Lin Ka said with a smile. Yao Knight nodded, and in his heart, he was actually extremely curious as to who Laplace really was. At first, he gave himself some information that let yourself obtain the token of the blood god, have a life-preserving retreat, followed by the arrangement in advance for this teenage genius called Lin Ka to give himself a plug-in. Yao Knight's heart fluttered. The majestic appearance of Lin Ka manipulating hundreds of treasures to form a huge mech before was still engraved in his mind. That kind of toughness makes his heart palpitate. If you do give yourself the other person's gift, then, Yao Knight gulped. But Lin Ka, who had been at this time, suddenly stood up, and after taking a bite of a duck leg, said with determination in his eyes, the gift cannot be given to you directly, but if I want to resurrect my mother, I have to send my gift, and the man told me that if I wanted to give you the gift, then I had to die. When I die, that's when you get my gift. You don't have to feel guilty because I died for my mother. What? Wait. Yao Knight's face changed as he was about to grab Lin Ka's arm. However, it was too late at this moment, only to see Lin Ka suddenly leap down from the roof of the building. At this moment, he revoked all control of his own treasures while withdrawing and internalizing all of his chi and blood, allowing himself to become just like an ordinary person as he plummeted down from a 100-meter high building. After a long 10 seconds or so, the sound of a thumping landing came. At the same time, a prompt rang in Yao Knight's ears. Frowny face. Congratulations on acquiring the talent, divine workmanship. At this moment, Yao Knight's face was devoid of joy. His face was extremely ugly at this moment, and he was not in the mood to check out this talent. Instead, he urged his blood clothes to fly downstairs. As expected, Lin Ke didn't use any chi and blood power or any treasures. The whole thing fell to the floor in the most vulnerable position possible, shattering itself to death. Yao Knight was silent. He was just an orphan in his last life, and he didn't experience the warmth of a family in this life. In fact, he was somewhat unable to understand why some people would willingly give their lives for their mothers. Is my mother's life more important than my own? Yao Knight couldn't understand it, but he did vaguely understand some of it. Inside the interrogation room, Officer Li Pang looked at the Yao Knight in front of him with a somewhat ugly face. Are you saying he jumped right after he told you about his own mother's death? Are you sure? Or did you hold a grudge and push him off because he beat you in the ring today? I hope you can tell us truthfully, because even if a genius like you kills someone, you won't necessarily be punished in any way, and at most your treatment will be worse. So I hope you don't cover it up. The policeman exhaled a smoke ring and somewhat impatiently scrutinized the first place of the Northern Joint Examination in front of him. Please officer, I really didn't lie to you. He did say that. He said that his mother suffered from an acute heart attack 7 years ago and died at that time, so he was very saddened inside and therefore chose to go and stay with his mother because there was no hope for him to continue to survive. You know, the whole person won't have any motivation to live after losing hope. I'm really not lying to you. Yao Knight's words were so heartfelt that people had to act on them. Plus he had a special identity and was likely to be the top pillar of humanity in the future. That's why it's said that even the police department didn't dare to give him too much of a hard time, and gave him considerable respect, even to the extent that the bench in the interrogation room was a recliner. Looking at the teenager in front of him, the officer's brow furrowed, and after hearing his words, he seemed to be thinking about something before saying again, well, in fact, even if you kill him yourself, no one can give you a hard time, but I believe you are telling the truth. Now you can go. Leave the police station. Yao Knight walks on the wide road. He looked at the rows of elm trees along the roadside, smelling the flowers in passing, and sat down on a deck chair, calmly watching the scattered pedestrians in front of him, lightly sniffing the fragrance at the tip of his nose. Lin Ke's figure kept appearing in his mind, causing his entire body to fall into a state of silence. He had killed many people, both in his last life and this one, and had died countless deaths in their lives, but just now, when that teenager leapt from the roof of the building, his heart was actually touched. Yao Knight just quietly looked at the elm trees on both sides of the road as well as the blue sky falling into silence. He admitted that the teenager had something he didn't. Even if one acquires his gift, one will never get that kind of thing. Talent, infinite dragon ancestor, demon god level, infinite dragon ancestor, in human form. You can make a doppelganger become an imprinted form to augment yourself, increasing your strength tenfold. In bilocation form, it can infinitely devour and strengthen itself, and at the same time, strengthen the main body. Talent, SSS, divine craftsmanship, unlimited mental power, can divide countless minds. Treasure-making talent increased. Looking at the introduction of the talent in front of him, Yao Knight understood. So you're hiding your talent. But yeah, the sudden death of a 3S level genius would surely create a huge sensation, but you've chosen to hide your talent as AB grade, so even if you die, no one will specialize in investigating it because you're just AB. You went to a lot of trouble, but all this is just for the promise of that Laplace, and if he doesn't resurrect your mother, won't you have died in vain? Ha, ha, ha. Yao Knight suddenly laughed. He didn't get it when Lin Ke jumped off the building for his mother. He didn't get it as usual when he gave his gift to himself, and he still didn't get it while eating beer and barbecue, but until now, when he saw that the other party had actually concealed his talent, he understood. Ha, really? Stupid. Yao Knight said with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 61, A Long Cultivation. 55% evolution progress. Mr. Yao Knight, are you telling the truth? Lin Ke is really committing suicide now because of his mother's passing. Are you sure you're not lying? Inside the principal's office, the beer-bellied Principal Lin looked at him with puzzled eyes, his eyes full of skepticism. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Besides, do you think I would kill him just because he beat me in the ring? Yao Knight took a sip of mineral water and replied in an unsavory manner. The whole person looked emboldened. Well, then you go to class first. This matter we will continue to investigate. After all, he is the first place in the Southern Joint Entrance Examination. It must not be so easy. Okay, bye-bye you. Yao Knight walked out of the office with a flat face and returned inside his own classroom. As a freshman in this class, he could have been welcomed, even worshipped, by various classmates with his first place in the Northern Joint Entrance Examination, NJE, but Lin Ke fell to his death after having dinner with him on the rooftop, and such a haunting fear caused many freshmen to be less afraid to approach him. Yao Knight doesn't matter. Since others don't approach, that's even better, because this class was about the making of treasures as well as what exactly does a 6-turn treasure do. He had already obtained Lin K's ranked talent divine worker opening, so it would be a bit of a stretch if he didn't make good use of it. Listen up here, students. Treasures below the 5th turn, they are generally only useful for enhancing their own attributes or slightly characterizing them, and their overall strength is not very high, but once a treasure reaches 6 revolutions, then we will refer to it as an immortal treasure. Immortal treasures are unique, and each of them only serves one purpose, but it's the one effect that is extremely powerful. For example, the statue on the square of our Union University. This statue is a statue of an ancient god, who we will tentatively call Sage Kong, and the statue of Sage Kong is a 6th revolution's immortal treasure. The only effect he possesses is to slowly raise the physique and realm of everyone within a 500-kilometer radius. The class was instantly thrown into a lively argument when the lecturer said this. These students never dreamed that the statue they see every day would possess such a magical effect, so it was said to be very shocking to their minds. The teacher's eyes were filled with pride as he looked at the students who were discussing in front of him. Students before the 5th turn. You can improve your talent and strength as much as you want, but once you reach the 6th turn, you must find a way to get your hands on one or more immortal treasures. For the unique and powerful effect of immortal treasures, no less than our gifts, that there are even those who use multiple immortal treasures stacked on top of each other, and that kind of terrifying and overwhelming power can even allow a 6th revelation awakened to fight across the ranks. The immortal treasure course was over, and Yao Knight returned to his quarters with a thoughtful light flashing in his eyes. The gift of divine craftsmanship has belonged to you, so make good use of it. And since the class teacher said that certain powerful immortal treasures could be as strong as the awakened's talent, one could greatly refine them. But first, one's realm needed to reach the Grand Master level in order to be capable of refining immortal treasures. That was why he had to gradually refine 5-turn treasures for the next period of time as a way to boost his experience. Thinking of this, Yao Knight took out some materials from his spatial bracelet and began to slowly sift through them. The refinement of treasures is randomized, but attention needs to be paid to the properties of the materials in relation to each other, and a reconciliation must be made from these properties. That's the only way to keep the refining process from bursting so you don't hurt yourself. Yao Knight took out a feather and another poisonous toad's poisonous elixir, fusing the two together, then using the furnace that came with the villa, he began to refine it, adding into it his own natural power. In less than 10 minutes or so, a meatball with wings was refined. 2nd turn treasure, flying poison pill, can inflate their wings for a short time to reach a very high speed to rush into the mouths of beasts or humans, instantly melting itself to produce a large amount of toxin as a means of assassinating its target. Although the 2nd turn treasures were not strong, Yao Knight was satisfied inside, knowing that before obtaining the gift of divine workmanship, his attainments in treasure refining could not even be counted as an apprentice, and could only be an ordinary person. However, after acquiring this talent, his realm didn't even seem to be far from a sovereign. Continue refining, and start impacting the treasures of the 3rd to 5th revolutions. Yao Knight's eyes were calm as he pushed his talent power into the treasure again and again. The fire slowly rose in the fireplace inside the villa. He didn't have any specialized refining props, and with an ordinary flame he could also carry out the treasure refining process, again and again. He didn't know how long he repeated himself. Anyway, he attended classes during the day and came back at night to refine the treasure.as for the evolutionary progress on the side of the bilocation. A large amount of money was spent on purchasing the blood and flesh of foreign beasts from within the school for the bilocation to devour, but it's not a good idea to keep going on like this. After a month of Yao Knight's releasing the doppelganger back into the wilderness, allowing the doppelganger to hunt and kill alone, and boosting its evolutionary progress.as for himself, he returned to the middle of the campus, studying the school's curriculum to cultivate himself while refining treasures at night. Time passed slowly, and these new students spent more than 2 months within the school. On this day, Yao Knight did not refine any treasures. His gaze is cast to the southeast. The diversion went to the closest wilderness to the Alliance, a geographical location called the Beast Emperor Plains. The doppelganger has been hunting in the Beast Emperor Plains for a long time, and its evolutionary progress has grown to 55%. That's fast enough. If it lasted for another half a year or so, it was estimated that it would be able to undergo the next evolution to become a Thunder Jiao. But the main problem he encountered was that the information coming from the bilocation side indicated that the Beast Emperor's plains were pretty much hunted for all the Fey beasts below the 5th turn. Now if you want to accelerate your evolution, you have to set your sights on the 6th turn. Yao Knight moved some thoughts in his mind. Although with his current strength, he still couldn't forcefully kill a 6th turn. But he could still do it with some slight resistance, but this slight resistance presupposes that the other party doesn't use their Yuan power. If the other party uses Yuan power, then they still have no resistance. This is the biggest difference between the 5th and 6th turn. Yao Knight sat on the sofa with his eyes closed in contemplation for a long time before he slowly opened his mouth. If only there was some kind of 6th turn that couldn't use Yuan power, I might be able to kill a 6th turn even if I put my life on the line. Just as he was pondering within himself, A beep came from his cell phone. Frowny face. Everyone. Tomorrow our school will organize a new class of students to go to the Beast Emperor Plains for a beast hunting activity. At that time everyone will gather under the school building. Looking at this message, Yao Knight's heart was clear. The university in this world is based on practical combat. But this location he is a little difficult to bandage up. TCH, I've killed almost all of the beasts in the Beast Emperor's Plains, and the school actually organized to go there. Chapter 62, Colorful Flower. Let the bullets fly. Yao Knight was a bit speechless in his heart. The Beast Emperor Plains Fey beasts below the 5th turn had all been pretty much hunted down by his doppelganger. What was left were just 3 melons and 2 jujubes and 2 6th-turn behemoths in the depths of the plains, but one can't speak up and warn, or one will be exposed. The Beast Emperor's Plain is still a trip to make. After all, the bilocation could have found something good. Yao Knight closed his eyes and recalled the memories in his doppelganger's mind. A trace of longing welling up in his eyes. I in the depths of the Beast Emperor Plains. There was a sea of flowers from the memories of the doppelganger. He knew that the entire sea of flowers was about 100 kilometers long, and that there was only one kind of flower. That is, the flower of the other shore. The petal is a one-turn material, and if the petals have more colors, then the higher the turn, and if there is one more color, then it is one turn higher. And the one that the doppelganger found had all 7 colors. This also meant that the level of this pishy flower had reached the 7th turn. This could no longer be measured in terms of its value in terms of materials, but was called a heavenly treasure. It is said that if one swallows 3 or more colors of pishin flowers, then one's own physical body will receive a powerful increase. There was once an ordinary man whose physical strength was comparable to that of a superhuman. After he ate a 5-turn pigeon flower, and the behemoths are better able to enhance their physical qualities after eating them. So there were 2 behemoths facing each other at that location in the Sea of Flowers. I am afraid that there are only 2 days. Then the other side of the flower will be completely open. Then, Yao Knight smacked his tongue. If he was able to obtain this pishy flower, then it would be enough to push his body's strength to a terrifying level, and he himself can take steps towards a higher realm with his strong physical qualities. Having made a decision, tomorrow then, we'll follow the people from the school to the Beast Emperor Plains. Before that, Yao Knight looked at his current data panel. Frowny face. Name, Yao Knight. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor, Demon God Level, SSS, Realm, 4 turns and 6 steps, Body Mass, 15,666, Spirit, 134,266, Skills, Poison, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Evil 9 Killers exclusive to human form, Split, Evil Python, Strength, Divine Python+++, Direction of Evolution, Thunderscale, Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor, Demon God Level, Skills, Fierce Poison, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon. Currently he is sort of stuck in a bottleneck, and can only put his expectations on that pishy flower first. On day 2, all students came to the front of the building to gather. Yao Knight found Tian Huozi and walked side by side with him while exhorting. After arriving at the Beast Emperor Plains, you said you could feel the scent of the pishin flower deep within the plains. Ha? Yes, Tian Huozi agreed dryly. And he didn't ask Yao Knight's purpose. After all, Big Brother arranged for things to be done. After coming to the wilderness, students must obey the teacher's arrangement and look for a suitable alien beast for you to hunt. After all, it's also very important to find a suitable opponent for yourself. Well, without further ado, let's go. Subsequently, a group of people rode the bus in great numbers and ran towards the Beast Emperor Plains. However, the more this car drove on, the more trivial, the more the 2 teachers realized that something was wrong. Originally, in their impression, there would occasionally be foreign beasts popping up on this road, but after these few hours had passed, not even a single foreign beast had appeared, and even the surrounding area was frighteningly quiet. Old Zhou, pay attention and be vigilant, lest any monsters pop up, the 2 teachers reminded each other. But their reminders were redundant, and soon the bus drove to the outskirts of the Beast Emperor Plains, and a group of students got off one after another. At this moment, student after student received their teacher's assignment and began to go around looking for foreign beasts to hunt. However, when it was Tian Huozi's turn, he said something astonishing. Mr. Zhou, I can smell the scent of the other shore flower. It seems to be right inside the wasteland. What? How is this possible? How did you smell that? Teacher Zhou's face was filled with disbelief. Only for Heavenly Flame Sun's words to compel him to believe. Teacher Zhou, you also know that I'm from the Heavenly Flame family, and people have eaten a pishy flower since I was a child. So I'm very sensitive to this kind of flavor, and that pishu flower I smelled seems to be very advanced, like it's over 5 turns. At these words, the 2 teachers' gazes completely lit up. If what this heavenly chap said was true, then the 2 of them might be able to raise their realm by a good chunk after obtaining this pishy flower. The 2 of them were 6th turn powerhouses, and they should have been in their prime when they were fighting against the behemoths, but instead, they had become university teachers, and only because both of their talents are relatively limited. The realm to reach the 6th turn and then cannot be raised, so can only be a teacher, as a way to spend the rest of their lives peacefully. But now if they were able to swallow this pishy flower, then the two of them might have the possibility to go further. If they could reach the 7th turn, then their social status could be raised once again. Or even a vice principal if you want. At this moment, Mr. Joe and Mr. Lou looked at each other, and the two of them exchanged divine thoughts in private. After a conversation that lasted more than 10 minutes, the duo finally settled down. Fellow students, the beasts in the Beast Emperor plains have drastically decreased today. We suspect that a 6th turn beast has appeared to prey on many of them, so we're going back early or we'll be attacked by the 6th turn beasts. When these words were said, many students were lack of interest, and even some bad-tempered ones directly cursed. After all, coming out to hunt and kill foreign beasts was a very painful process. But now this matter was going to be ended by the end of the road, but it can't be helped. The student can't beat the teacher. So one by one, everyone got on the bus back to school, but the two teachers stayed where they were with no intention of going back. At this moment, Tianhuazi also got on the car, and he watched with his own eyes as his big brother Yao Knight also got on the car together, so he was very skeptical inwardly. Originally, he thought that his elder brother had asked him to conduct this message. Surely he wanted to stay together to fight for the so-called other side of the flower, but Big Brother is now even going back to school with a group of students like them. So how can Big Brother still compete? The Sky Lad was extremely curious in his eyes, so he sat down next to Yao Knight. Big Brother, the news I put out. Those two teachers seem to be going to the depths of the plains, but aren't you going with them? In case they do take the other side of the flower. Shoo, Yao Knight made a silencing gesture and spoke faintly, what's the hurry? Let the bullets fly for a while. In the Beast Emperor plain, the two 6th turn teachers were flying together in midair, their gazes looking far into the depths of the Beast Emperor plain. Old Joe, do you think that boy Tianhuazi is telling the truth? If he's lying, wouldn't we have run for nothing? Humph, how dare he lie? I'd definitely make him repeat the grade if he didn't have the other side of the flower. The two of them talked as they flew, and soon they saw the endless expanse of flowers on the other side of the river. How is this possible? The heaven and earth are changing faster and faster. I remember half a year ago this place was still barren. Surprisingly so quickly grew a large sea of flowers. It doesn't matter. As long as we can get the other side of the flower, you and I won't have to be teachers in this shitty school. Just as the two men were discussing how they should obtain the flowers on the other side of the river. A huge snake with a length of 50 meters and nearly 60 meters poked its head out of a mountain pass and looked at them indifferently. Here it comes. Yao Knight whispered. Chapter 63, The Mantis Catching the Cicada. The wind and clouds flew, and a large amount of gusty winds blew the skirts of the pigeon flowers, and the scent of the flowers overflowed, mesmerizing some of the foreign beasts in the surroundings by the pigeon flowers. And in the center of the other side of the flower group, two tall, 6-turned behemoths are entrenched here. At one end was a massive snake close to 500 meters in length, and at the other was a black willow tree with floating roots. Old Joe, this is a willow beast of the trickster system. Can the two of us do it? You're silly. Let's wait for these two big guys to fight together before we make our move. Wouldn't that be perfect? In 3 words, the duo made a battle plan. The battle plan wasn't very precise, but it sounded pretty useful. Meanwhile, Yao Knight, who was far away on the mountain peak, was also observing. That willow gave him a feeling similar to that of the black goat. They should both be giant beasts of the bizarre lineage, but that black python was interesting. With such a large body, it hadn't even transformed into a jiao yet. Moreover, the flesh and blood on his body gave Yao Knight a feeling of extreme desire. Fight, preferably on both sides. Yao Knight's huge snake head lowered down and silently watched, and down below, those two giant beasts also obviously noticed that there were humans coming here, but they surprisingly didn't care about the two 6th Revolution's human powerhouses. They didn't even look at them. They didn't seem to care at all. Old Joe, these two beasts didn't treat us like human beings. They actually didn't even bother to turn their heads. Hey, it's better to be lazy. When the time comes, while the two of them are fighting, the two of us, that's a fisherman. When the time comes, we'll agree to split the flowers between you and me. That's the 7 turns of the other side flower. Even swallowing a single petal has a great enhancement. Two people whispering, and right at this moment, a regal fluctuation suddenly emanated from the center of the entire sea of flowers. Immediately after that, the 7-colored pigeon flower instantly blossomed, and 7 different colors of radiance began to fill the surrounding area with a large amount of mist spurting out. Old Chow, what's the rush? Let those two big guys fight first. The two conversed briefly, then fell completely silent. At the same time a burst of dull sounds rang out. In the midst of the 7-colored flower mist, two huge figures fought together, emitting a burst of sounds of flesh colliding, as if it was the war drums of the ancient gods thundering. Fighting. Later on, the two of us will just charge straight over there, and after we get the 7-colored pigeon flower, we'll just retreat and let these two big guys fight it out. Teacher Lu's eyes were filled with greed, and her mood was extremely pleasant as she said, but just as he was chattering away, the two figures suddenly changed direction and rushed towards the two of them with a bang. Boom! The giant python and the black willow tree actually body-slammed the two of them at the same time, and it was with a swift gesture. These two behemoths were actually in disguise. This strike alone sent the two teachers flying thousands of meters away, spewing blood from their mouths. Old Joe, we've been tricked by the beast. At this moment, these two teachers were also completely enraged, the injuries on their bodies reminding them of the humiliation of being deceived by the giant beast. At this moment, the two of them erupted their strength at the same time and engaged the two giant beasts in a bombastic battle. In an instant, the 4/6 revolution's existences engaged in battle, and in an instant, the sky crumbled and the entire ground appeared to have a large number of depressions. The countless dark currents surged out of the ground and flowed above the Beast Emperor plane. Old Joe's angry hiss resounded throughout the entire plane. Although he was only at the 6th turn, he had been favored by the family since he was a child, and had been called the first person in the family, so it could be said that he had suffered from the glory of a genius. Although I am now less senior, I have never suffered such a major deception or loss in my life. Moreover, this was being deceived by a giant beast whose IQ was far lower than that of a human. This was an extremely humiliating matter, and once it was known by the other powerhouses, they would definitely be ridiculed to death. The anger in the eyes of the two teachers intensified at the thought. The hands wielded a strong offense formed by the talented abilities and began to attack the two giant beasts. Perhaps the fight was out of fire. The surrounding space was actually torn apart a bit, and a black crack appeared, for strong existences fought together. At this time the two beasts completely prevailed. Although the two teachers as human beings in the 6th turn of the existence of the means to be more, however, due to the fact that the two had injured their internal organs by that collision just now. At this moment, they actually had a somewhat strong feeling. Perhaps other people would choose to retreat when they reached this situation, but these two teachers were completely red-eyed. Strong human beings could accept being defeated by a giant beast, or ambushed by a giant beast, but they could never accept being deceived by a giant beast. This can never be. Humans were able to resist the beasts because of their superior intelligence, which allowed them to resist extremely effectively, but the two of them were deceived, even counted, by the behemoth. This intense feeling of humiliation caused the anger in the hearts of the two men to be like a gushing volcano. But that's not the most important reason why they're losing their minds out of anger. The more important reason is that they are reminded of the battle 10 years ago. At this time, the battle became more and more intense, even falling into a white-hot scorching state. If one party suddenly chose to withdraw at this time, then it would surely suffer a head-on attack from the other party. So it was said that no being dared to withdraw first. However, just at the critical moment of their engagement, 160+ meter long giant figure appeared in the sea of flowers on the other side of the river. Although this figure was large enough, it was still not enough for the two giant beasts, and at this moment, Yaonite looked at the brightly colored pishy flower in front of him without the slightest hint of hesitation, and violently swallowed it in one mouthful. Even the dirt from the roots was eaten along with it, instantly in the stomach. Also in this instant, the fragrance of the flowers on the other side of the river directly disappeared. Chapter 64, Refining Dragon Pills. 6 turns of treasure. The fresh smell that permeated the wilderness instantly went away as the floral scent disappeared. This caused the 4/6 revolution's powerhouses to instantly freeze, their eyes looking incredulously into the midst of the group of pigeon flowers, and they suddenly spotted the large python that was Yaonite. Bastard! This beast has eaten the other side of the flower. Roar! The 4 powerhouses roared madly, directly stopping the fight and charging towards Yaonite. At this moment, he violently felt a strange wave of energy appear above him, pressing down on his body, instantly pinning it to the ground. It's Yuan power again. Yaonite's pupils contracted and cancelled his intention to fight these 4 guys for a while, instead letting his main body pull himself back. It was also just as the 4 powerhouses came before him that the figure of the python doppelganger suddenly disappeared, and even disappeared without any warning, not even a single cloud, but disappeared out of thin air. Such a sudden disappearance caused all 4 powerhouses to freeze and even look at each other, not daring to believe what had just happened. What's wrong with old Chow? Where's that snake from earlier? I'd fucking like to ask. Where the fuck did it go? The two of them kept discussing, while the python and the black willow tree also let out a hiss, followed by the 4 existences fighting together again. Within the student housing area of the Alliance University campus, Yaonite sat on the sofa and looked out the window. His entire body looked calm, but if one looked closely, one would realize that his entire body exuded an intimidating aura if nothing else, and he was even trembling slightly. The energy of the 7 revolutions material pishin flower was so overwhelming that he had a feeling that he couldn't support it even though his main body was receiving the energy transmitted from his doppelganger. It just felt like the energy surging through his body was like a river constantly washing over his body. Yaonite's body trembled more than a little, But he forcefully resisted the urge to roar in anger and silently endured this painful sensation of expanding meridians. Intense pain tore through his body, like thousands of ants gnawing at the bone marrow. Put. Yao Knight fainted and collapsed on the couch. I don't know how long. His entire body woke up in a ghostly manner, followed by the system's beep frowny face. You have devoured the flower of the other side and gained a new direction of evolution. The guile sculptor of the other side. The other side's wildest hope, other side's desire. Creatures below your level will dedicate their souls to your heart's desire. Your evolutionary progress has reached 100%. Once you have gathered all three heaven and earth spirits, you will be able to evolve the Thunder Jiao and obtain your own Yuan power. Please check your latest panel. Name, Yao Knight. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Class, SSS, Realm, 5 turns and 5 steps, Body Mass, 45,666, Spirit, 154,266, Skills, Poison, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Evil 9 Killers exclusive to human form, Split, Evil Python, Strength, Divine Python+++, Evolutionary Direction, Thunder Jiao. Guijiao to be selected, Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level, Skills, Fierce Poison, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon. The basic attribute has been raised by 30,000, and the spiritual attribute has been raised directly to 100,000 because of the divine work. If I turn on 10x, my physical quality will reach 400,000, and my mental attributes will be 1.4 million. Yao Knight estimated his own strength. The current self is stronger than the average 5 turns. As for the peak of the 5 turns is not in the matter. As for the 6th turn, there is not much hope to cope with. Damn it, even though the physical attributes of the 6th turn are strong, that I can deal with. But the problem lies in the Yuan power. Yao Knight clenched his fists. If he wanted to gain Yuan power in the 6th turn, he had to devour 2 heaven and earth spirit objects similar to the Piscian flower again. If there was no Yuan power, then taking on the 6th turn was simply a martial artist versus an immortal cultivator, with no chance of victory to speak of. Heaven and earth spirits are also a type of material, so you can look for them when buying treasure refining materials. Moreover, my Yuan power attributes are based on these 3 devoured heaven and earth spirit objects, and there is not much difference in their attributes, so I can give it a try. Thinking this way, Yao Knight arrived at the material area of the Alliance University campus and started shopping for himself. Currently the amount on his bank card had come to a very terrifying point. The Heavenly Flame family had given themselves a certain amount of financial support. The money gained from selling the alien beast corpses and materials before was also extremely large, with an estimated amount of around 500 million. Boss, I'll have 25 of those Tengu wings, blackfish duck fillets for 10, elf noses for another 10, and worm teeth for 100. Yao Knight carefully selected a large pile of materials and then returned to the villa. This time, he purchased another alchemy furnace, preparing to refine a 5-turn treasure that he had been longing for. This kind of treasure was called the hyperactive dragon pill, which was disposable and could directly stimulate one's own adrenaline secretion and greatly excite oneself after each dose. Strength and such also skyrocketed exponentially, having an extremely strong boosting effect on his future outbursts. You have to know that even if ordinary human beings all stimulate adrenaline, the effect of bile enhancement is also limited, and once the awakened person stimulates adrenaline, then together with the person's supernormal ability as well as physical quality will be fully enhanced, and the consequence is a period of weakness. Say it and do it. Yao Knight will use his mind to control the materials he got into the Dan furnace, began to refine. Time was flying by, and 3 days passed in a flash. These 3 days Yao Knight had watched the news while refining the dragon pill. Not caring much about anything to it was important to realize that these 3 days and nights of Yao Knights had been spent not sleeping, but refining without rest, raising the number of dragon pills to 18. This is an extremely large number. 18 is enough for over a year of normal use. Still, Sheikh was not quite satisfied with the amount of this refinement that came out, and if he could succeed every time he practiced his words, that's a number of about 50, and right now that's not even half a success rate with 18 of them. Just as he was pondering within himself, Tianhuazi knocked on the door and walked in. Big brother. News has come in from the black market outside the Federation that someone is selling the materials for the 6th Revolution's treasure clear. What type of treasure? Yao Knight asked. I'm not sure about this, but there's gossip that this treasure's function is very peculiar, and no one currently owns it. So if it's refined successfully, then one can definitely own this treasure completely. Ugh, wait. Tianhuazi suddenly took out his cell phone to check it, then said with excitement in his eyes, Big brother, my informant got the news. This treasure is called the Devil Detaining Tower. It seems to have the effect of imprisoning giant beasts as well as imprisoning some demons, but it's not much use imprisoning demons. I've never heard of anyone seeing a so-called demon. Heavenly Flame Sun said to himself instead. Yao Knight's brow furrowed. This little brother of his, Tianhuazi, Doesn't read the news at first glance. It seems that when he turned on the TV yesterday evening he also heard about a demon devouring people on the outskirts of the capital of the Union. It's not on most people's radar yet, but it's been in the news. No. How did the demon devouring incident appear at a time similar to the time when Heavenly Flame Sun brought the news? Although Yao Knight was doubtful in his heart, his desire for the sixth revolution's treasure remained strong. Chapter 65, The Headmaster's Summoning. Going to the black market at this moment. Listening to Tianhuozi's words, Yao Knight's brows gently stretched apart, then he went to the cabinet and pulled out 2 cups of instant coffee and brewed a cup for each. Big brother, before the other side of the flower that thing. Don't worry about it. Just answer it as you said it originally. Yao Knight said indifferently. The duo had just taken a sip of their coffee. And that's when the doorbell was rung. Open the door and the visitor is the principal. His face wasn't very pretty, even calling it a bit ugly. Come in and sit down, Principal Liu. It's really fluffy. Actually coming to see a student of mine, Yao Knight said with a smile, then brewed another cup of coffee for the principal. Only at that moment, the principal was not in any mood for coffee, but said with a grave look on his face, did the two of you know that the Beast Emperor plane has the other side flower? Boom! A strong and extreme aura erupted out, and in an instant, the principal's body actually emanated a 7-turn pressure, causing the entire villa room to shake and shake. A strong might pressed across the two of them, directly causing the two of them to lose their breath. At this moment, Yao Knight's expression didn't change in the slightest, but rather spoke calmly. So what if there is a? Do you think that I'm the one who took the other shore flower? But even if I did, you can't treat your students like this. Yao Knight suddenly roared with bloodshot eyes, his eyes filled with indignation. Ha, but I've heard that your doppelganger is a giant snake, right? Can you summon it out to see it so I can identify it? I heard from a teacher at our school that a giant snake swallowed the other side of the flower. As soon as the principal's words fell, Heavenly Flame Sun's pupils shook greatly and his eyes were filled with horror. However, Yao Knight remained calm and even beckoned his palm to instantly summon a giant python out. Black and white scales. The length of the body reached about 40 meters. And even though snake pupils were filled with a cold color, in that moment, the entire room smoothed out, and the principal slowly collected his aura, then smiled. Ahahaha. It seems that I misunderstood you, Yao student. This time it is the principal's fault. I did something too abrupt. Ha ha. The might of the 7th turn collected, and the principal even took out a packet of snacks and placed it on the table of the two. However, Yao Knight's face was still cold and even had the feeling that he was about to explode with anger. And please leave. As a principal who doubts his own students, you really give me the chills. Yao Knight was practically in pain, and even 2 tears dripped out of the corner of his eyes, and at the moment this look of his shamed the principal. And after waving his hand repeatedly he withdrew from the villa. Also right after the principal left, Tianhuozi was about to open his mouth, but Yao Knight made a gesture to silence him. Hush, by the way, when are we going to hunt some foreign beasts? 2. I see that all those schoolgirls like to chase after you. They don't care about me. The first place in the Northern Joint Entrance exam. Alas, I don't want to be a virgin either. Yao Knight sighed bitterly with an alas. Hearing this, Sky Lad frowned, then said with some smugness, hey, you don't get it, do you, big brother? The main problem with trying to get a girl to chase you is that you have to drive a luxury car with a watch and have a servant drive you to and from school every day. Isn't the girl flattered? When the time comes, you just say that you'll let her go to your house to sit for a while, and after seeing that villa in your house, he'll be even more excited. And after that, you'll understand. Say, big brother, which one do you really like? I go to help you to ask for WeChat. By then he knows your family and talent status. Absolutely very much love to chase you. Quickly say. Yao Knight hesitated for a moment, then said, I like that Wang Ting in the next class. Can you? Oh, I get it. It's worthy of you. Big brother, that guy can be said to be choppy. Very much to your liking. The principal didn't leave in a hurry after exiting the door, but instead eavesdropped on the conversation between the 2 students at the villa with the ability of a chi-turned powerhouse. After hearing this, however, his entire body tensed up. Wang Ting, that girl she did see. That instrument is indeed big, but this is not what he wants to hear. 2 of his teachers, all of whom had been injured after returning from the field, were now on leave to recuperate, and after inquiring as to the reason for this, were informed of the cause and effect. The principal naturally knew that it was a python that had swallowed the 7-colored pishin flower, and he was also very interested in this kind of 7-turn material, and since his own teacher was injured, he couldn't just ignore it, so he thought about investigating. But the real murderer really didn't seem to be these 2 students. The unpleasant sounds of the 2 teenagers' conversation in the villa continued, and the principal simply stopped listening and left. The 2 Yao Knights finally stopped after 2 hours of filthy talk. Needless to say, he's gone. Yao Knight took a sip of coffee and said, okay, big brother, so are we going to the black market now? Sure, let's go now. The Alliance's black market was relatively hidden. In a dungeon on the outskirts of the Alliance, the brightest places are often the darkest, although the city of Alliance is currently Blue Star, the strongest city on the surface. His underground black market is also the most enormous. The strongest of the bright side have inexplicable deals with the gray of the underground, and they will shelter the black market in this dungeon as a way to maintain their own economic access as well as various materials. Yao Knight followed Tian Huozi through the gray streets and came to a small store under 7 turns. This is it, Big Brother. The underground auction house. The list of all the materials for that 6th turn treasure will be auctioned off at 7 o'clock tonight. But the list owner's request isn't for money. It's for something strange. So let's go in first and take a look. Good. The two of them entered a pathway leading underground after putting on their masks. And after walking for a few dozen seconds, their eyes opened up. And it was clearly a huge field of about 500 square meters. At the far end is a grandstand. The rest are seats. And nearly 100 people are currently seated in the venue. These people aren't all here for that list. There are many other precious things being auctioned as well. Let's sit and wait for a while. Big Brother, Tian Huozi said slowly. Then the two of them sat in place and waited. At this moment, Tian Huozi seemed to have remembered something and asked, Big Brother, the python you took out in front of the principal doesn't seem to be your doppelganger. Well, of course it's not a doppelganger. That's a 5-turn treasure I carefully researched last month. The illusory beast. Phantom beast? How come I've never heard of it before? Could it be you yourself? Tian Huozi's entire body froze and looked at Yao Knight incredulously. To know that the people who had treasures were all extraordinary and possessed people with extremely high treasure-loving talents, for an ordinary person to be able to refine a 1-2 turn self-creating a treasure on their own was already very strong, while Big Brother was actually able to create a 5-turn treasure on his own, and easily concealed it from a 7-turn principal. Tian Huozi gulped, feeling that he really hadn't followed the wrong person. Oh, don't have that surprised look on your face. The thing is useless. It serves about the same purpose as a 5th-turn Fey. The real strength is a bit weaker than any ordinary 4th-turning Fey beast. It's just that it looks ferocious. Yao Knight said calmly. He had long prepared precautionary measures against others, and using this 4th-turn phantom beast as his alter ego to become his apparent cover was an extremely good shield. As for his true python doppelganger, he wasn't willing to easily reveal it in this crouching tiger and hiding dragon place of the Alliance. At this point, as the time slowly passed, the number of people in the venue grew and everyone sat silently in their seats wearing masks while the auction officially began at this moment, only to see that no one in the entire venue made a sound, and only the host on the stage opened his mouth in a low voice. We at Extreme Down never have any rules. Just bid as much as you want. Next, everyone please look at the first item. A cage appeared beside the host, and inside this cage turned out to be a naked young boy. The boy looked good, having been meticulously made up and coated with an inexplicable substance that made him look extremely seductive, and the moment the boy appeared, it meant that the auction within the entire venue could include human trafficking, which made many people suck in a breath of cold air. Only, Yao Knight looked at the boy in the iron cage, and a trace of abnormality rose in his eyes. Interesting. To sell my no-good brother as a slave? That's right. The teenager inside the iron cage was none other than Yao Guang. Chapter 66, Bidding $1 billion? I'm in charge of my brother. Everyone, this is an orthodox Dragon Kingdom bloodline, and it has awakened the A-rank talent residual Dragon Sunshine. Look at this young man. He is physically healthy and looks charming, but he is an excellent human slave. If a certain sister can get him, that would be a real blessing. At the host's exaggerated words, many female awakened in the venue giggled and giggled, recklessly surveying Yao Guang's private parts on the stage. Even a beautiful woman has already raised her voice. I'll give you $20 million. These words instantly provoked contempt from the others. 20 million and you still want to buy a teenager who is so massively beautiful and has a grade A talent? You're thinking of farts to eat, aren't you? I'll give you $100 million. I'll take this handsome guy. The scene was completely thrown into chaos at this moment, with relatively few male awakened calling for bids, and most of them being female, and at this moment, Yao Knight and Tian Huozi both fell into silence. Big Brother, this seems to him this don't act like it. He's my brother, Yao Knight said indifferently. I'll give you 500 million. Yao Knight opened his mouth directly. 500 million is his entire fortune now, cannot be more, and the reason why he would shoot Yao Guang, it was because the other party had been his brother for many years anyways. Taking another step back, even if the other party was very disgusting in this pawn, he didn't want to subject it to the bullying of others, shouting out the price of 500 million. Yao Knight calmly sat in his seat and recalled the thoughts in his head. He had already crafted the Supreme Kindred replacement life sign, and all that was missing was some blood from the Supreme Kindred to make it work successfully. Originally, the treasure of the Supreme Relative Replacement life tag was one that had to possess a blood relationship in order to operate, and basically did not require the blood of the other party. But this case of Yao Knight was different. He and his brother were not blood relatives in the true sense, and did not have a bloodline connection, but only maintained a kinship relationship for many years. But this was also enough. but only if some of the opponent's blood is incorporated into the token. Watching him shout out the high price of 500 million. Some of the female professionals present frowned well, while certain male awakened possess some male fetishes as well, but it was quite bad to be met by them. And a price tag of 500 million was enough to dissuade a lot of people, seeing the time slowly passing. The host wanted to open his mouth to raise the price one more time, but no one would be the wrongdoer anymore, after all. Yao Guang was only an A-ranked awakened, and although he was a bit better looking, weren't there male models in the clubhouse every day? Pros aren't stupid, so how can they spend more than 500 million again? Thus, the auction was successfully finalized, and Yao Knight spent 500 million to buy his brother. The transaction was successfully completed, and Yao Guang was draped in a piece of clothing and sent to Yao Knight's side. Yao Knight didn't even look at him while the guards around him scolded Yao Guang, "Why don't you hurry up and greet your new master?" These words scared Yao Guang so much that he shivered and hurriedly knelt down in front of Yao Knight to open his mouth. Lord, wait here. I'll take you after the auction, Yao Knight said indifferently. With that, the auction continues. Point 1. After another treasure or material was brought onto the auction stand, and the atmosphere within the entire venue gradually began to intensify. Everyone, please look. This token was once a replica of the resumen order from the ancient times. You should know that the Ru Dream Order is the very best of man-made treasures, as high as 8 revolutions, and its function is that it can enter into other people's dreams to attack and violate, or directly let the other party die in the dream. This kind of effect that makes people's blood boil. Everyone must not be unfamiliar with it. And this dream order in my hand, even though it's only an imitation of the 5th turn, it can enter the dreams of ordinary people to perform a series of things that even in a normal person's dream you can have any unthinkable ability to do anything you want. Although this token is of little strategic value, it is wonderfully useful, as you all know how to understand. Like a dream order? Yao Knight muttered that he was indeed interested in this token, but surprisingly, all the awakened present seemed uninterested in the token. The originally lively venue instantly cooled down. And surprisingly, there was not a single bid, but if you think about it, you can understand. As a high-ranking awakened, what interest could there be in the dreams of ordinary people? Chapter 67, Auctioning the Bill of Materials. Leave your blood and you can go 1,000,000 alliance coins. I'll take this Ru Dream Order. I hope everyone won't fight over it. After all, it's only a 5th turn item, Yao Knight said with a wave of his hand. With his sentence, as expected, there were no bids from any of them. But there shouldn't have been any bids in the first place. After such a trip, Yao Knight had already auctioned off 2 items, and immediately after that several items swept through the auction house again, all successfully auctioned off. And after a quarter of an hour it was finally the turn of that heavy hitter, only to see that at this moment, there was a stooped old man beside the host, holding a book in his hands. While the host was introduced with an exuberant face, "Honored awakened ones, the collection we are going to auction this time is a material list for a 6-turn treasure. As long as we gather all the materials on this material list, it is very possible to refine this 6-turn treasure. And the name of this 6-turn treasure is called the Demon Detaining Tower. He could detain a 6th-turn beast or any demon. There shouldn't be any audience in the room that isn't impressed by this kind of strong effect, right?" The moderator directly skipped the difficulty of refining the treasure in 3 words, and instead talked about the wonderful role of the Devil Detaining Tower. As expected, his words directly caused the crowd on stage to start bidding, and someone had even already shouted out a high price of 1 billion alliance coins. But surprisingly, although these people shouted out the price, the host shook his head. "Everyone, please note that the shipper of this auction is not asking for an alliance ratio, but is promising to do things for him." Speaking of which, all eyes moved to the pale old man with the book, a man who looked like he had a vicissitude of appearance, with a head full of white hair, and even a somewhat unkempt feeling that, and the crowd could not feel the aura of an awakened person in him, and seemed to be an ordinary person. "Everyone, I used to be a 5th turn awakened person, but I was injured by a foreign beast and my realm fell to 0. Now I have lost my talent and all my power, and I am auctioning off this list of materials only so that the auctioneer can fulfill my needs for a month." The room was silent at this statement. Everyone looked at the old man with strange gazes, and even some female awakened looked at him with a disgusted look. It was as if the old man's needs for a month had been considered to be that way. It was only the old man's next words that caused everyone to freeze, their faces turning odd. "I would like the seller to let me have human flesh for a month, and that flesh in a delicate way, and it must be ceremonial, not just a couple of random pieces of human flesh brought in to fool around with. If I could, I'd prefer to throw a party asking everyone to come to it." Although the old man's words were calm, they exploded into the crowd like a deep water bomb, causing everyone to look at each other in disbelief, and even giving birth to a feeling of absurdity. Cannibalism, the word is just that. For the awakened ones on the scene, they did not feel fear, because they had killed alien beasts that were tougher than humans themselves. But they were still extremely resistant to the matter of eating human flesh, but with the lure of the 6 turns immortal treasure placed right here, there was still one person who stood up and spoke. I'm willing to fulfill your request and can make human flesh for you to eat. At these words, the old man gave the man a slight sideways glance before continuing to scan the others. The old man's gaze looked at one person after another, followed by 5 or 6 more awakened who stood up and stated that they could make human flesh for the old man to eat just like that. As he looked on, the old man's gaze was fixed on Yaonite. The same time Yao Guang's gaze was calmly watching the old man. The two men just stared into each other's eyes, and for a moment some inexplicable atmosphere sprang up in the venue. For some reason, Yaonite was able to vaguely watch the old man go behind him, and there seemed to be the shadow of a western red dragon. At the same time, the old man's eyes erupted with brilliance as he looked at Yaonite. In his eyes, a huge black python that was bizarre to the extreme was coiled behind Yaonite. The gazes of the two men met, and the red dragon and the black python's gazes met with each other, but in that gaze there was not the slightest hostility, but a calm mutual gazing. Suddenly, Yaonite stood up and said in a tone that could be heard throughout the room, I can fulfill your claim, and I can also host a banquet for you, inviting all sorts of people to come and eat at the banquet. How about that? Sure. Unexpectedly this transaction was completed so quickly. That old man didn't even hesitate and directly handed over the list of materials to Yaonite. I'll come to you every night at 7:30 p.m. I hope you'll keep your promise, the old man said in a flat tone, then disappeared inside the auction venue. At the same time Yaonite blinked on his side, he left the venue with Tianhuazi, taking Yao Guang with him. By the way, somewhere in an alleyway outside the black market, Yaonite and Tianhuazi were still wearing their masks, causing Yao Guang in front of them to be extremely fearful. Your Excellency, Yao Guang shuddered, but couldn't say anything decent. Yaonite laughed lightly and threw out a small knife. Leave a vial of blood and you can go. Yaonite's faint words came out, and Yao Guang could only do as he was told. As his brows narrowed, the sharp knife cut open the fingertips, and Yaonite kept squeezing his palm to ooze out drops of blood, which soon filled the entire bottle. Yaonite picked up this bottle and loaded it into his spatial bracelet, then laughed lightly. Congratulations on your freedom. Now you can leave, but this is a black market, so let me take you back. The three of them then traveled in pairs back to the streets of the Union City area. Come on, you're safe now. Hearing this, Yao Guang's entire body breathed a sigh of relief, and then took 3 steps to quickly leave this place, not wanting to see the eyes of these two people again. Just let him go? I've heard that things don't seem to be going very well between you two, Tianhuazi asked with some curiosity. How could an older brother be unfavorable to his younger brother? See how you say that, making me sound like some cold-blooded and heartless person. By the way, do you have any money? Help me go purchase materials, Yaonite said with some uncertainty. He glanced at the list of materials for the demon detaining tower that the old man had given him just now, and the materials on it were up to hundreds. Even if he wanted to refine it, he would have to wait until the treasure refining realm had been raised to Grand Master. The current him was not capable of refining it, but it was still feasible to raise the materials beforehand. I have no problem leaving the materials to me, but what are you going to do about that guy's cannibalistic demands? Meh. Yaonite laughed softly as the scene in the auction surfaced in his mind. There was no fluctuation of the awakened on that old man, but in Yaonite's eyes, though the figure of a western red evil dragon could be clearly seen behind him. It's natural for a red dragon to eat people, and since he wants to, I'll satisfy him. Although Yaonite had gained the ability to devour, he had not eaten any humans, but he's also trying to overcome it, even exercising himself to have a cannibalistic mindset, and has even honed it to a point where it's a realm of its own. Meanwhile, at a location 10 kilometers away, Francis the Elder held a hot dog in his mouth, chewing on it and making whimpering noises. Although he was outwardly eating a hot dog, inwardly he was thinking about the huge black python behind the teenager in the auction. From the east, he was able to make me feel trembling, but how can a black python be a match for a red dragon? Ha. Chapter 68, Dreams of a Dream. No vegetarians at this party. The 5 revolutions of the dream order can only enter the dreams of ordinary people on the surface. However, if it was carefully carved and paired with dozens of dream-related materials, then it could be upgraded to 6 turns or even higher. A trace of flame surged out of Yaonite's hand, continuously searing the 5 revolutions Ruyue dream order. After a long time, the flames suddenly went out. It still doesn't work. With my current mental power, even refining a 7th turn treasure would be more than enough. But it's just that my state of mind and skills don't reach the level of a grandmaster, so I'm unable to refine an immortal treasure, Yaonite mumbled as he rubbed his chin. Immediately afterward, he took out a copy of the demon detaining tower's material information and viewed it. Wanting to refine the demon detaining tower didn't require 6th turn immortal materials, but rather ordinary 5th turn materials, up to hundreds of them, and in the process must master the fire and control the number of materials. If only minor deviations appear, then there is also the possibility of refining success. But the number of materials up to hundreds of copies. To an ordinary person's memory is difficult to remember, but Yao Knight didn't care. His spiritual power was already up to more than 140,000, enough to support him in refining 6th Revolution's treasures, especially 6th Revolution's treasures that didn't require immortal materials. Meanwhile on the other side Yao Guang's home. He and his father, Yao Changdong, hugged each other and cried tears of joy. The 3rd month since Yao Guang disappeared. At this moment he finally returned home because of Yao Knight's auctioning himself off and reunited with his dear parents. In these days of being auctioned off, he could be said to have suffered a lot. Yao Guang told his family everything that he had gone through, but Yao Changdong and his mother didn't really know anything about it and could only keep comforting. However, just when this large family embraced each other, Yao Guang suddenly faced a draw, violently felt his body seems to lose something, but cannot say, is a feeling of being drawn away. What's wrong, Ko? Why is your face so white? Yao Changdong anxiously inquired. Yet Yao Guang himself was not sure. Also on the other side, Yao Knight clutched a round token in his hand and affixed it to his chest position. This is the replacement life card. As long as it is death in the physical sense, then it can bring me back to life and allow Yao Guang to die in my place. But if it's on a spiritual level and a soul level, there's no way. Yao Knight had some helplessness on his face. If the level of the substitute fate card was 6 turns, then naturally, it could also include the spirit level and soul level, but he could only craft the highest 5 turns right now. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door of the quiet room, and Yao Knight calmly walked over and opened the door. The visitor was none other than the old man. He was thin, very scruffily dressed, and had a narrow beard that never seemed to have been trimmed, but his eyes were unusually bright, like beacons in the night. I'm here for the feast, my friend. How are your ingredients prepared? Oh, come on in. It's an hour before our meal starts and it's 6:30. I just like to be early, but I'm not in the habit of being late. After inviting the old man into his villa, Yao Knight made a call and called Tian Huozi over as well. Sitting on the sofa, Yao Knight and the old man didn't make much eye contact, but Tian Huozi on the side only felt sweaty. Tian Huozi could feel 2 inexplicable forces behind Yao Knight and behind the old man in the dark, like 2 giant beasts facing each other. He himself, on the other hand, was like a sheep to be slaughtered, prostrate in the middle of the 2 behemoths, unable to even open his mouth to beg. If it were anyone else, they would have long since fled and been scared out of their minds. But Tian Huozi was different. He sincerely regarded Yao Knight as his big brother. Since Big Brother had called him here, he definitely wouldn't treat himself as food. Is he the dinner tonight? I smell lechery in him, and I don't think he's fit to be a passable food. Francis opened his mouth indifferently, and these words caused the cold hairs on Tian Huozi's back to stand up and shiver involuntarily. Of course it's not him. He's my honored guest. We have no reason to eat him. But before we start the meal, I'd like to ask a few questions about cultivation. Yes, please feel free to ask. Aha. Yao Knight nodded, then asked thoughtfully, what realm were you once in? How big is the difference between the 6th and 5th revolutions? And where does the Yuan power come from? Meh. Francis let out a snort. You being the toughest freshman at Alliance University, your teachers should be explaining this stuff to you. Is it necessary to ask me? No. Very necessary. You're not an awakened, nor are you an ordinary strong person. And as for people saying that you've lost all your realm power, that's because you don't belong to the same system as us. A long silence passed. Francis finally spoke. My name is Francis. You can call me Red Dragon. I am the Heavenly Awakening, exercising my earthly mission in God's place. Currently, my rank is disaster level, which is equivalent to the 6th turn among you humans. Ding. Monitoring the host's contact with the heavenly consciousness. The route of the Heavenly Awakening has been opened for you. Your current Heavenly Awakening character is Evil Python. New panel issued for you. Name, Yao Knight. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Class, SSS, Tianjue Role, Anaconda, Realm of the Heavenly Awakening. Scourge Level, Realm, 5 turns and 7 steps. Physical, 67,666. Spirit, 184,266. Skills, Poison, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Evil 9 Killers exclusive to human form. Split. I see. So you don't have Yuan power to use? How can you compete with a 6th turn powerhouse? Yao Knight asked. There is no need to use Yuan power. Heavenly consciousness is already the strongest power, and we exercise the will of the earth in God's place. We? Yes, and in this city there are demons, lambs, angels, and now you. Let's call you Python for now. Are you done with the questions? When's dinner? I'm already impatient. Ha, dinner's ready now, but I should make it clear in advance that there are no vegetarians at tonight's party. Yao Knight snorted coldly and suddenly stomped on a wooden board with his foot, followed by a teenager who was bound all over slowly emerging from under the floor. His name is Wang Tung, and I've been holding him captive for the better part of 3 months. He's the one who hasn't eaten in 2 months, but still maintains a high-protein diet. Satisfied? Yao Knight said pleasantly, as if he was introducing a precious collection. However, what shocked him was that this red dragon fellow even directly pounced over and took a bite on Wang Tang's arm. Ha 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 ha, fresh essence of meat, mixed with a rich aura of despair. This is a heavenly treasure. The red dragon chewed on the flesh and blood with a big mouthful, the madness in its eyes growing more and more intense. At the same time, Yao Knight realized that the red dragon's silhouette behind him was opening its arms, seemingly enjoying the rain of blood falling from high in the sky. Look at that. You really are so beautiful. Yao Knight brewed a cup of coffee and sat on the sofa, just quietly watching the red dragon devour Wang Tang. Crunch! The sound of blood and flesh being torn apart kept coming from the Wang Tang. On the other hand, couldn't utter any hint of a pained cry because his throat had long been destroyed by Yao Knight and he couldn't call for help, only those eyes were filled with horror and despair. But the body, because of the tightness, caused the blood flow more and more rapidly, spattering the red dragon all over. Tianhuazi trembled and sat beside Yao Knight like a docile schoolboy. Why don't you eat? I think friends should enjoy food together. The red dragon asked suspiciously as he chewed. Yao Knight sipped on a mouthful of coffee and said with some slight coziness in his eyes, we eat differently, and it satisfies my heart to see you enjoying your food. Chapter 69 Freshman Exams. I need a big party. The eating continued as the red dragon chewed up Wang Tang's skull piece by piece and ate it. Surprisingly, he swallowed Wang Tang's entire body into his stomach. And this kind of powerful feeding ability is a wonder to behold. Thank you for your hospitality. But if I may, I hope that next time we can host a real dinner party and invite more friends to come to the banquet to enjoy the food together, instead of me enjoying a gourmet feast here by myself, Red Dragon said with a bow. Sure, when is that? In 3 days or 10? Let's make it 10 days. Then, and in 10 days let's open the dinner. The Red Dragon left this time. However, it left 10 days for Yao Knight to maneuver on his own. Big brother, what does the banquet mean? You don't have to worry about that. Just come to the meeting. Oh, good. Students, the most important point in the battle with the beasts is to maintain their own physical strength. Before we become strong, physical strength is the most important and most relied upon thing we have. If we lose our physical strength, then we lose our means of confrontation and can only allow the beast to devour our internal organs. This is something we must remember. The teacher fussed over the board and the students under the blackboard are apoplectic. Brother Yao, do you think you have enough stamina? I heard earlier that you gained over 60,000 points in the college entrance exams. I'm afraid you're all superhuman now. Aren't you all 5 turns already? Wang Xiaofei said with a smile, her eyes squinting as nicely as a crescent moon. Ha ha, how is that possible? How can I be a 5th turn? That 60,000 points was nothing more than a fluke. How can I compare to others? Alas, it was all a fluke that I was able to enter Alliance University this time, Yao Knight said gently, but his eyes were surprisingly full of favor. Seeing this expression on his face, Wang Xiaofei only felt incredibly excited and suddenly pulled Yao Knight with her small hand. Brother Yao, me. She reddened a little, as if there was something she wanted to say but didn't dare. Yao Knight dotingly touched her little head, then laughed. Come to the creek at the cottage area tonight. I'll meet you there. Hearing these words coming from her ears, Wang Xiaofei's entire face turned red, but she answered anyway in a low, mosquito voice. Aha, back home. Yao Knight once again studied for a while the steps of refining treasures and the various elements of wanting to refine the demon detainer tower. After 3 long hours of work, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately remembered the characters that Red Dragon had spoken of earlier. Demons, lambs, angels. These 3 people were all heavenly awakenings just like Red Dragon, and their realm would never be lower than the 6th revolutions, which was the catastrophe level. How heavenly awakenings gained power was something Yao Knight already knew very well, even he had thoroughly understood the power system of the heavenly awakening. And the reason why the power system arose, the reason why the heavenly awakened are called heavenly awakened is that they believe in themselves so much that they may even create fantasies out of thin air or targets of worship to believe in. As they do what they believe is meaningful to their faith, their own power is disguised. He had watched the process of the Red Dragon eating people, and in that process could feel the Red Dragon's power slowly increasing. Even Yao Knight was able to see that while the Red Dragon was in the process of cannibalizing people, the huge Red Dragon behind him spread its wings and continuously bathed in the rain of blood that landed high in the sky. Heavenly awakenings are extremely powerful, and on some level, they are able to make their own rules for becoming stronger. Red Dragon's rule for getting stronger is to keep eating people. I wonder what the other 3's rules are. Yao Knight frowned, knowing that his own rules for getting stronger were to watch others devour and kill, while watching the Red Dragon eat people. His power was slowly increasing, and that was why he was willing to host a banquet for the Red Dragon. But the problem nowadays is that the devil, the lamb, and the angel, these 3 characters make him feel threatened. It doesn't matter, we only need to find 2 more heavenly treasures to evolve, if I'm right. At the time I entered the 6th turning, which was also the time I became a catastrophe level heavenly consciousness. The time I would be able to have 2 different power systems in one person. Yao Knight stretched his eyebrows, then opened the door and headed to the villa's creek. On the shore, Wang Xiaofei waited nervously, like a young girl in spring, fearing that he would not come, and fearing that he would make a mess soon enough. Though, Yao Knight's made it to his appointment on time. Brother Yao! Wang Xiaofei cried out excitedly, but then she noticed that her tone was wrong, and her whole body was shy. Yao Knight looked at her with a doting gaze and said, the whole villa area is without power. You should know that. Well, yeah, no lights if the power goes out. Yes, it is, and the surveillance won't work. Yao Knight said with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Xiaofei's face changed. Covering her chest with her hand, her face flushed red. Brother Yao, you don't have to be like this. Actually, I'm willing to. Chapter 70, it's enough for me to eat your souls. Pooh hiss. Yao Knight pulled out her heart with his hand and subsequently loaded it into his spatial bracelet, followed by stuffing Wang Xiaofei, who had already lost her vital breath, into it. Well, it's time to find other prey next. Yao Knight wiped off the blood on his hands and walked in the direction of the university town. One prey was not enough. There were at least 20 people at the banquet. One Wang Xiaofei alone was definitely not enough to eat. Yao Knight had to find at least 2 more people, under the dark night sky. In the misty light, in a series of smoky alleys, Yao Knight tapped a young girl in front of him on the shoulder. Hello, I'd like to get acquainted with you. The young girl turned her head to look at the handsome face and fell into a momentary daze, before hastily agreeing. Can there was no talk all night. Yao Knight had gotten up early in the morning and was cooking his prey within the villa's basement. The knee must be freshly cut, and you cannot wait for the prey to gradually begin to rot before performing this maneuver. To do otherwise would be a waste of ingredients. And Yao Knight used his whole heart and soul, practically using his life's worth of knife light in his cooking. The last time he let the red dragon eat food was merely a first meeting gift, and he himself had to satisfy the other's hobby next, and do his best to make this dinner meal as good as he could, so that the red dragon would be satisfied and comfortable. And once one viewed the red dragon feeding, then one could greatly enhance the realm of the heavenly consciousness. Currently one's heavenly consciousness realm was at the scourge difficulty level, and if one wanted to continue to rise, then one would have to watch others feed, and it would have to be cannibalism. It's an implicit condition of one's ability to improve, the same as the condition that a red dragon must eat people if it wants to improve. Hurry up, I've had enough of the lowly strength of the 5th turn, unless I reach the 6th turn before I have some power of speech. The sun is setting and the sun rises on a new day. Yao Knight had invited many of his classmates and even teachers from the Alliance to come and have dinner with him on this day. It was interesting, though, that this red dragon guy had come early with a man in a suit. The red dragon was still disheveled, with a head full of white hair floating about. Yao Knight invited him into the villa's bathroom and let him take a good shower and clean himself up. The other guy in the suit was more interesting. He had short blonde hair, wore a straight suit, and his body was even more amazing. Extremely upright. Hello, I'm the devil, and I assume you're the latest evil python to show up. The demon smiled with a face so full of sincerity that one could even get the impression that he was a genteel nobleman, but Yao Knight was able to see the sleeping demonic silhouette behind him. The body is pitch black, the eyes are blood red like lanterns, and the 2 long horns root you or regal. A demon is not the same as a creepy creature. He is pure evil coalescing out of it, and is vastly different from creepy. Come as friends, dine together, Yao Knight said indifferently. Good. The red dragon shuffled out of the bathroom, but it's worth noting that the red dragon's body wasn't disheveled or skinny, like a hobo's. Instead, it was filled with a block of explosive muscle, like an evil dragon sealed in strong flesh that seemed to be about to explode out in the next second. Please be seated. We'll be arriving soon, and I've prepared an all-meat feast for you tonight. As time slowly passed, the number of people who came to the villa also increased. Tian Huozi as well as several 10 people from the same class, as well as a few friends that Sheikh had recognized in the outside world. And even 2 teachers from the Alliance University came to the meeting. Sheikh now how to say is also already worth hundreds of millions of people, so the villa has all the facilities. Even the ordinary red wine are equipped with hundreds of different categories. So first invited the crowd to sit down, began to taste wine. Don't be in a hurry folks, let's sober up before we serve the food. Everyone has responded very enthusiastically and introduced themselves to each other after sitting down, and the atmosphere in the venue instantly warmed up. As for the red dragon and the demon, although their expressions were cold and they didn't talk much to others, no one suspected their identities and only treated them as friends of Yao Knight's, but the reality was true. The red dragon was really considered Yao Knight's friend. As time slowly passed, Yao Knight came to the table of the crowd and asked in a loud voice, the party's about to start, and there's not a single vegetarian here tonight. When he finished, he brought a huge silver dinner plate and unveiled it on the table. Boom! In an instant the aroma was overflowing. 7 or 8 small red beef knuckles lay quietly on the dinner plate, emitting a wisp of heat that seemed to have just been made. The brilliant colors, combined with the steamy heat and that comforting aroma, whetted everyone's appetite. Gentlemen, please start. Yao Knight said with a smile. At one point the crowd moved their knives and forks and chopsticks, while the red dragon and the demon took a piece of veal each. Knees put it on the dinner plate in front of them. Nakacha looked at it before cutting off a small piece and putting it in his mouth to savor it. Not bad, Nightingale Python. This baby cow's knee is so well done and flavorful. It's like it's just been cut off the prey, the demon said as he chewed. Oh, I'm flattered. Maybe it was just cut off. Yao Knight replied with a smile. Immediately afterward the two servants in the villa brought plate after plate of marinated or roasted meat to the table. Originally, everyone was supposed to chat while eating. But who would have thought that these meals from Yao Knight's tasted so delicious that they couldn't even care about talking because the food on the plate was so delicious that they couldn't wait to stuff it all into their mouths, compared to the others. The posture of the demon and the red dragon was even more elegant. They just cut down a piece of flesh and tasted up and didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. For others, the simple meal seems to be really just a meal. But for the evil pythons, demons, and red dragons inside the villa it is different. Yao Knight sat on the main seat without taking any bite of meat. Instead he opened a bottle of champagne and poured it into a glass to slowly savor it while his eyes glazed over as he watched the red dragon and the demon eat, and behind him, an evil python silhouette greedily devoured something, that bloody mouth tearing and devouring in the void. At the same time, Yao Knight's aura was insanely increasing. Originally, the giant python silhouette behind him was nothing more than a giant python, but with all this devouring in the void, the top of the python's head began to grow 2 tall horns, and even the scales on his body evolved at a rapid pace. At the same time, the huge red dragon roamed in the sky above the villa, pouring rain of blood from the sky pouring down on his body. The blood transformed into a trace of pure energy into itself, making his physique even stronger, and a block of muscle could even be clearly detected on the dragon's body. As for the devil, he remains flat. She was extremely tall, and stood outside the villa, staring with those reddened eyes at the people who were feeding on field while observing in this way with a gaze as indifferent as God's. As of an observer who never seems to intervene in the meals of ordinary people, but just when everything was going well. The demon and the red dragon stopped eating, which caused Yao Knight to frown because as their feeding stopped, the giant python silhouette on their side couldn't devour it anymore, and could only look at the two of them with hard eyes. Why is this food not to your liking? I feel like I prepared a pretty good dinner, Yao Knight said with a little doubt in his gaze. Meh. The red dragon swallowed another mouthful of braised calf's knee, then stood up and said, why don't you eat? The moment these words came out, the atmosphere in the entire villa suddenly dropped to freezing point. Everyone stopped eating and gazed at Yao Knight, who was in the main seat. Meh. Yao Knight laughed. Looking at these people's foolish and dull gazes, the giant python behind Yao Knight swallowed a large mouthful once again. It is enough for me to eat your souls, go on, he said with a faint smile. At these words, everyone nodded and continued to start eating. Humph. Waste of ingredients. The red dragon let out a snort. An extreme dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes as he directly grabbed the head of an alliance teacher next to him and shoved it into his mouth to chew on it. Blood exploding. The others seemed oblivious to the scene, still sitting in their seats, cutting up the meat on the table and bringing it to their mouths. Chapter 71 Catastrophic. Battle of the Two Dragons. Big Brother. Them. Tianhuazi shivered and opened his mouth. Those eyes were full of fear, looking at the crowd that was frantically eating with disbelief in their eyes. That according to reason, these people should now leave in fear. But why all of them are like losing their souls, constantly devouring the food on the table. Alright, just watch them eat next. We'll just wait here, Sheikh said while having an expression of enjoyment on his face. And gradually the food on the table was about to be enjoyed. At the moment, the red dragon was hugging that teacher's body and gnawing on it. One bite at a time. He bit the flesh and blood into his stomach, not caring about the individual of the bone and the wound on his lips. He devoured madly, just truly like a red dragon that was terrifying and powerful. The rest of the group was oblivious to the red dragon's co-workers and had no thoughts of stopping them, even if they were only interested in the food on the table. At the same time Sheikh's side of the aura was going crazy, boosting his Bane level aura was climbing. After observing the red dragon feeding with the souls of all the guests being swallowed, his strength increased crazily, hurtling from Bane level to disaster level. My god. Look at you in all your beauty, you're as majestic as a true oriental dragon. Night Python is no longer your codename. I would like to call you Eastern Dragon. The demon suddenly opened his mouth, his eyes filled with joy as he looked at the scaly dragon silhouette behind Yao Knight's in a daze. Oh, eat up. What's there to see in my appearance? Not as comfortable as all this food. Yao Knight's flat words came out. That's right. His heavenly consciousness rank had reached the disaster rank. Great. Let's see how strong you've become after this meal, haha. The red dragons and demons completely let go of their egos. They grabbed a student and began to devour them frantically, constantly gnawing on their flesh and blood as a way to fulfill their desires. The red dragon and the demon's strength was increasing by leaps and bounds. Their realms that hadn't been raised in years seemed to be rising wildly due to this banquet, and both of them were becoming more and more powerful as well. Soon one student after another was devoured into their stomachs, turning into strands of pure energy that nourished themselves. Tianhuazi looked at all this in front of him from the side in shock. He couldn't believe that all this was happening in front of him as much as anything. He looked to the side of the Yao Knight. His eyes revealed the meaning of asking for help. You go on back. Leave this place to me. And when the time comes, if anyone asks, you'll say that a man who calls himself the Red Dragon is trying to kill us all. Yao Knight didn't hide his voice in the slightest and directly said this out loud. But the Red Dragon and Demon didn't show anything. The two of them were still eating frantically, as if they were really only here for the dinner. But this dinner was a little too bloody. I don't know how long it's been. The chewing sound of the villa gradually stopped. The floor was a layer of sticky blood. There was nowhere to land. Oriental Dragon. It looks like you've reached the disaster level. We heavenly consciousnesses are the noblest expression of self-will. And to reach the disaster level so quickly shows that your confidence in yourself as well as your narcissism is very high. So, welcome aboard, the Red Dragon said with a smile, as if Yao Knight was really going to join them. I'm sorry, I'm not thinking of joining you guys for now, and as you said, it's the highest expression of self-will, and my self-will refuses to let me join you. So do you guys want to go back first? I'll fuck you up. You fucking tricked us into giving you a power boost to get here. Throat suddenly angry. His entire eyes became red, followed by this person as crazy as a demon. Pounced over dead. Deadly tugged Yao Knight's shoulder and started to tear it crazily out. If it was done before, the Red Dragon with the power of a 6th turn realm powerhouse was simply an unreachable existence for Shake, without even the slightest possibility of fighting against it. But now it was different. The Red Dragon was disaster level, and his augur was also disaster level. The moment the two struck out, the entire room of the villa burst into pieces, and at the same time, the demon stepped out of range, coldly watching the battle between the two. At this moment, the Oriental Dragon silhouette behind Yao Knight roared crazily and completely fought with the Red Dragon, and down below, shaking, Yao Knight and Francis frantically engaged in battle. Francis, the whole person as crazy as a demon, want to swallow Yao Knight's flesh and blood. The but Yao Knight body agile. From time to time there is a golden light on the body to grow fine dragon scales. Blocked the attack again and again, even without using all his strength. War was being fought, and the engagement between the Eastern and Western dragons was completely unfolding at this moment. Originally, there was no way that there would be any fighting or antagonism between Yao Yi and Francis at all, but that was only before that. The Western Red Dragon was a towering being who looked down on all creatures crawling on the ground, because they were all dirty and lowly, and winged. Stocky Red Dragon can fly high in the sky and look down on everything on the ground, and of course the evil python is among all things, but now it's different. Yao Knight evolved from an evil python to a dragon, and his heavenly Duke rank awakened from scourge to catastrophe. From a shadowy creature that crawled on the ground became an Eastern dragon race that flew high in the sky. This was something that neither Francis nor the Red Dragon could accept. They couldn't stand the idea of a look-alike, more noble than their own kind, having the same power as they did, and staying in the same city. The reason why the demons didn't enter the war, for the demons are higher than they are, and that which exists on high exists only in the unreal and the real, and is the king of hell. He didn't care about the war between the Red Dragon and the Eastern Dragon. Just as the owner of a sheepfold doesn't care about the battle between a lamb and a vicious wolf, the war is still going on. Yao Knight's power surpassed Francis' imagination. His tenfold explosion, coupled with the attributes of a heavenly awakening, even had a tendency to somewhat crush the Red Dragon. By all rights, the demon at the moment should have stepped forward to help, but he chose to observe instead, and the men in the suits stood in the distance, watching the battle between the two evil dragons. I do not know exactly how long. The Union University student residential area, the villa area, just like a ruin, within a 10-kilometer radius around the villa that Yao Knight was in, was scorched by the hot flames from the Red Dragon's mouth, and everything around him learned just how hot the flames from the Red Dragon's mouth really were. Half an hour later there was so much commotion over here that it finally attracted the attention of the entire league. More and more people arrived. While the Red Dragon and the demon chose to leave, the demons didn't intend to kill Yao Knights, because they didn't see the need to do so. There's no animosity between him and Yao Knights either. Instead, it could be said that the relationship between the Red Dragon and Yao Knight had suddenly become strained. Eastern and Western dragons have always been incompatible, so it's not unusual for this to occur, and the feast came to an end. Red Dragons and demons power up a bit. Yao Knights, on the other hand, is the biggest beneficiary. He possessed the power of a heavenly awakener disaster level, comparable to an ordinary 6th turn powerhouse, but not an orthodox 6th turn, as there was no force to use. Your heavenly consciousness level reaches catastrophe level, issuing a panel for you. Tianjua role, augur, Tianjua realm, catastrophe level. The heavenly Jedi realm is currently just like that. If you want to advance again, you have to find a like-minded person like a demon or a Red Dragon in order to proceed to the next stage of advancement. But Yao Knight estimates that he is afraid that he won't be able to meet his own kind so easily again. He stood amidst the rubble, silently waiting for the federal police to descend soon. With the ringing of the police bell, the police quickly noticed him and brought Yao Knight back to the Alliance police station. Answer me, do you know a man named Red Dragon? The Alliance officer asked in a tone of voice. Murder in his eyes, because of this villa burning incident resulted in hundreds of students being burned to death, while more than 30 are missing, but because the fire burned so cleanly this time, there wasn't even any gas. Just endless debris. Yao Knight nodded. To the Red Dragon you're talking about is that hobo. Right. He killed all my classmates. So I fought him to the ground, but I'm no match for him. Speaking of this, Yao Knight's eyes were filled with remorse, and even his fists unconsciously trembled, leaving behind a tear of blood. Chapter 72. Did you really not kill anyone? Class, I want you to tell the truth. The homeless man you saw today is not that simple. He's a major fugitive wanted worldwide and he has at least tens of thousands of lives on his hands. The tone of the Union police was very strong, even murderous. However, Yao Knight's performance is still very weak, trembling more than even to cry out, okay, you are also an awakened person, and a genius who is number one in the midterm exams. Crying like this is not a word to tell, and think that I, the Alliance police, bullied you. We just want to hear your truth now. Is it so hard to say a word? The Union police said in a near-yelling manner. If it were any other police officer, for a genius like Yao Knight, who ranked first in the Northern Union examination, he might have softly spoken, and would not have dared to even loudly reprimand him, but they are the Union police and deal with this type of extreme killing. I really didn't know that he killed my classmates and also my teacher. Yao Knight was trembling more than just like a schoolboy. Her cheeks were filled with pallor, just like a poor little lady. Seeing this expression on his face, the Union police officer completely lost his mind of interrogation. I'm afraid that this kid was really scared. After all, that was the Red Dragon, the existence that slaughtered tens of thousands of lives. Well, boy, do we know. Maybe you really don't know that Red Dragon that, but we'd like to remind you that the next time you see him be sure to call our Union police first. Our number is 1511 fork. Oh, I know, Uncle Officer. I'll be sure to report you first next time. The police interrogation finally came to an end, and Yao Knight walked out of the police station, cried and called a cab, and returned to Alliance University. On the other hand, the situation on the side of the Union Police Department was a bit tense, and all the police officers fell into silence in the face of the photos of the wreckage of the Red Dragon has reappeared. The thing they said about the Red Dragon slaughtering tens of thousands of people was true, but it was also false, because Red Dragon was just a code name for a man who was killed by the government after slaughtering 1,000 people. But the next thing you know, a man who calls himself the Red Dragon steps forward, and that man massacres another 2,000 people. That's how the alleged massacre of 10,000 people stacked up. As for the Red Dragon they encountered this time, I guess it's really just a vagabond in the new villa. Yao Knight and Tianhuazi sat on the sofa and cozily opened a bottle of champagne. Big brother, the school's organizing a trip to another wilderness in a week's time. I've heard that there's a magical inheritance in the wilderness this time around, and that the people up there are going to choose some students as a means of entry. Tianhuazi said with a glint in his eyes. I know. It doesn't matter. Might as well do the job. Yao Knight waved his hand. At the moment, he was wearing dozens of rings on his fingers, each of which possessed a different function, and all of them were 5-turn treasures. As the ring on his finger flashed a bright light, a maid with a mute expression pulled a bound youth out and threw him on the floor. Lu Feng, his former classmate. At the same time, another maid brought out a Tibetan Mastiff of enormous stature. At this moment, with a flash of the ring on Yao Knight's fingertip, the Tibetan Mastiff rushed over like crazy and began to tear Lu Feng's flesh. TSK. It seems that the feeding of ordinary creatures can't give me a boost. Only special existences like the Red Dragon can. Chapter 73. 7 Gods' Inheritance. Lu Feng's miserable howls resounded throughout the villa. The Tibetan Mastiff was continuously devouring his life force, but he had no qualifications to resist. Yao Knight did not go to see the ceremony of his death, but walked to the refining furnace to start refining some 5-turn treasures. Sky Serpent Wilderness is the wilderness they're going to in a week's time, and that so-called inheritance is known as the 7 God inheritance. There is a myth of the 7 gods, where 17 different mortals were bent on becoming gods after gaining great power, but ended up dying under the thunder of heaven. In their discontent, these 7 men established this legacy, passing down 7 different powers as a way for their descendants to reach the realm of the gods. Have they released any news about this legacy? Say something in advance. Yao Knight twisted his head to ask as he refined a 5-turn mirror. Tianhuazi said after a pause, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. The 7 gods this time seem to be ancient awakened beings of 7 different elements. To them, 7 revolutions seems to be the realm of a deity, and they are only one step away from being a deity, which means their realm should be around 6 revolutions. Okay, where are the materials you've procured in the past few days? Bring them all out. After saying that, Skylad took out a large amount of materials from his spatial bracelet and piled them up in the villa room, and at a cursory glance, The quantity had been at least in the thousands. All of these materials were used to make the 6-turn demon detaining pagoda, so they were said to be in extremely large quantities. Yao Knight, nodding his head, he began to follow the steps of refining the sniper devil tower. Refining the components with these materials, detaining the devil tower under normal circumstances only 6 layers, that is, 6 turns, each additional layer. Then the rotational speed of the detaining the devil tower will also be increased by 1 layer. The highest can become 9 turns detaining the devil tower. What Yao Knight had to do now was to refine some parts of the sniper tower, such as the internal tiles as well as the tiles of the sniper tower, as well as the portals and such. Even though a tile was already very large when it was just refined, a kind of heavenly liquid stuff had to be used to soak the demon detaining pagoda at the last minute, make the immense tower smaller. Small enough to fit in your arms. Yao Knight did his best to refine it while Tianhuazi assisted on the other side, and as time slowly passes, ground tile after ground tile had been refined, and even the tiles had been refined for most of the way, with only a few key nodes missing to connect the demon detaining tower. But it's also these critical points that are actually very tough. The use of the force is required in this refining process. Although he was already as a disaster level heavenly consciousness, he did not have the qualifications for the use of the force, so he had to put it on hold and finish all the preparations in advance. The duo worked tirelessly on the refining, but after just over 10 hours, 3 Union police officers knocked on the door of the room. Is Yao Knight here? The Alliance Police Department has something for you and needs you to come to the Alliance Police Department, or we can interrogate you here. A thick male voice rang out from outside the door, and Yao Knight and Tianhuazi's duo glanced at each other and nodded, after which Tianhuazi went over to open the door. 3 policemen, 2 men and 1 woman. These 2 had an unfathomable aura. Definitely not as simple as a 5th turn. As they entered the door and saw that Yao Knight was refining treasures, their pupils shrunk and did not say anything more, but sat aside and waited silently. After a long time, Yao Knight finally stopped refining and returned to the sofa to sit down, looking at the 3 officers with a smile. Have I not been cleared of my charges? Lords of the 3 police officers, didn't you all say that the murderer was that red dragon, and I even got hurt badly to protect our school's villa area? Are you still doubting me? Yao Knight said with a hint of annoyance revealed on his face, but what made Yao Knight's heart feel slightly uneasy was that the 3 officers' faces were unchanged, and one of the male officers even said nonchalantly, if you were wrongly accused, we will naturally compensate you, but until the whole case is finalized, everyone is open to suspicion, especially you. Just ask, whatever you want. Yao Knight laughed in anger, only feeling that he had been wronged by the heavens. First question, did you kill the people or not? We observed that before the destruction of the villa area you invited many people to your home, so it resulted in a lot of casualties. The nearly half of the current deaths have appeared from your home, which makes us very suspicious of you. Officer, the 2 teachers I invited are both 6th turn powerhouses. What ability do I have to kill them? Unless I can make them completely subservient to the devil like magic. But how is that possible? Don't you Union police officers use your brains in your cases? Get the hell out of here. Yao Knight suddenly raised the coffee table and smashed it against the 3 officers. He looks genuinely angry at this point. Let's go. It seems that this kid is really not a murderer. Go back and discuss. The 3 officers fell away, being hit with a coffee table by a civilian. Although it sounded dishonorable, it certainly didn't make sense if the leaders did hear about it. So the 3 officers chose to leave. Meanwhile, Yao Knight's side was relieved. Pack up all your gear at 6 p.m. today and we'll go to the closer location of the 7 Gods Legacy. But I can get there early. You can wait 2 more days if you do. Yao Knight arranged the precautions to Tianhuazi, then packed up all his equipment and quickly left the Alliance University running towards the southern wilderness. The situation in the southern wilderness is actually a bit different from the rest of the world. The southern wilderness was connected to the outside world's wilderness, and possessed a large number of alien beasts as well as giant beasts, and even the number of giant beasts that had been observed in the southern wilderness was no less than 20. So generally very few awakened people came here. However, because of the appearance of the 7 God inheritance these days, there would be many people of the 5th or even 6th turn who would come to the 7 God inheritance to gain benefits. Alright, the next step is to search for the location of heavenly materials and treasures, and try to make the awakening realm reach the 6th turn as well. Yao Knight lowered his eyebrows and opened the map to start observing the surrounding terrain. In the 4 directions of east, west, south, north and south, there were a large number of foreign beasts entrenched respectively, but if you eat foreign beasts now, it wouldn't be much of a boost for Yao Knights, so you have to target the heavenly treasures. The north seems to be an ancient relic rainbow bridge, but it has long been rummaged through and dug up for who knows how many times, and the possibility of having a treasure chance is relatively. Yao Knight looked up in the direction of the north, but the moment he did, his entire body suddenly froze, only to see a 7-colored red light emerged from the distance, like a 7-colored bridge built here, and even a burst of haze flashes. Really caught up with me? A shocking light erupted in Yao Knight's eyes before he sped away, and soon he saw the mesmerizing thing. Only a 7-colored vial was buried in the ground. Half of the vial was buried while the remaining half was blooming with 7-colored light. Roar! At the same time 5 or 6 roars came. Before Yao Knights approached the 7-colored vials, there were 5 or 6 6-turned behemoths approaching. And in this approaching process, several behemoths kept charging and sparring. Yao Knight's heart skipped a beat and he was about to dodge. But just then, he saw that familiar and terrifying figure. Blah, Black Goat. He traveled hundreds of miles to find me. Chapter 74, Slaying the Black Goat and Raging the Four Directions. In just this instant, endless killing intent erupted from Yao Knight's eyes. This damned Black Goat, which had been chasing him for more than half a year, had thought that he would never see this damned goat again after arriving at the Alliance University. But I didn't realize that once we got out into the wilderness, this guy was sniffing around. If this scourge is not solved, then in the future he will have to suffer his pursuit if he wants to go out of the wilderness. It was also at this instant that the aura on Shake's body violently erupted, and a feeling of naturalness appeared on his entire body. The it was like a human python, calm and graceful. Boom! Before the Black Goat could descend, Yao Knight had already punched him in the head. Boom! Catastrophe-level power erupted from the fist, instantly punching the Black Goat's brain through the head, instantly letting out a fierce scream. Yet that's not all. Yao Knight made his move again, grabbing the other horn of the Black Goat and breaking it with force. Click, click, click. This one horn is completely broken. At the same time the Black Goat is also completely dumbfounded. Cannot believe that in front of this weak human to bring their own damage. Oh, come on. Use your Yuan power to suppress me. Don't you like this trick? And put on that disgusting face when you were chasing after them before. Yao Knight's figure moved and came to the top of the Black Goat's head at an extremely fast speed, then stomped down. Boom! The entire body of the Black Goat collapsed, and although it was originally in a deformed state, after this fight, that originally deformed body became more and more deformed, and it's no longer even apparent that he's a giant beast, but a huge ball of black meat. Yao Knight didn't give up on his intention to kill Black Goat, but kept striking out. But what made him strange was that the Black Goat's life seemed to be somewhat tenacious, no matter how he struck, even to the point that the Black Goat kept screaming miserably, but the big guy still didn't show any signs of death. Not good. Do all the giants of the bizarre lineage possess the ability to not die? Forget it, let's just ignore the beast for now and swallow that bottle. Yao Knight's eyes exuded a hint of sinister cruelty. Then his doppelganger suddenly appeared to take a bite of the bottle on the ground and swallowed it into his stomach. Let's go. Split just devoured the bottle. Yao Knight directly retrieved the split and quickly left. As for the Black Goat and the few surrounding behemoths that were in a daze, he didn't pay any attention to them. Under the color of the moon, there were still 5 days left before the 7-god inheritance opened. Yao Knight calmly waited in the middle of the barren forest, silently feeling the energy that came from devouring the 7-colored vial. This kind of energy was extremely peculiar. At first it was just one kind, but gradually it was able to merge into 7 kinds, representing 7 kinds of power of different colors. It kept flashing in his mind, and at the same time, after 3 hours of digestion, the 7-colored vial was completely transformed into its own power. And the system's prompts also came as promised. Frowny face: devour the 7-colored palm sky bottle and obtain a new direction of evolution. 7-colored Jiao, 7-colored augur, 7 attributes adapted. Gaining comprehensive Yuan power. Only 1 heavenly material is missing from evolving into a dragon. Enough. Only 1 more heavenly material will be able to evolve into an augur. And then I will be a 6th turn on both routes. Yao Knight's eyes flickered as he looked at the hundreds of people under the statue of the 7 gods secretly out. As time slowly passed, the number of awakened people gathered under the statue of the 7 gods increased, and even though they hadn't yet reached the day when the inheritance was to be opened, there were already a lot of people who had begun to prepare for it, and had even come here to step on the spot ahead of time. At this moment, among that large group of people, a young man's figure stood proudly, and at a glance, it was not a person to be messed with. Ha ha ha, the creation of heaven and earth can be taken by the pride of heaven. I, Void Sky Sun, will definitely fight for the inheritance of these 7 gods. So please leave first if some of you are not strong enough, so as not to lose face here. The youth with a head full of black hair laughed openly, his eyes full of arrogance, and upon hearing this, someone immediately stood out, looking at Void Sky Z with unkind eyes. The 7 gods' legacies are all available to those who have the destiny to receive them. Are you, a Void Sun, going to forcefully take over the 7 inheritances? Who do you think you are? Oh, so you're very opinionated? Void Sky Sun let out a furious laugh, followed by a slap. A handful in a flash, the pitch-black palm fell down from the heights, directly smashing that person into a meat cake, dead beyond death. At this moment the entire room fell silent. No one could expect Void Sun to take the liberty of striking out without authorization, dryly, killing a fellow officer. You should know that although this person, Void Sun, was wanted by the Alliance, but by all accounts, he should never kill anyone on an occasion like this, so who knows what he was thinking. Void Sun here can all be fellow Alliance members. We will never let you enter the inheritance if you go on a killing spree like this. However, before this person could finish his words, he was slapped down with his palm once again by the Void Sky Sun, directly slapping him to death. At this moment the entire room fell silent. No one dared to offend this madman, Void Sun, anymore. It was important to realize that there were countless people who were wanted by the Alliance, and one or two crazy people like Void Sun would appear every year. This year after year accumulated. Similar to the Void Sun of such an outlaw fanatic, at least hundreds of as many as. Yao Knight frowned. He had heard of this person, Void Kong Z, before. He seemed to possess a spatial type talent, and judging by the strength of his current strike, it was at least his 6th turn. While thoughts were flashing through his heart, Void Sun's gaze suddenly looked Yao Knight's way. What are you looking at? Void Sun's body suddenly flickered and appeared directly beside Yao Knight. And at this moment, Yao Knight was not humble and even said flatly, "It's nothing. It's just normal to wait here. Besides, we've all seen the strength of Senior Void Sky. You do possess the strength to obtain all of the 7 divine inheritances. I think those below the 5th turn should leave quickly. And since they won't get the inheritance anyway, they shouldn't disgrace themselves here." When Yao Knight's words came out, it caused Void Sky Z to laugh out loud and pat Yao Knight's shoulder several times, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. "You're quite the uptight kid. Let's put it this way. I'll be able to give you an inheritance after we go in." Void Sun laughed brightly. Yao Knight also hurriedly clasped his fists and bowed with a look of gratitude. The rest of them snorted disdainfully and coldly when they saw how the two of them behaved. They didn't know Yao Knight, but to be entangled with Void Sky Z, that was definitely not a good person. And at that moment, the Voider no longer paid any attention to him, but once again returned to the crowd, scrutinizing one awakened after another who had descended over. That being said, this Void Sun really made people feel a bit sick. For every awakened that descended upon him, he would stare at others for a good half a day. But on the contrary, he possesses a cultivation level of more than 6 turns, and others cannot say anything, but only let him stare. Not long after, a few more girls descended in groups of 3 or 5 coming in teams, and the Voider remained dead center. Hey, what are you looking at? What kind of person looks at a girl like this, and openly? Won't you sneak a peek? A girl with slightly thin lips, resembling the appearance of a small housewife, snorted and looked at Void Sun with some disdain. When these words came out, Void Skeezy's face turned red. This behavior of his is actually to see clearly how the strength of each awakened person, but being so many years younger than his own little girl, he is still a little embarrassed. "Grandma, what's wrong with a little look? Isn't that what little pussies are for?" Void Sun, unconvinced, spit, glared at the girls after a glance, then found a position to sit down alone by himself. As the farce on Void Sun's side came to an end, more and more awakened ones gathered here. Yet shortly afterward, they received news that broke everyone's hearts. The 7 gods' inheritance can only be entered by anyone below the 5th turn. Strong people above the 6th turn cannot enter, and if they force their way in, they will incur the backlash of the 7 gods' will. Chapter 75. The Alliance investigators are coming, and you killed the man. As expected, the hard requirement of the 7 god inheritance was such that once the realm surpassed the 6th turn, the above would not be able to enter the inheritance land. So it was said that the competitors this time around were only counted in the ordinary category, and there were no 6th turn bigwigs joining in. Damn it. What kind of fucking rule? I just happened to not be able to get in. TNND. Void Sun cursed in mad anger, then cursed and left this sad place, and yet another portion of the 6th turn powerhouses didn't look too good on their faces after getting this news. At most, they chose to leave after hesitating for a while. After all, the 6th turn was really not getting anything. At this moment, there were only a few 5th rotation powerhouses left in the field, and there were a few 4th rotation powerhouses, but not many, and as time slowly passes, the 7 idols begin to radiate a blinding brilliance that gradually a swirling door slowly opened. As if a portal was about to open, it was also when the crowd was looking at the vortex door with great expectations that several untimely figures suddenly appeared. They were dressed in neatly organized police uniforms, and with their eyes looking around, the crowd finally locked their eyes on Yao Knight. "Yao Knight, how do you explain the fact that we found a meal made of human flesh in the ruins of your villa? In addition, it has been reported that you have violated the basic rules of humanity by massacring humans and eating their flesh. You are committing a crime against humanity and need to be properly treated by a psychiatrist now." Suddenly 5 or 6 policemen suddenly surrounded and pushed straight at Yao Knight. The moment his gaze is a little cold. The so-called receiving treatment from a psychiatrist was simply a joke. I'm afraid that he was trying to arrest himself for ambush. After all, he was now considered irresolute, and possessed the same intense danger as the Red Dragon and the Demon. Shura armor. Merge. In an instant, countless treasures suddenly appeared on Yao Knight's body to surround himself. eventually forming a suit of armor and dashing towards the vortex door. Boom! At this moment, his speed was too fast, so fast that it reached an unbelievable level, and he directly rushed into the door of the vortex and disappeared. Meanwhile these cops are dumbfounded. His speed just now definitely surpassed the normal 5th turn. It's a speed that can only be possessed by the 6th turn realm. It's definitely a heavenly Jedi. And it's reached the catastrophe level. A police officer shouted out loudly, and immediately afterward pushed his own aura and was about to rush towards the door of the vortex, but immediately afterward, he was stared at by a vigilant gaze, and instantly felt that something was not right. The vortex door of the 7 gods' inheritance land can't allow 6th turn powerhouses to go in, or else it will not only damage the inheritance land, but will also allow 6th turn powerhouses to face the pain of having their spirits corrupted. Fat, what's the hurry? Can't you see that he just summoned so many treasures before entering the vortex gate? His speed that fast is definitely relying on treasures to achieve and he didn't burst out the aura of the 6th turn just now. Didn't you feel it? Hearing the words of the female colleague next to him, Constable Offa paused and nodded. Just now the crowd indeed did not feel Yao Knight body burst out of the 6 turns of the aura, but rather summoned many treasures fused into a mech before the speed to reach 6 turns. No! How did he do that move just now? How was he able to manipulate so many treasures? Isn't it only that genius teenager Lin Ku who can do that? Wait a minute, didn't that genius kid die a while ago? Does it have something to do with him? In an instant, the police officers remembered that genius youngster Lin Ku who manipulated treasures to form giant mechs and whose realm was able to reach the 6th turn, although he only possessed a B-rank talent. His amazing talent and that divine means of manipulating treasures made him unforgettable to almost everyone who had seen him, but on the contrary, the current Lin Ku was dead, and was with Yao Knight when he died. Even more coincidentally, the present-day Yao Knight is able to use the same means to fuse many treasures on his body to form armor. Everyone about him being a heavenly awakening is still to be investigated, but this Lin Ku's death really seems to have something to do with him. Now we're calling for police support. It's about a month since the end of the divine inheritance. During this month's time we'll set up our arresting tools outside and catch him as soon as he shows his face. A group of police officers discussed and finalized the arrest plan, and next one awakened person after another entered the door of the vortex, opening the trial of the 7 gods. Meanwhile in the 7 gods trial tower world, Yao Knight woke up in a daze while the scene in front of him caused his pupils to slam shut. Green, infinite green filled the entire world. Underfoot was endless grass, growing unchecked at any given time and seemingly never dying. Welcome to the land of the grass god. You need to kill the enemies that are getting stronger and stronger, and finally get the victory. Chapter 76, Grass God's Ground Meeting with Void Sun, Grass God's Land. Current trial number 512, reaching the end of the Grass God's Land will allow you to advance to the next round of trials. Yao Knight's gaze was cold as he looked at this panel that suddenly appeared, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. It's amazing that there are more than 500 people in this heaven and earth. It seems that everyone who broke through this time is here, but fortunately, the highest of these 500 plus people is only 5 turns, and none of them are my opponent, so in that case, I can sweep them away. Yao Knight shrugged, then summoned his python doppelganger and rode away, speeding towards the ultimate of the Grass God's Land. Meanwhile, in various places in the Grass God's Land, one trespasser after another kept moving towards the ultimate place in the Grass God's Land. At the same time, a wisp of change appeared in the Grass God's ground, only to see a blade of grass on the ground suddenly grow rapidly. When it grows to a height of 5 or 6 meters, it changes into a scarecrow and then attacks the life around it. At this moment, Yao Knight also suffered from this kind of scarecrow attack, but he didn't put it in his eyes. A straw man like this one could be easily killed even if only a first turn treasure was used, and wasn't much of a threat. But as they continued to move forward, the straw men they encountered became stronger and stronger just by speeding towards the ultimate direction of the Grass God's Land, a distance of 30 kilometers. The Grassman realm that appeared had reached the 3rd turn. This caused him to frown slightly, with some bad feeling in his eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Grass God's Land, several awakened ones were working in unison, collaborating to decimate a group of grass people, and kept advancing forward with the intention of obtaining the Grass God's inheritance. Vanmajak, work harder. After we kill this group of strawmen we'll have traveled 70 kilometers. By then everyone will surely be able to obtain the Straw God inheritance. A young man wearing a blue turban said loudly, his eyes full of exhilaration, as if the inheritance of the Grass God was close at hand, and with all their might, Van Majk and his party kept surging forward. But just as they were moving forward in friendship, a void rift suddenly cracked open from the side, followed by the figure of the Void Sun drilling in. The way he appeared like this caused all the Junes to freeze and look at Void Sky Z incredulously. Ha. A bunch of little guys are looking at me a little bad, haha. Void Sun smiled, and at this moment, his aura was surprisingly not that of a 6th turn, but a 5th turn, having a 5th turn breath of the Void Sun in the land of the Grass God like no one's land. Although only a 5th turn breath, But his real strength is 6 turns after waving his hand to exterminate these people, ran extremely fast to the depths of the land of the grass god. The python doppelganger swallowed a straw man in one gulp. While a prompt came from Yao Knight's heart frowny face, devouring grass god essence evolution progress increased to 99.54%. Wait, what does grass god essence mean? Does it mean it's part of the heavenly materials? Yao Knight's gaze flickered. Then he drove the python doppelganger to swallow some grass people again, but realized that the amount he could provide was really a bit small. So he continued to step deeper into the depths. As he went deeper, the realms of the straw man were also rising. From the 1 turn, 2 turns and 3 turns, 4 turns at the beginning to the current 5 turns. And there were even some superhuman realms that were a bit more exorbitant than 5 turns. Reaching the peak of 5 turns, this location is still 50 kilometers away from the very center of the grassland. But now there's even a 5th turn grassman already appeared. Could it be that the final trial of this copy is the 6th turn? Yao Knight, a hint of skepticism appeared in his eyes. If the final trial of the grass god's land was a 6th turned grassman, then the difficulty was a bit on the high side. Thinking of this, Yao Knight hid to the side and prepared to let the others scout first who he was following after. Void Sun's arrogant voice came directly, his entire body transformed into a purple lightning bolt, rushing toward the very center of the grassland at great speed. Yao Knight's pupils contracted fiercely when he saw this familiar Void Sky Z, not because of how powerful the Voider is, or how amazing what he's about to do is, or rather, it was because Yao Knight had spotted a tall giant straw man in the distance, reaching a height of about 100 meters. About the same as a giant beast. Shake gazed at it, only to see that at this moment, the Void Sun, surprisingly, didn't care about that giant strawman, but instead, directly rushed to kill each other. Boom boom boom, the sound of a short battle came from the giant strawman's body was not soft. Instead it was extremely hard. And Void Sun confronted to fight together, and as their war started, many straw men appeared one after another on the grass around them and started to gather together to attack and kill Void Sun. Yao Knight was starting to get a little unbelievable. The power of the grass man was a bit stronger compared to the average behemoth. But the Void Sun wasn't something to be messed with, and was barely able to fight the grass man to a draw. But what killed him was that one after another 5-turn grass man on the ground jumped up and kept harassing Void Sun, causing him to make a series of mistakes. Wah! Void Sun sprayed out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. At this moment, he lost anyway. A purple void door appeared behind him, and immediately after that, he drilled into a meadow. What followed was a feast for the strawmen, countless of them desperately picking at the grass that the void child had burrowed into, constantly digging downwards with the intention of digging out the void child. TSK. 6 turns of a straw man would be a bit difficult. Yao Knight's face was also a bit bitter. A giant beast of the 6th turn, he could still kill it if he thought of a way to do so, but this 6th turn grassman's vitality was extremely strong. And the place that had been cut away by Void Sun just now had already recovered. His body is made up of grass. Endless. It can't be killed. Unless I let the strawman frantically chase after Void Sun, I won't be able to succeed either. Wait. I was able to devour the 5-turn grassman before, so I should be able to do the same with the 6th turn now, right? Yao Knight's eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately afterward, the python doppelganger was summoned and sped away like a giant dragon. A bite was placed on top of the fingers of the 6-turn grassman, biting off a finger with a vicious bite. At this moment, the 6th turn grass god still wanted to resist. That huge fist was about to land on the body of the python's bilocation, and this punch definitely didn't make the python bilocation feel good, only for Yao Yi to personally move, the Jiao Long shadow behind him flickering as he stopped the fist before countering it. Roar! The augur silhouette behind him roared angrily, while the strawman was also shocked for a moment, while the python doppelganger once again bit down on a second finger immediately afterward. Give it to me to eat? Come on, come on, come on. Yao Knight manipulated the python doppelganger to keep devouring it, and amazingly enough, the strawman actually let out a mournful scream, as if his flesh and blood were being taken away. You devour the essence of the grass god and gain a new direction of evolution at Grass Augur, attribute adaptation, manipulation of grass elemental power. Very well, then swallowing this strawman will allow it to evolve, right? Yao Knight's mouth revealed an evil smile, and he was about to continue dealing with the strawman when the void underneath the earth suddenly drilled out. This is my prey. How dare you grab it? Void Sky Z questioned angrily, especially after seeing Yao Knight's face that was more familiar from before. The look of annoyance on his face increased. Ha, in that case, then you guys will fight. Yao Knight sneered and directly retracted his doppelganger. Then he himself frantically retreated until he exited 3 kilometers before stopping to watch the battle between Void Zephyr and Grassman. This strawman has the power of infinite possession, but the palm that was swallowed by his own doppelganger has not recovered. That meant that it could recover from everyone else's attacks, but not from its own attacks on the strawman. Instead of choosing to curry favor with himself or join forces with himself, Void Sky Z wanted to monopolize the strawman. A choice that could be said to be extremely wrong, and at this moment over there under the void sun and the grassman rounds of fighting, once again unbeaten, and so again drilled into the underground. Boom boom boom, the huge fist swung like a meteorite falling to the ground, and even void sun, who was hiding underground, was extremely uncomfortable, enduring a torment like an earthquake. At this moment, Void Sky Z was hiding underground. It was neither right to go out nor wrong to not go. Once you go out you will have to face the crazy attack of the grass people, but hiding underground, sooner or later, you will be shaken to death by this strong seismic fluctuations. What should I do? Should I ask that guy for help? But his realm is even lower than mine. The Void Sun roared madly, but in the end, he couldn't endure the attack of the straw man. So he directly drilled out and said loudly, a friend will join forces together to deal with this guy, and the grass god inheritance is yours. The Void Sun had just shouted out the grass god before his fist blasted down, directly hitting him, and the bones in his body clattered. Unfortunately, Yao Knight's face was calm, and he didn't even have the slightest intention of wanting to help. Asshole, come over here and help. Don't just stand there. Void Sun forehead a lot of cold sweat left. Even the corner of the mouth are seeping out a trace of blood. He wanted to fight to get rid of the grassman, but the surrounding 5 turns of the grassman countless entangled him simply cannot get out of the way. He was not able to get out of the way, even the means to burrow into the ground again was out of the question. Asshole, come help. Void Sun was furious, but the object of his anger wasn't the straw man who was frantically whacking himself. It was Yao Knight, who was standing in the distance and unwilling to help. Humans are so strange. They hate at such odd points. Help? Yes, I do have to help. Yao Knight sneered. Chapter 77 The Void. There's really nothing I can do in this instant. Yao Knight's figure sped away like a bird in flight, yet his target was surprisingly not the huge body of the straw man, but rather the Void Sky Z, who was being madly beaten up. Holy shit, finally. Hey, wait. Void Sun's eyes were filled with horror, but he was too late when he wanted to react. Yao Knight's hand suddenly flashed with countless precious lights, and in an instant, he buckled the Void Sun to the ground. All of these were handcuff-like treasures, and at this moment, dozens of handcuff treasures were launched one after another to clasp Void Sun and press him to the ground. Seeing such a scene, the giant straw man, who had already planned to win the battle, froze. His not-so-intelligent brain reacted after a few seconds had passed. He finally figured it out, and then swung up his fist and ruthlessly slammed it onto the imprisoned Void Sun. Boom! This punch, like the sky collapsing, it's like a meteorite from the M78 nebula, has traveled hundreds of millions of light years and finally landed on the blue planet. As he landed, the heavens and earth collapsed, for the avenue was also collapsing, and the final target landed fiercely on the body of the Void Sun, directly coaxing the lower half of his body into crumbs. Void Sun instantly fainted from the pain, and the intense pain would cause one to fall into a brief fainting spell, and at the same time, Yao Knight calmly glanced around. Immediately after that, he summoned a python doppelganger to entangle with the grassman, the main body and the doppelganger striking out together, and the strong sense of oppression caused the grassman to retreat back and forth. Its main body is like a vicious giant scaly scow that keeps striking out all around, and although it doesn't devour itself, the damage it brings each time is abhorrent to the strawman. Van Yao Knight's bilocation was like locusts with marrow in their bones, always sucking up their own energy. The parts that were swallowed up never seemed to come back, and he lost that part of his body permanently. Time was slowly passing. This huge grassman did not roar in anger, but his anger had reached its extreme. His entire body had already appeared 7 or 8 holes of different sizes. All of these were parts that had been devoured by the python's doppelganger. Time was slowly flowing by. As Yao Knights continued to persist under the offense, the huge strawman was finally unable to support himself, and 2 huge holes in his knee position caused his body to collapse and it fell to the ground with a bang. Well, the next thing you know, it's officially time to eat. Eat! Yao Knight maneuvered his doppelganger and began to continuously tear and devour the giant grassman's body. Bite after bite of grass went down, but they didn't taste like grass, but rather resembled a caterpillar-like sensation. Yao Knight, after a pause to look around, and after realizing that there should be no 5th turn powerhouses that would have the ability to come here right now, he shifted his gaze to Void Sky Z, who had already fainted. This person, Void Sun, had the realm of the 6th revolutions, and had not died directly after his lower body was crushed, still maintaining his life. Well, the billet needs to eat, and naturally I need to. Walking forward, he lifted the Voider's shirt. Yao Knight calmly cut into his body and kept striking out while he was still in the unconscious time period. Cut the rows of ribs off and hold them in the palm of your hand for a closer look. Even the ribs of a 6th turn powerhouse were quite a bit thicker than those of an ordinary person, and such ribs were not much worse than a steak if cooked with care. After a pause, he took out a pot from his spatial bracelet, followed by dozens of seasonings, stirring them into each other, and after cutting these ribs into segments, the seasoning was smeared well and subsequently thrown into the pot. using the treasure to conjure up the power of some water elements to form a large amount of drinking water poured into the pot and began to simmer. The lower part of the voider's body was no longer edible. Only the upper part, liver and such, were stacked separately by Yao Knight. Heart, lungs and liver in one place. He only liked these three parts, so he was ready to cut them later, and now he needs to take care of the head of the Void Sun. The top layer of skin was scraped clean to reveal a head that was as bald as a bald head, and then pried open with a sharp tool to guide the brain inside right out. Then it's time for deep frying. At this moment, if the red dragon and the demon were to see this scene, they would definitely be astonished. Because this kind of cooking and the self-congratulatory mindset in which the food is cooked is something that only demons are occasionally capable of. And Yao Knight was able to manage to dispose of the corpse of a sixth revolutionary powerhouse with such competence and familiarity on only his third cooking session, which definitely managed to impress them, but Yao Knight didn't care about that. He only had ingredients in his eyes. On the left, Yao Knight was happily cooking food, while on the right, a python over 60 meters long was frantically devouring a grassman, and at the top of his head, the scaly dragon silhouette was coiled here, continuously devouring the strands of gas emanating from Yao Knight's body. His body kept getting bigger and bigger, as if he was going to go scaly and turn into a dragon. I don't know how long it's been, all the ingredients are ready. The brain has been fried, because it's supposed to be a relatively clean part of the body. So only the skin layer is fried and browned, while the interior retains the tenderness of the brain. As for the ribs, they were already cooked, giving off a tantalizing aroma and mixing with the corn like a regular pork chop. As for the liver and lungs and the heart, they were sliced and stir-fried in a wok with plenty of chili peppers and scallions. The popped underwater is extremely flavorful and comes with a pop of spice. Yao Knight gorged himself, his mouth dripping with oil. At the same time, the scaly dragon shadow behind him became more and more massive, and as he fed, the scaly dragon shadow kept devouring the breath that emerged from his forehead. It went from obscuring the light at the beginning to obscuring the sky in general, and at the same time, the bilocation side had swallowed almost as much, and it was estimated that there were still 5 or 6 minutes left to complete this devouring. And in the outside world of the land of the 7 divine inheritances, Void Sun walked out of the void space with a face full of misery, and just as soon as he appeared, he sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, his face terrified to the extreme. What the hell did he do? He actually ate me. The voider gasped heavily, kept stroking his body with both hands, and after feeling relieved that there were no parts missing from his body, he looked at the statue of the 7 gods with fear in his heart. Mustn't go in again. If once inside he eats my essence, then, just then, Void Kongzi realized that this outside world seemed to be different. Only hundreds of Alliance police officers gathered around the place and walked over after seeing Voider. You're called Void Sun, aren't you? It's a wanted criminal in our alliance, but I can give you a chance to escape. Chapter 78, Barrier Breaker. Congratulations. Click click click. What are the chances? Voider looked at the group of police officers warily. In his impression, the Alliance police were never good people. One could even say that they were bad people. Cooperate with us in entering the land of the 7 gods to arrest the man-eating Eastern Dragon, and we may be able to absolve you of the theft you once committed. The man-eating Eastern Dragon. The pupils of Void Sun, who heard these words, dilated and took 2 steps backward, waving his hands in succession. A bunch of fools. How dare they hit on that kind of character? I'm definitely not going to go. If I want to send you to your deaths, you're the ones to go. The Void Sky Sun who said these words was directly anxious, and his entire body retreated backwards, then left this place. This behavior of his made the Alliance police officers very strange. The Eastern Dragon was only eating people, and did not eat him, so why did he show such a mannerism? It really puzzled them. Alright everyone, this mission is not to capture the Voider, but to arrest this Oriental Dragon, which has not yet grown up, so as not to cause any more casualties. Then let's cooperate and put the inheritance conditions of the 7 gods' inheritance higher, so that even a 6th turn powerhouse can enter to catch the Eastern Dragon in this chaotic environment. This would be a great achievement, benefiting all of us in the Alliance. The police officer in charge made a high-profile announcement, whereupon a large number of Alliance police officers began to go out, laying trap after trap in the vicinity of the 7 god inheritance. At the same time, they wanted to find a way to raise the entry conditions of the 7 god inheritance land, so that even a 6th turn powerhouse would be strong enough to enter. At the same time, in the middle of the grass god's land, the python split had already devoured all of the grass god's bodies, and at the same time, hints also came from the system side, frowny face devouring the old body of the god of grass. You have reached the conditions for evolution. Please choose the direction of evolution. Thunder Augur, attribute adaptation. The other side's wildest hope, other side's desire. Creatures below your level will give their souls according to your heart's desire. Grass Augur, attribute adaptation. Manipulation of grass elemental power. 7 colored augur, 7 attributes adapted. Gaining comprehensive yuan power. Choose the other side of the trickster augur. Leave it to you to choose the ghost scale on the other side and start the evolution. In an instant the python doppelganger returned to his body, and meanwhile Yao Knight wiped his mouth and took a step after cleaning up the debris on the ground. Heading deeper into the grassland, however. Not even 2 steps yet. We heard the voice of the inheritance place ringing out. You have completed the trial of the god of grass, and you are now invited to enter the next stage. In an instant, the scenery in front of Yao Knight's eyes changed. And then he was surprised to find himself on top of a small boat, and underneath the boat is an ocean that doesn't end at a glance. Welcome to the Water God's Trial. Current trial number 1. Interesting. I didn't realize the second trial was the Water God. But I'm the only one in this place right now. A contemplative look flashed in his eyes as he looked at the unending ocean. A glint of eye-catching luster flashed in his eyes. Yao Knight's finger touched the surface of the water. And then some green color was nudged into the water by it. The green color was both. But he did not draw back his fingers and kept his hand in the water, letting the flash of green expand, spreading from around his boat to the entire ocean. As time passed, the patch of green grew larger and larger, spreading from the first 100 or 200 meters to 500 meters and eventually flowing in all directions of the sea, just calmly waiting, when all the water around his body turned a turquoise color. Then his eyes remained ancient, as if he was doing something insignificant. Enough, now the whole ocean is my toxin. Trespasser, congratulations on completing the Water God's Trial. You are now invited to enter the click 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 click. Suddenly this voice in the place of inheritance seemed to be stuck, like a middle-aged man in a stuck group of voices in general constantly coughing up. Yet only 3 seconds later the incredible sound rang out. Frowny-faced Trespasser, congratulations on completing Thor's trial. Trespasser, congratulations on completing the trial of the Earth God. Trespasser, congratulations on completing the Vulcan's trial. Intruder. Chapter 79, Madness of Slaughter. The target of all. Trespasser, congratulations on completing the final trial. In 10 minutes you will enter the 7 gods' ultimate land. The voice of the land of inheritance resounded in his head. Yao Knight nodded as he rubbed his chin. His projection was correct. Allowing the fierce poison to enter this ocean would indirectly poison all the trial monsters in the entire inheritance land, and in a clear sense, all these monsters were killed by themselves. So they said they completed the trial. At this moment, he looked at the scaly dragon totem on his back, and currently there should be 3 more days before the evolution was complete and he could advance to the 6th turn stage and become a true 6th turn awakened person. Forget it. Let's first see what the ultimate place of the 7 god inheritance looks like. I don't know if there will be anything I want. Yao Knight waited silently while the other gatecrashers didn't seem to know that someone had already completely cleared the land of the 7 gods, still struggling through the trials of the straw god, constantly slaying one straw man after another. After 10 minutes had passed, a white light flashed in front of Yao Knight's eyes. At this moment, he suddenly appeared in an underground cave, and the whole cavern had a bright firelight, and the irradiation appeared to be no different from that of the day. At the same time there is a giant alchemy furnace present in the center of this large cavern. The huge furnace looked like it was from the ancient times, and it seemed that the fire within it had been searing the contents of the Dan furnace. Looking strangely incomparable, Yao Knight walked up to take a closer look. Just see the bottom of the Dan furnace out of thin air, out of the blue color flame scorching the furnace, emitting a hot temperature, so that people do not dare to approach. And at the same time, the interior of the furnace seems to be sizzling with something that resembles a baby and looks like an elixir, but it's not very big. Just the size of a fist. What is this? Longevity pill. Eat this pill and you will gain a permanent lifespan. A vast voice suddenly rang out, and not far away came a clear woman's figure, who looked at Yao Knight thoughtfully, a hint of surprise hidden in her eyes. It seems that you've completed all the 7 god trials, so the right to this longevity pill belongs to you. But I have to tell you, you can face a great challenge next. But if you're not interested, I can also give you a few legacies of the 7 gods and let you leave it at that. The woman said faintly, no need. I care more about this magical elixir than the 7 gods' inheritance. Yao Knight smiled. Well, since you're so serious, I'll tell you, and what you need to do next. During the ancient times, many gods appeared. Grass gods, wood gods, blood gods, souls, gods of all sorts. The list is endless, and the 7 gods are the ones that are higher up in this group of deities. Originally, the 7 of them could have enjoyed all the glory and wealth and left their legacy tens of thousands of years later. But they didn't do that. It's only because the grass god obtained a magical Dan formula while he was out on a certain occasion, and that formula is called the longevity Dan. As long as one swallows this elixir, even deities can gain a long life without worrying about falling. And it's not even impossible if one can get this elixir and live from the ancient years to the present. But naturally the result was that they failed. But before they failed they refined this longevity pill 8 or 9 times, but stopped at the last step. The refining of the longevity pill requires the blood of countless people. And the keynote in the final refining of the word is the need for some blood from the future. But how is it possible to obtain this blood? Blood from the future, it's impossible to think about, isn't it? After a pause, the woman spoke again, but the 7 gods have come up with a way to keep the furnace running, even though they've had the everlasting Dan for no reason. Until now, that be why the time the descendants use the blood of others to pour into the everlasting pill. It's also the same as pouring the blood of the future into it. So that means you get it? After hearing these words, Yao Knight frowned slightly, then smiled faintly. How could this kind of heaven-defying elixir be refined? You're not making fun of me, are you? Make fun of? Why would I make fun of you? I prefer my own perfection, brother. You don't know who I am, do you? The woman laughed softly, and then directly drilled into the Dan furnace, merging into the still unformed everlasting Dan. At this moment, Yao Knight finally couldn't hold back a bit. I didn't realize that the furnace kept running, but it led to the birth of some special creature in the half-finished everlasting Dan within it. And this woman was considered the Dan spirit of the everlasting Dan, right? Alright, little one. I'm going to teach you how to maneuver through the entire inheritance land now, and next you can start your performance and practicing words. Whether you can get my body or not depends on your next performance. A green light shot out from within the Dan furnace and shone above Yao Knight's brow, and at the same time, the methods of entering and exiting each of the inheritance lands immediately appeared in his mind. He could even personally arrest any of the contestants who were breaking in if he wanted to. Want me to capture the other contestants, and then pour their blood on you? And looking at it that way, am I not your tool, man? What? You don't want to? The everlasting Dan's voice rang out. Oh, yes, very much so. And I hope you'll be able to say the same when I devour you. Yao Knight sneered, then let go of his thoughts and began to manipulate the entire land of the 7 gods. His eyes flickered as he searched continuously throughout the land of the 7 gods, finally fixing his gaze on the land of the grass god. The toxicity of the water god's land had all been recovered by him, but no one had yet succeeded in breaking through the barrier to enter the water god's land. And everyone was currently in the middle of the grass god's land. The first eyes were fixed on the 2 wonderful women. These 2 girls were being pursued by 2 fifth-turn grassmen, looking extremely wretched, and many parts of their bodies had been scratched by the grass, oozing out a large amount of blood. It looked like it was already dying, and if Yao Knight didn't make a move, the 2 of them would definitely die here. Boom! There was a flash of dark light on the grass, and Yao Knight instantly appeared, then smashed the 2 grass figures with a slap. The 2 young girls were startled and hurriedly turned their heads to look. Thank you for saving us. Thank you. One of the young girls' eyes looked like they were about to cry out, their eyes filled with gratitude. The other one had to be wary of the many eyes that looked at Yao Knight with mischief, fearing that he would suddenly strike. Ha! Yao Knight laughed lightly, then manipulated the control of the land of the 7 gods and opened a rift entrance. You are thankful too soon. After saying that, he directly stuffed the 2 young girls. In the middle of an underground lava cave, the 2 young girls had already been scared out of their wits. The sudden change in the environment made their hearts and minds shake wildly, and their eyes looked at Yao Knight in front of them in horror. What are you going to do? I'm warning you, we're a pair of absolute prides. If you kill us, our Wang family won't spare you. The young girl warned in horror, but it seemed too late. Yao Knight's eyes were calm to the extreme as he severed the head of one of the young girls, then directly splashed the blood into the Dan furnace. Just die. So much nonsense before you die makes people think you don't have the guts. With a cold smile, he once again made a move to grab the other young girl, and after similarly severing the head, he squeezed the blood into the Dan furnace. In an instant, the flames within the entire Dan furnace burned violently. The eternal life pill within it manifested more and more clearly, and it seemed that it wouldn't take long for it to be completely refined. Sure enough, it's blood from the future. This really works. Go, 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 go. Just need to kill 500 more people. Inside the alchemy furnace, the hissing of the everlasting Dan continued. Asa Dan spirit, he seemed to be extremely keen on the matter of killing. This guy, Yao Knight, at most, he only sneered a few times and didn't have any comments. Instead, he frantically walked back and forth between the grass god's land and the lava land, constantly carrying one awakened after another into the lava land, and subsequently squeezing their blood into the Dan furnace. Gradually the refining progress of the everlasting Dan was changing, from the size of a baby at the beginning to the size of a fist, and finally to the size of a badminton ball. Even by now it had completely become the size of a ping pong ball, and it was already close to being completely refined. Come on, 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 come on. Hurry up and refine me completely. Once I become a complete body and you eat me, then it will give you an endless lifespan. Don't you have an ounce of urgency in your heart? Don't you ever want me? Snow leopard, shut up. Yao Knight slapped the Dan furnace hard, then looked at the image of the grass god's land. In a 5-hour long period, He had killed nearly 400 people. The disappearance of the people of the grass god's land has caused many people to be wary. And now some of the awakened people of the grass god's power have even begun to embrace the group. And the largest group has 20 people. I've already caused these guys to panic. If I want to continue hunting, it's more laborious. Yao Knight's brow was wrinkled like a twist, but he couldn't help but look at his means with some sighs in his eyes that he had killed people in his last life. And before that, but never had he been as crazy as he was now. In just 4 hours, he killed over 400 people. These are perfect ingredients. Each one offers a spicy fried liver, and a steamed brain, but now, such wonderful ingredients were all killed by themselves and thrown into the Dan furnace, becoming the nutrients for the eternal life. Dan, bastard, if you don't have the power that can make people live forever, I'm going to flay you and rub you to ashes. Yao Knight said viciously through clenched teeth, then disappeared once more. Phoebe, the time he reappeared, he had captured 5 or 6 more awakenings back in the lava caves, accompanied by a miserable scream. The everlasting Dan's appearance became more and more solid, gradually turning into the size of a thumb, and at the same time, the outside of the land of the 7 gods was already in complete chaos. Come on people, why have all of my Wang family's children lost their life tags? Didn't they go to break through the barrier? Is this inheritance place really so dangerous? Why did they all die? I need you all to give me an explanation. One could only see an old man with white hair, his body erupting with a shocking aura roaring out in anger. The amazing aura of up to 7 revolutions erupted, causing everyone present to avoid retreating for it. Everyone in the room was looking at each other, but they were already talking privately. What the hell is going on? Why did my buddy lose his life as well? Is this land of the 7 gods really so dangerous? No way. Hurry up and let the Alliance's people go in and take a look. If everyone dies, then this inheritance land is too dangerous. Only to see the Alliance police below constantly discussing and finally settling on the goal to forcefully open the land of the 7 gods to see why. And as the family elders of some clans continued to descend, the number of 6th-turn powerhouses present was up to more than 20. Are you Alliance detectives done discussing or not? Let's hurry up and open the land of the 7 gods to stabilize the inheritance land. Then we'll go in and search. If a son or daughter of our family really died because of the dangers of the inheritance, then we didn't have much to say about it. But if you die because of someone else, don't blame us, the lineages, for being unreasonable, an old lady said impatiently, because his daughter had also entered the land of the 7 gods, and at the moment she was extremely alarmed. Chapter 80, The Ancient Dandao Contract in the Lava Land. Yao Knight once again captured a few awakened to this place and dropped them into the Dan furnace, refining them once again. God damn it. My spirit's aura has disappeared too. An old man outside the inheritance land was completely taught. Linger was his favorite junior. Now that the fate plate was shattered and the breath had disappeared, that would completely represent that one of his own favorite juniors had been buried in the land of the 7 gods. How could he not be in a hurry? Hurry up and form a formation. Hurry up and open the land of the 7 gods. We have to go in and find out what happened. My granddaughter died in the land of the 7 gods. The old man went crazy, and soon after, the land of the 7 gods opened a gap. Hundreds of awakened people fish in. Among them, there are more than 20 people of the 6th turn of the Supreme Masters. This lineup cannot be said to be not strong. Meanwhile, on Yao Knight's side, although he hadn't completely refined the longevity pill yet, the evolution of the bilocation had already been completed. Congratulations on completing your evolution. Please choose your next evolutionary direction. Sun Augur, with strong yang energy. I am the sun. Yin Yue Jiao, a mysterious man under the moonlight. A giant-like body in the endless gloom. TNZ Jiao, under the sky. There is no place other than the king's land? Is there any need to choose? I'm choosing Tenchi Jiao. You have determined the direction of your evolution. Please check your panel. Name, Yao Knight. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Class, SSS, Tianjua Role, Augur, Tianjua Realm, Catastrophe Level, Realm, 6 turns. First stage, Physique, 131-1111, Spirit, 184,266, Skills, Poison, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, 9 Killings of Evil, Exclusive to Human Form, Wild Hope on the other side, Bilocation, the Ghost Scale on the other side, Strength, Evil Jiao+++, Evolutionary Direction, Thunder Jiao, Gui Jiao to be selected, Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level, Skills, Poison, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Wild Hope on the other side. Is this the 6th turn? I can constantly perceive Yuan power rushing through my body, but it seems that this is not the limit, taking up just a small part of the body. Yao Knight took a long breath, then checked all of his current skills. Frowny Face Infinite Dragon Ancestor, in human form. You can make a doppelganger become a seal form to augment yourself, increasing your strength tenfold. In bilocation form, it can infinitely devour and strengthen itself, and at the same time, Strengthen the main body, divine craftsmanship, unlimited mental power, can divide countless minds. Treasure-making talent increased, body of fierce poison, the stronger you are, the more toxic you are. Attacks in human form will poison the opponent. In split form, he has fangs, wind and thunder. Divine velocity, human form bursts can increase speed by 50%, increase burst speed by 60% in split form. Golden armor, use in human form causes golden scales to appear on the body, increasing defense significantly. A split form defense greatly increased. Corrupted light, in human form, you can cast corrupted light, which erases all light within a 30-meter radius. In split form, it can blend in with the environment of the surrounding light. Earth dragon, in human form, can cause earthquakes to occur within a 50-meter radius, with the number of earthquakes proportional to its strength. Can blend into the ground. In split form, combination skill, can awaken the earth dragon stance. Earth dragon stance, upon touching the earth, coalesce the earth into an earth dragon and manipulate it. Evil Ghost 9 kills exclusive to human form plus unique skill plus certain hit, sends out the evil ghost's claws at the target 9 times, doubling the power of each send. Other side's desire, creatures below your level will give their souls according to your heart's desire. Once a million level of power explodes 10 times. That's 10 million. Yao Knight's eyes were filled with ambition. 10 million attributes, coupled with his identity as a heavenly awakener, then one would be an invincible existence amongst the 6th revolutions, and even the 7th revolutions could be touched strongly. Now all that's missing is this longevity pill. Once I obtain a long lifespan, I won't have to worry about longevity, and will be able to keep enjoying the soothing sensation brought about by this incomparable power. A hint of madness flashed in Yao Knight's eyes before he threw all the few people around him into the alchemy furnace. However, right at this moment, the everlasting Dan inside the Dan furnace suddenly screamed, "No! No! 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 So many people have entered the land of the 7 gods. I can't control the rules of the land of the 7 gods anymore. Quickly take me and escape." Alchemy furnace within the everlasting Dan suddenly hissed. Yao Knight ignored him after it is directly changed into the appearance of the woman before. Began to tear crazy shout. "What the hell are you doing? Those people are going to kill their way in here soon. Countless 6th revolutions, countless 5th revolutions, what will we do then? Especially you, the murderer. They're definitely going to tear you to pieces. It's hard for me to escape death too." The woman transformed by the longevity Dan even wailed. Her eyes became bloodshot and she kept roaring. However, Yao Knight's eyes remained calm and even terrifyingly calm. "Say, what the hell are you, Dan? Tell me the truth and maybe I'll get you out of here, but the prerequisite is that you and I need to establish an ancient Dan Dao contract." Boom! Hearing this, the woman transformed by the longevity Dan, her face instantly became pale, and she even fell to the ground, her fingers trembling and pointing at Yao Knight. You, why would you know that? How could you tell? It's impossible, it's just not possible. Oh, why can't you see that? How could the 7 gods of the ancient world have left an elixir like yours behind to be placed here? That in itself is something very suspicious. I'm sure they'd rather just swallow you up than leave you here to be passed on to future generations. So from what I've seen, the 7 gods only left behind the 7 god legacies, and you were left behind by someone else. That person may be the light god, the dark god, or other gods, but definitely not the 7 gods. Look at you trembling. Quickly sign the ancient Dan Dao contract with me, or else I'll leave you here and let those people tear you apart. Why? How do you see that? Why do I have to get out of here? I am the ancient emperor's favorite woman. Why should I sign a contract with you? The ancient emperor will save me. I am the ultimate winner. The entire woman in green went a little crazy. However, Yao Knight calmly walked over and slapped her hard on the face. Pop! With a slap, the woman's entire being calmed down quite a bit, and then fell to her knees on the ground, disoriented. I've read from the ancient books that the ancient Dan Dao packs only have a chance of success if the Dan pills take the initiative to sign with a person. So don't waste your breath. Make a pact with me. I'll protect you out of here, otherwise you, the guy who swallowed the blood of countless people, will definitely end up in a bad place. You, the green-clothed woman's tone of voice weakened, and finally a long breath. I am willing to make a contract with you, and from now on you will be my master. Pop! A drop of blood emerged from the woman in green's forehead, then flew into Yao Knight's forehead. Subsequently, a special bond of some kind was established between the two. I have succeeded in my contract with you. Take me out of here. Just kill another 40 or so people to allow me to complete my final refinement. The green-clothed woman, due to the success of the contract, at this moment, although her face was ugly, her tone was no longer pleading and became salty. What's the rush? Let me feel the double 6 turns first, before I say what kind of divine power it is. Yao Knight said with a cruel cold smile at the corner of his mouth. "Ah, what do you mean? This is the best time to escape. Do you want to engage them? They have many 6th turn powerhouses. You're no match at all. Trust me." The woman in green once again became anxious. That salty tone became anxious. She didn't want to watch Yao Knight fight those people. Humph. Womanizer. Yao Knight didn't pay any more attention to the green-clothed woman, but instead stood at the entrance of the lava cavern and silently waited for the many sixth-turn awakenings that had descended since all the levels of the Seven Gods' inheritance land had been broken through by Shaky alone at this time. So that these sixth-turn powerhouses find the right direction, and afterward without much effort have already traced over. Even the location of the lava cave entrance has already entered into the line of sight. Hey, that kid over there, how did you show up here? A sixth rotation powerhouse with white hair questioned. Ha, of course it's a walkover. Yao Knight let out a maniacal laugh, followed by a violent movement of the auger dragon's shadow behind him, which directly swept past this old man, instantly causing him to freeze in place. Instant kill. At the moment of the old man's death, Yao Knight directly reached out and used Yuan power to suck the old man's body over and put it into his spatial bracelet. It's fascinating to be powerful. I'm a little reluctant to follow the rules of your country. Chapter 81, Fighting 3,000 Emperors with One Hand. Pushing 13 continents with 2 palms. Sizzling hot underground, flames and firelight shot out from the cave, and Yao Knight's face was clearly reflected on it. He just waited calmly and silently at the mouth of the cave as one awakened person after another descended. Black clouds are pressing down on the city, and the city wants to be destroyed. Gradually an awakened appeared at the entrance of the cave, with some uncertainty in their eyes looking at Yao Knight, who was blocking their dot, a little afraid to come forward, since the ones who came over at this time were all at the 5th turn level. They couldn't feel Yao Knight's bottom, and didn't directly go up to argue, but waited up there. What? Afraid to come over? Or are you afraid of death? Yao Knight rubbed his palms together and smiled. Hearing this, some awakened were not happy. They were able to stand here, so that meant that even though their strength might not be strong in the 5th turn level, the family lineage where they were from was definitely prominent. Otherwise it would be impossible for them to have the qualifications to appear in the Seven Gods' inheritance land. Who the hell are you? Why are you here? A tall man said, flashing the muscles in his own arms as he said this in passing. Put. Yao Knight waved his hand, then closed it. The man's head fell off with a sound, while Yao Knight collected his body back and put it into the space bracelet. At this moment the whole room fell silent. No one dared to believe that this man in front of them dared to slaughter his compatriots in front of so many of them. The even kills without even blinking an eye, collecting the bodies of the victims and going back not knowing what to do with them. No one dared to open their mouths to stop anymore. Everyone backed up in unison, not wanting to provoke this bogeyman, but just as they were backing up, the group of 6th turn awakened arrived. They, the 6th revolution's powerhouses, naturally had to go through all the locations of the land of the 7 gods before finally arriving here. So it was said that they were slightly late. At this moment, among the 6 turns awakened, an old man looked at the blood on the ground, and his face immediately turned gloomy. Were you the one who just killed someone? So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Do you want revenge? Yao Knight laughed lightly. Of course I want to take revenge today. You killed my granddaughter. The white-bearded old man crazily cried out. Immediately after that, his breath around him skyrocketed. The white hair on his body fluttered along with a strand. At the same time, his eyes shot out a purplish red light, and his 6-turn aura shook out, even crazier than the average giant beast, like a brute bull without any reasoning. Boom! The old man's aura exploded. At this moment he lost his mind and completely liberated himself. And it was at this moment that a savage bull silhouette unexpectedly appeared behind the old man. I have lived for so many years. In fact, it is for the sake of my granddaughter. When my granddaughter grows up, then I will also step into the Yellow Springs. The sky felt this secret, which originally I was going to save for a long time before anyone realized it, but now that my beloved Tinger is dead, there's no need to hide. Today it's either you die or I die. The old man roared madly. The savage bull silhouette behind him became more and more solidified, rushing towards Yao Knight in a posture that no one could see. However, at this time the swaying face did not have the slightest change. He just calmly looked at the brute bull rushed over, and even condensed some water elements in the void to send to live in the mouth. A heavenly conscious person. Is that a very impressive status? I don't think so. Suddenly the aura on Yao Knight's body changed violently, becoming a majestic giant auger from the nothingness it was at the beginning. Behind him, a majestic scaly dragon silhouette appeared. Its mighty body slowly floated up. Its huge dragon eyes didn't even look at the savage bull. It just drew over a tail. Boom! The brute ox was jerked away, and at the same time froze in place, as well as the old man. How can? His aged face was filled with doubt and shock, simply unable to believe what was happening. The secret of being a heavenly awakening had never been mentioned to others, and he treated the identity of the heavenly awakening as his greatest enemy card, and because of this identity the officials had approached him many times. But since the conditions for his heavenly consciousness identity to become stronger didn't require killing, the officials didn't give him too much of a hard time. and even vigorously financed him so that his normal realm had also reached the 6th turn, but I didn't expect that the manhwa system, which I was proud of in front of me, couldn't defeat the man in front of me, and even easily sent my own manhwa identity flying. There's a limit to how much you can gawk, the enemy's right in front of you, but you're frozen in place by the fact that you're easily defeated. There really isn't an ounce of battle sense. How did you reach the 6th turn? Yao Knight's devilish words resounded in his ears immediately after the old man's head fell off, and then the whole person was loaded into his space bracelet. What the hell did you do? Old Mr. Whitehead is a famous and powerful man in our country. What the hell do you want? Some people questioned hysterically, others hugged and cried, but still none of them came forward to seek justice for the white-headed man. Whoa, old Mr. Bai, you were killed by evil people today. We must avenge your death and avenge your shame. Yao Knight, right, you're surrounded by us today and you're doomed. It's definitely hard for you to escape death, and you'll have to pay for your behavior. Waiting for a slap on the wrist. Yao Knight, how much more time can you be rampant? Now that the 7th turn powerhouses are also on their way, do you think you can fight the group alone? People hysterically questioned. A pair of reddened eyes looked at Yao Knight, and in this moment, he seemed to have become a target, and perdition was his fate, destruction his destiny. There is no reason not to die after committing such a monstrous mistake. Just, Yao Knight smiled faintly, then his body's aura exploded violently. The awakened one turned 6, yet that's not all. Only to see an inexplicable aura emerge from his body once again, and this aura was likewise of the 6th turn. 6 turns of the heavenly consciousness, double route 6 turns. In this instant, a strong aura of a powerful person came over him, and the oppressive feeling brought about by the double 6 revolutions was like a meteorite descending. It's like a meteorite that flew in from the far reaches of space in ancient times. He crashed through anything that stood in his way along the way, through planets, through space, through time. It just appeared in front of the crowd in an unbelievable manner, bringing with it nothing but deep horror and fear. In this moment, the whole room fell silent. All the insults and rants and angry growls that were going on before have stopped. Everyone looked at the not-so-tall figure in the mouth of the lava cave with an unbelievable look, and actually had the intention of retreating. Toughness wasn't synonymous with Yao Knight's. Supremacy was. Ha. Yao Knight didn't say anything and just laughed maniacally. After a long time, he raised his right hand and spoke with a supreme gesture, swallowing mistakes, swallowing people, swallowing the sky, killing lives and souls and also hearts. The 7 gods' cave is a feast of human flesh, and a sword is chased by a shadowy soul. After saying that, he pointed his finger forward, then suddenly swung out a sword. This sword carries an unrelenting momentum. He seems to come from the ancient times. Feign some small, unknown town. A teenager with a wooden stick gently swings a sword. This sword chopped from the past to the future, from the weak to the strong, from ignorance to vicissitudes. Boom! When a sword comes out, heaven and earth are silent. No one knows how he swings his sword or how this man is able to strike with his empty hand, but he did it anyway. It's like being in the barren fields of the African earth. Teenager takes a broken windmill as well as batteries to make the first solar energy in an African tribe. At this moment, everyone was flying in blood and flesh, and the screams were endless. Yao Knight laughed lightly and absorbed all of the relatively intact corpses, loading them into the spatial bracelet. Now he had no opponent at all in the 6th turn unless a 7th turn powerhouse descended, and it had to be 3 7th turned or more to have the possibility of surrounding him. Even if it was an ordinary 7th turn, it was nothing more than dirt in his eyes, and he was simply fearless. One corpse after another was sucked into the spatial bracelet, and shaking screens sucked in a breath, then came to the Dan furnace of the eternal life pill and threw many corpses into it. What the hell did you do? How did you do it? So many 6th rotation powerhouses were killed. What exactly did you do? The woman in green asked with a pale face. She might have had some illusions about escaping Yao Knight's before, but now with Yao Knight's high-profile strike, this fantasy shattered, and she couldn't even muster the slightest thought of wanting to escape at the moment. What? Disabused of the idea of escaping from me? Is that why your face is so white? The potion has been completely refined. Tell me, what exactly do you do? If you can't tell me why, I'll make you a piece of powder flowing in the land of the 7 gods. Yao Knight. The words as the devil whispered generally resounded in the ears. The woman in green really cannot tense up. He at this moment has completely no longer want to escape the mind. But the ordinary doctor kneeling on the ground with an extremely ugly face said, I really don't have a clue what to do. I'm just a stump. I'm really just a stump. I can't. Me. Pop. Yao Knight suddenly slapped the woman in the face, loud and crisp. If you're going to talk, talk properly. Play this ellipsis with an exclamation for me again and I'll set you back. Do you hear me? Listen up. Give me a detailed account of why you became a Danmaku and what you became a Danmaku for, otherwise you can go to hell right now. There's no point in even pawning this elixir for you. When these words came out, the green-clothed woman's body trembled and she hurriedly opened her mouth. My name is Meng Qinger. I am the wife of the ancient emperor. And because the ancient emperor wanted to achieve the 9 revolutions of supremacy, he refined me into a pill. Who is the ancient emperor? Speak clearly. Ancient emperors are the emperors of the ancient times. Each one of them is at the 9 revolutions cultivation level, but it was extremely difficult for them to break through to above the 9th turn. So they would try to do everything they could to, and my husband's way is to refine his favorite person into an elixir as a way to gain the Jedi state of mind. As long as he obtains the realm of desperate emotion, he'll be able to become a transcendent, and he'll be able to break away from the 9 revolutions. Meng Qinger's speech was extremely fast, but Yao Knight still understood it to it. Turns out that this so-called longevity pill doesn't make people live forever, or rather, it possesses the means for one to gain the means to step through the realm of the 9th turn and reach the 10th turn, which is also known as the Transcendent realm. But as of now, this elixir shouldn't be able to be used by itself currently. Even if an 8th turn appeared to clean himself up, transcendence were still too far away for him. Yao Knight's eyes flickered continuously, although he also had ambitions. His ambitions were not delusional. At present, it is extremely difficult for oneself to reach the 6th turn realm, and if one wants to continue to climb upwards, I am afraid that one has to put in efforts that exceed the previous ones by several times in order to maintain the rate of increase of one's strength. It's idle to think about it anymore. So come in first, and I'll take you away. With a gentle wave of his hand, Yao Yi threw the furnace along with the pills inside into his spatial bracelet. At the same time, his eyes looked around. At this time, the lava underground palace was already full of blood. There were broken walls everywhere, and there were several undead awakened who let out miserable howls. However, all of this fell on deaf ears as he simply walked towards the outside of the lava immortal palace. Occasionally, 1 or 2 of Meng Qinger's miserable screams could float out from within the spatial bracelet. But Yao Knight didn't pay any attention to it at all and just walked on his own. Enough. Stop. Your journey to the land of the 7 gods ends here, and you will now need to be judged by the officials of my alliance. Suddenly a lean and tall figure slowly walked from outside the Rongyan immortal cave. He wore a black coat, his green silk flowing, and no expression could be seen on his face. Only a hint of teasing at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the person in front of him, a hint of surprise surged in Yao Knight's eyes. He had originally thought that 7th turn powerhouses wouldn't come out easily, but he didn't expect them to appear so soon. You killed all these people, didn't you? You seem to have some real strength. It's just a pity that your journey has come to an end. The trenchcoat man drew his knife, then slashed his right hand across the blade and said softly under his breath, "Remember my name. The one who killed you. Yan Wushuan." Boom! The moment he moved, the entire lava ground cave trembled, and countless pieces of debris flew and shot about like bullets. What's even more amazing is that the magma underneath seems to be holding back a little bit. The it erupted in certain unknown voids, adding to the temperature of the entire underground cavern. Ha 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 ha, come on, how strong can 7 turns be? I'd like to try. Yao Knight laughed maniacally, followed by the space around him instantly turning black. The 30-meter range of the light-capturing space was pitch black. At the same time, an earthquake of up to magnitude 8 occurred in the underground caverns of the Earth's dragon. The stone pillars above the entire cavern continued to fall, and at any moment, they could create great destruction and injure the two. Only the 2 of them still engaged in battle together, but it was only in the moment of contact that Yao Knight realized how difficult this person was to deal with. Majestic power surged out from the other side of the opponent's physical strength alone was actually already at the high level of the 7th turn, and if he was using his Yuan power, he could be considered the top of the 7th turn, but in his mind, it still wasn't enough. It still couldn't beat itself. Yao Knight gave up any means of offense and just threw out punches, sparring with the opponent's blade light, sending out a crisp ringing sound. Boom, 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 boom. The ear-splitting sounds of battle continued till the underground caverns all began to tremble, and Yao Knight's originally calm demeanor was somewhat unsettled. He unexpectedly realized at this moment that he was unable to completely decimate his opponent. This fellow called Yan Wushuang's offensive moves were extremely sharp, and he seemed to be extremely talented in combat, and there were ways to resist the fierce poisonous offense that he mixed with his own punches. Although he had long thought that the enemies he encountered after entering the 6th turn stage wouldn't die easily because of the fierce poison, he didn't expect that it wouldn't be able to work so soon. Yan Wushuan's body seemed to possess an antidote to poison prop, making it impossible for him to be poisoned at all, and he could only compete with it in a hard-fought contest of strength. Damn it, if I continue to fight hard like this, sooner or later, I'll let other strong people come here as well, and I'll be in a very difficult situation by then. Yao Knight secretly resolved to find a way to get out of the lava cave. As long as he got out of this cave, then everything would be fine, but alas, heaven forbid, Yan Wushuang's strength surprisingly hid some. At this moment, after detecting Yao Knight's purpose to burst all the strength, surprisingly Yao Knight into the wind, temporarily no power to fight back. Damn, gotta get out of this guy's hands to have a way out. Yao Knight's eyes glared viciously, followed by a finger. a majestic earth dragon unexpectedly appeared on the ground, followed by a bite towards Yen Wuxuang. What the hell? Yen Wuxuang roared and was immediately forced back by the earth dragon. While Yao Knight also seized the moment and rushed to the entrance of the lava cave, only the moment he had just arrived at the entrance of the cave, his entire body froze. A man and a woman, two people just like this, calmly stood in the mouth of the cave, the face of the ancient well, and even with some uninteresting 8 turns, Yao Knight's face instantly paled. Chapter 82, the power of a single blow from an 8th turn powerhouse. Unlike any relate awakened, the 8th turn powerhouses blossomed with an eye-catching luster just by standing there. The aura on its body was as inscrutable as a vast cloud, but you can clearly feel their power, like a constant separation in front of the eyes of Tarzan. General, can not cross, not straight. The 2-8 revolutions powerhouses did not say a single word, and even released some impatience in their eyes towards Yao Knight. The eye in their eyes. The weak were not qualified to talk to them, and even the 7 turns were the same. If the 6th and 5th revolutions are separated by a moat, then the difference between the 7th and 8th revolutions is like the difference between 2 planets in the universe. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yen Wuxuang resolved it with 3 slashes, and the earth dragon then charged over towards this side. However, at the sight of the 2 8th turn powerhouses confronting Shake, he strangely stopped in his tracks while saying with a teasing look in his gaze, "What? Don't want to escape? Or do you not dare to escape?" Yao Knight had cold sweat running down his forehead at the moment. In front of an 8th turn powerhouse, any superfluous action could be the fuse to his own death. If one wanted to escape at the hands of these two, then one had to pay a sufficient price. At this moment Yao Knight's mind flashed through countless plans, finally determining that with his current ability, there was no possibility of escaping from this underground cave without any advanced means. He would be trapped here like a beast in a cage and die completely, but the sky was the limit. Yao Knight had already determined the location of the Blood God Order in the spatial bracelet between the flashes of his eyes. Once the Blood God Order was activated, then one would return to the Blood God's inheritance place, thereby inheriting the Blood God's inheritance. But the price of this teleportation was that one had to face the 6th turn Blood God. There was simply no other possibility. If it was different before and he was allowed to take on a 6th revolution Blood God, there would only be one way to die. But now it was different. He was already able to go toe-to-toe with a 7th revolution powerhouse, even if it was a 6th transformation Blood God. He was still confident in fighting one. It seems that I must use my bottom card, otherwise I am in danger today, Yao Knight whispered in his heart. But at the same time, he paid close attention to the movements of these 2 8th turn powerhouses. Because of their own superfluous movements, it is very likely that these two out of hand, as a way to instantly kill themselves, one must take out the Blood God's order with great speed, followed by immediate teleportation. If the speed of teleportation was one step slower, then what awaited one was Hades. Swish! Yao Knight, with a violent movement of his right hand, a blood-red token then immediately appeared in his hand, but before he had time to crush the token, faintly to see one of the 8th turn powerhouses extend his finger and point it towards Yao Knight. Boom! Light! An endless stream of searing white light seemed to come from the heavens, and it seemed as if one's eyes were occupied with this white glow. At this moment, Yao Knight remembered the begging old man that he had encountered at the dump station, thinking again of the white moon that used to be when I was in high school. More than anything, I think of the mentor and friend I met during college. A little sparrow had flown from the sky, and in the course of the journey he was growing older, and from infancy at the beginning to youth to the prime of life and finally to old age. He seemed a little flightless, but couldn't find the home of the so he died in mid-air, not even landing on his feet when he died. Ha! A walkabout? Yao Knight laughed miserably. However, different from his side of the situation was Yen Wuxuang. In Yen Wuxuang's eyes, the moment that to the white light that shot out from the hands of the 8th turn powerhouse touched Yao Knight's, his whole body then disappeared, vanished without a trace, as if he had never appeared. Finally the bodies littering the cavern proved he had been here. After this white light, the cave fell into an eerie silence. Only after a long time had passed did the woman beside that 8th turn powerhouse faintly open her mouth. He possesses a teleportation type treasure. But why did no one know about it? If he could have known earlier, how could he have escaped? Enough! The fact that the two of us struck out together and didn't kill him is enough to put our reputations at risk at the club. When the time comes, just put the word out that the Alliance's people didn't do their preparations in advance, letting the two of us pounce for no reason. Just like that, the man said firmly, while the woman beside him at the moment frowned once again, a little displeased. This time it was you who struck early, and instead of taking him down you want to put the blame on the two of us. I don't agree. Agree or disagree as you like. The two of us struck out together, but we let a junior escape. With a reputation like that, we won't be able to make it in the club. You understand? And that kid on your side, keep your mouth shut when you go out there. Say what you need to say and shut up when you don't. Chapter 83, the Phantom Blood Scale. In the middle of the dimly lit space, Yao Knight, climbing up from the ground with the intention of looking around, but all that met his eyes was darkness. I don't know how long he had been looking, But he finally saw a blood-colored point of light in a distant location. So he walked with all his strength toward the point of light. Gradually the appearance of the blood god's inheritance place came into view, while that blood god in revealing clothes also walked out. Look at you. You're so beaten up. People who don't know think you're dead. The blood god's light words came out. But there was a strand of shock in his words. This time the red light from the distance continued to shine, finally irradiated to Yao Knight's side. Yao Knight stretched his arms out to see, but the very moment he saw his hands, his entire body froze, and he even had the urge to roar in anger. The epidermis and flesh and blood of his right hand completely fell off, leaving only a white bone hand frame. And the same was true for the left side, and he's got his body in the chest position. All the flesh and blood came off, leaving a white bony ribcage holding its innards in place and keeping itself alive. Yao Knight couldn't imagine what kind of injuries he had received on his face again, but it was definitely extremely terrifying. Asshole. These two brutes have actually forced me into this situation. Yao Knight gritted his teeth. He stopped paying attention to the blood god and used his spatial bracelet to throw out body after body. Old men, young men, women, teenagers, all kinds of corpses. More than 20. The bodies could have been made into fried brains or braised veal knuckles or braised pork ribs, but now it's all too late. He must swallow the corpses of these people to get the essence and sustain his life. Split. Swallow. Yao Knight pointed his finger. And immediately after, a black and red scaly dragon with a body length of up to 100 meters emerged, inwardly manipulating the ogre's body. He swallowed this one body into his stomach. These people hadn't been dead for long, and a few of them were at the 6th turn. So swallowing them would give them an extremely high amount of energy. He had never personally eaten any of them before this, on a detached level, but there was no way out now. The main body couldn't provide energy by eating human flesh. Only the doppelganger could die in the face of death. One's own rules no longer matter. As the ogre devoured it, huge amounts of energy exploded within its body. Meanwhile, Yao Knight's main body was recovering extremely quickly. The epidermis of the body is growing like crazy. Muscles and such. The blood god just stood in the distance and quietly watched while a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. To be able to injure you to this state, it can't be that you've encountered the 7th turn, right? Ha! It's the 8th turn. I don't give a damn about the 7th turn of the district. If I didn't have the teleportation order you gave me today, I couldn't say that I would really die outside. Yao Knight said with a hint of pain in his tone. The sensation of reorganization of blood and flesh was like a million ants gnawing on his body. The itchiness was extremely uncomfortable, but he still forced himself to hold it back. And the corners of his mouth cracked into a hideous smile as he said, and while this was being said, the flesh and blood on his body had already finished reorganizing and was once again revitalized. It's just extremely unfortunate that this time, although he devoured several 6th revolution's powerhouses, he didn't provide much evolutionary progress, and it seems that all of them were converted into energy to be used to heal his wounds. Congratulations on getting a new life again. So you should understand what you have to do next, right? The blood god skimmed his lips and said, of course I understand. Open the 6th round of trials, but let me be clear. I won't be challenging the 7th round. The 6th round will do. Yes. With a wave of the blood god's hand, her body flew towards high altitude. At the same time the surrounding scenery began to change. The tall statues gradually emerged, occupying all the grounds, the An in the distance. A blood-colored door slowly opens. The 6th revolutionary blood god appeared. Her face was haughty and her cheeks were as white as paper, while a strand of manic aura continuously emerged from her body, making people fearful just by looking at her. Are you sure this time? The 6th turning is comparable to the 7th turning for me. It's not within the reach of ordinary deities. The blood god void that was far up in the sky said. Meh. Yao Knight laughed lightly, followed by a violent movement of his body, and in an instant, black light flashed. Boom! The head of the 6th turn blood god fell from her neck, and then her body turned into a blood mist and disappeared. At this moment, the blood god void far up in the air froze, unable to speak for a long time. How can you do that? The blood god's tone was filled with shock. She simply couldn't believe that the youth in front of her was able to kill her own self, who had once turned 6, so easily, and knowing that although the blood god of the ancient era wasn't considered to be a top deity, he was still considered to be a powerful party. The strength of a 6th turned her was comparable to that of a 7th turned deity, and Yao Knight was able to kill his 6th turned self so easily, which meant that he possessed the ability to kill a 7th turned deity in seconds. So what realm is this kid in now? What's the point of freezing? Don't you have a reward for killing a 6th turned you? Yao Knight said with a smile, as if he only had rewards in his eyes. He could clearly know that this blood god fellow possessed a bit of dyslexia, and he was afraid that he hadn't even figured out the rewards for defeating the 6th turn blood god yet. I said don't freeze. For the reward of 6 times of breaking through the barrier I need some blood food also, or your former body, or a living thing, or something that can be eaten. Hurry up and give it to me. Yao Knight said with a sinister smile. Gods like the blood god definitely had bloodstones and such, As long as one could eat the blood god's bloodstones, then one could also grow one's evolutionary progress. 2. Or just some blood god bodies would work. Again, to dramatically increase evolutionary progress. You. The blood god couldn't speak for a long time, and eventually thought for half a day before taking out a blood-colored cube that resembled a stone. This is a bloodstone I once obtained when I was about to die. Consider it your reward for clearing the 6th floor. Only to see that this stone thrown over by the blood god was extremely bright red in color, and it didn't seem to fade after countless years, and the bloody aura that flowed from it was like putting a person in a slaughterhouse, causing Yao Knight's eyes to glaze over. Swallow. Yao Knight waved his hand, followed by half of the augur's body appearing from behind him, swallowing the bloodstone in one gulp. Devour the ancient bloodstone and gain a new direction of evolution. The phantom blood Jiao, blood sculptor. Blood has a corrosive effect and greatly increases regeneration ability. Yao Knight's eyes suddenly changed, and his entire body felt a bit unbelievable, knowing that when he had swallowed it before, he might even digest it for a while, especially when he had swallowed the 7-colored pishin flower. He had digested it for a full day, but now this piece of blood-colored stone has been digested so quickly, even said to be instantly digested, directly giving out the direction of evolution. Nope, it's my improved digestion. Before, when I swallowed the corpses of those awakened ones and healed my wounds, I digested them very quickly, and transformed them into healing powers, healing the wounds of my own body, and now it's only devoured in order to increase its evolutionary progress. So it's said to be faster, digesting the stone almost instantly. Yao Knight's eyes were filled with joy. It was naturally a good thing that his digestive ability had improved. So if you do the math this way, the Ancient One is indeed considered at least a 6-turn treasure, and it takes only a split second to digest it when one swallows the blood. But then even if one were to devour a corpse alien or treasure of the 7th turn in the future, it could be digested at an extremely fast speed without having to wait that long. Yao Knight smiled, then looked at his evolutionary progress. There are currently a total of 4 directions for the next stage of evolution. Frowny face evolutionary direction. Sun Jiao, Yin Yu Jiao, Tian Zi Jiao, Yu Blood Jiao to be selected. As far as we can see, the Phantom Blood Augur is the most useful, prioritizing the 4th Phantom Blood Augur, and the evolutionary progress is now 23%, just need to work harder to reach the next stage of Augur form. And due to the attribute boost from swallowing the bloodstone just now, his own strength had also increased drastically. Frowny face physique, 151-2111, spirit, 204266, right now, 1.5 million in physique and 2 million in spirit, which is over 10 million if you multiply it 10 times. However, a strength of 10 times 10 million or more would only be able to fight the 7th turn Yan Wushuang to a draw, facing those 2 8-turn powerhouses before. One simply does not have any power of resistance, and it is difficult to even protect oneself. What should be the attributes of an 8th turn powerhouse? Is it hard to believe that it's already over 100 million? To be able to kill me with 10 million attributes in a second, then at least those 2 should have attributes above 1 billion, and not as simple as single-digit billions. Yao Knight smacked his lips and kept calculating. An 8th turn powerhouse had over 1 billion attributes, so wouldn't a 9th turn one have 10 billion? At the moment, the more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became. While a wave of exhaustion flooded his mind after entering the land of the 7 gods, he hadn't rested properly and had been in a state of mental strain, and only after eating half of the Void Sun's corpse had he recovered a bit. Now Yao Knight is really tired and exhausted. Blood God, can you let me rest for a while? I don't want to go out yet. Available. Yao Knight casually found a relatively soft place to lie down. He was really too tired. His body had just recovered, and then he used all his energy with the 6th-turn Blood God to kill him with a single blow. All of it exhausted him, and he fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it's been. He opened his eyes in a daze, only to find another surprising scene. Yao Knight was unable to control his body, but could only have his eyes to look around. In a barren land, the once glorious palace was reduced to rubble, and one after another of the head rope and 2-legged humanoids kept fleeing, wailing words coming out of their mouths, and far away in the sky endless darkness enveloped the land. One after another, black, bizarre creatures descended from high in the sky like blood-sucking demons, killing on sight. Grandpa Ancestral Dragon, what do we do? Let's get out of here. Leave the clan alone. We'll accomplish the clan if we survive. Let's go. The youth with 2 horns on his head looked at himself with tears in his eyes. Yao Knight, looking at his body, he realized that the body looked extremely aged. He too could only watch the 2 men talk as a bystander. Dragon child, take the blood of 10,000 dragons. Survive with this. Grandpa Ancestral Dragon will find you after 70,000 years. Or maybe you'll find me. After saying that, this body violently yanked the youth's collar, then grabbed his entire body in the palm of his hand and threw it fiercely. Boom! The youth's entire body was thrown out, and its distance is not known how far. Even has been far out of the sky. Do not know where to fly. Even those black bazaar cannot catch up. Grandpa Zulan, I want to stay. Grandpa, the youth cried out. But the owner of this body was silent. It just kept gathering its chi and killing the group of black weirdness. The battle rages on point one airy, terrifyingly creepy death after another at the hands of this body. Moreover, there weren't even any 8 or 9 revolutions in existence among these bizarre, and the strength of each of them far exceeded 9 revolutions. Yao Knight was unable to properly observe their strength, only knowing that these were bizarre, and even if they struck out at random, 8 was also not something that his present-day self could contend with, or even escape from. I don't know how long it's been, but the body is getting more and more tired in this round, and the speed of the punches is gradually getting a bit too much to keep up with. Those bizarre began to leave wounds on his body. Gradually this person's feet left enough blood to flow into a river. After fighting hard for a long time, finally, above a certain node, this body collapsed heavily, but just as the endless weirdness surrounded them, the owner of this body blatantly blew himself up. Intense pain swept over itself, and it was at this moment that Yao Knight snapped awake. What? Yao Knight sat up, breathing heavily. This time he remembered the things in his dream clearly. I've had similar dreams before, but they were always vague memories. However, this time was different. He clearly saw the uncertainty on Lightface's face as well as those bizarre grimaces, and could even feel the helplessness and pain of the body's original owner. Who is he? Why is it attached to me? What are you talking about? Did you even have a nightmare? The blood god walked over and said with a smile, Nothing. By the way, you're not going to kick me out now, are you? Yao Knight, the tentative one asked. He didn't want to leave the blood god's inheritance place so soon, because once he left here he couldn't help but face the Alliance's pursuit. How could one possibly have the capital to compete when facing those 8th turn powerhouses at that time? Oh, you can leave if you don't want to, but you have to work for me. Sure, tell me what the job is. If it works I can do it for you for a while. I'll be hunted out there anyway. After discussing with the blood god for a couple of sentences, he then followed the blood god to a secret passage. Followed by the two of them walking downwards, the narrow chamber was full of snakes, insects and ants, and some disgusting creatures kept coiling under their feet, surveying the two of them with an extremely eerie gaze, but did not dare to come forward. The light from the torches on both sides of the road was so faint that there was even the illusion that it was about to go out. I do not know how long to walk. The two finally came to the destination. However, the scene under the eyes let Yao Knight. The whole person is frozen. It's a piece of heaven and earth. It's definitely a piece of heaven and earth. A tall statue of a god emanating a majestic aura stood in the center of heaven and earth. The it was already over 100,000 meters tall, and it was a statue of a woman who was the blood god. Yao Knight froze. The statue was far taller than he could have imagined. It was like a mole cricket splashing a skyscraper, giving him a sense of giant fear from the bottom of his heart. Say, is this your statue? Yao Knight's eyes were shocked as he asked with some uncertainty. Why? Who else could it be if not me? Yao Yuelin was truly dumbfounded. He's feeling like he grew up playing with his bare-assed hairdresser. Years later one day Fatty came to his door and invited him to inspect Fatty's company, and then realized that Fatty's company was as ridiculous as the top 500 in the world. Only those who are recognized by me have the qualifications to conduct the blood god trials, and you're the only one who's been recognized. Like the rest of you, you can only stay here and keep clearing away the blood vines that climb up around the idol, the blood god said elegantly and calmly. Yao Knight looked up after hearing her words, only to see in that huge statue below, one after another awakened person is burying his head in the hard work, constantly clean up the ground one after another growth of blood vines. It can be said that it is extremely hard and exhausting. How did you get these awakened ones? And what are these blood vines? Yao Knight really couldn't resist the curiosity in his heart and asked. It was because he had actually found several 8th turn existences among these awakened ones. This is the 8th turn, in the outside world. It's a man of the wind who only has his hands on the sky, yet in the blood god's inheritance land, it was merely a minion who cleaned up after him. Don't underestimate those blood vines. These things are the scions left behind by that old rival of mine once. Each one of them is extremely difficult to deal with, so it takes so many strong people to clean up. Otherwise, once my statue is corrupted, then I won't have long to live. Yao Knight listened to what he seemed to understand, and roughly understood that these blood vines seemed to be the means left behind by the blood god's old rivals to sanction the blood god. However, he was still extremely curious about this piece of heaven and earth in front of him, so he asked, how did this heaven and earth come about? Do gods all possess the ability to generate heaven and earth? Heaven and earth? The blood god blinked in confusion, then said in a daze, this is my blessed land, totaling 7.9 million square kilometers, but it is now a dead land, and only this statue can sustain my life activities. Oh, got it. Yao Knight nodded his head, then his gaze looked around but stopped on one of the purple figures. The Voider? Wasn't he eaten by me? How did he appear here? Only to see that Void's son in the distance was struggling hard to do battle with the two blood vines, looking extremely tired and pitiful. Chapter 84. Working for the blood god. Ides riot. Well, all you need to do is casually help out around here and chop down some blood vines. You can stay here for the time being. but don't think about helping those guys who have lost their minds. After all, they can come here with the intention of plotting against me. Even dying here is not too much to ask. I hope you are wise enough." After saying that, the blood god directly left, no longer looking at Yao Knight. To be honest, he actually didn't want to stay here and work for the blood god, but there was no way now that the outside world was absolutely frantically trying to catch himself. A murderous maniac. Once he appeared in the outside world and was caught by those 8-turn powerhouses, then he would face absolute cruelty. Let's see if these blood vines can be eaten first, and if they can, it's a good place to be. Yao Knight walked forward and casually grabbed a blood vine. Then half of the ogre's head emerged from behind him and swallowed the blood vine in one gulp. Wow, it is? Evolutionary progress has increased a bit, but not significantly, not even 0.1%. I'm afraid it's a bit hard to rely on the blood vine to enter the next stage, but it's kind of useful, so keep swallowing. Yao Knight shook his head and began to maneuver the auger dragon doppelganger to devour the blood vines. His scaly dragon doppelganger was hundreds of meters long, looking mighty, but it is still small in the middle of this world and does not attract the attention of others. And just as Yao Knight was busy devouring on his side, on the other end, the 2 8th-turn slaves found Void Sky. "Kid, this is your 3rd day in the middle of the blood god's mansion. Hurry up and choose which gang you want to join, the old guard or the radicals. If you don't choose, you can die here." One of the 8th-turn powerhouses said extremely sinisterly. The powerhouses of the 8th turn were already superb in strength, and if they were allowed to fool around here, they would definitely damage this world. However, the blood god seemed to have used an alternative method to limit the power of an 8th-turn powerhouse, causing it to only hover around the 7th turn. At this moment, the Void Sun is full of sadness. Looking at these 2 8-turns of the strong man suddenly sobbed. Ever since he left from the land of the 7 gods, he had found this blood god's inheritance land originally. He thought that the inheritance land should be his chance, and that he might be able to inherit the power of the blood god. But who knew that the blood god would say that he was not qualified? If you're not qualified, then just let yourself go. But on the contrary, that guy threw himself into the middle of this heaven and earth and made himself clean up the blood vines, which forced him to stay. This was already the 3rd day that Void Sun had entered the blood god's blessed land. His face was extremely ugly, with a yellowish color due to prolonged fatigue. Think about it yet. If you don't make a choice, don't blame the 2 of us for being merciless. You should know that the 2 of us are the ones who have the final say in this voodoo, except for the blood god. Which faction are you going to join? Threatening words came, and the blood godchild's face grew more and more miserable. These so-called conservatives and radicals are both factions that rebel against the blood god. The conservative faction was planning to live and die first, conservatively maintaining their strength and leaving this place by defeating the blood god in the future. The radicals, on the other hand, hope to gather a large number of powerful people to break through this heaven and earth in one fell swoop and kill the blood god behind them, thus gaining freedom. Radicals think the blood god should be killed. Conservatives feel even more so that radicals are too conservative. Void Sun's face was miserable. He really didn't dare to choose to. In his opinion, simply living and dying would be fine. Why resist? That was an ancient god. But just as he opened his mouth and prepared to reply, his eyes caught sight of that huge auger figure in the distance, and he was instantly reminded of the fellow that made his heart tremble. It's him, the guy who ate my doppelganger. Chapter 85. Awakened Class Riot. Void Sky Z's face was filled with fear and excitement as he pointed his finger in Yao Knight's direction and trembled continuously. "What are you boys shaking for?" one of the 8th turn powerhouses said with some impatience. Void Sun paused, somewhat unsure of what to say. To himself, Yao Knight was a demon that had eaten his own doppelganger, but to the other 8th turn powerhouses, Yao Knight's existence was simply inconsequential. It was the same with or without him. 2 big brothers. That guy swallowed my split last time. He's also very strong. Why don't we ask him first if he wants to join the conservative or radical faction? There's no need to ask him. A mere 6th rotation being is not qualified to join our gang. Void Sky Z had originally thought of a way to frame Yao Knight, so that these 2 8th turn powerhouses would go to him. But now Yao Knight's realm was only at the 6th turn, so he couldn't even get into these 2's eyes. So the Voider can only be harassed again and has no choice but to join the conservatives. Inside the small world, thousands of awakened people keep laboring. The blood god had planted a curse on them, and once they stopped hunting the blood vine, then the curse would strike, and in doing so, take their lives. But there was a full 10 hours of blood-boiling torture to be suffered before lives were lost. That was why it was said that every awakened one was meticulously surviving, and it was only when it was around 10 p.m. that the blood vines within the small world would gradually close in, and these awakened ones would have a brief chance to rest. But the gathering of the blood vines will only gather for an hour, and at 11 o'clock they will spread again, and so it will be time to start the hunt again. Originally, according to past practice, at the note of 10 o'clock, all the awakened would choose to rest, fall into an hour-long slumber, and immediately after that, they would get up again to hunt the blood vines. And so on and so forth. Some of the awakened have even been laboring in this small world for an entire century. Awakened people who have reached the stage of 6 turns or more have a body that surpasses that of mortals. Enough to last. Only today, this time period of rest seemed to be different. Only to see all the awakened who had turned 7, 8, or even 6 at the high level sitting together in a circle, constantly conferring over something by the fire. Yao Knight's heart flickered slightly before he moved closer to these people and listened from the sidelines. When exactly will you rebel? I really can't stand this life anymore. What's your hurry? It's been over for so many years. It's not as bad as this 1 or 2 days. A fat one and a thin one. The two awakened people talked, and Yao Knight's heart slightly flinched when he heard their words. These people were going to rebel, and according to the human perspective, Yao Knight should help them. But he wasn't willing to help these guys right now. Having accepted the inheritance of the blood god himself, he was able to obtain rewards after each breakthrough, and became the next successor of the blood god in disguise. Himself and these people are different. They are only slaves of the blood god, but he is the inheritor of the blood god. Which side should he stand on? Yao Knight had his own conclusion in his heart, but even if you think with your ass, you know that these people can't escape at all of the fact that the blood god was able to capture an existence of the 8th turn here meant that the current blood god at least retained the strength of at least the 9th turn. How could these people have succeeded in their escape? Yao Knight was not in a hurry, but continued to listen to these people. Let's all stop arguing. As for the matter of escape, we've already discussed it. Lord Lin has gained access to the Ivy League. Once we start to riot, then the Ivy will start to riot as well, and then will be our best time. What? Are you telling the truth? He. Of course it's true. We succeeded in escaping. Ivy can also occupy this small world. It's a win-win situation. A small cheer went up from all as this one finalized the statement that as a result, only one awakened began to spontaneously form a team towards the exit of the entire small world. That is, the small passageway that Yao Knights came from. However, just when they reached the mouth of the passage, all of them did not move, and none of them dared to go up in advance of the head. Seeing that no one dared to move, the leading 2 8th turn powerhouses were directly enraged. Grandma, this is for our freedom. Are you not even willing to pay for this? Then how can we possibly succeed in the future? Yeah, come on, one of the warriors rush out and see what's going on out there and come back and report to us if you can when the time comes. I'll count you as a great achievement. And I, the Wind Waker, will definitely give you endless wealth, as well as status, when I get out. Heavy rewards will always be courageous. It's just a pity that even this heavy reward doesn't work now. Every awakened person is more selfish and none of them have the spirit of dedication to I in the end. These 2 8th turn powerhouses were really out of temper, so they pointed at the Void Lord and said, it's just you. You're the new one. You'll scout the way. The other brothers have suffered for so many years. It's only right that you scout the way. When these words came out, the face of the Void Son who was pointed at swished white, and he was at a loss for words. Me. He stammered and couldn't come up with an answer, but just then, he spotted Yao Knight, who was standing on the side, and immediately opened his mouth. Why don't you let him go? He just got here today. He should be allowed to go when he's been here the shortest. Void Son shouted loudly, followed by all eyes looking at Yao Knight. You, a 6th turn in the district. Forget it, just you, the Berserker said as he pointed at Yao Knight, and at this moment, Yao Knight's face was bitter, and his eyes had a tendency to cry out, my lord, me. Yao Knight couldn't say a complete word for a long time, but that Wind Buster rushed straight over, grabbed Yao Knight by the collar and threw him up to the entrance of the passageway. Yao Knight had a soft expression and looked pitiful. He shuddered and turned to look at the countless awakened, all ready to cry. Don't fucking cry to me. If I tell you to go, you go. This is a great opportunity to save us all. It's your honor to go. Understand? Go. The 2 8th turn powerhouses cursed, and at this moment, Yao Knight stopped pretending and instead calmly turned back towards the passageway. At first he took gentle steps and walked slowly, but he accelerated violently when he walked out of sight of the crowd, rushing towards the outside. He soon arrived in the Blood God's Great Hall once again. What are you running out in such a hurry for? Did you get beaten up by someone inside? The Blood God's noble figure landed with a large amount of spring light, and he surprisingly didn't wear anything this time, but instead came in front of Yao Knights in such a light manner. The people in there are going to riot, and they're not going to hunt Ivy anymore. So I guess they're going to riot soon, or why don't you go check it out? Yao Knight said with a kind reminder. Look at what? Do you really think I'm afraid of them? The Blood God laughed, full of disbelief and even some contempt. Ha? What do you mean? That's 2 8th revolutions, plus the Ivy you've been hunting. Aren't you afraid of them joining forces? Yao Knight was a bit puzzled. By all accounts the Blood God should have rushed to start preparations after hearing this. Why did he have a disinterested look on his face now? The existence of Ivy simply cannot be obliterated. He's already fused with the rules and will always be in a state of reproduction. That's why I said I'd gather a large number of people to hunt that thing. it doesn't really matter to me at all. Except that no one hunts ivy if they don't. They'll let that stuff grow all over the world. Understood. After hearing the blood god's explanation, Yao Knight completely understood. That so-called blood vine was simply inconsequential to the blood god. He didn't even care. And as for the resistance of those awakened, it didn't matter to him either. I'm afraid the blood god will strike soon. Yao Knight thought like this. If you have nothing better to do, go back and help out. And when they're done rioting, go ahead and hunt some ivy to take some pressure off my little world. Okay? Well, I'll be going back then. Yao Knight nodded and prepared to return to the blood god's small world anyway. He had nowhere to go now, and it was estimated that the outside world had been chasing him. So let's just stay here in the blood god for a while. Once again coming into the middle of that eerie road, Yao Knight walked in silence towards the front and walked for 10 minutes before returning to the blood god's small world, but just as he reached here his entire body froze. His face instantly becoming horrified to the core. Ivy the size of a mountain moon fluttered haphazardly as he ravaged the land, stirring up a great deal of smoke and dirt, and even crashing into the invisible walls around him as a way to break through the bonds. And down below countless awakened darted around haphazardly, as if they were flies assisting the ivy in striking the transparent walls. Trying to stand out, Yao Knight Man was a bit dumbfounded. He had only been out for less than half an hour, and he didn't realize that these people had already begun to tear their faces off. At this moment the whole small world within the heavens and earth is wailing. One by one awakened person gave up killing ivy, so countless small ivy spread on the ground. Non-stop corrosion of the ground. The whole world is like the end came to the general. Like an ancient dragon, the ivy body threw out its thick body and crashed into the heavens and earth, while those small ivy kept corroding the ground. The awakened ones were like crazy, helping the ivy to hit the walls, trying to stand out. The heavens and the earth darkened a little, and the air was filled with the smell of madness. Everyone work harder. We must stand out. We've been doing this for decades. We must get out. I still have my family and children. Yeah, don't see my daughter when she's estimated to be in her 30s this year. Blood god, you beast, let us out. The awakened roared as they helped the ivy strike the transparent walls. Yet the entire world remained still. The roars of the awakened could not turn many waves in the entire world, and only the occasional crash of that ivy would make the entire world tremble for 3 minutes. With his impact, the entire heaven and earth shook, and even some transparent pieces fell from high in the sky and landed on the ground with a bang. But at that moment, the statue of the blood god suddenly moved. There was no sense of sluggishness in the body that was like a giant mountain. She swiftly grabbed onto the body of the periwinkle, followed by a vicious tear. Sizzle! The sound of flesh shattering came as the ivy was instantly torn in half. Chapter 86, Coming to the Door. Starting the next stage of evolution. At this moment, the scenery within the entire small world became dim and incomparable. There was originally no sun high in the sky, relying on the faint light to shine, and because the ivy was torn, pounds of blood flew down from high in the air, forming a lake on the ground. The statue of the blood god was unmoved as she once again tore the remnants of the ivy into 3 pieces before flinging them to the ground. At this moment those rioting awakened ones all panicked. The ivy was their greatest dependence, but now it was so easily solved by the blood god statue. The what does that make them who started the riots? Unlike the panic of the others, Yao Knight stood at the entrance and watched these people in silence. Needless to say, it's a huge KK park. Everyone is trying to scramble to get away, even now making a riot out of this, but it still doesn't mean shit. Originally, he thought that an awakened of the 8th turn and ivy joining forces would already be invincible in the world, enough to break through this blood god's blessed land, but I didn't realize that the blood god statue that existed in the center of the world was the master. With just 2 strikes, he had torn the ivy to shreds, and this kind of terrifying power was going to scare those 2 8th rotation powerhouses out of their wits. The small world in front of him was in complete chaos, and Yao Knight didn't dare to say anything more, just hiding on the side and watching. According to the words of the blood god, ivy possessed the ability of immortality. But now that the guy was lying on the ground half dead, so it was assumed that this immortality was just that. Immortality. The other awakened people are even more desperate. In addition to the 2 8 turns of the strong people, there are dozens of awakened people who have been laboring for hundreds of years, feeling hopeless to survive, began to frantically bang their heads against the wall. Crazy. This world is crazy. No, they're not crazy. They're smart, or they wouldn't have survived this long. The blood god suddenly appeared beside him, then pointed at the awakened who were flying around. In the beginning, when I got them in, and arranged large comfortable houses for each of them, and would even pinch out for them dolls for the solution of their beastly desires. With the blood of ivy, there was even a time when I used to get some of the beasts of the desert to improve their rations, but these people didn't listen. They thought I owed it to them to be nice to them, and started to rebel. Facing an existence like mine, they certainly had little capital to resist, so one by one they were suppressed, and the benefits given to them gradually disappeared, leading to this current situation taking place. I told them right then and there that they could be let go if they worked with me enough for 10 years. But they couldn't take it for 2 years. So every 2 years they revolt. And the dates they stay here get longer and longer. And some have even stayed for hundreds of years. It's ridiculous that they have to choose to rebel every 2 years when it's clear that they only need to do a good job for 10 years and then they can leave. And I don't know what they're holding on to. The blood god laughed softly. She didn't care if the awakened were dead or alive, and at this moment, with the death of the blood vine, many of the awakened had stopped their pointless resistance and slowly flew down to the ground. Directly rushing to kneel at the blood god's position, Yao Knight did not stay by the blood god's side so as not to let these people see the signs. The blood god's suppression continued, and one awakened person after another fell, gradually resigning themselves to their fate and submitting to the blood god. The farce, once again, ended with the awakenings being suppressed. They went back to cleaning up the blood vines day after day, like a machine, but still preparing for the next riot. But this time the ivy was just too badly wounded, and the next riot is estimated to be another 2 years or so. Day by day, Yao Knight didn't say much to these slaves, and he also cleaned up the blood vines day after day, and let the augur dragon detachment devour them, constantly improving the evolutionary progress. Although he was in the blood god's small world, he could still receive news from the outside world on his cell phone. The Alliance had long since launched a manhunt for him and offered a reward of 10 billion Alliance dollars. The 10 billion wasn't just a bounty from the Alliance. It was a joint wanted notice from multiple clans of the awakened he killed. $10 billion would be enough to harden several dozen fifth-turn powerhouses. And these people were really down for it. Understanding his situation, he couldn't go out even more. Only the blood vine was able to devour it in the small world. But his evolutionary speed was growing very fast, and now it had reached 53%, and from the time he entered the blood god's small world has already passed 2 months long. As long as to insist on 2 more months, almost can complete the next evolution. The augmented dragon doppelganger had long since gotten tired of eating blood vines, and even now the sight of blood vines made him nauseous, but there was no way around it, and nowadays, the situation is special. And this is the only means to enhance strength. The dragon doppelganger devoured the blood vines while he himself kept cultivating and digesting, and the elixirs he had purchased earlier kept improving his strength, and currently his attributes had improved a lot. Frowny face physique, 171-2111, spirit, 234266, the combined attributes were now around 2 million, which was considered good. But what was even more gratifying was that his side had also made a breakthrough in treasure refining. After these days of constant refining, the prototype of the demon detaining tower had already been refined by him, and it was currently just short of the final step before it could be refined. But Yao Knight had a new idea. According to his talent, coupled with the arithmetic of the divine worker, Theon could raise the number of revolutions of the demon detaining pagoda through other means, and once the refining was completed one could reach 7 or even 8 revolutions. Right now one's strength is turn 6. What's the point of taking another turn 6 sniping devil tower? Might as well just raise the turn to turn 7 or 8 and still be somewhat useful. With this thought in mind, Yao Knight started practicing hard day after day again. The blood god's small world could be said to be depressing to the extreme, but he didn't care about any of this. Only his own strength, the eye in the dim sky. The next awakened after the next busily chopped down the blood vines, each and every one of them almost appearing as a blood man. Even Yao Knight himself. I don't know how much time has passed. It was impossible to judge the longevity of the date within the world of the blood god. But Yao Knight clearly recorded that it was now the 8th month since he had entered the land of the blood god. During this 8-month-long period, he had devoured countless blood vines and finally reached the final evolutionary standard, allowing him to start his next evolution, as well as gaining a new evolutionary direction. Frowny face blood vine augur. He didn't care about this direction of evolution, but was very concerned about the demon detaining pagoda, which he hadn't yet finished refining. According to the arithmetic of the divine worker's talent, one needed to find one more light material to successfully refine the 8 revolutions demon detaining tower, but light attribute materials were extremely hard to find. Unless it was daylight or moonlight far out in space. Or perhaps some kind of light attribute power that only existed in the ancient times could also be refined. Refining the treasures of the 8th turn is not a problem, and now his spiritual power is sufficient. Only this last element is missing. At this time, Yao Knight was not in a hurry to evolve, but began to search for light attribute materials in the blood god's small world, only to be delayed and unable to obtain them. Even he was a little tempted to turn to the slaves to see if they had any light attribute powers that could help him. However, just as he was searching, the blood god's anxious voice suddenly rang out. Quickly think of a way to leave. Someone has approached where I am, and the opponent is very strong. Not a 9th revolver but already comparable to one. The words that suddenly came out of the blood god caused his heart to shake fiercely. Not 9 revolutions, but comparable to 9 revolutions. Isn't that a fucking half step to 9 revolutions? What to do? The location of the exit can never be visited or we'll run into it head on. But there's no way to escape in this small world. There was cold sweat running down Yao Knight's forehead. He had long predicted that one day there would be some strong awakened who would find his location and kill him, but I didn't expect this day to come so quickly. even to a point he couldn't imagine. Boom boom boom. Outside the small world, there was suddenly a strong collision sound. It seems that this is someone killed to the inheritance place of the blood god. I am afraid that both parties have already fought together. Yao Knight frowned tightly, and ultimately had no choice but to hide right underneath the blood god statue. He has the skill Earth Dragon, so he can dive into the ground, and straight away, he shoved his entire body into the ground, so that he didn't believe those guys could still find it. At this moment the sounds of battle outside the small world were getting more and more intense. Finally, after 10 minutes had passed, 7 or 8 silhouettes directly drilled in from within the passageway and arrived in the middle of the small world. 8 turns. Yao Knight's entire body was stunned. 8 powerhouses had actually come. Who was this lineup trying to get killed? It couldn't be targeting himself, right? His entire being was a bit confused. A single 8th turn powerhouse was far from being able to deal with himself, and now there are 8 of them. Who can handle this? I'm afraid even the blood god is a bit overwhelmed, and it was also the moment these 8 people entered the small world that the blood god statue located in the center finally moved. Everyone be careful. This is the blood god's original body. Although it doesn't have a mind to manipulate, its physical strength is comparable to that of the 9 revolutions. A strong 8th turner at the head of the group warned, and immediately afterward, all of them stepped forward to fight with the blood god statue. In this instant the heavens and earth were silent. The strikes of each of the 8-turn powerhouses were like wild dragons coming out of the sea, flooding the sea with boundless waves. The blood god statue was even more ferocious, and no 8th-turn powerhouse dared to take any punch down. All can only dodge. Do not dare too hard to shake its sharpness. Yao Knight, who was hiding underground, was even sweating coldly on his forehead. You can never go out here yourself, and once you do it seconds before you show your head. Let's open the next stage of evolution. Let's boost some strength first. Chapter 87 Endless Devouring. Age is like a knife, evolution begins. Please choose your evolutionary direction. Sun Augur, light shines in the great sun. Yao Yao for all ages. Attributes of sunlight and strength are doubled fivefold. Yin Moon Jiao, the Yin Moon is merciful, but the Buddha's sun is not righteous. Yin and cold attribute trade boosted. Defense boosted by 5 times. Son of heaven augmentation, under the sky. There is no place other than the king's land. Strength attribute increased by 7 times. Blood sculptor, blood has a corrosive effect, greatly increasing regeneration ability. Blood vine augur, immortal, but only immortal. I choose the phantom blood augur. Yao Knight said in a low voice. Evolution opens. This evolution will last 3 days. The system has detected that you are in an extremely dangerous situation and is now issuing you a breath masker. Yao Knight's eyes lit up. His perennial missing system finally made some noise and gave a prop right out of the gate. Following the belief in his heart, he flung his palm, followed by a transparent orb appearing in his hand. A slight movement of the mind, the orb instantly emitted a fuzzy layer of light enveloping his entire body. Faint a flash, all the breath disappeared, and disappeared. His whole body was as if it didn't exist. It's amazing that the aura has really all but disappeared. It's as if I don't exist. Yao Knight's heart was overjoyed. The outside was fighting in the dark, while his side directly disappeared. This was too good to be true. At this moment, he rejoiced inwardly, and so it was that he rushed deeper underground, so as not to let those people catch him, but just to be on the safe side. He coalesced an earth dragon and lay down on the ground to inspect the situation outside for himself. Yao Knight's main body descended deeper and deeper. Meanwhile the Earth Dragon bilocation was watching the battle in the outside world. Every single one of the awakened who came this time was extremely strong, and although there weren't any 9 turns, the strength of these 8 turns couldn't be underestimated. I only saw that after these 8-turn awakened people came to the small world, they began to slaughter the blood vines, and they were also mapping the area of the small world. After seeing so many 8th-turn powerhouses, those slave awakened people who were originally there also came forward and cried out. However, these powerful men didn't even look at these slaves, but continued to busy themselves. Yao Knight frowned greatly. These awakened people hadn't had their cultivation weakened after entering the small world. That meant that the blood god didn't have any extra power to take care of them. The definitely fighting with other awakened people outside. That is, the half-step 9th turn of the blood god's mouth before. Still have to keep going down, or let these 8 people find me, and that would be very bad. Yao Knight relied on his Earth Dragon talent and continued down until he stopped after reaching a depth of more than 500 meters. When he couldn't really extend downward, this distance is the limit. It shouldn't attract the attention of those people. What's more, the system just gave himself a prop to mask his breath, which is sufficient. Calmly feeling the slow strengthening of his attributes, his own strength is increasing by leaps and bounds, and will reach an apex in 3 days. No wonder the base attributes can reach 8 million or even 10 million. But alas, even a 10 million property, multiplied 10 times is just 1 billion. Ordinary Fa Zhan might be able to fight against it for a while, but once they encountered a half-step 9 revolutions that was fighting the blood god outside, then they would have no chance of winning, and even die directly in a single strike. No. No, no, even that half-step 9 revolutions outside is not a match for himself. The 8th turn powerhouses here would not be able to resist themselves. It's a dead end now. I've used the Blood God's token, besides. This is the Blood God's inheritance place. Using the Blood God's token will only appear here. It's useless at all. Yao Knight viciously clenched his teeth. He did not have a way to get out of the way. At the moment his forehead emerged a drop of cold sweat. Do not know what to do, and as time slowly passed, the battle outside the Blood God's land became more and more intense, and the sounds of booming collisions exploded throughout the small world. It was also at this moment that a figure suddenly flew over from the Blood God's inheritance land and crashed directly into the small world. Boom! Yao Knight's Earth Dragon clearly saw who the person being blasted away was. It was the Blood God. The Blood God was surprisingly no match for that half-step 9 revolutions. The Blood God, who had crashed to the ground at the moment, coughed up a large amount of blood as she struggled to stand up and look around, nodding slightly after not seeing Yao Knight's figure. He then smiled lightly as he looked towards the flying figure. Lin Feng, you've survived for thousands of years, but you've been slow to step into the 9 revolutions. Do you know what it's because of? A hideous smile spread across the corners of the Blood God's mouth and said, "At this moment, the thin figure in the distance took a step of 1,000 meters and instantly arrived in front of the Blood God. Looking down on the deity in front of him with a superior gaze as he spoke in a low voice, I'm only here to find a major criminal wanted by the Alliance. And for a promise. It is indeed my fault for unintentionally intruding into your inheritance. But stop blocking it or you will die." Ha! Ha 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 ha. The Blood God suddenly laughed, looking at the half-step 9 revolutions in front of him with an extremely teasing gaze, laughing maniacally under his breath. Just you. What do you think you are? A mere half-step of the 9th turn thinks it possesses the qualifications to speak with me as an equal? The Blood God spat out a mouthful of blood foam, while in the next second her entire body exploded with a blast that the body became a large amount of blood mist, which then merged into the Blood God statue behind it. Click 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 click. As the crowd stared in disbelief, the student statue began to crack open inch by inch. A crack appeared on the surface of that originally gray body, revealing the white skin within it. A majestic and incomparable aura emanated from the entire statue, and immediately after that, the Blood God's statue was unexpectedly shrinking at a rapid pace. In just less than 3 seconds, the statue of the Blood God completely changed into the appearance of the Blood God himself. His skin color was on the pale side, and his long black hair was spread like a pavement without an inch of hair on his body, but it still covered the important parts of his body. However, these are just symptoms. The twisted aura emanating from her was natural. A thick pressure shrouded the entire small world. Everyone was shocked to look at the ancient gods in front of them without trembling. In this moment, one by one, the bodies of those former awakened slaves burst into pieces, because they simply couldn't withstand such a thick aura. Only the 8-turn awakened ones present were able to resist in place with difficulty, using all of their supernatural abilities to maintain themselves in order to keep from being crushed down by this aura. Yao Knight is also having a hard time at the moment. Luckily, he had the foresight to hide 500 meters underground, otherwise, they would also have to be made to lift their heads by this aura. And in any case, they would all have to get seriously injured. You're crazy. Forcibly restoring your previous strength will only make your lifespan shorter and shorter. How many more times can you exert such full strength? Lin Feng, who was at the half-step of the 9th revolution, was filled with horror even as a half-step 9 revolutions. That was still far from being a match for a true 9 revolutions powerhouse. At this moment even he is difficult to use his hands to protect in front of his body, so as not to be swept away by this strong momentum. You forced me to turn on my full strength, and now you're asking why it's on. Oh human race, you're always this hypocritical. The Blood God's indifferent voice rang out. There wasn't a single trace of emotion in the tone, as if it was a real statue, or like an ancient deity, indifferent to everything. Chapter 88, okay? Now it's my turn to be a slave. All of the gray matter on the Blood God's body fell off, revealing her original appearance, strength and beauty. Like an ancient female, ancient God. This moment, this half-step 9th turn retreated backward, a trace of fear surging in his eyes. The gap between a half-step 9 turns and a 9 turns was not normally huge, even more so than the gap between a 6 turns and a 5 turns. Once an awakened person reached the 9th turn, he or she could possess a second type of power besides Yuan power, called intent. And at this moment, I only saw the Blood God gently take a step, and then pointing at the distant Lin Feng, he lightly spat out a word from his mouth. Blood. In an instant Lin Feng's body, who had already been tens of thousands of meters away, directly froze, and then his body exploded with blood mist. Bang bang bang. Crimson blood chi erupted from his body, and in just an instant, his entire body was as dry and thin as a wood, becoming like a dry corpse. But his life was still flowing and he didn't die from the loss of blood. Lin Feng couldn't utter a single word in his hoarse voice. His heart was filled with fear and he still wanted to retreat backwards. Had he known that there would be a 9 revolutions existence coming out today, he would not have said anything to come, but now it is already too late. The blood god's fingers moved slightly. 7 or 8 holes appeared on Lin Feng's body once again, only that none of these wounds were able to emit blood outwards. Only some yellowish-white substance could flow out. What's that? Human grease and solidified yuan power. Yao Night, the whole person was frozen. The yellow stuff is the human body fat in Lin Feng's body, and those white ones are the yuan power that solidified completely in his body. The yuan power in the body of a half-step 9th turn powerhouse has solidified to such a point. At this moment, heaven and earth are silent. The blood god's fingers repeatedly point out 0 points of the body has long been broken, and eventually was broken into a dozen sections, with an explosion completely shattered open. Dead. Without the slightest surprise, this half-step 9 revolutions died in this manner, and at the same time, the rest of the 8th turn powerhouses rushed madly toward the location of the blood god's inheritance land. Half-step 9 turns are dead. What are they still staying here for? These people scrambled to rush out of the small world, and unexpectedly the blood god didn't stop them. Instead, they just quietly watched them leave without any hint of wanting to make a move. After these 8 8th-turned powerhouses left, these awakened slaves also began to move around. After the first person had stepped onto the shadowy pathway that left the small world of, the rest of the awakened ones followed suit, forming a spontaneous group and gradually leaving this small world. And soon this world that had enslaved, I don't know how many awakened people, gradually fell silent. Only the wind clamored between heaven and earth. Without a single sound, even that ungrateful ivy was buried deep underground, not daring to come close to the blood god who was emitting a 9-turned aura at the moment. Time passed slowly, and Yao Night was watching, and after nearly 10 hours, the blood god's body once again grew larger, gradually filling the entire sky to become the statue it was then, and the spirit of the blood god reappeared back on the ground. However, this time her aura fell severely. From the imperceptible realm at that time to the current 7 turns, the snow god leaned against a rock with some fatigue, then said in a loud voice, "Successor, I have released my authority. Go to the inheritance land and bring over 3 bloodstones to help me regain my strength, or else I won't be able to fend off the next invaders, and you and I will both die." These words were definitely meant for himself. Yao Night shook his head and hurriedly surged out of the ground. Coming before the blood god and clasping his fists, he didn't say anything more, but hurriedly ran towards the inheritance land. Searching for the so-called bloodstone that helping the blood god to recover her strength was the top priority, and it seemed that reaching the 9 revolutions realm briefly before had not been a small load on her. Thinking like this, Yao Night came to the inheritance land. Fortunately, none of those awakened people stayed here before, otherwise it would have been doomed for him. At this moment, Yao Night came here, and he was originally thinking about how he should find the so-called bloodstone, but I didn't expect that just after entering the middle of the inheritance land, there were 2 dolls similar to the blood god, came over and took out 3 blood-red stones and handed them over to him. Without any nonsense, he hurried back into the small world and handed these 3 stones to the blood god. At this moment, as the stone is absorbed, the blood god's face gradually better. The body of the gas turn of the breath continues to pull up, and finally became a mysterious breath that cannot let a person to explore after it gradually stopped. What a surprise, they would actually send a half-step 9 turns to capture you. I remember that Lin Feng seems to be a member of some genius club. We've provoked them this time, the blood god said with some danger in his eyes. Genius club? What does that mean? Oh, this is the highest organization of the human race, and every member is guaranteed to possess the strength of the 9th turn. Even if it's a half-step 9th turn, you still need to have a prominent status to join. Just a half-step 9th turn won't do. Now that I've killed their members, it's safe to say that I've angered the genius club. It's not going to be easy the rest of the day. Hearing this, Yao Night's brows furrowed greatly. Listening to this means that now he and the blood god seem to have messed with people they shouldn't have messed with. Yao Night felt his head getting a little big at the moment. If what the blood god said was true, wouldn't that be the end of the game? Once the people from the genius club came looking for them, how would they resist? At this moment, the more he thought about it, the more depressed he became in his heart. With his current strength, he was simply unable to resist such a strong opponent. Kid, don't get that look on your face. The Genius Club has a strike limit. Their leader won't let them move around so much, and the next time they want to strike it'll take at least a month or so. So yeah, don't put on that dead man's face. There's also the fact that all my slaves have been set free, and now these blood vines are moving around devouring the small worlds again, and with the small worlds being devoured, my power will be weakened again, so I won't be able to protect you at that time. It's time for you to make your move. Hurry up and finish these guys off. I'm going back to rest for a while. The blood god patted his shoulder and then disappeared into thin air. The moment the ground of the small world appeared a blood-colored vines, non-stop sucking the ground. A rough number of a look or thousands of. Damn it, the slave awakeners all ran away and now I'm a slave. Yao Night gritted his teeth. The main doppelganger was still in the middle of evolution. Otherwise he could rest himself if he let the doppelganger act. Now he could only go on by himself. Helplessly, he began the harvest, but Yao Knight's maneuvers were much more skillful than the other awakened. After he circled a place, he used a fierce poison to make all the blood vines die of poisoning, so that he didn't have to go through all the trouble. Despite the fact that the fierce poison was in effect at all times, the blood vine appeared more and more frequently, and feats even gone from thousands in the beginning to over 5,000 without any reduction. There's no other way. Yao Knight can only continue to work hard, and the small world couldn't be contaminated by these blood vines, or else both himself and the blood god would be in danger. So it was that Master Yao, who had been hiding for a day, started the blood vine cleanup again. It should be said, not to say, those slaves are also really hard, year after year, to do this kind of bloody and boring work. Do not rebel is strange. Yao Knight himself wanted to resist. After 3 consecutive days of labor, the number of blood vines increased rather than decreased, coming to about 20,000. But fortunately, Yao Knight's evolution was about to complete. Chapter 89, Evolution of the Phantom Blood Python. This evolution is complete. Please choose your next evolutionary direction. Silver Dragon Main Defense. Gold Dragon Main Killing. Golden Dragon. Evolutionary direction temporarily selected. Please check your panel. Name, Yao Knight. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor. Demon God Class, SSS. Tianjua Role, Augur. Tianjua Realm, Catastrophe Level, Realm, 7 turns. 7 steps, Body, 621-2111, Spirit, 523-4266, Skills, Poison, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Evil 9 Killers exclusive to human form, Wild Hope on the other side, Bilocation, Phantom Blood Scale, Strength, Divine Scale Plus, Direction of Evolution, Silver Dragon, Golden Dragon to be selected, Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor. Demon God Class, Skills, Poison, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Wild Hope on the other side, Spectral Blood, 6 million attributes now, but there's still a big gap between it and an 8th turn powerhouse. Yao Knight frowned, but with the 60,000 power attribute after 10x doubling, coupled with the evil trick 9 kills, there was a capital capable of surviving under an 8th turn powerhouse. It's not so bad now, at least it's alive. At this moment, he recalled the scene of cannibalism before, and there was no feeling of regret in his mind. If you don't eat people, you can't reach the realm of the heavenly consciousness of the 6th turning. If one did not possess the catastrophe level power of a heavenly awakening at that time, then one would not have been able to kill the grass god's dependents as well as the void son. So much for evolutionary progress being left behind. The current situation was not bad. With 1 strength, one should be able to touch base with a strong person who had just entered the 8th turn, but definitely not a match for a proper 8th turn. Split. Yao Knight let out a low gulp, followed by a giant augur with a body length of 200 meters appearing out of thin air. A huge body as well as a strong sense of oppression swept through the surroundings. The phantom blood Jiao exudes a pitch-black luster all over its body, and there is a blood-colored pattern on its body, which looks extremely hideous and terrifying. Without saying anything more, the augur split immediately sped down and began to clear the blood vines on the ground. Yao Knight couldn't do it himself, so let the doppelganger get it. He himself had been cleaning the blood vines for 3 days in a row, and felt like a person had dried himself silly, like working 3 shifts in an electronics factory. It was time to take a break and rest. Yao Knight came and sat down in front of a rock, then began to clean up the contents of the spatial bracelet. Currently one's progress in refining the treasure is fine. The devil restraining pagoda could be successfully refined with only light of varying intensity, and the final quality was determined by the intensity of the light. Even if ordinary sunlight from the outside world shone on it, it would still allow the demon detaining pagoda to be refined successfully, but its quality could only reach 5 revolutions. However, if there was help from an awakened person with light attribute powers, then the quality could reach 6 turns. If only the rarity of radiance was a bit higher, it could have reached a higher level. However, currently, one could not go to the outside world, so it was said that the sniping devil tower could not be refined. The other replacement for the lifeblood has been in effect for a long time and need not be bothered with. There was also another important treasure, which was the dream order. This thing had been refined to the 6th turn stage by swaying, and could enter the middle of any awakened person's dream. But of course, the 8th turn was definitely not possible. And last but not least, a treasure of his OWN. It is currently possible to form a set of possessed armor that can roughly increase one's strength by about 5 times. Now these were his progress in refining the treasure. Not fast by any reckoning, but definitely not slow either. Exhaling lightly, Yao Knight began to perfect the demon detaining tower again. He looked forward to the day when he could obtain rare radiance, and by then the number of revolutions in the devil detaining tower might be able to reach 8. A week later, Yao Knight had perfected all of his own treasures, and there was currently nothing that could be upgraded, and the augur split within this week. Non-stop devouring blood vines attributes although increased some of the, but the augur split side had already eaten blood vines to the point of regurgitation, and any further eating was going to be stressful. Yao Knight's gaze flickered. Then he walked out of the small world to the blood god's inheritance place. Intent on seeing how well the blood god had recovered, the entire inheritance land hadn't changed much. It was still the same. And the damage from the previous battle had all been patched up by the blood god, but strangely enough, Yao Knight continuously shouted several times, and the blood god did not respond. No, my sister, are you hurt that bad? It's been a week. The empty place of inheritance remained silent. With only the echoes of his words, Yao Knight frowned. It was not good news that the blood god took too long to heal his wounds. In case if someone from the Genius Club comes to your door now, how should your side react? Yao Knight pursed his lips, then sent a message to Skyfire Z. After 3 hours had passed, Tianhua Z arrived at the blood god's inheritance place on time. Big brother, you're really here. Now the outside world is spreading like crazy. You're already wanted by the whole alliance. You quickly think of a way to leave. It's best to leave for the savage wasteland. Tianhua Z took a great deal of effort to enter the inheritance land. And at this moment, he said with a large mouthful of gasping breath, it's too late. The only way for me to go out there now is to die. Did you bring the things I asked you to bring? Now. Skyfire's son asked. Yao Knight was just about to reply to start now, but the whole place of inheritance suddenly shook, and strands of lime fell from the air. At this moment, his face instantly paled. The Genius Club is here. But the blood god was still sleeping and healing. Chapter 90, Stormy Weather. Happy family. High in the sky of the inheritance land, a strand of lime landed down and the sound of collision was endless. As if there was some kind of giant beast charging outside. Tianhuazi's face paled a bit. This kind of strong clashing sound could only mean that the visitor was not good. Inheritor, enter the small world. I will now give you the method of manipulating the blood god statue. The blood god's weak voice rang out, and his voice was filled with a sense of weakness. Just like a patient whose life was in danger, this kind of words made Yao Knight's face change. He didn't expect that the blood god's injuries hadn't fully recovered by now, and that he was even incapable of fending off the next invaders. And nowadays, he even taught himself the method of manipulating the blood god statue. Boom boom boom. The sound of space riots above continued. Yao Knight tried to call out to the blood god again, but found that the blood god's aura had completely disappeared. Tianhuazi, just pretend you don't know me and stay here. Don't worry about me. Yao Knight arranged a cry and then flew into the small world. However, just at this moment the entire upper part of the inheritance land exploded as two silhouettes swooped over. One of them was a genuine 8th turn aura, and his aura flowed like that of an unearthly dragon king. The other one was even more terrifying. Yao Knight could no longer distinguish this person's realm, which caused him to tremble viciously inside. Shouldn't it be a half step to the 9th turning? At this time it was already too late to react. The two powerhouses had already entered the place of inheritance, in which it seemed to see the Skyfire after a moment of freezing then began to ask up, just without asking two questions. These two men's gazes were once again pointing at themselves, and they rushed straight over. Yao Knight, you've committed the most heinous crime by slaughtering the genius Ling Ku and killing more than 30 of your fellow disciples, and for the crime against humanity of cannibalism you are beyond pardon, and now the time for death has come. That 8th turn powerhouse spoke with a high degree of dignity, his tone filled with coldness and disdain. Yao Knight didn't say anything, just smothered his head and escaped. Only his current speed was still a bit slow, only to see that these two powerhouses had arrived in front of him in just an instant, blocking him like two huge mountains. A strong sense of oppression came, and Yao Knight's body instinctively began to tremble while gradually moving backward. He realized at the moment that the two men had a small drone with them, which seemed to be doing something live. Yao Knight, the whole league is watching you to see how you'll be brought to justice by us today. Hearing this, Yao Yi became even more certain of the idea in his heart that the Alliance had actually come up with this setup to broadcast his looks live for more people to see. And at this moment, his appearance directly caused the live broadcast to explode, in which there were accusatory voices. Is this the man-eater? He's so handsome. So what if he's handsome? He's a murderer and a cannibal, and you've got no mercy? Oh, just kill a murderer like that. Take care of this scourge for our Alliance. Why stay here and let him appear on the air? The live broadcast room was filled with curses, and Yao Knight didn't need his head to think about it, and at this moment, that half-step 9 revolutions, without even looking at him, just said softly, let him kneel in front of a national audience and reflect on the slaughter of so many of Union University's finest, killing the leaders of those clans again. Ha! You've long since fallen into a situation of certain death. Half-step 9 turns laughed softly. He wore a mask that made it impossible to see clearly, but its powerful aura still made people fearful, as if they were facing a real ancient god. Yao Knight was very anxious inside. He was already less than 200 meters away from the blood god statue, but he couldn't move easily right now, because once they acted, they were afraid that they would have to endure a head-on attack from these two powerhouses. This will absolutely die in this 200 meters of road. There will never be an accident. You can kill the 6th revolutions, and can carry the 7th revolutions hard. You just don't know about the 8th revolutions. How should you deal with them? The eighth-turned powerhouse Ji Xinjiang slowly stepped forward, and then stretched out a palm that fell with a roar. Boom! A palm like that of a demonic god fell from the heights, and at this moment, Yao Knight's face revealed a ruthless color, followed by an instantaneous opening of his mouth. Evil trick 9 kills. Swish! In just a moment, he suddenly flung his palm and immediately afterward, a massive evil spirit suddenly appeared, then swung a claw in front of the eighth-turned powerhouse, instantly knocking him back. How dare you resist? The eighth-turned powerhouse roared angrily at the moment. He was just about to step forward to waste this kid, but who knew that this evil spirit in front of him would once again swing his second claw, and the power of the second claw was surprisingly twice as high as the strike just now. He parried the move, but before he could regain his senses, the evil spirit swung 3 claws in succession. Brush it off. In an instant, all 9 claws of the evil ghost descended, and the eighth-turned powerhouse actually sensed that his life was under threat. So the defense was fully open to ward off the move, only now it's a little late. Yao Knight's figure disappeared far away and then arrived at the foot of the blood god statue, and the moment he touched the statue of the blood god, his entire body disappeared. What did he do? The eighth turn of the strong man exclaimed. Just now that move of the evil spirit's move led him full strength to stave off, and at this moment this kid even disappeared at the foot of the blood god statue, which let the two people's eyes slightly condensed. At the same time, the live broadcast exploded. At this moment in the live broadcast room has swarmed more than 3 million viewers. Everyone is waiting for this stranglehold action. But he didn't expect Yao Knight to exceed everyone's expectations one after another. First, he used an evil ghost move to force the eighth turn powerhouse to stave off with all his might, while right after that, he turned on the disappearance technique, which was baffling to the mind. 2 sudden changes lifted everyone's heart and mind. What's going on? Aren't these two the best of the best in the Dragon Kingdom? How come they can't even deal with this murderer? Hey, I think these two were careless, letting others find their chance. So they escaped. I had told them that they should have struck earlier and directly exterminated that murderer. But now it's good that he has disappeared to see how they will end up. The two powerhouses could naturally see the comments of these national viewers in the live broadcast room, but it didn't matter to them. It was an order from the state anyway. Otherwise they wouldn't have been happy to open this live broadcast. Interesting, to make you defend with all your might and to pull off this disappearing act now. I see that you've entered this statue, haven't you? The half-step 9 turn said with a smile, some disdain in his eyes. At this moment, he slowly stepped forward, followed by the half-step 9 revolutions aura erupting out, making the heaven and earth change color, and the entire small world began to tremble once again. Ivy hid underground and didn't dare to come out, and it seemed as if Yao Knight himself had wimped out, and at this moment, Tianhuazi stumbled to the entrance of the small world, his eyes somewhat desperate to see these two powerful men. He once heard his own grandfather say that they were the bottom of the Dragon Kingdom's roster. Now they're all coming after Big Brother. So is there any way for Big Brother to survive? Tianhuazi did not say a word, and then stood at the corner in silence, just coldly watching what was going to happen next. And at the same time, within the statue of the blood god, Yao Knight's will slowly awakened, and he raised his eyes to look at his current state. The body was intact, but a portion of the will had been divided into the blood god statue. Now you could completely manipulate the blood god statue if you wanted to. His own body, on the other hand, was in a hollow in the center of the blood god statue, completely free to move. I don't know if the blood god statue controlled by can exert the might of an extreme turning powerhouse, but hopefully it can withstand this half-step 9 turning. But now that I've lost my big moment, and there are definitely a lot of people from the Dragon Nation clan in the livestream who saw me, that now I have no way back, unless I can become stronger in one fell swoop, so strong that they all dare not strike. Yao Knight muttered to himself. Immediately after that, the blood god statue moved, and it was at this moment, when the aura of the blood god statue emanated out, even that half-step 9 revolutions froze and then frowned. Interesting, surprisingly, it's a half-step 9 turns like me. Inside Kagaya City, in a certain upscale neighborhood, Yao Guang earned enough money to take his parents to move into this neighborhood, and at the moment the family of 3 is happily eating dinner. It's still my family Xiao Guang who is great. He doesn't forget his parents after earning money. And he also exchanged such a big house for us. Alas, my family Xiaoguang is just great. Xiaoguang, you are young and promising. Dad, come to drink a toast. Yao Changdong was in an extremely good mood, picking up the wine cup and drinking it alone, his face full of relief. And at the moment, the 3 of them were watching the live broadcast on the TV, and the smiles on their faces intensified. Ha, Yao Knight, this trash. The high school first so good name must have gotten a huge scholarship. Nowadays not a single phone call. Not even a penny sent home to me. He's nowhere near as good as you are. You're the good son of Dad. Yao Changdong patted Yao Guang's shoulder, the drunkenness on his face growing thicker. And at this moment, Yao Guang was also full of rosy color, when he knew that his brother had killed someone and was wanted globally. He couldn't mention how happy he was. As long as his brother died, then he was extremely happy in his heart. Yao Knight's existence was like a big mountain in his heart, and now that his brother was going to die, he naturally relaxed a lot. Chapter 91, Deadly Battle Not Retreating. He's refining treasure. At this moment in the Blood God's small world, a burst of huge crashing sounds kept coming. Yao Knight manipulated the statue of the Blood God and engaged this masked half of the 9 revolutions into battle. At this moment, this half-step 9 turns was like running thunder, and every impact would cause the Blood God statue to tremble for a minute and even crack a little more. If it goes on for a long time, will certainly destroy the whole statue. Then even if the Blood God recovered, that cannot fight against each other. Yao Knight, at this time, he was controlling the Blood God statue, and since the entire statue was constructed as a woman's body, he was more or less compartmentalized and couldn't fully utilize the advantages of the statue's huge body. Instead, it was a bit bulky and heavy, just like driving in armor, unable to do as he wished. Yao Knight, you're bound to die today. And today I'll let you make a fool of yourself in front of a global audience and show you that it's impossible to break the basic rules of humanity. Delayed in taking down the big guy in front of him, the half-step 9 turns powerhouse became furious inside and started to rage. He was only seen to be shining with light, releasing a beam of light to shoot at the Blood God statue with each strike, causing a large amount of damage. My gosh, it's the God of Light devotee. It's the God of Light devotee. That SS rank awakened person who was previously hidden amongst all kinds of geniuses. It's him really. If a devotee of the God of Light strikes, then who else can be his opponent? Yao Knight was unable to hear the words of the audience in the live broadcast room, but he could clearly detect the strong light attributes coming from his opponent. The refining of the demon detaining tower is still short of the final step, but this guy is actually radiating light attributes from his body. Yao Knight's eyes were glazed over. With his plan in mind at the moment, he immediately took out the semi-finished product of the demon detaining tower, and then began to frantically refine it. Demon avoidance pill. Flying forest feather. Yao Knights, after the eyes massively stuffed these 2 final materials into the sniper tower, then he directly maneuvered the sniper devil tower to fly towards one of the most severely damaged parts of the statue's body, where there was a strong presence of light attributes. Boom! Having just been too distracted, the Bright Believer's attack once again dealt massive damage to the statue. The Yao Knight's body violently took a few steps backward, but he still insisted on placing the demon detaining pagoda on the most severely traumatized part of his body. Immediately after the detention tower began to absorb those light attributes, Yao Knight had some madness in his eyes at the moment. Half of his mind was used for practicing the treasure, and half of his mind was used against the enemy, and he fell into a disadvantage in just an instant, almost being pressed by the other party. Ha ha ha, even if you obtain this kind of heaven-defying statue, what can you do? Do you really think you're my opponent? The Light Believer laughed maniacally. But at that very moment, his entire body froze, only to see a huge ogre dragon behind him, instantly biting half of his body, an intense stinging pain coming from the lower half of his body. This was clearly Yao Knight's doppelganger. How dare you? The Light Believer instantly became furious, followed by his right hand transforming into a flash of lightsaber, instantly severing the head of the ogre behind him. However, strangely enough, Yao Knight's ogre dragon doppelganger didn't seem to have any sense of pain, and after that huge body crashed to the ground, the dragon head began to grow again at the wound. At this moment, the 8th turned powerhouse wanted to step forward and strangle his doppelganger, yet he was blocked by the Light Believers. Let me deal with this kid alone. There's no need for you to make a move. Just watch from the side. Once these words came out, this 8th turned powerhouse Ji Zhizhenjian paused and didn't say anything more, but stood to the side. The next second the attack of the Light Believer became more and more ferocious. His hands became swords constantly cutting back and forth on the huge body of the Blood God statue, leaving a raging trail of light, causing huge amounts of damage. The Yao Knight is also shaky at the moment, but he was still holding on, maneuvering the demon detaining tower to flow in every direction of the Blood God statue, accepting the baptism of light. Gradually, nearly 1/3 of the area of this treasure was now covered by streams of light, and it could be said that the refining was complete. However, 2/3 of the area is still in a state of chaos and unfinished. Moreover, due to his distraction, the Blood God statue was severely traumatized. It was already on the verge of collapsing, and its huge body was full of cracks, as if it was going to shatter into thousands of pieces of slag in the next second. Be sure to hold on. The light attribute power from him. If the refining is completed, it's definitely capable of reaching the level of an 8-turn immortal treasure, and I've got the capital to turn around. If I can't support it now, then the only way is death. Yao Knight roared madly in his heart, while at the same time, the Light Believer's attack strangely stopped. His brows were furrowed as he stared dead at the statue of the Blood God in front of him, seemingly searching for something for a long time before he slowly opened his mouth. You seem to be making treasure. Am I right? Wow. When these words came out, Yao Knight's face instantly turned pale. and at the same time, waves of shock were set off in the live broadcast room. It's impossible. How can someone fight and still be able to refine treasures at the same time? Especially fighting a half-step ninth-turn powerhouse. How can he possibly do that? Really? Someone is really capable of refining treasures during a battle. And the level of this battle is extremely high. So that means Yao Knight is refining immortal treasures. The word immortal treasure instantly set off shockwaves within the live broadcast. Almost all awakened had possessed treasures, but there were very few things about the 6 turns immortal fortress. And some people knew that even if they did, that they understood that it was an existence that they could not touch. The difficulty of matching the materials and the consumption of mind and spirit in refining immortal treasures were all things that made it impossible and incapable for an ordinary awakened to do so. Being able to refine immortal treasures meant that the awakened person had gained considerable strength and even a certain social status. And it was definitely not low, but it would be fine if he used all of his mind to recite the treasure in normal times. But he actually refined it in the middle of a battle. The live feeds were filled with gasps of every viewer who was in front of the television set was eerily silent. Their eyes glazed over as they watched the scene in the live broadcast room. Yao Guangjing's right hand, which was picking at the rice, stopped, and then clutched the chopsticks tightly. Brother, why? Noticing that his son's mood is not right, Yao Changdong immediately spoke out to comfort. And in the middle of the small world, half of the 9 revolutions powerhouse apostle of light stopped. He was still floating in the air, his eyes flatly looking ahead. At this moment, he was able to detect a burst of treasure fluctuations in the surface of this statue's body on the other side, skimming over every traumatized location, and after sweeping through, the aura of light will disappear. It seems that the other party is making use of their light attribute talent to refine treasures. Ha ha ha. You think you're so smart? Or maybe you're something amazing? In the midst of a battle with me, he was even able to spare his astral god to refine an indifferent treasure. You seem to despise me very much, and you seem to need the light attribute a lot. The bright believer smiled, and immediately after that, his hands slowly lifted up, and finally a totem like a magic formation righteousness appeared behind him, forming a huge golden light spell. Don't you really want light attribute power? How should you follow this famous stance of mine? The light believer laughed maniacally, and immediately after that, the spell formation behind him exploded with an intense light. A huge pillar of light like a descending spark shot out, instantly striking the blood god statue's chest position. The violent column of light made the space of the small world feel like it was tearing apart. Heaven and earth are wailing. Even the ivy underground is overwhelmed by this might, letting out a hiss of pain. Ha ha ha, don't you want light? Such a light. But you want it. Boom! The heavens and earth were torn apart, and likewise the chest position of the blood god statue. Yao Knight almost used all his strength at this moment. The demon-detaining pagoda was placed in front of him, and he tried his best to absorb the huge pillar of light in front of him with all his strength. However, there was still a lot of light that penetrated his body, corrupting his entire body with blood and flesh falling off. And even white bones were exposed. At this moment, the blood god statue was still standing, but Yao Knight's shaky, tattered body, holding the soon-to-be finished devil restraining tower, fell from high in the sky. Because the height was so high, it took 30 seconds of free fall before he hit the ground with a thud. It was also at this moment that heaven and earth fell silent. Yao Knight's aura completely disappeared. At the same time, Yao Guang, who was far away from Kagaya City, suddenly covered his chest, and the expression on his face became extremely hideous. Chapter 92: The Devil's Detention Tower. You have been detained. Yao Guang, who was currently eating, covered his chest and collapsed on the ground. His face turned pale and his life was rapidly draining away. Yao Changdong instantly became anxious. He thought that the child was choking on his food and wanted to use the Heimlich maneuver. But then he realized that the child was covering his chest. Kid's mom, call an ambulance. Hurry up and get them here. What's wrong with this kid? Xiao Guang, you can't scare me. Yao Changdong was overjoyed in his heart as he watched his child's face grow paler and paler, and even his breath weakened. He had already panicked to the extreme inside, and even mouthed off, "My child, you mustn't be in trouble. What will we do if you die? Who will earn money in the future? Death to you. Death to you. What are we going to do when you die? Dad has taken out a loan to buy 3 luxury cars. Who's going to pay it back now?" Yao Changdong was already mouthing off, and at this moment, Yao Guang's downtrodden eyes looked at his father's anxious face, but stayed frozen for a long time. Turns out, Dad was really worried about my money. Not me. Brother, you already knew. Why didn't you tell me? When he finished, his head hung down, followed by a silent death. The other side. Ha ha ha. Thinking that you're invincible just because you've manipulated a puppet that doesn't belong to you? You still dare to distract yourself from refining immortal treasures. You really don't know yourself. The light believers laughed maniacally while the live broadcast completely exploded. This murderer is really dead. Actually killed by one blow. Ha ha ha. Bright believers YYDS are my idols. ODU sang. If I really go, it's too much of a pity. I might as well let him finish refining it first. The treasure hasn't been fully refined yet. You're not a traitor upstairs, are you? How can you say that so easily when you let a murderer succeed in refining it? The discussion in the live room went on, but it didn't affect the remaining 3 people present. At this moment, the bright believer slowly stepped forward and arrived in front of Yao Knight's corpse, taking that demon detaining tower, which was about to be refined to completion, in his hands. How come there are only 7 turns? There seems to be some flavor missing. He frowned, revealing a look of dissatisfaction. Treasures of the 7th turn were of little help to him unless the effects were extremely heaven-defying. But the demon detaining pagoda was not in that category, however. Right at that moment, Heavenly Flame Sun walked up. At this moment, his face was calm and horrible to look at, not producing any trace of expression. Just respectfully stepped forward and rushed to the bright believers and clasped his fists and said, "Lord Bright Believer, this treasure of his I knowed. I used to be his classmate. And now I'm only one kind of light away from making this treasure step into the 8th turn realm," Tianhuazi said with conviction. However, at this moment, the bright believer twisted his head and looked at him with a cold smile. "I heard that you recognized him as your big brother before, right? What? Do you want to find a way to get revenge now?" With these words, Tianhuazi's face instantly turned a few shades of white, but he didn't step backward. Instead, his gaze remained firm. "Lord Devotee, how could I possibly make a move to betray you? Now that this homicidal maniac is dead, it's only natural for me to help you gain more power. I only hope that you can take care of our Heavenly Flame Clan more." Lord Devotee, don't believe a word he says. This kid is lying to you. He might have something bad in mind. Yes. He's probably thinking about how to avenge his brother's death right now. Don't believe him, Mr. Believer. The faces of the light believers kept changing. A being like him strikes every time. It's only for the sake of great profit that they strike. He was paid handsomely by the Alliance officials like this time, but he felt it wasn't enough. This time, if he could get a treasure of 8 turns, it would also be a great harvest for him, and it would be stronger than any payoff given by the Alliance officials. Well, the light believer pondered slightly before speaking to the Heavenly Flame Sun. "If you can really make this immortal treasure reach 8 revolutions, I can't help but take care of your Heavenly Flame Clan for a bit. Thank you for your trust, my lord. I'll give it a try and absolutely satisfy you." Heavenly Flame Sun spoke respectfully. He then took over the demon detaining tower and began his movements, only to see him first spit out a mouthful of flames that kept burning on the sniper tower, looking extremely ordinary for such an act. However, it was actually possible to see the streams of light flowing on the surface of the sniper devil tower, which seemed to be gradually perfecting itself. What's going on? He's really able to perfect this treasure. Did you see that? The aura of this immortal treasure is in the process of being perfected. My God. I'm actually able to have the honor of seeing the scene of the birth of an 8-turn immortal treasure. My God! Looking at the exclamations of shock from the audience in the live broadcast room, the bright believer's face became more and more certain. It seemed that he could still harvest an 8th-turn immortal treasure today, which was just too good a deal. At this moment, although Heavenly Flame Sun was superficially perfecting the demon detaining pagoda, inwardly, he was constantly thinking, "Big brother told me to just perfect the demon detaining tower after his death, but now that he's completely dead, does it really make sense for me to do that?" Tianhuazi's heart had long since fallen into deep suspicion. Despite the death of his elder brother, he still maintains trust in him and is working on his last will and testament. Wisps of flame erupted from his mouth, and these flames burned and sputtered as if they symbolized new life. The devil restraining tower was gradually being perfected, and was even just a hair's breadth away from success. The gaze of that 8th-turn powerhouse as well as the light believers lit up completely. The two of them and the hundreds of viewers in the live broadcast room stared at this final scene with burning eyes, their eyes full of expectation and greed. After a couple minutes had passed, a crunching sound suddenly came from the demon detainer tower. Immediately afterward, a breath of 8 revolutions erupted out. The entire body of the demon detaining tower shone with endless light, instantly illuminating more than 50 miles in a radius, making it too bright to open one's eyes. The light believer laughed out loud and was about to walk up and take a good look at the 8-turn treasure. Just then, however, he froze. At the sight of Tianhuazi, Yao Knight slowly revealed his figure. He was tall, and his whole person revealed a lean and handsome feeling, like the bamboo in the distant mountains. At this moment, Yao Knight received the demon detaining pagoda with an expressionless face, then gazed straight at the bright believer and lightly spat out a word under his breath. "Collect." In this instant, the bright believer's face changed greatly. Chapter 93, The counterattack is completed. The gathering of the heavenly jurists. In this instant, the demon detaining tower in Yao Knight's hand emitted a dazzling light, followed by a powerful suction intent that came from it, directly fixing the bright believer. Boom boom boom. The strong, unmistakable tearing was so obvious that the light believer's hands kept blossoming with light. But surprisingly, it was useless, only to see his entire body flying close to Yao Knight, and his body was actually gradually shrinking. After only 3 seconds had passed, the light believer shrunk into a black dot and entered the devil detaining tower. At this moment, not only was the entire venue quiet, but even the live broadcast room was completely dead silent. What's going on? He's dead, isn't he? Why is he coming back to life now? That treasure has now become an octopus in his hands. And he even took Lord Bright Believer in. How did he do it? Lord Bright Believer is a half step to the ninth turning. The live broadcast room had long been in chaos. And at this moment, Yao Knight slowly walked up and felt this new body. If there were no accidents, Yao Guang would be dead by now, but what makes him feel strange is that there seems to be some extra bloodline in this body that is extremely similar to Yao Guang. That is to say that this body of his now is composed of his own life together with the life of his younger brother Yao Guang. But now is not the time to think about this, because that remaining 1/8 turn strong man has slowly walked up. What the hell did you do? He took 2 steps forward, his eyes looking menacingly straight at Yao Knight. Only Yao Knight didn't look at him squarely, but gently waved his hand and said, half of the 9 revolutions of the light believers have already been sniped by me. And you, aren't you ready to flee? Yao Knight said with a cold smile, while immediately afterward, his body blasted into a cloud of blood mist and merged into that broken blood god statue. The blood god statue had been much damaged, but it was still possible to deal with a mere 8th turn. At this moment, as the blood god statue's gigantic body walked away, this 8th turn powerhouse's legs went weak. How did things turn out like this? Even Lord Bright Believer also folded here. What should I do? He prepared to retreat backward, but was horrified to find countless blood-colored walls floating around him under the control of the blood god statue, sealing off all of his paths of retreat, leaving him with nowhere to escape. Oh, since you are here to round up, you have to be prepared to be rounded up. If you're not even mentally prepared for this, what makes you dare to come and kill me? Boom! The blood god statue raised that enormous right foot, then stepped on the head of this 8th turn powerhouse in a crushing gesture, crashing down hard on the ground dead. This kick alone was not something that an ordinary 8th turn could resist. Without the slightest surprise, this strong man instantly turned into a mess of flesh, and at this moment, Yao Knight instantly detached himself from the blood god statue and came to the ground. He looked at the puddle of mush and contemplated for a little while. The flesh and blood essence of an 8th turn powerhouse was enough to increase his evolutionary progress dramatically, but instead of rushing, he collected all this blood and flesh into his spatial bracelet, and then even smiled at the drone that was broadcasting live. It's not that I want to kill them, but they have to come and mess with me. I'm just being passive and defensive, so please don't get carried away in front of the TV. Pop! After saying these words, he flexed his fingers and flicked a stream of air raging away. The drone was shot down and the live feed was terminated. Come on Forenza, meet an old friend. Yao Knight patted Tian Huozi's shoulder, and the two of them passed through the small world and arrived in the Blood God Inheritance Land. Just after arriving here, 2 figures were already sitting in 2 locations, sizing up Yao Knights with great interest. Dong Fong Long, it's unbelievable that you're already this strong, Red Dragon said with excitement in his eyes. He had to admit that Yao Knight's overall strength had completely surpassed his own right now, although a Heavenly Awakened's power was the same as his own. Yao Knight's Orthodox Awakened stage power had already reached the 7th turn, and was even about to reach the 8th turn. It was no longer something he could fight against. Dongfang Long, your performance was just too wonderful. I've watched all the live broadcasts. Your Awakened 1 tactics are really beyond our imagination. Even God is very much looking forward to meeting you. The demon in the suit rose slowly, a strand of deference in his eyes. The demon was just a heavenly awakening at the 7th turn stage, and it was only natural to be respectful at this moment. Ha ha, choose your day. I happen to have brought some ingredients with me. This time I'll let you guys taste the craftsmanship from the east. Yao Knight laughed out loud, and after greeting the blood god, the 3 of them left this place and headed towards a remote city in the distance. Somewhere in a private villa, the trio of Yao Knight Red Dragon demons were busy in the kitchen. He collected the body fragments of the previous 8th turn powerhouse, added some seasonings after chopping it into sauce, marinated it for half an hour, and finally made it into a meat pie. After frying the meat filling, some dough was prepared for some dumplings. Dongfang Long, your dumplings are too hard to make. It's not as good as just frying the meat filling or deep frying the meatballs, the Red Dragon said with some displeasure. What do you know? That's romance from the east, and I hope you don't yell in shock when the dumplings are in your mouth, the demon said slowly, and with a black-tailed skirt he kneaded the dough. Following Yao Knight's example and wrapping the items one by one into round dumplings, the 3 of them were busy in the kitchen, as amicable as a big family, and sitting on the couch was exactly what Tian Huozi was uncomfortable sitting and standing. Of course he knew that the 3 in the kitchen were having a human meal, but he didn't want to eat it, so Tian Huozi ordered a fried chicken takeout and ate it while watching TV, but it was a little too much to eat, because the current scene was just a little too disgusting for a normal person. Until 2 hours have passed, the trio returned to the table, and along came a large pot of dumplings, knowing that a human being has, at the very least, 60 pounds of flesh on his body. That's why the portion of dumplings wrapped is also very sufficient. And this tub of dumplings can be said to be a small bathtub. Where's the vinegar? Where's the chili? Do we have to dry chew? How come you guys don't have anything ready in this little house? Yao Knight said with some dissatisfaction. Then once again made a call to Tianhuozi to go buy vinegar and chili for everyone, without Yao Knight giving the word. The demon and the red dragon didn't dare to move their chopsticks, but instead exchanged words while swallowing their saliva on the side. Dongfang Long, you're really mixed up. Now that you're strong, you're yelling at us. You kid. Really? Che? Of course you can yell at us if you are strong. If Li Honglong has the strength of the 8th turn, I can also listen to your orders. Understand? The three of them whined while staring at the dumplings in the basin, secretly wondering why Tianhuozi hadn't bought them back yet, but just as several people were anxious, the villa door was opened just after seeing the visitor. Yao Knight realized that he didn't recognize him, but the red dragon and the demon stood up with a respectful look on their faces. Hello, Angel. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since I've seen you. And I found my way here today because I've smelled the wonderful taste of the flesh and blood of an 8th turn powerhouse, right? The demon sneered. While the one they called an angel was a wonderful young girl in a white trench coat, the angel smiled gently, then sat down on the couch and leaned against Yao Knight's. Hello, Oriental Dragon. I've heard about you from the red dragons and the others. I didn't realize that you had prepared dumplings, a specialty of the Orient. For our first meeting, honesty whets the appetite. Yao Knight was just about to say something, but who knew that Tianhuozi had walked in? Brother, we got the vinegar and chili. Well, that got a few more people mixing up the seasonings. And then the oriental meal kicked off. The angels joined in during this time, but there were plenty of dumplings, enough for a few people to share. Hey, you guys, look at the calendar. Today seems to be the spring festival of the Dragon Kingdom before the alliance was formed, Skyfire Sun said, pointing to the date on the television. Alas, indeed. Happy Chinese New Year everyone then. Tianhuozi, go buy a box of Lao Bai Gainer and come back, we'll drink around. Yao Knight once again made his little brother. There is no way. The Skylad went out again and bought back a large box of Old White Dry. The atmosphere in this villa was once again pushed to a climax as the crowd ate dumplings and played cards and drank. Finally, after almost 5 hours of playing, the crowd stopped and started watching the program on the TV instead of watching with the crowd. Yao Knight went to the middle of the villa's backyard and took out the head of that 8th turn powerhouse from within his backpack. In addition to the head, there are naturally bones as well as some internal organs. In fact, the energy contained in the flesh and blood of an 8th turn powerhouse is generally the main energy still gathered in the bones and internal organs, and since the brain is the organ that uses the most energy in the body, huge amounts of energy are normally stored in the brain. Yao Knight licked the corners of his mouth, then summoned the giant Zhao Split. He didn't exactly summon the doppelganger out, and instead, he had the doppelganger penetrate a head from his back and swallowed all of the corpses of these 8th turn powerhouses. Chapter 94 Yunnan, God of the Forest. The body essence of the 8th turn powerhouse was swallowed by him. And in just an instant, his body was parched. Boom boom boom. The blood in his body began to flow violently. Emitting a shocking roar, Yao Knight silently felt that he had unexpectedly increased his evolutionary progress to 23% from his next evolution, boosting the evolutionary progress by 1/5 in one go. The flesh and blood of an 8th turn powerhouse really lives up to its name. Yao Knight, he muttered under his breath. But he understood that the chance for him to be able to devour an 8th turn powerhouse would only be this one time in a short period of time. I'm afraid, with his original strength, he could only slightly resist the 8th turn powerhouse, unable to do so to defeat or kill it because his strength did not allow it. The only reason he was able to eat the blood and flesh of an 8th turn powerhouse this time was still relying on the blood god statue. It was only that in the future, if he didn't get help from the blood god in the blood god's land, he would need to double his efforts to improve himself. Right, Eastern Dragon, have you read the latest official news? The forest god's inheritance has appeared. The demon suddenly said. Jean and Yao Yi froze a bit. Forest god that should be similar to the blood god. I already have the blood god inheritance qualification. The forest god doesn't seem to have much to do with me. Yao Knight said tentatively, but with curiosity still in his eyes. No, 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 no. The god of the forest is not something that the blood god can be compared to. The blood god at its peak was only at the 9th revolution's realm, but the god of the forest is a transcendent deity, comparatively speaking a transcendent beyond the 9th revolutions. When the demon said this, Yao Knight's eyes immediately lit up. Transcendentals was a term he seemed to have heard once. This would be the second time he heard it, but it still made him yearn for it. What's inside the forest god's legacy? Tell me in detail, Yao Knight asked with interest. Well, I've heard that there seems to be a secret to the forest god becoming a transcendent deity. The other is that there is a vine secret realm in the forest god's inheritance land, and it seems that if one passes through that secret realm they can become the next forest god. But unfortunately, many awakened people are now attracted to go. Even that scene is likely to have a 9th turn awakened person. I'm afraid that the chances of us being able to get the inheritance if we go are not very high. Of course, it's different if the angel joins in, the demon said as he turned his gaze to the angel at his side, and due to the contact of these two people's gazes, it made Yao Yi immediately come back to his senses. I'm afraid that this angel's heavenly consciousness realm is the ninth turn. Yao Knight's complexion immediately changed. At this moment, he stood up abruptly and looked at the angel with a surprised look, having dinner with a ninth turn powerhouse. How many people could only dream of that? Although it wasn't an orthodox 9 revolutions, it was close that he had previously thought that the angel's realm was similar to that of the red dragon and the demon, and had only treated them as ordinary friends, but he hadn't expected it now. It was discovered that the other party's strength was the strongest in the room, and was even said to have reached the peak of the human realm. And at this moment the angel took a bite of the dumpling, sweet cheek, showed a smile and looked at the crowd and said, I'm here to help. If you guys want to go, but only with God's permission, and I can't go if he doesn't. Well, in that case, I'll just call and ask God if God agrees. This place of the forest god's inheritance might actually have to be visited. So then the demon picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Yao Knight could slightly hear a low, female male voice on the other end of the phone at the moment, but couldn't make out much, and after a few moments of conversation, God on the other side of the room seemed to agree with the crowd's request to allow the angels into the operation. Okay, Eastern Dragon. God approved of the angels entering this operation. When do we leave? The demon asked with a sigh of relief. Today is Chinese New Year. Wait until after the 15th. It is expected that those who are in the forest inheritance for the past few dozen days won't get anything good. Yao Knight sealed the deal, and so the crowd prepared to leave on the 15th day of the new year, and in the intervals of these days, the people procured some meat as well as large quantities of grain, oil, rice and flour, and prepared to have a good time before the festival. Chapter 95, Amazing Actual Combat. Peak 8 Revolutions Battle Power Day by Day. As the fireworks in the night sky became fewer and fewer, the whole flavor of the new year faded, and the 15th day of the first month of the lunar calendar slowly descended. Yao Knight, sitting on the bench outside the villa, he silently felt the changes in his body while constantly swallowing an elixir to maintain his body at its peak state. Currently, one's realm had come to the 8th stage of the 7th turn, but if we are talking about real strength, it is able to resist the 8th turn. The other thing was that with the blessing of the divine worker's talent, he had currently refined a set of armor made up of treasures by himself. He named the armor Shura, and the time it took to remove the armor and make it work was kept to less than 2 seconds. And that was as fast as he could go with his mental powers at full power. Once the Shura armor was turned on, then one's attribute realm would be straight at the peak of the 8th turn. So at present, in a comprehensive view, with his strength to deal with the 8th turn is no longer difficult, unless it is the kind of special talent and in the 8th turn of the best in order to pose a threat to it. The rest of the 8th turn can only cause a little bit of trouble. However, if one happened to run into a half-step 9 turns or 9 turns in an unlucky circumstance, then there was no chance of winning at all. A 9th revolution's powerhouse was not something that ordinary people could touch, even if it was a half-step 9th revolutions. Thinking of this, he took out the demon detaining tower and looked at the tiny figure inside the tower. Only the light believers were seen crashing and screaming incessantly inside the tower. As annoying as a noisy mosquito. Yao Knight still haven't figured out how to deal with this guy. After all, the half-step 9th turn isn't something that the sniper devil tower can refine. Moreover, if it was released, it would be more troublesome for the angel side to deal with it even if it could. And I'm afraid that the noise caused by the battle would attract other people's attention. Let's just let you live well for a while. When I also reach the half-step 9 revolutions, I will definitely swallow you then. Yao Knight narrowed his eyes and said, not hiding that greed at all. It was also at this moment that the demonic few likewise walked out from the villa, talking and laughing. Ha ha, I told you I should have bought the fireworks earlier. Angel, you guys just don't buy them. Now you regret it, right? Can't I just buy it now? I'll buy it now and put it away. The little girl angel didn't have the good sense to say, buying it now doesn't count anymore. Tomorrow is the 15th day of the first month. Where can you fire a cannon on the 14th day of the first month? Do you think you're a child? The devil's words shattered the innocent angel's dreams. He had thought before that setting off cannons was all for children, but now the idea had risen within him to set them off for a bit of fun. But it was clearly not the time of year. Well, I guess we'd better get ready early. We're going to the forest country tomorrow. I've heard that it's not peaceful over in Yunnan recently. Several forces have been beating each other senseless. We need to keep a low profile when we go there as well, and one of us will bring a mask. By the way, there's also you kid who sits in a chair every day and dithers. What level of strength have you reached? It should be able to fight against the 8th turn. Yao Knight said slowly. What do you mean by fighting against the 8th turn? Who do you think you are? How about practicing with our angel? Once this statement was made, the angelic little girl also came to be interested in looking straight at Yao Knight. I see that you men just love to brag the most. You obviously only have less than 8 revolutions of strength. Yet you have to say that you can fight against 8 revolutions. Since you say so, Let's practice in my hands. I'll keep my strength at 8 turns and see if what you say is true, Angel said with a smile. Aha! Yao Knight stood up, followed by a low chirp from his mouth immediately after that. One treasure after another lingered on his body, eventually changing into the appearance of a suit of armor. Holy shit! What is this? How come it's so handsome? I'm going. You think you're an armor warrior? Do you think you're an armor warrior? Do you have any real combat ability? Both the red dragon and the demon were stunned. This kind of dazzling appearance was something they hadn't envisioned. Come on, Angel. Better make me realize what kind of oppression the knife turning really is. Yao Knight hooked his finger, and at this moment, the angel smiled slightly. Followed by a pair of white feathered wings growing from his back, she really did control her strength. Hovering around the 8th turn. At this moment, after taking out a bright saint sword, he directly lunged over without any skill. Light judgment. With these words, Shake slightly smiled. Immediately after that, the pair of mechanical arms filled with a sense of technology blocked upwards, unsurprisingly blocking the move. And immediately after, this mech body of his didn't reveal itself as bulky, but as full of dexterity. The angel who closed in on her in a few shattering steps, followed by a punch on top of her chest. A soft touch came. Yao Knight said it didn't matter, and the angel was fine with it, all the while marveling at the power level of the punch. This punch of yours is at the very least capable of fighting against the middle stage of the 8th turn, but it's still a bit weak for me. The angel laughed, and then in a wave of his hand, countless small baby-like cherubs rushed over to the an explosion was created after each cherub rushed over. Yet the power of this explosion was controlled at the peak of the 8th turn. Yao Knight's gaze flickered in the midst of this explosion after explosion. A faint yellow halo emerged on the surface of the entire armor. At the same time, the dragon scales on the surface of his body unexpectedly all transferred to the surface of the mech. This was the latest defense he had researched, and it was also the main technique they used to fight against 8th turn powerhouses, using the treasures and his own abilities to connect. The defensive power of the golden armor was raised by more than one notch, and in this way, he was able to defend against an attack from the peak of the 8th turn, and as it turned out, the cherub's explosion couldn't hurt him. It only made his body tremble slightly. Alright, there's no need to fight anymore. You do possess the qualifications to fight against the 8th turn. My 8th turn is the 8th turn of a top awakened person. Unless you meet an extremely heaven-defying 8th turn awakened person, you shouldn't have too much of a problem with your current strength. After saying this, the angel stopped paying attention to the crowd and went into the villa to rest. Meanwhile, the demons and red dragons were surrounding them. You kid can so quickly among the ranks of the strong. I and the red dragon are just a 7-turn 6-turn cabbage. And you, in just less than a year or so you have become this kind of top powerhouse. Alas, people are more angry than people. Listening to the demon's words, the red dragon's heart sank even further. There was a time when he was still able to pass a move or two with Yao Yi, but now he didn't even have the qualifications to pass a move, and let's not even talk about crossing the line. Not even enough power to make a move against each other. Alas, it was just a fluke for me. So you guys should stop bragging about me and get ready for tomorrow's trip to the forest country of Yunnan, Yao Knight said as he waved his hand. However, at this moment, the three were just about to leave, but the demon seemed to have remembered something, so he opened his mouth and asked, "It's true that your awakened one realm can fight against the 8th turn, but aren't you minding your heavenly awakened one realm? If your heavenly decider realm could also be raised to the 8th turn, but it would be a qualitative leap." When these words came out, Yao Knight immediately became interested and hastily asked, "What do you mean? What would be the effect of a heavenly consciousness reaching the 8th turn?" Ha, it's like this. Heavenly awakened one who reaches the 8th turn seems to have the ability to split up, like the angel created a second angel, and the second one he's out there on a mission. I'm also desperate to reach turn 8 right now, so I can create a second demon and double my combat power, so to speak. Yao Knights fell into a weird silence. After a heavenly awakened person reaches the 8th turn, they can actually create a second self out of thin air. In that case, one's own doppelganger can also have a second one. That's 2 of one's own 2 giant dragon doppelgangers. Good. Then how should I raise the next level of heavenly awakening? Is cannibalism the only way? Yao Knight asked with some curiosity. Of course not. It stands to reason that every passing of life can allow a heavenly consciousness to elevate their realm, depending on how enlightened you are. A few people talked again for a while, and meanwhile the red dragon went to a town not far away and caught a couple of young men back for tonight's dinner. The guys got busy again, sautéing vegetables, seasoning vegetables, grilling vegetables. However, since Tian Huazi couldn't eat human flesh, he ordered another fried chicken takeout this time. Yao Knight dutifully observed the feeding of several people. At the same time, he himself was eating, hoping to raise the power of the heavenly consciousness. This time there was a vignette above each person's head, but the red dragon behind the red dragon became more and more robust, while the demon remained the same bland look. Currently there are only angels, and he is a tall, holy female who looks extremely beautiful. As for Yao Knight's oriental dragon, it was a bit stronger than a demon and not as good as an angel. During this meal, Yao Knight's heavenly awakening's power didn't improve much. Just a slight increase. Forget it. Let's just raise the realm of the awakened first. I hope this trip to the forest kingdom won't disappoint me. In his heart, he sighed that the improvement of power was still too difficult, so it was better to find a way to do something that was within his power first. Chapter 96, Forbidden Places on the Outskirts of the Forest. Day 2. Yunnan. The outskirts of the forest country. Thousands of awakened ones had gathered on the outskirts of the originally deserted and barren forest. It made the place look a little different from usual, and at this moment, Yao Knight and his group were wearing masks and were silently waiting for the opening time of the forest kingdom. At this moment, looking around, there were no less than 1,000 awakened ones in the entire periphery. The 5th turn occupied half of the number, and most of the remaining were 6th turn. As for the 8th turn, there was not a single one. But it was possible that they were hidden amongst these people. Yao Knight and his group didn't attract much attention with their masked appearance. After all, there were plenty of awakened who didn't want to reveal their appearance. The crowd waited in silence. Finally, after 3 hours, the sum of the trees in the outer forest began to bend, and there were nearly 30 of them gradually gathering into the shape of a gate. A green curtain of light then appeared in this door, while immediately afterward the awakened frantically poured into it. There's no need to rush. The light gate will appear for almost an hour. Let them go in first. The demon reminded. As time slowly passed, the number of awakened gradually dropped, and finally Yao Knight and his group drilled into the light door one after another. The white light in front of their eyes dispersed, and they suddenly appeared on top of a primitive meadow, and the surrounding area of the meadow was filled with large pine trees and all kinds of trees. At this moment, if you look around, in the deepest part of the entire meadow was a large mass of green stuff. The green mass was extremely large and seemed to be wrapped around something, but now if you looked at it, it looked like a giant green meatball, which was somewhat disgusting. Inside that meatball is the place where the forest god's inheritance is located. Or should we go there now? Yes. Yao Knight and his group identified the target and then flew close to the green meatball. At the same time, there were also quite a few awakened who had discovered the end and also intended to approach, and so under this wolf pack effect, nearly half of the awakened rushed towards the meatball, while the others searched for some ordinary materials or treasures in this space. After all, with their strength they were unable to participate in this kind of high-level competition. It was better to take what they could get. The group dashed off, finally arriving at the meatball after some insight from the sidelines. A couple of men bore down into the meatball. Pff. The eye is all green, and within this ball of flesh is a large palace, and at the very top of this palace, an extremely shiny green crystal exists. What was even more amazing was that on the crystal's surroundings, 100 awakened people were fighting, seemingly just for that crystal. What is that thing? Do any of you know? Yao Knight asked. It's the green godhead, also known as the thorn god crystal, the angel muttered, while a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. What does it mean? The godhead means that you can become a god after acquiring that thing? Of course, not only can you become a deity, but you can do so much more. Then we'll start looting. Yao Knight laughed. Immediately afterward, his aura changed and he rushed towards the green crystal like a dragon. Demons and red dragons and angels were not to be outdone. A few people rushed towards this green godly grids one after another, and the behavior of these few of them thoroughly attracted the attention of the others. Stop them. The godhead cannot fall into someone else's hands. It must be obtained by our genius club. A youth hissed loudly, while 5 or 6 turn 8 powerhouses rushed over immediately afterward. This voice didn't matter, but it actually shouted so many 8th turn powerhouses. Yao Knight and Angel were both a bit dumbfounded. The red dragon and the demon were even more dry. Their two originally rushed to the body. A beat followed by immediately returned to the ground pretending to be innocent, the two of them, one of whom was a 6th turner and one of whom was a 7th turner, and whose power of the heavenly awakening could not be readily displayed before the world. Why don't you just play dumb and pretend you're visiting here? However, the angel was of the 9th turn, and Yao Knight even had the battle power of the peak of the 8th turn, so the two of them naturally had the confidence to fight for it. In an instant, a few 8 turns, the strong man will be in the two of them warring. Together angel solo battle 5 people waving their hands to let these 5 people to avoid retreat. Eyes surging out of the shocked color. You're a heavenly awakened one of the 9th turning. That's impossible. A few people let out a cry of surprise, not daring to step forward again even for an instant. On Yao Knight's side, it was even more dramatic. He had long prepared himself for the battle, and at this moment, his entire body was completely covered in armor, and he directly merged with the Shura armor. The guy he was fighting against was dumbfounded. He used to watch armored warriors on TV with his son. Of course it was instantly recognizable as Shura armor. Chapter 97, 9 turns, Crystal of Thorns. Where did they come from? Everyone together. Don't let these heavenly awakenings obtain the thorn crystal. One of the 8th turn awakened roared angrily, and then ruthlessly fought the Shura, colliding together with the Shura armor, coupled with his own strength. Such a massive and enormous force caused that 8th turn powerhouse to fly backward hundreds of meters for several seconds before he managed to come to a stop. This is impossible. He clearly only has the aura of a 7th turn, yet he can burst out with a battle power comparable to an 8th turn. This, although his heart was horrified and he called for help, not many people came here to help him resist Yao Knight, simply because the appearance of the angel at this moment has alerted everyone, many of whom recognize the angel of the heavenly messenger. You who have been abandoned by the gods dare to appear before us. It seems you really don't want to live, angel. One of them hissed furiously after saying that more awakened people gathered around. These people somehow unified and united together, ready to deal with the angel. The scene over here was certainly in Yao Knight's eyes, but he wasn't in the mood to support the angels, although on the surface they were friends. Once they entered this forest country, they also carried a layer of competitors, and now he has not been fully out on his side, interfering with only the area. A few 8 turns, but also enough to cope with the time to find the right time to burst out all the strength. Absolutely will be the center of the meatball of that piece of green crystals into the hands of the hand. Who cares what kind of god's character you are, being fought over by so many people, it must be a treasure. Meanwhile, the battle on the side of the angels grew more and more anxious. He only saw that there was a 9th revolver in the group of people fighting against him, and the remaining 7 or 8 were all at the 8th revolver. With such a lineup, it was enough to wear out a city. Yet the angel's face didn't change too much at the moment, still full of blandness. Heavenly awakening, especially you, a thing that people dislike and dogs dislike. It's a good death to let you die here today. Several awakened roared and pounced on the angel, yet the angel remained deaf. His eyes stared straight at the green square, muttering under his breath, "The crystal of thorns, if I can get it, I might be able to escape God's manipulation. Until then, the sky is high." The angel licked the corners of his mouth, a hint of greed and a smirk in his eyes. Soon however he couldn't stop laughing. It was because he saw a figure that was frantically approaching the goddess god pavilion, and that speed was almost unstoppable. This person was none other than Yao Knight. "No good. What are you guys blocking me for? Quickly go and block him," the angel roared. But at this moment, it seemed a bit too late to say this, only to see that Yao had also arrived at the green god's divine pavilion, which was also next to the gold of thorns, and then grabbed it with his right hand. "Stop him, don't let him get it, go kill him. This is our genius club," the crowd roared. Yet angry roars could not stop one thing from happening. With that, Yao Knight grabbed the crystal of thorns with his right hand while the crowd's attention was distracted. At this moment, it seemed as if heaven and earth had stood still, and the only thing left in the field were the shocked eyes of the crowd as well as the bodies that were frantically pouncing. However, just as Yao Knight was winning and preparing to load this green square into his spatial bracelet, a sudden change occurred. Boom! It exploded. The green god's godhead suddenly exploded, and immediately after the endless green branches filled out the moment the whole meatball was shattered. Countless green branches spread over the entire sky, and everyone was carried by these branches to fly into the distance. The entire inheritance place of the forest kingdom was quiet at this moment. Everyone was looking around with a questioning as well as unbelievable gaze. This all happened too suddenly as the giant meatball suddenly burst. The culprit, Yao Knight, was swept away by these branches and came to the outskirts of the entire forest kingdom. He was not the only one who was swept away, but everyone else ended up like this, from the initial cluelessness to the subsequent burst of rage. Almost everyone understood that the green god's godhead had exploded. "Asshole, what the hell did you do?" one of them questioned furiously. However, Sister Yao pretended to know nothing about it, innocently standing at the same spot, her eyes gazing out at the very center of this vast expanse of thorny willows. "Bastard, you're still pretending here. The godhead has been shattered by you. What are you still pretending for?" When these words came out, almost everyone's gazes looked this way, and Yao Knight instantly sweated. If it wasn't unexpected, he was going to be surrounded by the crowd next, which was certainly something he didn't want to face. Yao Knight inwardly sighed, and then immediately turned his gaze to the very center of this land of thorns. "The godhead isn't broken. You guys see that the godhead at the very center of this thorns isn't still there? How can you say that it was shattered by me?" At these words, everyone's eyes trembled as they looked towards the very center of this thorn, only to see a green crystal, like a diamond-shaped one, floating quietly in the very center of this thorn great land. It was as if the square child godhead from before was just the material that wrapped the real godhead. He's right. That prism is indeed the godhead. No. You guys, listen. It looks like someone's talking. Seekers of God from afar, entering the land of thorns and undergoing cruel trials. If you can reach the finish line, you can get my successor position. Work hard. The words were spoken relatively short and in a soft voice, but everyone heard them clearly. If you enter the Thornlands and come to the very center, you can obtain the Godhead and succeed the Green God. In fact, that said, many awakened ones are not very interested in the Green God's Godhead, but that doesn't stop the Green God's Godhead from being an extremely colorful treasure. Especially Yao Knight. He thought so. If I can swallow this Godhead, then wouldn't I? Yao Knight was secretly out of his mind inwardly. If he could really swallow this godhead. It's not unlikely that he or she will be able to enter the next level of evolution and become a higher order of existence. It's hard to say that the insta-advancement was directly raised to the 8th turn. Licking his lips, Yao Knight directly revoked his own cultivator armor before entering the Thornland in one breath. Swish! He became the first person to eat crabs at the moment. However, the moment he entered the land of thorns, he sensed that something was wrong. Own power gone. There was no trace of Yuan power in his body. And what was even more shocking was that his physical strength had been weakened by at least 80%. Come to me to obtain the godhead, and you will be the next students. But after entering the land of thorns, the economy will collect your Yuan power and weaken your flesh. Suffer the pain of being pierced through the flesh by thorns, for this is a necessary condition for becoming a god. Pain? It does hurt. Hey! Yao Knight had a momentary expression of bared teeth, only to see that the thorns under his feet were unexpectedly in an illusory posture, piercing through his feet and spreading upwards continuously. He could feel the spikes of thorns piercing not just the paws of his feet, but illusory thorns piercing the flesh in every location of his body. Don't let him succeed. The Green God's godhead must not fall into the hands of others. Someone shouted loudly, and almost hundreds of awakened people jumped into the thorny land almost at the same instant, while the next second miserable cries for help rang out. Help! What the hell? My foot is blown through. Some cried out for help. Some even cried out. The sensation of being pierced by thorns all over one's body is excruciating, and even those with defenses on the surface of their bodies can't withstand such semi-illusory thorns. The tingling sensation spread through everyone's body, and right away, nearly half of them couldn't bear the pain and returned to the outside world once again, deciding to stay away from this large swath of thorns. Hold on to me more. After walking through this section of the thorny land you can get the Green God's divine lattice. Are we going to let others seize this divine lattice? That leading 9 revolutions powerhouse said. However, despite saying that, this 9th turn powerhouse did not take the initiative to enter the Thornland, which could be said to be very double standard. Meanwhile, the angel side pursed its lips with no intention of entering the land of thorns. He had once heard of it. It seemed to have been used as a secret realm of heaven and earth in the ancient times, but it was later taken away by the Green God. But I didn't expect such a secret world of heaven and earth to be placed here. And of course, the angel wisely didn't choose to enter. He didn't want to suffer the pain of having thorns stabbed into his body. It's at least 5 miles apart from this place to reach the final location where the godhead is stored. These 5 miles could have been suffering from the pain of being pierced through the body. Even the further back the more parts of the body will be pierced, so the more painful it will be. Some bared their teeth in pain. Others were in even more pain than they could speak to themselves, but there are also some firm-minded people who keep charging forward, such as Yao Knights. Must swallow the Green God's divine pavilion. As long as you swallow this thing, not only can you obtain an evolutionary direction that is strong to the extreme, it even boosts the evolutionary progress dramatically, and is definitely capable of increasing the 21% evolutionary progress to 100%. Chapter 98, Hold on. Intense pain stimulated the body, and each thorn on the thorny vines dug into the body with precision, causing the cells to divide and die. The intense pain was like ants gnawing, causing every awakened to cry out in pain. Some people are hideous and some are just plain assholes, scrambling to get out of here. A bunch of assholes. All hold on to me. Those who get the Green God sigil will be given priority to be promoted to the 9th turn. Only to see a 9th turn powerhouse was standing at the periphery of the thorn bush looking at the group of sprawling octopus awakened inside and said, "This has worked out well," directly before the 8 turns that were still pissing their pants. The awakened ones first froze after hearing this, and then immediately afterward, they were as if they were high on drugs, generally madly rushed towards the thorn bushes with the intention of obtaining the godhead. But alas, the brief burst wasn't enough to carry them to the final point, at most only advancing 10 meters or so before crushing the flag again, just because it hurt so much. The sting of the thorn bush has deterred countless people, surprisingly. However, there were 2 8-turners who were fighting their way forward, their expressions grim as they were, and their bodies trembling as well, but they were moving forward every moment, without any hint of backward movement. Soon these 2 awakened people caught the attention of that Genius Club executive. "Seahorse, dust sheltering sky. If the 2 of you can obtain the godhead, then the next 9 revolutions to be cultivated by the club will be the 2 of you. Go for it." Only these 2 seemed to turn a deaf ear to the words of the club's seniors, and just bore their heads forward. However, what is even more noticeable is the figure at the very front. Due to the fact that his back is turned to the crowd, everyone is unable to see the expression on his face. And this person is Yao Knight. Who is he? Why is he so far ahead? Yes, who exactly is this person? Surprisingly, he's so far ahead of our people. Could it be that the Green Godhead is going to fall into his hands? Boom! As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw straight away that one of the 8th turn powerhouses on the shore suddenly opened his right hand and blasted an electromagnetic cannon at the leading Yao Knight. But strangely enough, The electromagnetic cannon shot disappeared without a trace the moment it approached Thorn, seemingly unable to produce an effect. Damn it, these coyote are even immune to offense. As long as they are within the thorn bushes they are invincible. The one who initiated the attack said through gritted teeth, realizing that many of the people in the room belonged to the Genius Club. How could they possibly stand by and watch the other party take the green godhead from under their noses? But more indignation is also ineffective. The entire thorn bush directly refused any attack. Yao Knight is not disturbed at all. The only thing he needed to care about was the pain from the thorns piercing his body, but if someone could see his facial expression, they would definitely be shocked. Even surprised, the other awakened were either wearing pain masks or were twitching all over the place. There was only Yao Knight, and the expression on his face was already maniacal, but it wasn't because of pain. Rather it was a strong sense of greed and contention. It's imperative to obtain the green godhead. As long as you swallow that, it's not unlikely that the direction of your next evolution will be supercharged, and you'll be able to proceed directly to the next evolution. Yao Knight said with a wild roar inside. His face was full of greed, without any expression of pain, and as the desire within him grew stronger, his pace quickened even more, and he traveled the 2 miles in just a few minutes. And at this moment, as the journey became longer, the land of thorns also took a turn in the terrain, and the crowd was able to see Yao Knight's full face. Holy shit, what's that look on his face? What's going on? Why do I get the feeling that he's enjoying himself, even full of greed, making it look like there's some kind of beauty in front of him? Some were puzzled, some were not. The awakened ones behind him were even more pale, only feeling unbelievable. In their opinion, it was already considered extremely rare to barely endure in this thorny thicket, but to move forward with a face full of greed like Yao Knight's was truly incomprehensible. Work harder, there's still 3 miles to go to get the green godhead, but think of a way back first. Yao Yi mumbled to himself while speeding up his walking pace. The moment the thorns around him grew more and more numerous, the illusory green vines wrapping around his body, constantly stabbing, and yet he ignored it. Like a pilgrim. Chapter 99, Swallowing the Godhead in the Forest Kingdom. The wind rose, and one awakened person approached the sea of thorns silently looking at the awakened people who were moving forward in it, and a trace of fear emerged in their eyes. In the sea of thorns, the awakened ones let out a howl as if they were killing a pig. Every single one of their faces were pale. Some even had expressions that were twisted to the point of pain. Everyone hold on. Make sure to catch up with that guy at the very front, or else all this pain will be for nothing. That ninth turn awakening shouted from the shore, but while the scratches went out, they were ineffective against the crowds within the economic ocean, because of the intense pain stimulating their hearts. They could no longer hear a single word at this moment, with only 2 thoughts in their minds. Theon was to leave the Sea of Thorns immediately, and the other was to obtain the Godhead. However, now the matter of obtaining the goddess Godhead seemed to have become a bit distant, and in front of them, Yao Knight, like a devouring beast, at the very end of the raging river. He madly rushed towards the goddess Godhead at a speed unmatched by anyone, and it seemed that the Sea of Thorns had no effective pain on him. In the hearts of the crowd, although they wanted to compete for the divine pavilion, after seeing Yao Knight's performance, some of them dispelled this intention. With him at the forefront, the Godhead is surely not married, and now the crowd is suffering in vain in this Sea of Thorns. The suffering for nothing, not to mention not even being able to get a single thing of value. Staying here is just making a fool of yourself. Thinking like this right away, there were dozens of awakened who withdrew from the fight for the Sea of Thorns. There were less than 50 awakened left within the Sea of Thorns. The Green God Divine Pavilion was just ahead, but now Yao Knight was far ahead, and the rest of the people simply didn't have the qualifications. Speed up all of you. He's at the front of the pack. Don't be so embarrassing. Did the club raise you all for nothing? Now you're being overtaken by an outsider. That ninth revolver powerhouse stood on the shore and roared loudly, yet it didn't have much effect at all, and even caused discontent to arise within some of the awakened. You bastards stand on the shore and don't suffer. Of course you want us to rush forward. If you have the guts to come down and feel it yourself. Is this kind of pain really something a human being can endure? It's just that I see that you're really used to this vice president acting as an authority. Now the pain within this Sea of Thorns is simply not something that an ordinary person can endure. If you have the ability to do so, you should come down and experience it yourself before you open your mouth. Everyone hurry up and exit. That person is already in the very lead. We can't catch up even if we are fast. We might as well leave now so we don't have to disgrace ourselves here. Due to the intense pain stimulation within the Sea of Thorns, awakened people directly opened their mouths and cursed. However, they did not curse the foremost Yao Knights, but rather cursed the vice president of the club who urged them. Hearing their own awakened people one by one open their mouths to spray wildly, that 9 turns of the vice president of the club directly tensed up, immediately jumping to his feet. He pointed at the many awakened ones and opened his mouth to curse angrily. The language in his mouth already filthy, but it's no use at all. What goes around comes around. The pain within the Sea of Thorns is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Being able to hold on for 5 or 6 minutes is already the limit. At this moment, the number of people within the Sea of Thorns had once again decreased, plummeting from 50 to 20. Yet after 10 minutes had passed, the number had once again decreased to 10 people. But the amazing thing is that the first place Yao Knight has a full 1 kilometer or so distance from the second place, which is unbelievable. Damn it, what the hell is he? He was able to hold on for such a long time and kept moving at an even pace, even as his speed actually got faster and faster. How in the world did he do that? Doesn't he have any pain? Grandma, I think he's just a sick man, with no sense of pain. Otherwise how could he walk so fast, not caring about the pain at all? And especially when you guys look at his expression, which is actually full of greed. Damn it! Some people shouted out in grief and anger, while others even cursed out in anger. However, Yao Knight's expression remained calm, even calm with a hint of hideousness, revealing endless greed. Vice President, we got a hit on him. This guy is called Yao Knight, the guy we rounded up earlier. How dare he come here? Only a subordinate came to the Vice President to report. And hearing this, the Vice President's gaze widened before a look of ecstasy welled up in his eyes. Surprisingly, it is really him. It is said that China unilaterally put a bounty on him, out of an 8-turn level of pills to eat pills, to be able to kill him, not only to obtain the 8-turn pills, but also to obtain the tens of billions of dollars of rewards from the Dragon Kingdom. Ha 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 ha, great, today is the day of his death, even if he achieves the first place. So what? No one can save you. The Vice President's entire body suddenly laughed as his body flew and flashed for a split second. He came to the location near the end of the Sea of Thorns and silently waited for Yao Knight to come to the end and take away the Green God's godhead. Perhaps the next second the Sea of Thorns lost its effect would be his death. The Vice President suddenly prepared to attack, and the angel naturally saw the scene, but he didn't choose to stop it, instead waiting silently not far away to watch the show. But honestly, there was no clear partnership between Angel and Yao Knights, so it made sense to say that they wouldn't help. Besides, we are all heavenly consciousnesses. We are supposed to act in accordance with heaven's order, and to help each other. That would be on the basis of being in a good mood. At this moment, in full view of everyone, Yao Knight still didn't show any indication and just flew close to the Green God Godhead. Soon in the crowd's shocked gazes, he had closed in on the Green God, and the Godhead was even only a few hundred meters away. Kid, throw it over to me after you get the God's sigil, or you'll be left for dead once you appear outside. Yeah, get the Godhead and hurry up and throw it over to Lord Vice President. Otherwise we'll have you dead. You can't escape. Yao Knight, you're already in a desperate situation. Throw the Green God's Godhead over here and maybe you don't have to die. Ha! Yao Knight sneered as he flew close to the Green God's Godhead, subsequently grabbing the green square and squeezing it in his palm. However, unexpectedly the Green God's Godhead didn't make the Sea of Thorns subside after he pinched it in the palm of his hand. And at this moment Yao Yu realized that there was another piece of something similar to a vine as thick as a finger at his feet. So he picked up this thing as well. Ugh, I think this thing is called the Heart of Thorns. The thoughts in Yao Knight's mind moved slightly. At this moment, his consciousness deep into the Heart of Thorns seemed to be able to control the surrounding Sea of Thorns, getting bigger and smaller, as if with the Heart of Thorns he could control the Sea of Thorns. And as his consciousness took control of the Heart of Thorns, the pain in his body no longer came, and his entire body relaxed. Great! As long as I have this I can stay in the Sea of Thorns all the time, and I don't have to be afraid of them coming in. Yao Knight's heart finally settled down, and immediately after that, a huge auger dragon head suddenly appeared behind him, swallowing the Green God Divine Brother on his right palm in one gulp. Gulp! In the instant he swallowed the Green God Divine Pavilion, shaking, only felt his mind shake fiercely, followed by a great sense of dizziness surfaced from the depths of his mind. At this moment, he did not hesitate for a moment and immediately manipulated the Heart of Thorns, causing the Sea of Thorns to cover the surrounding area, expanding the Sea of Thorns to its maximum range, and after doing so, his entire body instantly fainted. This is the second time he's fainted on the way to evolution. The last time he fainted was from devouring the horns of a black goat, and that's because devouring the ancient deity Green God's Godhead. At the moment endless green thorns unfolded and the Vice President who was originally waiting on the shore was stunned, and was directly swept into the Sea of Thorns without realizing it, and immediately screamed in pain. The Vice President yelled out in pain. Yet there were very few awakened who were ready to step forward earlier. This Vice President had urged them to speed through the Sea of Thorns. Now it was his own turn, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't even stand up, which was double standard enough to say the least. Somebody help me out, this TND is just too painful. Somebody. At this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the Vice President could be described as snotty. Even a Ninth Revolution's powerhouse would not be able to maintain his own power in the secret realm. However, it was fortunate that he still had a few extremely loyal henchmen who ignored their own pain to enter the Sea of Thorns and pull this Vice President back on the shore. He didn't dare to say anything more. After all, his performance just now was really bad. However, he still stared dead at Yao Knight in the center of the thorns, gnashing his teeth in hatred. At this moment, he originally wanted to open his mouth and say, "Who is going to kill him?" However, considering that it was really too painful within this sea of thorns, he didn't dare to open his mouth, and just paced back and forth with a big breath. "Grandma, this kid just fainted after swallowing the god's sigil, saying that no wonder when he wakes up he'll be able to raise his realm up. Now is the best time to kill him." The vice president rambled on while pacing back and forth, his heart extremely troubled. "It can no longer be killed, no one can bear the pain within the sea of thorns, and now even if we enter the sea of thorns we don't have a clear goal. Just killing him if this one is not enough at all," the angel said calmly from the side, while looking at Yao Knight within the sea of thorns, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. "This guy has actually evolved again. This is already the 9th time, right? It's better to report to Lord Laplace first." Chapter 100 Starting Evolution. In a dimly lit universe. A golden dragon thousands of meters long flies haphazardly, dodging attacks in the darkness around him as he searches the universe for light to find a way to survive. "Grandpa Zoo, where the hell are you?" the golden dragon wailed. And he's covered in scars, but because he was extremely fast, he soon escaped the darkness and rushed to a bright starfield. But the strange thing was that Yao Knight's perspective was very strange. It was like a wave of wool that appeared out of thin air. Looking at this golden dragon escaping in the starry sky, this feeling was very strange. He couldn't describe it nor could he put it into words. He just watched as the golden dragon rushed into the middle of a blue planet. And this wool he represented flew towards it. It soon arrived in the middle of the planet. But this strand had been kept cooped up inside the planet without any sign of launching, and one day moving out of the mountaintop, a strange man with a red face and pointy ears stood at the top of the mountain seemingly worshipping something. "Oh great time! Your future and your past are inevitable. What has happened in the past will happen again in the future. I'm looking at you, all immobilized, because I'm here." The moment this red-faced man said those words, this had been speeding along, instantly rushing into the mind of a teenager. And in the last moment when this image disappeared, Yao Knight suddenly realized that the teenager seemed to be himself. Phew! In an instant he sat straight up, his eyes looking around and realizing that what he had just had was nothing more than a dream, and now he was still in the sea of thorns, and on the periphery are those awakened, are eyeing themselves intently. Each one's face is extremely unkind. "Congratulations on devouring the Rate God Sigil to gain a new evolutionary direction, Green Source Augur, completely possessing the power of immortality. Body undead, soul undying, a drop of blood can revive. You have met the requirements for evolution. Do you want to evolve? Turn on the evolution," Yao Knight said decisively. In that instant, his aura suddenly began to skyrocket, and his entire stature grew a few inches taller. While he looked around the Sea of Thorns and the Genius Club's people hadn't left yet, and the angels weren't far away. The two parties presented a sense of confrontation. "Aren't you coming out yet? But it's best if you don't come out. The Genius Club's people desperately want to kill you now." Ha ha, Angel said with a smile, full of disbelief. Although the people from the Genius Club were powerful, in the end, there was only one ninth turn, Vice President. The rest of the people Angel didn't even put in his eyes, and the Vice President was not as capable as him, so Angel didn't panic at all, and even had the leisure to flirt in place. But Yao Knight was different. The only thing he could rely on now was the Sea of Thorns. Without the Sea of Thorns, with his power, he would not be able to survive in front of the 9 revolutions awakened. This moment can be said to be a complete stalemate. He did not dare to go out. The people outside did not dare to come in. "Kid, you finally woke up. Hurry up and get your ass over here and spit out that Star of Thorns as well as the Green God Divine Pavilion. Otherwise you'll never leave here," that 9-turn vice president said loudly, eyes full of arrogance and will to win the meaning of. Facing his provocative words, Yao Yi didn't say a word, but instead, his body flew forward. At the same time, as his body moved, the Sea of Thorns unexpectedly began to follow suit and move at a rapid pace, directly wrapping that vice president in. "Oh, what have you done?" The vice president roared out in pain and hurriedly rolled and crawled towards the back, hurrying away from the Sea of Thorns. At the moment, his face was gloomy. Yao Knight was actually able to move with the Sea of Thorns. Who could catch him here? Chapter 101, with the Sea of Thorns at my back. I am invincible. You bastard. Hurry up and throw out the Green God Sigil, as well as the essence of advancement. If you don't recognize it, you're the public enemy of all of us humans. Do you understand? The vice president hissed loudly, his eyes already red. Only Yao Knight turned a deaf ear. And even the whole person was old and relaxed without any hint of wanting to pay attention. He just stood still, calmly watching the crowd outside the Sea of Thorns without sorrow or joy, silently feeling the evolution within himself. Theus the doppelganger continued to evolve. His physical abilities were gradually becoming stronger. At the same time, it has long since transcended the realm of an ordinary human being, and seems to be mutating towards a higher order of existence. If you have the ability to get rid of this thorn nook and come out to fight us to the death, what kind of hero are you hiding inside like this? What a disgrace! Ha 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 ha, I think he's been locked up and they're so stupid that he's afraid to come out now. He. The jeers of the crowd rang out. Each and every one of them had a cold and gloomy face while looking with derision at Yao Knights inside the Sea of Thorns. Only Yao Knight's face remained calm. With the presence of the Sea of Thorns, these people couldn't enter at all. He himself only needed to complete this evolution. It would be difficult to leave him behind unless a ninth turn powerhouse went all out. Moreover, even if a ninth turn powerhouse came up to tangle with him, he could completely open the Sea of Thorns and make the other party so hysterical with pain that they couldn't fight. He had won this inheritance grab. It was just that these people hadn't realized it yet, and as time slowly passed, there were finally some people who got impatient with waiting and chose to leave. However, the number of people who stayed behind was also very large. At least hundreds of people, especially some people from the Genius Club, who had no intention of leaving at all. Some cursed, some gave sinister looks, and even more built a fire next to them and started cooking, only still waiting for that vice president's order. Choose to leave or wait here. As they continued to wait, the Sea of Thorns remained, and they couldn't get close to Yao Knights, but it would be too humiliating to leave like that. For them this action did not gain any benefits, but also have to return in disgrace, sooner or later by the president a scolding, not to mention punishment. These members of the Genius Club secretly grumbled in their hearts, but no one dared to open their mouths and say anything, and so the two parties came to a complete standoff. The Yao Knight wasn't in a hurry in his heart when he saw these people leave because he was about to finish evolving. Congratulations on completing your evolution. Please choose your next evolutionary direction. Coiled Dragon, Clouded Dragon, Blazed Dragon, Mirage Dragon. Just pick anyone. I need to see the panel now. You have confirmed the direction of evolution. Please check the panel. Name, Yao Knight. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor. Demon God Class, SSS, Tianjua Role, Augur, Tianjua Realm, Catastrophe Level, Realm, 8 turns. Second stage, Body, 6212111123, Spirit, 5234266621, Skills, Poison, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Wicked 9 Killers exclusive to human form, Wild Hope, Green Source, Split, Green Source Augur, Strength, Divine Scale ++++, Direction of Evolution, Silver Dragon, Golden Dragon to be selected, Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor. Demon God Level, Skills, Poison, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Wild Hope. On the other side, Spectral Blood, Green Source, Infinite Dragon Ancestor. In human form, you can make a doppelganger become a seal form to augment yourself, increasing your strength tenfold. In bilocation form, it can infinitely devour and strengthen itself, and at the same time, strengthen the main body. Divine Craftsmanship, Unlimited Mental Power, can divide countless minds. Treasure-making talent increased, Body of Fierce Poison. The stronger you are, the more toxic you are. Attacks in human form will poison the opponent. In split form, he has fangs, Wind and Thunder. Divine Velocity, human form bursts can increase speed by 50%, increase burst speed by 60% in split form. Golden Armor, use in human form causes golden scales to appear on the body, increasing defense significantly. A split form defense greatly increased. Corrupted Light, in human form, you can cast Corrupted Light, which erases all light within a 30-meter radius. In split form, it can blend in with the environment of the surrounding light. Earth Dragon, in human form, can cause earthquakes to occur within a 50-meter radius, with the number of earthquakes proportional to its strength. Can blend into the ground in split form. Combination skill, can awaken the Earth Dragon Stance. Earth Dragon Stance, upon touching the earth, coalesce the earth into an earth dragon and manipulate it. Evil Ghost 9 kills exclusive to human form plus unique skill plus certain hit, sends out the claws of an evil ghost 9 times at the target, doubling the power of each send. Other side's desire, creatures below your level will dedicate their souls to your heart's desire. Green Source, completely possessing the ability of immortality. The body is immortal, the soul is immortal, and can be revived by a drop of blood. Those above are all the abilities one has at the moment. The latest Green Source was even more heavyweight, possessing the ability to not die because it had devoured the giant green god's godhead. However, Yao Knight pondered inwardly for a while that this immortality shouldn't be absolute. After all, gods all have their moments of death, not to mention him, the one who had swallowed a god's personality. But it was true that one side would not die easily as long as one did not encounter too many twists and turns, and currently one's attribute points came to 600 million, which meant that if one turned on a 10-fold increase it would be 6 billion. According to his estimation, 6 billion attributes should be able to compete with a 9th turn powerhouse, but it should be at a disadvantage. After all, these 9 turns seem to possess abilities that the awakened of the rest of the realm do not possess. Now that the evolution is complete, there is no need to hide it. With his current strength, he was strong enough to touch with a 9th revolution's powerhouse, but he also had to touch with his full abilities turned on, or else he still wouldn't be able to. Thinking this way, Shake directly revoked the Sea of Thorns, leaving the entire field empty. Wow! In that instant, all those thorns disappeared. The members of the Genius Club who were standing guard on the shore all froze, looking somewhat incredulously at the figure in the center, not knowing what to say. Good boy has actually revoked the Sea of Thorns. Now hurry up and spit out the green godhead or I'll make you look good. What's the point of wasting words with him? Kill him and the godhead is also ours. 5 or 6 people from the group of awakened ones directly rushed forward to kill Yao Knight. However, just halfway there they stopped, simply because the aura emanating from Yao Knight's was a lot stronger than all of them. Aren't you looking for me to liquidate? Since you're not liquidating, I'm going to liquidate. Yao Knight, laughing maniacally. Immediately afterward, a dazzling light erupted from his body. The force surged, manipulating countless stones to smash at these awakened ones, according to reason. Ordinary stones no matter what will not cause too much damage, but at the moment after his manipulation, these stones as if they have penetrating properties, directly pierced through the chest of several awakened without the slightest accident. Asshole, what the hell did you do? That vice president instantly entered a state of fury as he fiercely clenched his fists, his sword god filled with abhorrence, before immediately charging over. At this moment, the aura on his body was extremely strong, just like a furious lion. Only his anger doesn't last long. Yao Knight, directly turning on the 10 times increased 6 billion attributes added to his body, making his aura become even stronger than the vice president for 1 point down. In a second, the two people directly collided together with a huge roar. Blocking me for 3 full days, this time I want you to die. Yao Knight's eyes revealed lean marks, followed by his right hand forming into a claw and grabbing at the vice president's chest with a claw. This is impossible. You don't have the aura of the 9th revolutions on you. So why do you have the strength of the 9th revolutions? The vice president's face changed wildly, even to the point where his entire person blurred a bit. However, the next second his entire body, after hesitating for a moment, suddenly exuded a peculiar aura. Landscape intent. Suppression. The vice president used his 2 fingers to point to his brow center while immediately after him, the scenery around him suddenly changed, and an ink painting-like landscape even appeared. The pressure coming from these landscape paintings caused Yao Knight's entire body to take a few steps backward, and even his entire arms and legs could no longer move. Is this the exclusive ability belonging to the 9th turn? Context. Although Yao Knight said so on his lips, his heart remained calm, and at this moment, his fingers pinched the gold crystal of thorns, and the ocean of thorns once again erupted into the open. Boom! Large thorns enveloped the 4 directions, and right away, several awakened screamed in pain as they rolled and crawled out of the range. The vice president on this side was also filled with pain, and the hatred in his eyes grew stronger. You bastard can't beat me, so you use this kind of underhanded stuff. I'll fight you. The vice president let out a roar, yet the next second he wailed again. It hurts. It hurts too much. The greater the range of movement within the Sea of Thorns, then the more times one is pierced through the body by thorns. At this moment, the vice president only felt like he had thorns in his guts, and it was even more painful to the point that he couldn't even maintain his breath. Fine. This time counts as a win for you. Wait, don't let me see you again or I'll invite out the heavy treasure within the club and kill you with it. The vice president, impotent and furious, hobbled his entire body and hurried away from the Sea of Thorns, and at this point, Yao Knight was completely invincible. Not only was he now able to go through 2 moves with a 9th turn powerhouse, an 8th turn powerhouse was not even in his sights. Even if a 9th turn powerhouse is in a hurry and makes something like a realm of intent, he can open the Sea of Thorns and make the person fighting against him or her hurt so much that he or she can't do it on his or her own. Chapter 102, Retreat of the Genius Club. Didn't you want me dead? Now it's totally okay to come in here and want me dead. Yao Knight laughed loudly with an undisguised look of mockery in his eyes. Faced with this kind of rogue behavior from him, almost all the members of the Genius Club had no choice but to. The Sea of Thorns is a secret realm of the ancient world. There's no way to crack it in modern times. Once you go in, you'll have to get hurt and suffer intense pain. Who could be in the mood to fight under such pain? The vice president finally walked out of the sea under a bout of hobbling. At this moment, his face was extremely miserable, while he ruthlessly gritted his teeth and said, just wait. We'll go first. At the vice president's command, all members breathed a sigh of relief and chose to leave. Some members are slightly disconcerted in their minds, but the Sea of Thorns is here, so it's better to leave. As the numbers dwindled, there were almost no awakened left in the field, leaving only the angels as well as the red dragon not far away as well as the demon. Cowardly brother. The vice president can't even take you. Is the next step to fuck the president? The angel stepped forward and smiled. However, Yao Knight did not undo the Sea of Thorns and continued to sneer. Why didn't you see you tangle with that vice president a bit before? Do you have to wait for him to come up and kill me before you're willing to do it? Sheikh said with a sneer. For the angel he could say that he had never been serious. Believed, after all. This world to believe who cannot, unless to believe in themselves. Look at what you're saying. We're supposed to be colleagues. but the vice president's strength is far above mine. Besides, he's an orthodox ninth turning. It's not something a heavenly consciousness ninth turning, can face off against. Yao Knight didn't say anything more. Since the angel had said so, he naturally didn't make it any more difficult and revoked the Sea of Thorns. Where to next? I still need more useful things to raise my realm. Yao Knight asked. There's not much left lately, but I've heard that the Nordic side seems to have unearthed a mega pyramid just like a labyrinth. You get the idea? And there's the power of the rules within it still shines. That belongs to the power that can only be possessed by those who are above the ninth turn. And everyone is equal under the rules. But that pyramid I wouldn't recommend that we go over. After all, the awakened people over there in the Nordic side don't welcome us too well people over here. Nordic pyramids? Not the Egyptian pyramids? The pyramids on the Nordic side are newly unearthed well below the ground at a depth of about 500 meters. The pyramids on the Egyptian side have long been explored. Listening to the angel's words, Yao Knight hesitated for a moment and didn't choose to move, but instead left the Green God's kingdom with a few people, and went to a frontier town in Yunnan to stay there first. The whole town is drizzling. Sparse crowd walking in the street. More than a few points of depression. Yao Knight a few people will find a small hotel first live down. It rains all year round in this part of Yunnan, and I've heard that it's infested with poisonous insects. I've heard that there are still parasites around here. Do you want to take a look? The red dragon snickered. Now he is a little afraid to talk loudly with Yao Knight. After all, the other party can be with the ninth turn of the strong through the moves. His own this sixth turn seems to have been unable to keep up with the overall strength of the team. What's there to see in a compounder? But it's just a bunch of ordinary people. It's better to have a good rest. Rest for a few days and we'll go to Northern Europe to see. Yao Knight said indifferently, then made himself a cup of tea. The moment the people stayed in an ancient hotel. The angel lying on the bed. The devil is open, the computer constantly querying what? Oriental Dragon. The Alliance has cancelled the wanted list for you. Oh, Fruit of the Loom is cancelled. Yao Knight smiled faintly. Chapter 103, I'm in charge in Scandinavia. Cancel it? It should have been cancelled a long time ago. This kind of meaningless pursuit won't be continued by the Dragon Kingdom officials. Yao Knight lit a cigarette and said lightly, the current him was already able to go through the motions with the Ninth Revolution's powerhouses, and the only ones who could arrest him were the Ninth Revolution's Supreme, or the elites of the Ninth Revolutions. But how could a character like that possibly do this kind of thing of apprehending a wanted criminal? Before, when he was weak, any Union police officer would have had the authority to arrest him, but not anymore. These officers could not speak up in his presence. Not even loudly. There are very few people who can arrest him now. Eastern Dragon, do you want to visit our martial arts school? Anyway, now that you've become innocent, even though you're killing more and more people, this is just the right way to get around to our martial arts center. The demon said slowly, a look of remembrance on his face. You also have a martial arts school. Don't heavenly awakened people rely on special ways to raise their realm? You are able to accept awakened people as disciples? That's where you're being insular, isn't it? Heavenly awakenings also have a heavenly awakening hatching method. Otherwise we people wouldn't be here. Alright, then, let's go and see. And anyway, now that I'm innocent, I can go anywhere. Yao Knight skimmed his mouth and said, he really didn't care right now. He only cared about whether or not he could step into the ninth turn. Or when he could step into the ninth turn. As long as he was able to reach the ninth turn, then he would be able to fight against a ninth turn powerhouse on his own. Not to mention the tenfold increase after merging with his doppelganger. But now that they have come to such a superior realm, ordinary ninth-turned powerhouses also commonly possess ways to enhance their strength, and even actions such as boosting their battle power by 10 times possess some of them. His advantage has become smaller and smaller. Along with the realm, there was no talk all night. Early in the morning, several people departed one after another to the nearest city. Seven Night City. After passing through a dozen or so streets and alleys, several people finally arrived at this so-called martial arts school. The facade is not big, and it seems that no one has cleaned the garbage outside for a long time. The whole martial arts center looks a little old.at this moment. As several people descended, a small and delicate figure walked out from the door. Auntie, you're finally here, the little girl said happily, her face filled with excitement as she rushed straight into the angel's arms for ahug.at. This time, after some pleasantries, several people entered the martial arts hall, in the middle of the swaying just to find a seat, but by a figure walking inside. This person is full of reddish color. Even his arms and exposed skin are red, and his ears are extremely narrow. Introduce him as Red Ghost is about the same strength as us, possessing the peak of the 7th turn and half-step 8th turn. Yao Knight's silence. He seemed to remember something. It seemed like he had seen this guy in his dreams. And your name is Laplace, right? Yao Knight suddenly opened his mouth and said, causing everyone to freeze a bit. Oh, who is Laplace? I don't really know the one you're talking about, the red ghost said calmly. Not a hint of a lie visible on his face. He acted in such a way that even Shake froze in his tracks, wondering a little if he was mistaken, but as he recalled the dream at the moment, this person was definitely Laplace for sure, because even some of the details of the body are exactly the same, and they are also all reddish color. But he didn't say anything more on the surface, but instead casually sipped a mouthful of tea and opened his mouth lightly. I could be mistaken then. I don't think you're the Laplace I'm looking for. Oh well. Such words came to several people seem to have a kind of relieved look, and immediately after that Angel was the first to break the silence. Tell you what, let's all watch TV for a while and I'll go get you some dinner. There are a couple of new kids meals that have come in recently that we can try. Angel went to the back kitchen and after getting a couple of children killed started to make a children's package. In the hall, however, a silence fell over the crowd. Yao Knight just smoked and drank tea while glancing at the red ghost from time to time to show his inner doubts. The moment the red ghost was getting a little impatient with him, so he tapped the table and said, will you stop looking at me? I'm really not the Laplace you're talking about. I'm a red ghost. Born and bred red ghost. Che, if you don't look, you don't look. So what? Yao Knight skimmed his lips and said. At this point the crowd once again chatted for a few moments, and after 5 hours, the Angel finally made the children's set and served it. Let's all try these brain flowers. Made by healthy children. They are extremely nutritious, but if you don't eat them, you'll regret it. Outside the martial arts center, the group said goodbye to the red ghost after spending the past few days together. Yao Knight did realize that the red ghost and Laplace were fundamentally different. The red ghost was indeed a half-step eighth turn and possessed some ghost-like skills, and was extremely different from the Laplace in his eyes. In his mind, Laplace would have been a guy who was calculating and extremely long-lived, but the red ghost wasn't like him at all. The red ghost is like a mangina in general, not even remotely related to Laplace. In desperation, the crowd boarded a plane to Northern Europe. While swaying in the airplane, he swiped the video, but suddenly he actually swiped his adoptive father Yao Changdong from the official popular video. See Yao Changdong wearing a full set of white clothes, and also wearing a withered mulberry hat, kneeling in front of Yao Guang's grave and crying loudly, Xiao Guang, how can I live without you? You're the backbone of the family. Your brother is now a murderer and you've left us forever. How do you expect this family to keep going? Xiao Guang, Yao Changdong cried with tears in his eyes, and I'm afraid that anyone who saw it would feel a twinge of pity for him. However, Yao Knight laughed coldly in other people's eyes. He was crying about his son who had passed away, but Yao Yi understood that this guy was crying about the property that he hadn't gotten. Yao Guang, successfully accepted by the Alliance University. From now on that's a flying start. Endless wealth awaits him, but now because of his own replacement life, Trick let Yao Guang die tragically at home. In this way, his family can be less this money tree. Yao Changdong, he cannot cry? Things have come to this point, cannot be blamed on me, can only say that you blame yourself. And this brother of mine also came to the time of death. Otherwise of course it would be alive. Yao Knight sneered and said he killed so many people. Even if his own brother died also have no feelings. And this brother is his own to get dead. Although this was what he thought in his mind, he did not say so, but silently turned off his cell phone and landed at the international airport in Northern Europe along with the plane. The Nordic zone was different from the dragon countryside. The beasts here were even more ferocious, and there were also a large number of beasts active around the country. The threat posed was extremely great, and only because the number of strong people on this side was small, there was not enough manpower to go hunting. So the ordinary people on this side of Northern Europe were in a very difficult situation, and could be said to be in a state of deep water and fire. Having just landed at the airport, everyone could notice the phenomenon. Almost all of the ordinary people were guarding outside the railing, wanting to pray for the shelter of the awakened, some dedicating their sons and daughters, some dedicating their finances, and some even prepared to sell their wives just to seek a chance of survival in this chaotic world. But sadly, the awakened don't look at these rudimentary and meaningless things, and even those who do superficially look at them are just playing with them, and don't hold them accountable to the common man. The Scandinavians were in too difficult a situation, but it was still better than the Sakura country that was exterminated. At least there were strong people defending the country, so that they wouldn't be massacred by the behemoths. In short, the suffering of the Nordic people has been so severe that some writers have even published a book called Rebirth of I'm the First Nordic Man. Making a splash in Scandinavia, the book created a shocking wave as soon as it was released. Countless ordinary people were scrambling to become awakened, all thinking of being powerful in Scandinavia. It's a pity that those who can do so are really a minority, and some of them can't even protect themselves, not to mention being a bully. Hey, may I ask if these singers are here to make a scene? Scandinavia welcomes you. A man in a suit quickly stepped forward to greet Yao Knight's several people. He could tell at a glance that these people were extraordinary. The aura on their bodies was simply like a vast ocean, and they appeared to be supreme experts. And what is a Jedi Master doing in Northern Europe now? There's nothing to come with no resources for beautiful women. So it looks like they're here in Northern Europe to make a fool of themselves. Otherwise how could an ordinary awakened person come here? We're just here for the tour. So back off if you're okay and don't be an eyesore here, the red dragon said in a nonchalant manner. He didn't like such presumptuous people. That's right, just back off first. But we have to listen to the two elder brothers and sisters-in-law. The demon bristled, then turned his voice to speak. So are we going to be a bully first? Or are we going to the pyramids? Chapter 104, My Years in Scandinavia. Do what? Wow, you've been brainwashed by this group, haven't you? We are here in the pyramid to find a chance. What do we get into the service? The angel said in a no-nonsense manner, then strolled ahead of the crowd in the direction of the pyramid. Not brother, we walk to the pyramids can be far away. At least more than 300 kilometers to walk to go, legs are walking broken. Not as big as a yellow car or take a car or bus are good choices. Yao Knight nodded, thinking that Red Dragon had a good point. As the saying goes, a gentleman cannot walk on his legs, the least a real man can do is have a car. And an electric car is a car. Yao Knight eyes cold light flashed. Directly next to a child from the electric car carried down, then snatched the electric car. The demon piggybacked on the back seat. That's what we gentlemen do. Rob kids of their electric cars and beat up pharaohs in the pyramids. Yao Knight sneered and sped away on his electric bike, like a takeout boy on a rainy night. Eastern Dragon. What does pharaoh mean? The demon asked with some curiosity. Oh, pharaoh curses people. How does he curse? He'll give you a slap in the face and then brag and lie and raise the king of white wine with his hand. The demon was silent, still feeling like not talking after that exercise of being a bully just now. These guys are not quite in their right mind now. This moment, seeing that Yao Knight had actually robbed the child's electric car. Angel's face is not very good to see. She broke the glass of the car, grabbed the middle-aged man and its subsequent own sat up. That's the way it is with us strong men. Now that we're in Northern Europe, we're going to be a force to be reckoned with. What with robbing kids of their motorized carts and beating middle-aged men to death? It's a basic operation. Ha ha ha, get lost all of you. It's time for me to be a bully. Is this Scandinavia? I'm Netheias. Yao Knight laughed maniacally and directly rode the electric bike to start a violent motorcycle. Since he is a strong man, he should show the manners of a strong man. In the country of strict regulations, we are unknown, mysterious and powerful people hiding in the shadows, stepping in whenever something big happens. Yet in countries with weak systems, we are demons. Vampires are worse feared by the people. Anyone who sees us has to prostrate themselves and kneel down for a chance at life. And that's what makes them strong. Stop reading your fucking lines. It's your turn to drive now. I want to sleep. Angel grabbed the red dragon by the hand and told him to drive, while he himself slumped comfortably in the back seat. Yao Knight's eyes narrowed as he looked at these two people in front of him, and his heart was a bit irritated. You guys robbed a fucking minivan and I robbed a motorized cart. Is that the right fucking status? Is that right? Go down and grab a limo. If you can't grab it in 10 seconds, you don't have to come back. Yao Knight laughed and drove the demon down. The demon secretly screamed in his heart, but had no choice but to yank open the door and pull one of the suited youths down, then drove up the sedan to Yao Knight's side. TNND, being a bully is for ordinary people. We are all capitalists. How can we bully each other? That's right, haha, you're right about that too. But let's get in the car first. I guess we'll get to the pyramids this afternoon. Pouring any pyramid might as well be a blessing first. Can't you see that the angels and the red dragon have chosen to rob the store next to them? As the saying goes, freedom. Scandinavia is just as free as the United States of America, where the main event is freedom. Yao Knight let out a sardonic smile and directly swung his fist to hit an air current, blasting away the 2 rows of stores next to him. Said, being in the Union, I can be a good citizen of the Union, but now that I have both the power and no laws that can bind me, then all of Northern Europe is mine, unless a Transcendent of the 9th turn or higher appears. Hearing the treacherous words, the demon nodded deeply. That's not a bad thing to say, but we celestial awakenings are generally not horny. Besides, the money here is of no use to us, so what would we do even if we robbed it? It's just pure evil. You're very aware. Don't you think so yourself? Kill those 3 girls 50 meters ahead and I'll allow you to be able to organize your words again, Yao Knight said as he pointed at the 3 beautiful beauties with terrified eyes 50 meters away. Chapter 105. Well, we're in charge of Northern Europe now. What's the point of killing them? Isn't our purpose the pyramid? The demon spoke with some confusion, but did as he was told. With a slight bend of his fingers, he directly twisted the necks of those 3 people through the air. Do you know why Scandinavia is allowed to rule the roost? Because there are no rules here, and the strong have everything. It's all about strength here. This is our playground and a hell for mortals, Yao Knight said with a big smile, then drove the car to piggyback the demon and rushed in the direction of the pyramid. He wasn't doing anything to abuse ordinary people, but this drive along easily showed many powerful people bullying the weak. What with all the roadside head cutting, kneeling, coercion, abuse and all the rest, it's a sight to behold. There aren't many laws on this side of Scandinavia. And even if there were, they'd be the same ones as before, and would be completely ineffective against the awakened. Now it could be said that whoever has the biggest fist has the final say. If it wasn't for the intimidating aura that Yao Knight's sight emanated from the car, I'm afraid that they would have been stopped long ago. How far is the pyramid? Not far, not far. Soon. I heard that a considerable portion of foreign awakened people have come here. Their own country is very little. Well, that's natural. The treasures within the pyramid are definitely a no-brainer for attracting awakened people. The duo chatted and talked as time slowly passed, finally arriving at this so-called pyramid.at. This moment, the angel and the red dragon had been waiting for a while. They followed a large group of awakened people to stay at the entrance of a cave. With some dilemma, why stay here and not move? Isn't the pyramid down there? Yao Knight asked with some curiosity. It's true that it's down there, but the depth reaches 1,000 meters at the very least. We'll have to get used to the reinforcement below 1,000 meters to be able to do that, and it's expected to be pitch black down there, so it'd be best if we could have lighting gear at the very least, the angel said slowly. Although they were already in the 9th turn, awakened, but when faced with certain common sense issues, they would still retain their original thoughts. It's like a person who, even though he has superhuman abilities, still chooses to turn on the lights at night because it's a little more comfortable. How the hell do we get down there? Do we have to have lighting gear? I'm guessing there'll be torches or something down there. This pyramid must be nothing more than a graveyard for a deity. Between Yao Knight's casual remarks, several awakened from USA had already rushed into the cave, intending to enter the pyramid early. Holy shit, look at people who don't even hesitate to be afraid. Let's go down there too. Even without lights we can still mess up the kill. Our strength is already the highest here. Without saying anything more, several people entered the cavern below. One after another silently should be subjected to the direction of airflow and the general outline of the whole world. Yao Knight opened his mouth as his eyes brightened slightly on the way to landing. Follow me. The pyramid is over 300 meters to the northeast. The air was dark and everyone could sense the general direction. And despite the dark environment, they could still manage to follow and such. So the crowd finally floated over the pyramid after rolling over a few hundred meters. After getting a good look at the entire outline of the pyramid, it slowly descended. There is no light in the underworld, but it is now perfectly visible. I told you not to bring a torch. Must be stubborn. Yao Knight skimmed his lips and landed in front of this pyramid. This whole pyramid doesn't seem to be native to this area, but landed down from the ground presumably tens of thousands of years ago or thousands of years ago after a sudden earthquake landed here from the surface. As a matter of common sense, a pyramid that goes underground should have darkness nearby, but this pyramid was emitting a faint glow, and it was unusual at first glance. Come on, let's go inside and have some fun to see if there are any pharaohs that Oriental Dragon is talking about. What pharaoh? Did the Eastern Dragon say? Looks like a rapper. Several people slowly walked into the wonderful. However, just walking a moment, the eyes will be completely bright. Square 1,000 square meters of the pyramid completely lit up. Into the eyes is a huge stone platform, and next to it there are actually a few illusory columns standing. At the same time, there was also a large number of awakened people inside the stone platform, the number of which approximately modeled to more than 30 people. These people cautiously looked at the newly arrived Yao Knight. Their eyes were full of caution. The number of people reaches 34, and the Battle Royale mode will start after 100 people. Trialists may choose to form a team, with a maximum of 4 people, and the only team that survives will be counted as a success. An ancient voice rang out from high in the sky. Yao Knight looked around and realized that this place and the Blood God's inheritance place could be said to be just like each other. There wasn't much difference. The only difference is that this side is a little bloodier. With a 100-man battle royale right off the bat, with my ability to be able to destroy this place, the battle royale doesn't have to continue, Angel said calmly from the sidelines. Of course I know you can destroy this place. I can destroy it too, alright. But let's follow the rules for now. Otherwise, once the guardian spirit here is angered, it might not open the next layer of the trial, and then this pyramid will be a wasted visit. Okay, it's whatever you want it to be. A few people talked for a while more awakened emerged from within the pyramid. But the highest realm was only the 6th turn with more and more people. The rest of the awakened are 5 or below and do not have the ability to compete with that for the 6th turn. And that 6th turn was originally complacent, until after seeing the red dragon. The whole person is on guard. He thought that Red Dragon was the only 6th turn powerhouse in the room who could arm wrestle with him. So he looked at Red Dragon with an extremely dangerous look. It looked like the guy had some inclination to make a move, but was slow to do so. The two stood like this for a while, causing the demons and angels next to them to try to stifle their laughter. Meanwhile, as time slowed down, the number of people who used to be present finally reached over 100. Only those extra people were miserable. The number of 100 has been reached, and the number of people other than 100 will be erased soon. The sound of the cue just appeared, squeezing right into the black crows that suddenly appeared in the ring. Then he rushed straight at the few extras, clawing their heads open and splattering their brains. The number of people has been met. Start the Battle Royale mode. You have 5 minutes to form a team. So hurry up. The prompting words came, and Yao Nightside first teamed up with the demon Red Dragon Angel, then waited down quietly. At the moment, the entire venue was filled with the chilling smell of blood from those who had just had their heads scratched open. This makes the awakened even more desperate to form a team. Now not to form a team until when to do so? We're going to go out and kill people. Well, once we do, we'll attract everyone's attention. So why don't we just let them kill each other first, and we'll just run away? Yao Knight said with a playful smile revealed in his eyes. You have a good idea. Let's pretend to run away first, then wait until the kill is almost done. A few people clicked into place, and as their plans were formulated, the Battle Royale game began for good. In just a moment, someone in the ring screamed in agony. Yao Nightside was also targeted by a group of awakened ones, but he directly turned on his unrivaled speed and dodged out of the way, causing the guys to pounce. The angels and demons also dodged one after another, not allowing these ordinary awakened people to get close to them, and they were prepared to close their nets only at the last moment. Yet no surprises. The Red Dragon had actually been targeted by that awakened from North America, and had now been chasing the Red Dragon to kill it. At this moment, the Red Dragon was extremely wretched. The other 3 teammates were hiding comfortably. No one could get close to them at all. However, the Red Dragon was being chased by the 6th Revolution's powerhouse alone, and was also chasing him in an extremely difficult manner. TMD, don't chase. You think you're a dick. The Red Dragon roared, his eyes full of helplessness. He wondered what this guy's reaction was after realizing that he had 3 other stronger teammates. But now that my own side is really tired of being chased, his opponent was among the strongest among the 6 revolutions, and this left him in a very difficult situation. TNND, I'll fight you. The Red Dragon roared, followed by the Red Dragon's silhouette behind him skyrocketing, directly rushing over to take a bite out of that 6th turn powerhouse. After a burst of head tossing and nodding, that 6th revolutionary powerhouse, his body was torn into 2 halves, completely declaring his death. And as the loud noise of the battle over here came, almost all of the awakened discovered the battle over here. Some of them were panicked, some of them were puzzled, and some of them directly saw that the Red Dragon's 6th turn powerhouse's identity was paralyzed with fear right away. So they hurriedly said, there is a 6th turn powerhouse present here, let's all combine our efforts to kill him first. Otherwise in the end whichever team is left will be the opponent's underdog. I don't know who shouted this and got everyone's attention. At this moment countless eyes forced to the Red Dragon. Almost all of the 5 turns of the powerful, all eyes look at him sinister. Let's all join forces and kill him. We must not let him pick the fruits. Almost everyone roared angrily and killed the Red Dragon. And at this moment, the Red Dragon had no way to deal with it at all, and could only kill by killing. Yao Nightside was naturally happy to be free. Originally, I was thinking of letting these people kill each other and picking the fruit on my side, but I didn't realize that all the heavy lifting had been handed over to the Red Dragon. After a busy day, Master Red Dragon is busy again. However, as a 6th turn powerhouse, these 5th turns were not much of a threat to him at all, and he could kill a large number of them with a wave of his hand. In just less than 3 minutes, there are already dozens of 5 turns died under his hands, and those awakened ones in the back don't dare to come up. Chapter 106, it's pyramid time. The killing still continued as the Red Dragon's side slaughtered one awakened after another with a blank face. To these transmutationless determinants were nothing more than mortals, and these mortals now wanted to kill the gods, so naturally there was no good fruit for them to eat. Yao Knight Angel and Demon naturally waited leisurely on the sidelines. They were happy to be idle now, and all the heavy lifting was handed over to Demon. Time was slowly passing. The awakened were dying one by one until the final time. After 10 minutes had passed, almost all of the awakened had died, leaving only a few 2 or 3 left, shivering in a corner. At this moment, the Red Dragon had no good intentions, and looked at a few people coming to their side. You guys are comfortable. Let me kill so many people by myself. Exhausting me, no? Ha ha, as the saying goes, those who can do more. There are still the last 3 over there. Come on. The demon laughed, pointing to the 3 men shivering at the far edge of the ring. At this moment how can those 3 people still do not understand that the Red Dragon in front of them is actually the weakest one in that team on the opposite side? The rest of the people do not seem to care about the death of so many people. It's over, we're done. They should all be strong people above the 6th turn. How could such people come into the pyramid? We're finished. One of them cried loudly, and the other fell to his knees and sobbed uncontrollably. The whole lot of them miserable. However, the strong do not let the weak go just because they cry. Instead they become more impatient. With a lift of his hand, the Red Dragon directly crushed these 2 men into crumbs, and then several people began to silently wait for the pyramid's judgment. The winner of the Battle Royale has been decided. The second phase will begin. Answer the personal lion's head's question carefully, or lose your life if you answer incorrectly. The moment this voice appeared, A giant humanoid lion Dharma old man statue that was 100 feet tall suddenly appeared not far from the ring. His appearance looked extremely terrifying, and the aura on his body was like a vast abyss. But this was only for ordinary fifth turn awakened ones, because in the eyes of Yao Knight several people, the strength of this guy is only 7 turns and already, the angel and Yao Knights can cope with, and even easily defeated. Trespasser, answer my question. What broke him once you said it? As soon as these words came out, the two people who were originally prepared to directly forcefully exterminate the sphinxes froze, their eyes flashing with a color of reflection. It's silence. It's silence, the red dragon shouted excitedly, his eyes filled with smugness after hearing this reply. The sphinx surprisingly nodded in a rare manner and said, correct answer. So next question, what once existed, but doesn't now? This time the question froze the crowd a bit. Not knowing how to answer, eventually it was the demon who tried. It's the order, isn't it? Wrong answer. You can die. As soon as the words fell, the sphinx's giant paw slapped directly over, and the demon's face changed in a hurry to block it. However, this block didn't matter, but it directly enraged the sphinx. Trespasser, you dare to thwart God's punishment. Now I'm going to send you to hell. He roared loudly and then his massive claws slapped down again. Though they were still blocked by the demon, he was nothing more than a statue of a 7th turn, and the demon was also a 7th turn. So it was said that no one could do anything about it. Don't you guys just stand there and watch me get bullied by him. The demon shouted at Yao Knights and the angel, chapter 107, making millions of people crazy. It can't be helped. People are seeking support. The angel's side directly rushed over, followed by a crosslight chop that split the sphinx into 2 halves, immediately ending this breakthrough. The whole land of trials has become silent because of the death of the sphinx, yet there was no notification of the next break-in. And it seems that even the pyramids themselves didn't have this beheading of an interviewer like the sphinx. This guy is also a kind of rule. We shouldn't make the pyramid collapse if we kill him. That wouldn't be good. Yao Knight said hesitantly. He always had a bad feeling now. Oh, what can you do if you kill? The big deal is to topple the pyramid. Is what does he, a dead ancient god, want? The angel returned arrogantly, and immediately afterward there was still no sound coming out of the pyramid. Silent as hell. Well, this will topple the flying pyramid. Yao Knight helplessly spread his hands, then flew directly up towards the top of the darkness, straight going, eventually breaking through the pyramid directly with a bang, flew into a dimly lit dirt field. Since the pyramid is underground, even if you punch through it you are still underground. This behavior is really bold. The red dragon and the demon are looking dumbfounded. Had thought to break in properly, take some benefits from the pyramid here and leave. Did not expect Yao Knight directly lift the table to the pyramid drive-through. Wait a minute, can't be so reckless, in case you provoke that ancient deity again, have to do war. The red dragon said with a bitter face. As if to confirm his words, the pyramid trembled. Since they were inside the pyramid, they felt that the entire heaven and earth were trembling, while an ancient murmur resounded from the depths of the pyramid. Suddenly an illusory soul appeared. He did not look at the Tiancher. Several people also did not go to see Yao Knight, but fly straight to the high altitude. Completely left the pyramid. This soul's behavior looked a little strange to a few people, but they didn't know why. And at the same time, as the departure of this one soul began again, another large number of souls appeared, and after burrowing out of the pyramid they rushed madly outward. Holy shit, what's going on? Where did these souls come from? The red dragon said in shock, because at this moment the tree length of these souls is really too amazing. At first it was just one by one flying out, but now it has turned into hundreds and thousands. In an instant it began to appear in thousands and thousands, and they do not attack people. They just fly out of the pyramid after not knowing where they are. Holy shit, I always feel like we're in trouble. Do you guys think so? The red dragon said with an ugly face. Otherwise, let's follow the example of the eastern dragon and go out first to see what these souls are up to, the angel reminded. And the next 3 tried the pyramid's braking system again without any response. Then they had to follow Yao Knight's example just now and rushed out of the pyramid. Several people all came to the dirt, and then came to the ground after a few exertions. The sun was shining on his face at the moment and the sky was so blue. But the only thing lacking was the fact that the ground was sprouting a steady stream of souls. One by one, one by one, one by one, an endless stream of souls pouring out of the ground like a tidal wave. Though they fly off to different places and can't be caught even if they wanted to. Even according to the usual script, these souls should be hissing and laughing maniacally. But they're not even saying a word right now. Just stifled flight. Seems to be looking for something. What's going on with these things? What did you guys put out? Yao Knight said with a somewhat ugly face. Hey, don't evade your responsibility, okay? It was clearly you who released these souls after you broke through the pyramid. We just followed your example and rushed out. After you escaped, these souls started to come out. We just followed your example. The red dragon defiantly argued. Yet the faces of the crowd grew darker and darker simply because the souls are still pouring out of the ground. From tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of souls, and what's even more amazing is that the costumes these souls were wearing were once again from thousands of years ago. A glance found that there would be tens of thousands of years ago costumes appearing, and that his mother was clearly the costumes of ancient human beings. Now we're really in big trouble. Releasing the souls of the ancient era. I don't know how much chaos we're going to cause. It's all your fault. Yao Knight said with a cold face. Hey, how do you call it all our fault? Obviously you were the first to break through the pyramid and you're still talking here? The red dragon remained unyielding in his defense, however. Now that this has happened, a number of souls can be seen burrowing right into the ordinary humans around him after approaching them. Then it began to jump about, and all the syllables of an unknown kind came out of its mouth, which was evidently the language of the ancient times. They're taking over the souls. Millions of souls are about to appear, and if we let them take over these Nordic people, we're afraid we'll draw the wrath of the Nordic side, if not all of Europe. The demon said with a somewhat stony face. Even with his seventh turn strength, he didn't dare to face the anger of so many people. It was no different from suicide, seeing such a scene. The angel also had a bitter face. With his ability he was supposed to be able to exterminate these souls, but unfortunately after he had struck in the dark he realized that these souls were not subject to his control at all, and would not even be injured in his hands. Let's find a place to hide for a while. We mustn't let anyone find out that we're the ones who caused the riot of souls, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. And you should know that there are strong people in Northern Europe, especially transcendentalists. The angel suggests a compromise, and Jihane doesn't speak for a single treasure this time, and invites so many souls for no good reason that you all aren't in a good mood, and now there was no way out. So they had to hide in a small hotel 50 kilometers away in order to avoid being seen as the souls they had summoned. After a few casual bites of food, a few people sat around the lobby in the hotel and watched TV, and now the TV is showing news of a large number of ordinary people losing their sanity. And also everyone is mouthing the language of the past. I see security. I see security. I see security. A delivery man on TV hissed loudly. His eyes were so determined it was unbelievable. He looked like he was following a demon, and others in the neighborhood were mouthing words that were hard to understand. What does the fox say? 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 Happy go, happy go. Holy shit. It's really a big trouble. Now at least 100,000 people are possessed by the souls of the ancient times. It's really a big fucking trouble, us. The red dragon directly covered his head, and his entire body collapsed. They do kill as well as eat, but it's limited to a number of under 10. And they definitely don't kill more than 10 per day. But now what? 100,000 people have been caused to go insane in one day, which is no different than dying. And this number is still increasing, and I'm afraid that within a day it will reach the level of 1 million. Which means that on this day they made 1 million people all crazy. We're in real trouble now. At the very least, millions of Nordics have gone completely insane today. At that time we will definitely be crowned with the crime of human genocide, and will definitely cause a global manhunt. TNND, it's all your fault, Yao Knight. The red dragon crumbled and hissed, but the demons and angels were much calmer compared to the misery on his side. Don't be so hasty. Soul possession can definitely be undone, but the question is how these were souls from the ancient times, and being able to preserve them to this day meant that their soul bodies hadn't suffered much damage, and had definitely improved over the years. Have you guys seen those souls from the ancient times? Each and every soul is extremely thick. That is, like muddy white wine. Coming close to a trace can make one feel the thick soul fluctuations. The angel opened his mouth like he was explaining an encyclopedia, which made the red dragon crumble even more. TND, it's not like I'm here to listen to your lecture on the problem. It's how to fix it now, right? Now that so many people are maddened by the mischief we have made. If this number of souls increases again, then the whole of Northern Europe won't have to play, and everyone will turn into the madmen of the ancient times, and we'll be the sinners. The red dragon completely collapsed, and after saying these words, he sat paralyzed on a couch aside, his eyes lifeless. It doesn't really matter how many people are crazy to the crowd, because it doesn't matter how many people they die, but the problem is that no one can know that they're the ones making these people crazy. As I see it, we will now return incognito to the Dragon Kingdom, or the extinct land of Little Sakura, the only two places where we can hide for a while. China's law and order is top-notch in the world, and there are no more humans alive over at Little Cherry Blossom. Ordinary people definitely won't go there, so we'll just go and hide in these two places. The demon sent out his honest advice, but the angel nodded before speaking. In that case, let's hide for a while. There should always be a limit to the number of souls inside the pyramid. It can't keep bubbling out. It will stop after 2 or 3 million at most. I'm sure the top awakened won't find fault with us just because of 2 or 3 million ordinary people. After all, we have 29 revolutions. This statement instantly finalized the crowd's itinerary. Yao Knight also nodded. His doppelganger had long been impatient to swallow those giant beasts, but he had never found the opportunity. This time he could go to Little Cherry Blossom and swallow enough. Chapter 108, Departure from Sakura Country. Endless Ocean Beast. Since the plan had been finalized, the crowd walked straight out of the hotel. And this time they didn't even plan to take a plane, because Yao Knight had already summoned his auger dragon doppelganger. Say you, this wind is really big, so big a scaly dragon 300 meters long it. My mother. The red dragon sked. This was because Yao Knight's current auger dragon doppelganger was really mighty to the extreme, with a body that was more than 300 meters long, coupled with turquoise scales all over its body. It looked like a divine dragon from the ancient times. One look at it made people fearful. Stop blowing water here and get out of here. Head for the Sakura country and devour the giants and fey beasts so we don't let these people in northern Europe find us, Yao Knight said flatly, and then sat on the head of the augmented dragon doppelganger, while the others also sat on the neck of the augmented dragon doppelganger. Position instantly took off, and sped in the direction of the Sakura country. Mommy, look! It's dragon! Holy shit! What is it? The dragon split caused a commotion on the ground, but soon disappeared into the clouds, and as they left, more and more people were taken over by the ancient spirits and began to do even more unthinkable things. Some used their heads as hammers, some used their asses as choppers, and one who uses his mouth as a urinal is even heavier. The entire ordinary people of Northern Europe were all in disarray, and the insanity of these ordinary people caused a large number of awakened people to pay attention to start searching for them almost within 10 minutes. The source of these people's mutation was eventually found in the souls flying around in the sky, and following the location of these souls flying in, the awakened have found the pyramid hidden underground again. However, there was definitely still some time before they could find the truth and find out who the murderer was. But this time now would be the best time for Yao Knight's crowd to leave, just as several people were leaving in the auger split. A white-bearded old man in the most central palace location in the entire Northern Europe angrily slapped the table and stood up. What the hell is going on here? How did so many people become insane? These people can all give birth to awakened seeds. Who the hell did this? The white-bearded old man roared angrily, but no one could answer his question. There was no way out. He even called out 2 teams of his personal guards, ready to personally go and find out the reason. But it must be a bit late to find out, as the real originator is long gone for hundreds of kilometers. On the endless sea level, Yao Knight maneuvered his auger dragon doppelganger, so to speak, and was flying carefully. The ocean was too dangerous, and flying high in the air, one could even see the presence of countless huge shadows in that endless ocean. Each shadow emitted an aura of at least 8 claws, and even 9 revolutions were not at all few in just a distance of thousands of kilometers. They had already seen at least 3 9 revolutions. Oceanic giants. The ocean is too vast, and because of the nuclear sewage discharged by the Sakura country, the level of the sea giants in the oceans close to the Sakura country has become higher. There were at least 3 9 revolutions giant beasts present in the surrounding oceans of the Sakura country to high in the deep ocean. The huge beast existed like a mass of dark blue seawater. Just a glance at it allowed people to generate a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts. And even Yao Knight, several people's faces were a bit unsightly. The oppression of the ocean behemoths is just too strong, especially when they are in the middle of an endless ocean. Chapter 109, Swallowing the Followers of the Light. So far the Awakened have been around for up to 10 years. Prior to 10 years ago, those who were able to use the power of the Awakened were generally called deities, or ancient deities, with the longest history dating back tens of thousands of years. However, it is currently common for the Awakened to appear at the same time as the behemoths, which both appeared 10 years ago. The first batch of Awakened people generally have a minimum level of 8 turns, the highest, then beyond 9 turns to become Transcendentals, the number of which is currently unknown. But according to the observations of the people concerned, the number of 9 turns of the behemoths far exceeds that of humans. The number of 9 revolutions giant beasts on land was observable, not exceeding the figure of 50, and there were even none of the transcendent giant beasts, except for the ones that were godforsaken. However, there is no worse news for humanity at the moment than the behemoths from the ocean. The general number of behemoths in the oceans can be observed in the part of the 9 turns has been found to be more than 100 behemoths, and this is only the scope of the observation. The number of behemoths produced by the deep sea is even more. Experts estimate that there are more than 500 of them in the deep sea. For the number of transcendental giants, it should be 50. Only more desperate is the fact that this prophecy was made 5 years ago. Now that 5 years had passed, hell knows just how many 9 revolutions giant beasts as well as transcendent giant beasts there were now in the deep sea. Humans now have no power to resist the deep sea behemoths, and if the behemoths within the deep sea have the conditions to reach the land, then there will be no place for humans to stand, because resisting the behemoths on land already exhausted the human system. Once the deep sea behemoths landed, the damage caused would be extinction, and there is no more orthodox example of this than Sakura Nation. The extinction of the Sakura Kingdom didn't even touch the deep sea beasts, but rather a single Yamanashi Orochi from the volcano of Mount Fuji easily destroyed the entire kingdom. At this moment, Yao Knight's 4 people stood on the Sakura country's land, their eyes filled with emotion. They were currently on top of a mountain peak, but looking down from the peak, the entire Sakura country was a land of giant beasts. The eye in the Sakura country near the ocean. Countless giant beasts scrambled for territory to lay eggs and hatch baby giant beasts, and at the very center of Sakura country, a giant waisted snake with 7 or 8 heads was coiled here. Its body exudes a kingly pressure. That is the 9 revolutions. Was it really the right decision for us to come to Sakura country? The danger of evacuation is not at all inferior to that of the Dragon Kingdom, and even the level of danger of this being surrounded by the sea on all sides is already one of the most powerful on the blue planet. The demon who said that was a little freaked out at the moment. It wasn't these behemoths on land that they feared, but the ones in the surrounding ocean. Earlier when they flew over they could see that there were one after another giant beasts emerging in the ocean, each with an incomparably thick breath, either 8 or 9 turns. Under this kind of horrible environment, which person wasn't having a huge trembling of the heart and soul? Even the angel's face was in a bit of a trance at the moment. If you guys are afraid, just wait here. I'm going to hunt some giant beasts because my doppelganger is hungry now, Yao Knight said indifferently, then broke away from the group to travel deeper into the Sakura kingdom alone. In Shake's eyes, these behemoths would indeed pose a threat to himself, but only just a threat, although he hadn't reached the 9th turn, and hadn't even touched the threshold of the 9th turn. But the words of self-preservation were actually enough here. The 3 of them were clearly frightened by those huge giants in this ocean. A person who wants to fight, then there can be fear in his heart, but one has to overcome the fear. And if one cannot even overcome the fear in one's own heart, then how should one overcome the external fear? Yao Knight lightly smiled, followed by his palm. With a wave, the auger dragon behind his back poked its head out and began to hunt down a small foreign beast on the land of Sakura country. During this process, the eyes of the augmented dragon doppelganger were fixed on the front, while his target was the several giant beasts that were hatching eggs in front of him. The giants were penguin-like. Yao Knight couldn't understand why the penguin had appeared here and grown so big, but he knew that it could bring him evolution points. Roar! The auger dragon doppelganger had actually grown to a terrifying level, and without joining forces with himself, he could hunt and kill, on his own, a number of giant beasts of the 6th and 7th revolutions. Therefore, Yao Knight was very relieved that he could let the Jiaolong split hunt alone. At this moment, a small sea turtle let out a miserable scream and was swallowed into the mouth by the Jiaolong split into a trace of pure energy, and the miserable screams of the little turtle over here instantly attracted the attention of that penguin couple, who somewhat vigilantly flapped their plump bodies with their wings, trying to repel the auger doppelganger. Yao Knight laughed even more when he saw such a scene. It seemed that these 2 penguins weren't even a little bit aggressive. He simply commanded the Jiaolong split to swallow over, directly incorporating these 2 penguins into his stomach. Roar! The dragon detachment roared and swallowed one of the penguins in one gulp without the slightest surprise. The other penguin saw this scene and became completely anxious. His 2 wings flapped his belly and let out an angry howl. However, he surprisingly did not launch an effective means of attack. Instead, anxious flapping wings, gaga gaga messy scream, looks funny to the extreme. Let a person cannot believe that this is a 6-turn level beast. So that's how it is. After years of enjoying the days of no human threat in the Sakura country, the behemoth's vigilance has become so poor that it has even forgotten its means of attack. In that case, let's swallow you. Yao Knight directly rushed up. The huge mouth bit off the penguin's head, and then in a gradual manner, swallowed this fat body into the abdomen, and immediately felt refreshed. At this moment, he glanced at the evolution progress, which currently came to around 3%. That is to say, the evolutionary progress that 2 6th rotation beasts can provide for themselves is only 3%. Wanting to raise the evolutionary progress to 100%, it would be necessary to swallow at least 156th rotation beasts. Alas, 156th revolution beasts. How long will this take to eat? It would be great if I could have a meal of 9th turn behemoths. Yada yada yada. By the way, I still have that light believer in my demon detention tower. Might as well eat it. Boost the evolutionary progress. Yao Knight suddenly slapped his thigh, and the whole auger's mouth corner drooled. At this moment, his palms fumbled around in his spatial bracelet for a while, and he finally found the demon detaining tower, taking out his own pagoda and looking at it. That light believer inside was already in a state of confusion, his entire body frozen in a state of because in staying here for too long, no one to talk to for years, even have some autistic tendencies. Can you hear me? Light believers, can you hear me? How are you doing in the tower? How's the food? By the way, no food for you, I forgot. Yao Knight picked up his pagoda and said loudly, and the light believers in the detention tower have no reaction. Still sitting in front of the window of the detention tower, stagnant looking out the window, seems to be able to keep this action forever. That's not a long time to be off. It's a half year or so at most. How did he become like this? Yao Knight was a bit speechless inwardly. It looked like this light believer had truly turned into a dull fool. So he thought about it and then directly released this guy. After all, even if he wants to resist now, His own strength has been approaching the 9th turn to be able to fight with the 9th turn of the strongest. Not the bright believer this half-step of the 9th turn to be able to touch the porcelain. Put. The pagoda flickered with light, and the bright believer flopped to the ground. Just lying on the ground and not moving, Yao Knight would have thought the guy was dead if he hadn't detected a heartbeat. Since you have become dull and stupid, why don't you just be my food? There's no need for you to live. It's a waste to live anyway. Boom! The huge and terrifying head of the dragon wind sound probed over, then took the bright believer in its mouth and swallowed it in one gulp after throwing it some distance away. In just an instant, Zhao Longfeng's body gushed out, infinite energy nourishing itself. At the same time, Yao Knight's side also silently felt his body begin to glow red and hot. This is another kind of energy that he cannot withstand. But it was a good thing that the energy on the bright believer's just half-step 9 turns had been consumed very much due to the fact that he had already been imprisoned for too much time before death. That's why the energy supply this time didn't make Yao Knight's pass out directly, but persisted. The evolution progress has increased to 15%. It seems that this light believer isn't a waste either. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yao Knight's mouth. Then he continued to ride his auger dragon doppelganger and began to hunt the giant beasts on the Sakura country's land, and also the moment he swallowed the light believers. The Alliance side suddenly received a message representing the top 10 most powerful talents on the list of light believers steeply disappeared. And the light believer is in the family that represents his life. The card is also broken at the same time. And these two things happen at the same time, which means that the light believer is completely dead. Bang! A long-haired man inside a dark underground city slapped the table angrily, the color of endless hatred surging in his eyes, surprisingly killing my brother. This Yao Knight really has a lot of guts. President, don't get excited. News has suddenly come from the Nordic side that they want to cooperate with our Genius Club. A junior brother stepped forward and said with earnestness in his eyes, cooperate on what? What do we have to cooperate with them in Northern Europe? The distances are all so far apart. Should we cooperate in business? The president said with some impatience, while his eyes were full of remembrance. His brother, the bright believer, died just like that. Could he not be sad? Forget it. Let's talk about why the Nordic side wants to cooperate with us, and what we're going to do with them. After all, the power of Northern Europe is not small, the president said as he lit a cigar and leaned back in his chair. Chapter 110, the president of the Genius Club. The very cold believer's Lord President. According to the latest news coming in, there is a pyramid from the ancient times over in Northern Europe that suddenly rioted, and millions of souls have burrowed out from within it, and these souls were extremely violent. They took over ordinary people and made all of these ordinary people insane, causing extremely great damage. The whole social system in Scandinavia is a bit of a mess right now. What the fuck does that have to do with us? If they riot, so be it. These are dangerous times for humanity. If we don't do battle with the behemoths, are we going to implode and attack each other? No. Chairman, the main reason for these soul riots is because of that Yao Knight. It was that guy and a bunch of Sky Jedi who caused this incident. So the Nordic side is extremely angry and wants to apprehend these people to find out the way to break the pyramid's soul. It's him again. The president clenched his fists hard. His head hurt just thinking about this Yao Knight, yet the other party had killed his own brother. Could he not have a desire for revenge? Where is Yao Knight's group now? Let's get in touch with Northern Europe and prepare to leave immediately to wipe them out. Don't bother, Chairman. I'm already here. The two of us teaming up will be enough for this pursuit. Suddenly a not-so-orthodox Longwa language came from outside the door, only to see a youth covered in black hair crystals walk in. The moment he saw this youth, the president's pupils shrank and he immediately stood up. So it's His Excellency Lucifer. Sit down first. Have a drink first, the chairman said very attentively, as the other party was an awakened who had exceeded the 9 revolutions to reach the Transcendent realm just like himself. Don't bother, Chairman Sama. I came here to find you to join forces. The party that released the ancient souls has gone to Sakura country, which made Lord Prime Minister extremely angry. So he sent me to hunt down that party. However, now the Sakura country is surrounded by sea ocean is countless giant beasts. With my strength alone cannot reach there unless you have the same beast mount or join forces with your own kind. And you're the first person I thought of. We have a common enemy. We should join forces, Lucifer said impassionedly, his eyes filled with grandeur, as if he could ambush Yao Knight and his party in the next second. However, this president of the Genius Club was a bit hesitant, and with a thoughtful flash in his eyes, he said, alas, it's not that I won't help you. Since they've already left for Sakura country, then you should know that because of the radiation in the waters of the Sakura country, the 8 and 9 turn giants there are generally stronger than elsewhere. If the slightest mishap angers those giants in the ocean, even transcendentalists like the two of us don't necessarily have a hope of surviving. The president's eyes were filled with hesitation. He did want to avenge his brother's death, but that doesn't mean he can hitch his life to his brother's plan for revenge. Ha ha, I knew that you, Lord Chairman, would say that. So Lord Palmistry sent, I'm sending you an item. As long as I can successfully apprehend their party, then this item is yours. Lucifer smiled, then took out a cube from his space bracelet, and inside this square, a tiny snowball lies calmly. Lord Chairman, this snow globe is a perfect match for your extreme cold believer talent. If you have him, maybe you can step into a higher realm. Chapter 111, coming to see you from across the sea. This is the snow of extreme cold, a legendary item. The extreme cold devotee excitedly held up the cube with a look of delight in his eyes. According to rumors, the snow of extreme cold was condensed by the ice god of the ancient era after his death. His entire life essence was injected into the snow of extreme cold. Legend had it that if an ice attribute awakened person obtained this piece of extreme cold snow, then there was a high possibility that the talent would be awakened for a second time, and the second awakening of a talent means gaining more power. That was why this piece of extreme cold snow had a great temptation for all the ice attribute awakened people under the heavens. Extreme cold happiness held the cube with excitement in his eyes. Even a top awakened person like him developed a hint of greed within him. At this moment, he was thinking inwardly that if he killed the other party, the extreme cold snow would also be his own. But unfortunately the other party possessed the same realm as himself, and once a fight occurred, not only would the Genius Club base here be destroyed, at the same time, it would also bring the official attention of the Dragon Kingdom, and at that time, it would be impossible to say whose right to the extreme cold snow actually belonged to. What the hell do I have to do to get this snow for me? You make the offer. The extreme cold believer said with a wave of his hand. It's very simple. You and I will team up to the Sakura country to apprehend that guy. He indirectly killed millions of people in the Nordic zone. It's reasonable for me to do so. Just go with me. As long as we go, I'll give you the extreme cold snow. Listening to the other party's words, the extreme cold devotee's heart was extremely shaken, but in the end, he still nodded and agreed to this matter. When do we move? Right now. Besides, on the side of the swaying, he was now completely caught in the middle of a fight with a giant beast, and the augur dragon incarnation was entangled in a tangle of 5 or 6 foreign beasts. Among them, there are 2 8-clawed beasts with rough skin. Thick poison resistance is also extremely strong. Venom basically cannot work, so they can only rely on physical combat, and his own side was surrounded and entangled by a large group of behemoths. Just a bunch of beasts. Do you really think this is your territory? Yao Knight sneered and waved his hand, followed by the Jiao Long split transforming into a shadow and entering his back. At the same time, his aura instantly increased tenfold, and was practically comparable to a 9th turn powerhouse. Die for me. At this moment, he was frantically striking out, with all sorts of skills coming out. The original inert light that had a range of only 30 meters and the earthquake that had a range of only 50 meters had been expanded to a range of nearly 500 meters, and at this moment, he had a great advantage in terms of close combat, and along with his strikes, punch after punch blasted into the faces of these gigantic beasts, smashing out a crater and sending them flying out. The demon's power was immense, and each and every one of them was unable to withstand it. Gradually, as the 5th behemoth was sent flying, the other behemoths finally dispersed and fled in all directions. The human in front of them is too fierce, even more fierce than their giant beasts. However, what makes the other giant beasts observing around more fearful is that the augur dragon just now reappeared, and even began to devour the dead companion's body. The corpse of a giant beast entered the mouth of the augur dragon. Doppelganger's swaying breath kept on rising, never stopping in the midst of it. Evolution progress increased to 31%. It would only take 2 full days of hunting again to bring the evolution progress up to full. Yao Knight licked the corner of his mouth and checked his current attributes. Frowny face name, Yao Knight, talent, infinite dragon ancestor, demon god class, SSS, Tenjue role, augur, Tenjue realm, catastrophe level, realm, 8 turns and 4 steps, body, 8212111123, spirit, 7234266621, skills, poison, speed of wind and thunder, golden armor, fallen light, earth dragon, 9 kills of evil, exclusive to human form, wild hope of the other side. Green source, bilocation, green source augur, strength, divine scale ++++, direction of evolution, silver dragon, golden dragon to be selected, talent, infinite dragon ancestor, demon god level, skills, poison, wind and thunder, speed, golden armor, fallen light, earth dragon, wild hope on the other side, phantom blood, green source. That's the current attributes as well as the skills possessed. But unfortunately there is still no improvement on the heavenly awakening aspect. Yao Knight wanted to inquire about how the angel and the girls were elevated, but he hadn't waited for that moment yet. Swallow, and the time to become strong enough, stronger than anyone else, is the time I can rest. Yao Knight's words were filled with wildness, but at the same time there was a trace of deep exhaustion under his eyes. If one wants to become strong, then one must become extremely strong. The strongest, the most powerful. If it's just a half-assed effort in a strong man, then sooner or later it will be swallowed up by others who are stronger, and even more so for the weak. If not strong enough to be swallowed, that is the final destiny. He understands this deeply. Even extremely well. Have there been fewer people he swallowed along the way? The weak may be able to live on for a while, but their ultimate destiny is to be swallowed up. Yao Knight didn't want to be swallowed. He only wanted to swallow others. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sea, the two Transcendents encountered a crisis as soon as they went out. In fact, the behemoths of the ocean rarely attack humans in general, because their presence is too small, and they are huge eaters. Unless it's one of those freighters full of guests that gets their attention, because that's the kind of freighter that has a little meat on it. Ordinary awakened or ordinary people who traveled alone would usually not attract their attention, but one difference was that the high-level awakened and the Transcendents above the 9th turn each possessed a huge amount of energy in their bodies. A giant beast that swallowed a strong person of the 8th or 9th turn would not need to eat for at least a year's time. That's why the high-ranking powerhouses among the humans actually had a certain allure to the giant beasts in the ocean. Especially when the two high-ranking awakened altered pupils appeared. That was a real temptation. At the moment the extremely cold believers of the Genius Club, and the white-haired young man from Northern Europe, have just sailed into a crisis. Bastard! This 9-turn white whale actually dares to make a move against the two of us. The white-haired youth gritted his teeth. Then 4 steel blades shot out from his hands, plunging straight towards the head of white gold in the ocean. Only his attacks, although attractive penetrating power is also extremely strong. The beluga whale that had been pierced through its body remained unmoved, simply because its size was just too big, especially after the heaven and earth changes. Its original size of hundreds of meters had turned into nearly thousands of meters. Such a huge thing, in the face of a few steel knives, is no different from a few needles, and even due to the pain system he could not feel the corresponding pain. Ow! The beluga hissed under the ocean. It was extremely fast, and although it was extremely large, it didn't affect its speed. Even in the water it has insight into some of the power of the rules. In the whole ocean, like a fish in the water. Forget this word to describe the inaccurate. It would have been the fish. The ocean would have been the water. All in all, the two Transcendents were much weaker than the average ocean behemoth in the ocean. The moment they couldn't get rid of the white whale, and they could only even watch that huge mouth swallowing towards them. Boom! This behemoth from the deep swallowed the two Transcendents directly into its stomach. He was in an extremely wonderful mood right now. 2 Transcendents among humans would be a proper grain-preventing elixir for him, and that would allow him to not need to eat for 5-10 years. During these 5-10 years, he could be drunk on cultivation or bored to death for 10 years. This moment the beluga whale is in an extremely wonderful mood as it jumps and dances on the surface of the sea. Soon after, however, the beluga whale began to appear in a difficult state, and he began to hiss continuously, his body trembling violently. Boom! The white gold belly exploded, and the figures of 2 Transcendents rushed out from within it. This bullshit behemoth, a mere 9th turn of a district, even wants to devour us Transcendents. The extreme cold devotee skimmed his eyebrows with extreme disdain, and then went to the Sakura country after joining the white-haired youth in any kind of direction. However, the aura of chi and blood on the two of them was still a bit too obvious, and they were still being pestered by the giant beasts in the deep sea. But fortunately this time it was only a few 8 turns, and it didn't get in the way. Only the good times didn't last long. As the two got rid of a few 8th rotation behemoths, they were once again pestered by a 9th rotation behemoth, and managed to kill each other after a bit of fighting. But the good times don't last long again, and next even a transcendent beast approaches them, and the two are forced to fight while heading to the Sakura country. I'm really convinced. I should have known not to come. Go to a cherry blossom country. It's either windy or rainy. The extreme cold devotee cried out angrily as he fought with this transcendentalist great white shark. A transcendent realm great white shark, and one that was still in the ocean. To put it bluntly, this great white shark was now powerful enough to take him and the white-haired youth one-on-one, but the good thing is that the two people did not show any cracks under the strong combination. So far they have not been injured. Just a little bit of a mess. The closer the two men got to the Sakura country, the more ugly their faces became. Of the strong aura as well as the aura of chi and blood on the two of them is just too obvious. To ask why Yao Knight's crowd hadn't suffered from the attack of the deep-sea beasts before? That's because both the demon and the red dragon are ordinary heavenly awarenesses, not awakened ones, and although the angel was at the 9th turning realm, she was a heavenly awakening. The corresponding chi and blood aura wasn't strong, relying on some sort of faith power, although Yao Knight's own strength on his side was at the 8th turn, which was enough to attract the attention of the deep-sea beasts. But with his own heavenly consciousness aura, he counteracted some of his own 8th turn aura. The other thing is that the augur doppelganger underneath made the deep-sea giants think it was one of a kind. So all the people on the way peacefully and successfully reached the country of Cherry Blossom Country. However, the extreme cold devotee and the white-haired youth were different. Both of them could be actual awakened ones, and they couldn't even attract attention if they didn't want to. At chapter 112, after 991 difficulties, I am finally going to see you. The battle on the surface of the sea still continued. The extreme cold devotee and the white-haired youth retreated as they fought. both of their faces showing a look of exhaustion and fatigue. Although they were all transcendents, their power was limited, and facing a great white shark of the same level, and a transcendent great white shark that was in the middle of the ocean at that, the two of them don't have any advantage to speak of, and being forced into this situation by a giant beast is considered the first time. There was nothing they could do with this great white shark, so the two of them had to fight and retreat, approaching Sakura's location at high speed, but it didn't last long, as the battle between a few men drew the attention of other behemoths. Once again, 9 revolutions giant beasts joined in. All the giants wanted to swallow these two extremely energy-rich humans, and the number of giants gathered more and more. It wasn't until half an hour later that the number of giant beasts surrounding the two came to a terrifying level. The number of 9 revolutions giant beasts had reached 6, and a sea lion at the transcendent level had also appeared. The octopus giant beasts, not to mention, could be said to be spread out in general numbers like locusts. If they were on land right now, the two of them could easily kill all of the 8th turn behemoths. The 9th revolutions could also be dealt with after only some effort as well. But it was different now. The original one superb great white shark gave them a headache, but now that so many giant beasts had been added, if there were no accidents, they were bound to fold here today. Damn, old me should have known not to come. TMD, how can there be so many giant beasts? I just haven't been out of the sea for 3 years, and there are already so many giant beasts. TMD, I'm really convinced. Extreme cold believers collapsed and roared. Now this situation, unless to make a killer move, otherwise with the strength of the two will certainly be folded here. Nowadays, those 8-turn behemoths were already comparable to 9 turns under the ocean's augmentation, and although each of the 9 revolutions giant beasts was no match for the transcendent beasts, the difference wasn't by much. Either, with the strength of the two of them, how could they possibly stand out from such a heavy siege? And now they could only be divided up and eaten. Bastard! Give me the extreme cold snow now or we all die. The extreme cold devotee hissed angrily at the same time. The white-haired youth also finally stopped hesitating and threw the extreme cold snow to him as soon as he could. At the moment he got his hands on this extreme cold snow, the extreme cold believer's eyes masked a crushed shell and swallowed this extreme cold snow into his mouth. Wow! A feeling of coldness emanated from his throat, and his entire body suddenly turned ice blue. Even his hair began to freeze. My talent has really improved. Extreme cold ice seal. He let out a hiss, followed by a large amount of ice and snow appearing from where his feet were, instantly freezing all the giant beasts within a 100-mile radius. Wow! In an instant all locations within a 100-mile radius were all sealed in ice, and even 2,000 meters below the ocean produced an ice layer. At the same time, all the giant beasts including those 2 transcendent beasts also froze. They themselves were frozen by the intense ice cold and froze in place, unable to move. Hurry up! This burst will only freeze them for 10 minutes or so. The extreme cold devotee, who had already become an iceman, led the white-haired youth in a frantic escape, spanning out several hundred kilometers in an instant, and his speed was still increasing. At this moment, the extreme cold devotee's face was filled with hatred. Damn Yaonite, I'm definitely going to leave you in pieces after we meet. To have me in such a sorry state today. Chapter 113, 3-party battle royale. Besides, on Yaonite's side he kept driving the auger dragon detachment and swallowed one giant beast after another, nearly on the island. In the periphery, half of the behemoths have entered his mouth at this moment. His evolutionary progress has skyrocketed to 51%. However, due to such a big devouring, it led to the fluctuation of the heartbeat of a giant beast coming from the side of him to Fuji once, and if his estimation was correct, it was the heartbeat of the Orochi, and this Orochi was supposed to be a giant beast of the transcendental grade. The transcendent level isn't in existence I can deal with yet. Right now my power attribute is 800 million. After doubling it, it's 8 billion. If I'm using the evil trick 9 kills, that's nearly 72 billion. But if my projection is correct, the power possessed by the transcendent level is at least 100 billion. And my strength is still some distance away from transcendent. Yaonite secretly nodded, then continued to devour. Just then, however, the angel rushed over from the distance in a hurry and said in an anxious tone, "There are 2 transcendent level auras from the Eastern Dragon. They are coming this way at great speed. I'm afraid they are coming after us. I've already called God. He'll be here soon, but we have to survive first." What? Yaonite's heart shook as he let his breath empty to feel it carefully, and he was indeed able to detect 2 breaths breaking through the air in the southeast direction. The visitors are definitely not good this time, so let's simply muddy the waters and let the Yagyu Orochi awaken. Go ahead and tell the red dragon and the demon to go hide. The level of war now is beyond the 2 of them. Yes, the angel promised, then quickly disappeared into the sky. At this moment, Swaying could detect the 2 auras in the sky, which were ferocious and seemed to come with anger. As for why he was carrying anger, he didn't know. He only knew that these 2 guys were definitely here to take his life, and this kind of breath fluctuation is definitely not the 9 turns but the higher level of that layer, the legendary Transcendent. Since you have come with sandy intentions, Don't blame me for waking up the Orochi and making this water stick mix some. Yao Knight. He instantly withdrew his auger dragon doppelganger, followed by his entire body rushing towards the crater of Mount Fuji like an arrow off the string. After only a few minutes had passed, he arrived at the crater of the volcano. At the moment, the entire volcano was in a state of dead silence, but one could feel the majestic breath of life within it, that of the Orochi. Yao Knight's, licking the corners of his mouth, he was able to notice that those two scents had gotten closer and closer, and I'm afraid that they were already less than 100 kilometers away from the entire land. Don't fucking sleep. Wake the fuck up. Yao Knight, roar, followed by his hands suddenly appeared countless sharp knives in his control under the bombardment shot to Mount Fuji crater. That shot position can be said to be accurate and incomparable. There is not any knife inserted in the ground. However, such an offense didn't seem to be enough to wake up the Yagyu Orochi. Yao Knight hesitated a little before landing directly into the crater, then touched the ground with his hand and said in a low voice, "Earth Dragon!" Boom! The entire land trembled at these words. The ground and the volcano, which had been dead silent, suddenly began to tremble, and a wave of heat emerged from the interior of Mount Fuji, followed by the different hisses of the Hakioji. Boom! In an instant, a huge snake's head poked out of the crater, followed by 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 others. Orochi's eyes stared around sinisterly, trying to find the guy who had woken him up. However, he could only see Yao Knight's figure, which was like a mole cricket, hovering on the ground. According to Yaki Orochi's intelligence, such a small mole wasn't enough to startle him, and the only ones that could startle him were existences of the same level or existences of a larger size. So it was that he turned his attention to the two men who were speeding through the air. These two people are the extreme cold believers as well as the white-haired man from Northern Europe. The extreme cold believer's face is angry and full of killing intent, even condensed behind the killing intent substance phantom. As for the white-haired man, he wasn't much better. His body was in quite a state of disarray, and his face carried a great deal of anger. But at the same time, both of them were transcendents, so the aura on their bodies was visible, and it immediately made the Orochi wary. Roar! When Orochi gave his warning, he wasn't sure about taking on two transcendents. Just because he had 8 heads didn't mean he had 8 times the battle power. However, Yao Knight didn't think so, only to see his figure move at a rapid pace, instantly dodging behind the Orochi. This kind of behavior, although Orochi does not understand, but he can clearly perceive that the killing intent of those two guys fell on his body. Roar! The Orochi let out a warning hiss, yet the extreme cold devotee turned a deaf ear, and even directly rushed forward, manifesting a long blade from his hand, approaching the Orochi at extreme speed. He wasn't aiming for the Orochi, but the swaying behind the Orochi, but in order to get past it, he had to go through the Orochi as a block. This caused Orochi to think that his opponent was coming at him with a sword. Thus, 3 fiery flames spewed out from the mouth of the overbearing serpent, killing the extremely cold believers. Damn beast, you still dare to attack me? He was instantly enraged, and immediately after that, he unfolded more means to bombard and kill the Orochi, and in an instant, 1 person and 1 snake were engaged in battle. Although the extremely cold believers are temporarily entangled, the white-haired man still exists. This guy forced himself directly towards Yao Knight after a flash of twilight. Shit! Yao Knight inwardly exclaimed that it was not good. The transcendents were not something that he could deal with right now, and these two were not the weakest of the transcendents. Besides, which one can be weak if they can become a transcendent? Pop! However, before he could make a move on his side to make an effective resistance, the white-haired man directly threw over a long whip and snapped it on his body, instantly creating a feeling of dry heat and pain. What kind of crap weapon is this? It's just like a love interest. Yao Knight cursed inwardly and forced himself to endure the pain in his arm as he summoned the earth dragon from the ground, only to see the white-haired man sneering as he rushed towards his side. But right in the middle of the way, the ground suddenly cracked, and from below drilled out a huge 100-meter-long earth dragon that swallowed the white-haired man in one bite. Wow! Only the dragon slayer had just swallowed it into his mouth. The white-haired man directly dry-bombed the entire earth dragon's head, his entire body unharmed. Damn! Is this transcendent? Sure is strong. Yao Knight. At this moment, there is some regret in his heart. This trip to Northern Europe is actually not perfect. The pyramid side did not gain any benefits, but instead released millions of wronged souls. This led to the Nordic side generating a great deal of anger towards themselves, and now they have even teamed up with the Genius Club's people to deal with themselves together. Having incurred 2 powers in a row, the current him could only put his hopes on that god, hoping that guy could help him, and all one had to do now was to survive at the hands of this white-haired man. However, he hadn't even finished thinking about how to fight when he suddenly saw a silver-white umbrella penetrate from his back to his chest. Snap! The silver-white umbrella came without any warning, while the white-haired youth was even more godlike, and at this moment, he said with a cold smile behind him, "You're too weak. Although you're able to utilize a battle power comparable to that of the 9 turns, you're still far inferior compared to Transcendence." "Ah," the white-haired man said with a cold smile, then slowly drew back the silver-white umbrella. However, right at that moment, his entire face froze. The huge wound on Yao Knight's chest healed with a wow. It seemed as if the attack just now had never happened at all, but the torn clothing did exist. "What's wrong with you? How could this have healed instantly? I should have stabbed you in the heart." The white-haired man's face was extremely unsightly as he waved his silver-white umbrella about to stab out once more. Yet he was dodged by Yao Knight. "That's my gift. To never die. Can't believe it? Oh, don't brag and never die. I'll let you die once today. Silver and white aria." The white-haired man raised his hands and cried out, followed by a layer of transparent halo suddenly enveloped the two. At this moment, in looking at the white-haired man, he unexpectedly did not know when a piano appeared beside him. Just see him elegantly sitting on the edge of the piano began to slowly play. And as he played the keys, Yao Knight's side suddenly had a splitting headache, and his entire body suddenly began to crack and ooze blood outward. "What are you doing?" Yao Knight roared angrily and tried to rush over to interrupt his spellcasting, only that the shield around the white-haired man was sharp and incomparable, and ordinary attacks couldn't break it at all. "Damn! Poison me!" Yao Knight let out a wild laugh, followed by both hands turning turquoise. The color touched the shield, and in just a moment, the shield turned turquoise, directly dyeing the nearby ground turquoise as well, enveloping the white-haired man in. But somehow the sound of the piano inside the shield still rang out, and Yao Guang's body was still in the midst of shattering. However, he possessed the gift of the green ape, and it could be said that the godhead of the ancient deity, the green god, had long since been devoured by him, and he possessed all of the green god's energy. An infinite resurrection wasn't too tough a task for him, but he really didn't like the feeling of resurrection. Yao Knight's body continued to grow back amidst its shattering, and he was so enraged that he directly summoned his auger dragon doppelganger immediately afterward. "Swallow it." As soon as the words fell, the auger doppelganger directly opened its mouth and swallowed it into its stomach along with the shield and the dirt on the ground. Wow, the sound of the piano disappears in an instant. However, Yao Knight's feeling was still not good. His gaze cautiously looked towards the auger split. Yet in the next second the auger split's abdomen burst into pieces. Only the white-haired man rushed out, while traces of corrosion could be seen in various locations on his body, and a large part of his original handsome face was corroded, now becoming ugly. "Asshole! What the hell have you done?" the white-haired man roared, covering his cheek. Chapter 114. Everything will be turned into ice. The white-haired man's face had twisted, his body trembling as he covered his cheeks with his face, trying to keep the horror out of his face. At this moment, all the locations on his body have been corroded by the acid in the abdomen of the auger dragon's detachment, and he looks extremely hideous and horrible. The consequences of being corrupted on the white-haired man's side were set aside for the moment. The augmented dragon doppelganger had originally been blown through his abdomen and collapsed with a wail. However, miraculously, only less than a few seconds had passed. The auger split, all the injuries on his body healed, and once again became alive and well. This was the benefit of devouring the green god's godhead. Not to mention such ordinary injuries, even if one was on the verge of death with only a drop of blood left, one could still revive in place. At this moment, Yao Knight said with a cold smile, "Don't you like playing the piano? Why don't you keep playing?" Hearing this, the white-haired man completely broke his defenses, and like a madman, he summoned 2 huge frame drums. They appeared at his side and made a thud 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 thud. Boom! Yao Knight's gaze froze, followed by his eardrums being instantly cracked. However, thanks to the care of Green Source, the eardrum grew back again, but was immediately followed by another crack. Damn it! His talent is with musical instruments. Something has to be done to make him stop. Yao Knight secretly fumed fiercely, followed by summoning the auger dragon doppelganger once again, swallowing the white-haired man and his drum kit in one gulp. This time he was up to his old tricks, so to speak, and as expected, the white-haired man broke the auger doppelganger's stomach once more after struggling for 2 or 3 seconds, and turned his head to slice the auger doppelganger viciously before landing on the ground and starting to howl once more. "Damn it! Isn't this scaly dragon dead? How did it appear again?" The white-haired man collapsed and roared. Every location on his body was now corroded. Even his scalp was corroded a bit, and his entire body had a tendency to go bald, and the current Yao Knight wasn't much better. Having healed the super heavy injury several times in a row, his own power was rapidly declining. Meanwhile, the extreme cold devotee side that was struggling with the Yaki Orochi was close to ending the battle due to the extreme cold believer's extreme anger. He exerted a power that surpassed his original strength, causing the Orochi to be no match for him at all, and even 2 of his heads had been chopped off. "It's just a giant beast from an island country. How dare you obstruct me?" The extreme cold believer once again let out a roar, and the ice blade in his hand instantly decapitated the third head of the Orochi. Thing stood. This island behemoth finally realized that extreme, cold believer's not to be messed with. He hurriedly clamped his tail and frantically fled, instantly drilling into the Fuji volcano. Yet the extreme cold believers killed Red Dot. He came to the crater of the volcano and bombarded the whole volcano madly, causing the earth to shake. And even this dead volcano had the possibility of being revitalized, and was on the verge of becoming an active volcano. Enough is enough. Don't forget our goal. It's not too late to kill that snake after killing this kid, the white-haired man reminded loudly, while at this moment, the extreme cold believer only slowed down, his eyes staring sinisterly at Yao Knights. Little beast, do you know how many giant beasts we have suffered from attacking for you? Today I want you to die without a burial place. Extreme cold believers howled immediately after opening his arms directly manifested a large ice world, instantly shrouded a circle of several hundred kilometers. I saved this move for you. In this world of extreme cold, anything must be turned into an ice sculpture. Chapter 115, The Coming of God. Just a moment, countless trees into ice sculptures. Even the earth was frozen. And even Yao Knight itself, our stretched out palms instantly solidified. This move of the extreme cold believer was so powerful that nearly half of the Sakura country was frozen in an immobilized state. Yao Knight tried hard to control himself to get rid of the ice seal, but was unable to do so. This was no longer an ordinary ice seal, but more similar to a rule. The rules make this place frozen. Then it won't appear unfrozen. Yao Knight wanted to breathe, but his airway had also been frozen. And if it wasn't for his strong physical qualities, he would be completely frozen into a real ice sculpture at this moment. And at this moment, the white-haired man and the extreme cold believer walked over slowly, and the two of them came close to Yao Knight, then gently tapped his torso with a series of fingers. Bang! Yao Knight's body suddenly shattered into chunks of ice. At this moment it seemed that even the world was silent. The two of them stared at the shattered ice cubes with indignant eyes, finally letting go of their hearts. He's finally dead. What should we do next? Should we continue to kill those heavenly awakenings? The white-haired man asked. No, 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 no. The heavenly awakening people, even if their leader is also a transcendent, we are not good to deal with. And that leader is weird. Ordinary people are not his opponent. Just forget about it for now. The extreme cold believer reminded him kindly. But the white-haired man was a bit unhappy. He came here not only to kill Yao Knight, but also to kill those heavenly awakenings, because they were the ones who joined forces to release so many souls, causing the psychosis of the Nordic masses. The killing everyone is his ultimate goal. What do you mean? The extreme cold snow has already been given to you, and now you want to stop after killing one person? The white-haired man stared at him intently, his eyes unkind. Let's just listen to you first. If there are still heavenly jurors on the land of Sakura country, then we'll kill them. If not, we'll go back. How's that? The extreme cold devotee kindly suggested that he was not willing to fight another battle with the white-haired man. Infighting was a no-no. Then we'll listen to you first. And if they've already left Sakura country, we'll give up just the same. Next, these two men searched again. As expected, the red dragon and the demon were found in a certain place called Nagasaki. The two of you are the culprits for releasing the ancient souls, aren't you? Messing with the people, but so many of them got psychotic. Now you two are going to pay for your lives. The white-haired man yelled. The demon and the red dragon, who were drinking at the moment, were both stunned, and the two of them turned around and were about to flee, but they were suppressed by the aura of the Transcendence. Wait a minute, boss. The one who released the souls was that Yao Knight, and the angel. The two of us are nothing more than little Karami of the sixth turn. How could we possibly do such a thing? Throat said loudly, without blushing. At these words, the demon also reacted and hurriedly clasped his fists. Yes, two bosses. We are just a little cabbage. You are definitely looking for the wrong person. I think you should look for Yao Knights and angels first. It was the two of them who released the souls. The two of us on the sidelines didn't do anything to help. After the two finished speaking, the white-haired man fell into silence, but immediately afterward, he spoke again. It doesn't matter. As long as you're on the same team, now you two can go to hell. Boom! Once the words fell, the majestic white light enveloped the two men, and after a few seconds the two men became ashes. Well, there's one last person left, the guy called Angel. He should have already left the Sakura country, or else we'll look for him in the Dragon country. He should have gone to the Dragon country to look for God. Okay. The words of the two spread in all directions, yet strangely enough, after they had only traveled half of the way, they hid themselves at the edge of the Sakura kingdom and did not go to the Dragon kingdom. At the same time, one of the pieces of Yao Knight's body, which had originally been broken into pieces after being frozen, slowly squirmed. After only a few minutes it reverted back to his original form. These two are so mean. Am I that hateful? To actually break me into pieces? Yao Knight squeezed his fists. He was now naked with no clothes at all, but it didn't matter. Anyway, this Sakura country was now full of giant beasts. not a single human looking around. All of the locations they were in now were frozen by that move of the extreme cold believer's ice seal just now, not to mention himself. Several 8th turn giants were similarly frozen. Let me hide my scent first, in case these two don't leave. It's bad. Yao Knight first hid his aura, then summoned the auger dragon doppelganger and started devouring that one after another ice-sealed behemoth. Should I say no? This blood sorbet is just awesome to eat, and the behemoth was so frozen that it couldn't fight back. And eating it in its mouth was just plain awesome. Before he had to fight to eat it, but now he could just start. Crunch! The sound of blood and flesh being chewed appeared. But the Jelon split side was having a good meal. Nearly half of the Sakura country was frozen. And the number of giant beasts that were frozen in place was even more numerous. Now that just over 10 minutes had passed, he had already swallowed 2 8-clawed behemoths. And his evolutionary progress had come straight to 61%. Keep eating. It's not enough. Yao Knight was excited inwardly. Originally he still needed to hunt and kill by himself, but now it had directly become a buffet. Eating whatever he wanted, but the price is that he died once. After using the green source of the whole body has wasted a lot. The same strength has also dropped some, but it didn't matter. As the auger dragon doppelganger continued to devour, his own strength was recovering at a rapid pace, and he would be able to reach the true dragon level with just one more evolution. At this moment, Yao Knight looked at his current panel and the direction of his evolution. Name, Yao Knight, talent, infinite dragon ancestor demon god level, SSS, Tianjue role, auger, Tianjue realm, catastrophe level, realm, 8 turns and 4 steps, body, 8212111123, spirit, 7234266621, skills, poison, wind and thunder speed, golden armor, fallen light, earth dragon, wicked 9 killers exclusive to human form, wild hope. Green source, bilocation, green source auger, strength, divine scale ++++, direction of evolution, silver dragon, golden dragon to be selected, talent, infinite dragon ancestor demon god level, skills, poison, wind and thunder speed, golden armor, fallen light, earth dragon, wild hope. On the other side, phantom blood, green source. The only 2 choices for the current direction of evolution are silver dragon and gold dragon, which are considered very basic choices, and after choosing to evolve, you can become a real dragon. Yao Knight still hoped that there would be an evolutionary direction like the 5-clawed golden dragon minion, like what Candle Joeen had been, like what the great green dragon had been, but now the rush is also first. It's better to transform into a golden or silver dragon first. Yao Knight looked around, then hit his main body and let the auger dragon doppelganger devour it outside. He wasn't sure if the extremely cold believer and the man from Scandinavia had left, and if those two hadn't left and realized he wasn't dead, he was afraid he'd have to die again today. Yao Knight was cautious to the extreme inwardly. He used the earth dragon to enter the ground and bury his scent, while the auger doppelganger that his consciousness manipulated. On the other side, the extreme cold devotee and the white-haired man were surprisingly free, and the two of them found a spot to start drinking. Chairman Sama, do we really have to wait for that god to show up? What if we can't beat it? The white-haired man said with some fear in his eyes. He had a great fear in his heart for someone who could give a nickname like God, yet the extreme cold devotee didn't care and just waved his hand. What are you afraid of? His god is just a little bit perverted in skills. I don't know who will win and who will lose in a real fight. The people under his hand who did this kind of thing have to be punished accordingly. We didn't do anything wrong. The two made a big deal out of it, laughing and cursing as they drank. Meanwhile, far above the sea level, a snow-white, pale figure slowly descended, accompanied by holy angels. The duo both changed into peculiar costumes and looked literally as if they were God and angels. Brother God, do we have to dress like this every time? I feel so awkward. The angel breathlessly squeezed the wings on her back, somewhat aggravated. You little girl don't get it. This is called a big man's appearance. Do you get it? God stroked his white beard and smiled. Look at me in my white robe. I look like God. And you're carrying a winged prosthetic behind your back. You're a god and an angel. Who wouldn't be scared to see that? I'm afraid all those Westerners, in particular, are going to wet their pants. God laughed while saying this and quickly descended to the land of Sakura country with an angel. However, the moment the two of them appeared, the extreme cold devotee and the white-haired man stood up without a word. The two of them rushed toward God's location at the same time. Just 30 seconds later, the two sides collided. Long time no see, old thing. The extreme cold believer frowned and said, he felt that God's heavenly awakening realm had risen a bit again, and it seemed to be harder to deal with. The white-haired man next to him, on the other hand, was dumbfounded throughout and said with his hands on his head, my goodness, you are simply God. I really can't believe that you are actually the real God. The white-haired man clutched his head and shouted that simply because God's appearance was just too similar to what they remembered. The white-haired man at the moment even dismissed the idea of making a move facing the other party's adoration. God waved his hand and lightly said, come on kid, isn't it normal for God to love the world and the world to love God? He spoke in a dripping voice, like a loving father. At that moment, however, the wing prosthesis of the angel next to it fell off. Angel, get to the side. Good Leroy. Chapter 116. Wait a minute. Are you saying that my subordinate was killed by you? My God. Look at your loving presence. Your fatherly majesty. You are simply inspiring. You have created within me an infinite amount of respect for you, or simply an idol for us Westerners. Please, can you let me take a picture? The white-haired man's eyes were sincere, and he even took out a Bible and read aloud. God coughed dryly. He just liked to play God. He didn't have the other functions of God, but when he met such a fanatic enthusiast, he still nodded and said, well, since you're so desperate to get a picture together, come on, I'll give you this chance. At these words, the white-haired man immediately put away his Bible, flew to God's side, and picked up his cell phone. Lord God, please smile, the white-haired man said respectfully. Okay. At the moment, God took the picture, while seeming to remember something, and asked, where are those two boys? Red Dragon and Demon. Why don't we see them come out to greet us? Hearing this, the angel behind him blinked and oh, how come there's no scent of the two of them? Have the two of them already left? However, before the words were finished, the white-haired man suddenly pointed his finger downwards and said, you are talking about those two horrible dinosaurs and demons. Right, the two of them have been killed by me. Aren't they God's nemesis? Already settled by me. Hearing this, God fell into a stupor, and immediately afterward, his entire complexion went cold as he used his right hand to fiercely slap the white-haired man's head. You asshole! Pop! The slap was extremely powerful, directly breaking the white-haired man's cervical vertebrae and sending him flying to the ground. Boom! Silence fell over the scene, and the only sound that remained was the sound of a breath. The gaze of the extremely cold believer remains dangerous. He didn't choose to go forward and attack, nor did he choose to help the white-haired man, but instead remained standing in place in silence. Cough cough cough. Click 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 click. A white-haired man in a cloud of smoke reset his cervical vertebrae, then stepped out of the smoke with a questioning look in his eyes. Dear God, why did you do that? Why did you break my cervical vertebrae? I'm your faithful follower. I've taken care of the red dragon and the demon for you. Aren't you satisfied? If you're not happy with something, just say so. Why do you have to do it? The white-haired man said with pain in his eyes, as if he had suffered the betrayal of his biological father. God's face, on the other hand, was grim, and he wasn't in the mood for any role-playing with this guy right now. The red dragon and the demon were both high-level heavenly Jedi that he had managed to cultivate with great difficulty, and now that they had been killed by this guy, where could he reason with them? Since you like God so much, I'll send you to God. Directly on the ground, lightly opened with a little finger in the sky. God says you don't need the light, so the light leaves you. God says you don't need to hear, so hear away from you. God says you don't need limbs, then limbs leave you. God says you don't need entrails, then entrails leave you. All that's left of you now is a skin and a slow-thinking brain, and you're dead. God's words came out like a holy decree, and at this moment, the white hair, the man's entire body froze in place, only to see his body rapidly deflate. In an instant there was nothing inside the body and the limbs became limp. Chapter 117. Evolution of the Silver Dragon. At this moment, the scene was once caught in the middle of a stalemate, and God's bizarre means caused the white-haired man's entire body to freeze in place, unable to believe what was happening to him. Surprisingly, it was instantly taken away. Not even taken away, but directly disappeared. Ha ha ha. Is this the power of God? The ability to manipulate everything physical, right? Since you can manipulate physical objects, can you manipulate illusory light? The white-haired man suddenly raised his head, only to see his eyes bloom a blue light suddenly, bursting out a burst of regal murmuring. Great Aikiku no Jutsu. Explosion. He let out a bellowing cry from his mouth, and immediately afterward, the light sources in the infinite space around him suddenly glowed, all of them shining brightly, even giving people a feeling of facing the stars. At this moment, endless starlight shone, and everyone's figures were drowned in the massive light. The extreme cold devotee's face changed wildly as he roared, "You're crazy asshole. Are you going to destroy this place? Ha ha ha. Since God put me to death, what's the harm in destroying this place? If I'm going to die, I want all of them to be buried with me." The white-haired man roared with madness and rage, and with his words, more and more light bloomed, completely flooding the entire Sakura country, except for the dark underground. Nearly all places are all light. Yao Night was hiding underground, but at this moment, it was already dumbfounded, because its auger dragon doppelganger that was on the ground was directly annihilated to instant death, without any room for maneuver. Leaning north, this impudent guy actually has such a strong AoE skill. Give me auger split or dry destroyed, but it's okay, can still be reborn. Be reborn, my augmented dragon doppelganger. It's done when it's dry. Now all the behemoths on the island are edible. Yao Night licked the corner of his mouth, then squeezed out a drop of blood from his own fingertip and sent the drop to the ground, and soon this drop of blood swelled rapidly, growing into an auger split in a flash. Eat eat eat. Yao Knight's pair of dragon eyes were filled with excitement, simply because after that strong light just now, nearly all of the giant beasts had died, and all of them only had their huge bodies left in existence. Now is a great time to feed yourself. 80% unfortunately. However, fighting seemed to be breaking out again on the side of the extreme cold believers. At the moment, the aftermath of the battle of these transcendentalists are not something that his side can withstand, and the strong fluctuations shook his body and mind tremendously, but it didn't matter. His current self had the green source skill, and as long as he possessed a single drop of blood he could revive his sub-business or main body infinitely. Even if they fought fiercely, their own side would still be able to come back to life, and all they had to do was to hide their main body. There weren't many behemoths left alive on the entire Sakura country's islands at the moment except for the Orochi and the other two gigantic beasts with extremely high realms. All the rest of the gigantic beasts were first frozen and then irradiated by the light rays, and they had all become piles of minced meat just waiting for Yao Knights to devour them. The auger dragon doppelganger didn't choose to fly either, but rather darted across the ground like a reptile, devouring one piece of flesh and blood after another. Continuously pulled up the evolutionary progress point. 82%, 85%, 89%, 90%, 95%, 96%, 97%, 98%, 99%. Time flew by. His side of the devouring was also nearing its end. Ding. You have reached the evolution standard. Do you evolve? Evolve into a silver dragon, Yao Knight said decisively after this sentence. The auger dragon doppelganger flew back to him and became an auger dragon totem. Yao Knight. At this moment, he became more and more cautious inwardly, and directly began to drill underground until he reached a depth of more than 2,000 meters before Kansas can stopped, silently observing the battle between those people on Sakura Island. What? That white hair isn't even dead yet. Yao Knight's face surged a trace of shock. That white-haired man is although lost limbs, lost bones, but his eyes are still sharp, and even out of the hand is still very decisive and ruthless. Surprisingly, God will be forced back in succession, and although that God had rule-like powers, the actual combat was really not good. Especially the stance and such was a mess. Old thing, your time to die has come. Let's show you the glory of the ultimate God next. The white-haired man hissed, followed by a golden light that blossomed from his body, followed by an angelic shadow manifesting behind him. Gabriel's shadow. The white-haired man's eyes revealed a domineering color. His mobile figure and Gabriel behind him charged directly. It went over, waving an endless blade light in its hand and slashing down. Boom boom boom. At this moment God's face changed greatly. This move of the white-haired man was just a little too strong, even more absorbent than the move of Light Blast just now. He unexpectedly had no way to resist. What are you doing? I am God, the creator of all things. You are just an angel. You can't kill me. God dodged while roaring in anger. He almost used his full strength to defend himself, but it still didn't work over those slashes of light penetrating his body like pith to the bone, causing injuries over and over again. Damn it! Go! God eventually couldn't take it anymore and rolled up the angel in his sleeve, and the two of them flew away into the sky. It was also at this moment that all the organs on the white-haired man's body instantly reset, and even the limbs that had disappeared grew out. It seems that God's power has some limitations and does not work beyond a certain distance. At this moment, the white-haired man shook his arm and felt his body, a hint of panic appearing in his eyes. Damn, I thought I was really going to die this time. And this God's methods are a little too weird. I don't want to meet him again, and I hope he'll stay away on his own after that, the white-haired man said heartily. At this moment, he swept his gaze around, but he vaguely sensed that something was wrong and opened his mouth extreme cold. Is that Yao Knight still alive? Why do I feel like he's not dead? Hearing this, the extreme cold believer waved his hand and opened his mouth. How is it possible? It was frozen by me and then shattered. How can it not die? Don't worry about it. Alright then, it's time for us to leave. All the humans in Sakura country are dead and there's no use for us to stay here. But this time take care to make sure you keep your breath tightened so that you don't let the behemoths in the ocean take notice again. Okay, so leave immediately now. I also need to go back and report to the Alliance High Command. Good. The two just waltzed off without even saying a word. It was only that although Yao Yi had seen them leave, he hadn't determined whether or not these two had actually left. So he continued to hide under the ground. After 2 hours had passed, the figures of the extreme cold devotee and the white-haired man once again appeared over the Sakura country. This time the two began to discuss. I told you he was dead a long time ago. There's no need to be doing this kind of extra stuff. Better go back early. Well, back first then. After saying that, the two figures disappeared into the sky once again, and the Yao Knights people who were underground at the moment were all a bit confused, feelings that these two are lying to themselves here. His own body from before was still piled up there. If he wasn't dead, could it be because of anything else? These two were a little too vigilant, but it takes time for the current self to evolve, And this evolution should be able to reach the 9th turn stage. So that means it will take a minimum of 5 days. For those 5 days he planned to stay underground and not go anywhere. As for the extremely cold believer in that white-haired man, these two people had as much drama as they wanted. Just let them go ahead and act. Yao Knight just calmly laid down in the ground, doing nothing and silently waiting for evolution, and not to his surprise after 2 or 3 days had passed, the figure of the extremely cold believer in the white-haired man appeared at the same time in the Sakura country to patrol around. In the end, the two did not say anything, just left Sakura country one after another. Yao Knight looked at these two people's appearance, heart secretly laugh. Fortunately, he did not rush out, otherwise absolutely to suffer. Look at the situation. They should be really gone this time. They should not have lied to me, but there is no need to rush out. Wait for 3 days before saying anything. Yao Knight, there is no hurry. The person is waiting for the evolution to complete in the ground. And as expected after this time the figure of those two people never appeared again. It seems to have really gone, and also just 5 days later, Yao Knight finally finished evolving. Ding! Your evolution is complete. Please choose your next evolutionary direction. Mirage Dragon, Black Dragon, Leaping Dragon, Green Dragon. Let's wait until the next evolution to choose. Check the panel. Okay, we'll send you the side panel next. Name, Yao Knight, Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Class, SSS, Tianjue Role, Augur, Tianjue Realm, Catastrophe Level, Realm, 9 turns. First Order, Physique, 221, 211, 1230, Spirit, 223, 426, 6212, Skills, Poison, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Evil 9 Kills exclusive to human form, Wild Hope, Green Source, Silver Moon / Bilocation, Green Source Augur, Strength, Dragon Plus, Direction of Evolution, Silver Dragon, Golden Dragon to be selected, Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level, Skills, Poison, Speed of Wind and Thunder, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Wild Hope of the other side, Phantom Blood, Green Source, Silver Moon Body. This is the current attribute of the first stage of the 9th turn. But even with the 10x increase, I'm afraid I'm no match for a Transcendent. So now I have to start preparing a way to enter the Transcendent realm. Yao Knight clenched his fists. Then his entire body floated to the ground. The previous battle between God and the white-haired man was extremely destructive, and the entire country of Sakura produced a large, miserable cave-in, but some of the giants that had died earlier had been replenished, and the land was taken over by some of the giants in the ocean. Alas, where should I go now? Whether it's the Alliance or another country, the Transcendents I can't deal with. Originally I thought God was strong, but now it seems to be just that. Chapter 118. Do you know how to transcend? Summer afternoons were always pleasant, and some short fae kept running on the golden beach of the sea breeze blowing. Can feel the faint salty flavor? Swept from the tip of the nose. When in this beach, will make people feel relaxed and very wonderful. Yao Knight lay on a rocking chair, silently enjoying the sunbathing. He had long been gone from the land of Sakurakuni for more than a week now that the realm had reached the first stage of the 9th turning. Although it had not reached the advanced rank, it would be enough after reaching the 9th turning. His main problem now was how to become a Transcendent. As long as he became a Transcendent, then all his problems would be solved. He could go wherever he wanted and do whatever he wanted, but unfortunately now that he was at the 9th turn, even if he went to the Alliance, he had to think clearly about the escape route before going, or else he would be caught by the Transcendentalists in the Alliance. Then the consequences could be said to be unimaginable. Yao Knight has no good solution, and do not want to continue to stay in the cherry blossom country. So they came to this paradise, this unknown island in the seclusion of the. He spent the week sometimes fishing and sometimes sunbathing, but mostly sunbathing to polish off his time, as it was a bit lonely being alone, starting and casting. A big fish was caught by him and later set on the fire to roast. Sheikh just lived his life peacefully. He couldn't think of a good way to be able to reach Transcendence. He didn't have a master or a friend, so to speak. His only friend, Tianhua Z, couldn't even reach the immortal level powerhouse 6th turn realm, and now he could only rely on himself. How exactly should I reach Transcendence? Alas, if only there was someone who could teach me. His mouth was doubtful, and his eyes revealed a color of remembrance. Remembering the previous events in the dream world, he became an old man himself known as Zulun, and a teenager often came to him, and the teenager liked himself. It was to have the owner of the body he was in that dream world teach himself, and that would be more than fine. Yao Knight couldn't help but think freely, but there was still no way. Yet just when he was clueless, a sudden cry for help came from the sea. Yao Knight, his eyes flashed, ready not to go to the rescue, but after hearing that cry for help, he actually felt a little soft. So between the movement of his body, he came to that capsized boat and clamped that teenager in his arms, then brought him back to the shore. Ooh, thank you, big brother. The teenager choked on the water and thanked him as he made an edit. Well, you're welcome, Yao Knight replied indifferently, and at this moment, he unintentionally glanced at the appearance of the teenager. and surprisingly found that this teenager looks like Deja Vu himself. It seems like I have seen it somewhere. Where on earth have I seen him before? Why can't I remember? Well, was in a dream. The kid with the two horns on his head. Yanite's face changed steeply, then immediately came to this child's eyes. His eyes staring at him with a deadly stare as he asked, "Who the hell are you? What's your name?" Seeing this serious look on his face, the boy was a little alarmed and just grabbed the corner of his coat and said, "My name is Long Yu." Yanite was silent for a long time, but seeing that the child didn't have dragon horns on his head, he didn't suspect too much. However, he still had doubts within him, so he spoke again after some thought. Do you know how to transcend? Chapter 119, Transcendent Step 1. Drink this blood. Looking at the naive little boy in front of him, Sheikh suddenly felt that there wasn't much point in asking this question, so he awkwardly scratched his head and didn't say anything more. However, just at this moment, the little boy suddenly patted his sleeve and said with firm eyes, "Maybe I know how to transcend?" "You know?" Yanite froze, an incredulous and very skeptical look on his face. "You do what I tell you, and you might be able to transcend," the little boy said slowly, only to see him suddenly pull back his sleeve and take out a razor blade and slit it on his wrist. In an instant blood flowed down, the pungent blood, and the flavor actually carried a hint of sweetness. Like the sweetness in some kind of fruit, the little boy took a bowl and uncovered all this blood, eventually receiving a full bowl of it. He said with a pure gaze, picking up the small bowl and looking at Yanite sincerely, "Let your dragon drink from it. This is your chance to transcend. But the reporter must have his own intent or he won't be able to reach transcendence." Boom! At this moment, Yanite's heart shook tremendously. The little boy's behavior showed that he was not ordinary, and Yanite looked at this bowl of blood, inwardly hesitated for a moment. This blood is not anything special. It looks flat, as if it is a normal one full of blood. However, he didn't dare to underestimate it inwardly, so he intended to heed the little boy's words and directly summoned the augur detachment. Boom! The dragon split, instantly rose up in the air, eyes fixed on the bowl of blood, and the little boy's hand opened its mouth wide. The little boy laughed, then picked up the bowl of blood and splashed it into the mouth of the augur alter ego. Boom! In an instant, violent to the extreme, the energy burst out from the mouth of the Jiaolong split, instantly flowing through all the limbs and bones of his body, and even every scale was infused with infinite energy. The Jiaolong split's body curled up, digesting the energy with all its might. Yanite's side also clearly felt the difference. He half crouched down and resisted the urge to cry out, forcibly digesting the energy in his body. Huge amounts of energy were constantly pandering in his body, like a savage dragon going around. Fei Duo's endurance at this moment of swaying was already substantially higher, more tolerable than before when he had devoured the black goat's horns as well as other items. But he still couldn't withstand this huge energy from the depths of his soul. What the hell kind of blood is this? Yanite only had this one thought left inside his heart, and immediately after that his whole body fainted. This time he was unconscious for too long, even long enough to be a horrible one. It was also during the time he was unconscious that huge changes began to occur on a world scale. Attention! All human beings are requested to spontaneously converge on the Alliance area. Attention! All human beings, please converge on the Alliance area. Attention! All human beings are requested to spontaneously converge on the Alliance area. The behemoth and the ancient gods are in a state of union. All humans are invited to come to the union area to survive or face great danger. During this 30-day period, the ocean giants began to land on land, and most of them had evolved feet that allowed them to walk on the ground. What's even worse is that the inheritance of those gods on the land before was nothing more than the inheritance of a portion of the gods. There are still a large number of gods who once did not die completely at the bottom of the sea, completing their final evolution. The land emerged from the bottom of the sea one after another to unite with the insufficient sea giants and initiate the occupation of human territories. In an instant, some countries with territorial waters suffered a major blow, and especially countries like Pretty Country were in great danger. The only place to survive nowadays is the Keel where the Alliance is located. As a result, almost all of the humans frantically flocked to the Alliance area, and the rest of the place instantly became dead silent. The conflict between humans and behemoths is completely intensified. While there is also the involvement of the gods, the whole war situation has become confusing, but how to look at it is not favorable to the human race. A month flew by. On a certain day, Yanite leisurely turned around from the beach and then stared blankly at everything in front of him. "By the way, I fell into a coma after I drank that bowl of blood. Where did the little boy go?" He gazed around, but found no trace of the little boy. The other seemed to have been gone for a long time. "You have devoured the blood of the five-clawed golden dragon and gained a new direction of evolution. Five-clawed golden dragon, physical functions greatly enhanced. The king of dragons, what?" Yanite's eyes shook, but before he could say anything, the system's beep sounded again. "You have met the criteria for evolution, But evolving into a transcendent requires a state of mind that you have yet to fulfill. Please check the latest panel. Name, Yaonite, Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Class, SSS, Tianjua Role, Augur, Tianjua Realm, Catastrophe Level, Realm, 9 turns. First Order, Body, 821-211-1230, Spirit, 723-426-6212, Skills, Poison, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Evil 9 kills exclusive to human form, Wild Hope, Green Source, Silver Moon / Split, Silver Dragon, Strength, Dragon Plus, Direction of Evolution, 5-clawed Golden Dragon to be selected, Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level, Skills, Poison, Speed of Wind and Thunder, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Wild Hope of the Other Side, Phantom Blood, Green Source, Silver Moon Body, Infinite Dragon Ancestor, in human form. You can make a doppelganger become a seal form to augment yourself, increasing your strength tenfold. In bilocation form, it can infinitely devour and strengthen itself, and at the same time, strengthen the main body, divine craftsmanship, unlimited mental power, can divide countless minds. Treasure-making talent improved, body of fierce poison, the stronger you are, the more toxic you are. Attacks in human form will poison the opponent. In split form, he has fangs, wind and thunder divine velocity, human form bursts can increase speed by 50%, increase burst speed by 60% in split form, golden armor, use in human form causes golden scales to appear on the body, increasing defense significantly. A split form defense greatly increased, corrupted light, in human form, you can cast corrupted light, which erases all light within a 30-meter radius. In split form, it can blend in with the environment of the surrounding light. Earth Dragon, in human form, can cause earthquakes to occur within a 50-meter radius, with the number of earthquakes proportional to its strength, can blend into the ground. In split form, combination skill, can awaken the Earth Dragon stance. Earth Dragon stance, upon touching the earth, coalesce the earth into an Earth Dragon and manipulate it. Evil Ghost 9 kills exclusive to human form plus unique skill plus certain hit, sends out the Evil Ghost's claws at the target 9 times, doubling the power of each send. Other side's desire, creatures below your level will give their souls according to your heart's desire. Green Source, completely possessing the ability of immortality. The body is immortal, the soul is indestructible, and can be resurrected with a drop of blood. The system inventoried all of his current skills. The Yao Knight nodded. Then a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. What exactly does it take for intent to emerge? Is that the secret to becoming transcendent? Chapter 120 Staying Forever. The fish tribe. He was indeed a bit confused about the mood within him. This thing sounded just like that, but it was another thing if he wanted to actually have it. Yao Knight was like a lost traveler, not knowing what to do. All this time, all he knew was how power should be acquired, how to make others afraid, but have absolutely no idea how to have this so-called mood. Isn't the mood something that only poets have? What the hell is intent? So far, the only transcendents he had seen were the extreme cold devotee and that white-haired man, in addition to the Yagyu Orochi, and the last of the heavenly awakenings. God the man aside, he doesn't fall into the category of awakened and didn't take this upgrade route, so there is no such thing as intentionality. The other white-haired man, on the other hand, seemed like his intention was related to light, but not exactly. While the extreme coldness diagram was a complete ice attribute intent, could it be that his intent was ice sealing? Although Yao Knight couldn't figure it out, he was willing to think about it. I have been out of the world for too little time to have enough experience as a means of generating meaning, and now the only way is to be out of the world and into the world. Thoughts flashed in his eyes. Then he came to the surface and gradually sank down. Once upon a time the bottom of the sea was a tribe of fishmen, and mankind had made discoveries before when they were still amazed that but then no one had been here since the outbreak of the giant beasts. So he planned to go to the Fishman tribe first to see if there was an opportunity to acquire the realm of intent. The deep sea gradually turned from a light blue color to a dark blue color, and it was as if his entire being had entered another world as the environment gradually began to darken. I don't know how long I've been sinking, but after more than 10 minutes, Master Yao finally stepped on the bottom of the sea. At this moment, he looked at the deep blue ocean. There is a place as green blue can use the eyes to glimpse everything around, and that bright place should be the tribe of fish people. Call it a tribe of fishmen. But really it would be better to call them Atlantis, swaying forward. But what made him wonder was how there wasn't a single giant beast on the bottom of this ocean. By all rights, shouldn't there be a lot of giant beasts at the bottom of the sea? Inwardly, he didn't understand this, but didn't think anything more of it, but continued onward. He didn't know how long he had been walking before his steps gradually stopped, leaning against the side of this huge mass of greenish blue color, and finally stepping in. After a moment's hesitation, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The original deep ocean turned into a light blue color, and the naked eye could distinguish everything around it, and could even clearly see the surrounding scene, only to see in this light blue, a human body. Fishtail fish people are constantly swimming, some busy, some leisurely, they also have a strict social system. Hello, human, how did you get here? Ordinary outsiders are not welcome here. Directly a female mermaid came to him with curiosity in her eyes and said he hadn't seen a human for a long time, and this time seeing one was somewhat unexpected. Hello, I was thinking of coming to stay with your tribe for a while. Could you introduce me? Yao Knight said with a calm face, eventually meeting the head of the tribe under the leadership of this mermaid. You're trying to sponsor at the tribe, aren't you? But if we want sponsorship on our side, we have to come up with enough chips. For example, money or supplies are fine. Whatever you want. As long as you can come up with it. Hearing this, Sheikh hesitated for a moment. He didn't really have any very good supplies on his side. After all, he had always been alone. I can help you, but I don't have the supplies. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? How are you going to help us? You don't even have supplies and you want to use our mermaid tribesmen to talk to us not so nicely. It's not like you can just come and go as you please. Wait, you don't think you're strong enough to help us, do you? Now, I'll be honest with you. The dangers that the mermaid tribe can encounter have been greatly reduced now that most of the deep-sea giants have become combined forces attacking humans on land. We won't be in much danger for a while, unless you're a 7 or 8 turn powerhouse, which would qualify you to stay. But you're not? The mermaid elder spoke with great pleasure, and at this moment, he tasted a mouthful of tea smoke with a slight sense of mockery. I've already said it, unless you are a 7-8 turn powerhouse, so that you can have the qualification to stay. If you are not, wait a minute, crikey. The mermaid elder was instantly startled, his entire body trembling madly as he retreated backward. His eyes filled with horror as he stared dead on it, shaking. He couldn't believe what he saw in front of him, and even felt like he was hallucinating. The man in front of him just now revealed a wisp of breath. He could clearly feel that wisp of breath is the 9 turns, and it is the strong in the 9 turns. Greetings, my lord. What I said just now was too impulsive. Please disregard it. I will assign you the best house in the tribe right now. So please wait a moment while I start looking for you now. The mermaid elder's forehead cold sweat killed him. Can't even imagine that the youth in front of him, who doesn't look too old, is a 9-turned powerhouse, which makes him not believe it at all. And at the same time, he can only endure the feeling of shock in his heart, and hurriedly look for a house where he can live. And it's still a good house. Finally, after nearly 5 minutes of searching had passed, he pointed to a house on a coral screen and said, my lord, this piece of coral room would suit you perfectly. The air around it is extremely fresh, and the sea smells faintly of you. Can see the best view of the mermaid tribe from 4 angles. The house here is really nice. How about you stay here? Could be. Yao Knight, without any nonsense, just waved his hand, and left this place, came to the house that the mermaid tribe arranged for himself, and quietly lived down. There are several other neighbors around this house. After all, the mermaid tribe's range is a bit small, so that means that the inhabitants' living area is also relatively dense. But Yao Knight didn't care about him, wanted only in the red dust in the refining of the heart as a way to obtain the mood. No, I can't just be so direct in trying to acquire intent. The acquisition of intent seems to be unintentional, and forcibly trying to get it seems to be counterproductive. Chapter 121. You have disturbed the beast. Emperor 9th-turned powerhouses were already in an unrivaled position on Earth, raising their hands and feet to make others fear them. But these 9th-turned powerhouses were also chipping away at reaching transcendence. Once one reached transcendent, one was at the true top of the entire blue planet, while the 9 revolutions still needed to look at people's faces. The transcendent was above all things, however. It was a pity that after the average person reached the 9th turn in order to become stronger, they had long since lost their heart and were unable to find a way to obtain the intent, so they were slow to become transcendent. But behemoths in the ocean or on land don't have such worries. They were born and bred, and their every move tended to be instinctive. Reaching the 9th revolutions or even transcendence was just a matter of going with the flow, only requiring enough energy. The human side is much more miserable. Want to reach the transcendental almost to forget that they have the strength of the 9th turn this thing in order to gradually realize their own intention, so as to come to the transcendental realm. At this moment, Yao Knight's side was extremely distressed as he sat on a stool in front of the house, looking at the large expanse of transparent seawater in front of him, as well as a single merfolk, secretly lost in thought. What exactly is my intent? Killing people non-stop in these days? It can't possibly be the killing intent, can it? Yao Knight said somewhat helplessly, and just then, a little mermaid girl with a bucket of shells came to him. Brother, are you here to escape? This shell is for you. It will get you out of bad luck. Thanks. Yao Knight nodded and took the shell, tucking it into his pocket. He wasn't in this mood to say anything to the little girl and just kept realizing what he was feeling. But just then, he suddenly remembered that the little boy who had given him a bowl of blood before had let himself reach the evolution standard directly after drinking that boy's blood, and had a new evolution direction. The 5-clawed golden dragon. To be able to give yourself a new evolutionary direction and be a 5-clawed golden dragon. That means the other party is likely to be a 5-clawed golden dragon as well. That little boy is extremely similar to the boy in the dream, so it can't be the same person, but it's idle to think so much. Why not improve your strength? In silence, he once again sat at the highest point of the fisherman's village, silently observing everything around him as if it were no one else. He was like a statue, generally just sitting there quietly without eating or drinking, just like dead. Those clansmen in the Fishman tribe pointed at him. Some even thought that he was dead, but was told that this author's person was a 9 turns. After the strong man, everyone dared not say anything more, just continue according to the previous life. It seems that all ignored that figure sitting at the highest place. Time was passing day by day, and Yao Knight's feelings gradually became different from the initial silence. He saw that there were strands of glowing blue star points in the ocean, which were like the essence of the ocean, and appeared to be especially abundant in the space of the fisherman's tribe, while being less frequent in the outside ocean, but still appearing in large swaths. What is this thing? Why couldn't I see it before? But now I can. Is it the crystallization of the ocean? Or the pure power of the ocean itself? Yao Knight didn't quite understand and couldn't know. He just watched, silently observing everything around him, and most importantly those blue golden lights. Time once again passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed, and Yao Knight was still standing in place without the slightest movement, just like a statue. But the only difference is that with his late those blue crystals began surging towards his position, and even some blue crystals have entered the body. With the breath between one exhale and one inhale, the blue crystals merged into the body and blossomed into some amazing luster. Yao Knight was able to feel some changes in his body unexpectedly. It was a resonance with the ocean. It seemed that he was one ocean and the ocean outside was another. In his body, the blue crystals flowed along with his blood, constantly flowing throughout his body. But in the process of flowing there were some more blue crystals that disappeared into his veins, fusing with his body. Yao Knight's side might have felt the difference, but the most intuitive thing was that he could hear the system's prompts. Fusion of the true meaning of the ocean. Fusion of the true meaning of the ocean. Fusion of the true meaning of the ocean. The system's prompts resounded continuously, and he still had these blue crystals or ocean controversies entering his body, constantly washing over his body, making his breath closer and closer to the entire ocean. As his body's blood flowed and his heart beat, it seemed as if the entire ocean made a resonating sound with him, and the thumping sound was incessant and resounding. Even more amazingly, the entire ocean seemed to vibrate, accompanied by the sound of his heartbeat. And just at this moment, in the deepest part of the ocean, a pair of reddish scarlet eyes slowly opened their mouths and murmured, "Who wants to be the new Transcendent? Interesting. This aura is surprisingly not our sea beast clan, but humans. Left deputy, go kill him. Before he becomes a Transcendent, this emperor does not want a human to become transcendent through our oceans. This is too much of a mockery." As soon as the words fell, a blue-haired youth slowly appeared, his body covered in fish scales while his head and body were horned. "By the emperor's will, I will go and kill him." After saying that, the blue-haired youth instantly rushed out, and in almost a dozen seconds he had arrived above the fisherman's tribe, eyes calmly looking at that figure located in the highest place of the fisherman tribe. "I'm really sorry. It's a shame that you're going to be killed by me when you're obviously at a critical moment to be promoted to Transcendent. So yeah, you can go to hell." Blue light exploded in the youth's eyes, followed by a trident that he threw out, rushing straight towards Yao Knight, who was in the process of comprehending the true meaning of the ocean. At this moment, he was in the midst of his enlightenment, seemingly oblivious to the descent of this strike, and there wasn't even any change in his expression. However, right at this moment, a tall figure stopped in front and casually grabbed the trident and threw it back. "I'm sorry, but you can't kill him yet. At least not yet. After he finishes his enlightenment, you two can instead fight it out." The youth's face was calm, with a cold look on his face, while 2 golden dragon horns grew on top of his head. "Oh, by this image you should be from our ocean. How could you help a human? Is there something difficult to talk about? I would be able to help," the blue-haired youth said faintly. The aura of the man in front of him was a bit thick for him, and he was clearly no match. However, he still hoped that he could impress the other party not to intervene. "Sorry, I've got this one covered. No one is going to set me back." "Sorry," the golden-horned youth said slowly, and he just stood before the fisherman tribe, his eyes calm and terrifying. The confrontation between the 2 strong men at this moment made the entire fisherman tribe on edge, and the residents looked at the sky with shocked eyes, observing these 2 strong men. "Very well, there is no doubt that you can defeat me, but can you defeat Lord Beast King? I'll call him over here and then hang you along with this human." The blue-haired youth's body instantly disappeared in a flash. At this moment, all the inhabitants present in the mermaid tribe breathed a sigh of relief, and everyone went about their business again after a while. At the same time, this golden-horned young man then slowly came to the side of Yao Knight, who was sensing, "Since grandfather ancestral dragon chose you, there are reasons for his choice. I will be here to protect you, so feel free to feel at ease." The golden-horned youth sat down beside him, gazing at the sky with an indescribable loneliness in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the depths of another ocean, the Beast Emperor looked at the returning blue-haired youth in front of him with an extremely unhappy expression. You're telling me that the two of you didn't get through 2 moves before you just fled back, right? As soon as the Beast Emperor's words came out, the blue-haired youth's face changed and he hurriedly said, "Not so, my lord. That man is different. I suspect he is a dragon." Dragons? You mean he's the only one in the world right now that's a real dragon? The 5-clawed golden dragon? I didn't say that. Beast Emperor Sama. You see now the fluctuation of the ocean is getting more and more intense. That human, if he becomes a transcendental strength, will surely be able to surpass me. At that time even you will be threatened, or else go over now and kill that 5-clawed golden dragon. And then kill that humans as well. This way the position of the ocean overlord will still be yours. There won't be any threat. Besides, that human really doesn't know what's good for him. It's okay for him to sense the ground's earth elemental realm, but he has to sense our ocean realm. Isn't that looking for trouble? The blue-haired youth spoke in one breath, causing the Beast Emperor to become a bit impatient. Enough is enough. I'm going to meet him right now. Don't argue with me here, you punk. Letting you kill someone. You're either scraping the wind or the rain. Now that this king is personally taking action, you'll just follow behind and watch, the Beast Emperor said in a low voice, followed by his body slowly appearing from the darkness. He's a black octopus with a body too big for its own good. Countless tentacles spread in the seawater, and the weird and dark atmosphere flowed out and even made the entire sea become black where it descended. No plankton or fish can survive. They will be scared half to death, but the good thing was that the black octopus didn't appear in its original form, but instead flew and transformed into a middle-aged man with an inch head. Next, watch and see how I killed the 2 of them. You kid, learn. Don't always do things poorly. It's either wind or rain. After saying that, the Beast Emperor's figure transformed into a black stream of light and rushed out in an instant. With the blue-haired youth following closely behind. Chapter 122, the 5-clawed golden dragon. The 2 of them kept approaching, and after reaching a certain distance, the sensation of tremors in the seawater became more and more pronounced. Even some of the fish kept rising and falling up and down along with the shocking sensation, which caused the Beast Emperor's face to be gloomy to the extreme, even darkening. What's going on? If this keeps up, he'll definitely be able to break through, and then he'll have another human transcendent foe. Damn it, I told you to kill him and you didn't. Now you've wasted so much time. You waste of time. The Beast Emperor turned his head and slapped the blue-haired youth. The blue-haired youth was all but speechless. He wanted to retort a sentence, but didn't know how to do so, so he bore it and continued to follow his boss forward, and soon within a few dozen seconds, the 2 arrived outside the fisherman's tribe. And looking at the figure that was at the highest point of the place that was triggering the tides of the sea, the Beast Emperor's eyes lit up slightly. Interesting, he was able to absorb the true intent in the ocean as a way to make a breakthrough. This intention of his looks like it is related to the ocean, but in reality it is more like a gluttonous fellow. So it is not correct to say that his ocean intention should be called the devouring intention. The Beast Emperor sneered as he took a step forward, followed by a low gulp from his mouth as he pointed his finger at Yao Knights, who was in the midst of a breakthrough. Die. However, before this sentence was finished, Emperor Shou's entire body froze, and straight away, he saw that 2-legged young man come to him, pinching his fingers and faintly saying under his breath, "Stand down and don't interfere with him, or I'll make you realize what cruelty means." The moment he heard this sentence, the Beast Emperor's face suddenly changed, changing his eyes to ask with some doubt, "What are you? Why do I sense the aura of an enemy from your body?" "Meh." The 2-legged youth laughed coldly. Then his gaze looked straight at the Beast Emperor. "The scent of an enemy? That's because we're supposed to be arch-enemies." Beast Emperor. Boom. The golden-horned youth swung out a fist violently, which hit the Beast Emperor's chest as if it was going to shatter. The void boom sent him flying hundreds of meters away before he managed to come to a stop. At this moment, the Beast Emperor spewed out a mouthful of blood and said with incomparable viciousness in his eyes, "You're a guy from the outside world. You're an enemy of the creepy clan." The Beast Emperor's anger followed by swinging a sharp knife. She cut on the body of the 2-horned youth, but did not send out any ripples. "It's really you." The Beast Emperor sucked in a breath of cool air, followed by a loud cry as his entire body roared, "All beasts come here to rendezvous. All beasts come here to rendezvous. There is one person here who is a celestial visitor. Rally quickly and destroy it or there will be changes." The message sent out by the Beast Emperor justified the entire ocean. For an instant almost all of the transcendent sea beasts heard the message and rushed in frantically. The entire ocean was in a state of fluctuation, and countless sea beasts came madly. At this moment, the 5-clawed golden dragon's face sank slightly. So many giant beasts weren't very good to deal with, causing some hesitation in his face. Turning his head to look at Yao Knight, who was still refining the disputed Yao, he sighed helplessly. "I hope you can finish it faster. I won't last long. It's possible to take you to escape, but it's too much effort to protect you." The five-clawed golden dragon slowly protected in front of him, drawing a golden matching sword from his hand and pointing it at the behemoths that were continuously pouring in. Come on, the war is on. Let's see how strong you beasts really are. 123, real-time broadcasting. There were more and more ocean giants in the ocean that the mermaid tribe had rushed to before. They looked intently at Yao Knight, who was refining his true intent at the highest point of the mermaid tribe, and the eyes of each of the giant beasts were filled with killing intent. This place is already sheltered by me, so back off. There's no use getting angry here. You're no match for me. The five-clawed golden dragon slowly stepped forward, isolating itself from the sight of the many giant beasts. It was as cold as a god of ice. Who do you think you are? An ancient god? The human who broke through in the deep sea with the help of our oceans in this way. Why don't we have a reason to execute him? Do you mean to say that you are going to be the enemy of hundreds of us with your own strength? Meh. The five-clawed golden dragon coldly laughed and his eyes flashed a feeling of looking out of the corner of the world, and said faintly under his breath, "What's not to like?" At this moment, these giant beasts were furious in succession, only to see the 2-9 Revolution's great white sharks in the lead immediately charge over. Boom boom boom. The two great white sharks immediately collided with the five-clawed golden dragon. Yet within a few seconds, these two great white sharks flew out directly backwards, facing the five-clawed golden dragon that was strong to a certain limit. These two great white sharks were still far from being on top. Five-clawed golden dragon, we'll give you one last chance. Our true form is still the behemoth race. No matter what, if you have to do such a thing for a human, then we have no choice but to kill you on the spot. You should think twice before you do something outrageous like this. A blue giant whale with a body that was as large as 1,000 meters said. His tone was flat, but there was a burst of terrifying fleshy fluctuations that spread out in all directions. Ha! This person's original body is actually just a scaly dragon as well. So if you guys have to think that it's affiliated with the human camp, then there's nothing I can do about it. The five-clawed golden dragon said Su. Although his strength is strong, but also have to take into account the number of behemoths now descending is really too high. More than some of the number of 9 revolutions has reached 20 to as many as Transcendent is 7 or 8. In addition, there is a beast emperor. This kind of strong lineup is enough to subvert a country. Even he, the five-clawed golden dragon, needs to weigh before considering. However, as soon as his current words came out, some of the giant beasts hesitated and immediately began to discuss. Is what you say true? If its essence is an augur dragon, then we have not been able to make it reach transcendence, but if you lie to us, then you can die with this human. There are 7 or 8 transcendents present. More than enough to clean up the two of you. Oh, death to the whole family for cheating, the five-clawed golden dragon said decisively. And as soon as this statement was made, there were immediately quite a few giant beasts that made an example, saying that they would not launch an attack for the time being, and wait until that human breaks through to become a transcendent to see his physical attributes before making plans. If the other party's essence was really an augur, then it didn't matter. But if it was a human, then it would be swarming, and at this moment, the giant beast camp was divided into 2 factions. One was the conservative faction and the other was the radical faction. But the interesting thing was that the 7 or 8 transcendent behemoths and the octopus beast emperor were all radicals. Especially the octopus beast emperor was furious. Assholes, you've all been fooled by him. How can a human like him be a Jiaolong? Now I'll let you all take a good look at what his true form is after killing him. In an instant, the octopus beast emperor swooped over with boundless black chi, his huge tentacles smashing in like pillars in the sky. The five-clawed golden dragon's face sank immediately after a golden knife was offered, instantly cutting off the beast emperor's 7 or 8 tentacles, but it was of no use at all. The beast emperor's tentacles are like boundless, but also able to proliferate infinitely and grow out again. Warring with this octopus beast emperor, the five-clawed golden dragon was also a bit overwhelmed. Although he had already transcended beyond the transcendent, the octopus beast emperor was likewise the same. Boom boom boom. The sound of the 2 giant beasts engaging in battle came out like ribs, and the entire ocean was in turmoil, even affecting Yao Knight's promotion. But the good thing was that the process of this influence wasn't huge, and Yao Knight was able to barely withstand it. You're really no different from creepy. Even you yourself labeled yourself as a behemoth clan. But in reality you see the reason why behemoths are able to give birth to more powerful people. You're even more disgusting than creepy, the five-clawed golden dragon said with a body like a red center. And these words made the octopus beast emperor's face become more and more gloomy, and he even started to spew out poisonous ink, polluting the entire ocean. What exactly do you want? First you sided with a human, and now you're stirring up the relationship between us giant beasts. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? The octopus bracelet roared, and he once again unfolded his infinite means to completely fight with the five-clawed golden dragon. At the same time, the remaining few transcendent beasts swooped in, wanting to settle Yao Knight in advance, but the five-clawed golden dragon captured this scene. He just casually threw out a long sword and stuck it in front of Yao Knight's. and then he directly stopped all the giant beasts from attacking him. As for himself, he was entangled with the octopus beast emperor, unable to distinguish a winner from a loser. You are so impatient to kill him. That can only mean that you weird creatures are feeling threatened from him, and as such are urging the other behemoths to join you in the fight. Octopus beast emperor, you're just an obscene villain. If you wait for him to become a transcendent, even he can fight you. Do you dare to believe it? Octopus bracelet, I think your head is growing up your ass. A creepy hanging out with the behemoths every day. Those who don't know would think you've joined the family over here. Haha, I think you're being an octopus when you're used to how to turn back into a creepy one, right? Pity these fellow behemoths who are still being kept in the dark by you. Can you really stand up to the expectations of so many people? Are you secure in your position as the Beast Emperor? The five-clawed golden dragon roared under its breath as it fought. At this moment, the octopus Beast Emperor's face was getting darker and darker. Before, some red color could be seen occasionally, but now it was completely black. He was already so furious that he couldn't even say a word. Countless tentacles were raised high to crush the five-clawed golden dragon in front of him, but it didn't do much. The strength of the two was similar, and even the five-clawed golden dragon was a step above the octopus bracelet. That was why the octopus beast emperor's anger was not the least bit useful. So all he could do was open that parrot's mouth and shout at the crowd, "You bunch of losers, hurry up and go up and kill him. I'm holding back the golden dragon now. What are you guys still standing here for? Wastes, really a bunch of wastes." Listening to the words of the octopus beast emperor, the rest of the transcendent beasts froze, still unable to break through the five-clawed golden dragon's golden sword defense. As soon as you get close to there, you get the feeling of your body cutting up and appearing. They don't want to risk it either. Wastes? What a bunch of losers, the octopus beast emperor roared. And after the roar, he also finally retreated, not intending to fight the five-clawed golden dragon anymore. And now that the fight was meaningless, there was no way to kill that human no matter what. It would be better to just watch and see what the five-clawed golden dragon was trying to pull off. The octopus beast emperor thought so. As a result, all the behemoths fell silent and gave up their attacks, instead calmly guarding their various positions. And at this moment, the five-clawed golden dragon finally breathed a sigh of relief as he stood on the ground while his palms trembled slightly. The battle just now had already caused him to consume too much energy, and at this moment, his entire body had a feeling of weakness. But now he could only force himself to fight. Maybe he wouldn't have been in this condition before, but since giving that bowl of heart blood, his strength has plummeted. On the other side, the coast of the Union continent, the extreme cold believers, as well as dozens of transcendents from the crown, stood on the walls of the coast, staring somewhat hesitantly into the dark, deep sea. The behemoths in the ocean had been accumulating more and more. When will we be able to go to war now? If we continue to wait like this, when the other side completes the accumulation of power and launches an attack, we definitely won't have enough manpower to be able to fend it off. A human transcendent said in a helpless tone. Facing this black pressurized behemoth would create a feeling of suffocation no matter who it was. Who knows? Maybe they're going to attack next. I really don't know what these oceanic giants think. The ocean has already taken up 70% of the entire blue planet, and they're still not satisfied with their intention to land on land. How greedy they are, the extreme cold believer said somewhat breathlessly, recalling the encounter he had some time ago when he went to the waters of the Sakura country. After that, he was a bit furious, and he was deeply disgusted by the ocean giants. But when I think of that Yao Knight was killed by myself, my heart is also comfortable. By the way, I wonder where that Yao Knight is now. That kid's potential is extremely huge. He could very well be a future transcendent. Moreover, he possesses the only demon god level talent. So if he can join our battle group, he might be able to get twice the result with half the effort. A bearded transcendent said with a thoughtful look in his eyes. But the other transcendentals felt differently. What are you talking about, Elder Gua? That guy is a murderer. How can you expect him to contribute to us? It would be very good if he doesn't defect to the behemoth camp. The people around them smiled helplessly at this statement. As far as they knew, a murderer was indeed likely to defect to the enemy's ranks. There was no doubt about it. Well, hurry up and prepare the biggest yield nukes of the moment. And if the war is ever lost, then just turn on the nuclear radiation. And what humans can't get, other beings will never get. Fine. Just listen to you guys. On the human side for now, the war has not happened yet. On Yao Knight's side, he was entering the final critical moment. He sat at the top of the high mermaid, tried feeling this strand of pure oceanic true meaning enter his body, and his entire body drifted away. Yao Knight's eyes were extremely bright at the moment. He could feel that he was only one threshold away from being transcendent, and he would be able to completely comprehend this oceanic mood. Chapter 124, Promotion to Transcendence. At the moment, his body was filled with the true meaning of the ocean, and his entire body radiated a faint blue light. However, since it was the first time he had sensed it, and it was the first time he had touched the ocean, so it was said that this mood of Yao Knight was actually not strong. or even just weak, but it was this weaker intent that gave him the possibility of entering the transcendent realm. At the same time, the gazes of countless gigantic beasts in the surroundings looked at him, some were envious, some marveled, and some were filled with hatred. Yao Knight stretched out his palm, and strands of blue light continued to emerge in his hand, emitting an astonishing radiance. At the same time, his aura was rising by leaps and bounds, though gradually, he kept climbing upwards from the peak of the ninth turning, and gradually began to break away from the realm of the ninth turning to slowly approach transcendence. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, just 4 minutes of time passed. His breath has been muddy elevated completely over 9 turns, although there is still a period of time from the transcendental, but it is not far. This guy really did it. He actually became a transcendent in such a short period of time. Damn, if I could only be like him. Some of the giant beasts roared with envy in their eyes. They hadn't become transcendent after living in the ocean for so many years. A large part of the reason was that they were familiar with the ocean, but couldn't draw the energy from the ocean that would allow them to become transcendent. Now see this guy in front of you even so easily reach the transcendental. Say not envy, that is impossible. Meanwhile, as time slowly passed, Yao Knight's side completely began to advance. Ding! You have reached the transcendent realm. Please check the panel. Name, Yao Knight. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level, SSS, Tianjue Role, Augur, Tianjue Realm, Catastrophe Level, Realm, Transcendent First Order, Physical, Half Star, Spirit, Half Star, Skills, Poison, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Evil 9 Kills exclusive to human form, Wild Hope, Green Source, Silver Moon / Split, Silver Dragon, Strength, Dragon Plus, Direction of Evolution, 5-Clawed Golden Dragon to be selected, Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Class, Skills, Poison, Speed of Wind and Thunder, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Wild Hope of the other side, Phantom Blood, Green Source, Silver Moon Body, finally to Transcendence. Yao Knight's eyes twitched as he gently tapped his fingers, followed by the giant dragon doppelganger emerging from behind him. Its huge mountain-like body was close to more than 2,000 meters, and its silver-white scales were glowing with a shining light. At this moment, he was like an ocean lord accepting the prostration and worship of all kinds of giant beasts. Did you all see that? He's really a Jiaolong. I didn't deceive you all. It's the same race as us. There's no need to turn the other cheek now, is there? The 5-Clawed Golden Dragon said slowly. He didn't seem to care about Yao Knight's aura. He just remained calm when these words came out. The many giant beasts present nodded their heads, revealing gazes of recognition. The silver-white augur was indeed affiliated with their giant beast camp, and the breath on the giant beast was exactly the same. It couldn't possibly be a human pretending to be one. So it immediately gained the approval of a significant portion of the behemoths. But there were others that were a bit unconvinced. You all believe this? He's clearly pretending to be one of our behemoth race, the octopus beast emperor slowly said. And at the same time, not far away at around 10,000 meters, a huge figure came rushing in. Chapter 125. Will you, my son, fight for all mankind? The transcendent aura kept spreading. Yao Knight, raising his right hand, a wisp of blue aura kept drilling in and out of his palm, bringing with it pure oceanic true intent. I've only temporarily comprehended the oceanic true meaning, and I'm actually not familiar with it. He could only allow me to temporarily break through to the transcendent realm. If I want to continue to become stronger, I can only comprehend other true meanings or the ones I'm familiar with. Thinking this way, he slowly walked down the mermaid horde and had even stepped out in front of the multitude of behemoths. What are you guys doing gathered here? Yao Knight asked indifferently, and when these words came out, all the giant beasts were stunned, and it was that black octopus beast emperor who finally opened his mouth. You're a human. We're beasts. What do you think we're doing here? Is it to congratulate you? Hearing this, Yao Knight frowned, but at the same time his eyes looked to a location not far away, only to see an even more massive figure wandering. Wow, the visitor's appearance looked extremely hideous. Even with a wisp of strangeness to it was a sea serpent, but compared to other sea snakes its scales were sharper. A pink glow emanated from certain spots on his body, and other spots throughout his body were as sharp as razor blades. Mr. Elgato, this human has become transcendent in our waters. You see? The dark octopus beast emperor twisted his head and said. At this moment, Elgato's eyes flashed when he heard this, quickly changing from his sea serpent state to his human form, and spoke with a smile. If it was a normal human, then he'd be dead by now, but you're different. You have the body of an augur dragon, and at the same time, I also detected the flavor of a lot of human blood from you. You should have killed many of your kind, right? As soon as these words came out, the dark octopus beast emperor immediately felt that something was wrong, so he hurriedly opened his mouth. Sir, even if he has killed many humans, but his race has not changed. We should now relieve him of this danger, so that he can avoid large-scale attacks on marine life. Hearing this, however, Urquhart looked very impatient, and even clapped his hands a little helplessly, and said in a loud voice, "Don't talk like that. Beast King, he's got an immeasurable amount of blood of his own kind in him. He's literally more murderous than a behemoth. And I'll feel like I've lost a major player if I don't put him back. Can you understand this feeling? So yeah, stop blocking him and let him go back." In 3 or 2 sentences, Elgato decided on all of this in front of him, causing Yao Knight to be relieved inwardly as well, knowing that the number of these gigantic beasts present was simply too many, and that the black octopus was clearly a bit tougher than even the transcendent beasts. One indeed did not have the certainty that one would be able to escape from their hands. This time, it seemed that with the promise of this sea serpent, one had gotten the chance to escape like him. The 5-clawed golden dragon next to him was also relieved and hugged the sea serpent. "Strong man from the Fey continent. Thank you for sparing me. I'll keep it in my heart." At these words, Elgato turned his head to look at the 5-clawed golden dragon and grinned. He. You're also a foreign beast. I'm also a foreign beast. They're all just foreign beasts. Don't always think that you're a high and mighty dragon deity. Say it like that lest people laugh at you. Let's go. After saying that, as Elgato left, numerous sea beasts followed his footsteps and left the place one after another. The octopus beast emperor also had no choice but to leave. He didn't dare to disobey the sea serpent's orders. As the crowd of sea beasts left, the 5-clawed golden dragon looked back at Yao Knight without saying anything more and also left alone. The whole ocean is left with only him in existence. I have already transcended. But I need to stabilize this realm to acquire a more powerful realm of intent. Oceanic intent alone is not at all enough. But it seems that heavenly awarenesses are able to transform into intent. Give it a try. After saying that, his figure disappeared in place and appeared on the surface of the sea in an instant while rushing towards the Alliance's location. Perhaps he didn't dare to approach the entire Alliance because of his lack of strength. But it was different now. Now that he had become a transcendent, he could naturally go anywhere. 3 days later, a certain border town in Hong Kong and Macau, Yao Knight bought a villa and lived in it. While constantly inquiring about the heavenly awakening, but with his perseverance, he finally found some more similar sky jurors. A homeless man who was scavenging for food in a dump somewhere. On this particular night, Yao Knight approached the homeless man, but his face changed as he got closer. "Red Dragon, why are you still alive? Didn't you die?" Yao Knight asked in a flat tone, with some dangerous intent in his eyes. Hearing this, the homeless man's body paused, and then he quickly turned his head and said, "My goodness, look at your aura, it is surprisingly strong at the transcendent level." "That's right, I'm the new Red Dragon. The last Red Dragon is dead. His will of heavenly consciousness was inherited by me. But how is it that you were also able to discover that I am heavenly consciousness?" "Oh, I see. I remember. You are the Eastern Dragon, right? Wait, you shouldn't have any prejudice against me. That's how we heavenly awakenings inherit. Even if you miss the last Red Dragon terribly, you can't change the fact that I've already inherited his abilities. Besides, he's dead," the vagabond said loudly in a hurry. Yet Yao Knight waved his hand. "Don't worry. I came to invite you to dinner." "Oh," a silent hand that appeared in the dimly lit alley pinched the young girl's mouth and nose. It suffocated the young girl in an instant, and then 3 or 4 other young girls disappeared at the same time, without a trace of their lives. Even when their families called the police to search the entire city, there was no result. Meanwhile, in the villa, Yao Knight carried a thigh as well as the rest of the entrails and limbs onto the table and spoke to the newest Red Dragon in front of him. "So let's get cracking now. The sky jurors always have to eat people, don't they?" However, the Red Dragon looked at the table full of raw meat as well as the body's internal organs with some hesitation in his eyes and opened his mouth to advise, "Wait, Lord, don't you think something is missing? We should at least cook the meat. It doesn't seem very tasty raw like this." "TSK, who said raw meat isn't good anymore? I invited you as a guest, so don't question my cooking skills." After saying that, Yao Knight sliced off a piece of red, white, and yellow meat from his thigh and stuffed it into his mouth to chew on. Crunch! The gut-wrenching sound of chewing resounded throughout the villa. Throat gulped and seemed somewhat able to accept this way of eating, so he cut off a piece of thigh meat and stuffed it into his mouth as well. "Oh, that's pretty good, Mr. Oriental Dragon. I didn't realize that raw meat tastes different, and I seem to be able to hear the wailing of the dead in life while eating this meat. It's a wonderful experience." The Red Dragon's eyes immediately lit up, and he once again uncovered a piece of meat as well as its innards and stuffed it into his mouth, not caring at all about the bloody scent as well as the difficulty of chewing the raw meat. He instead chewed it with a big mouthful of flavor. At the same time, Yao Knight wiped the corners of his mouth as the scaly dragon silhouette behind him opened its mouth wide and continuously swallowed strands of breath from the Red Dragon's head. "It's still the feeding breath of a heavenly consciousness that can raise my heavenly consciousness realm, but the heavenly consciousness realm seems to be unable to be transformed into the realm of intent, which is a bit of a pity." Yao Knight sighed and just quietly watched the Red Dragon eat until the guy had eaten all but the mess that was left all over the table. Excuse me, sir. I'm just too hungry to go eat humans these days. You've made me fulfill my wish. I'm very grateful to you." "It's okay, They're all old friends. Yao Knight waved his hand, not in the mood to pay attention to the red dragon again, but back to the bedroom to sleep alone. He has not slept for a long time. He needs to take a good rest, although he has become a transcendentalist, but still feel a trace of fatigue in the heart. This kind of fatigue is from the heart. After nightfall, there were no dreams, and Yao Knight slept soundly until the door to his room was knocked on the second morning. Yao Knight frowned. He didn't quite understand what kind of person could come knocking on his room door, which made him feel a bit helpless, opening the door to the room. In front of him was an elderly man in ordinary clothing who looked very weak and didn't even have any hint of the fluctuations of an awakened person. However, his next words made Yao Ya's entire body freeze in place. "Child, my name is Yao Yunhai. I am your father." My father? Then why did you put me in that disgusting foster home?" "Why is that?" "Because I was fending off the erosion of the ancient gods, and I really didn't have time to take time out to look at you. Now that I'm back, I hope to exchange this burden to the Bluesterians, who we can no longer afford to fight." Yao Yunhai coughed twice, even with bright red in his saliva. "So what? Why are you not even as good as a commoner nowadays?" "Forget it, come in and talk. Don't stand in the doorway." Thus, the old man who called himself Yao Knight's father entered the room. He shook his head after looking at the blood on the desktop and then sat down on the sofa. "It has occurred to me, my son, that without my tutelage you might become extreme, but I didn't think you were capable of something like cannibalism. This is really incomprehensible. But your realm is again very high, and there is even an ability present in you that I can't understand. Can you forgive me, child? Or are you willing to fight for all of humanity? What an honor to fight for all of humanity. You'll be a hero to the entire planet," Yao Yunhai suddenly said in a high-pitched voice. His eyes filled with excitement, as if his once glorious past had caused him to dance around. Yao Knight smiled. He did detect the presence of a bloodline identical to his own in the other old man's body, but that wasn't the reason he was willing to listen to the older man's words. "How about it, kid? Are you willing to fight for all of humanity? Are you willing to resist the ancient gods of outer space for all of humanity?" "I don't want to," Yao Knight said indifferently. Chapter 126. Oh God. Boy, you can't do this. Why? Why don't you want? What a great honor it is to fight for all mankind. All mankind will remember your name. My God. How dare you refuse? How dare you refuse such a great offer? Yao Yunhai angrily slapped the table as if he had heard a great joke. His tone was very unkind. "I'm sorry, but I have to say no. You didn't even say anything except if you were willing to fight for all of mankind. Of course I'm going to say no. The least you can do is let me know who my opponent is, right?" Yao Knight was practically speechless. If it wasn't for the fact that he was indeed able to perceive that the man in front of him was of the same bloodline as the one that flowed through his body, then he would have already kicked this guy out. "Oh, well, you see I'm really old and confused. The fight went on so long I simply forgot how to talk. So let me give you a short introduction. What do you think?" "Aha, okay. What actually happened was that some time before the behemoths descended, there was actually an invasion of ancient gods in outer space. Their method of attack is not mass murder, but a bizarre nerve endings connecting to our atmosphere. A special substance is constantly being injected into the entire planet. And it is the role of those of us who are there to block that injection. You know, like birth control pills that prevent women from getting pregnant. That's what we do." Li Yi was a bit speechless listening to this passage. So he asked again, "Then why don't you just kill the so-called ancient god? Wouldn't that be once and for all? And there's no need for you guys to painstakingly stand in the way here." "Gosh, listen to what you're saying. Ah boy. The ancient gods are irresistible. They are as big as 7 or 8 blue stars. And the one attacking us is just a juvenile. But even this juvenile is beyond our resistance. He doesn't kill us because he wants to draw on the lifeblood of the entire planet as a means of growing himself, and those nerve endings are the organs that his body draws its sustenance from. You see? We must never make a move on him, or we will be seen as a mole provoking the strong. The consequences of that would be absolutely unimaginable. So that means all we can do is to slowly block it and slow down the deadline for the death of the entire planet." Listening to Yao Yunhai's words, Yao Knight fell into silence and eventually opened a bottle of champagne to pour a glass for this father he had never met and himself. "Then what realm is this young ancient god who attacked us?" "It's a 5-star ancient god. The strength far exceeds that of a transcendent. So it is said that humans cannot resist. How about it, kid? Have you decided to join us in the resistance now?" His father, whom he had never met before, looked at Yao Knight with anticipation in his eyes, and was indescribably excited. Ha. You're too stupid to give up everything, even me, for the so-called ancient gods. But what have you gotten now? What kind of feedback did Blue Star give you? You're like a madman now, having lost all your cultivation, all your power, and even coming here to me in misery. And I hope that I will inherit your mantle and continue to fend off the ancient gods. You're too stupid to even deserve to be my father. No wonder you abandoned me." Yao Knight said with a cold smile, directly opened the door of the room, made a please posture. No need for nonsense. Just get the hell out of here. If you say such meaningless words again, I wouldn't mind killing you even if you were my father. Chapter 127. I have a bold plan. You can't do that. Child, are you going to drive your father out of this warm cottage to meet the storm? Is this really something a child could do? You can't do this. Get out. Yao Nai closed the door of the room heavily, without any room for mercy. My son, you can't do this. You can't treat your father like this. I'm your only family, your only relative. You'll be struck by lightning if you treat your relatives like this. Don't you have the slightest intention of aging for me? Don't you have an ounce of dedication and intend to give yourself for the sake of all mankind? You disappoint me so much. Bang bang bang. Yao Yun was still knocking hard on the door of the room, telling the dissatisfaction in his heart. If no one was in the way, he could knock the door of this room alive. Crunch! The door to the room was opened and Yao Knight stood in place with a flat face, then slapped him in the face. Dogs really give you face. If you ever knock on my door again, I'll let you die here. Yao Knight said condescendingly. His eyes were shrouded in darkness, unable to read his emotions, and at the moment he brought Yao Yunhai the feeling like an indifferent beautiful country soldier. Fine. I'll go, okay? I'll go. The father, whom he had never met, roared a few times and then disappeared into the doorway of the villa. Yao Knight didn't bother with him anymore. Instead his eyes were set on the whole city, searching for the Red Dragon's location. Currently, his awakened one realm was Transcendent, and he had to swallow beings of at least 9 revolutions before he could gain evolutionary progress, but the mass devouring was too conspicuous at this juncture in the war between humans and behemoths. Then his next goal is to raise the heavenly consciousness realm. The things and strength that guy from God was able to do before had shocked Yao Yi very much and remembered it exceptionally clearly instead. He now needed to watch the heavenly awakening feed as a way for his augur to devour the heavenly awakening aura, thus achieving the goal of raising his realm. It would be great if a new mood could emerge while raising the realm of heavenly consciousness. Alas, as wonderful as the idea is, it would still be tougher to actually implement this. Yao Knight shook his head and said, after waiting for this biological father of his to leave, he came to the outside world and began searching for the Red Dragon. Granted, the Red Dragon was able to provide a relatively small amount of celestial awareness breath, which amounted to more than nothing, but it was much better than lying in a room and doing nothing. So then he began to search hard for the Red Dragon's scent, but as he searched he seemed to realize something was wrong. Why is there an extremely mixed heavenly consciousness aura appearing at the location south of the city? Not just one person, but from hundreds of sky Jedi? Can there be so many heavenly Jedi nowadays? Yao Knight's eyes narrowed, and then he flew away at an extremely fast speed. Arriving at the location where the aura was emanating from, he was now extremely fast, and had descended in almost 2 or 3 seconds. When you look at it, you see that it is an old wooden door which leads to a basement. Inside this door, wisps and wisps of the aura of the heavenly awakened stretched. Interesting, this place has gathered at least 300 or more heavenly awakenings as well. Otherwise there wouldn't be such a bustling aura. Yao Knight licked the corners of his mouth and finally pushed the door directly open. The dark underground was burning with a faint firelight as it followed the steps all the way down. But the further he went the stranger it became within him. This staircase was so long that he had now walked a full 500 meters and still hadn't reached the end of it. So it was that Yao Knight directly began to fly throughout the staircase, zipping down. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers. It was a straight flight of 5 kilometers. And at this moment he had finally arrived at this stronghold that intrigued him so much. It was a grand square, and the square was covered with some capsule-like houses, and on the side of this capsule room, one human after another with the scent of heavenly consciousness came in and out, seeming to have survived here for a long time. Interesting, I had thought that the heavens determinants were only a minority, but I didn't expect to encounter the main camp in this place. Ha ha ha, Yao Knight sneered, and just at this instant, a bold to the extreme idea arose within him. However, before this idea could be implemented, he had to get enough heavenly awakenings, otherwise it could not be implemented. Thinking of this he flew straight to the very center of the square, the location of that one tall tower. Stop the comber. Suddenly, a figure in a black suit appeared on the tower and said in a stern tone, this fellow was covered in a black aura, while his realm was surprisingly at the same level as his own, and was similarly transcendent. Only the other party's transcendence was the dark heavenly consciousness transcendence, while he himself was the orthodox transcendence. Hello, I've heard of you. You're the Eastern Dragon, aren't you? This is the base of the heavenly awakening and this tower is mine and God's private building. You can't go near it. We can distribute houses for you if you want to survive here. As for me, you can call me Satan. After all, that's what they all call me. Interesting, the sky jurors I used to be teammates with were all high and mighty, preying on humans as if they were food, and it's unbelievable that you people are letting the heavenly conscious stay underground, like shadowy maggots. Yao Knight said with a cold smile. His tone of voice was one of undisguised mockery. What exactly are you trying to say? If you don't want to stay here, then by all means leave. Satan directly gave an eviction order. And just then, God's milky white figure slowly stepped out. I've heard of you, Eastern Dragon. It seems that you didn't die outright like the rumors, but instead reached the same realm as us. Come here for something. Or do you have a plan? God's tone was flat. While his eyes were filled with indifference, the words in his mouth showed care and concern, but his eyes were still cold. I'd like to have some of the heavenly consciousnesses from your hands in a quantity of at least 1,000. Is that okay? Yao Knight said without being condescending. After all, this was part of the plan. What the fuck are you talking about? Satan immediately became enraged. His palms ignited with flames as he looked angrily at Yao Knights. Don't get so excited. I'm discussing with you guys. It's not like it's an open robbery. Yao Knight said calmly. What do you want then? The celestial awakenings are our compatriots. And there is no way in hell we're going to hand our compatriots over to you, because you're just a despicable aboriginal awakened. Satan said with a snarl, a look of anger in his eyes, but God at this moment was different. He opened his palms and rubbed them gently, then spoke, tell me what you're up to, and maybe I'll consider letting them follow you for a while. I'm sorry, I can't tell, but I promise they won't die. Yao Knight remained unassuming. Then please return. The heavenly awakenings are our family and would never let them follow you to face those dangers. God wasn't polite anymore and just waved his hand. Oh, so if I kill you too, will your family follow me? Yao Knight said with a fierce smile, followed by a slow coalescence of chi on his body, as if he was about to make a move in the next moment. Stop. Okay. Don't make a move here. I'll give you a chance. If you can defeat both of us, how about maybe being able to fulfill your request? God quickly waved his hand and said, he didn't want the underground city he had worked so hard to build to be destroyed. Chapter 128. Don't worry. I'll take them to enjoy the happiness. Beat you both. Beat you so easy. Yao Knight rubbed his palms together and said with some hesitation, what do you mean? It's easy to defeat us? Get this straight. I'm God the Heavenly Awakening. And he's Satan the Heavenly Awakening. The two of us have even mastered a trace of the power of rules. Is it easy to defeat us? Since you're so confident, let's go out and fight. Preferably going to the sky above 20,000 meters. God sneered, then flew in the direction of the dungeon exit with the demon. At the same time, Yao Knight shook his head with a smile and flew out of the dungeon along with them. Before leaving this underground city, he still greedily looked at these heavenly awakenings in the underground city, with a ray of greed in his eyes. 3 minutes later, the silhouettes of the three appeared together high in the dark night. The dark high air was cooler, but the three of them with their physical fitness had long since stopped caring about that. Even God is starting to do a pre-war move to aid. I've heard the angels say that this person possesses an augur doppelganger, so when the time comes, you and I will combine our efforts to kill the augur first. That way his own threat won't be deadly enough. Understand? God secretly sends a message to the devil. I know. He's just an orthodox transcendent. You and I are both transcendents. How can we be afraid of him? Go! Satan let out a sardonic laugh, followed by a direct charge. The moment he rushed towards Yao Knight, a huge evil guile void suddenly appeared behind him. Die! Consider it the price of your insouciance. Satan roared. Said however, the next second a huge mouth suddenly appeared from the clouds. A mouth swallowed him in. The silver dragon split, appeared suddenly. At this time, the Satan was rolling over and over in the silver dragon's stomach, causing the silver dragon to split. With a look of pain on his face, even the next second a pair of sharp palms directly tore open the silver dragon's belly and drilled out, crying out in pain from his mouth. Damn it! You actually hid your doppelganger in the clouds. Damn it! Satan's entire face was corroded a bit in pain. Asshole! I've already torn the belly of your doppelganger apart. You're done. You're completely done. However, Satan's words have not finished, only to see the wounds on the belly of the silver dragon fast healing, intact as before. Yao Knight clenched his fist. The healing increase that Green Source could bring was truly mesmerizing. Even the most horrific injuries could be healed instantly, and this skill came from the ancient Green God's godhead, which he had swallowed last time. The ancient Green God is arguably transcendent level, so it's nothing to say that transcendent as well as below offenses are completely healed. What are you shouting for? I'll kill you right here, Yao Knight, he said in a calm tone, followed by the silver dragon charging forward once again, his huge mouth killing towards Satan. And at this moment God finally sat down, and he folded his hands, and then opened his arms again, and a holy whisper came out of his mouth. God said, let there be light. God says you don't need sharp claws and talons. God says you don't need strong internal organs. God says you don't need lean muscles. God speaks. I'll fuck you up. Yao Knight's body speed surged, followed by a punch that smashed into God's head, instantly skewing his skull. Meanwhile, the silver dragon's side was just as God had said, losing its muscles and internal organs, and even its sharp claws. but it grew back in just 10 seconds or so with the green source's boost. Still, such a significant injury caused Yao Knight to be extremely upset inwardly. He said in an extremely unpleasant tone as he ripped at God's collar, "I just came up here to have a go at the two of you. You really dare to make a move." After saying these words, the silver dragon doppelganger moved with a roar. It directly burrowed into his body. Boom! In this instant, Yao Knight's combat ability instantly increased to 1 star. He directly gripped God's collar, then grabbed his beard with his right hand and violently pulled it. Snap! A large number of white beards fell off, and God let out a miserable cry and fell straight down from the heights. On the other side, Satan didn't seem to have given up on the matter of attacking, only to see his hands grow sharp claws and keep waving them in the air. The devil is going to deprive you of your life. The devil wants to strip you of your ability to fly. The devil wants to strip you of your blood. With Satan's frantic words, Yao Knight could feel his own blood as well as his life force seemed to be fluctuating, and it was soon going to break out of his body. At this moment, his gaze flashed with a dangerous color as he arrived in front of Satan in an instant and squeezed his hands. Clack clack clack. Same old story. You two transcendental sky realizers don't have any new moves. Yao Knight let out a fierce laugh and directly pinched off the demon's hands and threw his entire body down. He then slowly collected his own breath and gradually landed on the ground, looking at the wretched God and Satan with a low laugh under his breath. "Now does that count as winning over you guys? Can you give me the 1000 heavenly consciousnesses now?" Hearing this, God nodded with a bitter smile. Yet at this very moment Satan was not happy, only to see him reset his hands struggling to pounce. Pop! Yao Knight intervenes with a pop, bouncing his entire body. You. Count on you. At this moment, the two leaders of the Heavenly Jedi both agreed to his request. So it was that the three returned to the dungeon and set about preparing for him to take away 1000 heavenly consciousnesses. What exactly do you want with so many heavenly jurors? You're not going to use them for some kind of sacrifice, are you? I'll die if you do, God said with alarm in his eyes. Yes, if you destroy these 1000 children, God and I will not let you go even if we die. Satan gritted his teeth, looking at these two. Yao Knight smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I'm taking them for a ride. Chapter 129, the collection of the heavenly consciousness is complete. Begin my slaying. At this moment in the underground city, God and Satan slowly pointed out 1000 heavenly consciousnesses. 1000 people is less than 1/10 the number of people relative to this dungeon. So it's not amazing. That's 1000 people you're going to give me. Are you being a little too stingy? Yao Knight said with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes, simply because of these 1000 people in front of him. Some of them were disabled. Some were even dying. And there was not a single heavenly awakening under the age of 20 at all. All of them were old men and women. And there were even a couple of schizophrenic-looking guys. Stop picking, okay? It's already the biggest tolerance to give you so many people. These are living people, not items, do you understand? God bristled and said with great disdain, "Oh, don't you know yourself whether or not you think of them as objects? But not me. I want them to be real this time." "All right, not with you." Yao Knight shook his head, then came to the 1000 heavenly awakenings and said in a loud voice, "You people will follow me next. I will take you to a whole new level." However, in the face of his words, some of these 1000 people shook their heads. Some were confused, and some looked at each other with extreme doubts in their hearts. Seeing these people in this state, Yao Knight himself was a bit embarrassed, so he had no choice but to walk forward, signaling for these people to follow. "You will follow him for now, and soon Satan and I will fetch you back. Do not be afraid." God is standing on a rooftop somewhere shouting. Only after having this comforting cry did these people sort of continue to follow Yao Knight's footsteps, slowly walking out of the dungeon. This time, a large group of people came out of the dungeon in great numbers. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man who was still relatively young stood out and clasped his fists at Yao Knight's. "Elder, where are we going?" "Ha ha, naturally it's foreign. Come on, let's all walk in towards this door." Yao Knight smiled, only to see the 5 or 6 rings on his hand suddenly fusing together, eventually forming a ghostly blue door in front of him. The door was slowly opened, and inside was a world of birds and flowers. This thing was called the Cave Ring, a 6th turn immortal treasure that he had only researched some time ago, and the space inside was extremely huge. Even though it was only a 6th turn, it was something like 10,000 square meters. The middle-aged man looked at the door in the world inside with some hesitation and said, "Do you really want to enter it, my lord? Hurry up and go in first. I won't lie to you. If it was to kill you, I would have done it long ago. I wouldn't have waited until now." Yao Knight spoke gently, trying to look as approachable as possible. Now with his assurance, the middle-aged man waved his hand at the large number of heavenly awakenings behind him and comforted them in a loud voice for a few moments. And then the crowd walked into the blue door one after another. After about an hour and a half of walking in succession had passed, all the heavenly awakenings entered the gate. And Yao Knight smiled at them in front of the gate before comforting them with a few words and eventually closing the gate. Several rings flew back to his finger. Yao Knight, his eyes glanced at the already darkened sky, and the terrain's huge harbor in Macau region produced a hint of wandering within him. The largest number of humans is where the alliance is today. But I don't need a large number of humans, just a portion. Besides, although the alliance has a large number of people, the strongest people are all over the place, and there may not be an existence above the Transcendent. So if I go on a killing spree, I'm bound to make him notice me, and that wouldn't be good. Yao Knight's thoughts fluttered in his mind and he eventually flew into the sky, sprinting away after finding a more vibrant direction. Ding. System mission released. Reward complete life and death intent after reaching 1-star combat power. During the flight, the system's voice rang in his ears. Rubbish system, I've already transcended, and you're just now sending out quests, Yao Knight said with some displeasure. But after hearing about the reward for the complete life and death intent, his gaze flickered and he had other decisions in his mind. Currently, one strength attribute and spirit attribute are both in a half-star state. Even after using the 10x increase, it could only be enhanced to 1 star. That meant that there was more than a 10-fold difference in power between even a mere half-star. If one wanted to raise from a half-star to a star, the difficulty could be imagined. Just wait, after completing this one, and then enhancing the oceanic intent some more, we should be able to raise it to 1 star. Yao Knight was extremely certain in his heart. At the same time, he sped across the ocean, constantly searching for places with more vigorous vitality with his own oceanic intent. He wanted that weak and dense vitality, not a single huge individual. To be clear, he's looking for human cities or tribes. Also, while he was searching hard on his side, on the coast of Japan near the coast of the Dragon Kingdom, huge amounts of giant beasts began to land. When Sakura Nation dropped nuclear contaminated water before, it was once predicted that the humans have only explored 5% of the oceans, with another 95% to come ashore later to explore humans, and now the prophecy is true. These behemoths have really come to explore humanity. Giant octopuses, giant killer whales, and creatures that can't even be named have grown limbs and feet that can run and walk on land. There were even ocean giants that didn't need to walk. They were even able to fly through the air. Level 1 alert, level 1 alert. The ocean behemoth has landed. The ocean behemoth has landed. Turn on the mini nuclear strike first. Turn on the mini nuclear strike first. The anxious voices of the combatants came over the battle line's radio, followed by a small nuclear bomb being dropped to weaken the oceanic behemoth. However, this time the number of ocean giants landing was just over 20, and they couldn't even put together a regular army, which was obviously the vanguard of the ocean giants. But even the vanguard had plunged the human side into deep fear. They're demons from the sea. And now that these demons have grown legs with the ability to land on land, there will be an unparalleled threat to humanity. Just ask who can remain calm in the face of a behemoth that is up to 100 meters tall. Even these veterans who had experienced the artillery fire, they were still chilled inside. Was this level of behemoth really something they could defeat? At this moment, at a location tens of thousands of meters away from here, Yao Knight calmly turned around, his gaze fixed on the location where the sound of artillery fire was emitted. Fight and kill, for the greater good instilled in you by your leaders. Yao Knight sneered as the combat team over there was made up entirely of White Elephant Kingdom personnel. These guys are extremely simple-minded. Even stupid, they believe whatever the leader says and will do what the leader says for the greater good of the country. Rushing to the battlefield without regard for their own safety. Even rushing to the behemoth's camp with a nuclear bomb. If Yao Knight was allowed to charge, he would never do so. There is no shortage of soldiers on the battlefield of today's behemoths. What is lacking is overwhelming power. And excess weakness is just rations for the behemoths. Yao Knight clearly understood this. If an ordinary soldier could change the battlefield, then what was the point of having a nuclear bomb? I'm afraid everyone is treated equally and everyone's son is going to war. He turned away from the scene and instead gazed towards an extremely hidden location in the west. There, he clearly felt the presence of no less than 1 million humans. Should I say no? It's so cool to have the oceanic mood. Although this oceanic realm of his own was a temporary realization that was not considered a true realm and could only be considered a fake, it was still powerful. There the sound of the crashing tides of the sea connects millions of human lives, and there they septuagenarian return, and their days seem to pass more comfortably than the rest of mankind. However, there were also 3 guardians in the group who were all 9th-turned existences, just a hair's breadth away from transcendence. What the hell is this place? Is it a foreign paradise? A trace of curiosity flashed in Yao Knight's eyes, then his figure moved rapidly. After just over an hour had passed, he had arrived at the sky above this one peach blossom garden. His gaze looking around the entire city, he smiled at what was in front of him. A hint of greed revealed in his eyes. However, after he had descended, those 3 9 Revolutions guardians surprisingly didn't come over to meet him, which caused Yao Knight to be a bit upset inwardly. Thus, the slightest hint of killing intent that he slightly revealed. Soon these 3 guys rushed over with their asses in the air. clasping their fists one after another and opening their mouths. This senior doesn't know what he wants to do here with us? Is he here to stay temporarily? We welcome you. The white-bearded old man at the head spoke in a loud voice. His eyes filled with respect. Another middle-aged man also smiled and said, "Yes, senior, if it's a sponsorship, we are really good here. You can. Not here for a temporary stay. I'm here to kill people," Yao Knight said in a flat tone, as if he was talking about something insignificant and insufficient to mention. The moment those words appeared, all three of them froze. Somewhat incredulous, the white-bearded old man's body had some trembling, knowing that he was now facing a transcendent existence. Could the breath on the other party still be fake? Elder, you're joking, right? Ha? Yes. Senior, don't joke with us. We are here. You see how good it is to live in peace and happiness. You must be in a happy mood to live here. The middle-aged man also hurriedly opened his mouth, fearing that Yao Knight would go on a killing spree in the next second, and that their 3 ninth revolutions wouldn't be able to stop a transcendent. What do you mean? Come here just to kill? Do you think we'll allow you to brutalize the people here? Suddenly the blonde young man at the very back stepped forward, his eyes filled with anger and rage. You're too noisy to die. Yao Knight suddenly stretched out his finger, and a water vapor at his fingertip frantically condensed into a line, instantly touching the youth's body. This branch of water vapor immediately turned a turquoise color, and the youth's face changed. Poison. Chapter 130, The Road to Assassination. Preparation for the banquet. The moment this route touched the youth's body, the youth's complexion immediately changed to a turquoise color, and he was instantly hit by the fierce poison. It's been a really long time since I've used this move, and it still works well, smiled and said at the same time slowly diffused its own aura, directly pressurizing the remaining 2 people to gasp for air. What have you done? Wilson, Wilson, the middle-aged man cried out. Yet the youth had already been poisoned and fallen from the heights. If you 2 want to continue to resist, that's fine, but be prepared to be killed. If you don't resist, then all is happy. I only need to kill over 10,000 people, Yao Knight said in a flat tone, as if he was talking about a really normal thing. However, hearing this, the 2 men's voices trembled, and even their eyes were filled with fear. Why did you do that? There's no why. If you don't want to, I'll kill you before I kill these people, and all of them. If you are willing, then I will not kill you, and likewise I will only kill 10,000 or so and then stop. Is that understood? Be my guest. The old man who heard this respectfully retreated to the side and even made a gesture of please. It can't be like this, sir. How can we let our people die? The middle-aged man cried out in grief. Yet the old man pulled him aside into silence. Ha! Yao Knight sneered and then entered the city. His eyes circled around at that moment and finally settled on a villa that was about to be developed. This area of villas has an area of roughly 50,000 meters, and is still under construction. But it is complete. Yao Knight determined the location, then landed and flung the ring on his hand. A blue light door appeared at once. Come out. This is your new place of residence, Yao Knight said in a loud voice, followed by those heavenly awakenings walking out of the blue light door one by one, surveying the surroundings. Stay here for now. I will open the banquet in 10 days and all of you must attend. Yao Knight stood tall and rushed these 1,000 people, then disappeared in place. At the moment, these 1,000 resolute people looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what this great man really meant, but it can't be helped. Since we're already here, we'll stay for now. We can't go against people's wishes. So it was that 1,000 heavenly consciousnesses quickly moved into the villa area. The 2 guardians of the 9 revolutions from before had also discovered this scene, and had even sent people to send some living supplies to fill up the freezers as well as the furniture and such in each villa. Let's hope he doesn't kill anyone. Looks like it's just an arrangement for his family's family to live here. Let's hope so. The 2 9 revolutions heavenly determinants discussed a couple of sentences, and then disappeared into the darkness of the night to rejoin where they originally belonged. Meanwhile, in the center of the city, Yao Knight sat on a bench and watched the crowds coming and going, constantly searching for a target. The ingredients needed for the party had to be upscale, and those who had been eating junk food for years or were in poor physical condition naturally couldn't be used as food. Ugh, 10 days should be enough time to get the ingredients together. Probably only 200 will be enough, Yao Knight muttered to himself as his gaze scanned the incoming and outgoing crowds. If his estimation was correct, then he himself would be able to raise the rank of heavenly consciousness after this banquet. Chapter 131, 300 Corpses. I hope tomorrow's banquet goes smoothly under the dark streetlight. 3 young girls who had just finished their cram school were walking home, but they always felt something was wrong when they were walking through the woods, so they quickened their pace. The leaves were windless, there was a rustling in the woods, and even the young girls could hear a different, very different footstep, which made them extremely nervous. After 3 minutes had passed, however, the 3 young girls became 3 corpses, lying calmly on the ground, each with their necks broken. Yao Knight stood in front of these 3 corpses and clenched his fists to feel himself. With my current strength, Killing them by trying to keep their corpses intact would not be possible with half a star's power. Unless the overall strength reaches 1 star, only after reaching the first star can I suppress some ordinary people and beasts with my might. Alas, but it's still too far away. I'm still a long way from the first star. Yao Knight said as he felt his own true intent. To say that to use one's own might to suppress some ordinary people or low-level awakened people, that was completely capable of suppressing or even being able to put the other party in a state of inability to act. However, he could also use his immortal treasure to manipulate the air to kill some ordinary people, but to say that he could kill someone with his might, that simply wouldn't work. But he knew of a guy who should be able to do that. That would be the sea serpent, El Gato. According to his preliminary estimation, this sea serpent's strength should be at around 1 star. Just because you see the sea serpent in the ocean doesn't mean this guy can't fly. There should be a few more existences like the El Gato sea serpent on the entire blue planet, but there are not many of them, and if I can reach this realm, then I will be able to do so in a rampant manner. But it was a pity that a 1-star strength couldn't be compared to the 5-star ancient god in Yao Yunhai's mouth. Yao Knight silently put the bodies of the 3 young girls into his storage bracelet, and then once again came into the middle of a dense forest, searching for some young couples who were having fun. Jenkinson, you're awesome. I love you. The sounds of pleasure came to an abrupt end as Yao Knight crushed the necks of these 2 men across the room. It's amazing how clean the body is despite some of the nastiness of what's going on right now. He muttered to himself and collected the 2 bodies before leaving again, and this time, he came to a late-night church and silently watched the cleanliness of the crowd below. In the middle of this late night, there were surprisingly more than 50 congregants gathered in this modest church, and even some of them radiated a clean light, while others were so dirty that they even began to devour the light. It's amazing how much contrast there is in a small church. Yao Knight slowly walked down. His body pressure opened up. All of them were unable to move. Only a handful of 24 people radiated a clean light from his eyes. The rest were more or less dark. Some even let the darkness fill their entire insides, unable to use it at all. And even if they forced it, it was a bit of a turn-off. To worship God even when your heart is so dark, does it really help to be so defeated? Yao Knight laughed a few times, then disappeared into thin air with a bunch of corpses. Bunch of fools. God won't bless you, devil's henchmen. You're worshipping the wrong people. The sound of his maniacal laughter came from on high then disappeared, at which point everyone in the arena looked at each other in dismay and eventually left the church in a hurry. At this moment he stood in a position at the top of a mountain somewhere, staring at the place where several streams of pure energy were raging the most. Of course, the place with the most raging pure energy was naturally the school at the top of the rankings, but considering the future development, Yao Knight did not intend to strangle these future flowers. So he set his sights on the 2nd and 3rd spots in the pure energy rankings. Ranking number 2, surprisingly, was the surprising hospital. The hospital walls, especially those that had been subjected to prayer for years, were surprisingly giving off unparalleled amounts of pure energy, but the stuff didn't do much good. Moreover, this part of the hospital was a bit less than clean, and Yao Knight was reluctant to hunt the people in it. So it was that he set his sights on the 3rd position. That would be the youth club. There is darkness mixed in within the youth club, but most of it is white and pure, clear and stupid. I can't believe there are thousands of people in youth clubs on such a claustrophobic night. Why don't we just do it all in one fell swoop? Yao Knight muttered to himself, and immediately afterward, he floated to the sky above this youth club and pressed his palms up and down. Boom! Nearly all the buildings were instantly slapped out of the sky. At the same time Yao Knight's right hand palm appeared a golden glove. The glove spread out. Countless golden thin lines sped to the bottom, pulling up one youth after another and yanking them over. During this dragging process, the prey dies. Yao Knight licked the corners of his mouth and collected more than 300 corpses one after another, eventually disappearing into the deep darkness. The night was late and it was nearing 4 a.m. The darkest time of the day. Yao Knight sat in front of the villa's window and poured out a glass of champagne and slowly savored it. Your name is Feng Yuxiu, right? Go find a few heavenly jurors with better knife skills and meet me in the villa at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Beside him, the middle-aged man who had taken the lead before hurriedly nodded in agreement and then disappeared into the dark night. Yao Knight sighed as he looked at the dark sky. At the moment, cannibalism, a choice he had no choice but to make. Only by eating people non-stop can we elevate the realm of the heavenly consciousness, and one could enhance by absorbing the breath of the other heavenly consciousnesses while they were cannibalizing. A lot of people might condemn him for something like cannibalism, when in fact it's not even necessary to condemn. People always measure other people by their own moral standards, but they forget that this world is supposed to be a world of the weak and the strong. Eagles eat sparrows and big fish eat tadpoles. Since it's better than you, it has the right to eat you. The same applies to human society. Powerful capitalists will infinitely oppress other ordinary people. How is this not a form of cannibalism? Even this cannibalism is more than a few times more brutal than real cannibalism. Yao Knight just ate the human body, a physical destruction, but there are some guys with high status in human society who want to eat other people's souls, eat the fruits of their hard labor, and eat their dignity as human beings, compared to these people. Yao Knight was already very merciful and could even be said to be a great benefactor, but well, the whole of Blue Star is different now. And no matter how much money you have, or how high a status you have, in the absence of strength, you are just an ordinary person with some money, and are especially more likely to be targeted by other awakened. So it was the best of times, but at the same time it was the worst of times because of the invasion of the behemoths. Thinking this way, some gray points of light suddenly surfaced around him, entering his body one after another, but unfortunately Yao Knight didn't notice this and was oblivious, still drinking champagne, and just then, the door to the villa slowly opened and a tall figure walked across the hall and up the stairs to his door. The youth, as if he were lounging in his own home, calmly came to shake and even poured himself a glass of champagne and sat down opposite him. I heard you brought 1,000 of my men here? Looks like you're trying to swallow their breath, doesn't it? The youth said with calm eyes, unable to see a single ripple. Who are you? Yao Knight asked. The Maker, the chief of all the heavenly awakenings. You are indeed very strong. I sense an aura that goes beyond 1 star, but it's only 1.5 stars at most, right? Yao Knight asked with a smile, unable to see any hint of emotional fluctuation on his face. Ugh. As soon as I got back I realized you took all 1,000 of my kids, so I came here to ask you about it. Originally I thought you were going to kill them, but I didn't realize it was going to be a buffet for them. In that case I'll leave you alone, but I don't want any of them lost or damaged. Understand? There will be no damage. Leave in peace. By the way, are you going to the banquet in a day? Not participating. I don't like eating people. Good. The creator's figure disappeared into the darkness, and Yao Knight looked at the time to see that it had come to 5:30 in the morning, and at this moment, the sky was already cloudy. He didn't have anything to do at the moment, so he went to the hall and silently waited for the chef chosen by the heavenly awakening to appear. Soon the time came to 8 o'clock and a dozen heavenly awakenings were called in and stood uniformly in front of Yao Knight. In terms of strength, the awakened are stronger than the heavenly awakened, but the interesting thing is that all the sky jurors are people who are not quite sane or who are psychologically defective at heart. These 1,000 people, including Yao Knight's, were no exception. Cut these 13 corpses to look like ingredients. Yao Knight suddenly threw out 13 corpses from his spatial bracelet and placed them in front of the many chefs. At first, these 13 heavenly awakenings were taken aback, but their faces soon blanched down. They even started cutting. Everyone was a heavenly awakening. There was nothing to be afraid of, and some had even jumped into action. Numbing sounds resounded through the villa as body after body was disposed of, and some of the cooks even made presentations that looked quite tasty. Very good. Very good. I can reward you with some immortal treasures for making the platters, but you have things to do next. There are tons of corpses here waiting for you to process into food, and I'd like the banquet to go off without a hitch by tomorrow night. Can you do that? Yao Knight said in a high voice with satisfaction. Hearing his words, with the many chefs nodded in agreement. So, Yao Knight directly a brain to the space bracelet and the hundreds of corpses all thrown out, each stacked in the villa. In an instant, the entire villa became a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. But everyone is a heavenly consciousness, and doesn't care about this at all, and has even begun to deal with it. Chapter 132, High Mountains and Flowing Waters. The high mountains and the flowing water. The piano and the music. Yao Knight sat on a huge boulder in the mountains, silently realizing the quietness of the mountains and forests, with the clear springs flowing in the ears, and the sounds of birds now and then as well. It seemed as if the whole person could be uplifted in the living spirit. Although the wilderness is very dangerous, but with his strength there is simply no foreign beasts dare to approach. Yao Knight's gaze scanned the entire mountain forest. Mouth suddenly uttered a sentence. It seems that any kind of thing has an intent that exists, only with a difference in strength and weakness. Yes, you're right. All matter contains meaning. I didn't realize you already possessed such a high level of enlightenment. Truly worthy of being my child. A straight figure suddenly appeared in the distance, and the person who came was none other than Yao Yunhai. This time he was no longer the hunched-over hobo image from before, but had completely changed into new clothes and looked very refreshed. Despite his age, there was still an aura of Elon surrounding him. What the hell are you trying to do? Don't make me kill you. Yao Knight's tone was flat, but killing opportunities had already emerged. Although Yao Yunhai was indeed his biological father, he did not want to pay any attention to the other party in the slightest, and was even a bit bored. Come on, kid. I've come a long way to find you here. Come back with me. We'll resist the beasts together first, and then we'll discuss with the Alliance's executives to find a way to deal with the 5-star ancient god. We need to give our boy. Yao Yunhai began another meaningless speech, even saying the word devotion with golden eyes and trembling. Yao Knight sneered. You fools have been brainwashed by the leader. Tell me what you got after your devotion? Is it that rickety figure or the little cultivation left? Or do you think your whole life took off after you saved the world and got a citation from your leader? Yao Yunhai was silent, but immediately afterward he immediately jumped to his feet, pointing his finger at Yao Knight and cursing angrily. You little brute. I won't allow you to talk about the organization like that. Are you still an alliance man? All of us are givers. Givers to the whole world. What do you know about the spirit of giving? You are a cannibalistic demon. Wow. With a wave of his hand, Yao Knight directly blew Yao Yunhai to the ground. You said yourself that I'm just a man-eating demon, but now you're asking me to give. Don't you think that's too ridiculous? So with that said, take your dedication and get the hell out of here. Boom! Yao Knight violently waved his hand, directly blowing Yao Yunhai out tens of thousands of meters away. The whole world was quiet at that moment. Meanwhile, Yao Yunhai, who was blown away, squatted on the ground with difficulty and kept pounding the ground. Why? Why is my son like this? It's amazing that he doesn't want to dedicate himself to the alliance at all. How could he be such a person? It was also when he was having a hard time to the extreme that a slimy figure suddenly appeared in front of him and spoke with a smile. Your Excellency is Yao Knight's father, right? Ha? You are? It doesn't matter who I am, but I can help bring your son back to you for a small price. Will you? The slimy man opened his mouth blandly, and after Yao Yunhai heard this, he nodded his head as if he were pounding garlic and agreed. And meanwhile, on the other side, the middle-aged man among the heavenly awakenings came to the mountain forest where Yao Knight was kneeling down and opened his mouth. My lord, all the ingredients have been processed. Shall we start making them now? Chapter 133, Chef Caesar. There are no vegetarians at this dinner. Are you done with it so soon? By the way, how about the chef I asked you to find? Have you found it? Yao Knight slowly came in front of the middle-aged man and faintly asked. Back to my lord. The only one willing to make human ingredients is a young chef who stayed behind. He says he's willing to do that, but wants us to pay him. Well, let's go see him then. I wonder what he wants. Soon he returned to the villa area. At the moment there was a rosy-cheeked young man sitting in the room. He immediately got up after seeing Yao Knight's arrival and bent down to speak. Honorable lord, I would like to cook your human ingredients. You? What would do? Yao Knight asked. Hearing this, Caesar's eyes flashed and he spoke very confidently. Your honor, I used to be a 5-rank chef in the pretty country. I can cook any ingredient, even if it's a large-scale cooking. Good. Then the hundreds of pounds of ingredients are yours. But if you let me down, I'll have you on the dinner plate along with the ingredients. Yes. The two talked for a while, and then Caesar was led in the basement of the villa to begin cooking hundreds of kilograms of ingredients. Although you were told in advance that the ingredient to be cooked was human flesh, but seeing such a large number of corpses with your own eyes, after still made Caesar very uncomfortable. He was even eager to vomit, but it was hardened by him. He was so short of money that he would not have been willing to do such a thing if it were not for the fact that this group of people were paying very handsomely. And in the upper part of the villa, the youth with double horns on his head slowly knocked on the door of the villa and met Yao Knight's 4 eyes. It's you, Yao Knight calmly said. It's me. Why didn't you call me when you opened the feast? Haven't I done you enough favors? The 5-clawed golden dragon said lightly, at the same time shrugged his nose hard, inhaling the smell of blood inside the villa. I thanked you then. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to advance to transcendence. Otherwise let's go to the basement together. The chef I hired is cooking. Could be. With that said, the two of them walked down to the basement together. During this process, Yao Knight's gaze landed on the 5-clawed golden dragon from time to time, trying to discern something from him, but unfortunately this guy seems to be a normal giant beast, only with the ability to take human form. Could it be that this 5-clawed golden dragon that saved me is really an ordinary giant beast? But why do I feel a different aura from him? Rather than think about it, Yao Knight leads him into the basement to watch Caesar make these ingredients. At this time, although Caesar was extremely disgusted inwardly by this ingredient of human flesh, he still did not show it in the slightest, but patiently made one piece of meat after another, non-stop grilling, cooking, frying and deep frying. Caesar did it with the utmost care, and every movement seemed to have been planned in advance. Then what's even stranger is that while he was making the ingredients, a wisp of something else appeared above his head and was even on the verge of coalescing into a prototype. Interesting, it's the celestial awareness seed. Yao Knight's gaze flickered slightly, and in this instant, the augur dragon silhouette behind him suddenly moved to come in front of the still unformed out shape. It looked around wantonly trying to see something, and as for Caesar, he was completely unaware that the two came, still immersed in the process of making the ingredients, putting their whole selves into it, along with his extreme seriousness. The fledgling mass at the top of his head coalesced more and more realistically, and in the middle of the day even coalesced into the image of a butcher. Butcher. Ah, it's also a rare heavenly pride, only to see the butcher's shadow above Caesar's head coalesce to completion. And at this moment, his progress was immediately much faster, and even he didn't automatically notice it. Well, do you want to become a heavenly determinator? That's a wonderful feeling, and with your own power, plus the power of the heavenly consciousness, you'll become even more powerful. Yao Knight twisted his head and smiled at the 5-clawed golden dragon. However, the 5-clawed golden dragon didn't seem to have a problem with this kind of power. and just shook his head without saying anything more. Well, are you planning on attending the banquet tonight? A seat can be saved for you. Could be. The five-clawed golden dragon said hoarsely. So, the two first came to wait in the banquet hall. This banquet hall was made by Yao Knights at great expense, the cost of which reached more than 30 million at the very least, and the entire venue had nearly 20,000 square meters, which could be said to be the largest area outside the villa area. The price tag of $30 million is a bit expensive, but to be able to make it in just a few days in the district is enough to qualify as an industrial miracle. Bringing the five-clawed golden dragon to the banquet hall, the two of them casually made some drinks and chatted while drinking. Alas, if it weren't for you saving me, I'm afraid I'd be dead. Then again, why did you save me? Yao Knight inquired as he sipped his wine. However, the five-clawed golden dragon did not say a word, just sipping his wine without saying a word. Seeing him in this state, Yao Knight was not discouraged, but continued to ask. That little boy who gave me dragon's blood was you too? I'm afraid I'll be a five-clawed golden dragon next time, but it seems I've seen that little boy in my dreams, and many times. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the five-clawed golden dragon suddenly stood up with a tang. Stood up with a sound. You've really seen it. So have you seen Grandpa Ancestor Dragon? The five-clawed golden dragon asked with some curiosity and eagerness on its face. Seen me? Not only have I seen it, but I know a few things about it. Now you have a divine scale, right? This thing will make you immune to all physical damage, and it was given to you by your grandfather, the ancestral dragon. Yao Knight smiled faintly. Hearing this, the five-clawed golden dragon was silent for a long time. Then you should understand that whether it's that five-star ancient god outside the Blue Heart, or the descent of other behemoths or threats from more distant places, it's all related to weirdness. They are in the planes of darkness, constantly sowing fear and disaster to the outside world. Even as a great reshuffling of the living takes place every 50,000 years, and now that date is not far off. We're likely to die under this shuffle. Yao Knight frowned. He did hear the word eerie planes in his dreams, but he didn't have a deep impression of it. Hearing it again at this moment, the memory that was in a dream has been awakened just then. However, his whole being was suddenly shaken, and his eyes looked so far above his head that they seemed to travel through the roof, through the atmosphere. Saw the planes that reeked of darkness far in the sky, the dark behemoths that descended in just an instant, as well as those dark bazaar that were hidden in the depths where no one could know, have poked up their heads to look remotely in the direction of the bizarre planes. In this distance from the weird planes to the blue star, a black maggot came rushing across the starry sky with an endless evil aura. It was feared that the distance between them differed by countless light years, but the speed of the darkness repeller was still very fast and close, crossing a star field every minute, so fast it's unbelievable. This is Jedi, Yao Knight muttered under his breath, acquiring the maggot's title from his memories in the dream world. What are you talking about? The five-clawed golden dragon on the side said with some doubt. Yao Knight frowned and spoke softly. Do you know Jedi? The moment he heard these words, the five-clawed golden dragon froze, then said thoughtfully, that's a bizarre creature in the bizarre planes that possesses the power to devour life. Basically a single maggot can swallow half of the starfield. What do you mean? Did you just see the Jedi? Didn't see it. It just popped into my head to ask. Yao Knight replied calmly. Not a trace of expression could be seen on his face. He wasn't sure if what he had just seen was a hallucination, so it was better to leave it for now. It was also just when the conversation between the two had reached an impasse that Thea figure walked in, followed by a succession of 1,000 heavenly awakenings slowly entering. They each had a puzzled look on their faces. Even with some fear originally being led to this unknown place, these heavenly consciousnesses had some uneasiness. Now this empty dining room is even more of a constriction for them. My lord, all have been brought. May I begin now? Let's arrange the seats first. Sit down in unison. The banquet will begin soon. Yao Knight arranged a sentence, and immediately after that, the middle-aged man began to find a good seat for this individual heavenly awakening. Half an hour later, all 1,000 heavenly consciousnesses were seated and waiting quietly, not daring to raise their voices. Please don't be too intimidated, everyone. I'm just here to invite you to join me for dinner. There's no need to be so formal. Everyone could have chatted and waited for the food to be served. Yao Knight comforted the crowd, and only at this moment did the 1,000 or so people dare to chat. But they didn't dare to be too loud, and as time slowly passed, the door to the hall was finally pushed open. Caesar led the 7 or 8 men who pushed the silver-colored food cart in. Silver-white dinner plates were placed one by one on the table and neatly arranged, along with plenty of champagne and drinks and such. Should I say no? The smell of the food was indeed enticing. It seemed to be a grilled meat flavor with some spaghetti mix in it, and it smelled appetizing. There were even some younger heavenly consciousnesses who couldn't help but want to start, but they didn't dare to move due to Yao Knight's pressure. There were people in the entire banquet hall who were fearful, people who were expectant, and people who already had thoughts of running away, but none of them dared to move or speak out of turn, feeling the strong sense of oppression brought about by the power. Yao Knight's body and mind were much more relaxed, so he smiled and opened his mouth. Oh, I told you a long time ago that I'm just here to treat you to a meal, so there's really no need for everyone to be so scared. Then we can get started next. But before the feast begins, I need to warn you all. Yao Knight narrowed his eyes and spoke in a resounding tone of attention. No vegetarians allowed at this dinner. Chapter 134, Taure Feast. Don't want to eat also have to eat. So now it's time to get started, folks. Lift the lid of this silver platter. These are some fine meats. Savor them with your taste buds. Yao Knight raised his arms and spoke in a loud voice. With the sound of his voice, the heavenly consciousnesses lifted the lids of the silver trays on the table, and beheld the tender, juicy human flesh inside. The smell emanating from it is almost maddening. It's ready to start, folks. But before I do, I'll toast you for your dedication to my cultivation. Let's begin, Yao Knight said with a smile, and then the dinner plate in front of him was also set with a plate of human meat. Without the slightest hesitation, he put a piece into his mouth after inserting it with his fork, enjoying chewing it twice and swallowing it. With him taking the lead, the rest of the heavenly awakenings hesitated for a moment and similarly began to eat meat. As soon as this human meat entered their mouths, some of the heavenly awakenings immediately rejoiced. Such a delicious flavor that they had never felt on top of any other meat before. So, some began to feast, while others remained vigilant and hesitant to move their chopsticks. Not all of the resolute enjoy cannibalism, and there are so many dozens of these 1,000 who are not willing to accept human flesh. Only a youth slowly stood up and wanted to leave the banquet hall. This meat must be consumed for the entire feast, and if you withdraw, then you can die. Yao Knight suddenly spoke in a cold voice, his eyes staring indifferently at the youth. The youth's eyebrows trembled at these words, and he hurriedly sat back down and began to eat the meat. And on the other side, another young girl, after getting 2 bites of meat, realized something was wrong and screamed and opened her mouth. It's human flesh. He tricked us into eating human flesh. Boom! Yao Knight viciously pinched his palm in the air and directly pinched the girl's head to burst, and red and white things scattered out in all directions. Eat if you're told to, or you can die if you don't want to. But if you want to talk nonsense, don't blame me for breaking off your limbs and making the same into ingredients. Yao Knight once again spoke in a cold voice, and this time finally did not make any mistakes. Feel the heavenly awakenings silently consumed human flesh, and even those who didn't like to eat had to take small bites while observing Yao Knight's movements. However, the group of heavenly jurors is very bizarre, and most of them are able to accept food like human flesh and eat it with gusto. At this moment 1,000 resolute people are eating. Some of the more excited ones can even be chewing on human flesh while sipping champagne, which is really pleasurable. Ha ha ha. Yao Knight's eyes showed satisfaction and he even laughed out loud. And at his side, the 5-clawed golden dragon sliced the human flesh into thin slices and sent them into his mouth to savor. You have done a fine job of hunting this man, and this piece of human flesh is surprisingly a part of a young girl's body. So tender and delicious, the 5-clawed golden dragon commented as he ate, a cozy expression and recognition on his face. Oh, that's natural. I'm serving you the calf meat of a wonderful young girl. I'm afraid you won't be used to eating it. Yao Knight laughed twice, his eyes filled with goodwill. At this moment, the entire banquet hall had just become a feast of gluttony. As the heavenly consciousnesses continue to feed, Thea's shadow began to emerge above their heads. Some were black dragons, some were ants, some were pythons, some were hyenas, lions and tigers, and even some were actually insects. These silhouettes gobbled up and kept growing themselves, and a wisp of breath floated up from the top of their heads. Then my exclusive feast is about to begin. Yao Knight licked his lips and said, Chapter 135, Devour until you achieve greatness. In the middle of the entire venue, as the heavenly awarenesses continued, there was actually one different silhouette after another, now over the entire venue, and on top of these virtual shadows, the rest of the aura drifted out. Yao Knight wiped the corners of his mouth. A finger stretched over. The Jiao Dragon's shadow behind him soared away, flying over these shadows, devouring a wisp of breath. Whoa! 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 Regardless of the fact that any heavenly Jedi would have a scent floating around after devouring human flesh, Yao Knight was devouring this scent before that. Whether it was a red dragon demon or an angel, these three would also produce breath when they devoured human flesh, and naturally, Yao Knight was able to bring his heavenly consciousness realm to the 6th turn with the aura produced by these three people. But it was a pity that one's realm was stuck at the 6th turn, and one was slow to advance after that. Even the Orthodox awakened realm has reached the Transcendent, but the heavenly awakened realm still hasn't shown any hint of looseness. Yet now, everything has finally changed. The devoured breath of 1,000 heavenly consciousnesses was enough to advance his heavenly consciousness realm from the 6th turn to higher. Boom boom boom. The augure's shadow kept devouring one breath after another, even so many breaths that he was a bit unable to devour them all. And along with that, the augure's silhouette continued to solidify, and the realm was rising by leaps and bounds. From the realm of the 6th revolutions all the way to the peak of the 6th revolutions, he entered the 7th revolutions without the slightest hindrance. Yet this was only half of the venue's breath that had been swallowed. Just as the augure's silhouette went to devour another breath, Another breath emerged from the place it had devoured before, which simply couldn't be devoured. Ha ha ha, swallow, swallow with all your might until you achieve greatness. Yao Knight let out a laugh, and after drinking a glass of champagne, he just sat quietly in place and watched the ogre's shadow devour. You're funny, or maybe you're a doer. The five-clawed golden dragon sliced off a piece of meat and chewed on it, saying, "Oh, what does that mean? Why do I have some trouble hearing it?" Yao Knight smiled and responded, "Oh, you should know something, shouldn't you? Or even you should know why you're so strong but you don't care about that at all. Instead you'll go and boost the power in another system, which is a bit unbelievable to me. This is equivalent to the fact that you clearly possess the qualifications to become a great emperor, but because this great emperor qualification originates from a gift from someone else, you didn't bother to enhance it, but instead kept practicing your own notorious spells. Okay." Yao Knight waved his hand and said indifferently, "Oh my dear golden dragon, you don't know me at all. Not even a little. I don't care who exactly bestowed me with the posture of a great emperor. I only know how to become stronger by any means necessary." The ogre's shadow, manipulated by the slight movement of Yao Knight's fingers, kept devouring at the same time. His heavenly awakening realm approached the 8th turn. After devouring it for close to 5 minutes, it directly broke through to the 8th turn. 8 turns of the heavenly awakening realm. This seemed to be the current limit, but Yao Knight understood that this was not enough. The ogre's silhouette devoured it once again. There was still a lot of breath in the entire venue. Not swallowing it would be a waste. At this moment, the body of the ogre's shadow appeared more and more solid, and he gradually began to fade away from the appearance of an ogre dragon, turning into a real dragon race in general. The originally black body continued to emit strands of golden color, and this ogre's silhouette gradually began to converge towards its true form. The five-clawed golden dragon frowned and said with some uncertainty, "What the hell do you want? Even if you achieve transcendence with a heavenly awakening, it would simply be impossible to be a match for an orthodox transcendence, unless your heavenly jade profession is extremely heaven-defying. What for? Do you need a reason to want to get stronger?" Yao Knight said with a smile, not paying any attention to the curiosity of the five-clawed golden dragon, instead continuing to devour, making the aura of the ogre dragon silhouette gradually approach the 9th turn from the 8th turn. This moment, there was a blandness in his eyes, but within that blandness was a deep color of madness. The five-clawed golden dragon keenly sensed this, but didn't say anything more. The guy in front of his own eyes had inherited his grandpa's legacy and had comprehended the oceanic intent in an extremely short period of time. Such a person was indeed a character, and he himself was not qualified to judge even if he was in the same realm as him. And meanwhile, in the very center of the city, the two 9 Revolutions realm guardians sat respectfully on either side of them, while in the center of them was a beast emperor who revealed the aura of a sea beast. You too. What I'm saying is not alarmist talk. At most, our giant beasts are just a bit more explosive in nature and like to eat people, but the guy you let in is a real killer. You don't suppose you don't know how many people he's killed in the Alliance area, as well as in Northern Europe? Almost hundreds of awakened, as well as ordinary people in the Union area, have suffered at his hands, and to top it off he made over 1 million people crazy in the Nordic region. Such a horrible as a plague killer. And you dare to leave him in the city? What a boldness! The young man in a black suit clapped his hands and said, although he was emitting a sea beast aura at the moment, the two 9 Revolutions guardians next to him were not repulsed. So what do you think we should do? What should we do in case he wants to destroy this place? Yeah, if he really has turned over 1 million people in Northern Europe into lunatics, wouldn't we be here? The two 9 Revolutions realm guardians discussed the matter, but could never come up with a good solution. The other party's transcendent realm alone was not something the two of them could resist, let alone drive the other party out. Ha ha ha, you two are right. Letting such a dangerous guy exist in your city is as threatening as a nuclear bomb. Since that's the case, why don't you leave this matter to the 3 of us, and we'll help you eradicate the scourge. The beast emperor finished speaking. Next to him once again came a man and a woman. The man looked a bit foolish, wearing a deep scar on his face and exuding the aura of a prehistoric megalodon. The woman, on the other hand, which looked like a statue, was pretty, but her face and body were angular, more akin to coral. These two are both famous guardians of our oceans. It's a profession with you guys, and the two of them were more than enough to help clean up that guy. The octopus beast emperor faintly said, this is not too good. Your Excellency, 3 are also giant beasts. If you enter our human city, don't hesitate. Let them get rid of that god of killers, and there will be peace from now on. The old man directly rejected the middle-aged man's hesitant words, instead turning his head and rushing at the 3 giant beasts to clasp his fists repeatedly. Let's do it now. The 3 of you. That guy is probably still in the villa area. Let's get him out of there overnight. In the middle of the meeting place, the ogre's shadow began to gradually launch itself toward the 9 revolutions. Although the impact had failed several times, there was a large amount of breath to replenish after each failure, so there was no fear of failure. Yao Knight used all of his mind to manipulate the ogre's shadow. At the same time, The aura in his body was extremely swollen, changing into a deep undercurrent after each failed impact on the ninth turn. Do you really want to choose such a strong impact method? You're strengthening your own base, thus depleting the base of the heavenly awakening augur. The five-clawed golden dragon frowned and reminded, ha ha ha, that's all you see. That's what I want to do. Don't you see what's really going on? Ya Knight said with a cold smile, and the moment he heard those words, the five-clawed golden dragon's face changed as he opened his mouth in surprise. What? What kind of mood is this? What kind of mood is this? Why have I never heard of it or seen it before? It looks too strange. This is my original intention. You can call him the meat-eater intention. Constantly devouring meat, thus making this intention even more and more perfect. This kind of intention. Guess how powerful he is. Ya Knight's calm voice with a wisp of madness came out. The five-clawed golden dragon gulped down his saliva. His eyes filled with shock. Generally speaking, awakened people are sensing things in heaven and earth as a way to gain a sense of meaning, but the ones that create their own moods are really rare, if not non-existent. This self-created intention should be strong. That's natural, but that's not the only intention. What meaning? Could it be that you still have intent? Of course. Have you heard of the dragon's intent? Don't be afraid. I'm sure I won't swallow you. After all, you're my savior. Ya Knight smiled and didn't explain anything more. At this moment, the augur shadow was still continuously devouring breaths to enhance itself. While Ya Knight was playing with a grey breath in his hand, this aura was the meat-eater intent. At this point he gazed around the entire hall and it was discovered that in the far corner, a middle-aged man had not even eaten the meat, but had made a few false moves to confuse himself. How can a presumptuous fellow come to a feast and not eat the food? Only to see him whispering under his breath. And then with a movement of his finger the grey aura rushed towards the middle-aged man in a hurry, entering his brow in a flash. Wow! Only 5 or 6 seconds had passed before the man's body instantly dried up and the muscles in his body disappeared drastically. But he couldn't scream out and because all the meat in the throat part has been swallowed by the grey breath. Only to see the man instantly turn into skin and bones and fall down helplessly. Ya Knight, on the other hand, hooked his finger to recall the grey breath that had just become 3 times its size into his hand. This is the meat-eater intent. One can devour meat to continuously become stronger. The more flesh and blood one devours, then the stronger the defense and attacks he can add to me. That's just as well. With my current realm, even if I devour meat there isn't much of an improvement. So I might as well just go ahead and devour the heavenly materials and treasures, and then let this meat-eater intent devour meat for me. Ya Knight muttered to himself. And just at that moment, the door to the entire banquet hall was suddenly opened. The 3 figures appeared uniformly at the location of the gate. The octopus beast emperor in the lead raised his head and said with indifferent eyes, "You're dying. Do you have any last words?" Chapter 136, Clueless Octopus Beast Emperor. Oh, why are you chasing after me? I really can't figure it out. Ya Knight stood up and looked down at the 3 transcendent beasts in front of him, as well as the octopus beast emperor who was clearly beyond the transcendent realm. Why? You got a meaning that doesn't belong to you. That's why. And you 5-clawed golden dragon, it's really not right for you to take sides with a human. Now if you don't make a move, maybe we can still forgive you. After saying these words, the coral woman next to her took the lead, and her entire body rushed over at breakneck speed. Ya Knight didn't even look at her, only lightly spitting out a word or two under his breath. Hi, town, boom. For a moment, the coral woman was frozen in place, and she seemed to see the ocean crushing her horizontally above her head. What was once an amiable ocean has turned into an angry sea wave that suppresses its own. Where did you find all these shrimp soldiers? Can't even understand how to play with intent and still dare to come snipe at me? Ya Knight said lightly, looking even more emboldened. Roar! Seeing that the octopus woman was suppressed, the megalodon shark madly rushed in and opened its bloody mouth to bite Ya Knight's throat. It wanted to bite Ya Knight's throat, but it was still stopped in its tracks by his move. See? Subdue. He was still stopped dead in his place. You guys go back. You can't kill me now. Maybe there was a chance when I was just acquiring the realm of intent, but it's too late now. Oh. Ya Knight laughed lightly. Too late? I'm a star in battle. Can't I kill you? The octopus beast emperor laughed coldly, and then black tentacles emerged from all parts of his body to strangle him. Swish! Without the slightest bit of nonsense, Ya Knight directly flung the grey carnivore intent over and instantly entered the octopus beast emperor's body. In just an instant, the octopus beast emperor's body began to convulse crazily. What the hell did you do? One could only see that in his body, flesh and blood were being devoured crazily while the meat-eater intent was expanding at a rapid pace. Along with the expansion of this intent, Ya Knight was able to feel his own strength getting stronger. It can't be. This can't be possible. How is this a new intent? Could it be that you've made another intention? How is this possible? At this time not only is the octopus beast emperor dumbfounded, even next to the 5-clawed golden dragon is also silent. A realm of intent that could directly devour the flesh and blood of another person's body. And it was important to know that the realm of intent was something that was basically undefendable. How is it possible to defend against devouring solid flesh and blood with an illusory thing? Looking at the octopus beast emperor hissing in pain, Yao Knight's expression remained unperturbed. Looks like you're shocked. What's there to be shocked about? This isn't even my full strength. Yao Knight smiled faintly, while at the same time, he only saw that scaly dragon silhouette instantly break through the shackles of the 8th turn and rush into the 9th turn realm. Boom! Tianju's aura of the 9 revolutions exploded out, and the scaly dragon silhouette completely metamorphosed into a golden dragon, becoming an orthodox oriental dragon. At this moment, this eastern dragon void completely solidified, becoming no different from a real dragon. This. Sky Awakener 9 turns. You actually. In this instant, the octopus beast emperor felt like the sky had collapsed, but just as he was filled with despair, he only saw Yao Knight make an extremely crazy move. Behind him, the silver dragon doppelganger suddenly flew out, and then took a bite out of the golden dragon silhouette. At this instant, no matter if they were present, anyone stared at the scene in front of them with a face full of horror, not understanding why Yao Knight was doing this. Ha. See clearly how the dragon's intent is created. Chapter 137, True Dragon Realm. 3 realms in 1. The silver dragon bit the golden dragon's body, but the golden dragon didn't let out any wail, just accepted everything with calm eyes, as if it was originally supposed to be like this. At the same time, the 5-clawed golden dragon as well as the octopus beast emperor who saw this scene, as well as the 2 attendants stared in disbelief, simply unable to believe the scene in front of them. Why would a good heavenly consciousness voider want to get killed? This was a 9th turn and it was considered an unrivaled high-end combatant, so to just give it a bite, wouldn't it be too much of that? Although the crowd had questions in their minds, they didn't say anything, but quietly watched Yao Knight perform, not even daring to breathe between this moment. The silver dragon constantly swallowed the golden dragon's body into the abdomen. Gradually the body were swollen, but the silver dragon did not have the slightest awareness of the meaning, but still swallowed. At this moment the 2 dragons, the devouring appearance silenced those present, while Sheikh suddenly turned his head and laughed at the 5-clawed golden dragon. You know what? Actually, swallowing you is about the same for me, but you've helped me 3 times, so I'm embarrassed to kill you. At these words, the 5-clawed golden dragon sweated. His own help Yao Knight naturally cannot be without purpose. He only saw Yao Knight as the successor of the ancestral dragon grandfather, so he will make a move. Did not expect this move today. Can also save himself. Oh, watch how the true dragon's intent appears. Yao Knight suddenly opened his mouth, only to see that at this moment, the silver dragon had already completely swallowed the golden dragon that had just metamorphosed into his stomach, while immediately after that, his body began to frantically digest it. Since his own life is connected to the silver dragon doppelganger. So after the silver dragon alter ego swallowed the golden dragon's shadow, it allowed its own side to feel a steady stream of power coming out of its body as well. But what it felt more was a feeling. In those words just now, he had actually lied to the 5-clawed golden dragon, with the purpose of just knocking the other party around a bit. The reason why he had to devour his resolute shadow was naturally because of the transformation of the intent. At this time, one could feel that a strand of intent with the flavor of a heavenly awakened one emerged from itself, and as the silver dragon continued to digest it, this strand of intent became more and more obvious. And since the golden dragon shadow that was swallowed was itself a part of himself, the more watery this intention appeared. After the burning, Yao Knight raised his arms and silently felt himself, the true dragon intent that was constantly surging out. He raised his hands and threw his feet with a feeling of majesty, like a tyrant, more like a 9-to-5 god. This really made him get the intention. The octopus beast emperor's body trembled. He wanted to leave, but realized that he couldn't do so at all, or else the slightest movement would usher in the other party's head-on attack. Yao Knight toyed with the faint strand of golden light on his palm and whispered under his breath, I see. The dragon's intent is actually the emperor's intent. The true dragon is the emperor, and the emperor is the true dragon. So that means that this is the emperor's intent for me, and likewise the true dragon's intent. Retracting the smudge of golden light in his hand, he lowered his eyebrows to look at the octopus beast emperor in the hall and laughed softly under his breath. I won't kill you. You can go back. But these 2 men of yours need to stay alive. When these words came out, the color of the megalodon and coral woman's faces changed, and they hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness again and again. However, Octopus Beast Huang spoke with a question in his gaze. Why? Obviously they are only obeying my orders to kill you. Yet you want to kill them and not me? Ha? Why? The 2 of them are just trash, following your words to kill me, and are themselves nothing but brainless things that would be of little use to your Lord Elgardo if they were kept, and not kill you because I don't want to villainize my relationship with Elgardo. Go back and pretend you were never here and never saw your 2 henchmen. Yao Knight laughed lightly with a mocking look on his face. With these words, the octopus beast emperor no longer dared to say anything more, but left in a hurry, ignoring the pleas of his two subordinates, and as he left, Megalodon and Coral Woman fell to their knees and trembled. However, they were faced with a pouncing bloody mouth. The silver dragon doppelganger swallowed these two people in one bite and immediately began to digest them. These are two transcendent level behemoths, and has the ability to transform into shape. Almost the moment it enters the body, Yao Knight's side of the evolutionary progress has begun to grow. At first it was only about 0.3%, but after swallowing these two it went up from 0.3 to 1.5, 2.3%, 3.4%, 4.5%, 6.9%. Eventually, the two were completely digested, and the evolutionary progress increased to 8%. Swallowing two transcendent level behemoths will only provide me with 8% evolutionary progress nowadays. If you want to fully evolve and complete, you need to swallow dozens of transcendent behemoths if you want to swallow only behemoths. But you can't do that now. Outer space was ringed by a 5-star ancient god, while a bizarre creature named Jedi from the bizarre plains descended. This double threat makes Yao Knight have to dampen the desire for these giant beasts of the blue star. Not eating these guys might give your side more wiggle room, but once the number of strong people became smaller, then it was likely that these two existences would put their eyes on themselves. Alas, forget it. In that case, let's put off the intention to evolve. Unless it needs a heavenly treasure that can be swallowed, the rest of it is not needed. Yao Knight calmly muttered a couple sentences, then looked at some of the heavenly awakenings in the arena who were still feeding. However, after seeing the gases emerging from the tops of these heavenly awakenings' heads, his gaze flickered once again. Return! He gently hooked his finger. A breath continuously emerged in front of him, and then directly along into the middle of his body. Surprisingly, it's really possible. After devouring the heavenly consciousness shadow, I also possess the power to draw on this kind of aura. At the moment his mind was filled with a sense of intoxication. After this kind of breath entered his body, it continuously nourished his lofty realm, making the whole realm become more and more huge, and even produced a sense of sheer dominance. Painful, has an addictive feel to it, Yao Knight said with infatuation in his eyes. He then scanned the entire hall with his eyes, and realized that only a portion of the people who were now eating meat, that the rest of them had become jittery due to the previous descent of the octopus beast emperor, and were currently cowering on their stools. Everyone through and through. Eat for me. Stop gawking here. This is a dinner party. You're not invited to gawk, Yao Knight roared, waking up everyone. So these people hurriedly began to move their chopsticks, and immediately afterward a large amount of breath continuously emerged from above their heads, and shaking was hooking these breaths over in strands, continuously growing itself. Time was slowly passing while his intent was expanding rapidly, becoming more and more solid and tough. Time flies. Over the turn of the eye is 3 hours past, and at this moment on the desktop of the human meat had been consumed. Not much left. That's about it. That's enough for today. You may leave, you guys. If you have any monetary needs or physical ones, come to me and I will help you find a solution to that. Thank you for your dedication and for contributing to this dinner. Yao Knight said a few crowning words and then dismissed the men. Soon the only people left in the entire hall were him and the 5-clawed golden dragon. 2 people, sitting in their chairs without saying a word. Your current battle power should be 1 star, right? With the 3 realms of intent united, I'm afraid that even Elgardo will have to look at you differently. The 5-clawed golden dragon skimmed his head and said with surprise in his gaze, oh, overthink it. Elgato is better than me. He should have 2 stars. Well, something's not right. What's going on? Yao Knight's suddenly eyes froze. Then his eyes looked to the huge news panel seen from the window through the distant square. Mankind will make a final peace with the behemoth, initially set for July 28th. See that news? The final peace talks between humans and behemoths are July 28th, and today is July 27th. Yao Knight suddenly opened his mouth, his gaze somewhat cold as he looked at that huge news panel, a contemplative look surging in his eyes. What do you mean? After the peace talks it's all out war? The 5-clawed golden dragon asked. That's pretty much it, but now that the stock god in outer space hasn't been resolved, it's unwise for them to be in such a hurry to weaken their internal forces. Looks like we need to make a trip to the conference to stop these stupid guys from cutting themselves off, Yao Knight said with calm eyes, his gaze revealing a contemplative look. Don't even think about it. There's no way that group of war crazies will listen to you. They'll only do infinite evils for limited resources, and it's simply a pipe dream to want a truce, the 5-clawed golden dragon said with some hesitation. Even by virtue of him he couldn't do something like making both sides stop fighting, and although the 5-star ancient god is a threat, there's still a long time before it completely kicks in. That's why these people started the war first. Oh, there's no time for that. The Jedi are coming. They'll all be dead by then. Yao Knight sneered. What? What did you say? Absolute? The 5-clawed golden dragon suddenly stood up with a tang sound, and asked with shock and doubt in his eyes, are you really sure the Jedi will descend? We need to get out of this starfield in a hurry if that thing descends. there's no need to be so scared. Let's see if there's a solution first. Even we can't keep traveling across the stars, unless there's a clear goal and you can find the next planet to land on with great speed. It's better not to leave Blue Star, Yao Knight said as he lit a cigar with a wisp of worry in his eyes. Well, after we smoke this cigar we should go and talk to the warmongers, but don't let the Jedi and the 5-star ancient gods destroy the planet before they can even power up. Chapter 138 Distant Jedi on the Endless Wilderness. Yao Knight brought the 5-clawed golden dragon to wander around together, constantly searching for something in the grass. Can we really find it? Legend has it that the grass is desperate because the Jedi can't get to it. Yao Knight raised his head, his gaze looking straight at the 5-clawed golden dragon as he asked, "You don't understand this, do you? The creatures of heaven and earth naturally have their own laws of operation. Once one senses the coming of destruction, then any kind of plant or animal will feel an instinctive palpitation of the heart. The black grass is bound to show up. Look at this." I saw the 5-clawed golden dragon bend down, pulling a black grass from the grass and holding it in his hand. The color of this grass is extremely dark, and even carries a hint of eerie aura on it, making people suspect that it is a hair from some huge weird creature. Look at this grass. Just take him to those war crazies and they'll all shut up. The 5-clawed golden dragon took this black grass and came to Yao Knight and said in a pathetic tone, "Well, since we've got the stuff, it's time for us to get going." Yao Knight nodded, and then the two of them transformed into 2 long rainbows and headed straight to where the Alliance was located. More than 3 hours later, the two arrived at the very center of the Alliance military region, although there were people who blocked them just now. But considering that the two were Transcendents, they didn't dare to say anything more and allowed them to pass. At this point in time, the Alliance had already established this military district at the location on the edge of the coastline, and the leader who was now in charge of fighting the entire marine life was named Yichen. The two of them naturally wanted to talk to Yichen first. "Both of you please wait a moment. Commander Yi will be here in 3 minutes. Why don't you two sit down and have a cup of tea first?" A soldier invited the two into the conference room while making 2 cups of good tea. TSK. Yao Knight sipped his tea and sighed under his breath. These guys are fighting a war, but they're even getting into the whole enjoying the dragon well thing. Oh, humans have always been like that. The 5-clawed golden dragon laughed. However, Yao Knight found something in those words. The 5-clawed golden dragon seemed to think of himself as one of his own kind, in the way that an augur would think of a fellow dragon. Not a human, but it didn't matter. He didn't care about any of that. Nowadays the most important thing is to consolidate all the battle forces of Blue Star, hoping to survive for a while under the advent of the Jedi. By the way, brother, what kind of starfield was Jedi in when you saw him? Maybe I can recognize it, the 5-clawed golden dragon suddenly asked. And at this moment Yao Knight thought back a bit. His previous memory of Jedi's figure was appearing within a sea of clouds. I remember a sea of white clouds while there were tons of pink butterflies appearing in the clouds. Do you recognize them? At these words the 5-clawed golden dragon closed its eyes and fell into deep thought. After a few seconds of silence opened his eyes and said, "As I recall, the Cloud Sea astral domain is hundreds of star fields away from our place. If the Jedi want to come here it will take some time. The longest is no more than 10 years. The shortest should be a year." Well, a year really isn't very generous. Yao Knight also let out an involuntary sigh. He had managed to reach the Transcendent realm with great difficulty, but he didn't realize that there was still the threat of such a terrifying creature. It was also at this moment that footsteps sounded outside the door, and soon 2 figures walked in. The young man at the head was wearing a suit with a straight body, and at a glance, he was Commander Yichen, but that old man behind him turned out to be Yao Yunhai again. Chapter 139, Persuasion to no avail. Devouring the Swamp Godhead. Welcome you two to our military district. I wonder what you are doing this time. Yichen smiled and opened his mouth to clasp his fists, a respectful look appearing on his face. Even if he was the so-called military region commander, he still had to maintain a humble attitude when facing a transcendent powerhouse. "Come to carry on our will? Child, it seems you are willing to return to our embrace. To return to the embrace of the entire nation? I was not wrong about you," Yao Yunhai suddenly said excitedly. Looking at him with a face full of excitement, Yao Knight frowned. Now he can be said to be very disgusted with this father of his. 3 times to say these have and have not things. Simply do not be too annoying. Can you get him out of here? We are here to discuss important matters, and I don't want this kind of loiterer here, Yao Knight said in a calm tone, unable to hear any joy or anger. At these words, a silence fell over the scene. Yichen twisted his head to look at Yao Yunhai somewhat speechless. He was listening to the other side said that he was Yao Knight's father, which brought on the other side. He didn't expect to actually incur Yao Knight's dislike. This is really stealing a chicken and not being able to eat it. Old Mr. Yao. Otherwise you can go out first. I'll talk to them, Yichen said with a respectful look on his face. After all, Yao Yunhai was also considered a person who had contributed to the country, so it was not good to be too harsh. Humph. Chatting is fine. I won't be involved in your affairs from now on, and you still won't let me participate. You'll regret it sooner or later. You're treating a country's meritorious servant like this. It's not right. Yao Yunhai cursed and eventually walked out of the room. And next the whole room fell into silence, with only the sound of the clock clicking away. Meanwhile the three fell into an eerie silence, not knowing whether it was because they were in a battlefield or because what they were going to say next was too heavy. All three of them were silent for a long period of time, before Yao Knight finally opened his mouth to break the silence. Stop the war with the behemoths. It is not time to divide the planet with them, because an even more formidable enemy has descended. And besides, the threat of the ancient gods is close at hand. If we don't stop, then the result could be total extinction. Yao Knight sipped a mouthful of dragon well and said in a flat tone, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter, just like the old ladies chatting under the acacia tree. Yi Chen, who heard these words, shook his head, and there was some helplessness in his eyes. There is no stopping the war. You may be strong and understand combat, but you definitely don't understand the game of capital. After a pause, Yi Chen said with a harder light flashing in his eyes, you should understand that nowadays, the entire Blue Star human economy, because of the emergence of the giant beasts into stagnation in the middle of the rich people, are only an extremely small number of people. Only those strong awakened people have a large amount of money. The ordinary people have long been in deep water. And what's worse, all countries today are in a state of financial crisis. Unless a war is waged as a way to amass massive amounts of money, the human economy will remain stagnant, thus preventing development from moving forward. Let me put it another way that you can understand. War advances society and likewise allows capital to enrich itself. So when the behemoths attacked, we accepted the war without hesitation. After hearing these words, Yao Knight and the five-clawed golden dragon fell into silence. Today's economy is in a global downward spiral, and if it wants to improve, the only way is indeed to start a war. Well, in that case, you'll start it up, and there's no need to explain anything more, Yao Knight said flatly, then made a wink at the five-clawed golden dragon, and the two of them left together. At this moment, the two of them did not have any intention of staying, and left as soon as they said they would, and even once they left the house, they directly moved away from the entire military area, unwilling to stay any longer. Where should we go now? Is the war really unstoppable? I don't know, go ask Elgato what he thinks. The leaders of today's human society have had their hearts eroded by profit and don't even care about their lives anymore, so there's no need to pay attention to this group of guys. Yao Knight spat out a sentence lightly from his mouth, and then the two figures transformed into a long rainbow and rushed directly into the Atlantic Ocean from a high altitude. Sinking deeply into a single massive figure swam past the alien edge of the dark ocean, and the same two giant dragon figures swooped down, plunging deep directly into the Marianas Trench. Just as they arrived at the very edge of the Mariana Trench, however, the figure of Elgato appeared, seemingly having waited for the crowd for a long time. Long body full of oppression like razor-like scales seemed to split the human soul. See the two descending, he said calmly, I know why you have come, but the war can no longer be stopped. The desire of the behemoth community is not simply to take over the ocean, the oppression and massacre of our countrymen on land, and the fact that we cannot live in the sea. This is the will of the entire behemoth pack, and if humans are going to defy that will, then they're going to have to pay a high enough price. We all have our different positions, and to give up one's position for what you call a danger yet to come is certainly to concede defeat to the other. Before the two could even open their mouths, Elgato spouted off a long string of philosophical dramas that the two couldn't refute, and neither of them were even able to do so. Elgato was right. This is not a nice fairy tale world. Just based on a sentence of imminent danger to make the two communities to give up the war, this plan is really a little too naive. Seeing that the expressions of the two were still somewhat hesitant, Elgato's huge eyes flashed, then spoke. The threat of the five-star ancient gods you speak of and the Jedi that have yet to descend have actually been predicted by the supreme being in the ocean. Whatever will become of this planet, the oceans will not be affected, since you two are beasts. I'll allow you to enter the middle of the ocean, but if it's any other human, it's a no-brainer. Yao Knight's eyes instantly lit up at these words. Then he opened his mouth to ask, who is the supreme one? Can you reveal it? Ha! Elgato just sneered twice without a word. But after a moment's hesitation he spat out a few words. The Most High is the Most High, a little more powerful than me, with power over the entire ocean. The words were tantamount to not saying anything, and Yao Knight waved his hand to signal that he didn't need to continue. He winked at the five-clawed golden dragon, and the two bid farewell to Elgato. 2 trips down the road and both forces are reluctant to give up the option of war, even when they were told that great dangers would befall them and that they would need the power of the entire blue planet to fight them together. They were still unwilling to give up. What are we going to do now? Should we just leave the planet or keep waiting? The five-clawed golden dragon twisted his head and asked. Depends. If the Jedi descend, we'll just leave. But we need to find a suitable planet in the universe. By the way, there's something else I wanted to ask you. What is it? Why is it that when you revealed your golden dragon body earlier, there was a sense that you had no intellect, and that you were searching for me when you revealed yourself many times? Yao Knight asked. No, there was still a weird aura surrounding me at that time, and I wanted to look for you out of instinct, but if I really searched quietly, I could easily find you, and it was just a misunderstanding before. In that case, it couldn't be better. The two didn't say much more. Eventually, after half a day of searching in Yao Knight's, an ancient deity's ruins were discovered in the Western European zone. There should be quite a lot of treasures in that ancient deity ruins in the Western Europe location. I'm going to swallow those to enhance my strength. Let's go together, Yao Knight offered. Well, whatever you want, I'll follow you. The two did not talk much, but rushed together to the location of the Western Europe, and after flying close to 2 hours or so came to a forest wrapped in green bubbles. It seems like that deity is already in a semi-resuscitated state. Otherwise this bubble wouldn't have appeared. I'm going to go in and swallow him. Okay, I'll marshal for you. The two of them casually said a few words. Then Yao Knight directly tore open the bubble and walked in, looking outside the bubble. It appeared to be a bright green forest within the bubble. But if you rip open the bubble and walk inside, you'll find that the interior is all a filthy swamp. Interesting, is it the god of the swamp? Yao Knight's gaze flickered. Then he continued to fly, searching for anything related to deities in this swamp, but sadly after half a day of searching, not a single useful thing was found. Just as he was about to continue deeper he noticed a stone platform in the center of the swamp, and on it was a brown gemstone. At this moment, a feeling of longing welled up within him, so he flew over, grabbed the stone, and made the silver dragon doppelganger swallow it, devour the swamp sigil. Congratulations on your new evolutionary direction. Swamp dragon can transform itself into a swamp of mud. Chapter 140. The god of swamps cries. It was also the moment he devoured this godhead that his evolutionary progress grew a bit more again. 19%. Interesting, this godhead can actually allow me to grow my evolutionary progress by so much. After a pause, he looked at all his current skills and how far his attribute points had grown. Name, Yao Knight. Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor. Demon God Class, SSS. Tianjue Role, Little Snake, Realm of the Heavenly Consciousness, Hatching, Realm, Transcendent First Order, Physical, 1 star, Spirit, 1 star, Skills, Poison, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Evil 9 Kills exclusive to human form, Wild Hope, Green Source, Silver Moon / Split, Silver Dragon, Strength, Dragon Plus, Evolutionary Direction, 5-Clawed Golden Dragon, Swamp Dragon to be selected, Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor. Demon God Level, Skills, Poison, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Wild Hope. On the other side, Phantom Blood, Green Source, Silver Moon Body, Infinite Dragon Ancestor. In human form, you can make a doppelganger become a seal form to augment yourself, increasing your strength tenfold. In bilocation form, it can infinitely devour and strengthen itself, and at the same time, strengthen the main body. Divine craftsmanship, unlimited mental power, can divide countless minds. Treasure making talent increased. That's the current attributes. 1 star would not be a match for Elgato, Yao Knight muttered. Yet just then a voice that didn't quite fit 11 suddenly rang out. Who are you? What the hell have you done? Where is my godhead? Where did you get my godhead? How did you get in here? Only to see a huge lump of mud mixture floating up from underneath the swamp. Its eyes looking at Yao Knight's in shock and with fear. But you're so disgusting looking. Like a lump of shit. It's hard to swallow. Yao Knight spat out a sentence. At the moment he constantly feel the god frame is digested own strength crazy growth. At the same time also some do not want to eat this swamp monster. You thief, give back my godhead. The swamp monster roared angrily and then swung a large amount of mud and sand flying over. Yao Knight did not even look at him, only to see him waving his hand to condense a large amount of seawater rushing down to mix all the mud together. And even some places have become clear. Die far away from me. I feel sick even swallowing you. Yao Knight cold snort is about to leave, but this swamp god is still deadlocked not to let go. Crazy pursuit behind him constantly shoot out a lot of mud. Get out! Yao Knight suddenly waved his hand, only to see all the seawater coalesce to form a fist that ruthlessly smashed into the swamp monster's head, splitting his head into pieces. Oh, you can't do this. Without my godhood, I'm just a monster. I'm a god. A god. The god of the swamp cried out. Yao Knight, however, didn't even look at him, just kept pushing out the ocean's giant hand to slap him into a puddle of mud, while he himself tore open the green screen and walked out. You can't do this. Without the godhead, I'm just a monster. I want a deity. I'm a deity. The god of the swamp cried out loudly, his tone filled with despair. Without his godhood he could only be nothing more than a monster. This is a bit too big of a fall for him who was once a god. But certain people don't care about his feelings. Yao Knight easily tore through the green screen and walked out. And the 5-clawed golden dragon hurriedly inquired, how's it going? Did it go well? Well, it's not too bad. Except that this guy is a bit stubborn. It's already been taken care of by me. Let's continue searching for the next deity ruins, Yao Knight said with a smile. Then he and the five-clawed golden dragon once again flew high into the sky. Searching for traces of the deity ruins, the ruins of the gods that one has visited so far can be considered a goose chase, although the blood god ruins hadn't been fully developed by him. After all, the blood god had been kind to himself, so he tried his best not to hit her thus. Yao Knight's eyes again looked toward the center in the western zone. Something's not quite right. I remember. That location should be the location of the Statue of Liberty in the pretty country. But why is there an aura of God emanating from it? Chapter 141, Free Will. Pretty country gods, does the beautiful kingdom have the scent of a god? Why didn't I detect it? That said, that country possesses a history of only a mere 100 years, so how could a deity appear? The five-clawed golden dragon said with a smile, not believing Yao Knight's words. Ha! Go over there and see if you don't know. I did detect the presence of a god's aura at the location of the Statue of Liberty. It's very likely that the vampires messed up. Yao Knight smiled and said, now that he had a lot of free time to use to improve himself to keep getting stronger. Since that was the case, then he would go over and take a look. Thus, the two people turned into two long rainbows and sped away, stirring up the waves on the ocean. Following their figures, only half an hour had passed before the two had arrived outside the Statue of Liberty. Yao Knight's eyes looked at the statue calmly, not knowing what he was thinking about, and eventually, it was the five-clawed golden dragon that was surprised and pointed at the location of the statue's head and opened his mouth. You're right. There is indeed a divine aura in here, but it seems to be rather juvenile, like a new god being born. Ha! Just open it up and find out what the hell it is. Pretender! Yao Knight let out a cold laugh, followed by a two-handed fist blast to Liberty's head. Boom! However, just as the front of the punch was about to come into contact with the goddess of freedom, a green figure suddenly appeared, surprisingly stopping the punch without any movement, and warning words came out of its mouth. Outsiders, get out of here. This is not an area where you can set foot. How dare you make a move against the god of freedom? I see that you don't want to mix. The person who spoke had a head full of green hair, even his eyes were green, and he was hunched over like an old man. Funny, really funny. I say, how come the pretty country has not been the least bit impressed with the international situation in recent years? So this is where they're raising their gods. It seems that all the gods that haven't awakened are in your country. Especially outrageous is this god of liberty, who has used the freedom of worship of an entire nation of people as a medium to parasitize the statue of the goddess of liberty. Am I right? The god of grass and trees? Yao Knight's calm and indifferent words came out like a heavy hammer hitting the heart of the god of grass and trees. He frowned as a green aura surged around him and opened his mouth in warning. I'm going to give you one more chance to get out of here and pretend nothing happened, or you will pay for your behavior. Oh, what a big mouth. I won't leave. I still want to see what you guys are up to. The corner of Yao Knight's mouth pulled out a cruel smile, followed by his entire body roaring to life, grabbing the god of grass and wood's neck in a vicious pinch. Click, 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 click. The god of grass and wood's bow terrier instantly shattered, and his entire body faded backward crazily, followed by the emanation of his hands. Shu Green Light grabbed his neck and flew to repair it. It was also while taking advantage of this gap that Yao Knight flew to the front of the Statue of Liberty, and then grabbed at Liberty's head. Ka! But at this very moment, two more figures appeared and stopped him without any surprise. These two figures were black and white, one filled with a sinister aura while the other was all righteousness. Interesting. You ancient gods are really all in the pretty kingdom. How about it? Is it staying here to establish a new god kingdom? Yao Knight let out a fierce smile. He was still not too clear about the purpose of these deities, but a great interest had arisen within him. He had to find out what these guys were up to today. Knowing that the number of ancient deities, I'm afraid that they all exceeded 1,000. So huge, and all of them were above 9 turns of battle power. There might even be a couple 1 or 2-star combatants. With such a large force gathered together, it would simply be beyond the ability of the current human race to resist if they were to stage some kind of coup or something like that. And now he guessed that the pretty country was feared to exist in name only, and that it was already the land of the gods. The most important point was that now that the humans and the behemoths were in a full-scale war, both forces were likely to be damaged. While the gods were happy to be here, they do not engage in any war in the least, which would preserve their strength in large numbers. In the future, if they want to do something to them or they do something to someone else, it will be hard to resist. Outsider, leave from here at this point. We will not hold you responsible. If you try to make a move on the Statue of Liberty again, don't blame us for being merciless. That black and white twin fiends warned in unison, a trace of scorn as well as disgust surging in their eyes. Five-clawed golden dragon, you go and pester a few of them. I'm going to break this Statue of Liberty, but let's see what they're up to. As soon as Yao Knight said this, the five-clawed golden dragon hastily pounced on him, immediately entangling with the black and white twin fiends. Meanwhile, the god of grass and wood side of the neck hadn't been repaired yet, and he couldn't even judge the orientation, so he rushed straight over, only to see the silver dragon detachment behind him suddenly appear, and finally slammed fiercely towards Lady Liberty. Bang! In this moment, the whole world was silent. The Statue of Liberty broke apart silently, while a small baby appeared at the head. No! The god of grass and trees cried out in pain. That black and white double demon also hissed in agony, while at the same time more furious roars rang out from the territory of the pretty country, as one god after another blasted into existence. Kagami Tishin, god of the sky. Raijin, white god, god of animals, god of the sea, god of skin. All sorts of different deities appeared in the air, and their gazes were grim as they looked at the Statue of Liberty as well as that culprit Yao Knight, who had destroyed the Statue of Liberty. Although these deities also possessed a certain amount of strength, they were merely 9 turns 1 or 8 turns and not too strong. What was even more amazing was that there were several other auras that were similar in strength to Yao Knight's, and the others arriving one after another to appear in the air. Just look angrily at the baby and the goddess statue and the culprit Yao Knight's. With the arrival of these people, the 5-clawed golden dragon gradually could not withstand the pressure somewhat, so it gave up in the black and white double demon's entanglement, but instead hurriedly came to Yao Knight's side and opened his mouth to ask after dryly coughing twice, "What should we do now? So many deities have gone up to 200 at least, and there are also 7 or 8 with similar strength to you and me. What should we do? This is no match at all," he said in an anxious tone, because almost all of those deities in the history books had appeared here, and their numbers were still increasing, and this kind of power was simply not something that the two of them could resist. Outsiders, why break the growth of the god of freedom? A noble woman with wings on her back walked over. This person needed no introduction. At first glance, she was the god of the sky, the growth of the god of freedom. Yao Knight did not answer her question, but instead, his eyes lowered, inadvertently swept a glance at the baby inside the statue, then slowly walked over. "I'm really sorry. I just destroyed this statue by accident. I didn't realize that the Lord of the gods of all of you is sleeping here. If I knew that he was here, then I definitely wouldn't have done it, but unfortunately everything is too late." Yao Knight's eyes were sincere, and he said with a very sincere tone, unable to see any problems, "Asshole, you're the one who clearly destroyed the Statue of Liberty, and you're still talking nonsense here. You asshole." The god of grass and trees, who had already recovered himself, roared angrily. However, upon hearing this, Yao Knight shook his head and said with some regret, "It's not that I intend to disturb the slumber of your king of gods, but because I'm really curious as to what's inside the statue of a god. If you give me a chance now, I can help you restore the idol." "Oh, the statues have been destroyed. How should I become asleep now?" The god of grass and trees said with a sneer in his tone. However, the sky god, who was the leader of the gods, nodded his head and spoke after a flash of his eyes, "If you can really recover the statue, maybe we can let you leave peacefully today. If you can't recover it, as you can see, we gods have all descended. You won't be able to escape. Lord Sky God, don't trust him. He's just a clown. How can you listen to him? Yeah, how could someone like that possibly fix the statue? And the god of freedom would have to be a 1:1 replica of Lady Liberty for the statue to hatch fully. How could he possibly do such a thing? Don't trust him. Let's kill him now or we'll just create more trouble, oh my lord." The gods wailed and complained. But the god of the sky didn't care about that and instead made a gesture of invitation for Yao Knight to walk straight over. Yao Knight's gaze flickered in full view and he walked straight over, came to the baby body of the god of freedom that existed peacefully in that statue. The little baby was radiantly white, holy and epic in a mythological sense. Just judging from this god of freedom possesses a battle power that is about to surpass that of the 9 revolutions in its infant state alone. If fully grown, then there is a good chance that it will transcend transcendence and elevate its realm to 2 stars. The strength of the 2 stars was already comparable to that of the ocean lord Elgardo, and just letting him grow again might allow these gods to ripen him into an adult body in just a few months. To say that he should be allowed to survive to fend off the 5-star ancient gods later, or the Jedi that descended. Yao Knight thought it was heavenly. These deities are so high up that they don't engage in any wars, but instead, they are perched on the land of the pretty country, eroding the entire country and turning it into a land of deities. Trying to get these guys to engage in a war to defend their homes is simply fanciful. Since you have power and are not willing to contribute that power, it would be better not to have it. Yao Knight's eyes were extremely cold as he stretched out his finger and pointed it at this baby's forehead for a split second, and the carnivore intent swarmed out. He's going to eat the god of freedom, the king of the gods. Chapter 142, The Wrath of the Gods. Massive Scourge. Carnivore intent is like a black breath lightly touching the baby body of the god of freedom, then slowly integrating into it. In that instant, the baby's entire body began to tremble, while at the same time, the gazes of the gods looked on. Lord Sky, we can't let him touch the God King. Yes, Lord Sky, Lord Liberty is our king. How can we allow a human to touch it? There is no way he can restore the Statue of Liberty. Lord Sky, kill him quickly. He'll definitely turn against the God of freedom. The gods roared and complained, but none of them dared to step forward because the authority of the god of the sky had been deeply imprinted in the hearts of the gods, and no one dared to disobey his will. And at this moment, with the questioning voices of the gods, a hint of uneasiness welled up within the god of the sky. Previously, when she heard that this human was able to restore the Statue of Liberty, she still had some expectations within her, but now it seemed how he had touched his own god king's baby to go up. Human, what the hell are you doing? Why don't you repair the statue instead of touching the god king? What do you mean? Finally, the sky god couldn't help but question. However, just at this moment Yao Knight slowly turned around and calmly walked towards the crowd. What's the rush? This matter of repairing the statue cannot be rushed. I need to judge the physical condition of your god king before I can repair the statue. What do you understand? Yao Knight roared, causing everyone to look at each other in disbelief. Not daring to say anything more. At the same time, he slowly left the range of the Statue of Liberty and instead began to approach the five-clawed golden dragon. At this point, the gods were too embarrassed to say anything more, and could only watch such a scene unfold. Yao Knight retreated outward while his gaze glanced at that god king baby. The aura of this god king baby should be said to be simply powerful to the extreme. After his own carnivore intent rushed into his body, he began to devour it in a big way. But surprisingly, it didn't reduce his divine light. It just slightly reduced it, and outsiders can't see it at all. But this is just right. Yao Knight slowly retreated, and soon he arrived at the side of the five-clawed golden dragon. No, big brother, can you really repair the statue? The situation is a bit tense right now, the five-clawed golden dragon said with an anxious tone in his voice. After all, nowadays almost half of the gods are in front of them. The slightest carelessness is the end of the pulverized bones. Oh, what's the hurry? We'll run when I say run. Run! Yao Knight roared angrily, and immediately afterward, his entire body sped away at great speed. At the same time, the five-clawed golden dragon directly transformed into the body. After the speed surge firmly followed behind Yao Knight, the crowd was almost dumbfounded at this moment. As they hurriedly looked towards the God King's position point, one could only see that the aura of the God King baby had actually gradually decreased a bit, and the divine light on his body surface had also weakened. The more important point is that the baby God King in his own house started crying. Nope, that guy did something to the God King. Give chase, the god of the sky roared, her tone filled with a sense of self-blame as she took the brunt of the chase after these two. Immediately after, the gods also swarmed. To know that several of these gods are Transcendent realm, soon caught up with Yao Knight and the five-clawed golden dragon. Seeing that these mad dog-like deities were about to approach, Yao Knight didn't even say a word and directly commanded the silver dragon detachment away, allowing it to entangle the gods to death. The five-clawed golden dragon was surprised to the extreme at the moment, and hurriedly asked in a trembling voice, "What are you doing? Don't you want this dragon?" He said in an extremely heartbroken tone. "Oh, you don't have to worry about that. I have my own way." Chapter 143, Truce, Truce, Truce. Then you can't be like that. Even a doppelganger is part of your powerful battle force. Without this silver dragon, your battle power will be greatly reduced. The five-clawed golden dragon said with extreme heartache, his eyes filled with remorse and reproach. "Stop pussyfooting around and get out of here." Yao Knight prodded, and the two of them fought even harder to escape, and as the two fled farther and farther away, screams came from the side of the silver dragon's detachment. Fiendly to see, the entire silver dragon was divided by the gods to split the body, turning into a little bit of blood and flesh scattered in the sky. The five-clawed golden dragon with the gas had a red light in its eyes. In fact, the five-clawed golden dragon thought of the silver dragon more as his compatriot than Yao Knight. At this moment, seeing his own compatriots being bullied and maimed in such a manner, the five-clawed golden dragon's heart was so furious that flames were about to spew out of the dragon's mouth. "Don't be a fool. I'm able to recall my doppelganger back at any time and have the power of infinite regeneration. You don't have to act like that," Yao Knight roared, pulling the five-clawed golden dragon forward in a frenzy. And in an instant, he rushed out nearly thousands of kilometers. Those gods have been left behind and can no longer be followed. Until about 3 hours of time passed, the two of them were suddenly on the other side of the blue planet. At this time, the two of them took a breath, and Yao Knight even gazed around for a moment, then clenched his fist and lightly spat out a word from his mouth. Back! In an instant, a piece of flesh and blood spanned countless kilometers and arrived in front of him in a flash. Immediately after, this piece of flesh and blood began to grow and grow, and in just 10 minutes it once again grew into the appearance of a silver dragon. Flesh and blood twisted and grew. A piece of scale gradually emerged. The silver dragon finally grew out completely. The breath is still powerful, incomparably strong vitality let the five-clawed golden dragon inwardly relax. At this moment, the five-clawed golden dragon was filled with a look of delight, hurriedly came to the side of the silver dragon, touching the scales on his body, eyes full of love and care. Immediately after that, the five-clawed golden dragon gave Yao Knight another fierce glare. "Do this kind of thing as little as possible in the future? Our dragon's body is not to be wasted like this, even if you have special abilities. Okay, I get it, Yao Knight said with a wave of his hand. The next problem on the god side was sort of solved. Yao Knight was able to feel that his flesh-eater intent was frantically devouring the flesh and blood within the little god king's body, although this progress was slow as a sparrow trying to swallow an entire barn. It was enough to inhibit the growth of this little god king. As for why he did that, then naturally there was a reason. The gods were originally a race with no good intentions, and now that the whole world is in a state of war, the gods have secretly taken control of the territory of the beautiful country. This practice was really disgraceful. If this god of freedom once finished growing, then it would be the end of the world for the other human or giant beast races. How can a bunch of ancient mourning old men who are all wily grandfathers have good intentions? Thinking like this, Yao Knight sat on a stone aside and condensed some water vapor and drank it. You still have the heart to drink water. Now that we've made such a big mess, those gods are probably looking for us all over the world. If once they know of our whereabouts, it'll be an endless pursuit. The five-clawed golden dragon spat, yet he did not show any hint of anxiety, and even said rather idly, look on the bright side. The god is going to be angry if he can't chase us. Then he has other targets, such as the humans and behemoths that are fighting right now. Maybe our move today will help get Blue Star out of the war mess it's in now, so that those in power can't get the benefits, and then the war will stop. Yao Knight said slowly. There was a moment of silence from the five-clawed golden dragon who heard this. He also thought of the possibility that the gods might block the war, but he wasn't quite sure, and where the two of them could not perceive. The god of the sky, lord of the spirit of the gods, had already arrived at the border where the behemoths and humans were at war. Stop it all of you. Strong roars rang out from the sky, and the warring behemoths and humans all froze and looked toward the magnificent divine figure in the sky. The aura of a deity. Didn't the deities become extinct a long time ago? Now they even dare to appear in a place like the battlefield. Yes, it is indeed a deity. But why is she here? The two awakened ones disgusted, while an awakened one at the ninth turning stage shouted at the sky god high in the sky, what is your excellency here for? This is a battlefield. Do you think it's your god race's territory? At the same time, a huge blue whale beast in the giant beast group also opened its mouth tyrannically. The god race is already dead and wounded. You can't have come here now to defect to our behemoth race. But we won't accept a female deity. Ha ha. The human race was contemptuous, while the giant beast race was even more unimpressed. Yet at this very moment, one after another, a large amount of divine light emerged from the sky, and one after another 9 revolutions or transcendent level deities appeared in the sky, with an aura that could be said to overwhelm the heavens and the earth. What's going on? How come there are so many gods? Didn't the god race go extinct a long time ago? How come there are still so many of them? The crowd was shocked, and even the blue whale beast that had just spoken out directly sank under the water, not wanting to speak again after watching the rising parties of the human and giant beast races in front of him so suppressed that they didn't even dare to open their mouths. The god of the sky raised his head condescendingly and said, the divine race hereby declares to the world to cease all your fighting behavior, or else you are enemies of our divine race, and another thing is that you must help us, the gods, to find someone. If you can't find it, then the god clan will launch an all-out war against you. The sky god's tone was domineering and incomparable, even carrying an undeniable flavor. However, this statement was not met with much response. It even caused a crowd of behemoths and humans to fall into silence without a single response. It would have been in their character to have made a few taunts. But now that there were more and more deities in the sky, they couldn't say anything more. So Yi Chen, the leader of the humans, opened his mouth. Well, all you great men of the gods, can you tell us the name of the one you're looking for? Maybe we can help. We don't know his name, the god of the sky blandly said. But she used her divine power to condense a portrait in the air. Chapter 144, God of Freedom's Danger. I want to enter Atlantis. The divine power slowly molded in midair, eventually condensing into a youth-like human, none other than Yao Knight. The moment this portrait appeared, nearly half of all those present recognized it. Even among the giant beast clans, there were several giant beasts that recognized this person as the fellow who had sensed the realm of intent in the ocean some time ago. This fellow has stolen the heavy treasures of our divine spirit clan. If any of you can help us catch him, then our divine spirit clan will be grateful, the god of the sky said in a sincere tone. However, before he could finish his words, the few giant beasts from before spoke once again. What are you thanking me for? It can't be just some random ordinary flesh and blood or sapphires to fool people, right? Besides, I've seen this man some time ago, and he's already reached the transcendent realm. Besides, he's ruthless, so us commoners wouldn't dare make more trouble. As soon as these words came out, the other behemoths echoed, and the human side was also unwilling to say a word more, not even wanting to show their attitude. What do you assholes mean? What is the meaning of this? Do you have a problem with my divine spirit clan's wanted? The god of grass and wood was furious and jumped to the side. but didn't dare to directly rush up to question him. Whoever is able to help us find this person, then the Divine Spirit Clan will thank you for 2 godheads. The moment Sky City said this, the scene was plunged into the middle of silence. It's not that the thanks of these 2 godheads is too heavy, but too light. The godhead was only useful to deity-type creatures. It didn't really have much effect on them. The Orthodox awakened and the giants. When he was in the 9th turning realm, he still wanted to grab the godhead, but once he reached Transcendent or above he didn't have that will at all. The Divine Spirit race is really petty, obviously occupying so much heavy treasure but only willing to give 2 god frames. Who would be willing to work for you? Please go back. We on the human side don't have anyone who wants your 2 godheads either. So it's better to please return and stop interfering with the battlefield. At this moment the behemoth side and the human side were surprisingly consistent, and even had a feeling of unanimity. You guys are going against the grain. We gods are by nature a supreme race, and it's either wind or rain when we tell you to do something. You wait for me. In the near future when the Divine Spirit race unifies the Blue Star, it will be the time when your races become lowly slaves. The god of the sky said 2 words angrily, and then without looking back, he led the gods away. Other side Yao Knight and the 5-clawed golden dragon had killed a dog bear and were roasting bear paws and bear meat. Do you think the Divine Spirit Clan will want you or not? After all, you injured their little god king. The 5-clawed golden dragon asked as he chewed the tendons in his mouth. Oh, of course they'll be wanted, but they shouldn't be wanted successfully after all. The Divine Spirit race is really arrogant and abnormal, and the rest of the human and beast race forces are not inferior to them, so they naturally won't listen to their orders. As for your question of whether or not you've injured the little god king, I'm not injured. I'm ready to kill him, Yao Knight said with a sinister look in his eyes. He clearly understood that no being in this world should be underestimated, and that he must go all out with every strike. Although it was said that there were still not many opponents who could match him nowadays, there were still some. For example, this little god king, if he grows up completely after some time. Completely? It is not possible to say that he is not even a match for this free god king. The original Statue of Liberty was the supreme embodiment of the free will of the whole pretty country, and now that the divine spirits have gotten the infant embryo of the god of liberty into the Statue of Liberty, his strength is bound to be nourished by the power of the nations. That at that time, if the god of freedom grew up, that terrifying strength would absolutely chill people. But now it was better. Yao Knight could feel that his meat-eater intent was growing. Although several wills or forces had tried to expel his intent from within the body of the god of freedom before this, they were unable to succeed. His own carnivore intent was still devouring the aura as well as the flesh and blood of the god of freedom. At this moment, if one could see the flesh-eater intent, then one could clearly notice that the flesh-eater intent had completely turned into a black color. The black to an outrageous degree, like a little black worm burrowing around inside the body of the god of freedom. It was also because of the presence of the meat-eater intent that the divine spirit campsite had long since exploded. What the hell should we do? The god of freedom's body is getting smaller and smaller, and the divine light is weakening. What should we do now? What in the world should be done? Who will save our god king? Just as the gods were getting anxious, the sky god, who had had enough, returned with a group of gods. At a glance he could see the mass of his fellow gods chattering around the Statue of Liberty, and rushed over to this. Raised his eyes. His own god of freedom's breath weakened dramatically, and his divine light was nearly half less, and he looked to be in a precarious position. What an asshole! How the hell did he dare? The god of the sky roared, and then brought in the god of grass and trees as well as the god of healing arts to try to heal the little god king, but it was of no use at all. These two deities were both of the ninth turn. They didn't even have a realm of intent, so how could they save the little god king? Unless one has an intent that matches the carnivore's intent, one might be able to put up a fight. But the important point is that gods do not cultivate intent, only divine power. As a result, the current gods could only watch as their own little god king fell into weakness, risking death at any time, leaving the gods side aside for now. Yao Knight found himself and the five-clawed golden dragon another thing to do. At this moment the two came to the bottom of the deep sea, watching a huge ancient building complex, secretly out of mind. This is Atlantis? If we destroy this place, won't we draw the wrath of Elgardo? The five-clawed golden dragon opened his mouth with some hesitation. He was still more afraid of that big sea serpent. Why are you being such a wimp? It's not like we're here to wreak havoc. We're here to find the last gods of Atlantis. If we could find some treasures and godheads and stuff that belonged exclusively to Atlantis, it might be able to skyrocket my evolutionary progress and directly fast forward to the realm of the five-clawed golden dragon. Yao Knight licked the corner of his mouth. In fact, his ambition had never diminished, even every moment of every day. He was thinking about devouring something good and raising his realm as a way to gain more power. Nowadays, he couldn't stand up to the god race, the humans, or the entire beast race. It seems that although it has reached the transcendental realm, it is still just insignificant. But if one's strength reaches 2 stars before turning on the 10x strength increase, then there should be a 2.5-star strength. That being said, when one's strength data was data mined before, one was indeed able to increase it by 10 times. But by star level it would only be able to increase it by half at most. As it is, it seems that one's system skills are being suppressed the higher the realm, the stronger the suppression. Chapter 145 Rules appear. General realm overview. It was also while the two were wandering outside the Atlantis ruins that an ethereal voice suddenly sounded from within. Outsiders, come to Atlantis. Is there something you need help with? With this voice, a woman covered in azure color flew up from the ruins and slowly descended in front of the two. She was all blue in color. Even her skin was the same, and both of her eyes were all blue, with no distinction between pupil and pupil white. Hello, we're here to hunt for treasure. And of course, it would be great if we could find an item like a godhead. Yao Knight smiled and opened his mouth, not hiding his purpose in the slightest, but rather revealing it all, and his comment caused the blue-eyed woman to freeze, then smiled and spoke. You're very direct, human, and I like that candor about you. Well, go in with you and hunt for treasure. There is no treasure in Atlantis, but more danger. After saying these words, the blue-faced woman's figure directly disappeared in place, seemingly without the intention of blocking the two. With that, Yao Knight and the 5-clawed golden dragon exchanged a glance, and then the two of them slowly flew towards the ruins of Atlantis and began to search throughout the ruins for a passageway to the bottom. At present, it seems that the entire ruin is full of stone blocks from the ultra-ancient. As for the so-called passageway to the underground, is deeply buried in the stone swaying. Can feel that these stones seem to be mixed with some dangerous aura. Once you start to move these stones, then it is about to be attacked. Let's start carrying it. With the realm and defense of the two of us, we don't need to care about these low-grade attacks. Forget it, let's let my doppelganger do it, Yao Knight said with a glance at the lazy expression of the 5-clawed golden dragon. And so, after his palms were facing each other, the silver dragon doppelganger directly rushed out, his body flinging non-stop, directly sweeping all the ruins on the ground. And right after that, it revealed all sorts of organs and traps within it, as well as a huge hole leading into the underground. Without the slightest hint of hesitation, Yao Knight directly let the silver-white giant dragon doppelganger rush in to scout the way. Seeing this scene of the 5-clawed golden dragon pain, constantly with a hand to beat his chest, very reluctant to look at the silver dragon detachment, there is a kind of feeling that their own juniors are being used. No dude, what's that look mean? It's just my doppelganger, and the doppelganger is thinking with my brain. He's part of me. What's wrong with you? You and the silver dragon's doppelganger have the best relationship. I'm the third party now, right? We've been working together for such a long time lately. Can't I even compare to my doppelganger? You're too biased, aren't you, buddy? Yao Knight's soul asked, and the 5-clawed golden dragon sweated and scratched its head, saying, brother, I don't mean that, but mainly when I see this kind of dragon race that extremely resembles my fellow countrymen scouting or risking their lives for us, I really don't feel good in my heart. Alas, it is important to realize that tens of thousands of years ago Grandpa Zhu died, and all those maiden great aunts and uncles around him, all died. All buried under the weirdness. And nowadays, the dragon clan can't help but say that I'm the only one alive. And this silver dragon doppelganger of yours is so similar to my clan. It reminds me of those good times I once had. It's as if those uncles and nymphs are still by my side to keep me company. Do you understand this feeling? Aha. Yao Knight just gave a hum and didn't even say anything extra, and at the same time into the hole in the ground on the side of the silver dragon detachment came a hint of a low cry of damage, so that Yao Knight clearly felt in the heart. There really is some trap or something down here capable of injuring my doppelganger. That can at the very least threaten the Transcendent realm. Yao Knight had a thought in his mind, and then had the silver dragon doppelganger back up and out, returning to form a tattoo behind himself, and he himself came to the side of the hole in the ground to observe its interior. Yet the more he looked at it, the more he realized that the hole in the ground was very wrong. Straight away, he saw a bright stream in this hole in the ground, flickering on and off, sometimes far away and sometimes near. However, just when he wanted to go in and observe, the entire hole in the ground suddenly issued a loud and clear sound, followed by a pillar of light penetrated the entire hole in the ground through the sky. Boom! The crimson pillar of light ran through the entire ground, and through the entire ocean, shooting straight up towards the sky. Meanwhile, in the center of these pillars of light, Yao Knight clearly saw a candle that was burning. This is the bottom of the sea. A candle that can burn at the bottom of the sea must be extraordinary. Wow! A huge pillar of light shot straight out from the bottom of the sea and went straight to the sky. Seeing such a horrifying scene, the 5-clawed golden dragon's eyes trembled as it hurriedly walked to his side and asked, what's going on? We're in big trouble. This looks like a very unusual situation. What do you mean? You recognize this candle? Yao Knight asked with some curiosity. I don't know if the candles are candles, but I can clearly feel the strong flame and tension from these pillars of light, and all the moods originated from that candle. So that means I suspect that this candle possesses a hint of rule power, the five-clawed golden dragon said with shock in his eyes, and at this moment, as he said it, Yao Yi felt it carefully, and sure enough, he found that these red pillars of light were filled with flame intent within them. The surrounding seawater was showing some signs of boiling, but he didn't feel much of the power of the rules that the five-clawed golden dragon was talking about. After all, Yao Knight had never touched the rules before. I've heard my grandpa say that you can only possess a trace of rule power if you have surpassed transcendence and reached the next level of the Returning Ruin realm. But the realm of Returning Ruin is a realm that very few beings are able to reach. Even my grandparents once went through a lot of trouble to refine a trace of rule power and become a powerhouse in the realm of Returning Ruin. Return to the ruins? Yao Knight's gaze flickered, and a hint of contemplation surged in his eyes. He originally thought that Transcendent was the limit, but he didn't realize that there were Returning Ruins on top of Transcendent. And his gaze flickered as he opened his mouth to ask, then what was your grandpa's final realm? Ha! The five-clawed golden dragon froze, then covered his head and kept recalling until a long time had passed before he slowly opened his mouth. Ancestral grandfather reached the Returning Ruin a long time ago, and in the final moments of our clan's demise, it seems that his realm reached the empty Nirvana realm. Ow! Get out of here first, I have some things to ask you. So this candle doesn't care? It can contain the power of rules on it, if you can get your hands on it. The five-clawed golden dragon asked, but Yao Yi wasn't in the mood to care about that anymore. Still leading the five-clawed golden dragon away at a rapid pace, flying to a beach hundreds of kilometers away and stopping. Tell me, what are the total number of realms in which we practice? Yao Knight asked with enthusiasm and curiosity in his eyes. He did want to know, after hearing the Return to Ruin realm as well as the Shattered Nirvana realm from the mouth of the five-clawed golden dragon just now. His heart was surging and he couldn't wait to ask about this matter. At this moment, his heart was still curious to the extreme. Before this he had originally thought that 9 revolutions was the strongest, and after that he thought that Transcendent was already the strongest, but he hadn't realized that there were more realms above that. Seeing him in this state, the five-clawed golden dragon paused, then spoke in a more systematic manner. First, all beings are at the most basic level of 1 to 9 revolutions. This tier is the realm of honing one's foundation according to the words of our dragon race, and the next is Transcendence, Return to the Ruins, Peeping Nirvana, and Shattering Nirvana. My grandpa was the strongest person in the Shattered Nirvana realm. If we go by combat power, grandpa's combat power is 9.5 stars. It's only half a star short of January, which means that ancestral grandpa has elevated to the realm after Shattered Nirvana. But the realm after Shattered Nirvana has only been reached by 8 people since the beginning of the ages. But that was countless years ago, and there's simply no way to investigate. Listening to the five-clawed golden dragon's narration, Yao Knight's heart was flooded with shocking waves. At this moment, he muttered under his breath, and his eyes revealed an astonishing ambition. I see. Above Transcendent is Returning Ruin, and above Returning Ruin are 2 Nirvana realms. Then what exactly is the realm after Shattered Nirvana? Yao Knight asked with curiosity in his eyes. Seeing this look of him seeking to learn, a hint of a smile appeared on the five-clawed golden dragon's face. Ha ha, in fact, the realms after Shattered Sins are something that grandfather ancestor used to mention to me often. But I think you need to understand these 3 realms after Transcendent first. The five-clawed golden dragon laughed, then continued to speak. The Transcendent realm is used to condense realms of intent. The more realms of intent, then the stronger the strength. But in order to reach the Returning Ruin realm, then one must possess a trace or more of the power of the rules, and as this thread of rule power continues to get stronger as you get stronger, at the very peak of the Shattered Nirvana realm, it will have the opportunity to be transformed into an origin. Once one possesses the origin, then one can become one of those 8 since the beginning of time and become the 9th person. Grandfather ancestor and his friends called the realm after Shattered Nirvana empty, and some people call this realm immortal, but I don't know exactly what he called it. There isn't a definite term, but there's no need for you to think so much right now. After all, even that 5-star ancient god in outer space is only at the very peak of the Peeping Nirvana realm, and as the peak of the Peeping Nirvana realm, he only possesses a 5-star combat power. Now, the most important thing for us is to find a way to collect rules so that we can comprehend the power of rules. There is still a need to stabilize your own intent before that, and that's what you should do now. Yao Knight's heart surged as he listened to the words of the five-clawed golden dragon. At this moment, he could not help but feel a sense of grandeur within him, wanting to become the 9th person in the mouth of the five-clawed golden dragon. But at this time, looking up, the 5-star ancient god in outer space still exists, but it is impossible to see its appearance. For the time being, we can't think so much. The priority is to quickly raise our realm and find a way to get rid of the 5-star ancient god, as well as the threat of the Jedi. Just as his words fell, a large number of awakened people suddenly flew in the distant sky, their gazes staring at the huge pillar of light, their eyes revealing the color of longing. Chapter 146 Rules appear. Three parties confront each other. This thing with the rules sure is attractive enough. So many people have descended in just less than half an hour past. If we don't seize it, I'm afraid it'll be in someone else's pocket. The five-clawed golden dragon said slowly, his eyes revealing a golden light, others to collect. Then they have to be able to do so as well. All of the light emanating from that candle was filled with fiery flames of intent. The ordinary Transcendents are dead if they enter. Even I don't dare to make a move easily. How many people can there be in Blue Star today who have the ability to seize the candles? Yao Knight said with a cold smile. The five-clawed golden dragon also nodded non-committally. That candle burning at the bottom of the sea only carried a hint of rule power. But a hint of rule could give rise to countless flame moods, ordinary awakened people. Not to mention entering the pillar of flame light. Even if they are close to it, they will feel the burning heat, which is unbearable. As for seizing that candle, unless one reaches the returning ruin in order to seize it with ease. Theus for the transcendental realm not to mention. I'm afraid that even Elgato wants to seize the candle will have to spend a great deal of hand and foot. The two didn't say anything more, but waited silently on the beach watching wave after wave of awakened approach the rule candle. At this time, it could be seen that some awakened ones were still relatively self-aware. After sensing the huge amount of flame intent, they stayed at a distance and didn't dare to approach, and some were wowed by the burn after getting uncomfortably close and backed off in a hurry. This group of people aren't small in guts, a mere 8th or 9th turn realm, and they want to get their hands on the power of rules. They are truly newborns. The five-clawed golden dragon sneered, and immediately after that, he gazed at Yao Knight and whispered under his breath, now what do we do is go back first. There's no point in staying here anyway. No. Yao Knight waved his hand, then said with a hint of greed flashing in his eyes, we can't leave. We can't say that there will be a big battle here later. I still have to boost my evolutionary progress, so let's wait for now, okay? Then, as you wish. I'll rest here for a while. After saying that, the five-clawed golden dragon pulled out a chaise lounge from one of its scales and laid down on the beach while Yao Knight flew into the air to watch silently. This time the periphery of the flame-like column around the awakened more and more, and even has begun to appear a deity. Between the two parties quite a bit of saber-rattling meaning, and even more damning. Suddenly two great white shark giants swam over from the bottom of the sea in the distance, and after coming to the surface, they opened their mouths somewhat unkindly. Humans and gods, what are you doing in our oceans? Is it nothing to do? The great white shark beast directly opened its mouth to question, but the human side and the deity side ignored it and just silently waited in place. Lord Elgardo is about to descend. I advise you to leave early. This is our behemoth's territory. The great white shark beast opened its mouth and warned. Yet faced with the lure of this unknown power of rules, how could the human side and the deity side easily leave? And so the two parties stalemated, and as the number of awakened ones descending from the human side increased, the atmosphere became more and more tense, as if war was about to start next second. But right at this critical moment, Yao Knight, who was observing these three parties, suddenly shook with a shock and said with a somewhat surprised tone, what's going on? How come the carnivore intent has stopped devouring and is returning? Chapter 147, the Megalodon is dead. I'm going to eat. The carnivore intent is returning, and the God King of Freedom has broken free of my intent. Yao Knight said in a shocked tone. He had thought that taking the death of that God of Freedom was already a matter of water, but he didn't expect that something would go wrong now, and that someone would force his meat-eater intent out. You know, in the middle of the intention. If its oceanic intent is of tier 1, then carnivoric Imoku is at the very least tier 3 or higher, but nowadays who was able to completely force his meat-eater intent away? Just what kind of existence could do that? Nope, the God of Freedom has come out early, Yao Knight whispered under his breath. Then his gaze looked towards the pretty country's location, only to see a majestic aura coming in. Soon the God of Freedom swarmed with gods, and they naturally learned of the coming of the rule of things. Neither Yao Knight nor the five-clawed golden dragon spoke. Both of them calmly stood aside, hiding themselves from being seen by others. The two of them just calmly watched the three forces confront each other, and each one of them almost looked at the candles in the flame mood secretly out of focus for a long time to remove the plant light as if they were excited to see a supreme beauty. Among these people some of them didn't even understand what the rules actually were, but the one he emanated, the aura was such that the crowd longed for it and couldn't wait to take it in their hands. Should we make a move to grab it? If someone else gets this, we'll lose a lot of money. We can say that we've lost at least 10 plus years of cultivation opportunities. The five-clawed golden dragon had a look of pity in its eyes. Ever since he came to the Blue Star, his strength hadn't increased. Hovering at the Transcendent realm now that there was a chance to reach the Return to Ruin realm, how could one not be excited and cherish it? What's your hurry? The rule candle is wrapped in a large group of flame intentions, and this flame intentions are of a very high level that even Elgardo will have to think about whether or not he'll get burned when he comes. We can just wait until someone else gets the candle and then we'll make a grab for it. Yao Knight licked his lips and said his thoughts. So the five-clawed golden dragon silently did not say anything to be regarded as acquiescing to this action. Just like that, the two of them quietly hid to the side. Watching the confrontation between these three parties, this thing appeared in our oceans. Then it naturally belongs to our ocean beast community. What are humans and gods doing here to make a scene? Don't come and get involved. Hurry up and get out. A great white shark hissed angrily and even rushed into the air than an international friendly gesture, making the Divine Spirit clan's face extremely ugly. The treasures of the world belong to those who can. What kind of thing are you? A mere ninth transformation realm shouting here. Do you really think there's nothing others can do to you? The sky god in the lead said in an icy tone as he hugged the god of freedom. When these words came out, the several gods around him all lit up with killing intent, looking at jaws with bad colors. Stupid lowly primitive white sharks also dare to clamor in front of the deities. I really don't know where you get the courage. I see. It's better for us, the deity clan, to take this rule object. Giving it to you will instead waste the usefulness of this thing, only to see a deity with black light emanating from his body slowly walk out. He came to the side of the light pillar of the flame intent, black light armor then coalesced all over his body, forming a majestic obsidian armor over his body. Immediately after, the palm of the hand gently probed into the flames of the light column, and found that it was not burned after the whole person is going to drill into it. However, right at this moment, he suddenly let out a miserable grunt and spewed out a mouthful of blood as he directly flew backwards. In the next moment it could be seen that the armor on his body had gone into melting. It even started to catch fire in certain locations, obviously suffering from a not-so-light injury. Ha 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 ha. Is this a deity? It's simply terrifying as hell. The whole thing was almost burned just by touching the pillar of light just now. You said something crazy about our giant beasts, but I didn't realize that you're just like this. You're still a god. Isn't it ridiculous? The great white shark that just spoke out to taunt spoke again, and these words directly made that obsidian deity full of black and gray colors, not even wanting to say anything, just silently retreated to the back of the deity community to heal their injuries. Meh, a group of people who are dirt cheap, who can't even withstand the flame realm, and still dare to say that they want to take the treasures is really ridiculous. It's better to let this honorable man take this treasure that originally belongs to the ocean, only to see a huge to the extreme figure slowly emerge from the sea. His body was more than 800 meters long. His huge body was like a giant shark. A quick look and you'll see that this guy is a pile of prehistoric megalodon. However, they didn't have any sense of urgency, but slowly transformed into a human being to become a middle-aged man in gray robes. With calm eyes, they came before the light pillar. Children of the Divine Spirit community, watch how to obtain candles, and how to avoid injury. Watch carefully this time, or you may be injured again the next time you come to fight for it. The megalodon said slowly. And then the entire person did not do any defensive measures, but instead directly stepped into the light pillar with one step, and firmly gripped the candle. He really did it. He got the candle. Do we strike now? The five-clawed golden dragon asked in an anxious tone. Only Yao Knight waved his hand, still calmly saying, what's the rush? Just because he can get it doesn't mean he'll get it. He just has it for now. The Divine Spirit race and the human race haven't made a push yet, and it was so. For as soon as the words of his, the entire Divine Spirit clan let out an alarmed cry. And immediately afterward, 2 or 3 divine spirits surrounded them, blocking the retreating path of the megalodon shark. 2 powerful men from the human community then appeared to block the megalodon's retreat. What do you want? This was originally something that belonged to our ocean, and it's only right that I get him. You guys are robbing. Giant tooth shark immediately angry. Is his hands firmly clenched tight candle? At the same time the whole body is within the light column, full of anger. The world's treasures can be won by those who can. If you say it's yours, then it's yours. How presumptuous is that? A cold laugh came out from the deity community, and in the next second a huge lightsaber directly killed, madly rushing towards the giant tooth shark. You guys really dare to do this? A bunch of assholes. The megalodon was immediately enraged, and then after dodging the lightsaber, it picked up the candle and fought with the Divine Spirit community, and at the same time, the humans also joined the battle circle and fought thoroughly. Boom, boom, boom. Intense explosions resounded on the surface of the sea, and multicolored power radiance shone above the entire ocean. The scene was instantly thrown into chaos. Among them there were a few eighth-turn powerhouses who couldn't dodge in time, and they were directly blown to smithereens. The rest of the people were even more repulsive, as if they were enemies meeting each other in a frantic fight. Just past less than 10 minutes time, the sea beast side died 3 8-turns. The human side also died 1 8-turns. The gods, not to mention the 4 8-turns gods, all died. However, no 9 revolutions powerhouses had died on the scene yet. Not to mention Transcendence. No shit, killing my sea beast clan. You guys deserve to die, deserve to die. The giant-toothed shark roared non-stop, followed by his body suddenly transforming back into its original form. His huge body flipping up monstrous waves. A tail went over and directly jerked 5 or 6 deities down from high in the sky. The human side was also affected, with nearly half of them falling into the sea. Just this blow, a large number of screams resounded in the entire sea. Some strength is not good, even did not even send out the screams, have died. Aren't you going to get on? Aren't you preparing to eat them? Now that so many powerful people have died, aren't you still not going to make a move? Rush a chicken hair, dead are 8 turn. Eat it is not much use. Better to eat some expensive, eat some good, that megalodon. For example, looks pretty good to me. If we can swallow this transcendent realm behemoth, we might be able to evolve in just 3 or 4 times. Yao Knight licked the corners of his mouth and said, his eyes filled with longing, but it was deeply suppressed by him, and at the same time, the battle in the field had entered a completely white-hot stage. The megalodon flew and tore at the surface of the sea as one god after another was pulled down by him, and it was even worse on the human side. They all didn't expect the power of this giant tooth shark to be too strong. It was even more than 1 or 2 levels stronger than a normal transcendent. I'm afraid that the combat power had reached about 1 star. You've really turned against the heavens. Divine Lin Zhengying, give me a formation to kill this demon. Only the childish voice of the god of freedom in the arms of that god of the skies was heard. Immediately after that, a group of deities were ordered to divide into 9 directions to surround the megalodon. Immediately after that, golden yellow rays of light appeared around them and connected with each other to form a golden cage, immediately trapped the megalodon in which it could not move. Bunch of bastards. What the hell are you doing? Are you guys going to turn over a new leaf? A bunch of little brutes. A bunch of damned worms. When I come out, I'll first swallow all of you pseudo-gods. The megalodon hissed angrily, but it was still to no avail. Unable to break free from the god's combo technique, the golden cage was as hard as vibranium in just 10 seconds. The god of the sky came above the golden cage, and his hands condensed infinite light into a giant golden sword. Wait a minute. I think we can discuss this a bit more. There's really no need to be so aggressive. I think there is actually a complete possibility of symbiosis between the behemoth community and the deity community. In fact, I think this candle can be given to you as well. Wait a minute. There's no need for this. The megalodon shouted in a hurry, but now it was too late for the sky. The huge sword in the hand of the god slowly descended, and without any surprise, stabbed into the head of the megalodon, killing it in an instant. At this moment, heaven and earth fell silent, and everyone's faces turned pale, never expecting the god of the sky to possess such strength. However, it was also at this point that the rule candle came out of the mouth of the megalodon and floated on the surface, followed by a dozen or so others who went up to loot it. Finally dead. I'm going to start. A fierce light flashed in Yao Knight's eyes as he said, Chapter 148, Devouring madly. I'm not interested in this candle at this moment. With the death of the giant tooth shark, the scene completely fell into dead silence. The feeling of oppression that this prehistoric beast brought to the crowd just now was unparalleled. A sense of invincible fear arose within some of the 9th and 8th Revolution's powerhouses, but I didn't expect to be directly killed by a mere set of combos from the Divine Spirit camp. Looks like we still underestimated the deities too much. These guys are extremely strong as well. Someone in the human team said in admiration, but just then someone suddenly exclaimed, what is that thing? It's a dragon. Suddenly straight away, he saw a silver-white dragon break through the ocean water madness, rushing towards the body of the giant tooth shark without the slightest hesitation. It was a bite. A large amount of flesh and blood entered the silver dragon's mouth, directly swallowed by him and subsequently digested, and this silver dragon devoured it again as if no one else was there. In just less than 5 or 6 seconds, a small half of the megalodon's body was swallowed into his stomach. And it was at this time that those oceanic giants next to them reacted, roaring and charging over. What are you doing? As an ocean beast, you're devouring. Are you crazy, bastard? Even if you're a dragon you can't do this, asshole. Some of the behemoths roared in anger, while others roared in rage. But Yao Knight couldn't care less about any of that. He had only one purpose, and that was to grow his evolutionary progress wildly. Devour the ancient megalodon and increase the evolutionary progress to 43%. Devouring the ancient megalodon. Congratulations on obtaining a new evolutionary direction, Ancient Dragon King. Ancient Dragon King, summon 10 ancient dragons to fight for you. Yao Knight directly ignored the system's prompts in his mind, still devouring frantically. Devouring the ancient megalodon. The evolutionary progress has increased to 64%. In 20 seconds, the megalodon, which reaches a length of more than 800 meters, was completely eaten by him. Yao Knight flung his dragon's tail, and a fierce dragon's might appeared in his eyes. Afterwards, without the slightest hesitation, he cleaned up some of the 9-turned beasts, 8-turned beasts, as well as the corpses of some deities and human corpses next to him. He was so extremely fast that no one could react at all, and no one even knew what exactly he was eating these corpses for. Devouring a large amount of flesh and blood, the evolutionary progress has increased to 89%. Just 2 minutes, less than 3 minutes time present, all the corpses were destroyed cleanly, all into the stomach of Yao Knight. At the same time, the scene of him devouring crazily like this directly shook everyone to their core. No one knows what this silver dragon is trying to do. Is he really hungry? But when he's hungry, swallowing a megalodon is enough to satisfy his food needs, why would he eat the rest of the bodies? This is unbelievable. What do you do? The people of Sky City were a bit confused, but after taking another look they realized that the silver dragon looked somewhat familiar. Nope, you're the guy who brutalized the God King. I want you dead. With the Sky God's words, all the deities reacted and looked at Yao Knight with fierce gazes, followed by wanting to once again unleash the formation that had killed the megalodon just now. Repeating the same trick, but how could Yao Knight not have anticipated this? He flew directly into the air and hovered around the battlefield at an extremely fast speed, his eyes searching every location of the battlefield to death, finally identifying where the rule candle was located. He then took a bite right into his mouth. Not good. He's got the rule candle. Stop him now. Chapter 149, Devouring the Rule Candle. You say you can stop it? Yao Knight, cold smile, and at this time, his body has already and the five-clawed golden dragon together flew out of tens of thousands of miles of distance. The whole sea of fighting difference distance is extremely far.at this point. The silver dragon doppelganger got the candles and was chased by the crowd, and even forced into a dead end at one point. You sinner, bind your hands and surrender. Perhaps Lord God King can spare you and give you a full body, the Sky God said angrily, his tone filled with madness. The few remaining human awakened as well as the ocean beasts were also eyeing the candle in his dragon's mouth greedily. They couldn't wait to take it away. If you want to kill people and get away with it, just kill people and get away with it. What's the point of wasting so many words? Yao Knight sneered, while in the next second his entire dragon body suddenly shook, and immediately after that, it was like a light general break, toward the northeast direction of the location of the extreme speed. Speed to the speed of light general, simply difficult to catch up. But such a terrifying speed made everyone freeze in place, unable to believe how the other party could be so fast. How is this possible? He was even faster than light just now. How did he do it? Yao Knight disappeared in an instant in the eyes of the crowd, the kind of speed that is so fast that it creates a feeling of absurdity. Chase! Give chase! The god of freedom roared, but they now had no idea which direction to pursue, because the other party had long disappeared without a trace. At this time, the crowd roared, while some dived to the bottom of the sea, and some searched around, but it had to be recognized that the other side had gone far away, even so far that they didn't know exactly where the other side was now. What should we do now? We died so many gods, but the rule candle was taken by someone else. The god of grass and trees came forward and said with pain in his eyes, "Find it for me towards the southeast. Find it for me even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. You have to get your hands on the rule candle, or else our people won't have died for nothing." The god of the sky said angrily, and the rest of the behemoth community and the human community, and he thought pretty much the same thing. They have to go toward the southeast, trying to find the traces of Yao Knight's. And 10,000 miles away, Yao Knight's silver dragon doppelganger returned to form a totem behind him, while he himself clutched that rule candle in his hand, secretly lost in thought. Interesting, after a long fight, the rule candle no longer emits a flame, but only burns weakly. But this flame of the Burning Man can never seem to be extinguished, as if it would exist for eternity. That's for sure. What's burning on the candle is a rule fire. Unless you use the same level of rule water to douse it, the fire will keep burning, the five-clawed golden dragon said with a reminder from the side. But what exactly was that move you did just now? Surprisingly, it summoned your doppelganger back in a flash that was tens of thousands of miles away just now, wasn't it? Even you're faster than light. The five-clawed golden dragon's mouth was full of praise, and even a trace of unbelievability surged in his eyes. Yao Knight's expression, however, remained flat, even calm to the extreme. The destination is almost here. Let's go down later. Destination? Wait, this is Alliance territory. Sure you want to go here? Besides, what's the point of staying in a desert? The five-clawed golden dragon asked with curiosity in its eyes, but still followed him. Pointing in front of you is a barren desert. While there is a stone platform in the center of the desert, Yao Knight's face was calm as he walked to the stone platform. Then his mouth lightly spat out a word, "Open," in an instant. The stone platform began to tremble, followed by a downward rush, and in just a few moments, it had come to the bottom. Yao Knight had no intention of going to an unfamiliar place, but instead, he came to the Blood God's inheritance place. It had just landed at the moment, and the entire inheritance land was dark, the colors indistinguishable, but soon there were lights on. "Dear little one, you're finally back again. Hey, wait a minute, you." The Blood God stepped out of the darkness first, revealing that exposed yet seductive body of the bud after seeing Yao Knight's appearance and the aura on her body. Her entire complexion suddenly shook, her eyes filled with shock as she said incredulously, "You've transcended. How is this possible?" Only to see her cherry mouth open, her face filled with surprise. Yao Knight smiled and opened his mouth to offer a word of advice. "What's so surprising? Doesn't Transcendence just have hands?" Hearing this, The originally frozen blood god lightly poo-pooed and teased. Listen to this from a human being? If everyone could be transcendent, there wouldn't be so many ordinary people to feed your governmental exploitation. Besides, what are you doing here with me when you've already transcended? Missed you naturally came over to take a look. Of course there is another point is that I want to take advantage of your geography here. Shield a little bit of the outside world to project my position of the breath. You should not mind, right? Yao Knight said with a smile, looking courteous. You're already in here and you're asking me if I mind. What kind of preemptive behavior is that? The blood god said breathlessly, then turned around and was about to leave however. Right at this moment, Yao Knight called out to her. Wait, I remember my blood god's trial hasn't been completed yet, right? Can you let me finish the trial? You still need trials. You're already transcendent, stronger than even my own body. Why do you need to be my trial? It's not like I can offer you much help. Ha ha ha. Well then, there will be no trial then. I still have some things to do, so you can go back first. Well, the blood god leaves. At the same time, he brought the five-clawed golden dragon together into the blood god's small world to the very center. This small world is truly the creation of heaven and earth. It's actually able to shield a lot of breaths. For example, Tian-Gui projections and the like can't enter here at all. The five-clawed golden dragon's eyes were filled with admiration. He said, it doesn't matter. I'm about to evolve again. This time I should be able to reach 2 stars of battle power and become a transcendent 3rd stage. Yao Knight said with ambition in his eyes. He was seen slowly taking out the candle and placing it in his hand and looking at it. The candles were quaint looking and the flame burning on them was everlasting and never seemed to stop burning, but if one looks with all one's heart, then one can see that the candle is melting a little bit because of the burning of the fire, but this melting is so tiny that I am afraid it will take tens of thousands of years before it burns out. So that means that before the candle burns out, this touch of rule fire will exist forever. Rule fire, let me taste your saltiness. The color of greed flashed in Yao Knight's eyes, and the silver dragon detachment behind him poked out that huge head and opened its big mouth to swallow the straight candle in one gulp. Boom! The candle entered the silver dragon's stomach. A moment later produced a great pain, as if the flames of the abdomen were burning. But at the same time, the silver dragon is also frantically digesting the candle. Bit by bit of energy frantically converged in the body. In an instant it filled the entire body, and even let Yao Knight's main body felt a hint of dizziness. The feeling of dizziness made him uncomfortable to the extreme, but he was still accepting this huge and incomparable energy, knowing that this is the power of the rules. At this moment, one could see that the entire body of the silver dragon's doppelganger had turned a reddish color, and the strong energy fluctuations were crashing left and right in his body, making it difficult to adapt at all. But relatively speaking, that candle was 1/3 digested in his body, yet just this 1/3 of it has sent his entire being into a vertigo from which it is difficult to awaken. Are you alright? Just now I said I should let you swallow less or swallow a part of it. If you swallow the whole thing it will definitely be unbearable. The voice of the five-clawed golden dragon came from his side in a blur. Yao Knight, however, it was somewhat inaudible, as all he heard was a murmur. Holding on for an hour, another hour, finally unable to hold on at the 3rd hour, Yao Knight completely fainted. It was also during this time of his vertigo that the explicit heads of the 3 forces of humanity, the behemoths, and the gods met and began discussing how to obtain a rule candle. Find him, must find him. The rule candle was taken away by him. Then wouldn't all our previous battles become a joke? And I'm afraid that such a thing would be laughed at if it were to be spread out. The god of grass and trees roared, his eyes filled with indignation, and the rest of the human ministry power was also ugly. But the human transcendent powerhouse who had participated in this meeting, black and white, paused to use, tapping his fingers on the table to slowly open his mouth. What's the use of meeting here when the candles have all been taken away? And besides, what's the use of meeting here now that his whereabouts are in a state of imponderability? Might as well do your best to find him. Black and White's faint words came out, causing the entire conference room to fall into a deathly silence. Then what should we do now? If he's in a state where he can't project, how are we supposed to find him? 5 or 6 soothsayers on our side have just now gone to project his position, but have been slow to arrive at a definite result. I only know that he's in Alliance territory. But how can I find him when the Alliance territory is so big? How is it that we can't find him? By my divine spirit clan, there's still someone who can't be found. Only the god of the sky. Calm words came from him as he came to the very center of the conference round table to faintly open his mouth. You are unable to find it because your abilities are so poor. All of you have expended your mind on improving your strength. And of course you are unable to study things like divination too thoroughly. So, let's leave this matter of divining the location of our enemies to our god of divination. She'll inform us exactly where that guy is, or exactly where the rule candle is. Along with her words, a young girl with a clear look walked in, and she was clearly radiating the aura of a deity. Chapter 150, Soldiers are coming to the city. Are you going to die? The god of divination? Does such a deity really exist? The human Transcendent's black and white immediately revealed a look of surprise, never expecting that such conceptual level deities really existed. It even seems to have been around for a long time. The humans just don't know it. There's no need for that surprised look. We have plenty of concept level deities in our deity community. Ha ha ha. The god of the sky laughed triumphantly, however. At this moment, one of the great white sharks at the head of the behemoth group was a bit impatient and immediately opened his mouth grumpily. Since the divining spirit has appeared, let's do some divination quickly. There's no need to brag about it here. Hurry up. If we dawdle any longer, it's not likely that the rule candles will be refined by others. As soon as these words came out, the gazes of the crowd turned to jaws, and the look in each person's eyes was different. What are you thinking? If the rule candle wanted to be refined, it would take at least a year or more. How could it be refined in just half a day? Time to say no. This behemoth colony is truly brainless. Cut the fucking crap and hurry up with the divination. Wouldn't it be better to get it early? The great white shark roared, and seeing that he was really angry, the crowd could not say anything else, so they hurried to let the god of divination to carry out divination. At the moment this beautiful god of divination produces a 12-volt tarot card in her hand, finally stopped after a succession of flops and swings. At this moment, the crowd didn't even dare to breathe loudly, but instead stared at him for a long time before they dared to open their mouths and ask, well, did you find his location? Yeah, where is he now? Where's Rule Candle? The crowd's voices rang out 7 times, but the god of divination's face immediately paled, and even a terrified expression appeared on the entire person. I found him, but, the god of divination trembled, his eyes filled with shock, seeing him in this state. The crowd was directly anxious and rushed forward to ask, but what's wrong? Why don't you say something? But he swallowed the candle and is frantically digesting it. Already a lot of it has been digested by him. This can't be right. This is absolutely impossible. How could someone digest the candle in just half a day? You couldn't have misread it, or else read it again. The crowd was directly shocked, and all of them had a look of trepidation on their faces. Those powerhouses of the 9 revolutions realm were fine. After all, they didn't have much of a concept of rule candles. But Transcendent was a different story. These Transcendent realm powerhouses could clearly feel that the rule candle possessed great benefits for them Transcendents, but at the moment if the rule candle is digested by that guy, then they won't have anything. Seeing that the god of divination was not lying, thus, the crowd rushed forward to ask, then where is he now? Hurry up and tell us his location and we'll immediately go forward to crush him. And maybe we can even get candles from his corpse. Yeah, where is he now? As soon as the words fell, an echoing look appeared on the divination god's face as he immediately spoke. He's now in the desert of the 100 Beasts desert city within the Dragon Kingdom, and he seems to be in a place of inheritance. That's all I know, or else go over there first. Good. So many of us will definitely be able to find him once we reach the location. Chapter 151, the god of exploration opens the door to me. Meanwhile, in the blood god's small world, Yao Knight had completely fallen into a deep sleep, and the abdomen of the silver dragon doppelganger was still writhing, digesting the rule candles. Even some parts of his body had been scorched a bit by the rule of flame from the rule of flame candle, but the auger split was able to heal itself infinitely, and nowadays, the energy is in unlimited supply, so it is not said that it will not die in this way, but rather, it is a stalemate with the rule candles, and bit by bit, it will be completely digested and devoured. During this waiting process, the 5-clawed golden dragon watched with unblinking eyes as the aura on his body continued to grow stronger, and even began to gradually break through the limitations of a star's battle power realm. Also from the transcendental first stage soared up, in a flash came to the transcendental third stage. If we continue to ascend like this, is it possible to directly cross the returning ruin realm? But it's also impossible for this one rule candle to possess such a majestic energy. Ah, the 5-clawed golden dragon murmured, and some strange colors surged in his eyes. It was also at this moment that the figure of the blood god suddenly appeared in the small world and walked over with somewhat flustered eyes. You too. Did you provoke any more enemies? I can clearly feel dozens of 9 revolutions auras and transcendence rushing madly here. What now? The blood god's tone was extremely anxious, and the color of the blood on his face was even paler. He was just a blood god, and his peak combat power was just less than 9 turns of transcendent. But now Yao Knight and the 2 of them had gotten several enemies of the transcendent realm directly over to him. There were also dozens of enemies of the 9 revolutions realm. How could this kind of power be something that she, a tiny blood god, could fight against? Hearing her words, the 5-clawed golden dragon also sweated. The 5-clawed golden dragon itself is only about 1.5 stars of combat power, and is currently at about the 4th order of transcendental. Trying to resist these incoming enemies is simply impossible. Well, you make sure you're right, right? If it really came to say, can only let him wake up quickly. Otherwise with the 2 of us that can really be. The 5-clawed golden dragon said with some struggle. He has experienced things can be said to be all dangerous and unusual, and because the age is too old can be said to have seen a lot of knowledge. The face of the moment this kind of danger does not seem to panic. On the contrary, the blood god has long been as if it were earth, and even half-kneeled on the ground, shouting, "Damn it! You goddamned little thief! After coming to my inheritance land once in the first place, you've been giving me trouble 3 times. This is the 3rd time you've lured the people who are after you here. What the hell are you up to?" The blood god wanted to cry, and at the same time, the ground on the outskirts of the small world began to tremble. Boom boom boom, strong concussive sounds resonate throughout the land, and above the desert a group of gods, as well as a tripartite alliance of humans and behemoths, were constantly pounding on the stone platform. Interesting, this is actually the enemy of our Divine Spirit clan's inheritance. I didn't expect him to have some relationship with our Divine Spirit clan. A hint of a different color welled up in the eyes of the god of the sky, that he thought that Yao Knight came to the side of his deity clan, which gave him some inner strength, and even felt that he had some more leverage when he fought for the rule candle later. Quickly blast the entire stone platform and let's go down and see what's going on. You humans are so incompetent when you can't do something like that. The sky god's tone suddenly hardened, which caused the crowd to look sideways, but they didn't say much, and soon, the strongest people in the human community have hands, directly lifted the stone platform on the ground, and then a group of people all jumped into the dark and incomparably large pit. The allied forces of the 3 parties soon landed in the inheritance land, and after searching around they failed to find Yao Knight's location, but they clearly perceive that the guy is here. Damn it! This inheritance land is only this big. Where can he go? Is it possible that he's still underground? A certain short-tempered and angry god cursed as he went around smashing the inheritance place, and at this moment, the 2 powerhouses from the human race and the giant beast race were also searching around, but still have no clue. Found this is just a place of inheritance with no special points. Come one, where is the god of divination? Continue to divine for me. The god of the sky shouted, followed by the beautiful god of divination from before, who once again came into the middle of the crowd, turning up 12 tarot cards in his hands and starting to show off. Wow, 12 tarot cards, lightly flipped in her hand. Soon revealed one of them, the rest of them couldn't see anything in this tarot card. But the god of divination's gaze flickered and opened his mouth. He's in a small world, not in the inheritance land. We need to find a way to enter the small world or we'll never find him. And this small world is in the inheritance land, but its entrance has been reduced to the size of gravel, so it's a bit hard to find it. Listening to the words of the god of divination, everyone had a number in their hearts facing the small worlds that the gods were able to coalesce for. The humans and behemoths didn't have much of a response, so they all turned their attention to the god of the sky. Ha. Since they're all looking at me, I'll speak plainly. After we get the rule candle, we, the Divine Spirit community, will take 2/3 of it, and you guys will split the rest. The god of the sky said indifferently, his eyes filled with calmness. However, the moment these words came out, the rest of the people's faces changed. 1/3 is about right. What do you mean you want 2/3? That's too much. Yeah, don't be greedy for 1/3 of your deity clan. We can just score the 3-way power. If you want 2/3, how can we behemoths and humans split it? One of the behemoths spoke up, and both humans and behemoths had grievances. Ha. Since we're allowed to take 1/3, then the task of finding out the entrance to the small world will be given to you guys. How's that? How about we, the Divine Spirit clan, are only responsible for scrambling for candles after he appears? The god of the sky said in a flat tone, but there was a sense of confidence, and at that moment, when these words came out of her mouth, everyone fell into silence, and in the end, it was the toughest Transcendent in the human community, Black and White, who opened his mouth to agree. Since that's the case, I've agreed to your distribution method. Start searching for the entrance to the small world. Don't waste any more time, Black and White said firmly, and the rest of the group had to acquiesce to this approach, seeing that the crowd had already agreed to his method of distribution. The god of the sky laughed, then opened his arms and called out, God of exploration, come forth. As soon as the words fell, a deity with thieving eyebrows but with divine light emanating from his body stepped out. He clasped his fist from the middleman and then lightly spat out a word from his mouth out. In an instant, the moment he mouthed the word, a not-so-small door of light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 152, Killing the Silver Dragon. At this moment, a not-so-large and not-so-small radiance appeared in front of the crowd, and within it was still emitting a thick scent of blood. Some awakened people with special abilities in their eyes took one look and realized the blood god's small world inside the blood gate, as well as the several people wandering in the small world. Looking at the detailed appearance of these people again, they were clearly the blood god as well as the 5-clawed golden dragon and Yao Knight, and eventually the huge silver dragon that had devoured the candle. In this instant, all the forces instantly became anxious. Punchy, quickly grab the candles. Rush! All the people roared under their breath and rushed directly to the door of the small world. In almost just a few seconds, Several hundred people rushed directly into the small world, eyeing the two five-clawed golden dragons intently. There's no need for any more nonsense. Everyone, just grab the candles directly. One of them roared, then directly rushed towards the silver dragon detachment, waving a huge scythe to cut open the silver dragon's belly. Clank! The sound of fine iron clashing came from the five-clawed golden dragon as he grabbed the scythe and said in an icy tone, "What rules are you trying to make? The candles aren't here." However, when these words came out, the gods scoffed, "Ah ha ha ha, where else could the rule candle be if not here? Could it be in your belly? Hurry up and get out of the way. Don't stop us from throwing open this dragon's belly." The gods roared. The human community was silent, likewise waiting for the candles to appear, and the giant beast community was even more excitedly surrounded. The silver dragon doppelganger couldn't stop looking at it, as if it was going to pounce on it the next second. And also in this dangerous to the extreme moment, Yanite consciousness became hazy ding-dong sound. Devouring rule candle. Evolution progress increased to 100%, devouring rule candle. Congratulations on your new evolutionary direction, Red Flame Dragon, Dragon of Red Flame. The flames coming out of its mouth have a very high temperature, even under the rules, and you'll get the next stage of evolution, Candle Dragon. Yanite vaguely listened to the sound of the system in his ears, but he was slow to wake up. His consciousness is just too fuzzy now, so fuzzy that he can't even wake up on his own. Theon can only wait for those energies in the body to be slowly digested before. Meanwhile, in the outside world it has blown up. The clash of fine iron continued, and the silver dragon's doppelganger was already surrounded by people who had even sharpened their swords and were ready to throw away his body. At this moment the danger is imminent. The five-clawed golden dragon even had reddened eyes, trying to block these people from killing the silver dragon, but it was simply unable to do so. They were too powerful. Even the Transcendentals had as many as 5. It was simply not something that he, a five-clawed golden dragon, could fight against. A bunch of beasts. I want you to pay in blood. The five-clawed golden dragon roared and waved his claws. A silver arrow danced ceaselessly in his hands, but he could not hurt others by the slightest bit. There are as many as 5 Transcendents alone, and it only takes 2 people to deal with just one Transcendent, or even just 2 people to deal with him. At this moment, the five-clawed golden dragon clearly perceived its own powerlessness. At the same time, he was firmly confined in place by the 2 Transcendents, and could only watch as those people stabbed their knives at the silver dragon split. I can feel the rule candle inside him. Quick, quick, quick. Do it. Yes, I feel it too. The candle is in the belly of this dragon. Kill him now. The outside world was incredibly noisy, and at this moment, Yanite slowly opened his eyes, instantly noticing the increase in his own power. Name, Yanite, talent, Infinite Dragon Father Demon God Class, SSS, Tenjua Role, Little Snake, Realm of the Heavenly Consciousness, Hatching, Realm, Transcendental 4th Order, Physical, 1.5 stars, Spirit, 1.5 stars, Skills, Poison, Wind and Thunder Speed, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Evil 9 kills exclusive to human form, Wild Hope, Green Source, Silver Moon / Split, Silver Dragon, Strength, Dragon Plus, Evolutionary Direction, 5-clawed Golden Dragon, Swamp Dragon, Red Fire Dragon to be selected, Talent, Infinite Dragon Ancestor Demon God Level, Skills, Poison, Speed of Wind and Thunder, Golden Armor, Fallen Light, Earth Dragon, Wild Hope of the other side, Phantom Blood, Green Source, Silver Moon Body, feeling the substantial growth of power on his body. His eyes lowered his eyebrows and looked around. Everything in the flesh was in his eyes. Not even a word. Just silence toward the 5-clawed golden dragon. You finally woke up. Quickly protect Silver Dragon. Ah, that's your doppelganger. The 5-clawed golden dragon shouted, his face filled with pain. Meanwhile, Yanite's eyes were calm as if he didn't see it. He directly grabbed the arm of the 5-clawed golden dragon, and then used all his strength to blast out in flight, arriving at the entrance of the small world in an instant, and then stepped out. Wait, what are you doing? Isn't it just your doppelganger? They're going to dissect your doppelganger. Ah, they're going to dig out the rule candle. The 5-clawed golden dragon hissed as he clutched his head, his eyes filled with a look of deplorable pain, and he couldn't even breathe on his own. However, Yanite's expression remained calm. The doppelganger and his thoughts were interconnected, and at this moment, he had already opened his silver moon body. That line of people couldn't break through the split's defenses for a while, and all one has to do is to accelerate the widening of the distance between the two parties. When the time came to directly recall the silver dragon doppelganger instantly, wouldn't the doppelganger come back on its own that way? At this moment, he was more and more sure of his inner thoughts, so he directly pulled the 5-clawed golden dragon. The two burst out of the range of tens of kilometers, and then the distance was once again lengthened until it flew more than 500 kilometers. Yanite clenched his hands into fists and spoke, "Return!" And at this moment, the many deities within the blood god small world as well as the human and also the giant beast communities were surrounding the silver dragon detachment and smashing it non-stop. especially cutting fiercely at the silver dragon's abdomen, seeing that the scales had been cut in half, and that all the internal organs inside were clearly visible. Even the heat of the rule candle came through, but at this critical moment, the silver dragon's entire body roared with a tremor. Boom! The huge silver dragon instantly moved, and he instantly disappeared into the small world at an incredible speed, leaving only a trail of broken scales and blood. The gods lost their words, and the human community was frozen in shock. The giant beasts were even more in disbelief of what was in front of them. How did the silver dragon that they had previously controlled to death suddenly disappear? And it was so fast that it reached an outrageous level. Damn it! What's going on here? Where's that dragon? A woman roared in question. Yet no one could answer him, and at this moment, the god of the sky stood out with a grim expression on his face. Silver dragon definitely went after the two who left ahead. The two went. Now give me all your strength to hunt down these two. Chapter 153. The day my evolution is complete will be the day you die. The moonlight was bright, and the two figures stood and sat down at the top of the mountain, drinking tea in their mouths that they were picking from the fields. This place is truly a land of fish and rice. Even the tea is so refreshing. It makes the anxious mood instantly calm. But what are you going to do next? The five-clawed golden dragon asked faintly as he took a sip of tea, a little confused and disoriented in his eyes. Recently these days the things that happened are really some too much. First of all, the inheritor of the grandfather of his own ancestral dragon plotted to kill the gods. No, the net subsequently robbed the rule candle. And now it is even more will be the rule candle digested. The five-clawed golden dragon looked at, sitting opposite Yao Knight. Premonition of the other party's combat power is afraid that is about to come to 2 stars. What's your approximate strength now? The five-clawed golden dragon asked with curiosity in its eyes. Less than 2 stars, but soon to be more than 2. Yao Knight's eyes were calm as he replied. He wasn't lying because the current bilocation was in the midst of evolution, and the next stage of evolution he chose to go in was the Dragon of Red Fire, for no other reason than the fact that the next evolutionary direction after the Dragon of Red Fire is the Candle Dragon. That's why the Dragon of Red Fire, a comparatively weaker sounding dragon race, was chosen. Then we still have to run away. 2 stars of battle power possessed by both the deity camp and the human camp. The only behemoth group that won't be attacking us in Elgardo won't be helping us either. You, the five-clawed golden dragon said with some fear in his eyes. He was now truly scared by those gods and also humans. Look at you, those are just a bunch of dirtbags. What's there to be afraid of? I'm afraid that the current me could hurt even an ancient god. Let alone this bunch of little caramels. We'll just sit here quietly and wait. And when I finish evolving, we'll be the 4th power on this planet. Yao Knight said in a flat tone with eyes full of loneliness. Even his confidence was about to overflow the screen. What are you talking about? The deity camp and the human camp must still have unearthly superpowers. At least one from each of their camps. That how can we possibly be their opponents now? Let alone establishing a 4th party force. Even surviving is extremely difficult. Well, you don't need to talk anymore. Let's leave on this and try to stay away from those guys. After all, they're going to be coming after us soon. What do you mean? It's coming after us again? They can find us? That's natural. The other party has a deity with searching ability. Finding us wouldn't be easy. Let's go. Retreat while fighting. As soon as the words fell, the 2 figures flew high into the air at the same time, speeding towards the location of the South Atlantic Ocean. On the other side, the deity community led the human community as well as dozens of giant beasts to begin the siege of the two. In this moment, killing intent surging. All of Blue Star is in shock. This was already considered to be a meeting of the topmost experts on this planet, and it was still a game of life and death. And during this escape process, Yao Knight's evolution continued. He predicted that it would take another 3 hours or so before he could fully evolve the successful doppelganger that was about to become the Dragon of Red Fire, and his own side should be able to get a huge boost as well, maybe even reaching 2.5 stars of combat power. By then, if you open the talent increase again, you should be able to barely reach the 3-star combat power. I do not know whether the 3-star combat power can withstand the present Blue Star's several strongest people. 2 little beasts hand over the silver dragon. Hand over the candles or I'll make sure you don't even get to go to hell and feed them directly to the fish. An angry hissing sound rang out from a short distance away, only to see countless deities rushing over, and the one leading the charge had changed from the god of the sky to the god of freedom. By this time the god of liberty had grown from a little baby to the likeness of youth. Diane has a thick stand of breath. Predicted to be around 2 stars seems to be at its peak. Glancing back at the god of freedom who had a strong breath, Shake sneered. If he hadn't dropped a bit of carnivore intent on this guy before, he might not have reached the 3-star battle power, but now with his own interference over the god of freedom is only about 2 stars of combat power. Even if it was boosted any further, it would only be about 2.5 stars, not enough to be feared at all. Ha ha ha. What can you do if you stop? Kill me? Can you guys kill me? After saying these words, Yao Yi actually really stopped, looked emboldened, and even had a kind of biting killing intent that blossomed from him, completely burying the entire sky. as if he was the pursuer. Such a bold and reckless behavior makes all the pursuers all stop, with a large amount of color in their eyes to look at him. And even some do not dare to go forward. What's wrong? Didn't you yell so much when you were after me before? Everyone wants to put me to death? Ha ha ha. Just robbed you of a candle. Besides, I found that candle in the first place, now you want to kill me. But I'm standing here. Why don't you do it? Aha! Talk! Yao Knight suddenly roared. And everyone froze on the spot. Only the few strong men at the head of the group dared to stand out, their eyes looking sinisterly at. Are you that rampant? Let's go together. Quickly kill him and extract the rule of fire from his body. The god of freedom roared, and then took the lead and charged directly over, followed by the human Transcendent Black and White and the two behemoth Transcendents. In this instant, the 5 people were completely engaged together, emitting a shocking roar, only to see a huge, incomparable, pitch black, abyss-like mushroom cloud explode at the location where they were engaged. Transcendent battle horror as such, just a photo, will burst out like a nuclear bomb. General power. At the same time, the surrounding all the people are crazy backward, for the 5 strong enough to leave enough space for the battle. He, is a deity nothing more than that? And to think that you people are even so weak in terms of your intent, and these 2 giant beasts, they are even weaker. You are not qualified to fight me at all. Yao Knight laughed wildly, only to see the area of thousands of meters in a circle completely lose light and become darkness with a wave of his palm. At the same time, his hands exploded violently, followed by green poisonous mist filling the air. Fallen light and fierce poison were once again used by him at this moment, and these 2 skills that had accompanied him for many hours once again exploded with dazzling power. Yet that's not the end of it. This time the crowd is in the area is the ocean. Yao Knight without the slightest hesitation, directly toward the ocean rushed. Instantly will be around a large area of seawater stained into green contains fierce poison. What kind of trick is this? It's even poisonous. The human powerhouses shouted in black and white panic, because after reaching their realm, ordinary poisons would no longer have any effect on them. The poisons that could poison a Transcendent were just 1 or 2. But I didn't expect to be met by them today. And it seems that the other party still has a lot of this kind of poison, as if they are able to use it out indefinitely. Don't panic. He's just one person. Is he going to kill all of us? All of the Divine Spirit clan form up. Form a formation. Quickly form a formation for me. The god of freedom roared out in anger, while the many gods at the back heard this and hastily united with each other, instantly forming a giant phalanx with a range of more than 10,000 meters, located in the uppermost sky of the entire battlefield. This formation was majestic, made up of countless golden chains in a square circle, reaching tens of thousands of meters, and with a deity guarding each of the proper eye positions. This time, the Divine Spirit clan's formation was more than 10 times more powerful than the last time when they killed the giant tooth and tooth shark. Ha ha ha. Can't beat it then. Soldier on to use the formation. But you know what? If this formation fails, its backlash will be enough to cause your deity race to suffer a great loss of energy. Still don't get it? God of freedom, ha 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 ha. Yao Knight directly laughed maniacally, only to see his entire body around the hostile gas-filled, countless green fierce poison directly rushed into the formation, madly spread, even spread to a formation eye in the middle, conduction into the body of each deity above. Wow, this super huge Zheng that was originally capable of slaughtering gods and destroying demons lost its power in a brick instant, and its light quickly dimmed. At the same time every positive eye of the gods are affected by different degrees of poison, can only fly to adjust, itself can no longer continue to open the formation. Damn it, what the hell did you do? The goddess of freedom questioned angrily. Of course she understood what was happening but couldn't help but question it, and at this moment, seeing the 2 transcendent behemoths in the behemoth community around Yao Knight, as well as the rest of the behemoths have stepped back a bit, and the idea of stepping back has arisen in their hearts. The god of freedom naturally saw that the behemoth community wanted to leave, but how could he let his side's power be scattered if the behemoth community left? Then their power to fight for the rule candles would be a few points less. So it was directly opened his mouth to curse, you giant beast group are really trash. Why don't you hurry up and strike together? With these words, the 2 transcendent behemoths that wanted to exit immediately stopped in their tracks, with not so good looks on their faces. On the contrary, Yao Knight, his combat power was constantly rising at the moment, and since he was now in the middle of evolution, energy was surging madly in himself, and in just over half an hour's time, it was once again raised a bit more, even more than the 2-star combat power. Why are you cowering here? Didn't you still want to kill me to take out the rule candle just now, and now you're cowering? Yao Knight said with a fierce smile, his own aura once again increasing by an octave as 3 different moods surrounded himself. The king-like dragon's intent, followed by the meat-eater's intent and the weaker ocean's intent. Possessing these 3 realms of intent, the combat power was increased by more than just 1.5 stars, and since it is now on the ocean, The power of the oceanic realm is no less than the other two realms. Chapter 154, Successful Evolution. Dragon of Red Fire. You really think you're invincible? Who do you think you are? The god of freedom roared madly, and at this moment, a scene in his mind that had previously been devoured by the meat-eater's intent surfaced in his mind at the same time. Now also because this person got the rule candle caused them to get nothing, all kinds of anger and malice mixed together. Let him seem a little crazy. Oh, so what are you going to do? Either you come and kill me, or you wait here in peace and quiet and after I finish this metamorphosis, let me show you what power is. Understand? Yao Knight said with a cold smile. Now that his strength had increased dramatically, it didn't matter to him that these people could even counterattack. So naturally his tone was much more rampant. Ha 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 ha. In that case, don't blame me for using my final resort. Divine punishment. Divine punishment. Divine punishment. The god of freedom suddenly opened his hands to the sky and cried out at the top of his lungs. At the same time, a huge phallic heaven and earth appeared in the sky with a loud bang, and the supreme Dharma statue of heaven and earth behind the 6 pairs of wings. The body is even 3 arms. At a glance, let a person have a kind of extreme desire to escape the feeling. Yao Knight, his brows slightly frowned. He could feel close to 3 stars of battle power from this phantom. This level of attack was really initiated by the god of freedom. Interesting, looks like my carnivore has devoured your energy this way, and it's not wrong, otherwise, I'm afraid that this current Dharma heaven and earth would have surpassed the 3-star battle power. Wouldn't that be bad for me? Ha 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 ha. Yao Knight laughed loudly, then his entire body transformed into a stream of light and rushed directly towards the Dharma heaven and earth. At this moment only saw the 3 arms that were sent toward heaven and earth swinging at the same time like huge and vast hammers smashing over. However, his face did not change at all, and he just kept blocking his opponent's attacks with both hands. Feeling the boundless greatness coming from this Dharma heaven and earth, even Yao Knight frowned slightly. At this moment, he herculeanly felt some numbness in his arms, not realizing that the other party's strength was terrifying to such an extent. But, if that's all your power is, then you can die now. Wow. Yao Knight, suddenly withdrawing all his attacks, he then opened his right palm, followed by a huge ghostly creature appearing at his side. Evil Ghost 9 killings, only to see this evil ghost waving up a pair of claws. Bang 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 bang. It swung out 3 claws, directly knocking Fa Xiang Tiandi back. Immediately afterward, without the slightest hesitation, it once again swung out all the remaining 5 claws. Boom! At this moment, the god of freedom's phallic heaven and earth was directly torn to pieces in the chest and began to slowly dissipate between heaven and earth. Seeing his strongest move being dissolved like this, the god of freedom, even frozen in the sky, held his head and roared furiously. Impossible! How could you be so strong? Ho ho ho! It's not over yet, so watch the start of the strongest of the dragons next, Yao Knight said with a cold smile, and then he only saw his entire body burst into flames. Suddenly a force of flame rule looked around. The rest of the 3 realms of intent were all suppressed. Only the blazing fire burning on his body was so conspicuous. And just at that moment, a loud and clear sound of a dragon's roar resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. A huge dragon with a massive body that was over 3,000 meters long rushed out of his burner's body muddily and flew into the sky. The Dragon of Red Fire. Chapter 155. If I don't open my mouth first in spring, which insect will dare to make a sound? The Dragon of Red Fire. Endless flames surrounded this body to form a terrifying might. Like the unchanging king of flames, it shakes the mind. At this moment all eyes looked over. Some of them were surprised. Some of them were afraid. But more of them were kind of confused. It's 2.5 stars, but it's not his full power yet, is it? The god of freedom muttered, then stepped backward, but realized its own minions had long since retreated to nowhere. There's nothing more to say. Die. In an instant, the dragon of red fire returned to the swaying body, and his entire aura exploded violently, a force infinitely close to 3 stars. It erupted and instantly pinched the neck of the god of freedom and ruthlessly pinched it. Click 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 click. Bones shattered. His neck went limp with weakness, and his head drooped. Ha ha ha. It seems that the god of freedom is nothing more than that. The words speak so loudly, but I didn't expect the strength to be so unruly. Ha 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 ha. Yao Knight said in a flat tone. Even his laughter was filled with flatness. It was a wild statement, but his tone was not wild at all. And at this moment, there was also a moment of silence between the divine spirit race and the behemoth race, and even all the humans. No one dared to speak first, so as not to attract Yao Knight's killing. Wasn't it to rob the rule candle? Wasn't it to throw my doppelganger off my stomach? What? Dumb? He gazed straight at the people below, his eyes as calm as a puddle of stagnant water. Fuck you. We're just going to kill you. What do you want? What? What do you want? A bearded deity roared. However, after the next bang, half of the opponent's face was directly blown away. Immediately afterward he died instantly, falling from mid-air. The scene fell into silence again for a while. However, Until a long time later, to everyone's surprise, Yao Yu did not choose to strike again. Surprisingly, he wasn't going to kill any of them. Now that there is such a powerful enemy spying outside the Blue Heart, the 5-star ancient god plus the Jedi from the Weird Plains, and look at how you guys are even in the mood for infighting here. Killing this one moment, and then trying to kill that one. Aren't you going to improve yourself? How should I resist next? Yao Knight let out a cold smile, then brought the 5-clawed golden dragon to completely leave this place. It's not like he's trying to be a saintly mother for once. Instead, he left some of his living forces behind to maybe help when that Jedi or 5-star ancient god powers up. 5-star ancient gods, needless to say from the name can be heard out, is a 5-star war power, and their own now go through a lot of trouble and even devour the rules. The candle is only close to the 3-star war power. 5-star ancient gods he naturally cannot match. Not to mention the Jedi that was frantically rushing towards here. That thing was estimated to be only stronger than a 5-star ancient god. Where do we go next? Nowadays you're pretty much the strongest person on the planet. The 5-clawed golden dragon lit a cigarette and asked weakly. At this moment, some melancholy colors welled up in his eyes, especially the moment he saw the dragon of red fire. There was even some loss in his eyes. But Yao Knight understood that the other party wanted to see a golden 5-clawed golden dragon, because that would be like grandpa. Too bad one doesn't really like that evolutionary direction after all. After evolving into the dragon of red fire, the next stage could be the candle dragon. And that was the powerful effect he wanted. Now, well, to meet an old friend, we need to unify our powers, followed by a boost to my own. After saying that, the figures of the two Yao Knights flew together towards a certain autonomous region. There was the previous camp of the Heavenly Determination Awakened Ones, and deep underground there were the homes of the Heavenly Awakened Ones. After some time, the two once again arrived in front of this underground garage and headed underground. The camp of the Heavenly Lords did not change much, still a lively scene with bright lights, but with the descent of the two men, the atmosphere is completely cooled down. Look who's here. What are you doing here? I don't suppose there's nowhere else to go. You're not being chased again, are you? Ha ha ha, God said with a smile while several people walked out beside him, looking at Yao Knight with kind faces. Only angels, demons, and red dragons have stepped forward, and the amazing thing was that their faces hadn't changed in the slightest. They were exactly the same as before. What's going on with you guys? Resurrected or some kind of transmutation technique? Yao Knight's face was full of questions, somewhat not quite daring to believe that these few people had appeared in front of him. Long time no see, boss. Without your prey, we can always be hungry these days. Ha ha ha, the demon joked, and the other two smiled gently. Oh, it's good to be back, but I didn't come back this time to see you, but to see your ruler, Yao Knight said in a flat tone. At these words, God's face changed, and Satan flew out from the tower on the other side. To meet our chief. I admit you are indeed strong now, but it seems you are not qualified for that yet, right? Satan said in a calm tone. He naturally saw that Yao Ya's current combat power was extraordinary, but still chose to. Having said that, it is enough to say that the leader of the Tomorrow Awakened One is definitely a strong to the extreme existence. Okay, then I can wait until that chief of yours shows up. Yao Knight found a chair and sat down, then joined the 5-clawed golden dragon in smoking a small cigarette. Sometimes after a person goes through something, only a cigarette can suppress what's going on inside. The sensation of nicotine entering your lungs is like getting a new lease on life. It's mesmerizing and unforgettable. Ha ha ha, there's no need to wait. I can just come out. I don't know what's looking for me, only to see a middle-aged man with a kind face slowly walk over from the distance. His whole person reveals an ordinary aura, like an old farmer in the field who has just finished his busy life. Yao Knight gaze slightly condensed, although the other party's breath is flat, but still able to detect from the other party's body that unimaginable power. Just like a giant elephant hidden in the jungle. When it doesn't strike, it's just silently eating grass there, and once it strikes and rushes out from the jungle, it's destructive. Creator, the chief of all the heavenly awakenings, then only this one term could fit his identity, determining the thoughts in his mind. Yao Knight slowly stood up and smiled. Your Excellency is the creator, isn't it? I did come to discuss something with you. I wonder if I could honor you with my presence. Yes. After saying that, the creator and Sheikh disappeared into the distance together, and soon appeared in a simple thatched hut. Meanwhile the creator got his hands on 2 more cups of coffee. Try it. It's freshly ground coffee from far away Africa. You should know that the weather there is very hot right now, and the coffee beans are roasted to be very dry, and the flavor of the coffee ground from this kind of coffee beans is extremely strong. You will definitely like it very much. Aha! Yao Knight took a sip of the coffee and couldn't help but exclaim. It's true. This coffee is indeed good, but it's full of bitter flavor. Bitter flavor? Ha ha ha. Yes, it does have some bitterness. Maybe it's because I'm used to drinking it in my old age. The creator hammed and hawed. But at this moment, Yao Knight asked with a flash of his gaze, but this coffee is certainly not as old as yours. And I guess you're a couple hundred years old. It's still not easy to maintain the Celestial Awakenings community. It's a race that is always wanted by humans, Yao Knight said with a sigh flashing in his eyes. Yes, it's not easy indeed. It really is. A color of remembrance flashed in the creator's eyes. Then he said softly with a lowered brow, you know what? I am the first heavenly consciousness. And I have to carry this banner of heavenly consciousness, and I've long understood the purpose of your coming to me today. I've even expected it, but I'm really relieved. Now that you understand my purpose, are you willing to join forces with me? Yao Knight asked directly to the point. While his eyes flickered before he spoke again, two major threats from outer space are imminent. And I don't know if you've noticed, much of the vegetation on the ground today has withered. And even the rainforest areas are beginning to die off on a large scale. The ancient god's nerves have been connected to the entire planet for far too long. And if we can't kill him, then he'll kill us all. As he spoke, Yao Knight's expression became hideous. It wasn't because the ancient god would kill other people, but that this ancient god was indeed a threat. People will always die, and if they don't evolve, then the only path that awaits is death. But how many people can see this form clearly? Now there is a kind of apocalyptic feeling. Several forces are fighting to the death for a tiny bit of energy. Alas, the creator took a sip of his coffee and gazed out the distant window through the roof. And in the midst of that starry sky, he could see the black maggot frantically arriving. Ancient gods are not the end. Jedi are the end. Creator, stop saying these useless words. We should now quickly join forces and coordinate our strength with several other powers, either launch the highest yield nuclear bomb of the moment, or pour everyone's power into killing the ancient gods. It's the only way we can go. The ancient god immortal Jedi has descended again, so the only thing that awaits us is extinction nowadays. None of us are stronger than 4 stars. And none of us have the power to cross the stars. It's the only way to go now, and we have to do it, or the end of this planet is coming soon. As long as we let the ancient god die first, then we'll still have room to breathe. It's not unlikely that they had thought of a way to deal with it before the Jedi came. Chapter 156. I've witnessed too much. Ideal is plump. Reality is bony. It's not that simple to make an ancient god die. He's been around for a long time. And it seems like it's going to be hard to get him to die just with a word from you and me here. And you don't know much about the ancient gods, so I can tell you about them today, the creator said with a look of remembrance in his eyes, and then opened his mouth to tell the story. I was born over 1,000 years ago when I was nothing more than a blacksmith who just kept pumping iron in farming. Originally I was thinking of marrying a wife and dying happily after having a child and a half of a grandchild, but to my surprise, after the deaths of all my loved ones, I didn't die, but remained alive in this world until I finally realized the problem when I lived to be over 170 years old. I've realized that I'm not going to get old. My bodily functions were permanently stuck at about 65 years old. And so I muddled along for over 400 years. I live like this, not like other immortals who have gained great wealth or stirred up the world. I am still a farmer who plows. A blacksmith who was a very ordinary immortal, but it was in my 500th or so year of farming that I realized I had some magical powers. I want a rock to fly. Then it can fly. I want water to flow back. Then it will flow back. I want a bird of prey to fly backwards. Then the bird of prey will fly backwards. I really felt unbelievable. And so I became the first heavenly Jedi in the world. Do you know why the Sky Jurors are called Sky Jurors? Because the strength of the heavenly awakening is in Thailand. Against the heavens, this is simply going against the orders of the heavens and even against the laws that all things should have. After just over 100 years, my abilities no longer stop there. I can even choose to create some magical race, or create something that has never existed before. I can turn everything around, and make anything under the sun do my bidding. Originally, I thought that I was invincible, that there was no existence in this world that could stop me, and I thought that I was heaven's destiny, that I was heaven's consciousness. But just when I was getting ahead of myself, the ancient gods descended. Yes, the 5-star ancient gods of outer space. His nerves connected to the entire planet and began to draw on the planet's nutrients. And I was extremely anxious inside, to the point where I couldn't wait to fight him to the death. And I really did. I really went to battle with the ancient gods. But guess how it turned out? The 5-star ancient god possessed 3 symbiotic beasts. And these 3 gigantic beasts shared the same root as him, and even possessed part of the ancient god's power as well. I fought with the 3 of them, but I was crippled by them, and was paralyzed for 50 or 60 years. Just these 3 behemoths, 3 symbiotic behemoths of the ancient gods, have beaten me into this appearance. How strong should that ancient god be? And you know what? A 5-star ancient god was nothing more than a juvenile in the ancient god community. Above him were 6-star ancient gods, 7-star ancient gods, 8-star ancient gods, and even 9-star ancient gods. The 9-star ancient gods can no longer use words like life to describe them, but are more akin to an existence. Once the 5-star ancient god in outer space died, then the other 8 and 9-star ancient gods would inevitably come after them. What should we do then? Chapter 157, Gathering for Conquest. Starting first with the high and mighty gods, one thing I think you want to do, Yao Knight said calmly. He just stood still with an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. What can I say wrong? Isn't that straightforward enough? The creator questioned, some confusion in his eyes. In fact, you're mistaken about one thing. What we need to do now is to quickly resolve the 5-star ancient gods and solve the difficulties of the moment. And rather than focusing on future difficulties, after all, it is the present moment that counts. Thief, you can't even live today. What do you care about tomorrow? Hearing this, the creator fell silent as he looked up at the sky, seemingly able to pierce through the atmosphere to see the huge figure of the ancient god on outer space. He just looked at the ancient god. He didn't know what was going on in his eyes. Maybe he was recalling a scene from thousands of years ago, or maybe he was remembering his long-lost family. But he kept his gaze fixed dead on the shrouded outer space for a long time before slowly lowering his head. I agree with you. Then I'm willing to join forces with you, no matter what the end result is. The two eventually succeeded in their resolution and eventually made their way out of the hut and back to the surface with the crowd. At this moment, the 5-clawed golden dragon, the angels, the demons, the red dragon and the creator all gathered. Where should we go next? Or who are you going to convince to join us again? The creator asked with some curiosity, an amazing gleam in his eyes. Let's go over to the divine spirit community next. But before that we should have a drink. After all, I'm afraid such a good time will be rare in the future, said the man. And then a few of them went to a cathouse tavern and sat down one after the other and began to drink. The long years of fighting have given rise to a wave of disorientation. The Yao Knight looked up at the sky and drank the wine in his hand again. His eyes never more determined. Previously, both the human race and the giant beast race were in the midst of war. But since he himself had taken away the rule candle, the war had stopped for the time being, and at the moment all the forces are pretty much at a stalemate. Depending on whether anyone is going to break it, Yao Knight's intention is to convince all the forces to join the same force when they are at a standstill, gather their strength together to defeat the ancient god, and then talk about what happens after that. However, he did not say so explicitly, but decided to go on the road with the crowd on the morrow. It would be difficult to convince the others alone, but with the creator on board, everything would be very different. The night passed quietly, and the party arrived within the boundaries of the pretty country, where the broken Statue of Liberty could be seen at a glance. But it seems a deity is rebuilding the statue. It's you! How dare you come here? The god of grass and trees questioned loudly, his eyes looking at Yao Knight in horror. However, Yao Knight was unimpressed and said, "What's the point of being so alarmed? Isn't your master still alive? Let him come out to see us." This statement, the god of grass and trees was shocked, even rolled in midair and flew over, hurriedly came to his own hall, rushed into the admonition of the god of freedom. It didn't take long for the free body to come to the crowd trembling, asking with helplessness in his eyes, "Why are you here, for revenge? Or what?" The god of freedom's tone was flat, and even had a sense of looking down on life and death. "Come to find you to cooperate and defend against the ancient gods together." And as soon as the words left his mouth, the god of freedom unexpectedly laughed uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha, laughing. "Just with you few dirtbags you still fight against the ancient gods, ha?" His tone was full of mockery, and he even had a sense of looking down on people. "What? Do you think we're powerless to resist? Or have you resigned yourself to not wanting to resist anymore?" Yao Knight asked with a frown. "Ha ha ha. No, 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 no. I think you're misunderstanding something, and it's not a question of whether or not you're capable of resisting the rather. I think something like attacking an elephant as a mole sounds really funny. Oh, so what? You've already resigned yourself to your fate? Already ready to die under the ancient god?" However, this word fell. The god of freedom's face instantly sank. He was right. 5-star ancient gods once opened the final stage of sucking life. Then they really want to die. Even if they are these gods is only about 2-star combat power. Nothing capable of resisting. Then what do you think we should do? It's simply impossible to resist. The 3 great beasts under the ancient god are not existences that we can fight against, not to mention the ancient god himself. Us killing him is like hitting a stone with an egg. The god of freedom rambled on and on. Originally he was very angry when his adulthood was interrupted earlier, and the rule candle was taken away from him later. He was now in a very upset mood, but he didn't expect this. The culprit of everything is now coming to the door wanting to join forces with himself. His mood can't be said to be bad, but just as he proceeded to prepare his refusal, Yao Knight suddenly took a step forward and said in an icy tone, "I'll give you one chance. If you refuse to join, then you can die now." When these words came out, everyone's eyes widened as they looked at Yao Knight with some incredulity. "Didn't we agree to talk it over? Why are you threatening people now?" But, surprisingly, the effect of this move is extremely good. And very obvious. City of Freedom first face changed, and then there is some caution looking at him, eyes full of vigilance. After hesitating for a moment, finally nodded and opened his mouth. "Well, it's not impossible to join you, but I have a request that I hope you can fulfill. And of course, it's a request that has to do with the ancient gods. Something to do with the ancient gods? Tell me about it. Yao Knight nodded and said, well, it's like this. The reason why our god race doesn't leave the boundaries of the pretty country is because one of the 4 parasitic beasts of the ancient gods, the yin yang, exists deep in the ground of the pretty country. Yin Yang's form is extremely huge. Originally he was imprisoned underground so that our god clan would have plenty of energy to use. But, the more the voice of freedom spoke, the lower his voice became, and in the end, he couldn't even make a sound, but was just filled with a look of regret. Look at your expression. You don't need to guess that Yin Yang is about to riot, right? With such a terrifying beast threatening in front of you, you'd be bold not to seek an alliance. Yao Knight held his forehead and said that he was quite speechless. He originally thought that there were only 3 parasitic beasts, but he didn't expect that the 4th one had been gotten underground by the divine spirit race. Take us there. And if you can, hopefully we can analyze what weaknesses the ancient god would have from this parasitic beast. At this moment after the conversation, the god of freedom led the crowd through the lands of the pretty country to the very center of the entire country. Here the originally prosperous buildings had long since disappeared, leaving behind only a deep, bottomless pit and the roar of the beasts that often came out of the ground. How deep is this pit? It's estimated to be tens of thousands of meters? 130,000 meters. We have the god of land so we can expand the depth and area of the region indefinitely. Naturally we can make deep pits up to 30,000 meters. The yin-yang behemoth is inside the deep pit, and now he's on the verge of rioting. Once the riot starts, the first to suffer will be the deity community, and you other races will not be spared next. 666, tell us what weaknesses this guy has, or what strength he is now, or else our party should not go down there and get all wiped out. That would be a big game. Yao Knight said with a question. Okay, it's like this. The yin-yang behemoth was discovered by us over 1,500 years ago, and at that time he probably had about 2.5 stars of combat power, so he was easily captured and shoved underground to serve as an energy source, because this guy is like a small sun, radiating heat energy all the time, so the deity community needs this kind of energy very much. But the problem is in these last 100 years, I don't know why, but the originally already weakening yin-yang behemoth has basically decayed to about 1 star of combat power. And I'm afraid that it will all fall below Transcendent before long, but I didn't expect his strength to grow by leaps and bounds in the last 100 years, and he soon reached the level of 3 stars, and even now he has reached about 3.5 stars according to our speculation, because he's the reason why he's a 5-star ancient god parasite beast. The 5-star stock god has boosted his power as he's gotten stronger, so the yin-yang beast's current combat power should be 3.5 stars, but with our previous means of binding him, he can only exert 3 stars of combat power, and that's how it is at the moment. The god of freedom slowly explained while at the moment the eyebrows of the crowd were clenched, especially the creator, who was a bit speechless. I'm only a 3-star battle power, and brother Yao is only a 3-star. Do you want the 2 of us to go and fight him hard? My goodness, this is just too risky. Che, is that all the guts you have as a creator? You don't even dare to deal with a parasitic beast, let alone deal with an ancient god. If you don't even have this much guts, what's the use of getting together? It's still not letting the ancient god slap you to death. The god of freedom pressed on, and even Yao Knight was getting a bit impatient. That's enough. The 2 of you will come down with me now and take a look. At the moment, only the 3 of us have the highest combat power in this place. Yao Knight directly sealed the deal, and as soon as the words fell, the creator and god of freedom's faces changed, somewhat unpleasantly. This is not too good. That yin-yang beast are 3-star battle power. Wei, you can die now if you don't go. Don't forget we're in an alliance now. Yao Knight warned once again. So there was no choice but for the 3 to pair up and swim together toward the deep pit. At this moment slowly came to the shallowest point of the position of the cave. Can be heard deep in the cave there is a hint of aftermath sound ringing, and the whole ground is slightly trembling. Chapter 158, The Sunny Beast. What? Make sure it's okay to be right down there. Don't get down there and have another situation. It's no problem. The yin-yang beast is down there. If we can take care of him this time it'll be perfect. The god of freedom said with anticipation in his eyes. Before this he only had 2.5 stars of combat power, and still only himself. Of course he did not dare to go down to see how the yin-yang beast really is, but now that there are 2 helpers coming, it is possible to check the situation and project how long the yin-yang beast will be able to get out of the trap. And soon the 3 of them kept moving forward in a darkness, and the sound of the giant beast screaming got louder and louder. Up, and the temperature in the entire grotto grew higher and higher. Yao Knight projected that the temperature of the entire hole in the ground was about 50 degrees right now. If it was an ordinary person they would have already suffered heatstroke by the time they were in this position, but it didn't matter at all to them. The strong ones, Even if it was 500 degrees they could still hold on to it. We're almost there. The yin-yang beast looks extremely strange. Keep your voices down when you see it. Don't disturb him, otherwise once that guy gets angry, I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. The god of freedom reminded. Then the three of them continued on. After almost crossing over 20,000 meters, they finally came to the so-called depths of the earth. There was a large expanse of pitch blackness in front of him, but at the same time there was some presence of blue light in the darkness. What was strange, though, was that there was no sign of any giant beasts here, but instead, a blue color that in addition the temperature here has been as high as about 120 degrees. Ordinary people cannot survive. Even the air temperature has reached the boiling point of water. Where's the yin-yang beast you were talking about? Why isn't there one? Creator, some impatient asked. He originally came down when some fear, but did not think that here what things are not. White worry, eh? What's the hurry? We've covered his tracks. See that big gap up ahead? You can't perceive that place until you turn on your vision. The god of freedom spoke casually, then picked up a bracelet and rubbed it in his palm before mapping ahead. Wow, in just a split second, the scene ahead changed completely. Andally to see countless firelight emerges. In the center of that firelight, a mold huge to the extreme red sphere is writhing. Goo goo goo. An inexplicable chirping sound resounded inside the orb, like the gurgling sound of some kind of creature that has been hungry for a long time. Yao Knight, pupils suddenly contracted. He can detect that this orb creature is yin-yang. The other party's combat power should be 3 stars. And it's not just as simple as 3 stars. It should be more than 3. Is this one of the 4 parasitic beasts of the ancient gods? It sure is tough. Yao Knight licked his lips, then gazed at the god of freedom and said, what's next? Kill him? Ha! The god of freedom who heard this was a bit stunned. But immediately afterward, he nodded heavily. Of course. If you think you can kill it, then you can try. It would be great to kill him. Just so the ancient god has one less parasitic beast to cut down some of its strength. The god of freedom said testily. Yao Knight then patted the creator's shoulder and spoke, let's strike out together to see how strong he is. Maybe we can study the secrets of the ancient gods from him. Chapter 159, The Battle of Jintian. The might of the parasitic beasts. After saying that, the two of them exchanged glances. Then they only saw the creator slowly coalesce a Rubik's Cube from his hand. The entire Rubik's Cube exuded an amazing black light, but at the same time with some color, as if the interweaving of destruction and new life, so that people could not see through or feel. Yao Knight's eyes slightly condensed when he saw this Rubik's Cube. He detected that this Rubik's Cube seemed to be somewhat similar to the legendary Pandora's box, and he didn't realize that the creator even possessed this kind of thing. This made him think highly of the creator for a few more points. Immediately after that, his own side once again gathered power. Yao Knight's current strongest means of attack was none other than the 3 realms of intent. But the lethality of the skills he carried himself was also comparable. Currently it seems that all of his own skills are as follows: frowny face skills, poison, wind and thunder speed, golden armor, fallen light, earth dragon, evil 9 kills exclusive to human form, wild hope, green source, silver moon slash, red fire, only to see that he first summoned an earth dragon to burrow out from the depths of the earth. Immediately after that, the earth dragon was given a golden armor to add fierce poison, followed by a layer of crimson flames covering the entire earth dragon. Of course, Yao Knight then added all of his true dragon intent to the earth dragon's increase. In this moment I so many skill increases on this earth dragon, making his strength approaching the 3rd turn for a while. Such a strong power was enough to threaten the savior or the god of freedom or above. Strike! As soon as the words fell, the two suddenly struck out together, fingertips burning with a blazing fire clad in golden armor. The earth dragon charged directly towards the parasitic beast Yin Yang. At the same time, the Pandora's box floated above the entire behemoth, emitting an endless shroud of black light. At this moment, the two can be said to have used all their strength. At this moment, even the god of freedom couldn't help but feel a sense of awe within his heart, simply because these two people's means of attack looked really strong and incomparable. Even if the god of freedom were to face any of them alone, there was a feeling of being unable to defeat them. However, the moment these two types of attacks approached the yin-yang beast, the beast's huge body trembled and shook with a roar like an earthquake in the mountains and rocks. The sun-like body suddenly emitted endless light and heat, instantly resisting the two major means of attack and had a tendency to be about to counterattack. And at that moment, the gaudy behemoth turned its body. The incomparably large body covered almost the entire light, like as if it was like a ferocious demonic berserker beast from the ancient times, giving one a feeling of not being able to look directly at it. A strong sense of oppression came, no matter who can feel the chilling breath on his body, a kind of feeling from the ancient stars. Boom! A violent explosion exploded. The human eardrums festered, only to see Pandora's box suddenly washed away by a fire, once again returned to the hands of the creator. Then Yao Knight's earth dragon was even roasted by the fire until it was scorched black and began to melt. Keep striking until he cries. Yao Knight let out a fierce laugh and waved his hand to release a large swath of poisonous mist running away. But the temperature of the body surface of this giant beast of the yin-yang is too high. The poison is directly evaporated and vaporized before it gets close to it simply cannot get close to. Boom! Suddenly saw the huge red body of the sunny beast suddenly erupted, a wisp of crimson flames swept away like a flying sword in general scattered. Directly forced the three back hundreds of meters before coming to a halt, and at this time, the yin-yang beast was surprisingly still in a coma. And this wasn't even his active attack. I told you he was strong. I didn't dare to come down alone. But thanks to you two being a bit more daring, I accompanied you. This guy is terrifyingly strong. Not to mention an ancient god. Even if I were to tackle him I feel like it would be extremely laborious. He sighed and said, with a strong look of horror in his eyes, and even a general feeling that the divine spirit community was about to reach its doom. Yao Knight was silent and didn't say a word. As he looked at that huge mountain-like figure in the distance, he unexpectedly also developed a feeling of powerlessness. Earth Dragon had just used all of his power, but he still couldn't do any damage to the yin-yang behemoth, showing that the other party's physical strength as well as various power attributes were above his own. What should one do in the face of such a giant? But if one couldn't even kill this fellow, then how could one kill the ancient god? To know that the yin-yang beast was just a parasitic beast on the ancient god. Even the parasitic beast was so strong. How strong should that ancient god be? Although Yao Knight was silent, he hadn't actually given up on the idea of killing the other party yet, and was only silently planning in his mind. Alright, let's go back. I've figured out a way how to kill him, but I'll say this up front. I want all of this behemoth's body after he's dead, Yao Knight said decisively, directly asserting that the yin-yang beast claimed his entire corpse after his death. Hearing this, the creator said it didn't matter. There was no use in asking for the body himself, and the god of freedom shrugged. He thought that as long as the behemoth was dead, the body would be the same no matter who it went to. So it was that the three flew back to the surface once more, to the surface of the deep pit, and after a bit of detouring returned to the great hall of the Divine Spirit clan to begin their discussions. At this moment, all the manpower on Yao Knight's side had already arrived. The angel demon Red Dragon, his three most loyal henchmen had already arrived here. At the same time, the creator as well as several important figures from the Divine Spirit tribe had also come, and together in the great hall, they discussed how they should kill the yin-yang beast. Grandma, I told you not to go down to the pit, or that guy might even hurt you. Even with these two, it's not possible. That giant beast is so strong. One slap can kill us people. The god of grass and trees rambled on while the god of freedom waved his hand and said, don't be a pain in the ass here. You were called here to discuss things, not to discuss how dangerous our actions are on this trip, but to find a way to crusade against the yin-yang beast with us. The two men argued on, and eventually it was Shake, gesturing for them to stop arguing before he spoke slowly. Methods I have tried, with our current power, is unable to kill each other, so that I decided to soldier on to think of an extremely special way. I do not know if you can agree. Hearing this, all of them froze their eyes, looked straight at him, and froze for half a day before saying, little friend Yao Knight, please go ahead. As long as we can kill this guy, then any method is worth a try, the creator said in a flat tone. Oh, it's like this. Since we can't kill the sunny beast with our ability, my idea is to find an object with great density and weight, especially something sharp, such as a meteorite from outer space, so as to smash the sunny beast to death. Please don't refute this approach for a moment, because I'm saying this with some deliberation. You have a deep pit here that is at least 30,000 meters deep. If free-falling, the gravitational pull of the entire blue planet would cause the meteorite to impact the yin-yang behemoth at an extremely high speed. It might just cut through his entire body and send him to his death that way. When he finished speaking, he stopped speaking and instead quietly observed the crowd's reaction. Yao Knight naturally said this by his own considerations. Currently his own combat power was at 2.5 stars, while his evolutionary progress was a staggering 0%, the last time it evolved into the Dragon of Red Fire. It was the direct swallowing of the Rule Candle as well as dozens of 9 Revolutions realm powerhouses and a Transcendent realm Megalodon plus the Rule Candle, a heavy treasure that only allowed it to reach 100% of its purification progress, and this time, if he wanted to evolve into a Candle Dragon, then the energy required would be unimaginably large. In addition to devouring the parasitic beasts of these ancient gods, he couldn't think of anything else to devour. Devouring a treasure like the Rule Candle. But how many of them could there be on the entire blue star? It would be a drop in the bucket to devour other behemoths or humans or deities. It may even cause dissatisfaction among all of them, leading to the trend of the three-party power alliance to ease down again and become a three-party situation again. So that what he wants to do now is to madly enhance his own strength, directly come to the Candle Dragon realm. Maybe after becoming a Candle Dragon, his own combat power will skyrocket to 4 stars, that way also have the capital to fight against the ancient gods. And at that moment his suggestion was advocated. Everyone fell silent, and after a few moments of reflection, It was the god of the sky who unexpectedly walked over to open his mouth. I agree with you. But if that behemoth has the ability to come back from the dead, what should we do about it? And there's also the point of where we're supposed to find giant meteorite chunks that are large and sharp. Tell me. Once the god of the sky said this, everyone had no more comments. So their gazes once again focused on Yao Knights with a questioning look in their eyes. Do the parasitic beasts on the ancient gods have the ability to be resurrected? Naturally, we have to ask the creator. He has fought with parasitic beasts before and should know this, and where to look for giant chunks of meteorites, as you say, is definitely available on the human side of the world, and it's still in the museum in Mordor? It's still a town treasure. It should still exist in the museum now. Yes, I totally agree with you. I agree. Seconded. Soon enough, this plan was drawn up, and all of them expressed their agreement. And at this moment, Yao Knight did not finish his speech, but continued to speak. Since we're going to the human side to obtain the meteorite blocks next, let's make an alliance with the humans by the way. What do you guys think? After all, if we want to kill a 5-star ancient god, the more powerful we are, the better. We must unite. Yao Knight said with solemn eyes. Alright then, let's do as you say. We're leaving now. I have to go too. You two can just go. The god of freedom muttered. No, you must go as well. After all, you represent a divine force? The more forces we have, then the greater the probability of success. Chapter 160, Alliance with Humans. Heavenly Court. Daisy walked the three people once again discussed a bit, and so it represented the complete union of the two sides of the Heavenly Awakened One forces and the Divine Spirit forces, as well as Yao Knights, the fourth side of the forces, which together formed the initial prototype of the Heavenly Court. The three of them flew at an extremely fast speed to the location of the Dragon Kingdom and arrived at the Magic City headquarters. With their current realm they could distinguish that the strongest person in the Dragon Kingdom was at approximate what location, and it so happened that the strongest person, Black and White, as well as another person were in the Magic City, so they came directly to the Magic City. Oh, what brings you guys here? Is there something going on? Or want to fight us humans? Black and White suddenly appeared high in the air, not waiting for the three to visit before they did. You know exactly where we're coming from, so why are you saying this? Make an alliance. It's good for everyone. Twisting a hemp rope will definitely be able to draw the ancient god down from the high sky to become a feeder for us, instead of him turning us into a feeder. Yao Knight said in a firm tone, even with a confident look on his face. Oh, you guys are so confident. Unit. God has been entrenched for thousands of years. Can't you just say you can bring it down? What do you think you are? God? Black and White questioned in a flat tone, but it was not aggressive. Just questioning. Oh, of course I didn't want to be God myself, but we need to survive. And the current ancient gods are like capitalists, oppressing us all the time, and we're just an ordinary populace, just a stronger populace. Since it's the populace, we need to unite. Only by uniting can we kill the stock god, kill this capital that sucks the life out of Blue Star. Only by killing him will we be able to live. Once these words came out, Black and White stopped mocking and just fell silent, eventually nodding in agreement as well. It's good to have such thoughts, but I'm afraid it's still a bit difficult to implement them. However, as a compatriot I am still willing to do my part, but don't expect me to rush to the front line. All are happy at the moment. After all, that's just the way it is. And humanity does need to band together, and soon the three forces gathered together, eventually arriving at the museum in Mordor after stating the purpose of the group. Are you guys really planning to use a meteorite to smash the parasite beast to death? That's not easy. Not to mention that the bodies of parasitic beasts are much harder than meteorites. Black and White said with some uncertainty. He just felt that this group of people is still relatively reliable. But then the idea of a meteorite smashing the parasitic beasts to death was raised, making him a little skeptical again. Don't think of the Transcendence as too strong. We're relying on nothing more than our own strength. But meteorites come from outer space and have the gravity of the blue planet as a booster. That's a lot of power. And I just don't believe the parasites can survive that kind of offense. With that said, the few people came to the underground of the museum, and after entering the underground, the crowd was completely shocked. Just see, this meteorite's volume is extremely huge, even counted as half a mountain moon, and the entire museum underground square kilometers have been hollowed out, all used to store this meteorite. We named this meteorite Planeteer. He descended in 1923 and was later moved to the Magic City Museum after being found bouncing around a lot, and it weighs millions of tons. It shouldn't have a problem smashing a creature to death. Chapter 161, The Heavenly Court. What now? Move it back? It's a bit heavy though. 1,000,000 tons is really hard to get. A group of people looking at this huge contraption is somewhat at a loss. With the current human tools, it is indeed able to move, but cannot support a long period of air transportation flight, unless it is a group of airplanes. As for the Awakened to carry it, It would require more manpower and be very troublesome. Tell you what, the war has stopped now anyway, so let's let the Alliance's big battleships carry it. Or something. No, just let me do it. It's too much trouble to carry it. It's better if I do it. The creator suddenly opened his mouth and then walked over. Only the Pandora's box in his hand suddenly moved, followed by an absorbing power. This absorbing force was not directed at the crowd, but at this Walker meteorite, and in just a single glance, only to see the entire meteorite suddenly shrink. From super huge in the beginning it became as huge as a building, then it became as big as a bus, and then it kept getting smaller and smaller, eventually becoming the size of a basketball. But that's not all. After becoming the size of a basketball, the meteorite shrunk once again until it became like a grain of rice and entered Pandora's box. This magical power made the crowd present look dumbfounded, and even produced a feeling of absurdity. Since we've already taken it in, let's start preparing to behead Yin Yang, Yao Knight said without the slightest hint of surprise. And then the crowd nodded and came together jointly to the location on the ground, currently looking at the forces on Shake's side. Aside from the demon angel Red Dragon, this was just himself and the 5-clawed golden dragon. 3 stars and above and close to 3 stars, and the celestial Jedi are the chiefs out. The creator. 3 stars or more. On the deity side are the god of freedom as well as the god of the sky. 1 has 3 stars or more combat power and the other is closer to 2.5 stars. On the human side were black and white, and 3 other transcendents. 1 had less than 3 stars of battle power, while the other 3 had 2 or even less than 3 stars. Now that the 3 major powers had gathered, only the final behemoth power was missing. Currently the behemoth side of the land does have transcendent behemoths, but they aren't strong, and it's up to the overlord of the oceans, Elgardo, and an even more mysterious one to exist. Elgato is properly a 3-star plus fighter, and that other being is definitely not weaker than a 3-star. After coordinating in this way, Yao Knight felt that he should first incorporate the behemoth community into the alliance, and then it would not be too late to attack the Yin Yang behemoths. Can your Pandora's box keep control of the Walker meteor? If we can, let's go over to the Atlantic first and see if we can get the behemoth packs to join the alliance in one fell swoop. If we can, Yao Knight looked at the creator and asked, of course you can. The space of Pandora's box is infinite. What's the point of fitting a meteorite? Let's go now. The crowd was united in their opinion, and then all of them flew to the Atlantic Ocean location above the vast sea surface. All kinds of powerful people gathered here. Only Yao Knight entered the bottom of the sea and silently waited for Elgardo to appear. At this time, the crowd probably waited for more than an hour, but still did not see that legendary sea beast appear. So the crowd is still relatively anxious inside, and after an unknown amount of time passed, Yao Knight's side finally reacted. A huge figure, spanning an infinite distance, came to him, and the first sentence of his open mouth made Yao Knight somewhat helpless. You guys go back. We can't participate in this alliance. Elgato suddenly appeared, but the words he uttered were even more surprising and even a bit difficult for Yao Knight to accept. Why is it impossible to join? Give us a specific reason. Is your behemoth clan going to watch the entire Blue Star lose all its vitality to the 5-star ancient god like this? Yao Knight questioned without mercy. Hearing this, Elgato swung his huge body and flooded the endless waves, but the expression on that face of his was extremely tangled, with an unspeakable feeling of, friends, to tell the truth, that mysterious ocean beast venerable is a parasitic beast, but he has already separated from the 5 elements ancient god, and now his camp is subordinate to our beast camp, and he is now the master of this ocean. Not me. Suddenly he heard Elgato's words and his whole body froze, somewhat unable to believe what he was hearing. Do you know exactly what you're talking about? If this ocean lord you're talking about is a parasitic beast of a 5-star stock god, then we may be doomed to be unable to make an alliance, and there will even be a series of unpleasant consequences. I didn't lie when I said I wasn't lying. It did happen. Elgato had been honest, and his serious expression wasn't even a fake. You can even tell he's been very serious about it. Even the huge body swayed unconsciously for saying this. It was hard to imagine that he was such an ocean overlord. Take me to him. Maybe we can talk. Yao Knight's tone once again became calm, even filled with a sense of indifference, and looking at him, Elgato wagged his tail and nodded. In that case, follow me. Soon the two were speeding through dense coral formations to the deepest part of the entire ocean. The Marianas Trench. The depth of this one trench had reached several extremely terrifying points, and it even had the feeling of a forbidden zone of life. But at this moment, Master Yao had to believe that 5-star ancient god's parasitic beast, the master of the ocean, was here. My lord, there is someone to see you. As soon as Elgato's words fell, he only saw a turtle-like creature suddenly crawling out from Haikao High School. His body was huge to the point that even the seagulls could barely fit him in, but he was still able to move around the place with ease. Call him a snapping turtle. Kind of not like he's more like a thorny turtle from the Jurassic period in general. Only this big turtle glanced at the two of them, then looked at Yao Knight and said, I know why you came to me. To make an alliance, right? I'm willing to make an alliance with you to crush the 5-star ancient god. Yao Knight froze, and even Elgardo was filled with dismay. Somewhat unable to believe that this being would say such words. He thought about the possibility that Wang Yu might reject the request for an alliance and become furious. Or even the two of them might have a big fight, but I didn't expect that he would simply agree to this alliance. Which was unbelievable. And even had the feeling of having met a mecha in a fairy tale. Don't have that look on your face, okay? I and the 5-star ancient god were not dealing with each other in the first place. That guy is a proud and arrogant capitalist. There is no benefit at all with him. It would be better to go it alone. See this scar on the bottom of my chest? It was scratched with a piece of his fingernail, and he was going to throw away my body and drink my blood, but I wasn't going to let him do that. The 5-star ancient god is a terrifying tyrant. Right now he's still sleeping, and when he wakes up, everything will be reduced to ashes. This Moonwatcher behemoth couldn't stop talking. Yao Knight, on the other hand, realized why he appeared to rule the ocean. Well, since we agreed to the alliance, let's set off together to get to know everyone and ideally create a new organization. On the wide expanse of the sea, the creator and his party waited anxiously for the end. Not long after that, Yao Knights appeared on the surface of the sea with two men with rather strange figures and looks. One of them looked sharp-faced, and was surrounded by a purple light. That the other has protruding bones and a rather hideous-looking appearance, and it looks like a bloodthirsty person. And they were clearly Elgato and Lookout Moon. All the middlemen present could detect the strength of these two and instantly realized what they really were. Ladies and gentlemen, the ocean beasts have agreed to form an alliance. And now that we are united, what should we call this organization? Yao Knight smiled and looked at the group, announcing that all the forces had made an alliance. All of the famous local powerhouses on the blue planet were now twisted into a hemp rope. And at this moment the creator is also very happy inside. So he waved his hand out of thin air on the surface of the sea to create a magnificent palace. And the interior decoration of the palace is also extremely luxurious and amazing. And also equipped with a huge round table, enough to accommodate these people present. Since you all want to talk about things, we need to have a good place. So I'll take out this spatial hall for you all to talk about first. At these words, the people laughed, so they walked into the hall one after another. And at this time, not surprisingly, Yao Knight was given the main seat. Actually, I think how about we just call it the Anti-Bone God Alliance. The meaning is concise and clear. It's to rebel against the ancient gods. What are you calling this? It's too simple and straightforward. Why don't we just call it the Immortal Temple? Anyway, we're all famous and powerful, and the whole planet is ours to say. How about it? May not. Lookout Moon spoke in a low voice and then opened his mouth. The name of the Immortal Temple has already been taken by a great power in a distant universe, and we must not call it that again, or we will be perceived by them, and in so doing invite the trouble of killing ourselves. At these words, the crowd fell silent. They could have no good ideas or suggestions for names. Since you all are hesitant, how about we call it Heavenly Court? It is rumored that in the distant and incomparably ancient times, there was an immortal in the sky. God named his power Heaven. So why don't we continue it? Heaven? That's a nice name, but isn't it a little too wild? Oh, what's so crazy about that? The 5-star stock gods are much wilder than we are, and we don't see how it's going to work. So let's call it that. It's not bad. Once this was said, the people had to agree, and eventually named the power Heavenly Court. Chapter 162, Execute the Plan. Everyone shut up. After naming the names of the instances, the crowd once again set out on the road to the most central location of the pretty country, this time carrying the Walker meteorite, and also brought the once parasitic beast Wang Yu, and even a group of strong people from the Blue Star. The crowd was full of confidence, and was bound to take down Yin Yang. However, in this path, everyone still turned their eyes towards Wang Yu. The former ancient god parasite beast wanted to ask for some news about the ancient god from him. Senior, how does an ancient god cultivate? Do you think we have a chance of winning if we fight him? No chance of winning. Senior, you are the ancient god's former parasitic beast. Why do you want to break with him? Wouldn't being his parasitic beast be just as invincible? Invincible a chicken hair? There are many people stronger than him. He counts as a chicken hair. Did you have a bad experience with the ancient god? Senior, and that's why you broke with him? Alas. What a pity. What a pity. The ancient god is no good. He's no good. Old me should have broken with him a long time ago. Senior, I heard that you once dueled with the creator. What do you think of the creator's strength? What kind of result happened in that battle of yours at that time? The creator is nothing. I can crush him with one finger. We're talking about the Red Faith. Understand? As a Chinese, it's a shame to ask this question. Seniors, enough. Everyone shut up. I'm going to retell you what I know about the ancient god, and why I betrayed him. And don't come back to ask me about it in the future. Really TND a bunch of 100,000 reasons. Wang Yu roared angrily, then spoke slowly. A parasitic beast is actually an accessory in the body of an ancient god. And the number of parasitic beasts contained in his body at the time of his birth represents exactly what he can achieve in the future. The sky above your heads has the potential to be a 7-star ancient god. So that means that in addition to our 4 parasites, there are 3 other parasites in his body that haven't grown to their full potential. Maybe when he reaches 7 stars, those 3 guys will show up too. Also, let me tell you that trying to kill an ancient god is an extremely difficult task unless one of you has a 5-star combat power. Or your realms have been raised to the late stage of the returning ruin realm. Otherwise that would be impossible. If you don't even have this much strength, you guys don't need to go and decapitate that yin-yang fellow. After all, it's just a waste of effort. As for why I betrayed him, it was because that guy was always trying to suck my blood, and he wanted me dead. So of course I betrayed him. No questions now? Anyone else want to ask a question? I'm not going to answer questions, so shut the fuck up. Lookout Moon let out a roar, then flew directly to the front of the group, no longer engaging with these people, and the crowd that heard his words at this time also changed their faces slightly. I didn't realize that there were still 3 parasitic beasts that hadn't fully emerged from the body of the ancient god. Moreover, if they want to kill a 5-star ancient god, they must reach the return to ruin realm, which is just a little too tough for them. And so it was that the mood of the party was much lower. But as time slowly passed, eventually the crowd came to the very center of the pretty country, to the front of the huge pit where Yin Yang was. Everyone get ready, we're going to prepare to drop the Walker meteorite next.